We're about to cross over. Who still needs to be hospitalized? I don't have a mental illness. I got the system 6 months ago. Not studying or working, just completely giving up. Yet I still boast about achieving great things in the future. My family thought I was crazy and sent me to a mental hospital. I spent nearly half a year in the mental hospital, enduring hardships, and the past is too painful to recall. Today is finally the moment to cross over with the system. However, the system crossed over without me, which means social death for me. You should know, 5 hours ago, I forcefully kissed my on-duty nurse. I took out a set of Taoist robes from my backpack and put them over my blue and white striped clothes. My demeanor instantly elevated. Today has finally arrived. It's time to cross over to the world of cultivating immortals with the system. Alone, I step onto the path of immortality, cutting through the gale of the 9 heavens, making even the sword-wielding immortals kneel. I want this sky to no longer block my view, crushing the heavens beneath my feet. I will be wild and unruly. Monkey King, you are truly remarkable. I am fully prepared for the crossover. The system in my mind confirms it, and I'm off to the world of cultivating immortals. I arrived in the sky, where the winds and clouds swirl, and a lightning bolt streaks across the vast sky. I take a deep breath, voice booming. Heaven did not give birth to me. Shinji's furious sword will last through the ages like a long night. The 5 elements of the red chamber encircle, and the heavens and earth change color. I stand tall by the shore, my figure upright, my Taoist robes billowing. 3 minutes and 24 seconds later, why didn't I make it? The system's old light appeared. What happened to me? Everything was fine before. For the past 6 months, the system has been answering my every question, always communicative, like a voice assistant implanted in my brain. Wasn't it supposed to be a soul transfer? Wasn't it supposed to be that there is someone with the same name as me over there? Wasn't it supposed to be a goodbye to this world? It's all an illusion. It's all fake. What a scam! After the system confirmed the crossing time, I climbed over the hospital wall and indulged in luxuries, eating things I usually crave but can't have. I went to places I always wanted to visit but never dared to spend money, experiencing unprecedented service. Now, I only have a few dozen yuan in change in my underwear, and I casually tossed my phone into the river. I had already bought my ticket, and now you tell me the bus has left? It's all over. I crouched on the ground, holding my head in my hands, feeling as helpless as a lost child. 5 hours ago, I forcefully kissed my on-duty nurse. If I can't cross over, wouldn't I face social death? Could it be that I really have a mental illness, and the system is just a figment of my imagination? I took a few steps forward, my feet close to the riverbank, arms outstretched, eyes closed, body slightly leaning forward. What is the meaning of life? In the end, isn't it just a small river? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have crossed over to the Xuanwu continent, a parallel world. Your beginner task is to apprentice at Wudang Mountain to rest and practice martial arts. Please head to Wudang Mountain as soon as possible to complete it and receive rewards. A map was thoughtfully loaded in my mind. I tried to call out to the system in my mind. That mechanical, pleasant voice immediately sounded. At the train station, I used my last savings to buy a ticket to Wudang Mountain. I had already confirmed repeatedly on the way that the system crossed over without me. Now I have no way out. I can only try to complete the system's task. I absolutely cannot be caught and taken back by the hospital staff. Logically speaking, completing tasks should yield rewards. Since this is a world of cultivating immortals, the rewards should be cultivation techniques and elixirs. After all, this is a materialistic world. If I can cultivate, wouldn't I become invincible? The green train traveled all night, and upon arriving at the destination, dawn had broken. The system detected that the host was approaching Wudang Mountain. Please apprentice as soon as possible. Dressed in Taoist robes, I walked at the foot of Wudang Mountain, occasionally attracting attention from passers-by. Among them, a few foreigners praised me from a distance, saying, "Look, it's a Taoist priest. So cool, he must be fasting." The tour guide, holding a small red flag, corrected them, saying it's actually martial arts. Yes, fasting. The 2 foreigners chimed in. Can we take a picture together? Alright, there are many Taoists like this on the mountain. They're all getting on the bus to the hotel halfway up the mountain. Tomorrow, they'll take the cable car up. Make sure to pay in advance, the tour guide urged, herding tourists from all over onto the bus. I watched the buses drive up the winding mountain road side, and realized I had no choice but to walk up. After all my money was in my phone, which I had thrown into the river. Ding! The system detected that the host has arrived at Wudang Mountain. The original journey was supposed to take 7 days, but the host completed it in 1 night and received an excess reward, lightness skill. I began to comprehend the lightness skill, T-Yun Zone. Feeling subtle changes in my body, my legs couldn't help but want to run. This is T-Yun Zone, just like the lightness skill in the movies, but much more realistic. I couldn't hold back, anyone would find it irresistible. I immediately ran to the outskirts of the square at the foot of the mountain, taking a detour along the road to the secluded back mountain. Taking a deep breath, I activated the technique of Ti Yunzong in my mind. I tried it in a small grove, and whoosh, my feet moved like a monkey, springing off the trees. I jumped from one treetop to another, about 10 meters high, using the tree trunks to gain leverage and gracefully landing. I can perform lightness skill now. Physics no longer applies. I breathed lightly, not too exhausted, my heart racing with excitement. It's all real, it's all real. Watching fresh leaves fall from the treetops and the dirt on the soles of my shoes, I left traces in this world that science cannot explain. It has been objectively verified. I indeed do not have a mental illness, everything is real. I became the back mountain of Wudang. I used Ti Yunzua, flying over the grass, rising and falling through the mountains and forests, feeling utterly carefree. I became more and more skilled at using the lightness skill, effortlessly flying to the halfway point of the mountain, where I rested under a large tree. After resting for about 10 minutes, I suddenly sprang up, stepping onto a tree trunk. Using it for leverage, I jumped 10 meters high, gliding through the forest like a swallow. My toes lightly touched the ground, and a leaf shot up into the air. Several figures vanished among the trees. So cool! This scene was witnessed by 3 foreigners, 2 men and 1 woman, who admired Chinese martial arts and flew to China, making their first stop at the famous Wudang Mountain. Among them, one called a Kuna suggested that they might encounter a master if they explored the back mountain. So they didn't take the bus. The 3 of them hiked up the back mountain with their backpacks and indeed encountered a master from the outside world. I arrived at the entrance of Yushu Palace, sitting in the shade and squinting my eyes to cool off. After revealing my intentions to the old Taoist, he asked me to wait at the door while he went inside to inquire. But I waited sincerely for over an hour and didn't see him return at all. Alright, let's do it this way. Indeed, Taoism emphasizes going with the flow. At that moment, a promotional flyer rolled in with the wind and landed in my hand. Unfolding it, I saw that the authentic Wudang Kung Fu Yuan Hung Tao class was now open for enrollment. Founded by the 19th generation disciple of the Wudang school, Taoist Chen Shiliang, it promotes traditional culture and advocates a new moral atmosphere. The Yuan Hung Tao class is actively recruiting, offering classes for children and adult Tai Chi wellness. They support a 7-day no questions asked refund policy, and you can join anytime. With this flyer, you can attend a free trial class. The flyer also had the address and phone number, and the location was right down the nearby mountain. I remember the system's task stated that as long as I became a disciple at Wudang Mountain, it didn't specify whom I had to worship. There are already enough bugs. Why not give the Yuan Hung Tao class a try? I made up my mind and went to the back wall, leaped over, and flew down the back mountain. The Yuan Hung Tao class is located in Zhou village at the foot of Wudang Mountain. It resembled a simple rural primary school, with a large iron gate at the entrance and 2 wooden plaques hanging on either side. Holding the promotional flyer with the printed photo in my hand, I looked up and nodded. I found the iron gate slightly ajar, gently pushed it open, walked in, crossed the small playground, and through the classroom glass, I saw a spirited middle-aged Taoist. There were also several students dressed in training uniforms practicing Tai Chi in the hall, with the youngest being 7 or 8 years old and some being adults. Hello, I tapped on the window. An uncle came out. He looked to be in his 40s, had a goatee, wore a Taoist robe, and one sleeve was empty. He was a one-armed man. I waved the promotional flyer in my hand and politely said I was here to enroll. The uncle took a bite of sugarcane and said, "Master, someone has come to enroll." Upon hearing my intentions, Chen Shilian was very pleased and briefly introduced me to the place. The students here are of all kinds, regardless of race or class. Seeing through the capitalist facade, young people come here to lie flat, avoiding marriage and children to escape the mundane world. There are big bosses, from wealthy to bankrupt, some who want to jump off a building but lack the courage. Of course, there are also true Taoist enthusiasts here to cultivate their minds and learn. Chen Shiliang is indeed a direct disciple of Wudang Mountain. The old Taoist has an ethereal demeanor and doesn't reveal his age. After traveling extensively, he decided to start a Taoist class with low barriers, primarily to help those suffering from mental exhaustion in society. The fees aren't high, it's 1,800 yuan a year, including meals and accommodation. This money is generally used for the daily expenses of the temple, but he doesn't accept just anyone. There are some considerations. Chen Shilian casually chatted with me as he walked me around the playground, giving me an introduction. I honestly told him that I lost my phone in the river and had no money. Could I get a discount on the tuition? In the end, Chen Shiliang agreed to let me study here. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become a disciple of the old ancestor on the back mountain, exceeded the task requirements, and triggered a hidden reward. The reward has been upgraded to a pill. One cleansing pill is loading. I trembled all over, my expression excited and tears in my eyes. I knew I could do it. There was no conversation through the night. The next morning, the Yuan Hung Tao class courtyard was ablaze, and people were sweeping the ground. Chen Shilian was scrolling through his phone when he hesitated, his expression gradually stiffening. The phone was playing my missing person notice, which also stated that I was a mental patient. Chen Shiliang sat on the steps, looking up at Chen Jiamu who was sweeping, then glanced at his phone. His expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained a warm smile. He understood, young people face tremendous pressure, and perhaps the boy was just tired. Jiamu, stop sweeping and come here, Chen Shiliang said, turning his phone screen toward Chen Jiamu and gently shaking it. After understanding the situation, Chen Shiliang took out his phone and let me call home to report that I was safe. Finally, Chen Shilian lent me an old phone and gave me 200 yuan to get a new SIM card in town. In the courtyard, I found a secluded spot, sat on the steps, and called out to the system. Finally, I could see what this system reward was. The interface was still stuck on the previous page, and after a moment, it loaded a new page. Hopefully it was ready. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully become a disciple of the old ancestor on the back mountain, exceeded the task requirements, and triggered a hidden reward. The reward of one cleansing pill is fully loaded. The cleansing pill has been issued. This spiritual medicine can open the meridians, improve the foundation, cure diseases, and prolong life. With a thought, a bright red pill appeared in my palm. After a moment's consideration, I popped it into my mouth. Suddenly, a warm current surged from my stomach throughout my body. I seemed to see the extraordinary meridians within me gradually light up, with various unknown acupuncture points shimmering as if illuminated by the pill's power. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have cleansed your body, eliminated all diseases, and your foundation has improved to an excellent level. You may now practice Taoist inner strength. Please focus on your training and follow your mentor to reach the realm of refining essence into Qi to obtain additional rewards, etc. The key issue is that no one here understands cultivation. How could I focus on training and refine essence into Qi? In the afternoon, I went to town alone and visited the mobile company to get a new SIM card. On the way back, I specifically bought a large watermelon and a roast duck. It's a kindness that the master doesn't charge tuition. It's only right to buy some things myself. When I reached a deserted spot, I practiced a bit of lightness skill while carrying weight. Using the cloud leaping technique might have some effect, but it wasn't a big deal. At least I saved on transportation costs. When I returned from town, the sky had gradually darkened. The Yuan Hung Tao class lived in a collective dormitory. The environment was a bit shabby, but thankfully the water and electricity facilities were complete. The number of students was pitifully small, 3 children and 3 adults, plus Chen Jiamu, totaling 7 people. Chen Shilian was worried. Without rent, it would be difficult to sustain. If he couldn't recruit more students, the class might close this year, forcing him to return to Wudang Mountain for seclusion. After having dinner with the new classmates, I joined everyone for the evening class, which was quite simple, reciting scriptures together with the master. Then we proceeded to group practice. After the evening class, I shared the watermelon I bought with my fellow students. After eating, I noticed Chen Shilian was live streaming, so I joined in. I happened to hear Chen Shiliang explaining breathing techniques, and as I sat by, following his explanation, I gradually entered a meditative state. Before long, I distinctly felt a surge of genuine qi in my lower abdomen. I tried to control it as the qi began to flow along my body's meridians. I was unaware of my transformation, and I ended up sitting through the night. Wow, it was dawn, and I had been sitting all night. At that moment, there was a commotion outside in the courtyard. Ma Huayun was shouting that there were 3 foreigners outside wanting to become disciples. Early in the morning, at the entrance to Yuan Hung Dao, 3 foreigners were peering through the large iron gate. These 3 foreigners were the same ones who witnessed Chen Jiamu perform lightness skills in the woods yesterday. Ma Huayun was squatting at the doorway brushing his teeth, with foam in his mouth. Hearing the commotion, he looked up to see a tall, thin black man and 2 blonde white men outside the iron gate. "Who are you looking for?" he asked. "Hello, Chinese Taoist. My name is Tom, and I'm from London," said a tall white boy with slightly curly blonde hair. "This is Evelyn, from beautiful Los Angeles," the boy continued. The woman smiled politely and waved. She had blonde hair, blue eyes with curled lashes, fair skin, and a tall figure. "I am a Kuna, from South Africa. I really like Chinese culture," he said. "What brings you here on an empty stomach?" Ma Huayun asked. "We're here to enroll," the 3 of them said in unison. Ma Huayun, hearing their fairly fluent Chinese, quickly rinsed his mouth and called out to the master, "There are 3 foreigners outside wanting to become disciples." Chen Shilian walked out of the classroom and saw 3 young foreign friends outside the iron gate. "Are you from abroad?" I followed him out. "Oh my gosh, my heart can't take it. The Taoist who can fly is really here. Evelyn, your intuition is spot on." The 3 foreigners looked at me with excitement and admiration. This left Ma Huayun puzzled, and Chen Shiliang confused as well. Why are Jiamu and the others always looking at you? Do you know Chen Shiliang? He asked. I don't know the master. I've never seen him, I shrugged. The three foreigners became even more excited, exchanging glances and whispering, Evelyn, did you hear that? He calls him master. Oh my god, if he can teach flying skills, this master must be even more amazing. We are so lucky to be in the right place. Chen Shiliang instructed someone to open the door and talked with the three foreigners for a while before letting them in to wait. Chen Shiliang smiled and stroked his goatee, saying, We're going to have an early class soon. You can wander around the playground, but please don't touch anything. Okay, Taoist. May I ask if that short-haired Taoist is really your student? Tom asked on behalf of the three of them. Yes, indeed. May I ask what his name is? His name is Chen Jiamu. Cool name, right? I love it. Evelyn clapped in delight. This is our Taoist training class's promotional flyer. Take a look. You can understand Chinese, right? The three foreigners took the flyer with both hands, as if holding a Bible, their eyes showing unexpected delight. The colorful flyer was designed by a print shop in town, with rather flashy formatting. Cool. This has Chinese martial arts secrets printed on it. I want to mail it to my grandfather. He will be so excited he won't be able to sleep. This left Chen Shiliang speechless. It was just an enrollment brochure. These three foreigners might have a bit of an unusual way of thinking. Early in the morning, the disciples had finished washing up and were gathering in the playground one by one. Among the three adults with shared goals, there were just two of us, myself and Ma Huayun. Gue Wu was responsible for cooking and rarely trained. Every morning without fail, Chen Shiliang led everyone in practicing the 8 pieces of brocade. I followed along, mimicking the movements. The three foreigners brought over small stools and sat nearby, their eyes sparkling with excitement, ready for the teacher to teach them martial arts. Evelyn, quickly record this on your phone. On the playground, Chen Shiliang practiced while explaining the 8 pieces of brocade, detailing the essentials of each movement and the methods of exerting force. Early in the morning, the disciples have all finished washing up and are gradually gathering on the playground. Among the three like-minded adults, there are only two, me and Ma Huayun, while Gue Wu is responsible for cooking and rarely trains. Chen Shiliang leads everyone every morning without fail to do a round of 8 sets of Vajrabao, and I follow along mimicking the movements. 3 foreigners are sitting next to each other on a small stool, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The teacher is going to teach them martial arts. Evelyn quickly uses her phone to record it. On the playground, Chen Shiliang practiced while explaining the 8 parts of the diamond bow, the key points of each movement, and the method of exerting force. I carefully feel it, and at the same time, the system's voice echoes in my mind. Ding, congratulations host, you have begun forging the iron essence. Chen Shiliang finished his homework, touched his goat lake, felt very happy, and went to wash his hands, preparing to eat. Have you 3 eaten yet? Chen Shiliang looked at the 3 foreigners. Not yet. Let's eat together. Choked to death. To the east of the classroom was the big cafeteria. Gue Wu, balancing 3 steaming baskets of buns with one hand, brought them over. Master, why are there 3 more foreigners? I can't make steak. Whatever we eat, they eat too, Chen Shiliang said with a smile. The buns were vegetarian, filled with cabbage and tofu, made from locally grown cabbage and handmade tofu ground by Sister Chunmei next door to the Taoist class. The focus was on being pollution-free, with no food additives at all. There was also a large pot of noodle soup and a bowl of chicken stewed with potatoes. The 3 foreigners had just arrived in China the day before and hadn't had many proper Chinese meals, but even this made them eat with great relish. Early in the morning, they had run several kilometers up the mountain, and their stomachs were already growling. This is noodle soup, with salt in it. There are no Sichuan peppers, so don't worry about your little behind getting hot. Oh, I think replacing the salt with cream and adding a bit of onion would make it tastier. There's a saying in China, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Tom, you need to learn to adapt to the new environment. Evelyn, I feel like the milk here isn't as good as in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, the little black-skinned Akuna kept stuffing buns into his mouth. Black people naturally have a fast metabolism and get hungry easily. Akuna, eat slowly, have some grace, be elegant. It's so delicious, it's even better than lizard guts. The South African black kid was devouring his food. Lizard guts, my goodness, that word makes my stomach churn. Chen Shiliang sat at the same table with everyone, showing no airs of a master. He even personally served a bowl of noodle soup to Chen Jiamu. Chen Jiamu was never one to pretend to be polite. He didn't care at all and wasn't picky, eating whatever was available. Having found the path of cultivation, his appetite suddenly became less important. What about the roast duck that Xiao Chen bought yesterday? Bring it out, Ma Huayun said. Isn't it a bit greasy to eat roast duck early in the morning? I'll go get it from the big fridge. A little boy named Shibing volunteered to fetch it. A few minutes later, he came back holding a bag of roast duck bones. The duck is gone, only the skin and sweet bean sauce are left. Who stole it? There were 3 kids in the academy attending summer classes. They were growing and needed to eat meat. Chen Shiliang himself was vegetarian, but he didn't require his students to be, emphasizing freedom. The 3 little ones held buns in one hand while still trying to grab chicken pieces from the big iron basin. They were left behind children from the nearby village, with their parents working in other places. During the summer vacation, their grandparents couldn't keep an eye on them, so they were sent to the Taoist class to pass the time. Just 1 bowl of chicken stewed with potatoes. It was clearly a situation where there were many wolves and little meat. The boy named Shibing said, "Let's see who can finish a bun in 1 bite. I won't compete with you. What a loser. Coward." Shibing showed a disdainful look, his tone full of sarcasm. "Let's compete." The remaining 2 stubborn kids, their little faces turning red from choking, were determined not to back down. Meanwhile, the little one who had encouraged his friends to eat the vegetarian bun showed a hint of glee in his eyes before quickly returning to normal, quietly adding more chicken pieces to his own bowl. After the meal, according to the rules, everyone had to wash their own bowls, and there was half an hour of free time after eating. The kids grabbed badminton rackets and ran out joyfully. Chen Shiliang and Gui Wu called the 3 foreigners to join them in the vegetable garden next door, claiming that life is also a form of cultivation. Doing farm work is to help you better understand cultivation, Chen Shiliang patiently explained to the 3 foreigners. Take growing vegetables as an example. If a seed wants to take root, sprout, and grow strong, it requires a lot of effort. The soil needs to be broken up and leveled, just like solidifying the foundation of life. Soft and moderately loose soil is the beginning of a vegetable seed's existence. When sowing, the spacing between seeds and the depth at which they are planted must be precise. If sown too closely, the seedlings will compete for nutrients, making it difficult for any of them to grow. If buried too deep, breaking through the soil will be a struggle, and they may perish before they even begin. Life, after all, is also a form of cultivation. Gui Wu was clearly immune to this kind of rhetoric, his expression unchanged. Instead, the 3 foreigners listened with a sense of half-understanding, feeling that the master was a wise figure, and that what he said must have merit. One by one, they eagerly rushed to grab shovels, competing to plow the fields, akin to old oxen. Chen Shiliang smiled as he stroked his goatee, standing in the field and nodding in approval. Ma Huayun stood with his hands on his hips, patiently directing the 3 foreigners in their farming tasks, occasionally demonstrating the correct plowing techniques himself. Master, this is great. We have 3 more helpers. Should we open up another plot and plant some tomatoes? That is exactly what I was thinking. Then I'll buy some seeds online in a bit. Huayun, go call Jiamu over and let him learn as well. Sure thing, master. Chen Jiamu was wandering alone on the playground when he saw 2 children in the distance looking up at the roof. The teaching building was 3 stories high, with a traditional pointed roof. On it, a child about 8 or 9 years old was clinging to the eaves with both hands, his legs dangling in the air, trembling. Falling from this height could either kill him or leave him severely injured. How did you get up there? Chen Jiamu hurried over, looking up. The badminton flew onto the roof. Shibing climbed up the ladder to get the badminton. Who knew the ladder would fall? In the yard, a long ladder lay broken on the ground. Shibing, don't move. Hold on tight. I'm holding on. Chen Jiamu shouted from below. Shibing glanced down, frightened, and quickly turned his head. His arm brushed against the corner of the roof, and a piece of black tile fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. I'm going to fall to my death. Mom, help. They say it's easy to get up on the roof but hard to come down. The little calf was bold and reckless, not realizing the fear until he got up there. Now he was stuck, unable to go up or down, at risk of falling at any moment. Damn it, Shibing, are you trying to die? At that moment, Ma Huayun returned from the vegetable field, shouting, hold on tight, I'm going to move the ladder. Junior brother, you catch him from below. I'll go get the ladder. Ma Huayun hurriedly turned back to find the ladder. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chen Jiamu's mind. Hidden task triggered, junior brother in danger while gathering herbs on a cliff. Save the junior brother about to fall off the cliff. Chen Jiamu was certainly not a cold-blooded animal. Even without a system task, he would still have to save him. She was quietly infused into his legs, and he instinctively began to use the cloud ladder technique. Chen Jiamu squinted as the 2 children around him started to make a commotion. Let's hold hands and form a circle to catch brother Shibing. After all, he shared duck but with us to eat last night. The duck but was really delicious. The 2 mischievous kids had no idea how serious the situation was. Shibing clung to the corner of the roof, and a gust of wind blew by, causing his legs to swing back and forth, the motion growing wider. His fingers turned white from gripping tightly, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. "You have to catch me steady. I have duck legs hidden. If I fall, you won't get to eat the duck legs." At the edge of the eaves, there happened to be a swallow's nest, and a few baby swallows poked their heads out, chirping happily. A large black swallow swooped past the eaves. The two children gasped. One of the children immediately let go of his hand and covered his eyes. "Wow!" the child cried out in fear. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped up high. Chen Jiamu performed the cloud ladder technique, his body suddenly soaring into the air, his toes landing on the back of a flying swallow. He rose a few more feet, suspended in the air for 3 seconds, and steadily caught the falling cake. The two children below were dumbfounded. "Can he fly? He clearly jumped. I saw him stepping on swallows in the sky. That's so scary. I want to tell Master." Manhwa, carrying a ladder, ran over, panting. "Little calf, hold on, uncle is coming to save you." "Wait, he fell?" Chen Jiamu held the child tightly in his arms. The child's face was pale, filled with terror, shocked to the point of fainting. "Did he fall?" Manhwa dropped the ladder and hurried over to check. "No, Uncle Ma, Jiamu caught the cake. Yeah, he flew really high, just like in the movies. Like lightness skill." The two children chattered away. Manhwa naturally didn't believe it. He understood that Chen Jiamu caught the child while standing on the ground. "Junior brother, put him down, I'll pinch his acupoint." The child had his eyes closed, his brows slightly twitching, as if he had been overly frightened. Chen Jiamu complied, and Manhwa extended his rounded thumb, gathering strength to pinch the child's acupoint. The child was scared and could easily get a fever. Pinching the acupoint is a folk remedy. "Ouch, that hurts," the child, now awake from the pain, exclaimed. "All right." Manhwa felt relieved. "Who pinched me? Huh, who am I? Where am I?" The child's last memory was of falling from the roof. "Little calf, you almost fell to your death. If you climb that high again, I'll spank you." "Fortunately, Brother Chen's hands were quick and caught you," Manhwa said. Chen Jiamu shook his arms. Around noon, 3 foreigners, covered in dirt and sweat, carried hoes, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Chen Xilian followed behind with his hands behind his back, and Guiwu carried a red plastic bag filled with freshly pulled vegetables. Manhwa recounted the thrilling story from earlier. Chen Xilian was also drenched in sweat. At the same time, he sternly scolded the mischievous children for climbing the roof. "If you dare to play like this again, go home. If you fall, how will I explain to your parents?" "Master, Jiamu can fly. I can testify." "That's right, he stepped on swallows in midair." The two mischievous children grew more aggrieved, continuously defending themselves, and one even reddened his eyes, repeatedly emphasizing that Jiamu could fly high. "You adults don't believe us and say we're lying. Gather in a bit, continue learning Tai Chi." After Chen Xilian finished speaking, he frowned slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Jiamu, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Children are most sensitive to being wronged by adults. You can hit or scold them, but if you wrong them, they will panic." Chen Jiamu nodded, sitting on the steps, calling out to the system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, saving the little junior brother who fell off the cliff. Rewarding skill, 36 ways of Tai Chi cloud hands. Comprehending the skill." An illusion appeared in Chen Jiamu's eyes. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. The courtyard of the temple was covered in fallen leaves, interwoven in gold and deep brown, exuding a sense of desolation in the tranquility. Chen Jiamu stood still in his Taoist robe, his gaze focused. As he slowly began to move, the 36 ways of Tai Chi cloud hands, pushing, lifting, rubbing, patting, dragging. Chen Jiamu's palms moved like soft clouds, the energy flowing like silk, causing the air to quietly stir. The fallen leaves began to lift off the ground, swirling around Chen Jiamu as if they had gained life. His figure turned and flowed, his steps like flowing clouds in water, and the leaves danced up and down, seemingly pulled by invisible threads, sketching a beautiful picture of Taoist rhythm, harmonious in motion and stillness. After completing the 36 moves, the fallen leaves on the ground formed a pattern of yin and yang Tai Chi fish. As the illusion faded, Chen Jiamu slowly stood up. In the middle of the playground, Chen Xiliang began to demonstrate Tai Chi, explaining as he moved, while 3 foreigners eagerly followed along, mimicking his actions. Chen Jiamu noticed that the Tai Chi his master practiced was completely different from what he understood. What he practiced was merely a form of senior fitness exercise. "Jiamu, and Tom, Evelyn, Akuna, first watch a few times. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your master," Chen Xiliang said, stroking his beard with a smile. Chen Jiamu nodded dumbly, sat back down on the steps, resting his chin on his hands, lost in thought. System. Here, what is the current main quest? Main quest, cultivate diligently on Wudang Mountain, reach the realm of refining essence into Qi, and participate in the martial arts conference. How can I reach the realm of refining essence into chi faster? The host can trigger hidden quests to gain rewards, comprehend techniques, exchange for elixirs, etc. To accelerate cultivation. What are the side quests? Current selectable side quests: 1. Eliminate the bandit group. 2. Identify the demonic spies lurking in the sect. 3. Search for opportunities in the secret realm of the Back Mountain to obtain the ancestors' relics. These tasks are easy to understand in that world, but now that I am in a modern city, the tasks have changed. Is there a map hint? Currently unable to provide hints. Chen Jiamu took out a small notebook and began to jot things down. What would the bandits in that world correspond to here? Now it's a society governed by law, and there are no gangs. Damn, it might really be some kind of gang or something. Forget it, I'll give up on this for now. Cross it out. The demonic spies in the sect? That difficulty is too high. The secret realm in the Back Mountain, searching for the ancestors' relics, TSK. I can try that when no one is around at night. System. Here, can sitting in meditation improve my realm? Chen Jiamu asked. Meditation is beneficial for increasing internal power. The host can choose to meditate under the moonlight for better results. Chen Jiamu already knew how to meditate, having learned the technique from Chen Shilian's livestream. He felt a clear difference. After meditating all night yesterday, he woke up feeling refreshed. Senior Brother Chen, hello. Hello, Senior Brother Chen, my name is Tom. Evelyn, Akuna. The three foreigners, dressed in newly issued Taoist robes, approached Chen Jiamu with excitement. Do you need something from me? Tom exchanged glances with his two companions, who nodded simultaneously, acting all mysterious. Tom said, Senior Brother Chen, we saw you demonstrating lightness skill on the Back Mountain yesterday. It was amazing. You must be an extraordinary master. That kid just said you can fly, and we all believe it. Chen Jiamu smiled and said, just follow your master and learn well. The three foreigners became even more excited. Evelyn, see what I just said? A true master doesn't reveal their skills. The master is indeed a high-level person. Tom, we really came to the right place. Senior Brother Chen, may I ask what that lightness skill you used is called? Chen Jiamu replied casually, Wudang, Ti Yunzong. Cool, so cool. I love that name. If my dad knew I could learn such magical skills, he definitely wouldn't force me to inherit the family business and become a damn banker, Tom said. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Senior Brother, is that flying skill easy to learn? It should be easy to learn. For nearly a week afterward, Chen Jiamu practiced diligently every day, meditating at night and practicing the 8 parts of the Vajra in the morning. He often sat with his master on the ridge, enjoying tea and discussing the Tao, planting rice, and working without feeling tired. With his hands full of green seedlings, he looked down and saw the sky reflected in the water. Only with a clear mind can one truly understand rice. Taking a step back is actually moving forward. With Ma Huayun and Guo Wu, the two senior brothers, I grazed cattle and ate watermelon, gazing at the moon together, feeling a sense of carefree detachment from the turmoil of the world. My mind became increasingly clear as I practiced in a low-key manner. The three foreigners also became students of the academy as they wished, attending lectures with Chen Shiliang. Over time, the three foreigners became familiar with the other students and began to privately discuss the matter of Chen Jiamu's lightness of body. No one believed it. Both Ma Huayun and Guo Wu felt that the three foreigners had some issues with their thinking, but the three children who had seen Chen Jiamu leap like a swallow were utterly convinced. One morning, with the weather fine and sunny, after finishing the lecture, Chen Shiliang sat under a large tree, fanning himself. Guo Wu, the one-armed uncle, sat on a small stool, wearing black-framed glasses and holding a ledger. He reported on the academy's monthly expenses for food and clothing, serving as both the head chef and the financial director for Chen Shiliang, while also taking on the role of logistics director. Life at the Yuan Hangdao Academy was frugal, just enough to cover expenses. Zhou Village had almost no places to spend money. Online shopping required delivery to a courier station in the city. The distance from Zhou Village to the city was nearly 20 miles, with some areas still dirt roads, making it easy for electric bikes to skid on rainy days. Guo compiled a list of items needed for purchase in the city. Essential items included medicated oil, mosquito coils, and toothpaste. Then there were various daily necessities: underwear, sanitary pads, reported by Evelyn, socks, cotton swabs, nail clippers, and a whole bunch of other things. Chen Jiamu happened to need to go to the city hospital for a follow-up on his head, so Chen Shiliang arranged for him to go down the mountain to shop. The three foreigners insisted on tagging along. So, villager Zhang Matzi drove his tractor, carrying Chen Jiamu in his Taoist robe and the three foreigners in casual clothes, out of the village. The tractor sped along the dirt roads between the fields, with waves of heat rolling over the wheat fields on either side. Evelyn took out her phone to capture this beautiful rural scene of Huagua. I say, foreign doll, Why are you here suffering in our poor village instead of enjoying your blessings? Zhang Matzi, a single man in his 40s, had sold his wheat and spent all his money at a foot massage parlor in the city. Evelyn, young and beautiful, seemed to him like a star from a calendar. He suddenly felt an impulse to become Evelyn's classmate. "Oh, I'm here to learn martial arts." "Martial arts? My foot. More like aerobics. That's just Chen Laodao being bored up the mountain and playing with you kids." No, my master is very powerful. My senior brother Chen Jiamu can perform the cloud ladder technique." Chen Jiamu had his hands tucked in his sleeves, leaning against the burlap sack on the tractor, squinting and swaying. "Him? I heard your senior brother came to Chen Laodao to treat his mental issues." Chen Jiamu couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhang Matzi and the foreign girl, his mind pondering the recently activated task of training down the mountain. A map provided by the system loaded in his mind, which he compared with his phone, indicating the city center. Although he didn't know the specifics of the training task, the system hinted that the reward was the understanding of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Images of the illusion presented by the system flashed in Chen Jiamu's mind. It was indeed the 18 dragon subduing palms, almost like in a TV drama, complete with exaggerated special effects that could directly summon a dragon. As his true energy increased, the techniques rewarded by the system became increasingly abstract, and he even suspected that he would soon be able to leave the realm of martial arts and directly transition to cultivating immortality. After swaying for more than half an hour, the tractor stopped by the roadside. "Up ahead is the city. The tractor is restricted from entering. You all hurry along, or you'll miss the bus. I'll pick you up here at 6 p.m. The few of them stretched lazily, jumped off the tractor, patted their backsides, and thanked him. "For the fare, come find my brother Guo Wu to settle up tomorrow," Chen Jiamu said. "All right, I'm going back to harvest wheat." The nearest urban area to Zhou village is called Qingyang City, which is not very large and can barely be considered a third-tier city. Basic necessities of life are available for purchase. Moreover, it is relatively close to the Wudang mountain tourist area, and many locals have seized the opportunity to build numerous ghost houses. Chen Jiamu, dressed in a Taoist robe, looked somewhat impressive, especially with 3 foreign followers trailing behind him. 2 white men and 1 black man followed closely, creating quite a unique scene. "After lunch, let's go to Jiafu supermarket to buy some things first." I really love Huagui cuisine. "What are we eating, senior brother?" Since Chen Jiamu was on a business trip, the expenses were naturally covered by the academy, with a limited budget of 30 yuan per person per day for meals. After a round of deliberation, they could only choose between Shaxian Hotel and Lanzhou Hotel. The Lanzhou noodle shop was basically the same nationwide, with the male owner kneading the dough like an old yellow bull, pulling the noodles, while the female owner, wearing a hat with exotic flair, was responsible for collecting money and cleaning. At a table near the bar, there was always a 7 or 8-year-old child doing homework. Chen Jiamu ordered 4 large bowls of noodles, adding an egg for each person, at 12 yuan per bowl. Each bowl contained about 2 slices of beef, thin as a cicada's wing, easily blown away by the wind. Tom generously added 10 yuan worth of beef for each person. Chen Jiamu ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles and shared the extra beef with the 3 foreigners. "Hey Kuna, be careful, it's hot." The black-skinned man stuffed his mouth full of noodles, revealing a look of ecstasy. "Wow, delicious. I must show off Huagua cuisine to my chief when I go back." Tom said, "You could open a noodle shop like this in Africa, it would definitely be a hit." "I will consider your suggestion. This magical country has too many surprises," Ekuna said, finishing the noodle soup and licking his lips. He wasn't full. To be precise, he hadn't had enough. "I love this country. I want to become a noodle master." Ekuna suddenly envied the couple selling noodles. Chen Jiamu let the 3 take a photo of the list and instructed them to split up to buy supplies at the supermarket. He tucked his hands into the sleeves of his robe and strolled around the urban area. Before coming, he promised Ma Huayun to help pick up the thermos cup he bought online at the express delivery station in the city. Following the navigation on his phone, Chen Jiamu quickly found the express delivery station. After some negotiation, he picked up the health thermos cup that Ma Huayun had bought, which was indeed very health-conscious, complete with a manual and a charger. The express packaging bag had a photo of a female teacher wearing black-framed glasses and included a QR code. Below it was a line of small text: "Scan the code to join the group, share pictures for a 5 yuan red envelope reward." Chen Jiamu took a photo of the label and sent a WeChat message to Ma Huayun. A few seconds later, Ma Huayun replied, "Junior brother, it's not what you think. Junior brother, can you keep this a secret for me?" The merchant clearly said it was private shipping. How despicable. "Sure." Beep. Chen Jiamu locked his phone and put the thermos cup into his backpack. At the entrance of the station was a Walmart supermarket, and a stage had been set up in the supermarket square. A huge backdrop read Wulin Feng Si Selection Live. A group of hotly dressed girls held colorful ribbons and twisted their waists. In the corners of the stage sat two boxers, as a grassroots selection competition was underway. The host, holding a microphone, announced loudly, sponsored by Ba Liquor, the Wulin Feng program, the large-scale sea selection in Qingyang City, is now starting. I am the host, Lu Meili, welcoming kung fu enthusiasts from the grassroots to sign up. Several cameras were filming and broadcasting live across the internet. Many people gathered to watch the excitement, and many young people were eager to try. Miss Niu, may I ask, is there a prize for winning the competition? The next uncle asked. Of course there is. This uncle, let me correct you, my surname is Lu. Alright, Miss Niu, may I ask where to sign up? The host replied. There is a registration desk on the left side of the stage. This grassroots selection is organized by the sponsors to scout martial arts experts from the community and promote the spirit of martial arts. Our competition has many categories, whether it's free fighting, boxing, MMA, karate, taekwondo, or traditional martial arts, you can sign up. It's all about participation. Next, please welcome the red team contestant, Sun Xiaojiang from Liuli Village. Blue team contestant, Wang Dali, an employee of the Date Glass Factory. Chen Jiamu glanced at the stage, where two grassroots contestants waved their arms and stepped onto the stage, while the referee checked their mouthguards. The two exchanged glances, displaying the demeanor of professional fighters, and after a brief test of each other, they embraced and began to fight. Ding, side quest triggered, descend the mountain for training, participate in the Qingyang City martial arts matchmaking, and overpower the competition. Please use the 36 styles of Tai Chi Cloud Hands to defeat all heroes. Quest completion reward, dragon subduing 18 poems. Chen Jiamu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the host Lu Meili in professional attire, suddenly feeling that the system's tasks were becoming increasingly abstract. After watching for a while, he noticed a long line had formed in front of the registration desk. Damn! Could it be that the organizers invited some plants? Is this martial arts entertainment program really that popular? Later, Chen Jiamu learned that those who successfully registered would receive a souvenir, a pack of toilet paper. More than half of the people in line were elderly, with a few leaning on canes. The organizers ultimately overlooked the terrifying aspect of small towns. The toilet paper provided by the sponsors was simply not enough to distribute. Many people just filled out a form to register, came to collect their souvenirs, and then vanished into thin air. In such a meager competition, they might as well have written on their faces, I just came to grab some freebies. Why can't I register? I'm 73 this year, Han Wudi from Mang Village, I can fight. Why can Li Laojian receive a prize and I can't? It's unfair. The staff at the service desk explained with a pained expression, Mr. Han, could you please move your cane back a bit? It's poking my high heels. This cane is a family heirloom, passed down since the Guanxu era, and I once fought a northeast tiger with it. Ha, plastic-handled canes existed in the Guanxu era? I customized this cane myself. The staff maintained a stiff smile, not wanting to debate the topic further. Mr. Han, not allowing you to participate is also for your safety. Fine, then give me 2 packs of paper. I won't register. Why can Li Laojian, who is even a year older than me, participate? Unless you take away Li Laogan's prize. The staff looked troubled. She had just received notice to control the quality of the registrants on site, and they couldn't just give souvenirs to anyone who showed up. That Mr. Li has already run off with his souvenir. He never intended to participate. Such malicious operations would instead prevent genuine registrants from getting in line. The queue was filled with too many elderly people. Young people simply couldn't squeeze in. Girl, you don't understand. Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive. The older you get, the stronger you become. Have you seen the movies? Zheng Sanfeng was over 100 years old. Don't touch me. Who? Boldly. Who pushed me? Step aside. Ouch. My arm is broken. I'm going to die. The old man sat on the ground, crying out for his parents and starting to extort people. I didn't touch you. Don't try to extort me. A security guard maintaining order immediately raised his hands to his head, indicating his innocence. Ouch. My arm is broken. Let's go to the big hospital for a checkup. We have video recording of the entire process. We can check the surveillance, sir. Extortion is a crime. The security guard was a middle-aged man, stretching his neck to debate. Upon hearing there was a video, he immediately changed his expression. Forget it, it's nothing. I don't care about this worthless piece of paper. Unethical merchants. They'll go bankrupt sooner or later. The old man quickly got up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. This behavior drew disdain from a group of elderly ladies. Oh, what a shame for old Wang. What a huge embarrassment. He should go back and tell his son. Yeah, and he should tell his daughter-in-law too. I recorded it. I'll post it in our village group later. A few elderly men and women from the same village couldn't stand it either, and some even hoped the old man would succeed in signing up so he could rightfully give him a beating in the ring. This was the first time Wulin Fong held a public audition, and the production team never expected the elderly folks here to be so enthusiastic. At that moment, a leader-like figure wearing sunglasses whispered a few words into the ear of the host, Lu Meili. Lu Meili instinctively nodded, then cleared her throat. I have good news to announce. The organizers have decided to give away souvenirs for free to the audience present. Now, please invite the staff to bring up the souvenirs. Several security guards brought up a few large boxes of toilet paper piled by the registration desk. Miss Nyo, how do we get the souvenirs? Sir, I want to emphasize again, my surname is Lu. Alright, Miss Nyo, sorry about that. Lu Meili coughed lightly and said loudly, please record a 30-second video of the event with your phones and share it on Douyin to claim your souvenirs from the staff. Buzz, soon, the hundreds of people on site quickly distributed over 100 packs of cheap toilet paper. A few elderly men and women who couldn't use smartphones were unhappy, but this time they had no way to intervene. They couldn't just rush up and grab it, could they? Old man, don't grab, alright, you can take it. One staff member was startled. The old man who had been so persistent earlier was now quite proud. With that attitude, no one dared to stop him. In an instant, the line for signing up to get gifts shrank by more than half. Those who remained were the ones truly willing to participate. Signing up for souvenirs was completely unnecessary. The leader in sunglasses was on the phone, and one could faintly hear him scolding the marketing department for their failures. Chen Jiamu finished filling out the form and handed it to the staff. The beautiful staff member suddenly looked up. She had been observing this young Taoist in a robe, who stood out from the crowd. He was refined, a bit handsome, and with his hair styled up, he looked quite similar to Wang Yi. She particularly liked young Taoists. Chen Jiamu, such a strange name, 20 years old, from Xinqing, single, Taurus, apprentice of Wudang's Chen Xiliang. The young lady quickly flipped through the form and continued reading, skilled in the 36 styles of Tai Chi cloud hands, registration category, all, remarks, can crush everything. The staff member at the registration desk smiled and said, young man, are you a Taoist from Wudang Mountain? Sort of, Chen Jiamu replied, his hands tucked into the exaggerated sleeves of his robe, his face showing a lazy indifference to the world. Well, we are a formal competition platform, and your skills should belong to traditional martial arts. We do not recommend you compete alongside professional Muay Thai, combat, boxing, or Sanda fighters, as it could lead to injury. Prejudice, extreme prejudice. No wonder many fake masters of traditional martial arts have tarnished its reputation online. There were also many bloggers exposing fakes, like the once popular Master Ma, Lightning 5 Whips, and Tai Chi Lei. The young lady in charge of registration wanted to offer more advice, but she was urged on by a burly man waiting to sign up behind her. Ding, detected that the host is participating in the martial arts matchmaking. Please dominate the competition. Chen Jiamu saw his 3 junior brothers and sisters approaching with large bags. Senior brother, we finally found you. Tom jumped and waved his arms. Evelyn and Akuna followed along with their bags. Did you finish shopping? Chen Jiamu asked. Yeah, we bought everything. Let's go back, Brother Chen, she replied. Chen Jiamu responded, the plan has changed. What are we going to do? Fight in the arena? Chen Jiamu said casually. Evelyn jumped up excitedly. Oh my gosh, awesome. Tom, did you hear what brother said? A fight in the arena. I can't wait. Akuna, we are so lucky. Is it like in the movies? Cool. The 3 foreigners eagerly looked towards the arena. There were 2 amateur fighters in gloves, swinging their fists at each other, lacking any spectacle. This isn't the kung fu I imagined. Yeah, they look so low level. Ding, the host's matchmaking task has been released. Please use the 36 styles of Tai Chi cloud hands to participate in the match. The system's cold voice was annoying. Chen Jiamu twitched his mouth, rebutting in his heart, I just filled out the form, and I'm not even up yet. This is ridiculous. System. Here, it was promised that if I win, I get the dragon subduing 18 palms, the kind that can unleash special effects like a dragon. Ding, confirming this task's reward, upon completion, you can comprehend the technique, dragon subduing 18 palms. Chen Jiamu threw his backpack to the little black guy and slowly walked up to the arena. You 3 wait for me down there. I'll fight 1 match, and then we'll take the bus to the city hospital. The 3 little foreigners looked confused. Why go to the hospital? Hey, this gentleman. Taoist sir, the host Lu Meili quickly called into the microphone. You just registered today, so you can't participate in the match yet. We still need to match suitable opponents based on weight, fighting style, age, etc. Our martial arts wind is a stage for the people, after all, it's an open audition. We need to purchase accident insurance for every contestant and sign a liability contract. Hey, Taoist sir, please wait a moment. Chen Jiamu ignored her, standing in front of Lu Meili, extending a hand. Miss Niu, let me borrow the microphone. Sir, my surname is Lu. Ding, detecting that the host has taken the stage. System. Shut up. Chen Jiamu's lazy gaze became increasingly firm, then he took the microphone and loudly declared from the arena, I am Chen Jiamu, a disciple of the 19th generation inheritor of Wudang, Chen Shiliang, a new student of the Yuan Hung Taoist training class. Today, I challenge all martial artists in the world. Anyone present, whether practicing Muay Thai, freestyle fighting, karate, judo, MMA, sanda, wrestling, etc., can challenge me. I will only use Wudang Tai Chi. Tai Chi Chen Jiamu, I humbly accept. Immediately, someone in the crowd screamed and whistled. Dude, you haven't even fought yet, how can you accept? He thinks he's already won. Who is this guy? Is he the Chen Shiliang from Zhou village who runs the Taoist training class? Yeah, that old man Chen Shiliang teaches radio calisthenics, how can he fight with Tai Chi? Chen Shiliang himself said that thing is for fitness, not for fighting. The atmosphere on site buzzed with excitement. Qingyang City is not far from Wudang Mountain, and many tourists were eager to see the skills of the Wudang Taoists. Meanwhile, the live stream was synchronously buzzing with comments, and the number of viewers kept rising. Sir, are you causing trouble? Lu Meili said with a serious face. Miss Niu, I'm serious, but you could get hurt. Chen Jiamu returned the microphone, smiled lightly, stood with his hands behind his back, the breeze fluttering his Taoist robe, his gaze looking down on the crowd below. In such a large Qingyang city, is there not a single person who can fight? Seeing the silence below, Chen Jiamu added fuel to the fire. Or are all of you present just a bunch of losers? Immediately below, the loud complaints indicated that Chen Jiamu had clearly aroused public anger. This is too much. I can't stand it anymore. Third brother, let's go up and give him a beating. Sure, look at him, he's so skinny, it'll just take a few punches. This guy is just a younger version of Ma Baoguo, playing the hype game. At this moment, Lu Meili didn't know how to handle it when suddenly a troublemaker appeared, just as she was about to call security. The voice of the on-site manager came through her earpiece. Meili, is this your marketing department's plan? I wasn't informed. Lu Meili lowered her voice, adjusting her Bluetooth earpiece, and said, Mr. I didn't receive any notice either. The voice of Mr. He came through the earpiece. You control the situation first. I'll verify with a phone call, then follow my instructions. In a small booth beside the stage, Wei, the person in charge of this audition event from Camel Media Culture Company, Ltd., quickly made a phone call to inquire. After asking for a long time, the production team had never contacted anyone named Chen Jiamu. It was common practice in the industry to hire some actors to create an atmosphere. Mr. Take a look at this video, said the assistant beside him, pulling out a phone and scrolling. The news was from a few days ago. Title, Missing Person Notice. A patient from Xinqing Mental Hospital has gone missing. Please share if you can help. Below the video was a photo of Chen Jiamu in the hospital. Wei looked at the sunny boy in the phone's photo, then raised his head to look at the young man in a robe on stage. He looked down at the phone again. The assistant swiped the screen. And this, Mr. In the video, Chen Jiamu, wearing a robe, stood by the river, shouting loudly, Heaven did not give birth to me. Chen Jiamu, the sword path is as long as the night. Title, Performance Artist No Mental Patient. Wei's eyelids twitched. He instantly understood that he was dealing with a mental patient. He immediately held the Bluetooth earpiece to his ear, intending to notify security to apprehend the person. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly stopped. He quietly asked, How many people are in the live stream now? Damn, Mr. The number has exploded to over 60,000. Wei's purpose for the live broadcast of the audition was naturally to expand the influence of Wulin Feng Baixing Dai Tai. This project was highly valued by the leaders in the studio. At the same time, there were 8 project teams across the country collaborating with local sponsors for audition activities, and he was responsible for the Central China region, which was the birthplace of martial arts. Choosing this location was also due to the many martial arts schools and gyms near Wudang Mountain. Promoting traditional culture inherently brought a wave of traffic. Wei understood traffic. He instantly captured the value of this unexpected situation. It was now 10:13 a.m., and an outdoor audition livestream had reached over 60,000 people online without even distributing red envelopes. This kind of divine traffic was no coincidence. And this mental patient in a robe, claiming to challenge all martial arts with Tai Chi, undoubtedly ignited the martial arts dream in the hearts of the Chinese people. Indeed, in recent years, traditional kung fu had been suppressed by Western boxing in the ring, and the few traditional martial arts masters who managed to emerge had all been exposed as fakes. A perfect event marketing plan took shape in Wei's mind in an instant. By capturing this wave of traffic, his project team would surely lead the other 7 regional competitors in influence. He looked excited and immediately lowered his voice. Meili, agree to him. After this competition, let this Taoist named Chen Jiamu take the stage. Understood, Mr. Wei immediately dialed another phone. Hello, Xiao Zhang, arrange for old Xiao to act as a boxer. Go up and fight this Taoist, and he needs to lose. The voice on the phone sounded surprised. Huh? Mr. This is different from the plan. Master Chiu is supposed to take the stage in the afternoon, and these are all local contestants who haven't rehearsed beforehand. Less talk, let Xiu Chenggong prepare right now. Mr. Old Xiu is still on the way, he probably won't arrive until noon. I don't care, find a way. Beep, Wei hung up the phone, squinting his eyes, staring at the images coming from the director's screen, occasionally checking the interactive comments in the live broadcast room. Sure enough, as he guessed, the netizens were just there for the spectacle, teasing each other. The live comments rolled by. When will the Taoist make a move? I'm so looking forward to it. The Taoist's outfit is really impressive. Upstairs, can't you tell it's for show? I want to see the show too. I want to see Tai Chi versus Thai boxing. You ignorant people, traditional martial arts are dead, they can't compete in the ring. Kung Fu is a killing technique. The rules in the ring are too restrictive, and with full gear, many moves can't be used. Everyone, this person is mentally ill. Check it online yourself. Wei's gaze turned to the ring, nearly choking on a sip of water. A young man in the audience jumped up, bare-chested, wanting to challenge Chen Jiamu. The scene seemed to be out of control. Chen Jiamu turned his head to look. In the ring, a young man jumped up, bare-chested, with a muscular build, looking very fierce. My name is Zhang Ziong. I'm a combat coach from Longwei Martial Arts School, and I really want to experience Wudang Tai Chi. Cheers erupted from below. Finally, a professional can't stand it anymore. Beat him, brother. Ruthlessly trample him. Go easy, this handsome guy is so good-looking. Please let this coach take it easy. When someone is too arrogant, it will always provoke public anger, especially with Chen Jiamu's cocky demeanor in that remark. Is there no one in Qingyang City who can fight? It had successfully stirred up regional discrimination and hatred. Host Lu Meili heard the instructions in her earpiece and quickly went on stage to separate the two. Sir, our program has rules. You need to sign up and go through the proper procedures to match opponents. Zhang Xiang's face was filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, Miss Niu, he just said that anyone can challenge him, right? So, what? Not allowed to fight? I'm sorry, sir, my surname is Lu. Lu Meili was already on the verge of losing her mind. Alright, Miss Niu, then may I ask why he can bypass the process? Are you guys hiring a stooge for show? If you want to put on a show, then do it, but there's no need to look down on us people from Qingyang City. We have produced national combat champions. Zhang Xiang's expression was passionate, feeling a sense of responsibility to defend his hometown. For martial artists, the sense of honor and disgrace is extremely heavy. To slander one's hometown is to slander one's own dignity. Mr. Zhang, the main focus of the Wulinfeng public arena is authenticity, promoting martial. Chen Jiamu interrupted, Host, can we fight now? I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Arrogant. Zhang Xiang's face darkened as he took a few steps forward, only to be held back by the referee on stage. Brother, calm down. Zhang Xiang kicked the air randomly. You think I really don't dare to hit you? Chen Jiamu smiled silently, exuding an air of a master. Zhang, take him down. This guy is too pretentious. Damn it, he's making Wudang Mountain lose face. Is he really from Wudang Mountain? I think it's intentional, just self-promotion. Host Lu Meili pressed one hand on her earpiece, whispering a few words. Then she frowned, looking at Chen Jiamu, then at Zhang Xiang. Well, the director just gave an opinion. You can fight, but if anything unexpected happens, our program will not take any responsibility. The host picked up the microphone and said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, the two martial arts enthusiasts on stage are engaging in a private match. The production team did not have an emergency plan in place, and any issues are not the responsibility of the production team. This is being recorded in full, and we bear no legal responsibility. Fists and feet have no eyes. We agreed beforehand, if anything gets broken, don't come to me for compensation. Zhang Xiang gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Xiang put on his boxing gloves and jumped around on stage to warm up. Get him a pair of gloves and protective gear, he said. Despite his anger, he wasn't foolish. This person had a weak stance, was scrawny, and showed no signs of proper fighting technique. He was just a fool brainwashed by traditional martial arts. His punches were heavy, and if he really caused any damage, he could say he wouldn't seek compensation, but in reality, he would still be responsible. He needed to wear protective gear to safeguard vital areas, in case he lost control during the match and an accident occurred. I don't need protective gear, nor do I need gloves, Shinjamu said lightly. Various discussions erupted from the audience. He's a Tai Chi practitioner. Have you ever seen a Tai Chi master wearing gloves? Yeah, I read on a forum that Tai Chi can't be performed in the ring because of the limitations of gloves. Oh, come on, not using gloves is just as useless. Tai Chi can only be effective in movies. Show me someone who can actually fight. They're all just actors, thinking Jin Yong's novels are real. In the small broadcast booth by the ring, Hiwei, the head of the auditions, rubbed his hands together excitedly. The number of online viewers had surged from over 60,000 to over 80,000. It was like free traffic. He was eagerly anticipating that Chen Jiamu would win, or at least last longer, to boost the popularity even more. Unfortunately, the opponent was a live audience member, and the moves he was watching did seem to have some fighting skills. He wondered how long this young man could hold out. If it were an actor he arranged who lost to Chen Jiamu, the marketing effect would surely boil over again. On the big screen for the director, oh, there are 3 foreigners here, holding up signs. Brother Chen Jiamu, go for it. Hiwei's mouth twitched. Indeed, they had a team, using each other to gain traffic. This young man was a good candidate for marketing. TSK, who knows, they might collaborate in the future. He picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered, Meili, tell the referee that if Chen Jiamu can't hold on, to stop the match in time. We don't want anyone getting hurt. Okay, mister. Evelyn stood on her tiptoes, her hands cupped like a megaphone, shouting in incomprehensible English. Tom held up a sign, riding on Akuna's shoulders, shouting, Brother Chen, go for it. Akuna had a pancake in his mouth, looking excited. These 3 foreigners are pitiful, victims brainwashed by traditional martial arts, someone sighed. On the stage, Chen Jiamu stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. Zhang Ziong clashed his gloves together, making a loud sound. The referee blew the whistle, quickly stepping back to give the 2 space. Chen Jiamu lightly shook his robe, circulating his energy from his dantian through his meridians, performing the 36 movements of Tai Chi, becoming more fluid with movement. Please. He raised a hand, drawing a circle with his left foot, slightly bending his knees, striking a Tai Chi pose. Zhang Ziong raised his arms to guard his jaw, bouncing back and forth in a very standard fighting stance. What a joke! I've been fighting for over 10 years, and I've never seen a Tai Chi practitioner who can actually fight. He was instantly furious and threw a powerful punch with 8/10 of his strength. A professional fighting coach's punch was heavy and fast. Chen Jiamu stood still, his eyes calm, completely ignoring it. Zhang Ziong, who was considered a key figure at the Longwei Martial Arts School, had trained many students. He often sparred with his students and colleagues, gaining a bit of fame in the fighting circle around Qingyang City. Chen Jiamu remained motionless, his eyes calm, not dodging or flinching. Zhang Ziong's fist was halfway through its swing when he sensed something was off. This punch was aimed directly at the opponent's nose, yet who would have thought the fool across from him would dare to meet it head-on with his face? If he broke the bridge of his nose, an ambulance would surely be called soon. He initially just wanted to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. He didn't want to end up paying tens of thousands over such a trivial matter. Just as his fist was mere centimeters from the opponent's face, Zhang Ziong felt as if he had struck a soft sponge, all his power instantly dissipating. A hand inexplicably landed on his wrist, and in an instant, an indescribable force surged from his arm throughout his body, his center of gravity completely unsteady, his feet leaving the ground as he flew forward, crashing onto the ring and sliding over 3 meters before coming to a stop. What the hell? What just happened? Chen Jiamu stood with one hand behind his back, his expression complex as he looked at his other palm. Just now, as his internal energy flowed, his senses became extraordinarily sharp. The opponent's punch appeared to him in slow motion, like a scene played back at a reduced speed. His instinctive cloud hand deflected the opponent's force and then returned it, sending him flying away. It was just like the principle of using force against force in Tai Chi from a novel. This was Chen Jiamu's first attempt at using the system's rewarded technique against a real person, and he never expected it to be so simple. Saying it required no effort at all would not be an exaggeration. The scene fell silent. Holy crap, that's Wing Chun. Wing Chun my ass, it's Tai Chi cloud hands. That move is called Wild Horse Parts Main. No, it's called Honey Finger Hooks the Moon. He just flicked his hand, and I completely didn't understand it. Can we have some logic here? That one move just now didn't use any strength, and the person flew out. It's clearly a rehearsed script. Fake, all fake, actors. I didn't expect Zhang Ziong, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so disgusting as to come act. What a shame. In this match, the fighting coach deliberately lost to someone practicing Tai Chi. How much did they pay him? Do they need more actors? I want in too. Zhang Ziyan lay on the ground, lifting his head, feeling a bit dazed. Did I slip? Right, I must have slipped, otherwise, how could I explain falling down? Zhang Ziyan rolled over, sprang up like a carp, turned around, and struck a fighting pose. Hey, this floor is really slippery. Zhang Ziyan shouted loudly. Chen Jiamu was slightly taken aback. This is true energy, internal power? It felt as if, at that moment, his world had become different. Zhang Ziyan shouted again, I should have known not to wear skate shoes. Chen Jiamu's brows furrowed at first, then relaxed as he realized, according to the system's hints, he could ultimately become an immortal. Yes, if he was cultivating immortality, why fear what was above? Continue, Chen Jiamu said. This time, I won't hold back. Zhang Ziyan suddenly feigned a punch, then instantly whipped out a kick to Chen Jiamu's face. It seemed he was really serious now. Chen Jiamu's body slightly sank, drawing a circle with his feet, their figures intertwining, the 36 routes of cloud hands, the fourth route, jade maiden weaving. It was as if a graceful woman was lightly weaving through a loom, her movements flowing like clouds, coming and going. One hand supported Zhang Ziyang's thigh, intentionally shifting to one side to prevent him from being permanently disabled, lifting him up. The 36 routes of cloud hands, the seventh route, the spirit vulture spreading wings. One hand locked onto Zhang Ziyang's thigh, gathering strength like a spirit vulture folding its wings in stillness, and after 0.12 seconds, it suddenly expanded, a single palm sweeping up like a spirit vulture soaring high, the wind howling, using the circular force of Tai Chi, the energy spiraling. In this move, Chen Jiamu felt a bit exhilarated, his true energy rippling, his entire robe billowing without wind, like an old sorcerer emerging from seclusion in a martial arts film. Zhang Ziyan flew backward, spinning 360 degrees in the air, like an acrobat. Then he fell heavily to the ground, his back hitting the floor, lying on the arena with his face up to the sky, staring blankly at the white clouds above, lost in silence. What just happened? Cough, cough, it hurts so much, my leg, it feels like it's going to break. The scene just now was too unbelievable. From the audience's perspective, Chen Jiamu had lifted Zhang Ziyan with one hand and tossed him out, his body flipping in the air. It was a solid fall, without any embellishment. The audience below was collectively dumbfounded. No, that young man who looked like a Taoist, what was with his clothes suddenly billowing? There was clearly no wind. Could it be that there really are extraordinary masters? The people below were puzzled, while the referee standing on the stage had a clear view. The referee had been in the martial arts arena for many years and had practiced traditional martial arts and combat in his youth. Just now, he even felt the gust of wind whistling past his ears. This was ridiculous. Did this world really have internal energy or something like that? The referee rubbed his eyes repeatedly, trying to think of a reasonable logic that fit the earlier scene, but he still couldn't make sense of it. In his earpiece, he heard the voice of the person in charge, He Wei. Hey, Lao Bai, what just happened? I didn't understand. Lao Bai pressed down on his earpiece with one hand and whispered, Boss, I didn't understand either. I'm a bit scared. In the broadcast room, He Wei stared at the camera replay, watching it several times, and the more he watched, the more absurd it seemed. He hurriedly ran out from the nearby booth, hands clasped on the edge of the stage, and quietly shouted, Bro, hey, bro, are you okay? Zhang Ziyan, lying on the ground in a sprawled position, was completely withdrawn. As the person involved, he couldn't comprehend how terrifying the force that had tossed him out was. He was over 180 pounds, yet the other party had done it so casually, as if they hadn't exerted much effort at all, tossing him out with just one hand. If his head had hit the ground, he guessed he would be lying on a stretcher by now. Bro, hello. He Wei slapped the stage floor hard and shouted a few more times. Zhang Ziyan stiffly turned his face and said mournfully, What do you want? He Wei lowered his voice. How did you guys do that just now? I don't know. Stop pretending. I'll treat your team to dinner tonight. The planning was so impressive, your clothes even inflated. Impressive? I really don't know. At that moment, someone in the audience shouted harshly, It's simply eye-watering. You guys are just doing this for hype. Disgracing martial arts, insulting the spirit of combat, and calling it a public arena, claiming fairness and justice. Bah! Zhang Ziyan, you are simply embarrassing our martial arts school. How much dirty money did you take to perform such sham fights? Come tonight to settle your wages. You're fired. A rough voice rang out, and a tall, burly man jumped onto the stage, his iron-like physique looming over. My name is Tai Long, the head coach and owner of Longwei Martial Arts School. Former professional fighter, champion of the 2021 Provincial Combat Competition. Today, I'm here to experience your Tai Chi. I don't know how you bribed our school's coach, but your actions just now made me feel that our school has lost face. If you have the ability, try to toss me away too? Tai Long looked up to inspect the iron frame above the stage, then checked Zhang Ziyang's clothes and belt. can't tell, you have quite a talent for acrobatics. He was a smart man. That kind of illogical flip in the air required professional acrobats who had cooperated for many years. Tai Long didn't find anything unusual and glared over. Chen Jiamu glanced sideways and saw the other party's broad back and bear-like physique, in his 30s, wearing a tang suit, holding 2 iron walnuts in his hands, with a cold expression on his face. Brother Long, I didn't take any bribes, believe me. Zhang Ziong stumbled to his feet, but couldn't steady himself and fell again. He really can fight. Chen Jiamu had just applied force to the side of his thigh, causing a dislocation. Fortunately, Chen Jiamu hadn't used lethal force, otherwise, he might have shattered the bone. Brother Long, let me explain, this kid has some strange tricks, really strange. Tai Long snorted coldly. He certainly didn't believe that someone could use Tai Chi to send a person flying, especially with a 360-degree spin in the air. This defied the laws of physics. It clearly looked like a gentle push, and the person just flew away? The two were just putting on a show, performing acrobatics. If it were true, Newton's coffin would be hard to close. As a materialist, how could such a scene, which only existed in movies and games, possibly be real? For heaven's sake, don't tell me this world has internal energy. Can someone at least send out a wave? How embarrassing, my Long Wei martial arts school has lost face, and now it's live-streamed across the internet. If I don't regain my honor today, my peers will laugh at Long Wei martial arts school. Losing a fair fight is understandable, it's normal to be outmatched. But cooperating with a fraud practicing traditional martial arts in front of a crowd, putting on a show, would make it impossible to hold my head high again. Take him down, Tai Long commanded, followed by 2 men in tight vests. One side, and they lifted him up. Wait a minute, Chen Jiamu said. The 2 men paused, and Chen Jiamu squatted down, gripping Zhang Ziong's thigh with one hand and his calf with the other. With a twist, there was a sharp crack, and the dislocated leg bone was set back in place. Among the 36 styles of Tai Chi cloud hands, one is called dislocate and realign, which can injure or heal. This technique for dislocated bones was a piece of cake. Zhang Ziong winced, shook his leg, and found he could move it. Thank you. His lips trembled slightly. This incident was caused by me, and you lost your job. If you can cook, you can join me. Our Yuan Hangdao training class needs someone to chop vegetables. Chop vegetables? Zhang Ziong was a bit confused. Brother, my senior brother is inviting you to join us. You're so lucky. Evelyn ran over excitedly. The 3 foreigners were completely won over by Chen Jiamu's Tai Chi cloud hands, their faces glowing with pride. Zhang Ziong saw a very appealing white girl holding a sign that read Brother Chen will win. Is there really a powerful Tai Chi, like in the movies? Oh, it's not just Tai Chi, my senior brother can also perform the cloud ladder technique, stepping in midair. The 3 foreigners chattered excitedly, recounting Chen Jiamu's impressive skills to Zhang Ziong. Enough, Zhang Ziong, still claiming you're not an actor. Tai Long shouted angrily, interrupting. I'm not acting. Brother Long, I don't know these 3 foreigners at all. Zhang Ziong slowly stood up, looking at the audience, then at Tai Long, Chen Jiamu, the host, the referee, and finally at the 3 foreigners. With a leap, he jumped off the stage. Brother Long, if you fight him, you'll know whether I'm acting or not. Tai Long sneered, no longer paying attention to his embarrassing coach. He turned to Chen Jiamu. Chen Jiamu, right? Tai Chi? Come on, let's have a match. Chen Jiamu focused his mind, communicating with the system to confirm the necessity of this challenge. The communication with the system was clear. He needed to defeat all challengers present to receive rewards and comprehend the dragon subduing 18 palms. Hey, kid, are you scared? If you're afraid to fight, that's fine, just clarify things. Explain the tricks you pulled in front of the audience and the livestream viewers. Seeing Chen Jiamu frozen in place and silent, Tai Long revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. Brother Long, he's not even worthy of your effort, let me give it a try. Just now, the young man in the tight tank top took a step forward. Shanji, it's fine, just don't hit the nose or the lower regions, just take him down. If you mess him up, he'll sue us. The youth called Shanji had a buzz cut, was very tall, and his eyes were squinted into slits. He turned his neck left and right, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound. Shanji had come to the Long Wei martial arts school 6 months ago to learn. This kid had been a delinquent since childhood, always at the front in fights, ruthless and underhanded. Later, he was tamed by Tai Long, who taught him proper combat techniques and fighting skills. Tai Long treated him well, not only teaching him moves but also instilling cultural morals. Shanji transformed from a good-for-nothing into a law-abiding citizen. Last month, he acted bravely on a bus, fighting off a thief but was judged to have used excessive force. The thief ended up begging for mercy on his knees. In the end, Tai Long even compensated him with 8,000 yuan for emotional damages. However, the thief was indeed seriously injured, losing 4 teeth and breaking a rib. Brother Long, this kind of person won't wake up without seeing some blood. Hey, Shanji, let me handle this, you need to restrain your aggression. A few enthusiastic spectators in the audience rolled up their sleeves, eager to rush in. The live stream was also buzzing, with all kinds of abusive comments flying around. Some were just to create atmosphere, while others mocked the show's script. Back in the director's room, Hee-wei kept tapping his fingers on the table. The live stream had already surpassed 100,000 viewers, and he was uncertain. As an experienced director with over a decade in media, Hee-wei had pieced together all the details and could clearly see that Longwei Martial Arts School and this Chen Jiamu had planned this in advance. They were using this audition event to gain traffic. It had been like this from the start, the audience were fools, and even he had been deceived. The only thing Hee-wei didn't understand was how Chen Jiamu managed to make his clothes billow. He initially speculated that he must have been wearing some kind of tech device, like an instant inflation gadget. To be honest, these people were indeed marketing geniuses. Each one of them acted so well, especially that Shanji. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. According to their script, Chen Jiamu would most likely face 2 opponents, using some Tai Chi postures to defeat them, and then garner shock from the audience? Or would the Longwei martial arts people successfully expose the fraud live, gaining fame from it? Both scenarios seemed feasible. Interesting, very interesting. These grassroots performers really knew how to play with traffic. However, this was just an audition. How much influence could it really have? Chen Jiamu could easily be packaged as a brand new traditional Tai Chi master, and later invite a few foreign fighters to lose to him. Of course, all of this required resources and a platform like Hee-wei's as support. Once they became popular, they could shoot a documentary, either crazily taking ads or directly live streaming sales. TSK, this had great potential. He sneered, picked up the intercom, and said casually, Mei Li, do we have Chen Jiamu's contact information? Arrange for us to have dinner after this. Okay, Mr. Boss, Master Chiu has arrived. Security team, maintain order at the scene, don't let unrelated personnel onto the stage. Hee-wei squinted with satisfaction. The more he looked at Chen Jiamu, the more he resembled a shining gold mine. On the big screen of the director's room stage, the young man in the robe clasped his hands in his sleeves and said lightly, you can all come at me together. Ha! Shanji dug at his ears. I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Shanji was furious. Do you think you're Yi-won? Have you watched too many movies? Amidst the shouts and curses from the audience, a few young men could no longer hold back and rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge onto the stage. They were stopped by the security personnel maintaining order. Everyone step aside, I'll handle this. A man in his 30s, wearing boxing gloves, walked in from behind the ring. This is Chou Jianming, last year's 80-kilogram boxing champion in our city. Wow, finally a real professional fighter has come. Chou Jianming raised his fists above his head and stood in the center of the ring amidst cheers. Tai Long and Shanji were slightly taken aback. They recognized him from television. Ah, it's Teacher Chiu. I'm Tai Long. We clinked glasses at the Defei Club in the province last year. Chou Jianming politely nodded. He was well known in the fighting community, and Tai Long looked somewhat familiar, recalling that he ran a fighting gym in Xingyang Mountain. Brother Jianming, I'm your fan. I'm Shanji. Shanji was visibly excited. He loved watching Chou Jianming's boxing. The visceral impact of each punch always left him wanting more. Brothers, let me take over the scene now. Tai Long felt a bit reluctant. He still couldn't face 3 opponents at once. It was a matter of pride. Chen Jiamu said slowly, wait a moment. He didn't want to go through each challenger one by one endlessly. It was better to resolve all challenges at once. You 3 come at me together. After a pause, Chen Jiamu shouted, is there anyone else in the audience who wants to join? Chou Jianming was taken aback. He suddenly didn't quite understand. He had come in a hurry. The production team had briefed him over the phone about having a match with this guy for show, and there would be a substantial bonus afterward. What kind of performance was this? Wasn't 3 actors enough? Chou Jianming turned to the referee, who wiped his sweat and said, what are you looking at me for? I don't know what to do either. At that moment, the host Lu Meili, with one hand on her Bluetooth headset, nodded several times and suddenly said, dear audience and viewers in the live stream, don't worry. This Taoist Chen Jiamu has requested to challenge multiple opponents by himself. Due to the limited space of the ring, let's allow him to take on 3 at once. Let's all wait and see. Tai Long and Shanji exchanged glances. both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Let's do this. Chen Jiamu stepped back and assumed a Tai Chi stance. The referee asked, "What are the rules?" After so many years as a referee, he had never seen 3 different fighting styles against traditional martial arts. How to judge? No rules, Chen Jiamu replied calmly. So, can we use throat locks, low blows, and eye gouges? Shan Ji became excited. Yes, you said it. If someone gets hurt later, don't blame us. Tai Long, being an old hand in the fighting community, instinctively felt there might be some trickery involved. If they hurt the opponent, would a lawyer show up later? Wait a few minutes. Tai Long made a phone call, and soon after, a young man rushed in, panting, holding a printed document and a seal. "Boss, the stuff you wanted has arrived." Tai Long took it and handed it to Chen Jiamu. "What is this?" Chen Jiamu asked. "It's a liability waiver. If everything is fine, just sign it. If someone gets hurt, we won't bear any legal responsibility." Tai Long ran a fighting gym and often had social youths and peers come to spar, and there were also challengers. He had prepared many liability waivers in advance. To put it bluntly, if they got hurt, neither side would be responsible. Chen Jiamu held the document and quickly scanned it. Ding, detected that the challenger has submitted a death waiver. Please decide whether to accept it. Pen, please. The young man who brought the contract immediately took out a pen from his pocket and opened the seal. Chen Jiamu signed his name flamboyantly and pressed a heavy handprint beside it. Tai Long and Shan Ji also signed a copy and handed it to Chen Jiamu. "You guys are really meticulous. Now I feel much more at ease," Chen Jiamu thought to himself, secretly admiring them. The live stream was flooded with comments. "Wow, I really didn't expect this kind of operation. This doesn't look staged. It might get bloody soon. Brothers, I don't quite understand. Are they really going to fight? Or is it unregulated? My brother Tai Long is so meticulous. Society is complex. Learn to protect yourself." We'll see in a bit. "Xiao Quanwan, aren't you going to sign one?" Chen Jiamu asked. Xiao Jianming looked at the referee, casting a questioning glance. They hadn't been informed about this when they arrived. Should he sign or not? The referee was taken aback and looked at the host, Lu Meili. Xiao Jianming internally complained, putting on a nonchalant facade. "I won't sign, Chen Xiaodao. I uphold martial ethics and won't go all out against you. I hope you know what you're doing." Chen Jiamu nodded, circulating his internal energy. Earlier, during his duel with Zhang Ziong, he had merely lifted his leg casually, dislocating Zhang's thigh. He needed to be gentle this time. Facing 3 opponents at once, he couldn't help but use some Tai Chi techniques. What if he lost control and ended up injuring someone severely? What if the police showed up? Would he have to deal with them too? The referee waved his hand, and the whistle blew, signaling the official start of the match. Chen Jiamu focused, looking calmly at the 3 opponents. Surprisingly, none of them moved, as if waiting for the others to make the first move. Shan Ji smirked slightly and shouted, "I won't hold back." He charged forward, throwing a punch. Chen Jiamu stepped out, performing the first move of Tai Chi's 36 cloud hands, gentle breeze caressing the willows. Shan Ji felt his outstretched arm caught by an inexplicable force. Chen Jiamu merely flicked his hand, the motion gentle, like a spring breeze brushing against willow branches, but Shan Ji felt as if he had lost control of his arm, as if it were stuck to something on the back of Chen Jiamu's hand. He couldn't exert any strength at all. What the hell? Chen Jiamu extended his other hand, executing gentle breeze caressing the willows again, first using his energy like wind to dissipate Shan Ji's strength, then brushing the willows, pressing down on Shan Ji's shoulder. Chen Jiamu drew strength from the ground, engaging his waist, the energy flowing into his upper arm, and suddenly shook his body. The force yanked Shan Ji's shoulder. Shan Ji spun around like a top, unable to stop. Chen Jiamu quickly withdrew his hand, puzzled. The opponent was an ordinary person without any internal power. He had been worried about shattering Shan Ji's shoulder with a slap, so he had changed his technique to a gentle flick. Who would have thought that the circular motion of Tai Chi would naturally take over, and Shan Ji couldn't handle it, spinning in place. Like an electric motor, Shan Ji's face showed terror, feeling dizzy and disoriented, letting out a piercing scream. "Shan Ji, what the hell are you doing?" Tai Long shouted sternly. "Long Gu, I can't stop. Oh my god, I'm going to puke. Ah, my feet are so hot." Xiao Jianming's head instantly sprouted a huge question mark. What the hell, this guy is being way too dramatic. As Shan Ji continued to spin in place, it became so exaggerated that it made people question the reality of this world. The audience on site was completely bewildered. The live stream was filled with curses. What is he doing? Damn, that Taoist just tapped his shoulder, and he went all out? Don't tell me this guy isn't a martial artist but a cultivator. Is he using some kind of sorcery? I took my pants off, and you show me this? F*********Q, refund. Tai Long was on the verge of breaking down. he had come to expose a fake, but now it seemed like his own people were putting on a show. Shan-ji, you better stop. Brother Long, I just can't stop. My head is spinning. Shan-ji spun around like a professional ballet dancer, his feet rubbing against the ground, his body propelled by an invisible force, continuously rotating, the soles of his feet even giving off a faint burnt smell. Xiao Jianming stared with wide eyes, instinctively taking 2 steps back. This was too embarrassing. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight, he just had never seen anyone perform like this. You guys? What kind of trick is this? Teacher Qiao, don't misunderstand, my disciple Shan-ji must have been bribed. I will prove the innocence of Longwei Martial Arts Hall. Tai Long stepped forward, his fist smashing towards Chen Jiamu. Chen Jiamu sidestepped, raised his hand, and executed the 36 styles of cloud hands, the 12th style, golden snake twining branches. His hands alternated in rotation, weaving and intertwining like a golden snake skillfully wrapping around a branch. Through the clever twisting of his wrists and arms, he used soft strength to restrain his opponent, making it impossible for Tai Long to break free. Chen Jiamu's arms moved like agile snakes, drawing arcs around Tai Long's thick arms. Crack, crack, the sound of bones echoed, and Tai Long's arm felt as if it were being captured, twisting at the joint. If he didn't pull his arm back in time, it would soon be broken. Tai Long's face turned pale with fear as he struggled to pull his hand away, only to find he couldn't move it. Damn, I can't pull it away. He clearly wasn't holding on tightly, so why did it feel like something was sucking his hand? The pain began to spread from his arm, and Tai Long's other hand swung towards Chen Jiamu's face. A direct strike to the eyes, a move to rescue Zhao by attacking Wei, truly a seasoned fighter with rich practical experience. This lightning-fast action appeared slow as a snail in Chen Jiamu's focused gaze. Chen Jiamu merely tilted his head slightly to one side, his right shoulder suddenly exerting force, while completely retracting the golden snake twining branches. Tai Long was knocked back by Chen Jiamu's shoulder. Bang! Tai Long flew out, crashing into the crowd below. Chen Jiamu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had retracted in time, or else Tai Long's arm would have been twisted off, and that wouldn't be something easily treated. He might end up disabled for the rest of his life. Knocking you away was to protect you. They were simply from different worlds. Perhaps it wasn't that he was too strong, but rather that his opponent was too weak. Chen Jiamu glanced at Shan-ji, who was still spinning, and shook his head helplessly. An untimely ringtone sounded. The magic of love spins around, thinking of you. Chen Jiamu frowned and suddenly said, "Wait, I need to take a call." He pulled his hand back into his sleeve, fiddled for a moment, and took out his phone. "Hello, Master. Jiamu, I forgot to tell you, I need a phone charger, get an Android one." "Got it, Master. Come back early tonight, or you'll miss the bus. Jean Motzi has already taken the tractor and will be at the bus stop to pick you up soon." "Okay, I've bought everything, we'll be back shortly." "Have you eaten lunch?" "Yes, I had ramen, it was treated by Tom." "Alright, be safe in the city, I'll hang up now, it's time for the live broadcast." "Okay." Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone, retracting his hand back into his sleeve to put the phone away. Only Qiao Jianming remained on the stage. Chen Jiamu said, "Alright, you can fight now." Wait. Qiao Jianming raised both hands and shouted to the audience below, "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know these two from Longwei Martial Arts Hall, and I don't deserve to participate in this farcical match. What kind of nonsense is this? A little touch and you fly off the stage, a slap and you spin in place. Is this fun? Do you think we, the audience here, are idiots?" Xiao Jianming was a smart man. This was no longer a skit where the production team was giving benefits to deliberately lose to the traditional martial arts master. This is something anyone can see. These three people, along with that Zhang Xiang who was knocked down at the beginning, are clearly in cahoots. Right, they are all from the Longwei Martial Arts School. What a coincidence! This is the Longwei Martial Arts School and this guy Chen Jiamu using the influence of this selection event to create a show effect. Masters of playing with traffic, a new version of Master Ma, right? This competition is really pushing for views. Those few moves just now were too obvious. First of all, a person cannot be slapped into a spinning top. Even Tyson couldn't do that. Secondly, a seemingly slender young man can shove a big, burly man off the stage with just his shoulder. This completely defies objective understanding. Moreover, this is being live-streamed across the internet. The viewers aren't fools. If I were to fight him, of course, I could win. But what would the outcome be? Would I be labeled as maliciously hyping things up? In a fighting competition, there are wins and losses. That's not a stain. But clearly, the other side is performing acrobatics. Winning would really be something to brag about? Xiao Jianming's career isn't over yet. He hasn't made enough money. "Aren't you going to fight?" Chen Jiamu innocently asked. "I'm not fighting anymore. You guys are amazing. Just too amazing." Xiao Jianming shook his head and took off his gloves. Xiao Jianming, do not throw fake punches. I never thought of becoming famous this way. He spoke with righteous indignation, putting on a disdainful front against such flashy stunts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consecutively defeating 3 challengers, dominating the field. Reward, dragon subduing 18 palms. Chen Jiamu slightly raised his head, at a 45-degree angle, his eyes gazing slightly at the sky, falling into silence. He was comprehending the technique of the dragon subduing 18 palms, absorbing and appreciating those spectacular moves. The illusionary scene the system provided just now, this set of dragon subduing 18 palms, is almost like in the movies. It can really unleash a dragon. Even Xiao Feng would have to call it professional. If the 36 styles of Tai Chi cloud hands resemble the cinematic visuals of Jet Li, then the dragon subduing 18 palms directly elevates to the TVB version of Jin Yang's martial arts. According to the system's tasks, who knows, I might be able to cultivate immortality soon. What more could I want? Utilizing the bugs of 2 worlds, everything seems to have become simple. 3 junior brothers. Let's go. Tom, Evelyn, and Akuna nodded enthusiastically. They were so proud. They were the only ones on site who believed Shin Jiamu had real skills. Amidst the bustling discussions, Shin Jiamu led the 3 foreigners, who were carrying large bags, onto bus 27. Quick! Call an ambulance! Lu Meili shouted from the ring. Shanji finally stopped, vomiting all over the place, and completely passed out. The soles of his shoes had worn through, revealing the flesh-colored skin beneath. Shanji lay on the ground, head tilted, with white foam continuously bubbling from his mouth. Tai Long sat up from Zhang Xiang's arms, unsteadily walking onto the stage to help Shanji up. At that moment, he believed. Brother, I misunderstood you just now. Zhang Xiang followed up, whispering, Longa, I wasn't lying to you, he really can fight. Tai Long's perception had shattered. He ignored the audience's jeers and the vegetables being thrown at them. You ignorant commoners have no idea what just happened. You wouldn't understand what kind of power that was. That strange, irresistible, beyond human limits, internal power? True chi? Magic? After a long while, Tai Long sighed. Do you think it could be a special ability? Zhang Xiang pondered for a moment and nodded. It's possible. The ambulance arrived quickly, providing basic rescue for Shanji. The medical staff administered some motion sickness medication, informing that there was no life-threatening danger, and that a good sleep would suffice. I just heard that he is from Zhou Village. What is it called? The Yuan Hung Dao training class, and the master is called Chen Shiliang. There must be recorded videos online. Let's take a look tonight. Xiang, the martial arts school might not be able to continue. Let's go to the Yuan Hung Dao training class in Zhou Village right now and find out. Zhang Xiang's eyes sparkled. Longa, I'm going too. On a country road, under the bright moon and sparse stars, a rugged motorcycle carried 2 people. It was Tai Long and Zhang Xiang, who decided to set off tonight to Zhou Village for a closer look. Longa, are we almost there? The navigation says we're close. This village is quite remote, hardly any lights on. Hey, the young people in the village have all gone out to work, leaving only the old and the children. It's hard to find a Dao training class in such a desolate place. Longo, what sound is that? Is it the roar of a beast? Is there someone ahead? After dinner, Chen Jiamu stood in a small grove in the village. He deliberately avoided people, finding a secluded spot to test the power of the dragon subduing 18 palms. He stretched his waist. The technique of the dragon subduing 18 palms floated in his mind. Starting posture, seeing the dragon in the field. In the darkness, Shin Jiamu brought his palms together above his head, tilting them downward, and a loud dragon roar erupted, causing the surrounding grass and trees to rustle. True chi rippled, and his clothes fluttered. With a push of his palms, a dragon head formed from golden light shot out, whistling as it smashed into a large tree. The tree cracked with a loud bang. A few dozen meters away, the roar of a motorcycle echoed, and a scream filled with extreme fear. Fuck, dragon? Zhang Xiang and Tai Long instantly collapsed. Backstage of the program. In the director's room, He Wei held the form filled out by Qin Jiamu during registration, showing a thoughtful expression. Sitting next to him was Qiu Jianming, drinking mineral water with his head tilted back. With a slap, he put the mineral water on the table and said angrily, Hizong, where did you find these oddballs? Good thing I didn't hit them. If I had, they would definitely ruin my reputation. This matter was my oversight. You did the right thing. He Wei also understood the situation. He hadn't expected that the people from Longwei Martial Arts School would be so incompetent and perform so exaggeratedly. The program effect was great. Just 2 hours after it ended, there were already recordings online, edited into various bizarre videos of the mountain chicken spinning like a top. The keywords for the Qingyang City selection of Wulin Feng had directly hit the trending searches. On Douyin's trending list, entertainment category, spinning top ranked first. Taiji Chen Jiamu ranked 2nd. Chen Shilian's Yuanheng Dao training class ranked 3rd. Qingyang City's Longwei Martial Arts School ranked 4th. Wolin Feng Qingyang City selection ranked 5th. He Wei smiled, looking at the various news in his hands, clearly very pleased. Talent. A marketing genius. An unprecedented marketing genius. Xiao Lu, you're in charge of tomorrow's selection. I want to personally go to Zhou Village to meet this Chen Jiamu's master. Chen Shiliang. Ha, he's Zong. Are you saying that the team behind Chen Jiamu is his master's doing? He Wei showed a shrewd expression, cleared his throat. You young people are really naive. This is obvious. Seeing that He Wei was about to share his insights, Lu Meili and Xiu Jianming unconsciously sat up straight. He Wei organized his thoughts and said, he introduced himself clearly at the beginning. Taiji Chen Jiamu, a disciple of the 19th generation inheritor of Wudang, Chen Shilian, a new student of the Yuanheng Dao training class. And then, during the competition, he deliberately took a phone call, calling out Master twice. The content of the conversation was simple, although we couldn't hear what the other side was saying. From Chen Jiamu's words, it was clear he was asking when to come back and what he had eaten. Why insert this segment? He Wei countered. The two exchanged a glance and shook their heads, suddenly feeling that what Mr. He said seemed very reasonable, yet they couldn't pinpoint exactly where the reasoning lay. There's a viewpoint in event marketing called deliberate impression. What does that mean? Event marketing is nothing more than making a story out of an event. For example, a brave fight against a villain on a bus, where the hero is a delivery guy and the villain is the son of a corporate CEO. If you want this event to gain traction and heat, you first need to add an emotional element. The huge disparity in their identities naturally evokes empathy from the onlookers. Lu Meili said, Mr. He, the son of a corporate CEO, wouldn't be taking the bus. Is that the key issue? I'm just using it as an analogy to help you understand better. This is what deliberate impression means. Deliberate refers to the emotions that are ingrained in the public's perception. Chen Jiamu, recently exposed online, is a mental patient from Xincheng. The specific reasons haven't been evaluated online, but soon, stories about him will circulate on the internet. Trust me, their team has been prepared for a long time. And the Yuanheng Dao Cultivation Class 1 just looked up as waving the banner of traditional culture, starting from health preservation, mental cultivation, physical fitness, and martial arts, and they even have classes for children. They want to conduct training? Enroll students to learn Tai Chi, study some Taoist calligraphy, chess, and painting, to fleece them? Xiu Jianming said instinctively, yes, that's part of the reason. But what does this have to do with a mental patient? Old Xiu, that's why your martial arts practice has made your mind simple. Ha! He Wei pressed his temples and continued, he's not a mental patient at all, it was all planned from the start. The Dao cultivation class cured the young people's mental illnesses and depression, taught them Tai Chi, and even helped them achieve something. That's what the Yuanheng Dao cultivation class ultimately aims to do. I even suspect there's capital pushing this behind the scenes. I always feel like I'm oversimplifying things. Do you think Chen Jiamu will eventually enter the film and entertainment industry? I think that Spinning Top is going to be a hit too. If you say there's no one behind it, I wouldn't believe you even if you killed me. He Wei rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly complicated. Meili, let's go to Zhou Village. Let's meet them. 2 minutes earlier, Tai Long felt a tightness in his back and realized that Zhang Ziong had instinctively hugged him tightly. His voice trembled more and more. Brother Long, look over there. Tai Long turned his head and looked up, his eyes revealing a scene he had never seen in his life. A few meters away in a small clearing, a young man in a Taoist robe stood under the moonlight, the edges of his clothing shimmering with a silver glow. In an instant, his robe billowed, and the fallen leaves on the ground began to dance. His legs slightly bent, his left hand lifted gently, and his right hand followed, transforming a fist into a palm. With a push of his palm, a gust of wind surged from his palm, causing the large tree in front of him to rustle. The young man's footwork shifted as he struck out continuously with both palms, the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe swirling, producing a series of sounds as if cutting through the air. The wind grew stronger, causing the surrounding leaves and weeds to fly wildly. The young man brought his hands together, raised them above his head, and suddenly spread them apart, palms facing backward, his clothes instantly swirling wildly, and his long untrimmed hair swaying. A flock of mountain birds took flight in fright. A deep, resonant dragon roar erupted, and a vivid golden dragon coalesced in front of the young man's chest, sculpted from light, swimming forth. The dragon's body grew longer in the wind, and the young man pushed out with both palms, softly calling out, "See the dragon in the field." The golden dragon surged forward, crashing into the large tree, which split in two and collapsed with a thunderous sound. The young man withdrew his energy, stepped forward, and stood beside the broken trunk, gazing intently. Tai Long and Zhang Xiang's brains completely malfunctioned, as if they were wooden sculptures. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, and in that moment, their worldview was nearly reshaped. A few seconds later, both of them let out a strange cry. What the hell? A dragon? Brother Long, did you see that just now? I saw it. That sound wasn't from a beast, it was a dragon's roar. Could it be the 18 dragons subduing palms? Damn, are movie special effects really this realistic now? No, we weren't watching a video, this is a real scene. Shit, this world is too crazy. Tai Long sat rigidly on the motorcycle, his legs trembling slightly. This was too unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there were real magical powers in this world. Suddenly, the motorcycle stalled. The unknown often brings immense fear, and instinctively, the two wanted to run, desperately hoping this was just a damn dream. Who? A clear voice came from a small grove a few meters away. We're done for, we've been exposed. The voice rose several decibels. Zhang Xiang shook Tai Long's waist frantically. Brother Long, let's run. I miss my mom. Hurry, he's looking this way. Are we going to be silenced? Tai Long, feeling nervous, frantically tried to start the motorcycle, but it made a series of starting sounds. Wouldn't start? What the hell? Why did it stall now? The moonlight stretched Chen Jiamu's shadow long. The two abandoned the motorcycle and ran wildly. The young man in the Taoist robe glanced over, his vital energy surging, leaves floating around him. He leaped lightly, his feet touching the leaves, stepping through the air towards them. Is he flying over? Lightness skill? Chen Jiamu landed in front of Tai Long, blocking their path. Why are you running? Chen Jiamu asked. We didn't see anything. We didn't hear anything. Tai Long maintained his composure. This place is very remote, with no streetlights. It's dark and windy. Over 100 meters to the east, there's a cliff, and below the cliff, there are beasts, man-eating ones. Brother Long, what do we do? Bro, let me tell you, we live in a society governed by law. Even if you have superpowers, you can't kill people. Killing is illegal, Tai Long said, trembling. Chen Jiamu smiled lightly and said, you've misunderstood. Running around like headless flies will just get you killed if you fall off the cliff. Tai Long took a deep breath and said solemnly, is there really martial arts in this world? Where did you cultivate? Zhang Xiang suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. He glanced over and quickly agreed. He was also a smart person. Brother Long, is this martial arts? This is cultivation. Did you come to Zhou village for something? Chen Jiamu asked seriously. Nothing, we didn't know your extraordinary abilities during the day. We're blind, immortal, how did you do it? Not far ahead is the Yuan Hung Dao training class. If you want to learn Dao techniques, I can introduce you to my master. He's a really nice person, and the academy just happens to need someone to chop vegetables. Can you chop vegetables? I can. To be honest, Taoist, I graduated from high school and went to culinary school. If Brother Long hadn't said I had a talent for martial arts, I might have been a chef by now, Zhang Xiang said immediately. Tai Long's eyelids twitched slightly, and he quickly interjected, I can cook, and I can make various pastries. My family used to run a cake shop. Chen Jiamu nodded, pleasantly surprised. This trip was worth it. He sighed softly, not making any comments. Regarding the secret of his system, initially, no one believed him, but now that he had comprehended so many techniques, it was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. With the increasing number of system tasks, the risk of exposure was also growing. In fact, it didn't matter anymore. Ultimately, he was going to cultivate. The phone rang. Let's learn to meow together. Meow 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 meow. Chen Jiamu took out his phone and answered. Hello, Master. Jiamu, where have you run off to? In the evening, there was a lecture on the essentials of Tai Jinhua. Oh, Master, I was just taking a walk nearby. I'll be back soon. While you're at it, go to Sister Chunmei's place and buy 8 pounds of tofu. Chunmei usually grinds it fresh in the evening. It's warm. Tomorrow we have a day off, and we can all make tofu balls together. Alright, Master. Oh, by the way, Master, there are 2 students who want to sign up. Upon hearing this, Tai Long excitedly exchanged glances with Zhang Xiang and suddenly held up 3 fingers, shaking them vigorously. Chen Jiamu glanced over and corrected himself. Oh, 3. That's great. Wonderful. I need to interview them. I didn't realize, Jiamu, you really are a lucky star. Our Dao cultivation class is getting more lively. I'll hang up first. Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone and turned to Tai Long and Zhang Xiang. My name is Chen Jiamu. Hello, big brother. Hello, brother Chen. Brother is invincible. The Yuan Hung Dao cultivation class is invincible. Chen Jiamu's eyelids twitched. These two were too excited. Brother Long, there are clearly only the 3 of us. Why did you imply to Brother Chen that 3 people are signing up? Once the mountain chicken is healed tomorrow, I'll ride my motorcycle to pick him up. Haha, makes sense. Brother Mountain Chicken has also experienced the Master Brother's powers, he will definitely come. Chen Jiamu walked slowly along the dirt path in the fields, with the three of them walking for more than 10 minutes. Not far away, there was a small farmhouse with dim yellow lights. A woman in a floral dress was pushing a stone mill in the yard, and beside the mill, there was an outdoor stove with a large black pot. Under the stove, a 7 or 8-year-old boy was adding firewood. Next to a small bamboo stool, a big yellow dog suddenly perked up its ears, stood on its 4 legs, and barked twice. Cotton candy, don't bark. The little boy patted the dog's head and looked up at the 3 figures outside the fence. Mom, Brother Jiamu is here to buy tofu. The charming young woman grinding the tofu brushed aside her hair, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and smiled brightly. Little Taoist, please come in. The title Little Taoist was first used by Manhwa because Qin Jiamu was young and always wore a Taoist robe. Although he hadn't formally become a monk, he always had an ethereal quality about him, especially his gaze, which was lazy yet slightly clear and innocent, as if many things in the world were as light as a feather to him, completely unbothered. Chen Jiamu politely replied, Sister Chunmei, I need 8 pounds of tofu. Chunmei smiled, pushing the millstone in the yard, causing her 2 ample assets to sway, making one dizzy. Zhang Xiang's eyes darted around, stealing glances now and then. He nudged Tai Long with his elbow. Brother Long, that's quite big. Don't look around carelessly. I have a feeling that everyone in this village knows martial arts. Be careful, or someone might gouge your eyes out. Zhang Xiang looked terrified and whispered, No way, don't scare me. Have you ever watched a martial arts movie? Usually, around a peerless master, there are always fierce people. Chunmei stopped grinding and invited Chen Jiamu into the yard. Come, have a bowl of hot soy milk, just out of the pot. Chunmei quickly pulled over a long bench. There was a small wooden table in the yard. Chen Jiamu casually sat down, and only then did Tai Long and Zhang Xiang dare to sit, their butts barely touching the edge of the bench. The 2 muscular men, like iron, now seemed like delicate little ladies, quite restrained. Chunmei brought over 3 large bowls, placed them on the table, and used a ladle to scoop 3 big bowls of steaming white soy milk from the large iron pot. Huzi, go get some sugar, Chunmei called to the 7 or 8-year-old boy who was playing with the dog. Huzi quickly got up, the big yellow dog following him, and soon the boy came back holding a jar of sugar. Chen Jiamu added a spoonful of sugar, blew on the edge of the bowl, and took a sip. How is it? Chunmei asked. It's good. Tai Long and Zhang Xiang dared not drink, looking around the ordinary farmhouse courtyard. However, for some reason, the 2 imagined many scenes that did not belong to this era. If it weren't for the light bulb shining from the eaves and the buzzing fan under the iron pot, they might have doubted whether they had traveled through time to a martial arts world filled with bloodshed. Who are these 2? Chunmei asked curiously. She had seen everyone from the Taoist training class, including the 3 foreigners who came last week. Oh, new students. The 2 put down their bowls and, mimicking characters from martial arts films, clasped their hands and said, Tai Long, Zhang Xiang, we've met, madam. This made Chunmei chuckle. Chen Jiamu's eyes twitched. These 2 fools. Could it be that they had seen too many incomprehensible scenes today and were experiencing temporary excitement, perhaps a bit delirious? Indeed, in a strange environment, being overly stimulated can drive one mad. It's quite scientific. He sat down to meditate, cultivating his internal energy, and his mind became clearer. He hadn't taken medicine for several days. Tai Long and Zhang Xiang might also practice a bit to clear their heads. Unfortunately, they were ordinary people who had never taken the cleansing elixir, so they would probably only be able to engage in health practices like their master, but couldn't fight. It'll be ready in about 20 minutes. The tofu has just been set and isn't done yet. You can rest for a bit, and I'll call you when it's ready. Chunmei continued to push the millstone. Taoist, do you want some bean curd skin? Sure. She had seen quite a few people come to learn from the old Taoist Qin Shiliang, ranging from a few days to as long as 6 months, most of whom were middle-aged. It was indeed rare to see young ones like Chen Jiamu and the 2 who came today. Brother Jiamu, I heard from Shibing that you can fly? The little boy Huzai said. That's not flying, it's lightness skill, Tianzong. Chen Jiamu nodded. Can you fly for me to see? The little boy was quite curious, resting his hands on the edge of the table. You'll have a chance to see it later. Chen Jiamu continued to drink his soy milk. This freshly ground soy milk, with no additives, was indeed fragrant, sweet, and smooth. After a while, Chunmei wrapped the freshly made tofu and handed it to Chen Jiamu. A pair of strong hands reached over quickly to catch the bag. Senior brother, I'll take it. Zhang Xiang eagerly offered to carry the bag. How much? 8 jin, a total of 24 yuan. Chen Jiamu retracted his hand into his sleeve, at which point Tai Long took out his hand and opened the QR code. I'll pay. Sister-in-law, can I scan the code? Sure. Chunmei handed over a payment code. Beep, Alipay received 214 yuan. Chen Jiamu stood up, bid farewell to Sister Chunmei, and walked towards the academy. The two places were not far apart, just a 10-minute walk. Behind him, Tai Long pushed the motorcycle while Zhang Ziong carefully held the back seat, following closely. As Chen Jiamu walked, he summoned the system to check his current tasks. The main quest was still to cultivate to the realm of refining essence into qi before he could begin his immortal cultivation. The side quests were still those ambiguous otherworldly tasks, such as eliminating bandits, searching for sect relics, and participating in sect competitions. There were no prompts for these three, nor was there a loaded map. Chen Jiamu could only go with the flow. A new line appeared on the virtual panel in his mind. The host can participate in the Central Plains Martial Arts Conference after achieving great success in training and competitions, gaining fame and fortune. What the? Chen Jiamu inquired in his heart. System. Here. Where is the martial arts conference? Loading explanation for the host. A map appeared in Chen Jiamu's mind. He quickly took out his phone, searched for the location, and found that it was the sports stadium in the capital of Haizhou province, with a red arrow marking the national venue for the martial arts wind fighting competition. Chen Jiamu instantly understood that he was being asked to participate in the national martial arts competition and win the championship of Wulin Feng. In theory, this should be quite simple. To put it bluntly, with a single move of the dragon subduing 18 palms, even 10-peak Tyson would have to flee in panic. I wonder what the reward for completing this task is. In this real world, if there were defensive martial arts like the Golden Bell Shield, it would be relatively safe. Having more martial arts skills doesn't seem to increase one's cultivation level. If the level isn't reached, the system remains in the martial arts phase, making it impossible to cultivate immortality. Not being able to cultivate immortality means that one is still pseudo-invincible, unable to contend with machine guns and missiles. Why do I have such thoughts? I'm not causing trouble, I'm not robbing banks or anything, and I certainly haven't done anything illegal. How could there be machine guns and missiles coming after me? The Yuan Hongdao school had arrived, and Chen Jiamu took out the key to open the large iron gate. Master, the applicants have arrived. Come out to collect the tuition fees. Chen Shiliang stroked his goat beard, smiling as he looked at the two strong men behind Chen Jiamu. Very good. In the courtyard, a row of small stools was set up, and the one-armed Guiwu held a scroll of scriptures in one hand, sitting on the steps. An old, worn-out floor fan swayed back and forth with a creaky sound. 3 foreigners sat on the small stools, Ma Huayun and 3 mischievous kids, each holding a scroll of scriptures. Guiwu recited a line, and the people below followed suit. Lu Zhu said, Nature is called Tao. Tao is nameless and formless. It is simply one nature, simply one primordial spirit. Life and nature cannot be seen, they are entrusted to the heavenly light. The heavenly light cannot be seen, it is entrusted to the 2 eyes. Since ancient times, immortals have passed this down orally, passing one to gain one. The evening class was in session. Brother Long, have you seen the one-armed uncle? He gives me a feeling of an elderly Yanghua. Before Tai Long could respond, he turned his head and saw an old Taoist with an ethereal demeanor walking over with a smile. The old Taoist wore a worn but clean Taoist robe, exuding a simple aura, his figure lean, and his eyes warm. His goat beard was long and gray, resembling dragon whiskers dyed with snow, and he gently waved a fan in his hand, creating a soft breeze that seemed to brush away the restlessness in people's hearts. The old Taoist stood there, silent and smiling, radiating a tranquil and far-reaching aura that isolated the worldly clamor, leaving only the serenity of this space. Chen Shiliang stroked his goat beard, smiling as he assessed the 2 men behind him, saying, Very good. Tai Long and Zhang Ziong exchanged glances, seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. There was a sense of an artistic style that didn't belong to this era. This feeling was particularly novel for the 2 who were struggling in the city, reminiscent of Chen Jiamu's mysterious and divine methods during the day. Zhang Ziong even imagined that this place might be a hidden sect of immortality concealed beneath modern society. These seemingly ordinary people might be extraordinary individuals with unparalleled skills. The 2 immediately felt a sense of respect, internally exclaiming, Wow, we came to the right place. They clasped their hands and bowed. Tai Long, Zhang Ziong, we pay our respects to Taoist Chen Shiliang. May the Taoist live for thousands of generations and unify the martial world. Chen Shiliang stumbled slightly, almost falling over, looking at Chen Jiamu with a head full of question marks. Is this your patient? Master, these 2 have been a bit stimulated and are a little excited. In the courtyard, the 3 foreigners saw the 2 from the arena earlier come to them, and seeing their respectful demeanor, there must be a reason behind it. The 3 foreigners, animated and full of energy, recounted how Chen Jiamu performed so remarkably at the selection event during the day, with Tai Chi being so impressive. The people in the courtyard scratched their heads in confusion. What's going on? They had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Ma Huayun shouted while holding his phone, "You all come and see." Today, various video clips of Chen Jiamu had gone viral online, teasing many. It was equipped with AI special effects, paired with various popular internet songs. The one with the most likes even mixed and edited Chen Jiamu with some historical dramas, creating a cinematic quality reminiscent of Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng under various filters and transitions. Chen Xiliang squinted, his expression growing more complex the more he watched. "What's going on?" Chen Xiliang took out his phone and opened his Douyin account. The first thing that caught his eye was the 99+ private messages, and in just a few hours, he had gained over 210,000 followers. The comments and likes on his previously posted videos were continuously climbing. Refreshing the page would add a few hundred more likes. The followers were still increasing wildly. After refreshing a few more times, he had 220,000 followers. It had previously been an unremarkable self-media account with just over 1,000 followers, 800 of which were dead accounts, and he had never spent any money on it. Had it really taken off like this? The comments were all over the place. "Jiamu, show master the Tai Chi I taught you a few days ago." Chen Xiliang locked his phone screen, forcibly suppressing the tumult in his heart, feeling for a moment that this world had become very strange. Chen Jiamu had no mood for this. How could he explain? "Sorry, I have a system, I'm a peerless master. I'm laying it all out." Ding! Detected that the ancestor from the back mountain has emerged from seclusion and is personally guiding the host in martial arts. Please shock the ancestor from the back mountain. Chen Jiamu's mind exploded. Why did it feel a bit awkward? What kind of setting was this? It clearly wasn't a waste material story. Was it really necessary to shock the ancestor? Was it this straightforward? No build-up at all, just jumping straight into the action? Even the most straightforward novels dared to write like this. The system never joked, it was a trustworthy system, and there were rewards for completing tasks. Such a simple task, only a fool wouldn't do it. All right. Chen Jiamu shook his robe and said calmly, "Huayun, close the door." Chen Xiliang instructed. Ma Huayun nodded blankly, quickly ran over, closed the heavy iron door, and even locked it. "Everyone, clear some space, come on, gather around." Chen Xiliang called all the students to stand aside, while Chen Jiamu stood with his hands behind his back under the basketball hoop in the courtyard. Ma Huayun opened the recording on his phone, pointing the camera at him. All eyes were focused on Chen Jiamu in the courtyard. The bright moon hung high, and the playground of the Yuan Hung Dao cultivation class fell silent. In the glow of the large light bulb hanging by the basketball hoop, small flying insects danced about. Chen Jiamu stood quietly beneath it, his robe gently swaying in the wind, his figure seeming to merge with the moonlit night, exuding an otherworldly tranquility. His left foot shifted sideways, slightly wider than shoulder width, his knees bending slightly. Chen Xiliang rubbed his eyes. He suddenly felt that this student's aura had changed in an instant. Chen Jiamu's eyes were slightly closed, and after a moment, he slowly opened them, a brilliant light flashing forth, and then he began to move, officially starting the 36 routes of Tai Chi Cloud Hands. At the beginning, his movements were light and gentle, his palms softly gliding in front of his chest, as if an invisible airflow began to gather in his palms, dancing like a dragon, disturbing the surrounding tranquility. Chen Xiliang nodded slightly. It was similar to the movements he had taught. Although it was also Tai Chi, Chen Jiamu gave off a feeling of being ethereal, while most others moved like they were doing senior fitness exercises. Suddenly, Chen Jiamu quickened his steps, his figure agile and twisting, the movements of his palms flowing like a startled swan, unpredictable yet seamless, with whooshing sounds piercing the air. Some fallen leaves, plastic bags, and dust on the ground began to tremble slightly. Was the wind picking up? No, it was clearly not windy. As the movements flowed, waves of energy began to rise, surrounding Chen Jiamu, a refreshing breeze rippling like waves, and his robe was stirred by this invisible force, making a rustling sound, his hair flying. Chen Xiliang clearly felt his beard swaying in perfect harmony with every rhythm of Chen Jiamu's moves. He was stunned. He was neither a fool nor blind. This wind was rippling out from Chen Jiamu as its center. His brain couldn't comprehend it. Even after practicing Taoism for most of his life, meditating, reading scriptures, burning incense, practicing martial arts, debating with others, and contemplating the universe, he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Could this be what the Taoist scriptures referred to as the return of light, not the essence of one's body, but the true qi of creation? The true qi radiating from Chen Jiamu? For those who refine qi, the mind is tranquil, the essence is boundless, and the spirit is guarded within. Chen Xiliang murmured to himself, recalling some Taoist scriptures he had read. Knowing is one thing, whether one can practice, how to practice, and whether it can be achieved is another matter entirely. It was as if Chen Xiliang had opened a whole new world. His half-understanding gradually crumbled. His hand unconsciously clenched tightly, fiercely grasping something, gripping it with all his might. Ouch, master, what are you doing? Shi Bing turned around, rubbing his shoulder with a look of grievance. It's nothing, master was just careless. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out in an instant. Chen Jiamu's aura suddenly surged, and his palms pushed towards the nearby basketball hoop. In that moment, the basketball hoop seemed to be struck by an invisible force, emitting a series of creaking sounds, and then, under the moonlight, it slowly tilted and fell, raising a cloud of dust like mist. The basketball hoop was knocked down by a push? As the dust settled, Chen Jiamu stood still, revealing a Taiji Inyan fish pattern formed by the dust beneath his feet. Everyone in the courtyard fell silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the ancestral master of the back mountain, rewarding the host with the method of alchemy. Alchemy method loading. Note: the elixirs can be consumed by the host as needed, given to friends, or sold for money. In the courtyard, one could hear a pin drop. The old basketball hoop lay on the ground, the cracked concrete surface, and the bent rebar exposed to the air. The large light bulb hanging from the basketball hoop shattered, tungsten filaments flickering in the dust before extinguishing. Is this the real world? A crisp sound broke the silence. Ma Huayan's phone fell to the ground, the tempered glass screen cracked. Is this a dream? Ouch, that hurts. Why are you pinching me? This is not a dream. The three foreigners and a few mischievous kids were slightly better off since they had seen Chen Jiamu perform lightness skills before. Tai Long and Zhang Ziyan were also in a slightly better state because they had witnessed the more terrifying dragon subduing 18 palms. However, the scene of a single palm knocking over a basketball hoop was enough to cause everyone present to experience a temporary mental shutdown. Chen Shiliang stood in the wind, his chest pounding violently. He covered his temples with his hands and crazily ran into a room next to the large classroom. It was where he usually meditated and contemplated the Tao. The room was small but quite clean, with an altar on which the Taoist deities of the three pure ones were enshrined. Chen Shiliang trembled as he took out 3 incense sticks, lit them with a lighter, knelt before the statue, bowed, and inserted the incense into the burner. Ancestral Master, you have manifested. Chen Shiliang was nearly 70 this year, reflecting on his past life with many emotions. Disciple Chen Shiliang, over 60 years old, has experienced much. In my youth, I was swept away by the tides of the times, sent to the mountains and countryside, far from home, enduring the hardships of labor in remote areas. After returning to the city, I was fortunate to work at the Dahua cotton weaving factory, thinking my life would finally be on track and stable. But fate played tricks on me, and the wave of layoffs surged. Though I had married and hoped for a united family to venture into business together, I never expected my wife to have an affair with another, leading to the exposure of disgraceful deeds and the shattering of my marriage. I deeply felt the impermanence of fate and the coldness of the world, thus resolutely severing worldly ties and heading to Wudang Mountain, retreating into the Taoist path, and dedicating myself to cultivation. At the age of 58, I descended the mountain to travel, and what I saw along the way was filled with more suffering than joy. In the cities, half-finished buildings were shocking to behold, online loans were traps everywhere, credit had collapsed, and under economic depression, businesses were closing down. The trend of involution among students was rampant, and incidents of toxic rice, fake milk powder, and pesticide residues were all too common. Fraud, hypocrisy, and greed were rampant, and people's hearts had changed, with the world in decline. Witnessing these chaotic phenomena, my disciples resolved to return to the mountain to establish a Taoist training class, thinking that if anyone was exhausted in spirit and had their will shattered, they could adjust their body and mind in the class and regain confidence and hope in life. Their original intention was simply to inject a breath of integrity into this troubled and murky world. Little did they expect that the ancestral master would manifest, Chen Jiamu, surely a reincarnation of an immortal, and my disciples were filled with trepidation, feeling unworthy to be the master of an immortal. Chen Shiliang, facing the statue of the three pure ones, spoke until his old tears flowed, his voice choked. He was different from others. He was a monk who sincerely believed in the existence of immortals in the world, even though he had never seen one in this lifetime. But Chen Jiamu did not just refresh Chen Shiliang's worldview today, he strengthened his own beliefs. This world, there are supernatural beings. He established the Taoist training class not to make money. For 1,800 a year, it covered food and accommodation, along with some essential living supplies. Several students who had previously come here for purification had been on the verge of suicide, but Chen Shiliang helped them resolve their inner conflicts one by one. For instance, at first, Chen Shiliang thought that Chen Jiamu's mental state was due to depression leading to schizophrenia, and he was willing to help the young man, gradually guiding and assisting him. He didn't even charge tuition and even subsidized his meals. Master! A voice came from behind. It was Ma Huayun. Chen Shiliang wiped his eyes with his sleeve and turned around. Junior brother Chen, he said he didn't do it on purpose. Ma Huayun looked at the basketball hoop lying on the ground in the courtyard, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. He desperately hoped that his master could explain everything. It's fine, just fix it tomorrow. Okay, master. Ma Huayun was surprisingly calm. Huayun, don't you have anything you want to ask? Chen Shilian noticed his disciple's inner turmoil. Ma Huayun suddenly stepped forward, anxiously saying, Master, what on earth is going on? Don't tell me it was an illusion, I just recorded it. Chen Shilian's expression became particularly serious as he suddenly said, Kneel. Ha, Huayun, kneel before the ancestral master. Ma Huayun had been at the Taoist training class for over half a year and rarely offered incense to the ancestral master. He wasn't very convinced of this. He came to escape the secular world, feeling quite comfortable here. Oh, Ma Huayun understood and knelt in front of the statue of the three pure ones. Chen Shiliang said earnestly, Huayun, to be honest, I have lived for over 70 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a miraculous scene. Master, do you think there are immortals in this world? Yes. Chen Shilian's gaze was incredibly firm. I heard from Shi Bing that not long ago, junior brother Chen flew up and caught him, and that foreigner said the same thing. He said junior brother Chen can fly. Chen Shiliang chuckled and then felt relieved. I really believe it now. I believe it too, master. Crack. A rattan stick struck Ma Huayun's hand. Wash your hands first, then offer incense. Master. Ma Huayun rubbed his hand and ran off to wash it, feeling wronged. Chen Jiamu sat on the steps, sighing helplessly. He thought to himself that he had forgotten to suppress his internal energy just now, which accidentally knocked over the basketball hoop. Sometimes, having too much combat power could be quite troublesome. Ding, loading alchemy technique, loading complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gene Pandan formula. Taoism has had talismans in alchemy since ancient times, and it has been widely passed down. However, I have never seen anyone who could produce a pill that grants superpowers. Chen Jiamu's mind moved, and a piece of rice paper appeared in his hand. Oh, a new skill has arrived? Chen Jiamu unfolded it. On the rice paper was a prescription written in traditional Chinese calligraphy, detailing the required materials and the method of refinement. Everyone gathered on the playground. At Chen Shilian's repeated requests, Chen Jiamu began to teach everyone the 36 forms of Tai Chi cloud hands, and everyone was excited, wild, including Chen Shiliang. They earnestly followed Chen Jiamu's movements, striving for perfection in every gesture. But everyone lacked internal energy. At best, it was just an enhanced version of senior fitness exercises, unable to produce any real qi release. Chen Jiamu tried to teach everyone to meditate and cultivate qi, but in the end, they learned nothing. The reason was that Chen Jiamu had taken the marrow cleansing pill, transforming his physique, and a bold idea formed in his mind. If he could refine the marrow cleansing pill, wouldn't that mean he could let those around him take it, thereby opening their meridians and allowing them to cultivate internal power? Just imagine, in the city, there was a group of martial arts masters, flying over rooftops under the neon lights, punishing evil and promoting good, helping the police combat crime, simply a Chinese version of superheroes. Chen Jiamu suddenly felt like he was destined to become a godfather in the future. Looking at the dejected classmates, Chen Jiamu said, Haste makes waste. Master, isn't that right? You are my master, Chen Shilian replied, performing a Taoist salute. It's getting late, everyone go wash up and sleep. Today's events, don't tell anyone. Keep a low profile. Chen Shiliang rarely became serious. After dismissing everyone, Chen Shiliang looked at his Douyin account, which was steadily gaining followers, and silently locked his phone. He needed to take a breather. He didn't dare to go live anymore. Even less did he dare to reply to fan messages. Regarding Chen Jiamu's unfathomable supernatural abilities, Chen Shiliang insisted that everyone keep it under wraps, which, for now, seemed to be the right choice. Night fell, and at 2:30 a.m., Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged on the rooftop, meditating, absorbing the essence of the moon, and contemplating the rewards given by the system. Unfortunately, the current reward from the system was a prescription for the golden plate pill. Although he didn't know the effects of this pill, the materials were not hard to collect. They could all be found on a certain treasure site. The refining method was also step-by-step, written in great detail. System. Here. How do I solve the alchemy furnace issue? The host can go to the sex alchemy room, where there are furnaces for disciples to use. Alchemy room? Where is it? Loading map. A map appeared in Chen Jiamu's mind. He took out his phone, opened the navigation, and after comparing, found that the red dot on the map corresponded exactly to the location of the South Rock Palace on Wudang Mountain. I'll have to see for myself. Chen Jiamu used the cloud ladder technique, disappearing into the vast night after a few leaps. That night, Ma Huayun tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He got up in the middle of the night, sat on the steps at the dormitory entrance, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke. Then he took out his phone and watched the video of Chen Jiamu practicing Tai Chi on the playground again. With the background music of the Wild Emperor, he uploaded it to Douyin. Edited text: My junior brother Chen Jiamu, invincible in the world. Upload. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he returned to the dormitory and finally fell asleep. A night without conversation. The next day, Ma Huayun's video went viral. It was shared, edited, and remixed by major bloggers, and in no time, the trending topic of Tai Chi Chen Jiamu swept across the internet. Because the video was so realistic, it was impossible to tell it had special effects, and many people had already begun to believe it was true. The Yuan Hongdao cultivation class surged back onto the trending searches. Qingyang City, Longwei Fighting Gym. A motorcycle parked at the entrance of the martial arts hall. An iron dragon pulled down the rolling shutter, posting a notice of temporary closure. Brother Long, are you really planning to close Longwei Martial Arts Hall? This has been your hard work for many years, Shanji asked in confusion, dressed in sportswear. Shanji, we have a better choice. Tai Long swore earnestly. Brother Long, what happened after I passed out yesterday? What happened? Shanji, go check out the video of you knocking over the basketball hoop with one hand. I saw it today. I looked at the comments. Didn't they say it was AI special effects? It was late at night, the footage was a bit blurry. It's very likely a fake video made with green screen compositing. Little brother, your perspective is too narrow. Tai Long patted the back seat of the motorcycle and pointed ahead with his chin. At that time, I was on site. Zheng Xiang was there too. It was real. Brother Chen, invincible in the world. Shan Ji scratched his head vigorously. Yesterday in the ring, he was slapped by Chen Jiamu and spun in place, finally foaming at the mouth, even throwing up his overnight meal. He remembered the feeling at that moment. It was definitely a power no human could possess. The inertia was simply too hard to comprehend. Brother Chen? Longgu, how did he become your brother? Bro, I signed you up yesterday too. 1800 a year covers food and lodging, and there's a chance to learn unparalleled martial arts. Such a good deal. Why not just dive in? Tai Long's expression was serious. Shan Ji gradually shifted from confusion to clarity, tentatively asking, so, you mean there really are martial arts like in the movies? When have I ever lied to you? Get in the car. Zheng Xiang is going too. We must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to soar to great heights. But I promised to go shopping with my girlfriend today. Tai Long said, exasperated. Have you heard of the 18 dragon subduing palms, brother? One palm strikes out a dragon, directly splitting a tree as thick as a grinding wheel. I heard from 3 foreigners at the academy that Brother Chen can even fly, treading on the air like a swallow. Wow, Brother Long, this is getting more and more fantastical. I haven't read much. You're not lying to me, are you? You go find your girlfriend. I'll talk to the master and have him refund one person's tuition. No, Brother Long, it's 1800, right? I'll transfer it to you on Alipay, just accept it. Alright. Vroom vroom. With the roar of the engine, Tai Long sped down the country road towards Zhou village with Shan Ji. The scenery flew by rapidly, and Tai Long felt a sense of iron horse and golden spears. In the wealth building of Qingyang City, room TF 1098, on the 10th floor of this office building, is the office of Camel Media Company. He Wei sat in the boss's chair, the phone holder on the desk playing the video of Chen Jiamu knocking down the basketball hoop. The previous auditions had caused a huge impact online, and during the video conference, he received 3 mentions of praise from the headquarters leaders. If the program is well done, a promotion and raise are just around the corner. He Wei swiped the screen, and basically, every 3 to 5 videos he saw was a clip about the martial arts audition or Chen Jiamu practicing Tai Chi. He clicked on the comments one by one, patiently staring at the phone screen. Wow, the spiritual energy has revived. Everyone, is this Tai Chi? No way, are you all blind? Can't you see this is enhanced with special effects? Even if it's special effects, it's movie level. It must have been made by a Hollywood team. There must be a team behind this. It's so popular. No, I have to go to Zhou village. I want to join them. He Wei dialed a number. Hello, Meili, come with me to Zhou village in a bit. We're going to find Chen Jiamu. Ah, General He, aren't we supposed to meet Director Wang today to discuss cooperation? Let's put that aside for now. Go to the Sihai car rental and rent a Range Rover. Ha, why rent a car? I can't explain it over the phone. I'll talk to you in detail on the way. Hurry up, we'll leave in an hour. Beep. He Wei hung up the phone and paced back and forth in the office. He opened the temporary lounge in the office, picked out the most presentable suit, changed hurriedly, pressed the elevator button. An hour was enough to get a hairstyle from Tony. He wanted to face the planning team behind Chen Jiamu with the best demeanor, confronting that legendary marketing genius, Chen Shiliang. A Land Rover Range Rover sped along the rural roads. He Wei sat in the back seat, dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back with a thick layer of gel that could reflect light, completely embodying the image of a business elite. No, it should be said he resembled a successful person, somewhat like an insurance salesman. The driver was his secretary and host, Miss Lu Meili. Following He Wei's instructions, she wore professional black stockings and painted her toenails red. Since she couldn't drive in high heels, she was barefoot on the gas pedal. The red nail polish peeked through the black stockings, and the hem of her white shirt was tucked into her black pencil skirt, accentuating her impressive figure. Mr. He, this looks like an ordinary village. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Meili held the steering wheel with her delicate fingers, which were nimble and smooth. Meili, you have to look beyond the surface to see the essence. Trust my business intuition. I've observed Chen Shiliang's previous Douyin works. This account just started a month ago and suddenly went viral, yet he closed the live stream. Do you know why? Lu Meili lightly parted her red lips to utter a word. This is typical hunger marketing. He's teasing the netizens' appetites. Chen Jiamu himself has no personal media accounts. The only official account that can be traced back is that of Wudang Chen Shiliang from the Yuan Hangdao training class, and the official media from Wudang Mountain stated they don't even know who Chen Jiamu is. Moreover, the Longwei Martial Arts School has already closed down. If I'm not mistaken, they are currently at the Yuan Hangdao training class. After driving for a while, the navigation indicated they were almost there. He Wei said, Meili, park the car at the intersection, try to block the traffic. Once we go in, villagers will definitely come to ask about moving the car. At that time, I'll give you the car keys, and you can take the opportunity to drive the car into the Dao training class. Lu Meili instantly understood. This car was worth over 2 million. Mr. He was going to such lengths to rent a car and not showcase his strength in front of others, which seemed a bit wasteful. From another perspective, it also increased the bargaining chips for negotiation. It seemed Mr. He was quite confident about this team. The car followed the navigation and soon drove from the cement country road to a dirt road, stopping in front of a dilapidated village school. We're here, Mr. He Wei stepped out of the car, his shiny leather shoes crunching on the dirt road, and looked up at the large iron gate of the village primary school. Next to it hung a wooden plaque, Yuan Hangdao training class. There was also a couplet. On the left, nothing in the world is better than good practice. On the right, nothing in the world is as hard as eating. Horizontal inscription, believe in science. He Wei nodded and shook the almost rusty iron gate. Is anyone there? No one responded. At that moment, an off-road motorcycle screeched to a stop beside the Land Rover. On the bike sat Tai Long and Shan Ji. Who are you looking for? Oh, isn't that Miss Niu? Tai Long recognized her. She was the host at the Wulin Feng audition site, Niu Meili. Lu Meili had followed He Wei's request to wear light makeup and black stockings, looking quite alluring. Compared to her previous refined host image at the audition site, her aura was completely different. Oh, are you here for something? He Wei squinted slightly, recognizing that these were the two who had faced off against Chen Jiamu in the ring last time, and it was the Shan Ji whose acting was explosive. The spinning top still left a deep impression on him. Sure enough, they were a group. He guessed correctly, they were a team. We are looking for Daoist Chen Shiliang, He Wei said calmly, pretending not to recognize the two. Tai Long pressed a call button next to the large iron gate, and soon, the one-armed Guiwu came puffing out to open the gate. Guiwu held a half piece of sugar cane, his plump belly protruding, always exuding that greasy vibe of a middle-aged uncle from the last century. Fifth senior brother, this is our junior, Shan Ji. Shan Ji, greet fifth senior brother. Fifth senior brother. Oh, hello, junior brother Shan Ji. Guiwu took a bite of the sugar cane, his shiny cheeks bulging. Excuse me. He Wei stepped forward, hands presenting his business card. I am He Wei from the Qingyang branch of Camel Media. May I ask if Daoist Chen Shiliang lives here? Guiwu held the sugar cane in his mouth, wiped his Daoist robe with his only free hand, and took the card, mumbling an indistinct acknowledgement. Since the robe had no pockets, Guiwu withdrew his hand back into his sleeve, placed the card carefully, and took the sugarcane out of his mouth. You're looking for my master. What's the matter? I've long admired your name and came to pay a visit. He Wei smiled calmly. Oh, Guiwu took another bite of the sugarcane, chewed, and casually spat the pulp on the ground. Come in with me. A strange pair of people walked together, the atmosphere a bit awkward. In the courtyard, a young man in a Taoist robe squatted on the ground. In front of him was a small, antique-looking furnace, about 40 centimeters tall, made of an unknown metal, somewhat resembling a miniature version of the 8 trigrams furnace from Journey to the West. Next to it were some charcoal, and the young man was lighting a fire underneath the furnace. This person was Chen Jiamu, and he had snuck into Nanyan Palace last night to take the furnace. Don't be fooled by its small size, it weighed dozens of pounds, and carrying it down from Wudang Mountain was no easy feat for an ordinary person. But for Chen Jiamu, who possessed internal energy, it was nothing difficult. He had tried it, even carrying a person, he could still perform the cloud ladder technique, just a bit tiring. Chen Shiliang recognized at a glance that this was the alchemy furnace from Nanyan Palace, a true antique, said to have belonged to the ancestor Zhang Sanfeng. It hadn't been used for many years, merely serving as a good luck charm on display for tourists. Losing such a treasure at the mountain gate would definitely require reporting to the authorities. They would probably start searching everywhere. Later, Chen Jiamu announced that he was going to refine elixirs. That's right, refine elixirs. Once completed, everyone could eat them. Everyone could become a peerless master. Chen Shiliang was moved, he was truly moved, constantly reassuring himself that Chen Jiamu was a reincarnated immortal, and the ancestor wouldn't blame him. Senior brother Chen, what are you doing? Tai Long asked curiously. Chen Jiamu wiped his sweat, took out a piece of rice paper, and was studying the method of refining elixirs. Refining elixirs was quite troublesome, requiring attention to timing, materials, direction, and heat. He Wei stepped in first, smiling. Mr. Chen, I am the head of the Qingyang branch of Camel Media. My name is He Wei, and I am also the organizer of the Qingyang Martial Arts Wind Selection Festival. It's a pleasure to meet you here. He Wei extended his hand, revealing an elegant smile. Chen Jiamu instinctively reached out, their hands clasped together, and suddenly realized that his hand had just grabbed black charcoal, now stained black. Are you looking for me for something? He Wei glanced at his own blackened hand in surprise, quickly managing his expression, his smile unchanged. Please, you must let me join your team. Ding, detected the arrival of the Martial Arts Alliance envoy, triggering a mission, receiving the hero's invitation, participating in the Martial Arts Alliance Leader Selection Conference. The system's voice echoed in Chen Jiamu's mind as he looked up to gaze at the well-dressed man across from him. Martial Arts Alliance envoy? This guy? He Wei withdrew his hand, smiled. Brother, wait for me a moment, I'll go talk to your boss. Yuan Hongdao Cultivation Class, Tea Room. Once a teacher's office in a village primary school, on the vintage desk was a set of kung fu tea utensils. Chen Shiliang sat cross-legged in the host's position, skillfully brewing tea. Across the table sat a man and a woman. There were He Wei in a suit and Lu Meili in a black bodycon dress. The two were very polite. He Wei subtly expressed his intentions. He wanted to invest in Chen Shiliang's Yuan Hongdao training class and invited Chen Jiamu to compete in Wulin Feng, offering to be Chen Jiamu's agent. He briefly shared his ideals and vision. The water is spring water from the mountains, and the tea is our own homegrown camellia. Chen Shiliang poured tea into 2 small ceramic cups, filling them 7/10 full, and gently pushed them forward. Filling the tea to 7 or 8/10 full is a gesture of politeness. As the saying goes, a full cup of wine is for respect, while a full cup of tea is for deceit. Lu Meili delicately pinched the cup with her slender fingers and instantly pulled back. It was very hot. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the tea room. Come in. Ma Huayan leaned in halfway, whispering, is the car outside yours? It's blocking Zhang Mozi's tractor. He Wei smiled apologetically and instructed, Xiaolu, hurry up, remember to park in a suitable spot next time, don't block the villagers' way. Sorry, Mr. He, I'll go right away. Lu Meili in her black bodycon dress gracefully stood up, confidently striding over. Ma Huayan felt a wave of fragrance hit him, momentarily dazed. He followed closely behind. Miss Niu, you can park at our playground, we have plenty of space here. Lu Meili bit her silver teeth, huffed, and quickened her pace. Ma Huayan scratched his head, repeatedly pondering what he had said wrong. He Wei coughed lightly a few times, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. A few minutes later, the roar of an engine sounded next to the tea room. Through the window, He Wei and Chen Shiliang turned their heads to look. A pure black Range Rover, like a steel beast, parked beside the tea room. Is it convenient to park here? He Wei asked. Sure, our yard is big, you can park anywhere, Chen Shiliang replied with a smile. He Wei picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one go. Then he took a suitcase, placed it on the table, pushed it forward, and with a snap, the lid of the suitcase opened, revealing stacks of bright red bills neatly arranged. This is my sincerity. A total of 1 million. Chen Shiliang still wore that warm smile, but his eyes held confusion. What is this? He Wei leaned slightly forward, sincerely saying, Taoist Chen, trust me, I can maximize Chen Jiamu's commercial value. I've seen too many internet celebrities rise and fall. With my resources and your planning, Chen Jiamu can definitely break into national competitions and ignite a traditional kung fu craze. He can definitely become a huge star. At that time, we can take advertisements, shoot short dramas, open martial arts schools, live stream sales. We'll deduct costs and split the profits 50-50. Right, and there's the mission of promoting traditional martial arts. Perhaps, if things go well in the future, we can even aim for the Oscars. Wei spoke with conviction, his expression excited. Manager you might be misunderstanding. The reason Jiamu can fight is that he really can fight. I don't have a team. The 3 young men from Longwei Martial Arts School just signed up yesterday, and we only met yesterday. You should go back. 3 million. I'll offer 3 million. I only want 30% equity, Wei stated emphatically. Chen Xiliang replied, it's not a matter of money. I have a 140 square meter apartment in Beilonghuanu district. Its current market price can sell for 1 million. I'll add another 2 million. I'm all in. Chen Xiliang's expression was complex, caught between laughter and tears. No, manager it's really not what you think. Daoist, Wei said, tears streaming down his face. I am an idealistic person. It's not just about making money. Although I am the head of Luota Media in Xingyang City, I am actually also working for the television station. We are the organizers, a third party, not only facing the performance evaluation from the headquarters but also needing to maintain good relations with the program's leadership. Alright, so you want Chen Jiamu to join you for that competition, right? You plan to find some stooges to deliberately lose to him, promote his Tai Chi through hype, package him as a Tai Chi master, and then leverage that fame for other benefits. Am I understanding this correctly? Wei instinctively nodded, then suddenly explained, how can you call them stooges? That's called commercial cooperation. One thing I can assure you is that we absolutely won't make money unethically. That's unnecessary. Gui Wu, show them out. Chen Xiliang's expression darkened as he shouted towards the door. With a creak, the door to the tea room was pushed open. It wasn't Gui Wu who entered, but a beaming Chen Jiamu. Master, good news. Chen Jiamu pulled up a stool and sat at the table, casually pouring himself a cup of tea. Chen Xiliang felt a bit worried, but not about Chen Jiamu getting beaten in the ring. He was more concerned that he might accidentally kill someone. Jiamu, your situation is a bit special. It's better to think it over carefully. Chen Jiamu smiled lightly, looking quite relaxed. I have ways to control it. After saying that, he turned to Wei and said earnestly, welcome to our team. Wei suppressed his excitement, stood up abruptly, and shook Chen Jiamu's hand again. He glanced at the old Taoist beside him, whose expression was complicated, then looked firmly into Chen Jiamu's eyes, filled with righteous indignation, and said, with me and Wulong Fengchu assisting, Jiamu, your future is boundless. Meili, go to the car and bring the cooperation agreement over, and take out the liquor from the trunk. Today, we won't return until we're drunk. I'll briefly outline my plan. First, we need to package. Wei began to speak animatedly, his eyebrows dancing as he elaborated. Halfway through, Chen Jiamu found an excuse to leave. It was too boring for him. The most pressing issue now was how to avoid killing someone with a single punch in the ring. He had seen the power of the dragon subduing 18 palms. With just one move, a tree as thick as a grinding wheel had split apart. If he used that in the ring, his opponent would likely turn into a pile of flesh, and perhaps a few spectators in the front row would die too. Participating in the martial arts conference, defeating all the heroes of the world, and becoming the leader of the martial arts world might be difficult in that other world, but now that the task had shifted to the real world, joining a martial arts program was simply too easy for him. Chen Jiamu called Tai Long, Zhang Ziong, Shan Ji, and 3 foreigners to go together to the sandy woods by the creek. Arriving at the place where he had experimented with the dragon subduing 18 palms that night, the split tree lay quietly on the ground, embodying the reality of its existence. Senior Brother Chen, you really want to compete in Wulin Feng? Senior Brother Chen, I think competing in Wulin Feng is beneath your talents. You should go to the international boxing ring, fight in the octagon with no rules. Come on, the octagon is already beneath you. Unless there are other superpowered individuals in this world, in a one-on-one fight, Senior Brother Chen is invincible. Chen Jiamu tried to suppress his internal energy to about 5% and slowly exhaled. Tai Long, come hit me. Ha! Tai Long pointed to his own nose, looking around. I'll hold back. Chen Jiamu spoke firmly. He wanted to try to defeat his opponent without accidentally causing a fatal injury. Tai Long threw a punch to test it out, and Chen Jiamu lightly waved his hand to deflect it. All of you, come at me together. Chen Jiamu wanted to practice, to familiarize himself with the scale of fighting against ordinary people. Don't hold back. come at me together, even if you have to use weapons. The others exchanged glances, and slowly, they surrounded him. Tai Long, Zhang Xiang, and Shan Ji were originally fighters, and 2 of them were even combat coaches, so naturally, they were stronger than ordinary people. The 3 foreigners, Evelyn, who practiced Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the athletic Akuna and Tom, had come all the way to Wudang Mountain to learn about Chinese Kung Fu. Battling with legendary masters was simply too exciting, and Brother Chen possessed exceptional skills. He had never bullied anyone or looked down on others. Brother Chen was a good person, he even helped everyone with sweeping the floor. The master said that Brother Chen might be a reincarnated immortal, very virtuous in martial arts. The group grew bolder and surrounded him. Although Chen Jiamu's internal energy was suppressed, his enhanced senses remained extraordinarily sharp. After concentrating, the opponent's speed seemed to slow down, but in reality, he had become faster. He maneuvered among the 6, weaving through gaps, receiving, neutralizing, and not striking back, completely employing Tai Chi techniques to dissolve one attack after another, which was very visually appealing. The others couldn't even touch the hem of Chen Jiamu's clothes before being pushed away by sudden various techniques. Evelyn seized the moment and launched a sneak attack. She jumped high and hugged Chen Jiamu's back, locking her hands around his chest. She intended to execute a crosslock from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrapping her legs around his waist to secure him. Chen Jiamu felt 2 soft masses pressing against his back, 2 long, powerful legs wrapping around his waist. A unique scent from the white woman wafted from the back of his neck. Foreigners were generally very open, especially this blonde girl wearing hot pants and a tight black tank top. Her 2 fair arms and bright white legs had a powerful aesthetic. Oh my god, I've got brother under control. Wow, brother's chest muscles are so warm. Oh, my heart is about to jump out. Luckily, I shaved my armpits last night. Tom exclaimed. Evelyn, remember to be graceful. Akuna reminded, use the rear naked choke. Evelyn reacted quickly, immediately forming the rear naked choke position. Chen Jiamu remained calm. After waiting for about 3 seconds, he executed a move from Tai Chi called catfish out of the hole, a technique derived from a martial arts master on the Xuanwu continent, realized while fishing in a lotus pond. Chen Jiamu's internal energy rippled, and his body strangely misaligned. His seemingly locked arm unexpectedly grabbed Evelyn's wrist, while his other hand reached out from between her legs. With a lift of both hands, he accidentally released too much internal energy, sending Evelyn flying several meters high, her body arcing toward a nearby creek. Evelyn screamed in the air, "Oh, God!" Chen Jiamu thought it was bad. The creek was shallow, with agate stones below. If her head hit the ground, she might end up in the ICU. He had no time to think. He instantly performed the cloud ladder technique, stepping on the water in midair, his toes creating ripples. Releasing 30% of his internal energy, he used Tai Chi's unique method of neutralizing force, continuously drawing circles with both hands. Circles of internal energy formed between Chen Jiamu's hands, and Evelyn was pulled by the wave of energy, her falling arc beginning to change. Chen Jiamu's palms, like a gentle breeze caressing willows, firmly guided Evelyn to the shore, allowing her to land safely. Oh, that was so thrilling. Evelyn, who had survived the ordeal, was not frightened but delighted, her face beaming with joy. Brother Chen, that was so cool. Chen Jiamu withdrew his energy and said lightly, "Sorry, sometimes I can't control my strength. If there's nothing else, you can practice with me in the future." Yay! Everyone clapped and cheered. Brother, is this internal energy? Shan Ji asked. Yes. When can we practice like this? Chen Jiamu thought for a moment and said, probably not yet. I estimate we should be able to in the future. Duan paused and added, recently, I've been experimenting with alchemy. If successful, perhaps everyone can cultivate inner strength. Everyone could no longer contain their excitement. Senior brother, if you need help with alchemy, just let me know. We'll help. Good. Chen Jiamu readily agreed. Not far away, Ma Huayan's voice called out, Chen Shidi, boss, he is treating us to lunch at the Delong Prince Hotel in Xinjiang City. Chen Shiliang was an open-minded person. He respected Chen Jiamu's choices. From another perspective, Chen Jiamu participating in the Wulin Feng program could also be seen as a good opportunity to promote traditional culture. Sitting in an old rattan chair in the Dao cultivation class, Chen Shiliang waved a fan and said slowly, Huayun, you're older, take good care of Jiamu. Master, don't worry. I used to be quite the force in the public relations department of a listed company. Ma Huayun had changed into casual clothes and even styled his hair simply. If you go to the city and need anything, call me. You've been at the dojo for half a year, it's not long. The mundane world can be a test of the heart. Remember, lust is a sharp knife. Be mindful of your weaknesses. Don't worry, master. I have strong self-control when it comes to women. Jiamu, come here. I have something to tell you. Chen Shiliang said in a low voice. The two stepped aside, and Chen Shiliang whispered, Jamu, I've always believed you are a reincarnated immortal. Master, that's not. You may not have regained your memories from the immortal realm yet. Chen Shiliang filled in many of his own assumptions. The mundane world tests the heart. We practitioners must not fall into the demonic path. All right, Master. Chen Shiliang sought his disciple to the gate and waved goodbye. He Wei exchanged pleasantries, but Chen Shiliang politely declined. He wanted to take Chen Shiliang along, have lunch, arrange a foot bath in the afternoon, drink in the evening, and then go to KTV to pick a few girls. He had everything planned out. He Wei thought perhaps the old Taoist was too reserved in front of his disciple. He quickly understood and planned to find a themed club with a national style, preferably one with Taoist nun uniforms to match the old Taoist's temperament. If that didn't work, he would train a few female public relations staff. They would definitely come in handy later. He Wei had even decided to mortgage his house for a gamble. Sooner or later, he would take Qin Jiamu to go solo, take a chance, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The village was relatively backward, with a stretch of dirt road that most cars were reluctant to drive into. Among them, some hadn't left the village for a long time, especially Gue Wu, who hadn't been out for almost 5 years. They rarely went out before. The Dao cultivation class would only go to the city once a month to buy some essentials, usually taking Zhang Mozi's tractor to the suburban road and then transferring to a bus. 3 little kids, along with Gue Wu, the 3 brothers of the Longwei martial arts school, and 3 foreigners stood at the big iron gate, waving vigorously. Chen Jiamu and Ma Huayun got into a Range Rover. Ma Huayun rolled down the window and shouted, We're just going to the city for a few days. Don't act like it's a life and death separation. Come find us to play if you have time. In the car, He Wei was very excited, but little did he know that Chen Jiamu was truly capable. There was no need for such fuss. The DeLong Prince Hotel was located in the center of the old city of Qingyang, an establishment over a decade old, with an average cost of over 100 per person, and the food was excellent. Merchants seek profit, scholars seek positions, and warriors vie for dominance. He Wei was a genuine businessman, fundamentally thinking about how to make money. Knowing people at a banquet was a basic skill for a businessman, and He Wei was no exception. Ma Huayun became Chen Jiamu's commercial secretary for the Yuanhan Dao cultivation class. He Wei sat beside Ma Huayun, patiently explaining, Brother Yun, our core selling point is to promote traditional martial arts, using Tai Chi to defeat Western fighting styles. Today we welcome everyone, and tomorrow we start rehearsals. We've invited 3 free-fighting athletes to spar with your junior brother, Chen Jiamu. First, we need to establish Jiamu's character, then shoot a promotional video, using a smartphone to capture it in a candid style, creating a sense of authenticity in everyday life. Ma Huayun whispered, there's really no need for that. My junior brother can really fight. I know. He has a great talent for performance, and his movements are graceful. I watched that viral Tai Chi video of Chen Jiamu online. It takes years of practice to achieve that ethereal quality. But you guys are quite ruthless, pushing over a basketball hoop with one palm. Was it pulled down with a rope? Or was it edited together? Ma Huayun chuckled a few times, suddenly feeling that no matter how he explained, it would all sound pale. Indeed, who could believe it was all real without seeing it with their own eyes? In Xingyang City, at night, the bright moon hung high. On the rooftop of the Times Square Trade Building, 33rd floor, below was the dazzling city lights, a beautiful sight. In the middle of the night, the rooftop was completely empty, except for Ma Huayun. Dressed in floral shorts, Ma Huayun felt the chill of the approaching autumn night. Junior brother Chen, do you really have to refine pills on the rooftop? Chen Jiamu, clad in a Taoist robe, sat cross-legged on the rooftop. His long hair, uncut for a while, hung down to his chin, giving him the aura of a young Taoist priest. His eyes were lazy, his features delicate, with his hands tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe, gazing at a small alchemical furnace before him. The furnace was not large, about 40 centimeters tall, made entirely of brass, shining brightly under the moonlight. Next to it was a backpack containing some charcoal. Chen Jiamu placed some charcoal beneath the furnace, then took out his phone to check the time. It was now 12:58 a.m. According to the formula provided by the system, refining pills required strict attention to timing and direction. Chen Jiamu opened the compass app on his phone and adjusted the position of the furnace. The furnace was octagonal, with each face engraved with the names of the 8 trigrams: Xian South, Quan North, Li East, Qin West, Dui Southeast, Jin Northeast, Sun Southwest, Jin Northwest. The golden pill required refining at the intersection of the Z and Chou hours. The Z hour is from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., and the Chou hour is from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It was almost 1 a.m. Chen Jiamu sequentially added pre-measured amounts of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin into the furnace, then added realgar, orpiment, arsenic, sulfur, and cinnabar, all prepared according to the formula. Finally, he took a pre-ground turtle shell and poured it all in. "Brother Ma, where's the lighter?" Chen Jiamu turned his head to look at the bewildered Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun took out a lighter, lit a cigarette for himself, and then handed one to Chen Jiamu. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Jiamu mumbled, "Ignite the furnace, refine the pill." Ma Huayun squatted beside him, using the lighter to ignite the prepared candles, slowly igniting the charcoal. "I say, junior brother Chen, the wind on this rooftop is a bit strong. If a spark flies over to the nearby power distribution box, it could cause trouble." As he spoke, Ma Huayun shielded himself from the wind. "Brother Ma, did he Wei arrange for the preliminary competition tomorrow?" "Yeah, that old trickster has plenty of ideas. He even plans to shoot a promotional video for you. I told him you can really fight, 10 Tysons wouldn't be enough to take you on. He thought I was bragging and praised our acting skills." "I'm truly speechless. There's no need to explain too much to him. It's pointless." Ma Huayun nodded, rubbing his hands together, and asked with some anticipation, "How long will this pill refining take?" "He Wei even gave me a black card for the Qing Shuibei foot spa. Once we're done, let's go get a foot massage." I'm going to start now, you keep watch for me." Chen Jiamu took a deep puff of smoke, his expression becoming serious. Ma Huayun said, "I can't keep watch. Just pay attention to the entrance of the equipment room over there. If someone comes, let me know." At this time of night, anyone coming to the rooftop is probably thinking of jumping off. Chen Jiamu formed hand seals, and strands of true energy flowed into the air vent beneath the furnace, causing the charcoal at the bottom to suddenly glow red. The process lasted a full 2 hours, which is 1 shurchen. Chen Jiamu's forehead gradually beaded with fine sweat. Ma Huayun was initially curious, then bored, played a few rounds of games, and smoked a pack of cigarettes on the rooftop. Finally, Chen Jiamu finished his work. The first attempt at alchemy was also a laborious task. "Open the furnace." Chen Jiamu wrapped his hands with a damp cloth and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. 3 golden pills lay quietly inside the furnace. Did it work? Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully refined the golden pill. System, what is the use of this pill? Golden pill, when taken by immortal, can achieve an indestructible body for 15 minutes. Indestructible body? The kind that can't be pierced by knives or guns for a quarter of an hour? Yes. Chen Jiamu used tongs to pick up the 3 golden pills, blew on them, and observed them under the moonlight. A quarter of an hour, converted to real time, is about 15 minutes, which, if understood correctly, means an invincible golden body for roughly 15 minutes. Did it work? Ma Huayun witnessed this miraculous scene. "Junior brother Chen, what function does this pill have when taken?" Chen Jiamu patiently explained, "According to the formula, it grants 15 minutes of indestructible ability." "What is that? Similar to the third brother from Calabash Brothers? Copper head, iron bones?" Ma Huayun was quite clever. "It should be." Chen Jiamu took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, took a few sips, and then extinguished the furnace. After Ma Huayun tidied up quickly, he packed the furnace into his backpack. Chen Jiamu stood up and stretched. The 33rd floor was high, and it was now 3:30 a.m. Soon, the cleaners would start their shift. Chen Jiamu wandered a few steps on the rooftop, preparing to carry Ma Huayun down using the fire escape pipe. After thinking for a moment, he took one of the golden pills from his pocket. "Since I've already mastered the method of refining, and I have 3 of them, I can't help but try one." Ma Huayun's eyes lit up. "How do we try?" Chen Jiamu popped one in his mouth. The taste was somewhat like a chocolate ball, slightly bitter at first, but soon a hint of sweetness emerged. It was quite tasty. "What does it taste like?" Ma Huayun asked. "Very good. You should try one too." "Okay. Pop." Ma Huayun also ate one. Just a few seconds after finishing the golden pill, Chen Jiamu felt a wave of heat surge from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body, as if an invisible shield was tightly adhering to his skin, like wearing a layer of true energy cling film. Ma Huayun felt the same sensation. "Why do I feel like I have a steel body now?" Ma Huayun asked in confusion. Chen Jiamu took a wrench from his backpack and struck Ma Huayun's forehead hard. Bang! The wrench bent. Ma Huayun touched his head, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. "Wow! Awesome! Does it hurt?" Chen Jiamu asked. "Not at all, and my head feels perfectly fine." Chen Jiamu nodded and said lightly, "If we can mass-produce this pill, we should be invincible." "Awesome, my junior brother, from now on, you are my big brother." Ma Huayun pounded the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop with his fists, thud thud thud, each punch delivered with full force, his skin unscathed. "Be gentle, don't wake anyone up," Chen Jiamu said. Ma Huayun was extremely excited, starting to use various parts of his body to strike. He saw a crack in the wall and suddenly had a bold idea, but then felt embarrassed. Forget it, there will be opportunities to try later. Ma Huayun took a deep breath and prepared to sprint with all his might to test the limits of his defense. Suddenly, he was tripped, his body flew out, and he fell down below. Whoa! Chen Jiamu stood at the edge of the building, saw the small black dot in free fall, and leaped, his body crashing down from the 33rd floor like a cannonball. Indestructible! The fierce wind howled in his ears as Chen Jiamu gathered all his internal energy, letting his body fall freely. With a loud bang, a human-shaped pit was created on the road, stones flying everywhere. Bang! Another body crashed into it. In the deep pit, amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, cradling someone, and jumped out, disappearing into the night of Dongxi Street in Xinjiang City. Chen Jiamu and Ma Huayun were unscathed, indestructible. This crash was monumental, startling the cars parked by the roadside, setting off alarms. Lights flickered on in the nearby residential buildings. Various confused voices could be heard. Did a big truck's tire blow? Where's there a big truck in the city? Did someone's boiler explode? Was that an earthquake? Honey, come look, there's a big pit outside. Is it really an earthquake? Hurry, get up. What time is it? Still in your underwear? Just wrap yourself in a blanket. 800 meters away in an alley, Chen Jiamu set Ma Huayun down, and the two shook off the dust from their clothes. Big brother, you almost scared the piss out of me just now. It's fine, 15 minutes is enough. Let's go get a foot massage. Okay. Here's a breaking news update. Around 3:30 a.m., a serious collapse occurred on the cement road at the intersection of Dongxi Street in Pingqiao District, with reports from the public indicating that a loud noise was heard before the incident, suspected to be a heavy object falling. The official news did not release the surveillance footage from that time, focusing instead on the construction company bidding for that section of the road. Many comments below claim to have seen someone flying out of the large pit in the ground, holding another person. Others said it was a person jumping down from above. Some even suggested it was an alien invasion causing the disturbance. However, without the release of the surveillance footage, nothing could be concluded. A strong hand swiped the phone screen, and the image changed to a young man in a robe practicing Tai Chi. Pei Tianlu, dressed in training clothes, turned off the phone screen, placed it face down on the table, and picked up a purple clay teapot, taking a sip. He scoffed disdainfully. Douyin is getting more ridiculous by the day. He was tall and spirited, in his 50s, having practiced Xingyi Quan since childhood, and was the spokesperson for the Hanyuan Xingyi sect. He was the head of the Qingyang Xingyi Martial Arts Association, vice president of the Qingyang Martial Arts Federation, a provincial Sanda champion, and proficient in various combat techniques, enjoying a prestigious reputation in the industry. He was certainly not a rough-and-tumble fitness fighter like Tai Long. He was a master-level figure in Xingyi Quan. Master, is that Tai Chi practitioner Chen Jiamu really skilled? A disciple asked. Pei Tianlu casually replied, it's just commercial hype. Traditional martial arts have been ruined by this bunch of nonsense. But the video of him toppling the basketball hoop has been analyzed by professionals, and it's determined that it wasn't special effects. You believe that? What professionals? Who called him a professional? Pei Tianlu had watched that video. The beginning indeed had the flavor of Tai Chi, but when he saw the fallen leaves on the ground floating up, he felt something was off. By the time that kid in the robe slapped down the basketball hoop, it was even more absurd. In this world, there are no superpowers. It felt like they were filming a martial arts movie. Especially the recent online buzz about the Wulin Foam Open auditions, where people were beaten into spinning tops in the ring. This is martial arts. It's purely a display of acting skills. The spirit of combat seeks authenticity. Pei Tianlu began training at the age of 4, apprenticed to the Xingyi Quan master Zhang Tianbao, and with his high talent and hard work, he has never seen a master with such terrifying strength in over 20 years of martial arts training. However, he has recently been considering packaging himself for the entertainment industry. If done well, it can be quite profitable. He plans to have his son, Pei Qianhu, enter the entertainment circle and become a kung fu star. Master, He Wei from Wulin Feng is here to see you. He Wei? Pei Tianlu is the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. He met this person last year at the Provincial Martial Arts Forum and remembers him as a thorough businessman. To be fair, he seems quite skilled in managing traffic. He is not very familiar with He Wei. What does he want with me? Not sure. He's waiting at the door. Let him in. A black Hummer stops at the entrance of a private villa on the outskirts of the city. He Wei gets out and looks up. This is a 3-story small villa, decorated in an ancient style, with 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance. The plaque on the main door is very rustic, inscribed with the 3 large characters Xingyi Men. On one side of the cultural brick-decorated wall, various honor plaques hang, including Second prize at the 9th National Martial Arts Competition, National Intangible Cultural Heritage Inheritor, champion of the first Laming Cup Fighting Competition, Provincial Martial Arts Championship winner, Outstanding Contribution Award for Cultivating Martial Arts Talent in Shanhai Province, and the 12th generation authentic inheritor of Xingyi Quan. A wall full of awards, enough to dazzle anyone. I've already talked to the insurance company about avoiding legal liability, and there are at least 3 backup plans. After all, competitions come with risks. Pei Tianlu was momentarily confused about what the other party was implying and asked, how do we compete? With so many traditional martial arts styles like Wing Chun, Choi Li Fut, Bagui Zhang, Hungar, and Xingyiquan, can any of them be used? Have you heard of Tai Chi Chin Jiamu recently? He Wei lit a cigar and took a puff. That internet celebrity who does special effects? Pei Tianlu replied. Yes, President Pei, have you ever thought about why he became popular and what made him popular? You want us to do special effects and find actors? With all due respect, Manager He, we can't afford to lose face in Xingyiquan. He Wei smiled brightly, not taking the other's words to heart, and confidently said, it's about making money, there's no shame in that. He took out several documents detailing his plans. Pei Tianlu remained silent, feeling somewhat swayed as he quickly scanned the contents of the documents. With a mind that was usually quite sharp, Pei Tianlu instantly grasped the crux of the issue. As he read, he asked, how do we split the profits? I'll invest 6 million up front. If you're really interested, you can add another 4 million. 10 million is enough to heat up the topic completely. Manager He has a good idea, but I have one condition. I want to use my people. Why has traditional martial arts declined? It's because amateur practitioners lack skill, and those flashy moves are just for show and can't withstand scrutiny. For example, Master Ma from before. He Wei's expression darkened as he retorted, Master Ma is now live streaming sales with over 50,000 viewers in his stream. If you really want to make it happen, consider letting my son take the lead. He's quite capable and looks impressive. He Wei laughed, I'll give you 10% of the shares, using my people, but you have to stand on our platform when the time comes. Do you think I'm Pei Tianlu just anyone? He Wei held up 2 fingers, 20%. Pei Tianlu paused, then said softly, can you find that Chin Jiamu? How many punches can he take? What if a professional fighter challenges him later? He Wei leaned back, spreading his hands with a smile, who says we have to actually fight? President Pei, can you make a movie? At that moment, a disciple rushed in and said solemnly, President, there's a Taoist outside claiming he's here to challenge us. Which fool is that? Oh, he says his name is Chen Jiamu. A fake fighter coming here to challenge? Pei Tianlu felt a surge of annoyance and glanced at Yi Wei, who looked equally bewildered. President Pei, don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on. Pei Tianlu sneered, stood up abruptly, and strode out the door. In the courtyard stood a slender young man in a Taoist robe, his hands tucked into his sleeves, wearing a lazy smile that suggested he was indifferent to the world. Sunlight filtered through the old banyan tree in the courtyard, casting dappled shadows on him, while he remained calm, ignoring the dozen or so angry men around him. President, someone is causing trouble. Pei Tianlu raised a hand, frowning as he looked up and down at the young man in the robe. Are you Chen Jiamu? Yes. What's the matter? I'm here to challenge. What does Manager He mean by that? He Wei smiled apologetically and quickly jogged over, pulling Chen Jiamu aside. Jiamu, why are you here? Chen Jiamu asked, Manager He, has the registration been taken care of? It's all set. The official competition starts next week. We're almost ready on our end, and tomorrow we plan to let you rehearse with your opponents. He Wei spoke in a low voice. Chen Jiamu raised his hand to interrupt. That's too much trouble. Didn't Huayon explain it clearly to you before? Just arrange the matches. No need for all these complications. He Wei wiped his sweat and said softly, Brother, some things we should discuss privately. There are too many people here. Chen Jiamu shook his head. Sometimes, a fist is easier to understand than any words. As for why Chen Jiamu suddenly came here, there was no patience for inquiries. Every task had been completed ahead of schedule, too easily and casually. The system was all confused. Apprenticing, practicing martial arts, refining pills, and competing in arenas. Each of these tasks was supposed to be quite challenging according to the storyline of the Xuanwu continent. Take pill refining, for instance. Just preparing the materials over there would require considerable effort. But Chen Jiamu simply opened a certain treasure app, searched for the keywords, and easily gathered everything. Competing in the arena, he finished off all his opponents in less than half an hour. Due to the host repeatedly completing tasks ahead of schedule, the main storyline has accelerated. The host will participate in the martial arts conference and become the martial arts leader, allowing direct access to immortality cultivation. Detected that the Xingyi sect is attempting to prevent the host from participating in the martial arts conference. Side quest, defeat the Xingyi sect leader. This was the new task Chen Jiamu received half an hour ago. Following the map loaded in his mind, he scanned a shared bicycle and navigated his way here. At the entrance, he even saw He Wei's black Hummer, which was a bit unexpected. Could this be the partner He Wei mentioned? Chen Jiamu didn't care. He just wanted to participate in the martial arts competition as soon as possible, defeat all his opponents, become the national champion, and complete the system's so-called martial arts leader task. Then he wouldn't have to linger in the martial arts world anymore. What did cultivating immortality mean? It was about flying and escaping, not fighting and killing. Manager I'm here to challenge you today, Chen Jiamu said. Oh my big brother, I haven't finalized anything here yet. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He Wei was anxious, he was genuinely worried. He even doubted whether the video he saw of Chen Jiamu as a performance artist was real. This kid seemed to have a few screws loose. Did he really think he was tough? These people were all serious practitioners. Moreover, Pei Tianlu had always had a fiery temper. Have you said enough? Pei Tianlu, dressed in a tang suit, stepped forward with a dark expression. Oh, who's in charge here? I'm here to challenge, Chen Jiamu repeated. Being ignored made Pei Tianlu very angry. As a well-known figure in a national boxing gym, being looked down upon by someone who faked fights online was quite humiliating. Who gave him the courage? Why was he so arrogant? Did he really think that those who practiced traditional martial arts couldn't fight? With a loud bang, a man in the courtyard smashed a wooden dummy support with a punch. The thick wooden post broke with a crack. The man gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and hid his slightly trembling arm behind his back, saying through clenched teeth, I, Wan Laochi, am here to give you a try. Challenge? Young man, how do you want to do it? Very simple, fight until you're convinced, Chen Jiamu said, flexing his fingers, then paused and added, whoever wants to go first, don't waste time. I have things to do. A dozen men in training outfits immediately surrounded him, each cracking their knuckles. President, who is this guy? So arrogant. I'll go, just to test him. I've been unhappy with him for a while. Such an insult. Little Taoist, do you think you can use the dragon subduing 18 palms? Chen Jiamu looked around, chuckled lightly, and seemed quite unconcerned. This attitude, in the eyes of the Xingyi sect members, turned into blatant mockery, a disdainful arrogance. If you're afraid, just admit defeat. Let me see if I can complete the task, Chen Jiamu said tentatively. He wasn't a delinquent with violent tendencies, his purpose was quite simple, just to complete the system task. If the other side admitted defeat directly, it might be a good thing for them. After all, his control over internal energy suppression was still not very skilled, but there were benefits to fighting. It was a chance to review the methods of internal energy suppression. This was to make better preparations for the upcoming arena competition. The reason for suppressing internal energy was simple. He feared that if he struck too fiercely, there would be no one left to compete. Who knows, he might even be caught by a special department for research, and then he would be at odds with the police. Would he still be the leader of the martial arts world, or would he become a rebel? It would definitely mean he couldn't complete the system tasks, and how could he then embark on the path of cultivation? The temptation of cultivation was too great. As long as he could cultivate, it was reasonable to develop cautiously. What an interesting young man, Pei Tianlu said in a flat voice, but there was a fierce glint in his eyes. Can we start? Chen Jiamu asked. Along, De Fei, close the door. With a loud crash, Pei Tianlu smashed the purple clay teapot in his hand. Sini Liuhaquan, originally known as Sini Liuhaquan, is said to have been created by the famous General Yu Fei of the Song dynasty, but some say it was developed by Ji Jike from Puzhou, Shanxi, during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Ji Jike learned the Yu Wumu boxing manual from a master on Zhongnan Mountain and, through his own research and practice, created Sini Liuhaquan. It is a style characterized by its vigorous and domineering techniques, focusing on bold and straightforward movements without too much flashy action. In a word, it is fierce. It has a battlefield-like feeling of killing enemies. 7 or 8 men surrounded them, clearly angered by Chen Jiamu's rude attitude. They just wanted this seemingly frail and thin Taoist to experience what it felt like to be hit by a fist as big as a sandbag. Whether in ancient or modern society, these men who prided themselves on their martial arts skills would not stoop to beating someone in public. It would be disgraceful. Even if they did gang up on someone, it would have to be in a deserted alley. Just as a few of them were arguing about who would go first, they heard the lazy-eyed young Taoist say something that made them want to directly chop him with a knife. If you can't come to an agreement, just all come at me together, Chen Jiamu said sincerely. Damn it, that's too much. At that moment, someone brought Pei Tianlu a grandmaster's chair and placed it on the platform in the courtyard. I hope your body is tougher than your mouth, Pei Tianlu said, sitting steadily in the chair, his face dark. Away, go and experience this Taiji Chen Jiamu. Remember, just a light touch. Away moved, He was a man of few words, not very noticeable among the burly men, of medium build with a buzz cut, but his eagle-like eyes revealed an undeniable fierceness. This was a temperament forged through countless practical battles, exuding an imposing aura. He expressionlessly took a few steps forward, bowed to Pei Tianlu, and said, "Okay, master." One should not judge a book by its cover, and the same goes for martial arts. This man did not have explosive muscles, but his steps made even seasoned martial artists like He Wei feel he was remarkably steady. He naturally understood what light touch meant as described by his master. Hey, President Pei, can you give me some face? About today. He Wei smiled awkwardly, blocking the two. I've already given you enough face, manager he. If it were my temper from 10 years ago, I would have beaten you up too. He Wei sighed and took out his phone, shaking it. If you fight privately, I will call the police. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present frowned. What did that mean? You were the ones challenging, and before the fight even started, you were pulling this? Before Pei Tianlu could utter a word of disdain, a hand swiftly snatched He Wei's phone. Chen Jiamu held the phone, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it to Pei Tianlu. Manager he, you really talk too much. After today, you'll understand. Xiao Chen, we have a contract. I've been running around the program team these past few days to get you signed up. Do you know how much it cost? If you get hurt, how will we proceed with the rest? How much will we lose? Step back a bit, be good. Chen Jiamu gently pushed his hand against He Wei's chest, causing the latter to stagger back a dozen meters until his back hit the courtyard wall. He Wei, surprised, touched his chest, feeling the gentle yet irresistible force from just now, and shook his head in confusion. What the hell is going on? Chen Jiamu assumed a Tai Chi stance and said calmly, let's begin. Initially calm, Wei's face involuntarily flashed a look of seriousness. He was close enough to see that the little Taoist's unexpected push seemed to contain something he couldn't quite grasp. It didn't seem like an act. It was like Tai Chi but not quite. Xingyi Quan, Chi Wei, please. With a loud bang, Chi Wei planted his left foot, slightly bending his knees, adopting the authentic cannon fist starting position. Chen Jiamu was here to challenge, not to kill. Chi Wei suddenly exerted force with both feet, charging in with an iron mountain lean while simultaneously launching a cannon fist. Chen Jiamu focused and held his breath, sidestepping with a cloud hand, causing Chi Wei's cannon fist to miss entirely. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he immediately stepped out to stabilize his stance. An ordinary person would have lost their balance and been sent flying by their own strength. Not bad, Chi Wei grinned, feeling excited. He no longer held back and charged forward again. The standard Xingyi Quan technique was powerful, yet Chen Jiamu effortlessly dodged each of Chi Wei's attacks, as if the strikes were nothing to him. The more Chi Wei fought, the more puzzled he became, feeling as if his strength was like a cow sinking into the sea, completely ineffective. Chen Jiamu, with ease, dodged 12 of Chi Wei's moves, experiencing a thrilling sense of enjoyment. He wasn't unwilling to fight back. He was merely experimenting. True martial skill isn't about flashy moves. The opponent grew increasingly anxious, their strikes becoming more vicious. In truth, they could really fight. Perhaps it was due to taking the cleansing elixir, but after training with Chen Xiliang in the Taoist class, practicing the 8 parts of the Vajrayana meditating at night, Chen Jiamu found himself recalling his opponent's boxing techniques and power application. It was a strange feeling, as if he were in a dream, with every move of his opponent perfectly replicated in his mind. While dodging, Chen Jiamu inquired within his mind, "System, what's going on? Can I learn my opponent's martial arts?" Detected that the host has activated the 7 apertures Linglong Heart, allowing comprehension of the opponent's martial arts in real combat. Ordinary martial arts, different paths lead to the same goal, the host can understand them all. Chen Jiamu couldn't help but smile. In the realm of martial arts, while not as powerful as immortal techniques, it was different when applied to himself. Like Tai Chi, while others practiced it as a senior fitness routine, he could create a flurry of falling leaves, perhaps due to his internal energy and true Chi. He had yet to encounter a true Tai Chi master, but logically speaking, even the most impressive masters wouldn't create gusts of wind that could topple a basketball hoop. For example, with the 18 dragon subduing palms, he could manifest a true Chi-formed dragon, which was the difference between an ordinary person and himself. From another perspective, he felt a bit like a max-level character bullying low-level ones in a beginner village. Still the kind with full talent, having accumulated countless skill points, but without having spent any. You're very clever, good at dodging. Is this Tai Chi? A little cat hiding and running away? Chi Wei took a step back, becoming serious. He continuously changed his stance. Chi Wei glanced sideways, excitement shining in his eyes like a long-awaited rain. Little cat, you won't have a chance next. I'm going to get serious now. Chen Jiamu smiled without answering. Smile. Let me show you what Xingyi splitting fist feels like. Shi Wei's figure shifted, his fist descending like a mountain axe, his palm slicing through the air like a sharp blade, embodying the fierce and unparalleled splitting fist. Years ago, this very punch had once broken a junior brother's bones. This strike, 20 years of effort. What will you use to dodge? Ding, comprehension of the splitting fist. Time seemed to freeze, mystical and obscure knowledge and insights surged into Qin Jiamu's mind. From the perspective of the human body's meridians and vital energy, the rise and fall of the splitting fist can regulate the energy of the Taiyin lung meridian. The lungs correspond to metal, which governs qi and respiration. Each strike and retraction resembles the lung's exhalation and inhalation. At the rise, like the lung's exhalation, it disperses the essence of food and clear qi upwards and outwards, nourishing the entire body. At the fall, like the lung's inhalation, it directs the turbid qi downwards, returning to its original state. The Book of Documents, Great Plans states, metal is called transformation. Transformation implies compliance, it symbolizes change. The fierce downward strike of the splitting fist, akin to the sharpness of metal, can conform to the principles of nature and alter the situation in battle. In the distant sky, a deep male voice echoed, it was Chen Shiliang's, the way is in life. At this moment, Qin Jiamu found himself amidst the mountains and forests, in an open area, where he saw a woodcutter focused on his work. The woodcutter stood tall and steady, his feet firmly planted on the ground, as if rooted. He gripped his sharp axe tightly, raising it high, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. The axe fell, splitting into the thick trunk with the force of a bamboo being broken. Wood shavings flew apart, and the axe landed with a thud. The woodcutter turned, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and smiled brightly at Chen Jiamu. The splitter is the axe, belonging to metal. Metal symbolizes strength and sharpness. The splitting fist, as the initial strike, is like metal breaking wood. Time resumed, and Chen Jiamu sidestepped, raising a hand to slice through the air a few times, experiencing the insights he had just gained in the environment. So that's how it is. Little kitty, what are you saying? Shi Wei was furious. He charged forward again, his fists coming down like a madman. Yet Chen Jiamu did not retaliate, occasionally shifting his footwork, most of the time standing still. He wore an expression of distraction, as if lost in thought. After each of Shi Wei's combos, Chen Jiamu's face would momentarily show a dazed look, then transform into a bright expression of sudden realization. Come on, continue, what other moves do you have? Damn it! Shi Wei was increasingly flustered. No matter how he struck, with the most cunning angles and fierce power, he was always met with what seemed like Qin Jiamu's effortless Tai Chi techniques that neutralized his attacks. What kind of trick is this? After finishing his last combo, Shi Wei stood to the side, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He was utterly exhausted. Chen Jiamu tilted his head and smiled, is that all? Can you show all your moves? Shi Wei, what are you doing? Pei Tianlu shouted angrily. Master, I don't know either. You look like a monkey, jumping around and being toyed with by the opponent. What the hell is going on? It seems like he can predict my attacks infinitely. Shi Wei was completely stunned, his eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Chen Jiamu stepped forward, flicking his sleeve, raising a standard starting posture of Xingyi Quan. He had already learned it. Chen Jiamu's Xingyi Quan stance took shape, his left foot stepped forward, grounding itself. With a muffled sound, the hem of his robe swayed, and a ripple of qi seemed to spread out around him. Everyone felt a strange illusion, as if the entire courtyard trembled. Xingyi Quan, quite interesting. Chen Jiamu clearly felt a fierce and domineering true qi coursing through his meridians. A desire to punch through mountains surged within him. Just standing there, he exuded an oppressive feeling akin to a tyrant lifting a cauldron. Pei Tianlu stood up from his armchair, his eyes narrowing. His expression was serious and meticulous, a sense of respect rising in his heart, even a feeling of fear in the presence of the ancestral master. Pei Tianlu shook his head, trying to dispel the nonsensical thoughts in his mind. Who was he? As one of the few authentic Xingyi Quan inheritors in the country, he had gained fame as a youth, winning awards until his hands were sore. 10 years ago, he had fought in underground matches in Europe and America, winning more than he lost, earning the respect of foreign masters. How could he be intimidated by the momentum of a junior? If this got out, it would be enough to make people laugh their teeth out. In recent years, he had been accepting many disciples in the country, and although he often participated in various martial arts forums, what kind of spectacle had he not seen? After turning 35, he lost interest in competitions and began to gradually study how to make money, paving the way for his son. Away, can you still fight? Pei Tianlu asked, clearing the ties in his heart, his voice deep and questioning. Master, this person, I don't know where he learned his tricks, dodging here and there, I can't hit him at all, Shi Wei complained, feeling wronged. Chen Jiamu remained calm and unbothered. Shi Wei calmed his emotions, transforming all the frustration he had just felt into strength, stepping forward in a bow stance, and launched a crashing punch. Chen Jiamu made the same move, but compared to Qi Wei, his movements were much more natural, lacking the exaggerated posturing. The lazy, indifferent aura of Tai Chi from before vanished, replaced by an unyielding fierceness. He resembled a hardened warrior on the battlefield. Even with his internal power suppressed to 1/10, everyone still felt dazzled, as if Chen Jiamu's fist was wrapped in a raging wind. Crashing punch against crashing punch. The two fists collided, without any earth-shattering effects, only the crisp sound of bones misaligning. That crack was clear and pure, like a heavenly sound. A second later, Qi Wei's forearm and upper arm dislocated backward, his body swaying violently to the side. Qi Wei knelt on one knee, his right hand hanging weakly, swaying back and forth. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and he heard the lullaby his mother used to hum to him when he was a child. Qi Wei lifted his head, and amidst the white clouds, he seemed to see the gentle woman, her hair graying, her smile kind. That year, to practice martial arts, he had quarreled with his mother. The first time he ran away from home, heading to Shaolin Temple. He was intercepted by the police at the station and sent back. Qi Wei was defiant. He had a dream of martial arts. His college entrance exam essay was titled The Great Hero. In all other subjects, he submitted blank papers. He was determined to learn martial arts, joining the Xingyi school, working harder than anyone else. While others were playing games, he was practicing punches. While others were dating, he was practicing punches. Punches, punches, punches. When talent was lacking, hard work made up for it. His master had once said that he had a good chance of becoming a generation's grandmaster. Qi Wei wanted to prove to everyone, to prove to his mother, that his name would be in the history of Xingyi Quan. He wanted the 5-star red flag to fly at the highest flagpole on the international boxing stage. He wanted Tyson to listen to the national anthem, to make the Iron Men in the octagon tremble. When Qi Wei received the Excellence Award at the city's traditional martial arts expo, the smile on his face brought great comfort to his mother. Later, his mother understood that everyone had their own way of living, their own ideals. Son, if you love practicing martial arts, then practice. Mom has her retirement pension. It's all an illusion. You can't scare me. Qi Wei suddenly leaped up, his other hand slicing down in the air, splitting the Huashan. He struck with a chopping punch. Chen Jiamu advanced instead of retreating, meeting him with a horizontal arm. Horizontal punch. Crack. Qi Wei's wrist made a crisp sound, and he fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, staggering and kneeling again. Using his head to prop himself up, he twisted his body to rise. How is this possible? He lowered his head, the intense pain from his fractured bones stimulating his brain. Why is his Xingyi Quan so powerful? Qi Wei could no longer hold back and shouted to the sky, "It hurts." Qi Wei cried, he really cried. Tears slid down his cheeks, and he couldn't tell if he was crying from being beaten or from missing his mother. None of that mattered anymore. "Mom, I miss you so much." The scalding tears reminded Qi Wei of the reality of his touch, that this was not a dream. "I don't want to practice martial arts anymore, I want to go home. Mom, I want to take the civil service exam. I want to be an excellent staff member." Ding, detected that the opponent's will has shattered. Chen Jiamu slowly took a step forward and said softly, "It's okay, it's just a fracture. Go to the hospital for rehabilitation. It won't affect your future life." Qi Wei struggled to lift his head, his eyelashes fluttering, his eyes bloodshot, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. "Please call an ambulance," Chen Jiamu said innocently. Xingyi Quan was too domineering. Chen Jiamu had tried hard to hold back. Perhaps it was because the opponent was too forceful. A hard clash, as the saying goes, the strong are easily broken. The whole place was petrified. Two disciples hurried over to help Qi Wei up. "Wei Ge, are you okay? Wei Ge, does it hurt? Senior brother Qi, say something. Hey, senior brother Qi, why are you crying again?" Chen Jiamu's gaze became vacant again. He checked the progress of the system task. With a buzz, 7 or 8 men surrounded him. Some were even holding weapons. "How do you know Xingyi Quan? Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Huh? Hee. Tai Chi? Playing tricks, are we? Cunning little mouse, dodging at first to wear out my senior brother's strength, only to reveal your trump card at the end. Your tricks are very clumsy. Brothers, let's go together. Damn it, I don't believe he can have 3 heads and 6 arms." 7 or 8 young and vigorous disciples rushed over. "Stop!" Pei Tianlu shouted sternly. "Chen Jiamu, who is your master? Who did you learn Xingyi Quan from?" Chen Jiamu paused, thought for a moment, and glanced at the lifeless Qi Wei. "Young man, the traditional martial arts circle is not big. Have you practiced with Mu Lao Jiu from Sichuan and Chongqing? I saw the 2 moves you just made. They have the flavor of Mu Lao Jiu's iron sand palm." Pei Tianlu squinted his eyes, becoming completely serious. "President Pei, I don't know the person you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. My task is very simple. Challenge the dojo and defeat all of you, that's all." Pei Tianlu laughed instead of getting angry, gritting his teeth as he laughed. Impressive, Zhang Fulin, Shi Miao, Hei Tai, Lu Dehua, you four, go together. Yes, master. At this moment, the four disciples answered in unison, filled with righteous indignation. No, too troublesome, there are a total of 18 people here. Let everyone who can fight come up. Chen Jiamu took a bow stance, one hand forming a Tai Chi cotton palm at his chest, the other hand clenched into a fist at his lower abdomen. He wanted to see if he could use Tai Chi and Xingyi together. I'll try to see if I can use Tai Chi and Xingyi together. What kind of talk is this? What does it mean to use two types of martial arts together? Pei Tianlu's eyelids twitched, outrageous. But there was not a trace of arrogance in Chen Jiamu's eyes. He looked calm, his expression natural, his tone as flat as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner tonight. Go! Zhang Fulin, Shi Miao, Hei Tai, and Lu Dehua charged forward in a fan shape. Chen Jiamu's eyes slightly narrowed, taking a step forward, his Tai Chi cloud hands deflecting the crashing fists and cannon fists of the first two. Following the momentum, he executed a standard Xingyi Iron Mountain lean, using his shoulder to crash into them, sending them flying several meters. Chen Jiamu's body sank, Tai Chi cloud hands moving like a jade maiden weaving through, stepping forward to meet the next person, and as soon as their bodies made contact, they inexplicably flew out. In just a few seconds, 3 of the 4 were sent flying, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Only Lu Dehua, who stood at the back, was filled with fear in his small eyes. Dehua, be careful! Someone shouted from the crowd. Lu Dehua stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on a figure in a flowing Taoist robe approaching gracefully. Dehua made a very clever move, rolling to the side and letting out a strange cry. Damn it, I'd been restrained. Lying on the ground, Dehua pressed his palms together above his head. I give up. Chen Jiamu halted his steps, glanced at the long-haired man who had voluntarily fallen, smiled gently, and nodded. Not bad. So awesome, brother, you're amazing. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so disciples in the courtyard, all dressed in training outfits, could no longer hold back. It was simply outrageous. Someone cursed loudly. Damn, Dehua, you're really embarrassing. Brothers, let's all go together. Charge. Fight. A dozen people rushed in without caring about the reputation of bullying the weak. They rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. Chen Jiamu took a slight step back, assumed a stance, ready to face whatever came his way. It was best if they all came at once, it would save time. The sooner it was over, the better. The group assault was about to begin, surrounding him. Chen Jiamu sidestepped, extending his right hand to grab one person's arm, executing a move that sent the person flying backward without even looking. The unfortunate soul thrown by Chen Jiamu's force landed squarely on 2 of his companions who were preparing to sneak attack from behind. At that moment, 6 people lunged at him simultaneously, and for the first time, Chen Jiamu's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't worried about being surrounded and unable to escape. He was concerned that in a moment of panic, he might unleash too much internal power and accidentally create a pile of corpses. Chen Jiamu lightly tapped his toes, his body suddenly soaring, stepping onto one person's head, using it as leverage to leap into the air, bouncing above the crowd. Where is he? Damn, he can fly? What just happened? It's lightness skill. It seems like lightness skill. What the hell, does this world have lightness skill? Chen Jiamu exerted force with his toes, hanging in the air for 2 seconds before suddenly diving down, his form like a hawk swooping on a rabbit, and upon landing, 4 people were instantly sent flying. After landing, Chen Jiamu held his hands as if cradling a Tai Chi ball, gently spinning to redirect the force of an incoming attacker, then pushed forward with one palm, releasing a soft yet powerful force, sending that person flying sideways. Immediately after, Chen Jiamu shifted his stance, executing the San Tishur of Xingyi Quan, stepping forward with one foot, pushing off with the other, his right fist shooting out like a cannonball, striking the abdomen of the person in front with a loud bang, sending them airborne. At the same time, his left fist transformed into a palm, slicing toward the neck of a person to the side, who stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground, head tilted, drooling. Chen Jiamu smoothly turned, using the Tai Chi move Lan Ke Wei to deflect an attack from behind, then with a reverse motion, sent another person flying into the air. Chen Jiamu alternated between Tai Chi and Xingyi, his movements agile and ghostly. In the courtyard, the young man in the Taoist robe moved gracefully, his robe billowing, with a wave of his sleeve, a turn of his body, and a strike, sending another person flying several meters away, and the number of people on the ground groaning in pain increased. He either softened his force or struck with power, each move precisely controlled to avoid killing or maiming anyone. Chen Jiamu was taking on 18 people, completely overwhelming them. He was careful with his strikes, ensuring he wouldn't injure his opponent's bones. Around the courtyard, a group of people lay on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. He Wei, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt his legs growing weaker. He leaned against an old sycamore tree in the courtyard, using one hand to loosen the tie around his white shirt. His throat bobbed as he swallowed saliva, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes widened, fixated on the godlike Chen Jiamu in the arena. One by one, the living men were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Leaning against the sycamore tree, He Wei fell into silence. The worldview has been reshaped, and scenes from the past emerge in my mind. From the initial audition to yesterday when Ma Huayun earnestly expressed that his junior brother is invincible. In this world, there truly are martial arts that one would only see in movies. There are no marketing geniuses, no commercial packaging. It's genuine skill. Invincible, I dare not say. With his abilities, taking on 3 or 4 Tyson should be no problem, right? If one practices martial arts to the peak, perhaps, the real masters are indeed among the common people. He Wei felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. This feeling hadn't appeared in nearly 20 years. It was complex, exciting, or perhaps, euphoric. Having been in the martial arts circle for nearly 10 years, he once had a dream of being a martial hero, roaming the world with a sword. Later, traditional martial arts fell into decline, becoming mere spectacles in the eyes of the public. Martial arts routines, performances. Martial arts and dance began to be almost indistinguishable at some point. The heroes and martial arts masters in movies and TV shows seemed to exist only on screen, while in reality, they were almost impossible to find. Instead, Western styles like free fighting, taekwondo, and karate surged in popularity, with many children in China attending taekwondo training in gyms. Ultimately, marketing played a significant role. Later, he had a high school classmate who, after watching the Ip Man trilogy, went south to learn Wing Chun. That year, He Wei graduated from university, and his high school classmate Shi Tongwei returned after completing his studies and opened a Wing Chun martial arts school in Xinjiang City, which closed 6 months later due to poor management. Is traditional martial arts really beyond saving? He Wei had also asked himself this, and after drinking, he fantasized that perhaps there were unparalleled masters in this world. They lived in seclusion in the mountains or hid in the city, quietly upholding justice in unseen places. He Wei looked firmly at Chen Jiamu, at the slender youth in a Taoist robe, whose eyes showed no sadness or joy. Jiamu, you have always been a master, He Wei said, enunciating each word, his lips trembling. Chen Jiamu smiled brightly, his smile warm, devoid of the arrogance of a victor, and without any sense of wildness. I've said it before, there's no need to make it so complicated, just arrange the match. With a buzzing sound, Pei Tianlu, as if awakened from a dream, jumped up from the armchair and rushed over with a few quick steps. The boldness and confidence he once displayed in front of everyone had long vanished, replaced by a look of anxiety and unease. After a full half-minute, Pei Tianlu clasped his fists and performed a gesture of greeting typical among martial arts peers. His eyes believed, but his mind still did not. How did you jump just now? Wudang, cloud ladder. Hiss. Is there really lightness skill? Why not? Chen Jiamu countered. President Pei, it's your turn, let's have a match. Chen Jiamu said calmly. Pei Tianlu's knees went weak. This tall, muscular man now fidgeted like a shy bride. No, I concede. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, the Bond of Xingyi School. You can now start the main quest, participate in the martial arts conference. After obtaining the title of Martial Arts Alliance Leader, you can break through the shackles of martial arts and directly begin cultivating immortality. Oh, Chen Jiamu turned to look at He Wei. Manager He, the martial arts competition program starts the group matches this afternoon, right? He Wei leaned against the phoenix tree, maintaining a standing posture. Yes, please help me register directly. Okay, President Pei, today is a closed-door sparring session. I hope you won't spread what happened today. Chen Jiamu kindly reminded. Pei Tianlu rubbed his face with both hands, standing in place, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that what he had seen and heard today was too shocking. If it got out, it would surely cause a huge stir in society. He sighed helplessly as he looked at the disciples in the yard, sprawled in disarray. He turned his head to look at He Wei, who was equally bewildered under the parasol tree. Finally, his gaze landed on Chen Jiamu. He said firmly, if anyone talks about what happened today, I will personally chop him up. Thank you. Chen Jiamu cupped his fists in salute. Don't, Daoyi, don't be so polite, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'm very easy to talk to. Manager He, please coordinate with my senior brother Ma regarding the competition. He Wei mechanically nodded, but his thoughts were still immersed in the thrilling scene from earlier. Brother Jiamu, this Wuling Feng People's Grand Arena is being broadcast live across the entire network by the TV station, and the production team has put a lot of emphasis on this competition, doing extensive promotion beforehand. Oh, live broadcast is fine. I'm afraid that once you make a move, the internet will explode. Just arrange it. I know what I'm doing. An untimely ringtone sounded. Let's learn to meow together. Meow meow meow. Act cute in front of you. Meow meow meow. Chen Jiamu withdrew his hand into his sleeve, took out his phone, and answered. Hello, Mom. Oh, nothing much. I'll be back in a few days. What? No thought of being an internet celebrity? Hey, about that, it was edited by my senior brother. Oh, I'm going for a recheck today. I've made an appointment online. After the brain CT, I'll send you a WeChat. As Chen Jiamu spoke, he walked outside, his voice gradually fading away. He coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. He unconsciously puffed out his chest, and a sense of pride inexplicably surfaced on his face. President Pei, about the collaboration just now, I think I'll pass. Don't. I'm telling you, Hilauti, tonight, I'm hosting a gathering. I have a bottle of 20-year-old Moutai at home. We're fated. We won't leave until we're drunk. Pei Tianlu changed to a flattering smile. Can you introduce Dao Yi to us, to foster some goodwill? He smiled proudly. His coming out of seclusion was personally negotiated by me with his master. Oh, little Dao Yi has a master. He must be a remarkable person. Of course, a renowned recluse from Wudang Mountain. I had a simple meal with him there yesterday. What He said was true, but with his embellishments, it took on a different flavor. Ah, please. Pei Tianlu extended his hand, personally inviting He into the hall. He walked into the hall with a deliberately calm stride, with Pei Tianlu closely following, his face full of flattering smiles. He sat in the Grandmaster's chair, slightly tilting his head back, enjoying Pei Tianlu's attentive hospitality. He knew very well that his current weight in Pei Tianlu's eyes, as Chen Jiamu's manager, was completely different from before. Pei Tianlu kept showering him with compliments, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping that He would say a few good words in front of Chen Jiamu. In the courtyard, the disciples were scattered about, some rubbing their arms, some holding their stomachs, helping each other up unsteadily. They only felt muscle soreness or some minor scrapes. No one had sustained any serious injuries. What they didn't know was that every move Chen Jiamu made was aimed at their acupoints, capable of temporarily breaking their combat effectiveness without leaving them crippled. Of course, except for the unfortunate Qi Wei, who had both hands broken. The only one uninjured in the arena was Lu Dehua. He was also busy at the moment. Come on, brothers who need to go to the hospital, follow me, I'll drive. Master, where are your business car keys? Dehua shouted. Zhang Bo, go with Dehua and check on the disciples' injuries. Luckily, little Dao Yi showed mercy. Everyone, cheer up. There will be opportunities to follow little Dao Yi and learn unparalleled skills. In the hall, Pei Tianlu's deep voice resonated. The group of injured little calves, upon hearing this, became excited, feeling that a tremendous opportunity was waiting for them. In the main hall, He was treated as a guest of honor, with Pei Tianlu personally brewing him tea. The two old men, in an instant, were as affectionate as a father and son reuniting after many years apart. He sat on the mahogany sofa, crossing his legs, lighting a cigarette, and exhaling smoke. Old Pei, today is quite an eye-opener, isn't it? It is, unforgettable for life. By the way, that video circulating online of the little Taoist pushing down the basketball hoop with one palm, is that true? Of course it's true. He suddenly lowered his voice, feigning mystery as he said, I heard from the little Taoist Jr. that he has seen the little Taoist perform the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. What the heck? Pei Tianlu's hand trembled, nearly dropping the valuable purple clay teapot. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing. He expression was serious. Old He, we don't joke about this. I also heard that he can strike a dragon, splitting a tree as thick as a grinding wheel with one palm. Strike a dragon? I haven't read much, don't scare me. He sighed deeply and shook his head. Actually, I didn't believe it before, but today, I feel like I believe it. I believe it too. Let's drink tea. The two of them savored the tea, smoked cigarettes, and tacitly digested the images that had just appeared in their minds. The living room filled with swirling smoke. No matter how much Pei Tianlu pleaded or what high conditions he offered, He still politely refused. He refused to let Chen Jiamu collaborate with Xing Yimen. Pei Tianlu's expression remained unchanged as he poured tea, drank tea, his gaze shifting. The two old men fell into silence. After a dozen minutes, Pei Tianlu took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and arrived at a hidden room, which was his private space. Pei Tianlu pulled the curtains tight and locked the door. The room adorned with photos of him with various masters and seniors from the martial arts circle, as well as various competition honor medals he had won in his childhood. In the small room, Pei Tianlu paced back and forth. To accomplish something, one must have both face and substance. Things that cannot be done for face should be left to substance. Pei Tianlu took out his phone and dialed a number. It was his substance. The call connected. Dog brother. Encountered some trouble? The voice on the other end was that of a man with a hoarse voice. It had been years since he had heard this familiar voice. Dog brother, is there enough money to spend? Pei Tianlu's voice softened. Get to the point. The man's voice on the phone remained hoarse and calm. Do you believe there are martial arts in this world? Pei Tianlu lowered his voice, his expression serious. Aren't you the one practicing martial arts? Not like me, but like in the movies, martial arts. Didn't you always say Tai Chi can't fight? Today I saw someone who can. Pei Tianlu's voice trembled with excitement. There was a pause on the other end for a few seconds. Hello, what do you mean? Do you know someone named Chen Jiamu? Old Pei, have you been drinking fake liquor? The voice on the phone rose slightly. I'm serious. This person just came to challenge, single-handedly knocking down 18 of my disciples. Pei Tianlu briefly described what had just happened over the phone. There was a long pause on the other end. All right, send me the information. Although I think you're talking nonsense. No information, just search online, Tai Chi Chen Jiamu, it's very popular. Have you been brainwashed by a pyramid scheme? The previously mysterious voice lost its previous tone, now tinged with a feeling of being mocked by his own brother. Dog brother, please believe me. I have my own ideas. Where are you? I'll drive to find you. Qingshui Bay Foot Mansion, I'm getting a foot massage. Okay, wait. I'll be there soon. Room 69. I'll wait for you. Beep. Pei Tianlu hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. In the world of martial arts, sometimes it's not about fighting and killing, but about using one's brain. His son was about to return from studying abroad to establish the new China Martial Arts Association. Partnering with capital to promote traditional culture, and collaborating with Yang Maozi, it was indeed a crucial time for talent. Out of nowhere, a gifted prodigy had emerged as a competitor. He was bound to be a sensation and must be utilized by his son, Pei Qianhu. Thus, he had to do the dirty work behind the scenes, while he would take the credit later. Son, Dad is paving the way for you. Daoist, it's all arranged, we've cut in line for you, the competition is this afternoon. I'll notify you of the specific time shortly, came Hiwei's voice over the phone. Okay, waiting for your news. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone and walked into a restaurant. Ame Restaurant, located on the snack street at the south gate of Xingyang City, a small eatery that had been open for many years. The shop was not large, but it exuded a strong sense of warmth and liveliness. As soon as Chen Jiamu pushed open the door, he could smell the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic sizzling in the pan. Inside, there were 7 or 8 wooden tables, their surfaces gleaming with oil, but thankfully they were still relatively clean and not sticky. The walls were a plain white, perhaps aged, with the area near the kitchen slightly yellowed from grease. The kitchen was at the back of the restaurant, semi-open. Through the stained glass, one could see the slightly plump owner skillfully stir-frying, with flames occasionally leaping up. In the corner of the restaurant stood an old-fashioned cash register, where the fashionable and lightly made-up proprietress, looking to be in her early 30s, was playing a game. Everyone come over, help me open the dragon. Archer take red, we've pushed one wave. All come to mid, charge. The beautiful young woman, engrossed in her game, was directing her team while playing. Chen Jiamu casually found a spot to sit down, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, producing a crisp sound. The proprietress looked up and smiled apologetically. Hello, what would you like? You can scan the code to order. She still couldn't bear to put down her phone. At that moment, the game had entered a team battle phase, determining victory or defeat. Just then, a man in his 30s, slicked back hair glistening with gel, walked in through the door. It was Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun stood at the entrance, suddenly stiffening, his gaze complex as he looked at the woman playing games at the cash register. 7 years had passed, and she still hadn't changed, still loved playing games. Senior brother, Chen Jiamu waved. Ma Huayun's eyes flickered, softly calling out to Chen Jiamu, but he ignored him, a hint of bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ame, long time no see. Ma Huayun quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, 1 bowl of wontons, with extra cilantro. Ume's body trembled slightly, that voice was so familiar. She raised her eyes, her expression gradually becoming dazed, her phone slipping from her hand onto the table, where the sounds of skills being unleashed echoed, accompanied by a monkey's death cry. The two locked eyes for several seconds. The woman turned her back, making a motion to wipe her eyes with her sleeve, her shoulders slightly shaking. After a moment, she turned around, her expression returning to calm, smiling. Please wait a moment. Honey, 1 bowl of wontons, with extra cilantro. Okay. The plump cook in the kitchen responded. Ame poured 2 cups of hot water and came to the table. Drink some water. Ma Huayun quickly took the cup, placing the boiled water on the table, pulling out a stool to sit across from Chen Jiamu. This little Taoist, what would you like to eat? Confused, Chen Jiamu replied, oh, I'll have a bowl of wontons too. Alright, Ame casually called out again, honey, 2 bowls. Okay, just wait a moment. I'll finish this dish. Ma Huayun held a disposable plastic cup, slightly deformed from the hot water, releasing a strong plastic smell. Senior brother, isn't that hot to hold? Chen Jiamu asked. Ah. Ma Huayun flicked his hand, seemingly feeling a sudden pain, nearly knocking over his cup. Half an hour ago, Chen Jiamu had come out of the Xingyi school, and the two had agreed to meet at the South Gate Snack Street for a bite to eat. Chen Jiamu casually chose a place and sent the address to Ma Huayun. Do you know her? Chen Jiamu asked curiously. From their earlier unusual actions, one could guess the situation. It was as if they were acquaintances who dared not acknowledge each other. Junior brother, do you want to drink? Not really, but I can keep you company. Maid, boss lady, bring a bottle of beer and a plate of peanuts. Ma Huayun called out. He sat with his back to the cash register, occasionally glancing at the familiar face through the reflection in the glass door. Ame was Ma Huayun's unfulfilled desire. He chuckled to himself. She already had a husband, and perhaps her child could even write by now. As for him, he was a failure, a complete coward, living a seemingly enlightened life as a fake Taoist under his master. Even at night, when he couldn't sleep, he didn't dare to fantasize about her. Memories surged like a storm. He and Ame had met at a job fair after graduating from university. 10 years ago, in his early 20s, Ma Huayun was filled with hope for the future, only to be pierced by his mother-in-law's disdain. No house, no car, no stable job, only a young, strong body. Ame, wait for me for 3 years. I can buy a house. Back then, he was defiant. He worked himself to the bone. During the day, he worked as a copywriter at a marketing company. At night he did part-time driving, and on weekends he worked temporary jobs at construction sites, even sparing no money for cola. No matter how tired he was, he never bent his back. This dark and dreary life lasted for more than 3 years. Finally, he saved enough for a down payment, chose a project from a large real estate company, and bought a 120 square meter apartment. He still remembered the name of that community, the Emperor's Garden. Let's open a small restaurant together, and we'll pay off the mortgage together, Ame had said. 3 months later, the project was abandoned, and the developer ran away. The entire site had only a sales office, while the rest was a field of weeds. Ma Huayun fell into complete despair, stormed into the sales office, and in a fruitless attempt to communicate, smashed the sales model. He was charged with creating a disturbance, sentenced to 6 months in prison, with a 2-year probation. In the days that followed, he often faced threats from the underworld, feeling for the first time how small he truly was. Ma Huayun ran away. He said he couldn't give her happiness. Senior brother, Chen Jiamu called out several times, pushing the wine cup forward. Ma Huayun picked up the cup, raised it, and drank it all in one go. Chen Jiamu pushed the plate of peanuts forward again. It really is fried with pepper and salt, not boiled. She still remembers. A slight buzz from the liquor. Ma Huayun said lightly, Junior brother, do you think in this world, if reason doesn't work, can it be solved with fists? We live in a society governed by law now, Chen Jiamu said, tossing a peanut into his mouth. You've even refined the indestructible immortal pill and mastered the 18 dragon-subduing poems. Junior brother, the master says you are a reincarnated immortal. Chen Jiamu chuckled lightly and said, maybe, some things just can't be explained to you. Ma Huayun, fueled by the alcohol, intermittently shared his story with Ameda Chen Jiamu, during which he never mentioned the names of the man and woman, instead narrating how that cowardly man was defeated by life as an observer. Chen Jiamu clasped his hands in his sleeves, resting them on the table, indifferent to the oil stains on the surface. Whenever his senior brother spoke, he listened quietly, very serene. After half a bottle of white liquor, Ma Huayun's eyes began to blur. I need to use the restroom. Ma Huayun stood up, roughly grabbing a few pieces of tissue and picking up the cigarette on the table. He walked out the door in the opposite direction of the restroom, lowering his head to light a cigarette. He faintly heard a few men discussing something. Boss, dog brother called, asking us to finish our work and go to the meeting. What did he say? Something about getting an internet celebrity. Alright, let's finish our work first. 5 men barged in, carefree. When Ma Huayun was halfway through his cigarette, he sensed something was off with these guys. As he entered, he saw that the men seemed to have had a conflict with Ame. One of them, a bald man with a centipede-like scar on his head, was sitting on the table with his feet on a chair. Ame, today is the last day. Ame, who was at the cash register, was startled by the voice and stood up angrily. Lu Biao, didn't we say next month? The chubby boss, who was cooking wontons in the kitchen, quickly turned off the stove and hurried out. He took a box of cigarettes from the drawer of the cash register, smiling eagerly. Hey, Biao brother, come, have a smoke. The bald man, referred to as Biao brother, coldly replied, cut the crap. it's a total of 300,000 including principal and interest. Only today. We borrowed 80,000 last year, and we've already paid back nearly 150,000. How is there still 50,000? Didn't you say that the last 20,000 in interest would clear the account? The chubby boss looked dumbfounded. You signed the contract, and you put your thumbprint on it. What? Wang Xiaopang, do you not understand the law? Ame stood in front of her husband, unyielding. Lu Biao, this contract is invalid. I'm doing business here. I'm calling the police. Doing business? Lu Biao kicked over a chair, instantly scaring away a table of customers nearby. You call the police. Our happy loan has been sued before. The chubby boss chuckled awkwardly, pulling his wife back. Hee, Biao brother, calm down, I'll cook you some good dishes in a bit. But the 5 men across the table completely disregarded the chubby chef. Their malicious eyes were fixed on the somewhat flustered beautiful boss, and they spoke slowly. If you don't have money, you can sell your house. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if the boss lady wouldn't be able to produce the money today, they would really swallow her whole. At that moment, Chen Jiamu took out a golden pill from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Huayun. He said lightly, "Senior brother, take this." Ma Huayun was surprised, gripping the pill in his hand. But, senior brother, you're just feeling unsettled. Ma Huayun looked at the pill in his palm, his eyes slightly red. With a loud bang, the table slammed. Ma Huayun suddenly stood up and gritted his teeth, shouting at the 5 men, "Shut the hell up." A man in the corner behind the cash register stood up. "Shut the hell up." The noisy scene fell silent instantly. Lu Biao scratched his bald head vigorously. The scar that stretched from his left eye to the crown of his head twitched horrifically. "Hey, my big brother has had brain surgery, he's easily startled. If you scare him, you'll have to take care of him in your next life." A man with dyed yellow hair and tattooed arms said with a smile, but his eyes flashed with menace. Several thugs jumped off the table simultaneously, glancing sideways at Ma Huayun. "Who the hell did you just say? Big brother, did he scare you?" "Big brother isn't talking, big brother is scared." "Good, pay up." A thug wearing a baseball cap stepped aside, his triangular eyes fixed on the meddling man. He slightly hunched over, pulling his steel pipe from his sleeve, like a vicious dog ready to pounce. In contrast, the boss lady Ame began to curse at the man who stood up for justice. "What's it to you? If you want to eat, eat, if not, get lost." Ame intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of the group of thugs, turning around angrily. "What are you shouting about? Don't make a scene in my shop. Hurry up, get out, get out, get out." Ma Huayun's lips twitched slightly, remaining silent, his gaze complex, unable to meet Ame's eyes. "Why aren't you leaving yet? Go on, go." Ame rolled up her sleeves and tugged at this meddlesome good person, but found she couldn't budge him. Chen Jiamu had his hands tucked into his sleeves, a toothpick in his mouth, and a hint of admiration for the boss lady in his lazy eyes. "I haven't eaten my wontons yet." Ma Huayun took a deep breath. "Oh dear, come, please sit." The chubby boss rushed over with a friendly face to mediate. He leaned down and whispered to his wife, "Ame, don't take it out on the guests." The chubby boss switched to a not-so-professional smile, cheerfully saying, "Sorry, you two, the wontons were only half-cooked earlier, soaked too long, not tasty. I'll make you both a new bowl. I'll add more cilantro, I remember." In the small restaurant, there were only a few scattered customers, but with this commotion, many stopped eating and gathered to watch the show. Someone took out their phone, thinking that if things really escalated, they could only help by calling the police. Bald Lu Biao actually started chuckling, and applause erupted. Lu Biao clapped while shaking his head. His tone was calm, devoid of emotion. Good. He sized up the wild kid who had appeared out of nowhere. Ma Huayun met his gaze fearlessly, gripping the golden pill in his hand, suddenly feeling as if he could don a magical armor. Lu Biao squinted slightly, about to blow up, when his phone rang. He shot a fierce glare, answered the call, and his expression gradually turned serious. "Dog brother, hey, good. All right. Beep." Lu Biao hung up the phone and waved his hand. "Let's go." The remaining men followed him out. As they left, one of the younger brothers secretly snapped a photo of Ma Huayun with his phone. A few thugs hurriedly exited the shop, seemingly encountering some urgent matter, and got into a van. The engine roared, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Biao sat in the back seat, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. He didn't feel any frustration. He had originally planned to enjoy the profits of this small restaurant for another year, but with the casino not going well, he had to up the stakes in the debt game. "Brother Biao, are we really not going to deal with it like this?" the driver asked. "Why not pick up that kid? He looks like an outsider, not clear on our Qingyang brother Biao's power." Lu Biao sighed, helplessly saying, "Dog brother is getting anxious, let's go check it out first. Let Laosi keep an eye on this place, and after the meeting, we'll deal with them. The van stopped in an old warehouse yard, where a middle-aged man in work clothes, with dark skin, squatted on the warehouse steps, next to a birdcage, teasing a parrot. Dog brother. Lu Biao led a few people over. Come here. The man called Dog Brother pulled up a video and handed his phone to Lu Biao. It was a video of Chen Jiamu practicing Tai Chi. Lu Biao scratched the back of his head, looking bewildered. This person is called Chen Jiamu. A benefactor is willing to pay to deal with him, Dog Brother casually said while playing with the bird. Dog Brother, we haven't done this kind of thing in a long time. Dog Brother raised his hand, showing 3 fingers, shaking them. This amount. Dog Brother, it's not about the money. 300,000. As soon as this was said, the room fell silent, and Lu Biao cautiously picked up his phone to look again. So generous? I don't understand. Are we chopping hands or stomping feet? As long as the other party wasn't out for murder, there was nothing Brother Biao wouldn't dare to do. He looked at Dog Brother with a strange expression. Dog Brother took a handgun out of a small bag, pretending to aim at the bird in the cage. Lu Biao's face stiffened, and he took a step back. Dog Brother, using a gun, isn't that a bit too costly? Not necessarily to use, it's better to be prepared. Is it really necessary? Dog Brother said calmly. The financier said that the other person can take on a dozen skilled fighters alone. Impossible, Lu Biao replied firmly. Dog Brother looked up and scoffed. Stop the damn nonsense. I've already sent Ahua to scout the place. You call a few brothers you trust, and I'll join you. We'll make our move tonight. One of the younger brothers stared at his phone screen, puzzled. Hey, wait a minute, Biaoge. I think I saw this guy at a Maze restaurant earlier, wearing a Taoist robe, very eye-catching. Right, I remember now. He was sitting at the same table as that busybody. The 2 younger brothers looked at their phones, pointing and discussing. Lu Biao glanced at the phone screen, and sure enough, in the photo taken earlier, in the corner, a young Taoist priest was leaning against the wall with his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking harmless as he watched the scene. What? A Maze restaurant? Dog Brother asked. He made a phone call, asked a few questions, then hung up and said, That's right, what a coincidence, Hua has been keeping an eye on it. Those 2 are still inside eating. Should we go now? Lu Biao asked tentatively. Are you Biao or not? That's in the city. Dog Brother, it doesn't matter. Clear the place out, pull down the roll-up door. Who cares if it's in the city or not? It doesn't matter where we do it. Dog Brother, it's a matter of minutes. It's like picking up something for free. Dog Brother, if they're always in the city, are we just going to wait? Let's cut through the chaos. Alright, you have some guts. I'll call the financier. Then I'll call some people. Dog Brother put the gun into his bag, picked up his beloved birdcage, and followed Lu Biao into the van. At a Maze restaurant, the dinner rush had passed, and with the last table of customers leaving, only one table remained in the small eatery. The young Taoist priest in his robe and the man with a complicated expression from the hair gel. On the table of Chen Jiamu and Ma Huayun, there were 4 more hearty dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried 3 delicacies, and beef stewed with potatoes. There was also a small pot of seaweed and shrimp soup. The chubby owner was in the kitchen, vigorously stirring the frying pan, the flames flickering and reflecting off his greasy skin. It was as if he wanted to vent all his helplessness about life into this daily routine of frying. He thought about adding a few more dishes for this righteous man, but Wan Xiaopang knew that this restaurant, which had been running for many years, might not last much longer. These people would not let it go so easily. If it weren't for needing money for his mother's surgery, he wouldn't have borrowed from loan sharks. The surgery was very successful, and the state reimbursed almost half of the costs. By the time Wang Xiaopang managed to catch his breath and went to repay the money to Happy Loan, he found he was only paying the interest. The interest compounded, and the principal had more than doubled. His elderly mother, upon learning this, fell ill again and ultimately closed her eyes for good. Wang Xiaopang didn't know what to do tomorrow. Su and Court were use connections to find someone? As a small restaurant owner, he had no chance of turning things around compared to those giants at Happy Loan. He sighed and continued to stir-fry vigorously. At the table outside, Ma Huayun stared blankly at the graceful figure of the woman cleaning up the leftover dishes at the neighboring table, silent. The woman lowered her head, wiping the oil stains off the table with a cloth, her cheepo accentuating her curvy, sensual figure, which now seemed increasingly lonely and anxious. Senior brother, eat some dishes, Chen Jiamu said, picking up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and placing it in Ma Huayun's bowl. Ma Huayun came back to his senses, looking at the meat in the bowl, but didn't move his chopsticks. What are you worried about? Chen Jiamu asked. They will definitely come back. I want to help her, Ma Huayun said in a deep voice. Then help her. I'll accompany you. Ma Huayun suddenly looked up, seemingly moved, and said, Junior brother, we have no background, no connections. Should we ask He Wei? After all, he's a boss and might have some connections. Chen Jiamu smiled faintly, it's unnecessary. Ma Huayan clenched his fists tightly, recalling what Master Chen Shilian taught in the Yuan Hung Dao training class, the Tao Te Ching by Laozi, and began to silently recite it. Laozi said, the great way is shapeless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The clear is the source of the turbid, the moving is the foundation of the still. It seemed he wanted to use these scriptures to brainwash himself, to calm his heart. Just now, even if the other party stayed for another minute, he wouldn't have minded taking the golden pill and confronting those lowlifes head-on. Even if he had to go to the police station, even if he hurt someone, he would accept it. Who would have thought those few scoundrels received a phone call and actually left? To be honest, Ma Huayan felt very conflicted at that moment. He had thought about rushing up and giving them a piece of his mind, but that pill was still tightly gripped in his hand, dampened by sweat. Senior brother, what does it mean that the clear is the source of the turbid? Chen Jiamu asked, breaking his usual silence to take a sip of wine and looking up. Ma Huayun was taken aback and explained, the source of clear water is turbid water. Oh, what's the next line? The moving is the foundation of the still. What does that mean? The premise of movement is stillness, or rather, stillness is the foundation of movement. Then why aren't you hitting them? Chen Jiamu said. What? Ma Huayun was a bit puzzled. Since you want the water to be clear, then you must first accept that you will become turbid water. Since you want tranquility, you must first take action and smash through the difficulties. Chen Jiamu explained purely from the literal meaning. He didn't understand the Tao scriptures but felt this explanation made sense. Ma Huayun instinctively said, but Master said, do not impose on others what you do not want yourself. Chen Jiamu blinked and said, what Master said is correct. What you don't like must be imposed on others. If you take the lead in doing evil, then it aligns with Master's saying, the initiator has no descendants. We cannot become evil just to deal with evil people, Ma Huayun argued. What Master said is correct. The initiator has no descendants. If someone offends us from the start, we must strike until they are left without heirs, Chen Jiamu said innocently, his eyes clear. Hiss. Ma Huayun looked astonished, momentarily speechless. Junior brother, I. Chen Jiamu turned his gaze to the window, sunlight streaming through the glass, reflecting on his face. He said softly, Senior brother, I once heard Master say that only by experiencing the good and evil, right and wrong, love and hate, gratitude and grudges in the mortal world can one comprehend the true essence of the Great Way. Understanding life and the world is a necessary step in learning the Tao. In the world, the Tao is vast, and so are people. Life is essentially about going up and down the mountain. After a pause, Chen Jiamu seemed to smile lightly, speaking casually, and the heart of the Tao is broad, capable of containing all things, encompassing mountains, rivers, and the stars of eternity. How can we not even deal with a few small rascals? Ma Huayun placed his fists on the table, alternating between loosening and tightening them, as if his thoughts were undergoing a powerful impact. In an instant, his eyes became resolute as he gazed at Chen Jiamu, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ma Huayun took out a cigarette, sincerely handed it over, and used a lighter to help Chen Jiamu light it, saying in a deep voice, Junior brother, no more words, it's all in the line. After saying that, he raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Ding, detected that the host has received incense offerings, which can be used to open the spiritual energy reserve after cultivating immortality. Current spiritual energy reserve, 1%. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical, pleasant prompt sounded in Chen Jiamu's mind, leaving him a bit dazed. Alright, senior brother, don't be so serious, I'm not used to it. At that moment, a woman's voice sounded nearby. Finish eating and hurry up, we're closing. Don't come back again, Amei said softly. Ma Huayun certainly understood the other party's intentions. She was afraid of getting involved in disputes that she shouldn't. Those few young debt collectors wouldn't let it go so easily. Next time they came, they might not be so easy to talk to. What are you planning to do? Ma Huayun asked. If it really comes to it, we'll sell the house. This little restaurant can't be run anymore, but we're still young. We can go work in the south, Amei said calmly. It's a pity, after so many years of operation, it could be considered a time-honored brand in Xingyang City. Amei's eyes showed reluctance as she looked around. At that moment, the chubby boss came over with a tray, holding 2 bowls of steaming wontons. Here you go, I made you 2 more bowls of wontons, with extra cilantro, Wang Xiaopang said with a silly smile, placing the wontons on the table. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the glass door was violently pushed open. 7 or 8 burly men stormed in, looking fierce and menacing. Diao Ge, the people are here. The few ruffians who had just left returned abruptly, and they had brought a few more people with them. Oh, Diao Ge, have a smoke. Wang Xiaopang immediately offered a cigarette, but it was swatted away by a yellow-haired man next to Lu Biao. Fatty, this is none of your business. Go hide in the kitchen, the yellow-haired man said, pulling out a steel pipe from his sleeve and pointing it at the man in the Taoist robe. You're Chen Jiamu, right? Chen Jiamu turned his head, confused. Yeah, good. Lao Si, make your move. With a swift motion, a man at the door stepped forward, put his foot on the table, and yanked down the rolling shutter. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. What do you want? Ame shouted. You two, stay out of the way. Today, we're borrowing your little restaurant to take care of some business, the yellow-haired man sneered, staring at Chen Jiamu, who still sat relaxed, licking his lips. Tension filled the restaurant as the rolling shutter was tightly closed, and all 7 or 8 men brandished their weapons, machetes, steel pipes, and one held a Japanese military dagger. In the corner, a middle-aged man in work clothes, with dark skin and a capable demeanor, sat down with a birdcage in hand. He pulled up a stool, waved his hand, and knocked the chopstick holder and napkins off the table. Gently placing the birdcage on the table, he teased the parrot inside with a piece of dogtail grass. The parrot squawked a few times, speaking broken Mandarin. Kill them all, the parrot repeated the chilling phrase. Hushing, the middle-aged man in work clothes made a gesture, took out a pack of bird feed from his pocket, and patiently fed the bird. Ame quickly took out her phone to call the police, but a nearby yellow-haired man snatched it away and smashed it to the ground with a loud crash. I'm repeating this for the last time. Today is not about your restaurant stats. You two get out of the way and squat over there, the yellow-haired man said, his eyes fixated on the chest of the young woman in a cheongsam, the fierce light in his eyes gradually replaced by a more sinister expression. I've wanted to do this for a long time, the yellow-haired man chuckled. Ma Huayun stepped forward, blocking the yellow-haired man's next lewd move. Old Kai, let's handle the main business first. Dog brother, holding a machete, took a step forward and slammed it into the corner of the table. Little Taoist, we have no other intentions, we just want an arm. Once we're done, it won't delay you from going to the hospital for a bandage. Get out of here. Ame stepped forward, shielding Chen Jiamu and Ma Huayun, like a startled lioness. Wang Xiaopang froze, glancing at his suddenly fierce wife, instinctively looking towards the kitchen where a large knife was chopping ribs. Aren't they just bullying honest people? The yellow-haired man casually picked up an ashtray from the table and, without saying a word, swung it at Ma Huayun's head. If that hit, it would at least crack her skull. Ame, not knowing where her courage came from, instinctively hugged Ma Huayun, using her back to block a powerful blow. Just as the ashtray was about to smash into the back of Ame's head, a chopstick whizzed through the air, piercing through Huang Mao's hand. The ashtray fell to the ground with a clang, bouncing a few times. Made of tempered glass, it surprisingly did not shatter at all. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone was momentarily stunned, realizing that the little Taoist sitting in the corner had lazily yawned, one of the chopsticks he was using to pick food now missing. Ah! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig erupted as Huang Mao clutched his bleeding hand, his eyes filled with terror. The man at the door, who had been playing with a bird, no longer wore the calm expression he had before. His brows were tightly furrowed, and one hand moved toward his waist. Wokao, how did he do that? Old Kai, what's going on? It's the chopsticks, it's the chopsticks. One of the younger brothers covered his mouth, looking in horror at the chopstick embedded in the wall. He used chopsticks as a hidden weapon, piercing through Kai Ji's hand. How is that possible? A hoarse, deep voice came from the corner, as the middle-aged man who had been teasing the bird slowly spoke. I heard there's an old man named Tang in the Sichuan and Chongqing area who specializes in flying knives, but using chopsticks? This is the first time I've seen it. Little Taoist, you have the qualifications to let me take action myself. Dog Gu, can you really throw chopsticks at people? Lu Biao asked, his eyes filled with fear and doubt. Traditional martial arts are profound and extensive. What's so surprising about it? Just a trick of the rivers and lakes. What era is it now? Who still practices this with guns around? Dog Gu disdainfully glanced at the little Taoist, who still seemed indifferent to the world. Chen Jiamu remained silent. He neither refuted nor explained that he didn't even know that so-called master named Tang from Sichuan and Chongqing. He simply shook his head gently, a hint of compassion in his eyes, as if considering whether to break a few arms and legs today. Mother ******. Kill them all, just kill them all. Huang Mao screamed like a madman. His hand was pierced, and it hurt. Lu Biao's eyes twitched, and as he tilted his chin, a younger brother immediately tore a piece of cloth to wrap Huang Mao's wound. Do you have iodine? Huang Mao shouted fiercely at the fat boss squatting on the ground. I'm asking you, Wang Xiaopang, do you have iodine? If my hand gets infected, I'll sell you to be a duck. Yes, I'll go get it. Wang Xiaopang trembled all over, running into the kitchen in a few steps, lifting his apron and sticking the knife used for chopping ribs into his waistband. suddenly stopping his shaking. Ma Huayun sighed, turned to Ame, and smiled, seemingly mocking his own cowardice at that moment. No iodine, but we have wontons. After saying this, Ma Huayun picked up a bowl of steaming wontons and threw it onto Huang Mao's face. Because there was no warning before the action, and it was very sudden, Huang Mao had no time to dodge. He screamed in pain. With a buzz, everyone surrounded them, shifting their attention from the little Taoist to this fierce man with hair gel. Ma Huayun kicked over the chair in front of him and said loudly, "A bunch of useless scum, do you all want a bowl of wontons?" Suddenly, a steel pipe swung over, and Ma Huayun instinctively raised his hand to block it. With a clang, he staggered back a few steps, his arm swelling immediately. He didn't care about the pain in his arm. He took out a pill from his pocket and swiftly threw it into his mouth. The Jean Pandan tasted bitter at first, then sweet, with a texture like chocolate beans, very delicious. Not far away, Chen Jiamu saw his senior brother finally make the right choice, a smile on his face as he adjusted his body into a more comfortable position. As Ma Huayun swallowed the Jean Pandan, a warm current rippled from his stomach, instantly spreading through his meridians, forming an invisible layer of armor tightly against his skin. Jean Pandan, those who take it become invincible, as tough as copper skin and iron bones, solid as a golden soup. Although it lasts only 15 minutes, it's enough. The refreshed Ma Huayun took a small step forward, his head lowered, coldly saying, "Kittens, I'm getting serious." Suddenly, Ma Huayun remembered something his master had said long ago. At that time, he had just arrived for a few days, and one day, the old Taoist Qin Shiliang returned with the plowing ox. The ox's tail swished about, driving away the flies on its back, while the old Taoist sprayed water on the ox's back with a hose, and Ma Huayun helped brush the old ox's fur. The old ox lay on the ground, enjoying itself, making mooing sounds. The Taoist, while spraying water, laughed and said to this man whose life was in disarray, "Master, what does this mean?" Ma Huayun didn't understand. "Look at this old ox plowing. For humanity, it is good, but in the eyes of the old ox, it is a great evil. You see the flies, commonly known as cow flies, they treat the ox's back as an ideal resting place. For the flies, the ox's back is beautiful, but to the oxenus, they are ugly, they are evil. There is no absolute good or evil, beauty or ugliness in the world, Huayun. In the future, when you go down the mountain and encounter flies, you should still swat them." "Master, what if I can't beat them?" "If you can't beat them, can you sneak attack?" "Master." In the restaurant, after taking Jean Pandan, Ma Huayun slowly raised his head, and for some reason, the words his master had casually mentioned years ago exploded in his mind. Jean Pandan, those who take it become invincible, as tough as copper skin and iron bones, solid as a golden soup, lasts for 15 minutes. In the restaurant, Lu Biao approached step by step, holding a cleaver. He struck Ma Huayun's head with the back of the knife, making a clang. Ma Huayun did not dodge or evade, grabbing Lu Biao by the neck, his eyes shining with brilliance. Flies do not perish, the old ox is restless. Lu Biao was puzzled, not understanding what this kid was babbling about. The tip of the knife aimed at Ma Huayun's belly. He growled fiercely, "Let go." Ma Huayun slapped him hard. Lu Biao was stunned. Did this kid really not fear death? "You think I won't dare to stab, huh?" Ma Huayun remained silent, gathering strength, and slapped him again. "Damn!" Lu Biao gritted his teeth and stabbed in. "Ha! It wouldn't go in?" Lu Biao pushed a few more times. The knife tore through the clothes, but couldn't penetrate at all. It was like stabbing into an iron plate. Before Lu Biao could react, Ma Huayun punched him hard on the nose, a powerful blow that made Lu Biao stagger back a few steps, blood streaming from his nose. "Biao Gu!" Several younger brothers shouted in response. "Damn it, he has steel plates stuffed in his clothes. Hit him on the head. Get him!" Lu Biao covered his nose, roaring like a madman. Buzzing, the younger brothers surrounded him, 7 or 8 hands holding steel pipes, striking Ma Huayun's head and body. Ame was so anxious that tears were about to come out. She picked up a stool, ready to fight this gang of bastards, but she was pulled back by the young Taoist sitting in the corner, who wore a Taoist robe and had a lazy expression, pointing ahead with his chin. Ame was completely astonished. She saw the man being beaten by the crowd, the man who once shared sweet nothings with her on a park bench, the man who went up the mountain to become a monk, indifferent to the mundane world. He endured the rain-like attacks, not dodging or evading, retaliating in the most primitive way, one punch after another. 1 person against 6, he seemed to have the upper hand, as if all the attacks could not harm him in the slightest. At this moment, he seized a steel pipe, riding on Lu Biao, making him hug his head in defense. A Japanese military dagger glinted coldly, stabbing towards Ma Huayun's back. Perhaps due to excessive force, Ma Huayun's body only leaned slightly forward, suddenly turning his head and forcefully butting the attacker's head with his own. Heads collided with a thud, and blood oozed from the opponent's forehead, their eyes filled with disbelief as they staggered back a few steps and collapsed to the ground, unconscious, the bent military knife falling beside them. I told you, he has steel plates in his clothes. Aim for the head. Aim for the head. A strange cry erupted as the yellow-haired guy, who had just been stabbed with chopsticks, picked up a steel rod from somewhere and jumped down from the table, smashing it down onto Ma Huayun's head. Ma Huayun turned and braced himself, taking the hit with his head, the steel rod vibrating with a crack. The yellow-haired guy was stunned, his hands throbbing in pain, his teeth chattering, his mind going blank as if he had seen a ghost. Ma Huayun landed a punch on the dazed yellow-haired guy's face, picked up the steel rod from the ground, and brought it crashing down onto the yellow-haired guy's kneecap. In less than 10 minutes, all 7 of them were sprawled on the ground, begging for mercy. Ma Huayun looked around, surveying the scene with a proud gaze. Killing in self-defense. A handgun pressed against the back of Ma Huayun's head. The man in the work uniform finally couldn't hold back and pulled the gun. A chilling voice came from behind. I truly didn't expect you could practice the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt to such a level, able to take a hit. Impressive. Truly impressive. So you have steel plates on, huh? But I wonder, can your head withstand a bullet? Be careful, Ame screamed. Ma Huayun sneered, thinking to himself, I ate the golden pill and jumped from the 33rd floor without a scratch. Why would I fear your measly bullet? M9 pistol, made by Beretta in Italy, 9mm caliber. I wonder what effect it would have on your head. Ma Huayun slowly turned his head, and Dog Brother immediately pressed the gun against his forehead. You think I wouldn't dare to kill? Dog Brother said calmly. Junior brother, how long has it been? Ma Huayun smirked, inexplicably calling out. Chen Jiamu, with his hands cupped around a pomelo, exclaimed and took out his phone to use the fingerprint unlock, failing the first time, wiping his finger on his clothes, and trying again. Beep, unlocked successfully. Oh, it's only been 7 minutes. That means there are still 5 or 6 minutes of the drug's effect left, enough to deal with this guy showing off with a birdcage. Shoot, Ma Huayun said casually. What? Dog Brother panicked. Whenever he pulled out a gun before, even the toughest men would go weak at the knees. In fact, he had never fired a gun. It was usually just for show in front of his underlings. Shoot, I beg you. Ma Huayun repeated. Kid, are you betting that my gun has no bullets? Dog Brother thought to himself, what an idiot. This isn't a lighter. It's the real deal, can't you see? I told you to shoot. Are you deaf? Ma Huayun shook Dog Brother's shoulders. Dog Brother swayed back and forth, his head bobbing along, his nose twitching, gripping the gun tightly, his finger resting on the trigger, hesitating to pull it. Once he fired, there would be no turning back. He would truly be killing someone. This was the city center. Killing and maiming were 2 different things. If you're too scared to shoot, why are you pointing it at me? Ma Huayun reached out to grab the gun. Dog Brother tightened his grip, and in the struggle, his thumb accidentally pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. A wisp of smoke curled from the muzzle, and the bullet struck Ma Huayun squarely in the forehead. Ma Huayun's head snapped back from the powerful impact, his chin lifted. No! Ame's heart-wrenching scream came from behind. The sound of the gunshot echoed in the small restaurant, where even a falling needle could be heard. In the nearby birdcage, a parrot squawked in broken language, kill them all, kill them all. Ame slowly knelt to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. He's dead? He died for me. Wang Xiaopang, squatting nearby, gripped the tiger scissors he had been hiding in his clothes. His whole body trembled. Even a mountain beast would bite when cornered. Dog Brother was terrified, muttering, damn it, I didn't do it on purpose. Killing one is killing 100 is still killing. Dog Brother aimed his gun at the little Taoist sitting in the corner. Awesome! An out-of-place voice rang out, and Ma Huayun shook his head, the bullet falling from his forehead. Ma Huayun wiped the blood from his forehead, nothing serious. Dog Brother was instantly shocked and quickly aimed the gun at this monster again. Ma Huayun tilted his head to look at Chen Jiamu. Junior brother. Invincible. Chen Jiamu held up 2 fingers, making a victory gesture. Bang! Bang! Dog Brother fired 2 more shots. The first shot aimed at Ma Huayun's chest, the second at his groin. Ma Huayun still took 2 steps back, the bullet falling to the ground. Bang! 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 Dog Brother crazily fired all the bullets in his gun, shooting wildly at Ma Huayun's body and head. It only slowed down Ma Huayun's walking speed, nothing more. My turn. Ma Huayun kicked out, landing a blow to Dog Brother's abdomen. After all, Dog Brother was a trained fighter, and dealing with Ma Huayun's amateur skills was a piece of cake. The golden pill could only serve as a defense, like an invisible shield formed by the skin, providing almost no enhancement to strength. But even for the skilled Dog Brother, even if he could block Ma Huayun's physical attacks, he couldn't hurt him at all. You call the police, boss lady. Chen Jiamu dialed the police and handed the phone to the boss lady. Then he stood up, stretching his fingers. It's about time, senior brother. A lazy voice came from behind Ma Huayun. I'll handle it. By the way, there's a move in the 36 Ways of Cloud Hands, the bone dislocation technique. Let me demonstrate it for you. Chen Jiamu walked over slowly, one hand reaching out to grip Dog Brother's upper arm. Dog Brother turned around, trying to use a counter-grappling move to break free, but found that this Taoist's slightly thin fingers seemed to have magic, completely neutralizing his strength. Before he could react, the sound of dislocated joints echoed, followed by a pain like a bone fracture. Chen Jiamu used his 5 fingers to apply force, twisting the other hand in the opposite direction, directly dislocating Dog Brother's arm. Upper arm, forearm, wrist, all dislocated. Chen Jiamu struck again, dislocating one of his legs and the other hand. Dog Brother was like a useless person, hanging his arms, rolling on the ground in pain. Did you see clearly, senior brother? No, not really. Chen Jiamu picked up another person, crack, and dislocated another person's hands and feet. Did you learn it? No. Alright, he demonstrated while explaining. For example, if you want to dislocate the enemy's wrist and forearm joint, press your thumb tightly against their hand's back, while the other 4 fingers grip their palm. Just like now. You need to find this tendon at the wrist, come feel it. The completely controlled Huang Mao grinned, his teeth chattering. Taoist, please show mercy. Taoist, I was wrong. Ma Huayun squatted down, carefully observing and feeling every detail of Chen Jiamu's movements. It seems like I learned it, but also seems like I didn't. Chen Jiamu helplessly dislocated a hand and foot of each of the small thugs present, firstly to prevent them from escaping, and secondly because he genuinely wanted to teach Ma Huayun the bone dislocation technique. Cries of agony echoed in the Ame restaurant, and Chen Jiamu was like a hungry wolf that had entered a flock of sheep. And these sheep were locked up, all injured, with the only aggressive horns being curved, not sharp. Ame trembled as she called the police, her mind echoing with the image of the man who had just taken bullets head-on. We are acting in self-defense, right? Chen Jiamu asked the completely dazed Lu Biao. Lu Biao swallowed hard, nodding frantically. Let's learn to meow together, meow meow meow, and act cute in front of you, meow 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 meow. Ame handed Chen Jiamu his phone with both hands and said awkwardly, Master, your call. Chen Jiamu took his phone and answered. Hello, manager He Wei's voice came through the line, Master, everything is arranged. The group matches start at 3 p.m., and you're scheduled for the 3rd match. As long as you arrive before 4:30, it will be fine. Where are you? I'll drive to pick you up. Oh, at Ame restaurant on the South Gate Snack Street. Alright, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. By the way, manager I'm not just participating in traditional martial arts, I want to challenge all styles. I know, but the program has regulations. You need to start with traditional martial arts before you can sign up for other styles like combat, fighting, sanda, boxing, taekwondo, muay thai. You misunderstood. I mean to participate simultaneously, or have them all come up together. That's fine. I want to win the championship quickly. There was silence on the line for a few seconds, then He Wei's determined voice came through. I'll coordinate right away. Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone. Ma Huayun asked, Junior brother, are we still going to the Wulin Foam Arena later? Yes, manager He is coming to pick us up. After a while, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. One must say, the local police in Xinjiang City are quite efficient. Ma Huayun opened the roll-up door, and blinding sunlight poured in. 2 police officers stood at the entrance, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. At the first gunshot, everyone thought it was some kid setting off firecrackers, but then the sounds became increasingly alarming. The leading officer looked around the room and immediately recognized Lu Biao. He asked with a strange expression, what happened? Lu Biao shouted, they are hitting people, Captain Zhang, you have to take charge for us. It wasn't me who fired the gun. You can check the fingerprints. Who called the police? Gun. Hua, call the criminal investigation team. Hurry up. We need reinforcements. It was me. Ame bravely stepped forward and began negotiating with the police. A nearby officer was calling for an ambulance. Upon hearing his colleague's call, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie and called headquarters. Ame patiently explained the whole situation, downplaying the incredulity of Ma Huayun's counterattack and minimizing Chen Jiamu's excessive self-defense actions. She kept emphasizing how Lu Biao and his gang were involved in loan sharking and how bad they were. Since the other party was armed, the responding officers quickly arranged for additional personnel, and a cordon was set up at the scene. Alright, everyone come back to the station to make a statement. Once it was confirmed that the people lying on the ground were no longer capable of resistance and that the weapon had been confiscated, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Do we have to go too? Chen Jiamu asked. Of course, I've been on duty for many years, and this is the first time I've seen a gun involved. The officer was very excited. Okay, I'll make a call first, Chen Jiamu said. Alright, master, get in the car. The officer in the hat saluted. Chen Jiamu smiled slightly, glanced at the time, and noted that there was still more than an hour until the 4:30 match, which should be enough. He took out his phone and called He Wei again. Manager He, the location is changed. Come to pick me up at the Pingqiao police station. What happened? He Wei asked with concern on the line. Oh, nothing much, just a little scuffle. Ha! In Qingyu City, Lu Biao's gang, which could be considered local bullies, was all sent off in ambulances, and they even spared the handcuffs. Among them, only one guy with yellow hair had his kneecap smashed and might be limping for the rest of his life. The others had no ability to escape, with dislocated bones and twisted meridians. The most ridiculous one was unharmed but simply unable to move, crying out in pain. The emergency doctor was sweating profusely, marveling that this was simply a medical miracle. A group of orthopedic and surgical experts engaged in intense discussions over various X-rays in the office. How to treat them? Direct surgery with internal fixation? Or should we seek out a folk bone-setting master? There is an old doctor nearing retirement, surnamed Yu, who comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Before the liberation, his family's clinic was destroyed by a bomb when the Japanese invaded. In the chaotic times of the last century, he followed his father through the streets, traveling far and wide as a wandering doctor, relying on a pillow and 3 fingers to diagnose and treat many difficult ailments. Once things settled down, he was arrested for practicing without a medical license, fined, and had his ancestral medicine chest and texts confiscated, which were then burned as the so-called dross of the time. Yu Beidu is now over 80 years old and has long since retired. However, due to the current shortage of medical resources, this old man, still spirited, has been rehired to use traditional methods in orthopedics for post-operative care. Over the years, he has also learned to read some X-rays through observation. Everyone step aside. Who just said they wanted surgery? Professor Yu, Senior Yu, old leader, what are your thoughts? Several department heads and deputy chief physicians showed great respect for the old man, stepping aside to listen to the opinions of this once highly esteemed elder at the city hospital. Was this an injury from a fight? Old Yu furrowed his brow and asked instinctively. Yeah, it was a brawl. The other side was really tough, injuring people without drawing blood, not sure how they did it. Yu Beidu had been following his father since he was 8 or 9, running the streets for decades, and had seen much through the turmoil of war. At this moment, in the office, Lu Biao lay on a stretcher, severely injured, with both arms and one leg dislocated and limp at the joints. Yu Beidu used traditional methods to feel the bones, while also glancing at the images on the display screen. Does it hurt? Yu Beidu pressed down hard with his thumb. Lu Biao shook his head, his gaze somewhat vacant. Professor Yu, he just had his pain medication doubled. Old Yu thought for a moment, feeling and observing, then slowly said, this resembles the technique of separating tendons and dislocating bones, TSK. The younger doctors were puzzled, wondering how this was related to martial arts techniques. When I was young, I encountered this kind of injury in the martial world. It's called separating tendons and dislocating bones. It's said to have been created by a Taoist named Yuanjin at the Zhixiao Palace on Wudang Mountain during the Manhwa period of the Ming Dynasty. Later, it was incorporated into Tai Chi. However, that uncle who could perform the technique died during the War of Resistance, and this skill has since been lost. Suddenly, Yu Beidu's eyes lit up, and he asked, was it a Taoist who injured you? Yeah, it was a little Taoist. Lu Biao nodded vigorously. What was his name? Chen Jiamu. Where is he now? He's at the police station giving a statement, said a police officer accompanying them. Yu Beidu thought for a moment. He hadn't heard of him. Perhaps this skill hadn't been lost after all, and for Huagua, it could be a matter of great interest. Many traditional martial arts have mostly been lost, some altered or mutilated by later generations, gradually disappearing in the tides of time. To be able to master the technique of separating tendons and dislocating bones means one can heal. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. This little Taoist named Chen must have the skills to set bones. To practice the technique to such a level requires enduring hardships and unimaginable efforts, and the Taoist tradition is extremely strict. Teaching true knowledge first requires testing one's character. At that time, the uncle said that for the first 3 years of practicing separating tendons and dislocating bones, one only grasped an oil ladle. This ladle was soaked in high-quality peanut oil to prevent it from becoming greasy, with new oil replaced daily. The ladle was already smooth, and being soaked in oil made it even more slippery, so the practitioner had to grasp it with one hand daily, which was very difficult. Only those who could grasp it bare-handed after 3 years would be deemed talented enough to practice. This is not about brute strength or skillful dexterity. It requires a transformation through the accumulation of day and night practice. Just this one requirement has thwarted many, and in ancient times, the saying poor in literature, rich in martial arts can find its basis here. Oil is inherently precious, yet it's being wasted like this. How many people can practice under such conditions? It is said that within 3 years, Those who can lift an oil ladle with their bare hands will have enough finger strength to feel the bones through the skin. Only then will they begin to learn about human muscle and bone structure, and so on. Professor Yu, can you connect them? Yu Beidou smiled. Although he had the heart of a healer, regardless of who the patient was, a doctor had the obligation to treat them. Even if the patient was a heinous murderer, once they were sent to the hospital, a doctor had to uphold their professional ethics. But this kind of theory was nonsense to Yu Beidou. Among these people, there were two lowlifes whom the old man had seen in the hospital before. Last month, for some unknown reason, they had cut off a young girl's hair and fought with her boyfriend, leading to their hospitalization. He understood the basic situation, they were all lowly thugs, and they deserved it. The old man naturally knew how to set bones, but he didn't want to dirty his hands. He said lightly, "You can come up with a plan yourselves. I'm old, and my medical skills can't compare to you young people." After saying this, he walked out of the consultation room with his hands behind his back. At that moment, two police officers finished their paperwork and came out of the ward. "Hey, isn't this Dr. You, Dr. You hasn't finished work yet? I'm Xiao Li, from the district police station, Li Weiming. Thank you, Dr. You, for your hard work. Last time my leg was injured, your ointment saved me quite a bit on medical expenses. I appreciate it." One of the officers greeted him. The old man waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. "It's nothing, nothing. Xiao Li, right? Where are you headed?" "I'm going back to the station, Dr. You. Goodbye." "Wait a moment, that Chen Jiamu, he's at your station, right?" "Ah, yes, I guess he won't be leaving anytime soon. After all, this involves serious injuries to over a dozen people, and one of the injured attempted to shoot someone. The case has already been reported to the city bureau." "Take me along, I want to see him." "Ha, you know him?" "I don't know him, but I think I should know his master." Xingyu City Police Station, Inquiry Room. Chen Jiamu ordered a cup of coffee, no sugar, the metal spoon clinking against the cup. Ame and her husband were also brought in to describe the cause of the incident together. Ma Huayun explained the ins and outs, honestly detailing everything except for his consumption of elixirs and deliberately concealing the fact that he had taken bullets. The two officers quickly took notes, and a law enforcement recording device was running nearby. "Captain, come here for a moment." A police officer at the door had a serious expression. Xiao Jiangwo was suspicious but still got up and walked to the door. "What is it? Acting all mysterious? Don't you have any semblance of a public servant?" The officer looked around and took out a transparent plastic bag containing several deformed bullet heads. "Boss, the colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Department have initially determined that the gun in the hands of the brawlers is real, and it's not blank ammunition, it's real bullets." Xiao Jiangwo took the small transparent bag containing the bullet heads and examined them closely. "Are you sure they were found at the scene?" "Yes, and also," the officer lowered his voice, leaning close to Xiao Jiangwo's ear and said, "That guy nicknamed Dog Brother confessed in the hospital that the other party is invulnerable to knives and guns, able to withstand bullets with his body." "Stop talking nonsense." Xiao Jiangwo twitched his mouth. "They've already arranged for him to undergo a mental evaluation." "But boss, he's not the only one saying this, several of the injured have said the same thing. It's like they've seen a ghost." Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras at the scene. One person taking on 7 or 8 thugs has happened in history before. Withstanding bullets with the body? They really think highly of themselves. "Xiao Team, the director wants you to go to the city bureau for a meeting immediately. Someone from Kyoto has arrived. Also, the bureau said that this case will soon be taken over by someone from the provincial office." Xiao Jiangwo suddenly tilted his head and shouted at the inquiring personnel, "Xiao Zhang, go check and see if they are wearing bulletproof vests or anything." At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. He Wei, looking anxious, rushed into the police station. "Comrade officer, I am Chen Jiamu's manager, He Wei from Camel Media. Here's my business card." "What happened?" Xiao Jiangwo glanced over. The man in a suit looked cultured and refined. "A manager? Wasn't he a Taoist priest? Why did he have a manager while filming?" "Oh, we'll finish the record soon. Let me tell you, this case is a bit perplexing." Two colleagues returning from the hospital stood outside the door, holding a bag of beef pancakes, and the aroma wafted through the room before they even entered. "Captain Xiao, old master Yu from the city hospital has come and even brought us pancakes." Xiao Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he immediately jogged out to greet him, feeling both respect and gratitude for the old doctor. Last year, if it weren't for old master Yu's timely help in setting his 8-year-old son's broken bone, he would have likely had to send him to the provincial hospital for major surgery, possibly leaving him reliant on crutches for life. "Oh, Dr. Yu, what brings you here?" A hearty laugh came from the entrance. "Ha, little Xiao, I came to see if there's a Taoist priest named Chen Jiamu here." Such a violent incident could have a significant social impact, and the city would have to write a self-criticism. There was no chance of winning the civilized city selection this year. Someone had fired a gun. Gun control in Huagua was extremely strict. Where did he get the gun? What was he planning to do? Was there a gang behind this? That was worth pondering. No matter how they asked, it seemed that Ma Huayun and Chen Jiamu both fell under the categories of justifiable defense and heroic behavior. In the inquiry room, an elderly man with a head full of white hair walked in. He stopped at the door, and his gaze immediately fell on the young man in the Taoist robe, simply because the robe was too eye-catching. Old Yu smiled and performed a gesture known as the Ziwian Yangzi Wujue, a traditional Taoist ceremonial gesture. The full name is Taiji Yin Ziwian. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 doctors are Taoists. Those who study traditional Chinese medicine naturally have much to do with Taoist classics. Zi and Wu represent the moments of yin and yang alternation, symbolizing balance and harmony. The left hand is outside, the right hand inside, both palms facing inward, the left thumb pinching the tip of the middle finger, and the right thumb pinching the root of the left hand's ring finger. The two hands embrace and rest on the chest. Chen Xiaodao, the old man bows to you. Chen Jiamu took a sip of coffee and turned to look. The old man had kind eyes and a benevolent expression. Despite his age, he still appeared spirited and lively, his smile warm, instantly reminding Chen Jiamu of his master, Chen Xiliang. Chen Jiamu smiled and nodded. The old man knows me? Hee, I don't know you, but I know your Finjin Swigwa hand, Ubedo said with a smile, as if he were meeting an old friend, taking a few steps forward to sit on the sofa next to the inquiry room. This, officer, has it affected your work? Ubedo suddenly remembered this was a serious place. Hee, it's no problem, we just finished recording. Hey, Xiaoxiang, make a cup of tea for the old man. There's a community service station outside, you can sit there for a while? After a few people signed without errors, they were escorted to the adjacent community service station. Since the case was not yet closed, they could not leave Qingyu City for the time being and were obligated to be available for summons. Outside the courtyard, Huey checked his watch, calculating the time. When he saw Chen Jiamu come out, he immediately asked, Taoist, I just inquired. We fall under the category of justifiable defense, so it's not a big issue. If they want to sue, I have a classmate who is a top lawyer at the Nanchang law firm. It's just a phone call away. Alright, thank you. You handle it, Chen Jiamu nodded. There's still an hour until the match starts over there. Do you want to prepare in advance? Huey asked tentatively. No need, I'll take your car later, Chen Jiamu replied, eagerly anticipating the start of the martial arts conference mission. Winning the championship was just a matter of time. Once he obtained the title, equivalent to becoming the leader of the martial arts world, he could directly begin his journey of cultivation. By then, the outcomes of lawsuits would no longer matter. Warfare is an ominous tool, not something for a gentleman. It should only be used when absolutely necessary, and one should remain indifferent. Winning without beauty is not true beauty. Those who take pleasure in killing cannot achieve their ambitions in the world. When a person transcends their class and reaches a certain exalted position, it is easy to be controlled by the power or strength in their hands. Chen Jiamu, with a righteous heart, whether one calls it survival or goodness, ultimately did not become a killer because of his extraordinary skills. After Chen Xilian paid his respects to the master, he seemed like a different person, serving as both a teacher and a friend to Chen Jiamu. Jiamu, I firmly believe you are the reincarnation of an immortal. You just haven't awakened your past memories yet. In the future, you may possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, as well as the ability to split the earth. Do not let power control your heart. Difficulties come one after another, but we must overcome them. Everything is hard to achieve, but we must accomplish difficult tasks. Master, once I refine the cleansing essence pill, you will also be able to cultivate. Then I will become your disciple. Ha. On the ridge, the carefree laughter of the two echoed. In Taoism, sometimes one does not care for formalities, living freely and easily. Chen Jiamu held great respect for his master, who lived in seclusion on the mountain. He did not take advantage of his status to enjoy offerings at Wudang Mountain but instead opened a regular Taoist training class upon descending, helping those temporarily defeated by the secular world. Taoist, Huey raised his voice. Chen Jiamu came back to his senses and smiled slightly. I'll go to the underground parking lot of Walmart to drive. I'll come to pick you up later. Okay. Huey turned and hurried away. At the police station's entrance, there were no parking spaces on the roadside. Huey had no choice but to go to the nearest parking lot, which required a 10-minute walk. There was truly no other way. Ma Huayun sent the Ame couple to the door. The honest Wang Xiaopang was so grateful that he knelt down directly in front of Ma Huayun at the police station. He couldn't be pulled up. Brother Ma, from now on, you are my real brother. I, Wang Xiaopang, am your little brother. If you come to our restaurant to eat and I charge you, then I am not human. Brother Ma, I won't say much. We met by chance, and you acted heroically, even taking down Lu Biao and his gang of loan sharks. Thank you. Wang Xiaopeng's voice grew increasingly choked as he knelt on the ground, hugging Ma Huayan's leg, his snot and tears staining Ma Huayan's pants. Alright, brother, get up. That was just a flashbang. I'm not as impressive as you think. In fact, I'm not even as good as you. Ame, help your husband up. Ma Huayun smiled, though his smile was somewhat bitter and helpless. Yun, Mr. Ma, I didn't misjudge you. Ame took a step back and deeply bowed to Ma Huayun, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto her husband's head. Neither of them spoke to exchange contact information. After hesitating for several seconds, Ame raised her head again, her expression returning to normal. Ame, add Brother Ma on WeChat. My phone is out of battery, Wang Xiaopeng reminded. Okay. Ame picked up her cracked phone, scanned the code, and added Ma Huayun on WeChat. She smiled at Ma Huayun, supporting her husband as they got into a taxi. Ma Huayun turned to look at Chen Jiamu, who was in a Taoist robe, smiling at the corner of his eye. At that moment, Ubeda waved his hand, holding half a bag of oranges. Chen Xiaodao, come, eat an orange. An old man and a young man sat down on the steps by the flower bed in the courtyard without entering the convenience service hall. Olju peeled an orange for himself and handed a segment to Chen Jiamu. Sweet. Chen Xiaodao, may I ask your esteemed master's name? Wudang, Chen Xiliang. Olju smacked his lips, thinking he hadn't heard of this person, realizing he was getting old and out of touch. Did you learn your bone-splitting technique from him? No. Who taught you? I figured it out myself. With a snort, Olju, who had been calm all along, almost spat out his orange. After a while, Wei drove the car to the entrance of the courtyard, honked, turned on the hazard lights, and rolled down the window. Taoist, this is only a temporary parking spot. Forgive me for not being able to get out to open the door for you. Chen Jiamu got into the car with Ma Huayun, and just as he was about to close the door, the old man Ubedo hurriedly followed. He knocked on the car window and grinned. Take me with you. I'm off work now and have nothing to do. Can I join you for some fun? Wei was surprised and turned back to look at Chen Jiamu from the driver's seat, as if seeking his opinion. Chen Jiamu said nothing more, opened the door, and let the old man in. Oh, let me tell you youngsters, when I was young, I also learned a few moves. In those chaotic times, knowing some skills was good for survival. Wei only had a rough idea that this seemingly spirited old Chinese medicine doctor was a well-known re-employed professor at the city hospital. It seemed he got along quite well with the Taoist, the two of them like old friends. Ubeda took out his old mobile phone and tapped a few times. Sitting in the back seat, he casually made a phone call. At home, go pick up your grandson later. Playing mahjong? You won't leave early, right? Okay, I'll go pick him up. Beep, Olju hung up the phone. He tapped again to make another call. Dachuan, do you have time to pick up Mile? You're with a client, right? Okay, you're busy. I'll go pick him up. Beep, Olju hung up again. He tapped a few more times, preparing to call his daughter-in-law. Hello, Tonli? Oh, it's nothing. What are you doing? Oh, having a meeting? Oh, what time will it end? Okay, it's fine. I'll go pick up Mile. Beep, Olju hung up the phone again, looking somewhat helpless. Wei coughed a few times and kindly asked, Dr. Yu, where does your grandson go to school? At the Victory Road Primary School up ahead. School will be out soon. Olju hadn't finished dialing yet and looked up to ask, young man, how about it? Sure, we can pick him up on the way. That's great, Olju said happily, taking out a bag of sunflower seeds and placing it in the cup holder in the center console. He also shared some with Chen Jiamu and Ma Huayun. Want some sunflower seeds? Young man, I remember you. If anyone at home has a headache or fever and needs to go to the city hospital, call me. I'm quite familiar with several department heads. Oh, with your word, old master, I'd be happy to pick you up every day. Old man, leave a contact number later. When I have time, I'll treat you to some fishing. Olju smiled and nodded, looking out at the bustling traffic outside the car window. Just then, waiting for a red light, Wei hit the brakes and casually picked up a sunflower seed to crack open. Grandpa Yu, what grade is your grandson in? 3rd grade, very mischievous. They have a sports meet today, so school ends 2 hours early. Wei cracked the sunflower seeds, spitting the shells out the window. A traffic police officer stood in front of the window and saluted. Hello, comrade, please don't eat while driving. And spitting out shells like that, don't you know we're working on creating a civilized city this year? Everyone immediately smiled and said with their hands together, I was wrong. Pay attention to proper driving on the school road ahead. Thank you for your hard work. The traffic police saluted again and hurried off to direct the congested traffic. Wei parked the car by the roadside, and old man Yu quickly got out of the car. In no time, he was back with his eldest grandson. The young man was wearing a school uniform and looked quite familiar with the old man. "Hello, big brother. Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle." He politely greeted the people in the car. "This is my grandson, nicknamed Milu, old man you introduced." Milu blinked his big eyes, curiously looking at Chen Jiamu, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, with a look of envy in his eyes. "Big brother, are you a Taoist?" Chen Jiamu thought for a moment and replied, sort of." "Wow, cool. Can I touch your clothes?" Chen Jiamu nodded. Milu really did touch Chen Jiamu's Taoist robe and exclaimed, "Do you have magical tools? Can you catch ghosts?" Chen Jiamu shook his head. Milu tilted his head to look at his grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, where are we going?" "To the TV station to watch a martial arts program." The child clapped his hands excitedly. "Really? Of course. Let's see the skills of your Taoist big brother. Tai Chi, specifically for fighting foreign devils." The child's eyes sparkled but soon dimmed again. But I haven't done my homework yet." "Forget about it. Tomorrow is Saturday, and there's a pile of homework every day. Can't we just have some fun and not write?" "But tomorrow I still have to go to piano class and painting class." "No problem. I'll have your grandma look up the answers online, and we can just copy them." "All right." The car passed the school area and quickly got onto the expressway, speeding along. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the city gymnasium. One by one, they got out of the car, and Wei showed his work ID, leading the group through the employee entrance without buying tickets. They soon reached the backstage. On the stage, the host Lu Meili was summarizing the results of the previous match and was about to interact with the audience. Even though it was a group match, it was still a formal competition. There were quite a few spectators on site, with cameras set up at various angles, broadcasting live on television and online, creating a full effect. "Alright, friends in the audience and in front of the TV, we have arrived at the long-awaited traditional martial arts competition segment. Now I announce, first to appear, the red corner contestant from Wancheng, Lu Weixing, Wing Chun, facing off against the blue corner contestant, a Tai Chi enthusiast from Xinjiang, Chen Jiamu. Please prepare, contestants." Due to the special nature of traditional martial arts, the use of gloves and protective gear is at the discretion of the participants. A cheer erupted from the audience. After all, such traditional martial arts competitions on television were quite rare. Moreover, the organizers completely followed ancient methods, not setting any weight classes or divisions of martial arts styles. As long as they believed they could fight, they could participate in the preliminary rounds after signing up through auditions. The competition adopted an elimination system, with the group matches determining the winner in one round. The winner advances, and the loser is automatically eliminated. "Wait a minute. I have a question, Miss Neo." A martial arts enthusiast in the audience, with a Tai Chi symbol on the left side of his face and a 5-star red flag on the right, somehow got hold of a microphone and shouted loudly. "What is your question?" Lu Meili gestured for him to speak. "I heard that this so-called Wing Chun contestant, Lu Weixing, used to compete in free fighting. I think this is unfair to traditional martial arts." "Oh, sir, you need to be responsible for what you say. I can assure you." Just as Lu Meili was about to respond, she heard Wei's voice in her earpiece. "Meili, it's fine, the rules aren't that strict, they can fight." Lu Meili maintained a professional smile and replied loudly, "Traditional martial arts are vast and profound, and it is permissible to draw on the strengths of various schools. After all, no one has stipulated that those who practice combat cannot learn Wing Chun, right, sir?" The audience was momentarily speechless. Lu Meili listened to Wei's prompts in her earpiece and completed her lines one by one. Backstage, Wei smiled at Chen Jiamu. "Taoist, does this work?" "This way, when you face off against Western boxing, it will be even more reasonable." Chen Jiamu nodded and gave a thumbs up to the clever Wei. Manhwa laughed. Don't tell me you arranged for this audience?" Wei smiled without answering. Ding, detected that the host is participating in the martial arts conference. Main quest, battle against the heroes, become the leader of the martial arts world, and begin cultivating immortality. The martial arts wins Grand Arena not only featured professional fighters but also enthusiasts of traditional martial arts from the grassroots. In this mixed venue, there were certainly some hidden martial arts masters. Perhaps due to the group matches, the audience seats were not fully occupied, and the ticket prices were quite reasonable at 88 yuan each. With a Douyin group purchase, it was only 49.9 yuan. Even so, there were still at least half of the seats empty. The traditional martial arts community is still a relatively mainstream yet niche culture. The organizers' arena also leaned towards a retro style, built with anti-corrosion wood, surrounded by hemp rope as a guardrail. If it weren't for the spotlights and cameras from all directions, the arena alone would evoke a sense of the martial arts world from films. Even the fighters used to set the atmosphere were no longer wearing bikinis. They had changed into hanfu, exuding an ancient charm, holding signs written in traditional Chinese characters. A few classical women performed an opening dance, with the background music being a peep apiece, 10 sides ambushed. The red corner representative, Lu Weixing, originally a 70-kilogram athlete from Guangnan province in free fighting, had participated in several competitions. Later, the team went to Hong Kong for exchange and study, and unexpectedly, Lu Weixing befriended a disciple of the Yi lineage at a gathering and became obsessed with traditional martial arts, studying Wing Chun for 3 years. Wing Chun is a southern style of martial arts, primarily focused on close-range strikes, with flexible and varied techniques, emphasizing hand-foot coordination, power generation through inch force, a combination of hardness and softness, tight defense, and the ability to counter while attacking, excelling in using the weak to defeat the strong, and focusing on practical application. The main techniques include palm strikes, elbow strikes, and low stances, combined with the day character punch, often resulting in a series of close-range combos that either take down the opponent or lead to one's own downfall. On the stage, a spirited young man dressed in black training pants and a white practice uniform, with short hair, took a running start, performed 2 flips, and landed on the platform. Lu Weixing imitated Bruce Lee's strange cry, feeling quite satisfied with his earlier movements, and jumped a few times on the stage, stretching his limbs and warming up. The host's voice rang out, "This is the red corner contestant, Wing Chun, Lu Weixing." Indeed, traditional martial arts, as light as a swallow. Lu Weixing took a few deep breaths. He wore 5-finger gloves, which protected the back of his hands and wrists without hindering the flexibility of his fingers. Next, please welcome the blue corner contestant, Tai Chi, Chen Jiamu. Chen Jiamu, clad in a Taoist robe, walked slowly onto the stage. His steps were light, and standing on the platform, his slightly slender figure under the wide robe gave off an ethereal feeling. Some in the audience recognized him and began to whisper, "Hey, isn't that the internet celebrity from before?" "Yeah, I saw him at the audition. I was there, it was quite impressive." Impressive? It was obvious that it was a deliberate hype. He slapped someone so hard they couldn't recover, thought it was a movie. Right, the little Taoist who turned someone into a spinning top back then. TSK, this is a formal competition. Is he here to be funny? Lu Weixing won't cooperate with the performance. Chen Jiamu focused his mind, his features magnifying several times in an instant, ignoring the doubts from the audience. Opposite him, Lu Weixing finished warming up, a crooked smile on his face. "Heh, Tai Chi? Hey, little Taoist, how long have you been practicing Tai Chi? Hey, are you going to speak?" Chen Jiamu still paid no attention, his energy circulating within him. He just wanted to finish the match quickly. According to Iwei, the competition started with the top 16, then progressed to the top 8, top 4, and finally the finals. In fact, for Chen Jiamu, it no longer mattered who his opponent was or how many there were. If possible, he would prefer to face them all at once. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could complete his task. "I hereby announce that the match begins." The voice of the host echoed in the arena. Since this was a traditional martial arts competition, there were no judges on the stage. Following the principle of light contact, a gong would signal the start. A young lady dressed in hanfu struck the gong, and with a loud duong, the match began. "Let's learn to meow like cats together. Meow meow meow. Act cute in front of you. Meow 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 meow." Chen Jiamu's phone rang. "Hey, Guo Wuga." Guo Wu's voice on the other end was urgent and flustered. "Junior brother, something's happened." "What is it?" "A few foreigners have come to Zhou village, shouting that they want to challenge the dojo, claiming that the master is a fraud, deceiving Evelyn, and so on. It's getting heated, and they're about to fight. It's serious. Have you called the police?" "Yes, but there's no police station nearby, and the police won't arrive anytime soon. Junior brother, you need to come back quickly. They said they would wait at most 10 minutes, or else they would use electric batons on the master, saying they want him to experience what Western lightning strikes are like." "I'm on my way." Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone, his expression grave. Ding, side quest, sect under attack. "Hey, we're in the middle of a match. How can you still take calls?" Lu Weixing felt a sense of dignity being insulted. For the first time, impatience appeared on Chen Jiamu's face. Lu Weixing struck a pose reminiscent of Ip Man and said lightly, "I am Lu Weixing, a disciple of Yi Zhuan from Hong Kong, the closed-door disciple of Yi Sanping, skilled in Wing Chun, but only against Qin Xiao. I might help." Tai Chi Cloud Hands, a sleeve that stabilizes the universe. Below the stage, two well-known commentators were explaining the match to the audience in the live broadcast. Commentator Zhang Dawei, the Common People's Grand Arena. If you have talent, come on. Welcome everyone to the First People's Grand Arena Martial Arts Program. I am commentator Zhang Dawei. I am commentator Qi Yongwon. Yongwon, I still have more faith in the Wing Chun contestant. Huh, where is he? 3 seconds ago, Chen Jiamu suddenly lunged forward, waving his sleeve, and Lu Weixin was sent flying off the stage, crashing down to the ground. Amidst the cries of despair in the air, he fell into the audience, his fate unknown. Audience? Confused. Director? Confused. Even He Wei backstage was bewildered. The two commentators had just adjusted their microphones when they looked up at the stage and found that Wing Chun contestant Lu Weixin was missing. They exchanged glances, both looking bewildered. On the massive LED screen behind the stage, a replay appeared, showing Chen Jiamu in his Taoist robe, rushing forward at high speed, waving his sleeve, and sending Lu Weixin flying off the stage. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Some audience members only glanced at their phones and, when they looked up again, found the match had already ended. Chen Jiamu hurriedly shouted backstage, "Manager I have something to attend to." "Wait a minute." A man in sportswear jumped onto the stage. He was Lu Weixin's master, Yi Sanping, a master-level figure in Wing Chun. "What kind of trick is this? I'm here to fight you." Chen Jiamu glanced back and suddenly lunged forward, sweeping his sleeve, an invisible surge of true energy sweeping toward him. Yi Sanping's two-character name was firmly established like a well-tied sheep. His horse stance cultivated over 20 years was certainly not a reputation without merit. He sidestepped to release the force, retreating 3 steps, and stood firm. A look of incredulous terror appeared in his eyes. What was happening? The opponent, from a distance, wielded such astonishing power. Was this really a human? Chen Jiamu was in a hurry to return to Zhou village, having no time to waste on these insignificant ants. Seeing that the opponent had not been knocked over by his true energy, he formed a single palm with one hand, forcibly suppressing his internal energy to 2 layers, unleashing the dragon subduing 18 palms, Dragon Battle in the Wild. The name of this move comes from the I Ching, Koan hexagram, the dragon battles in the wild, its blood is dark yellow. This move was immensely powerful, as if 2 divine dragons were engaged in a life and death struggle in the wilderness. After being suppressed, the dragon battle in the wild did not manifest the light dragon condensed from true energy, but the entire gymnasium faintly echoed with the sound of dragon roars, the light bulbs flickering as if an earthquake had struck. Chen Jiamu thrust out a palm with one hand. Before the palm reached, the palm wind arrived first. Yi Sanping's clothes and hair were blown back by the wind. Instinctively, he attempted to use Wing Chun's palm technique, but sensing something was off, he instantly shifted to a wing hand, then to a folded hand, stretching the 3 techniques to their limits. The opponent's palm speed was not fast, yet it carried an overwhelming momentum as if gods were blocking the way. Chen Jiamu's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that even with suppressed internal energy, this palm was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary human body to withstand. He immediately directed his attack downward, targeting the opponent's chest and turning it toward the ground. With a single palm strike, the arena floor, made of spliced anti-corrosion wood, immediately cracked open, wooden pieces flying everywhere, and Yi Sanping was sent flying by the residual force, crashing down like his disciple beneath the stage. The arena fell silent. Chen Jiamu withdrew his energy and hurried backstage. "Manager drive. Ha!" He Wei was bewildered. "Drive, take me to Zhou village, immediately, right now." "What happened? Junior brother?" Ma Huayun asked anxiously. This was the first time he had seen Chen Jiamu lose his composure. "A few people want to use electric batons on my master. I need to handle it." Chen Jiamu casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it all. "I'll go with you. You stay here. If reporters come to interview, you help me deal with it. Remember, we can't mess up the upcoming match. This is very important to me." He Wei dared not argue, and upon hearing Chen Jiamu's orders, he immediately ran to the parking lot, where he illegally drove the car to the backstage entrance. "Daoist, get in." Chen Jiamu took a running leap and jumped into the back seat through the window. "Where to, Daoist?" He Wei asked. "Zhou village, Yuanheng Dao training class." He Wei asked no further, stepping on the gas and speeding onto the road. It was rush hour, and the city was jammed. He Wei frantically honked the horn, but it was of no use. "It seems there's been a fender bender ahead. It's completely blocked." "Daoist, wait a moment, I'll see if I can find a detour." Chen Jiamu sat in the back seat and said calmly, "Open the sunroof." "Ha!" Chen Jiamu casually picked up the Ultraman mask left in the car by Suanzi and put it on his face. "Open the sunroof." He Wei pressed the sunroof button. Suddenly, a young man in a Taoist robe, wearing an Ultraman mask, leaped from the sunroof of the Range Rover, stepping over the long line of traffic, walking in midair. Wherever he passed, horns blared, and screams rose and fell. 2 sweating traffic police officers, trying to clear the congestion, blew their whistles. "Comrade, Dangerous. The man, lightly tapping the car roof, suddenly turned around, his face in the Ultraman mask particularly flamboyant in the sunset. Zhou Village, Yuanheng Dao Training Class. A blond man from Los Angeles stood in the courtyard of the playground, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined, wiping the corner of his mouth with a pristine white napkin. Behind him stood two expressionless bodyguards. Evelyn, my little lamb, I see you've been brainwashed by that Chinese monkey. Evelyn hid behind Chen Shiliang, her face indifferent. Her golden hair, like waves of wheat, shimmered under the gentle sunlight, and a few playful freckles on her fair cheeks added a unique touch of innocence. Winston, shut your self-righteous mouth. I have my own choices, and I want to learn martial arts here, Evelyn said firmly. Winston shrugged and casually tossed away the napkin stained with his lipstick. My dear little lamb, if the family knew you were farming and herding cattle in a place like this, I can't even imagine what Leonardo's expression would be. These Chinese monkeys just jump around, none of them can fight. Evelyn picked up a dustpan from her left and threw it at him. Stop using Leonardo to pressure me. Let me tell you, Winston, my master knows martial arts. The dustpan flew over, and a black-clad bodyguard standing behind Winston waved it away, glaring fiercely at the rampaging you. He stepped forward. The one-armed Guiwu, who had been motionless, also took a step forward. Akuna and Tom squatted on the ground, hands on their heads, their faces bruised. The three foreigners had originally been digging vegetables by the field, preparing to make dumplings together that night. They encountered Winston, who had crossed the ocean to bring Evelyn back. After a fight, Tom and Akuna were utterly defeated. Because of Evelyn's special status, no one dared to lay a hand on her. Yet this foreign girl was truly stubborn, refusing to go back at all. That led to the current situation. Chen Shiliang stood firm as a mountain, his lean face still wearing a calm expression. Mr. Winston, everyone has the right to pursue their own life. Since Evelyn has paid me, I must be responsible for her. If she doesn't want to go back, no one can force her. After saying this, Chen Shiliang turned to Tom and Akuna, who were squatting with their hands on their heads, and asked, "What about you two?" Tom was startled, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He was wary of the man named Winston, the favored son of a powerful family in Los Angeles. Akuna nudged Tom with his elbow and spoke up, "Master, we can't afford to offend their family. So, Master, forgive us. Evelyn, you should come back with us." The little dark-skinned one compromised weakly. Winston shrugged, unconcerned, and said, "Old Leather Boot, let me see your Chinese martial arts. How long can you last against Andre?" Old Leather Boot was Winston's respectful term for Chen Shiliang. Iron Dragon stepped forward and said loudly, "Nonsense." The three brothers of the Longwei Martial Arts School clasped their fists towards Chen Shiliang. Iron Dragon, Mountain Chicken, Zhang Zion, requesting to fight. After a period of isolation in their martial arts training class, Iron Dragon, Mountain Chicken, and Zhang Ziong had turned themselves into martial arts characters, even their speech and actions constantly imitating ancient people. They believed this was the way to feel the essence and comprehend true martial arts. Chen Shilian's eyelids twitched, almost amused by these three lively treasures. He turned his head to Guiwu. "Guiwu, have you contacted the Jiamu side?" Guiwu replied, "I've already called junior brother Chen. He said he would be here soon. I told junior brother that these foreigners want to use electric batons on master. I think he will come back at all costs." Chen Shiliang was speechless, having no way to deal with this seemingly foolish yet actually wise disciple. Short Winter Melon, when did we say we would use electric batons on Old Leather Boot? I'm not a pervert, nor do I plan to negotiate with the Chinese police. Winston listened, dumbfounded. Chen Shiliang, with a confident smile, said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. Soon, you will have a match with my disciple. If you win, I will listen to your wishes." Winston chuckled softly, his expression proud. "Old Leather Boots, among the two behind me, one has served in the Marine Corps and is skilled in various combat techniques. The other one is a mercenary trainer with the Wagner Group. When they fight, it's no joke. It's not the playful antics of you Chinese monkeys, it will be bloody." Chen Shiliang still wore a cheerful expression. "No problem, no problem. Young people are brave and fierce. A little blood is understandable. Come in for some tea, and we can wait while we drink. Little lamb, you need to understand that movies and reality are two different worlds," Winston gently said to Evelyn. "Humph, my senior brother Chen Jiamu is invincible in the world. Winston, there's a saying in China, a toad buried in a deep well, oh no, I mean a frog at the bottom of the well. Oh, then I look forward to it even more." At that moment, a sound of breaking air was heard from afar. A young man in a Taoist robe stepped through the air, leaping over the iron gate, lightly tapping the eaves, and floating down gracefully. At the backstage of the city gymnasium, the staff were bewildered, all eyes turned to Yue, who hurried back. The traditional martial arts event was personally organized by Mr. He. From the stage setup, staff costumes, to the marketing plan, he had poured his heart and soul into it, leading everyone to work together. The previous matches had gone very well, with several athletes practicing traditional martial arts. Each move truly had a bit of the flavor of the martial world. Since the morning broadcast, the popularity had been rising steadily, even surpassing the viewership of the neighboring free fighting competition. Unexpectedly, the afternoon session had shifted from martial arts to fantasy. A sleeve that blows people away could be understood as a part of the performance for effect. Logically, there was nothing wrong with that. A palm strike sent wooden blocks flying, and even an unknown beast's roar echoed in the venue. What the hell? How to explain this? Had spiritual energy revived? The aftershock knocked back a Wing Chun master from Hong Kong, and the two involved had already been taken away by ambulance, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Some self-media outlets, eager to catch this wave of hot news, followed the ambulance for a live broadcast. Fortunately, the two practicing Wing Chun only suffered some external injuries and mild concussions. The reason for their unconsciousness was excessive fright. They had already been transferred to a psychiatric department for a brain CT scan. The back door was blocked by a crowd of martial arts enthusiasts, spectators, reporters, and self-media workers going wild. The security on site struggled to maintain order, their faces red and necks thick as they were squeezed by the crowd. "Everyone, please don't push. Don't step on my foot. Our Mr. He will come out soon to explain the situation. Oh my, who touched me?" Under pressure from above, Hiwei announced an impromptu press conference to explain to the public what had just happened. A series of questions came from above, asking Hiwei what was going on. Where did that contestant run off to? Where did he take him just now? And so on. What kind of high-tech was this, exploding on the spot and taking off? Was there a wire involved? Was there some mechanism installed under the ring? This is a legitimate television program, promoting feudal superstition, right? Is there such a thing for the sake of popularity? Don't tell me this is all real, that this Chinjamu is some kind of superhero. It's fine to fool netizens, but don't deceive your own people. Hiwei of Camel Media, do you still want to keep your job? Can you still host this event? In the audience's temporary rest area, several tables were set up. Reporters rushed in, microphones thrusting into Hiwei's face. The online public opinion erupted like a tidal wave, with some people going live on the spot, hopping on their little yellow bikes, and starting to sell products by riding the wave of traffic. Hiwei felt overwhelmed. He truly did not expect that the Taoist priest would pull such a stunt. Wasn't it agreed that we would take it easy? Wasn't it agreed that we would be low-key, restrained, and steadily aim for a national championship, or even a world championship? If the Taoist priest had something urgent to say, he could have just said it. There was no need for such a dramatic entrance. What if the relevant authorities showed up? Wouldn't that cause trouble? Would it alert the 749 Bureau? A crowd of people surrounded the press conference, voices rising in a clamor. "Mr. He, could you please explain what just happened? Is Chen Jiamu a person with special abilities? Excuse me, was this part of your planned show effect? We, the public, have the right to know? Is this a supernatural event? Chen Jiamu, invincible in the world. Who pulled down my pants? I've said it before, my brother Jiamu is the reincarnation of the true martial emperor. Everything posted before was real, not special effects, and you ants don't believe it. My brother Jiamu is cultivating immortality. Where did these idiots come from? What era is it now? Have you watched too many short videos? It's the scientific age, there are no immortals. It's all fake. It's all an illusion. Then explain to me why there are dragon roars in the real world, and why can he send someone flying with a single palm? Mom, I can't tell. I really can't tell. Where did these lunatics come from? Get them out. In the crowd, everyone was talking over each other. Hiwei pushed through the throng and squeezed onto the stage, letting out a sigh. He looked at the calm and composed Ma Huayun beside him with a negotiating gaze. On the stage stood Ma Huayun, along with the old Chinese medicine Dr. Ubeidu, who was holding his eldest grandson, completely blocked and unable to get out. "Grandpa, I want to eat KFC. Ubeidu's grandson's stomach rumbled. "Little Ma, I just got a bit dizzy. That wasn't just a technique from Chen Taoist. That was simply a grand shift of the universe." Ma Huayun made an okay gesture, smiling slightly. "Old man, stay calm. I have a lollipop here. You can give it to your grandson to ease his cravings." Countless cameras and phone lenses were crazily focused on the few people on the stage. "Mr. He, now, I'll take over the scene." Ma Huayun extended his hand, glancing at the microphone in Hiwei's hand. "Yun Gu." Hiwei did not hesitate and handed it over. He now addressed Ma Huayun not as Brother Ma but as Yun Gu, which suited Ma Huayun's demeanor perfectly. Ma Huayun took the microphone and blew into it a few times. "Don't worry, junior brother, I will definitely ensure you make it to the finals smoothly. I have 9 plans to stabilize this group of ordinary folks. Ma Huayun cleared his throat. Hoo. Dear friends from the media, I am the senior brother of Taiji Chenjiamu. My name is Ma Huayun, and I will now explain the explosive phenomenon that occurred during the competition. The audience fell silent instantly, but after a few seconds, someone shouted, "Damn, even Ma Yun has come." Are you hard of hearing? He said his name is Ma Huayun. Stop the chatter, let's hear what Musk has to say. A few troublemakers in the crowd were stirring things up, whistling. Ma Huayun felt slightly embarrassed, glaring at the few rascals beside him, wanting to have them thrown out. Gastric cutting, traditional martial arts, profound and extensive, as the saying goes. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond the people. Foreign cultures have invaded our Huaxia. Mr. He, with great righteousness, to promote traditional culture and restore the confidence of our people, has poured his heart and soul into overcoming countless difficulties to hold this martial arts competition. Mr. He, may you be honored in the ancestral temple. Ma Huayun shouted loudly. Hiwei's eyelids twitched, thinking to himself, Yun Yi, don't mess with me. I just want to make money, don't put me on the hot seat. Surprisingly, it became quiet below. However, what good is that? I haven't even explained the supernatural event that just happened. My junior brother, Chen Jiamu, is a peerless Tai Chi master. He, like me, comes from the Yuan Hung Dao training class, and of course, he can fight. But that earlier arena split and the flying wooden blocks were triggered by the mechanism we set up at the beginning. Wait, I know what you want to ask, just let me finish. First of all, that's because there was a mechanism installed below. We originally planned to have a performance after the competition, inviting the Shaolin monks to demonstrate the 18 bronze men formation, similar to a theatrical performance. But as you saw, an accident occurred on site. Also, the dragon roar before the explosion was just our sound engineer's pre-downloaded special effects sound, all for the sake of the performance. Immediately, someone below shouted in disbelief, "Nonsense." Then translate this. How did he use his sleeve to blow someone away at the beginning? Unscientific. Translate. The crowd below began to stir. Ma Huayun was confident. Everyone, in ancient times, there was the Overlord's giant cauldron. Today, we have Tai Chi's 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. Back then, Yang Lechen could explain a move like the bird does not fly scientifically? Many of you here are practitioners of traditional martial arts. Can the meridians and acupuncture of traditional Chinese medicine be explained scientifically? The crowd was momentarily speechless, and some even showed expressions of deep thought. Brothers, I just found an old video online. This Tai Chi master Chen Jiamu is a student from the Yuan Hung Dao training class in Zhou Village. Let's go check it out. Let's go to Zhou Village. He just said they are all from the Dao training class. What if there really are peerless masters in this world? That makes sense. More than half of the crowd dispersed, heading towards Zhou Village in a bustling manner. Ma Huayun slapped his forehead, sighing inwardly. Oh no, I messed it up. Mr. He, drive us back to Zhou Village. He vigorously rubbed his hair. Okay. Ubeda leaned over, excitedly saying, take me with you, I want to go too. Ma Huayun dialed Chen Jiamu's number. Beep. Hello, junior brother, it's bad. There are many reporters and audience members heading to the Dao training class. You all need to avoid them for a while. Oh, senior brother, I'll handle these troublesome foreigners quickly. From the receiver came a roaring dragon's roar. It was the sound of the dragon subduing 18 palms. In Zhou Village, at the Yuan Hung Dao training class, the setting sun was blood red. The sunset painted the clouds crimson, resembling a fiery cloud. It was a beautiful sight, the clouds like a dragon soaring across the sky. On the playground, Chen Jiamu's Dao robe fluttered, his energy surging. One hand held a phone, while the other performed a technique, resting on his dantian. His palm gathered true energy, forming a lifelike little dragon that spiraled and moved faster and faster. Winston stood frozen, his knees gradually weakening, his face filled with terror. The 2 battle-hardened bodyguards behind him did not understand Chinese. They babbled in a language they couldn't comprehend, but from their tone, it was clear they were pleading for mercy. In the wind, the sound of a dragon's roar rose. Chen Jiamu struck out with one palm, and the little dragon, condensed from true energy, suddenly grew larger, roaring with death as it charged forward. The energy swept through the fallen leaves in the courtyard, passing over the heads of the 3 foreign troublemakers at a 45-degree angle, flying towards a large tree in the distance. The 3 troublemaking foreigners had their hair instantly vaporized, their smooth scalps exposed to the air, changing their hairstyles. All of them were bald, and the 2 taller bodyguards felt a burning pain on their scalps. Winston slowly knelt down, instinctively reaching to touch his head, which was still there. With a thunderous sound, a distant old elm tree was flattened at its upper half by the unrelenting golden dragon. In the forest, a flock of birds took flight in panic. The move that Chen Jiamu executed is called the Dragon in Anguish, which comes from the I Ching, hexagram Qian. Upper 9, the Dragon in Anguish, contains a philosophy: when the dragon flies to great heights, extremes must reverse, leading to regret. Kan represents an extreme, overreaching state. When the dragon reaches its peak, if all its power is released, it will decline. Just like in life, when a person is at their peak, basking in success, if they are overly aggressive and arrogant, they will ultimately face only regret. Just like these 3 foreigners who think they are above everyone else, believing my small village is unprotected. Chen Jiamu finished his move, turned to the side, and said lightly, "Master, the rest is up to you." Chen Shiliang coughed lightly and stroked his goatee. Then, standing with his hands behind his back, he slowly spoke, "Do you 3 have any regrets?" The only one who could communicate in Mandarin, Winston, knelt on the ground, his teeth chattering. I. Bang, bang. The 2 bodyguards behind him knelt down in unison. The 3 of them formed an equilateral triangle. "Hey, I didn't ask you to kneel. You foreigners, have you never heard the saying, a man's knees are worth gold?" Chen Shilian shook his head, feeling that the other party had an unteachable air about them. Tai Long, Shan Ji, and Zhang Ziong stepped forward together and cupped their hands. "Master, let us teach them how to behave." Chen Shiliang stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. He glanced at Gui Wu and whispered, "Gui Wu, when you have time, take these 3 to the city hospital for a brain check." "Oh," Gui Wu nodded. Shan Ji moved an old rattan chair to the center and gestured for Chen Shiliang to sit. "Shan Ji, can you show a little more awareness?" Tai Long reprimanded. "Yes, brother Tai Long is right." Shan Ji immediately ran back to the main classroom, panting as he brought another chair and placed it behind Chen Jiamu. "Brother Chen, please." Chen Jiamu's eyelids twitched. He decided to let it go, not wanting to embarrass his junior in front of outsiders. After the 3 guardians of the Taoist class completed all this, they stepped forward together. Tai Long said sternly, "Everyone squat down, hands on your heads." Winston immediately changed from kneeling to squatting, while the 2 bodyguards behind him looked confused, not understanding Chinese. Winston turned his face, gritting his teeth and muttering a few words in Western language, and the 2 sturdy men immediately squatted down, hands on their heads. Chen Shilian found it hard to watch. This was too much bullying. "Tai Long, what are you doing?" Chen Shiliang asked. Tai Long, startled, turned around and said with righteous indignation, "Master, these 3 foreigners are disrespectful, especially this pervert who even spits out lipstick. This is intolerable. If it were in the time of our Ming dynasty's founding emperor, they would be skinned alive." "All right, Gui Wu, what have you been teaching them lately? They seem even more abnormal than when Jiamu first arrived," Chen Shiliang said helplessly. "Master, these 3 juniors are natural martial arts enthusiasts. It seems they have become obsessed. From today on, lead them to recite the Bingxin formula every night." "Oh, squat properly. Did I tell you to move?" Shan Ji suddenly shouted. Winston raised a face full of grievances and said innocently, "Sir, my neck was a bit itchy just now." "Endure it. Move again, and I'll chop your head off. Now, all of you sing the national anthem. Get up. Bold. Who told you to get up?" Zhang Ziong shouted angrily. Winston's small brain seemed to shrink as he widened his eyes, looking at Shan Ji, who had just started singing. "Simply stubborn. Master, I believe these are spies sent by an enemy country. There must be a conspiracy. I suggest we hand these 3 over to the discipline hall for handling." "All right, stop making a fuss. Who is the head of the discipline hall here? Are we escalating this to a diplomatic level now?" "Evelyn, this matter arose because of her. How do you plan to deal with them?" Chen Shiliang asked with a smile. Evelyn chuckled. I haven't thought it through yet." At that moment, footsteps and car horns sounded outside, as if a large group was rushing this way. On the dirt road a few meters away, several reporters were running ahead, shouting as they went, followed by a large crowd. "Brothers and sisters, we've arrived. This isn't a temple, it looks like a village primary school. We followed the navigation, it's correct. Did the navigation lead us wrong? Look, there's a sign, Yuan Hung Dao Training Class. And there are couplets. Nothing in the world is better than good cultivation. Nothing in the world is as hard as eating. Horizontal inscription, believe science?" A few reporters peered through the bars of the large iron gate and saw 3 bald foreigners squatting in the courtyard, holding their heads. They were singing a slightly off-key and awkward song. "Arise, those who do not wish to be slaves." Outside the Yuan Hung Dao Training Class, the crowd gradually gathered and began to buzz with discussion. Chen Shiliang looked up, his beard twitching slightly. "What's going on? Why are so many people here?" Chen Jiamu hissed and picked up his phone to call Ma Huayun. As soon as the call connected, Ma Huayun's urgent explanation came through. Junior brother, these people are too enthusiastic. We can't stop them. We can't stop them. I'm stuck behind the crowd and can't get through. Senior brother, Huey just held a press conference, and I cleverly said that was for the agency, for the performance after the competition. Alright, it's not a big deal. Chen Jiamu interrupted. Beep, he hung up the phone. Master, I'll need you to PUA them later. Chen Jiamu quietly described the situation to Chen Shiliang. Chen Shiliang's beard twitched again as he listened. Xiang, Xiaolong, Shanjie, you three follow senior brother Guiwu and take these foreigners to the back room. They cannot come out without my orders. We will obey the master's decree. The three stood tall and began to drive away the squatting foreigners. How dare you? Did I tell you to get up? Do frog jumps. Jump. Hands on your heads. Chen Shiliang frowned and said to Chen Jiamu, I feel these three are too immersed in their roles. They really can't extricate themselves. I'm genuinely worried they might go crazy and start acting out in front of these reporters. It will affect my performance. Perhaps the outside world has made them too constrained. Whether studying or mingling in society, they can't avoid weighing pros and cons, compromising. They yearn for the world of martial arts novels. They are persistent. Martial persistence. Like all boys, they have hidden a world of martial arts in their hearts since childhood, a world of clashing swords and swift vengeance. However, many people, when they grow up, inevitably forget that world. They see the kung fu in your movies, and their obsession, their martial arts dreams, are reignited, their passion overtaking their reason. This can be both good and bad. Jiamu, if you become an immortal and gain enlightenment in the future, remember not to forget to guide them and resolve this karmic bond. However, everything has two sides. It is precisely because these three have pure thoughts that they develop such delusions. Chen Shiliang smiled, his eyes filled with deeper meaning, slowly conveying this to Chen Jiamu, completely ignoring the crowd outside that was nearly tearing down the large iron gate. Chen Jiamu bowed his head in silence, seemingly enlightened. Chen Shiliang also looked at people based on fate, being skilled in Mai Xinxiang. Every person has a purple-yellow complexion, with signs appearing in the eyes, the lower eyelids, and the residence of the Hall of Fortune. The so-called Palace of the Sleeping Silkworm in physiognomy refers to the area just below the eyes, adjacent to the lower edge of the eyelashes, where there is a band-like bulge about 4 to 7 millimeters in size, resembling a silkworm lying horizontally on the lower eyelid. The eyes are usually clear and bright, with distinct black and white pupils. The more black there is and the less white, the more pure-hearted the person is. There is no excessive cunning or indecisiveness in their expression. As stated in the Divine Mirror of Physiognomy, a straight eye reflects a straight heart. At that time, when Chen Shiliang first saw the three of them, he felt they might be a bit too straightforward, but fortunately, their eyes did not deceive. In fact, it was these three who first rushed out from the crowd when Chen Jiamu was on the stage, boasting that there was no one who could fight. After all, what they were defending was the dignity of their hometown, the dignity of their martial arts practice. Chen Jiamu smiled and nodded. Master, my brothers are doing well. It's comfortable here. Chen Shiliang took a copper coin from his sleeve, tossed it 6 times, and chuckled. He stroked his beard, put his hands behind his back, and strode to the door. Everyone, what's the matter? The first few reporters grabbed the bars of the large iron gate with both hands, eager to stick their heads in. Hello, old Daoist, I'm a reporter from Jigu TV. It's an honor to meet you. May I ask if Chen Jiamu is your disciple? Does he have superpowers? What superpowers? That's called extraordinary martial arts. That's called internal strength. Daoist, can you open the door? Let us visit your dojo. Outside, nearly 200 people were murmuring and clamoring. Daoist, I just saw a few bald foreigners doing frog jumps. Is this a training method in martial arts? Daoist, you can't teach the treasures left by our ancestors to foreigners. Old Daoist, I'm the head of the Dongxing Club. My name is Yang. I'm a host. I specialize in stand-up comedy and improvisation. Can we discuss a collaboration? I have an idea that can help your Daoist training class flourish. Please make way, make way. A worried Ma Huayun finally squeezed through and turned to block the large iron gate. Everyone, step back a little. What are you doing? I'm calling the police. Ma Huayun was panting heavily when he heard a deep voice from behind. Huayun, step aside, leave it to me. Ha! Ma Huayun turned around, his head filled with question marks. At this moment, Guiwu handed a loudspeaker to Chen Shiliang. Master, just charged. Chen Shiliang nodded silently. He liked how understanding and clever Guiwu was. The loudspeaker amplified Chen Shiliang's deep voice. Everyone, I will now begin to answer your questions. Please remain quiet while I speak. This is the rule of the Tao. Those who do not follow the rules will also face my methods to ensure you do. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Chen Shiliang cleared his throat and said loudly, That's right. Chen Jiama was my disciple. He is a reincarnated immortal, here to experience the trials of the mortal world. You can believe it or not. First, one must be honest and straightforward. However, most people sighed, saying that while they believed in martial arts masters and ancient methods passed down through generations, the idea of cultivating immortality seemed a bit too abstract. I believe. Someone in the crowd shouted. I believe too. Me too. About a third of the crowd raised their arms, their faces filled with excitement. Please, old Taoist, accept us as your disciples. Old Taoist, can we be your disciples? Taoist, I just saw online that your Taoist training class costs $1,800 a year, covering food and accommodation, with complete living and entertainment facilities, including a cafeteria, training rooms, meditation rooms, tea rooms, calligraphy and painting rooms, basketball courts, and table tennis tables. Is that true, Taoist? Please check what kind of spiritual root I have. Chen Shiliang raised his hand, and the scene instantly fell silent. Did those who just said they wanted to be my disciples see that piece of wasteland to the east? Chen Shiliang pointed, and not far away, there was a large area of uncultivated land next to the cultivated vegetable plots. A few mounds of earth were visible. Only with a firm heart can one enter my door. That piece of land needs someone to cultivate it. It was previously said to be for returning farmland to forest, but look at this beautiful land, this fertile soil, all wasted. There are places in the town ahead selling hoes and farming tools. You all know what I'm about to say, right? After finishing, Chen Shiliang stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the crowd. Indeed, there were about 40 to 50 people, their spirits lifted, gradually dispersing to buy hoes. The remaining 100 or so people looked bewildered. Is this really about cultivating immortals? Why does it feel like a pyramid scheme? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or his disciples will beat you. It's hard to say, I feel something's off. If one could really cultivate immortals, they would have already entered the special departments of the country. The people left behind seemed to feel a sense of emptiness, as if they had not achieved their purpose. Aren't you all leaving? Chen Shiliang asked. A group of people stood in place, chattering among themselves. Huayun, you can call the police now. Later, give President Liu of the Dao Association a call and say that a group of people is blocking the door of an old man named Chen Shiliang. Have him call Hao Jianming from the City Bureau and Shui Yuanchao from the Cultural Bureau. Goodness, a bunch of people, all involved in entertainment, self-media, or small TV stations, websites doing interviews, playing the news. Upon hearing that the Cultural Bureau was involved, they all looked skeptical and a bit fearful. Chen Shiliang took out his phone, his fingers swiftly dialing, and he read aloud, according to our country's criminal law, Article 293, if the act of blocking a door is for seeking stimulation, venting emotions, showing off, or causing trouble, it may constitute the crime of provoking trouble. According to the criminal law, if one engages in any of the following acts of provoking trouble, they may face imprisonment of up to 5 years, detention, or control. Let me emphasize, this Dao cultivation class of mine is affiliated with the Zhou Village Primary School. You all understand the nature of your actions without me having to elaborate, right? The crowd fell silent. Burp! The one-armed Gui Wu let out a loud burp, glancing at his master, murmuring to himself, I still have a lot to learn from my master. Ma Huayan leaned against the iron gate, looking at his master, his heart racing. It seemed there was still so much more to learn from his master. Every word from his master was the truth. He was indeed cultivating immortals. His master wasn't lying, and of course, they didn't believe it. Then, a group of determined disciples was selected, capable of cultivating some wasteland and planting more crops. Taking advantage of the situation, he presented the Dao Association and the Cultural Bureau, the city police, in a reasonable manner, creating psychological pressure. With a faint smile, maintaining his composure, he unleashed the ultimate move, the criminal law. The pressure was overwhelming. The crowd dispersed as the sun set. Ma Huayang turned his head to look at a nearby bald old locust tree. Hey, why are the leaves gone? As the sun set and the moon rose, senior brother Gui Wu, don't you think the dumpling filling is about ready? In the courtyard, the group from the Yuan Hung Dao cultivation class was making dumplings. Gui Wu kneaded the dough, rolled out the dumpling skins, and mixed the filling, while everyone worked together to wrap the dumplings. With many hands, the dumplings of various shapes were placed one by one in a large basket. Chen Shiliang and Ubeda sat in wicker chairs, sipping tea and discussing the Dao. Everyone was lively. During the day, the three Evelyns and Tom, Akuna, had dug a lot of wild vegetables, and they had planned to make dumplings together in the evening. Winston and his two big bodyguards, their heads wrapped in bandages, were struggling to make dumplings under the supervision of the three protectors of the Dao cultivation class. There was no deep-seated hatred. It was just that a few foreigners didn't know the idiom crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Winston is Evelyn's cousin, probably belonging to the same family. Evelyn is the rebellious girl from a large family, who has always been independent and loves martial arts. Evelyn can be considered as having run away from home, coming to Hogwarts to pursue her dream of martial arts, while Winston has been tasked with bringing back this troublesome girl who gives his uncle a headache. Chen Shiliang is quite accommodating, treating newcomers as guests, although he almost lost his head. Fortunately, he still has it. It's nothing at all. Treating someone to a hearty meal is always worth it. Winston has made up his mind to book a flight home the next day, informing the family that he personally fought with the Taoist priests of Wudang Mountain and ended in a draw, and that the other party holds him in high regard. He promised to take good care of Evelyn and report back to the family about his younger sister's safety. This time, he will not disgrace his mission. The three great protectors received a task from the sect to go to the vegetable patch at the gate and pull up cabbage. On the way, Zhang Ziang couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, why does the master want to invite these three foreign rascals to dinner? Do they deserve it? Just look at the dumplings they wrapped. They're hideously ugly." Tai Long turned on his phone's flashlight, illuminating a large patch of cabbage, pulling one up and tossing it into the bamboo basket. "Second brother, if you win, eating together will earn you respect from others. This is called cultivation. This is called demeanor. If you lose, eating together will earn you disdain from others. This is called flattery. This is called sycophancy. Back in my day in the Qing dynasty, inviting foreigners to dinner, the envoys would bow and scrape. Why? Because we couldn't hold our own on the battlefield. Big brother, the Qing dynasty is already gone. What's the point of bringing up dirty matters?" Shanji said indignantly, madly pulling up cabbage after cabbage, as if venting. "Third brother, what you said is very true." The three suddenly remembered that just now they had won, and Brother Chen had used a move called Kong Long Yu Hui. It was simply a wailing of ghosts and gods. "We should be happy. Yes, this is a victory banquet. We are heroes. Pull the cabbage, pull the cabbage." Brother Guiwu is still waiting for us to prepare the dumpling filling. By the edge of the field, wearing a Taoist robe, with his sleeves fluttering in the wind, Guiwu tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Have you three finished pulling?" The three turned around, surprised that Brother Guiwu, who had just been in the courtyard rolling dough, had now appeared by the field, walking without a sound. "I just heard Tai Long say something about winning or losing." "Brother Guiwu, just say whether what I said is right or not." Guiwu tilted his head, paused, and said, "Right, but the master doesn't think like you do." "Then how does he think?" "Yesterday, we learned, curb its sharpness, untangle its knots, harmonize with its light, and blend with its dust." "What does that mean?" Tai Long said, "Curb its sharpness means to take something and dull the tip of the knife. It tells us three to hide our talents. Before we have learned our skills, we shouldn't be too ostentatious, or we might get cut down." Zhang Ziang said, "Untangle its knots means a tangled mess of threads that are knotted up. You give it a little bit of order, and it gets untangled. It tells us three to find the rules in our work. We can't think that everything can be cut through with scissors. What about harmonizing with its light and blending with its dust?" Shanji looked around, continued to pull cabbage with his head down, not speaking, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He is a poor student. Guiwu thought for a moment, seemingly trying to find an appropriate metaphor to explain to these three why the master doesn't care about dining with those foreigners who were shouting during the day. After a pause, Guiwu said, "Harmonizing with its light and blending with its dust. Imagine this, there is an old house that hasn't been lived in for a long time, covered in dust, completely dark, unable to see your hand in front of your face. At this moment, a wild cat steps in, causing debris to fall and stirring up dust. The roof has a hole, and a beam of light shines through it, and you just happen to see that in that beam of sunlight, the dust is dancing. Ha! Is this what it means to harmonize with light and blend with dust?" The three of them asked in confusion. Guiwu added, "Let me ask you, in places where the sunlight doesn't reach, is there no dust?" "There is, it's just that you can't see it in the dark," Tai Long replied. Guiwu nodded and said lightly, "Go back." Under the moonlight, in the courtyard, because there were many people today, Guiwu set up a large iron pot, bubbling away as he boiled the freshly made dumplings. The three little kids, Shibing and the others, were playing basketball with Ubeidu's eldest grandson, Milu, while a large group of people gathered around a big table, eagerly watching as plate after plate of dumplings was brought out. "Milu, you all go wash your hands, the dumplings are ready." "Coming, Grandpa." "Come, original soup with original water, of course, you have to drink dumpling soup with dumplings." "Wait a moment." Tai Long ran to the kitchen, fiddled for a while, and soon returned with a large bowl of steaming hot sauce. Add a bit of vinegar, a bit of chile, a bit of hot rapeseed oil, the soul's juice, pour it on. "Ah, Tai Long, tomorrow you come cook." "Whoa, so delicious." Winston learned Chinese purely for business, usually attending high-end venues, and this was his first time participating in such a down-to-earth gathering. He had never cooked before, so it was also his first time eating Chinese food made together with everyone. He awkwardly picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and a look of indescribable surprise appeared in his eyes. "Evelyn, I have to say, I'm a bit envious of you right now." "Winston, you can't stop talking even while eating." Winston smiled and stuffed another large dumpling into his mouth, a look of ecstasy on his face. He took a few bites and leaned over to whisper, "Little Dao, are we participating normally in tomorrow's competition?" Chen Jiamu took a sip of dumpling soup and smiled slightly, "Of course." The next day, in Zhou village, after finishing dinner yesterday, it was already dark. Wei drove Yu Beidou and his grandson back to the city. Evelyn's cousin, Winston, went to the airport early the next morning and shamelessly asked Gui Wu for the dumpling filling recipe, saying he wanted to make it for his father to taste. Wei had been busy. This time, the Wulinfeng People's Grand Arena was personally planned and organized by him. He divided many categories of martial arts, but for traditional martial arts, the fighters who made it to the top 4 could choose opponents from other categories, of course, with mutual agreement. In the top 16, top 8, and top 4, each match had several groups of fighters, which made no difference to Chen Jiamu, but he was indeed not interested in fighting one by one. It felt somewhat ridiculous, like comparing bank balances between a peak Ma Yun and a beggar. Thanks to Wei's internal coordination, they ultimately agreed to Chen Jiamu's request to go straight to the finals. Of course, the ultimate goal was to win the championship, become the leader of the martial arts world, complete the task, and begin cultivating immortality. Going straight to the finals, this little shrimp, don't make me go through them one by one, it's too time-consuming. However, among the contestants gathered from the grassroots, a hidden gem indeed emerged. Due to the rules, traditional martial arts could challenge all categories, which was the biggest highlight of this event. There really were experts practicing traditional kung fu. For example, there was a practitioner of Bagua Zhang who fought his way through, winning repeatedly, especially in the top 4, where he challenged a karate player from the East. With the historical sentiment as a backdrop, this event garnered the highest attention, and in the end, the Bagua Zhang contestant fulfilled his mission, forcing his opponent to flee in defeat. But that wasn't the most exaggerated part. The most exaggerated part was that this remarkable Bagua Zhang contestant was a woman. A woman fighting against a man. And she won. The young girl's name also had a bit of a martial arts flavor, Bagua Zhang Yulingyun. I wonder if it was a name changed later for money and connections. This Yulingyun, on his resume, wrote that he is from Luomo ancient town in Leshan, Sichuan Chongqing province. The origins of Bagua Zhang are said to vary. Currently, one of the more recognized theories in the martial arts community is that Bagua Zhang was created by Dong Haichuan during the Xianfeng and Tongji years of the Qing dynasty, when he encountered Taoists Biyun and Jingyun while traveling in Amei Mountain, who taught him Bagua Zhang. After mastering it, Dong Haichuan returned and once fought against Tai Chi master Yang Luchen, gaining fame in Beijing and Tianjin. He served as the chief martial arts instructor at the Prince Su's residence and took on many disciples, with dozens of them successfully completing their training. To the east of the Field Ridge, there is a fish pond that a small businessman from the city had contracted a few years ago, specifically to raise catfish, which could sell for over 10 yuan per pound in the market. In the past 2 years, the economy has been poor, and the fish business he partnered with, a chain fresh fish supermarket, went bankrupt. The owner sought payment from the fish market manager but ultimately got no results, and the fish pond fell into disrepair. Chen Jiamu stood by the fish pond, picked up a flat stone from the ground, spun it, and threw it. The stone flew sideways, skipping across the water until it reached the opposite bank of the pond. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, Taoist, it's all coordinated here, you can go straight to the finals, no problem." Wei's voice came through the phone, somewhat unclear. "Thanks, are you eating?" "Yeah, I didn't sleep all night yesterday, reporting work to the leaders." "That sounds tough. By the way, Taoist, there's some progress on the Ame restaurant case. I've got my classmate from that law firm in Nancheng keeping an eye on it. Goodness, there are 8 perpetrators, 3 of whom have completely lost their minds from shock. What were you doing at the scene, Taoist?" Chen Jiamu hummed in acknowledgement, signaling him to continue. "Just some lackeys, following orders from a guy nicknamed Dog Brother, whose real name is Zhang Dongchen. Because of this incident involving guns, it has reached the city bureau." Chen Jiamu said, "Get to the point. They say there are big shots involved, personally overseeing this case, strict investigations. I tell you, Secretary Kai even went to the bureau for a meeting. Guess what? Now Pei Tianlu has been taken into custody. Damn, I was really blind back then, thinking of getting him to back me up." Chen Jiamu squinted. "Pei Tianlu? Yes, the one you challenged from the Xingyi Iquan school, Old Pei. I heard his son, Pei Qianhu, just returned from abroad and was detained right after getting off the plane." "Taoist, this matter seems a bit sinister. You should pay attention lately. I have a feeling we've stirred up some higher-ups. I understand, let's leave it at that for now. I need to go back for morning class. Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone. Looking at the pond's water, a white egret swooped down, its beak touching the water, catching a large fish, and flew towards the shore, just about to feast when suddenly a calico cat sprang out from the woods. Startled, the egret dropped the fish and flew away, glancing back at the black, white, and yellow striped cat. Meow the cat, with the fish in its mouth, raised its tail and strutted over to Chen Jiamu, placing the fish down as if to show off, and began to eat it with gusto. This scene left Chen Jiamu, who was watching like a mantis catching a cicada, both amused and helpless. Many Taoists enjoy keeping cats. Chen Jiamu once saw a video online featuring Master Ma from the Guanfu Museum. He had an interesting interview segment. Master Ma said that when he was young, he kept dogs, but as he got older, he preferred cats. Dogs need to be walked every day, otherwise, they can get depressed. Cats don't need that. Cats are very independent. They accompany their owners, and you seem to know what they are thinking. You do your thing, and the cat stays about a meter away from you. Not too far, not too close. Of course, there are clingy cats that have to be right next to you. Chen Jiamu squatted down and waved his hand. Mimi. The calico cat finished eating the fish and was elegantly washing its face. Meow. In a moment, a little Taoist dressed in a Taoist robe, looking peaceful and unworldly, appeared, followed by a tail-wagging calico cat, slowly disappearing at the end of the field ridge. Dear readers, P.S. Female lead recruitment. 1. Bagui Zhang Yulingyun. 2. Sanhua Little Mother Cat. 3. I want them all. In the courtyard, the senior brothers sat in a row on small stools, each holding a scripture, while Chen Shilian led everyone in reading the Qing Jing Jing. After the morning class, they began the unchanging collective practice of the 8 parts of Vajra Kung Fu. After the activity, the breakfast tasted truly delicious. Gui Wu fried the leftover dumplings from yesterday until both sides were golden brown in vegetable oil, and cooked a large pot of millet porridge. A big jar of salted duck eggs, which had been pickled some time ago, was opened, and everyone got one. These salted duck eggs were different from those sold in supermarkets. Gui Wu pickled them using ancient methods, with yellow clay, added salt, water, white wine, Sichuan pepper, and star anise. Sealed in a jar, they were opened after 49 days. There was no technology or harsh methods involved. In the cafeteria, 3 mischievous kids surrounded a table. Shi Bing cracked open the eggshell and poked it with chopsticks. Whoosh, a stream of golden oil flowed out, and Shi Bing's little mouth sucked it up, revealing an expression of ecstasy. Shi Bing, is the egg yolk delicious? Not at all. Shi Bing finished the oily duck egg yolk, leaving the egg white in the bowl, staring eagerly at the 2 little junior brothers beside him. Ergo, Shiwa, let me tell you, this salted duck egg yolk is really bad. The 2 kids turned their heads at the same time. Ergo said, Shi Bing, I saw how delicious you just ate. Shiwa, I still remember when you said duck but was delicious, but duck legs were not. Shi Bing looked sincere. The egg white is delicious, otherwise, why would I leave it for last? How about I trade my egg white for your egg yolk? As Shi Bing spoke, he stretched out his chopsticks. Ergo and Shiwa immediately hugged their bowls, spitting on their duck eggs, their expressions like little beasts protecting their food. This made everyone at the table burst into laughter. The 3 guardians, without saying a word, stuffed the peeled salted duck eggs into their mouths. In a while, if the little kids came to ask you for some, you would have to decide whether to give it or not. If you didn't, it would seem stingy and not in line with the spirit of chivalry. Adults have to save face. You can't just spit on it. Still need to save face. Meow. A 3-color cat lay at the entrance of the cafeteria, licking its paw. Hey, where did this cat come from? Meow. The 3-color cat swaggered in, leaping onto the nearby table. Bold! How dare you, beast! Shanji suddenly went off, slamming his chopsticks and standing up abruptly. Chen Shiliang's eyelids twitched. He shook his head and sighed. Shanji, extend your hand. Shanji extended his hand, and Chen Shiliang placed 3 fingers on his pulse, closing his eyes and saying nothing. After a while, the other hand. After finishing the pulse check, Chen Shiliang smiled. Not a big problem, Shanji, and Tai Long, Xiong, if you 3 keep being so jumpy, I'll just lock you up to copy scriptures. The 3 immediately lowered their heads and ate in silence. Chen Jiamu patted his belly. I'm full, you guys enjoy your meal. As he left, he casually took half a bowl of dumplings and walked out of the cafeteria. Meow the cat lightly jumped down, its tail waving like a flag, wiggling its bottom as it followed Chen Jiamu out. Ma Huayan watched the cat's departing figure and turned to ask, Master, this cat is so smart. It came back with the junior brother from the field this morning. Chen Shiliang smiled, turning the bowl to drink millet porridge. After eating, let Jiamu go to the peach grove in the east and pick some peach leaves. What do you need that for? Ma Huayun asked. Crushed peach leaves, boiled in water, then used to bathe the cat, it won't get fleas for 100 days. Master, your knowledge is truly profound. I admire you. When I was young, I also raised cats. In the courtyard, Chen Jiamu squatted on the ground, placing a bowl on the steps, and gently patted the head of a calico cat. The kitten seemed naturally affectionate towards Chen Jiamu, rubbing its head against his palm. You ate my food, so from now on, you're mine. Whoa whoa, meow whoa whoa calico. Meow meow alright, from now on, you'll be called Calico. After a group of people finished breakfast, they each washed their bowls, and according to the duty roster, 2 people stayed behind to clean the table. Chen Shiliang and Gui Wu stood on the ridge of their vegetable field, seeing not far away, a dozen people with hoes, really starting to cultivate the wasteland. Master, I counted, there were 47 people yesterday, and today there are only 16 left. No rush, these people are different from the previous students. They are here to pursue immortality and martial arts. Gui Wu, do you know any immortal techniques? I don't. Neither do I. I think Shin Shidi might know. I think so too. The master and disciple exchanged glances, both smiling, one with a wise smile, the other with a simple-hearted grin. Then they saw Chen Jiamu under the peach trees to the east, filming a video with his phone of these hard-working people. A calico cat was perched on his shoulder. On the ground lay a red plastic bag filled with half a bag of peach leaves. Chen Jiamu sent a short video on WeChat to his mother. Originally, according to Liang Meijuan's request, it was fine for her son to relax outside, as long as he called once a day to report his safety. Chen Jiamu complied, later calling every other day, and then every 3 days. During this time, the mother and son also chatted more on WeChat, and with the exchanges in calls and texts, Liang Meijuan noticed that her son had changed, matured, no longer as erratic and crazy as before. Over time, she let go of her worries. Perhaps it really was true what they said online, that a child's mental issues might simply be due to exhaustion. Soon, Liang Meijuan initiated a video call. It connected. In the frame, Liang Meijuan was in the living room, and beside her, a little girl was focused on her homework. It had been a long time since he had been home. Mom, look, there are many young people, just like me. Chen Jiamu turned the camera towards the ridge, showing a group of determined people wielding hoes to cultivate the wasteland. Jiazi, I was just about to call you. I saw you on TV yesterday. What happened? Ha, Wulin Feng. You're impressive, participating in a martial arts show. Mom, that was just for fun, it's not real martial arts. In the video, Liang Meijuan's face showed concern. You're grown up now, a young man's ambition is in the world, go out and explore, broaden your horizons. I support you. Honestly, your master Chen Shiliang really has some skills. Dr. Wang here has recognized his psychological treatment. Chen Jiamu turned the camera back. Mom, look at this air, the environment is nice, we have food and drink, and there are kids here, about the same age as Gigi. Son, why did you get a cat? Liang Meijuan noticed the calico cat sitting on her son's shoulder. Just keeping it for fun. Calico, say hello. Meow the cat meowed, sniffing the front camera with its nose. Chen Jiamu gently waved his hand, tossing the cat down. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in the frame. Chen Gigi, who had just been doing her homework, abruptly put down her pen, stood on her chair, took out her phone, opened the game interface, and waved vigorously. Her little braids swayed back and forth. Brother, I reached platinum. I finally escaped the ranks of unyielding silver. Brother. Chen Gigi, go do your homework. Liang Meijuan turned back to glare at her 8 or 9-year-old daughter. Gigi, wait for your brother to come back. I'll take you to play. Brother, I have something to tell you. What is it? Is this Ultraman you? Don't tell me it's not. I can recognize it. Chen Gigi clicked on a Douyin video, which had over 1 million likes. In the footage, a person wearing a Taoist robe and an Ultraman mask was walking through a long line of cars in the city, stepping from one car roof to another. Bro, have you been cultivating at Wudang Mountain? Answer me. Chen Jiamu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, mimicking Liang Meijuan's tone. He scolded, go do your homework. Not far away, Ma Huayun shouted, Junior brother, there's a woman practicing Bagua Palm at the door. What's her name? Yu Lingyun, shouting that she wants to find you. 2 women, one big and one small. Still from the same sect, descendants of the Yu family Bagua Palm from Sichuan and Chongqing. Chen Jiamu glanced over, seeing Ma Huayun cupping his hands like a trumpet, shouting from across the fish pond. Sanhua meowed and darted to the shore, the sunlight shining down, its round black pupils gradually transforming into vertical slits. Chen Jiamu hung a red plastic bag containing peach leaves on the tip of a peach branch, slung it over his shoulder, and leisurely left the peach grove. Suddenly, he let out a soft noticing a large area of broken porcelain scattered on a clearing in the peach grove, seemingly ancient black wine bowls, along with a green, empty erguoto bottle, and several blood-stained tissues. 3 burnt incense sticks were stuck in the earth mound. Who had sworn brotherhood in the peach orchard yesterday? No one knew that last night, under the dark moon and high winds, deep in the peach grove, 3 heroes from the Dao cultivation class were drinking blood wine and swearing brotherhood, firmly believing that by emulating the ancients, speaking ancient words, and imitating the chivalrous spirit of the ancients, they could comprehend the true meaning of the Dao from the vast sea of Taoist scriptures and cultivate true energy. Iron Dragon, Zhang Zion, Wei Shinjin. Today, before Lord Guan, they became sworn brothers of different surnames, not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month and the same year, but hoping to die on the same day of the same month and the same year. Big brother, second brother, third brother, second brother, big brother, third brother. Cheers! After finishing the blood wine, they boldly smashed their bowls. Chen Jiamu vaguely guessed the scene at that time, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Manhwa, let's go. Meow 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 junior brother, have you been watching videos these days? Let me tell you, this girl named Zhu Lingyun is quite fierce. Ma Huayun chattered on, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. From the C selection to the top 16, she played 4 group matches, advancing to the top 8 undefeated, and yesterday, she beat the Japanese karateka with Bagua Palm. She shot straight to the top of the entertainment trending list. Manager, his program really hit the jackpot, especially in traditional martial arts, following ancient methods, with no weight class restrictions, and no gender restrictions. They say it's just a point, but there are quite a few injuries, fractures, skin torn, spitting blood. The production team is generous, 3 insurance companies jointly covering medical expenses and nutritional costs. This high-value insurance policy, it's said that He Wei paid a hefty price to negotiate. Many participants, just entering the top 16, after watching a few matches in the top 8 or top 4, directly withdrew. So, did Zhu Lingyun injure many people? Chen Jiamu asked. Ma Huayun smiled. Not really, this woman is quite a prodigy with Bagua Palm, truly achieving the principle of pointing to stopping the conflict with martial arts, not even a hint of anger against a few master-level old guys. However, Ma Huayun's tone shifted, grinning slyly. In yesterday's match against the Japanese Miyamoto Saburo, the opponent was too ruthless, going all out, perhaps provoking this girl. Halfway through the match, Miyamoto Saburo was directly taken to the city hospital by an ambulance. What does she want here? Chen Jiamu asked. Oh, her father seems to know our master. He came all the way from Sichuan and Chongqing to visit him on behalf of her old man. Ma Huayun smiled mysteriously and whispered, Junior brother, this female demon, her style is a bit tricky. It seems our master can't handle it, so let me call you back to hold the scene. Chen Jiamu's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly tilted his head. What do you mean? Our master's brainwashing technique is unmatched in the world, he can't handle a little girl? Ma Huayun lowered his head and said nothing, leading the way ahead. Meow the 3-colored cat, which seemed to be eavesdropping on their conversation, suddenly dashed towards the Taoist training class. Why is this cat so excited? Ma Huayun asked. The story splits into 2 threads. Time rewinds 15 minutes. At the entrance of the Yuanhun Taoist training class, in the morning light, 3 magpies perched on the eaves building their nest. 2 women stood there, both seemingly extraordinary at first glance. One of the women, in her early 20s, had a graceful figure, wearing deer leather boots, fitted long pants, and a neatly tailored hanfu. She didn't wear jade at her waist but had a Tai Chi Bagua feng shui plate hanging there. Just her outfit and figure, walking on the bustling street filled with cars and people, could be described as a stunning beauty. In the past 2 years, the popularity of traditional Chinese culture in hanfu has surged, and it's not uncommon to see some young ladies in hanfu shopping on pedestrian streets. However, this hanfu woman lacked the shyness and coyness typical of others and exuded a refreshing confidence, especially her chestnut-colored hair, tied in a high ponytail, swayed gently in the morning light. This was incredible. The 3 protectors of the Taoist training class, Tai Long, Zhang Zion, and Shan Ji, were all spirited and extremely excited. Suddenly, they felt a sense of finding a kindred spirit. This woman was practically a walking version of an urban heroine, taking cosplay to the extreme. As the saying goes, strong personalities attract each other, a magnetic field response. Fellow practitioners, in the courtyard, Tai Long, Zhang Zion, Shan Ji, each of them had band-aids on their thumbs, standing in a triangular formation, looking towards the door. Shan Ji spoke up, who goes there? As the eldest brother, Tai Long had to maintain his composure, so he chose to remain silent and let his 2 younger brothers inquire first. The 2 girls outside were taken aback, stepping back 2 paces to confirm the plaque on the gate, no mistake. Third brother, where's your etiquette? Is that how you speak? Step aside. What if you scare the 2 heroines? Tai Long stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, I am Tai Long. The young lady looks unfamiliar. May I ask where you are from and what brings you here? My name is Yu Lingyun, and I come from Sichuan in Chongqing. May I ask if Chen Shiliang lives here? Indeed, she was a spicy girl from Sichuan, no wonder she was so beautiful. So it's an old friend of my master. Please, Zhang Ziang opened the big iron gate. The two women, one tall and one short, walked into the courtyard, both puzzled, wondering about these three strange men. Evelyn and her two foreign friends were practicing horse stance and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. A few little kids tilted their heads, admiring the sister who looked like she walked out of a painting. As the eldest brother and host, Tai Long led the way. It's 1,000 miles from Sichuan and Chongqing to here. Young ladies, traveling alone, did you encounter any bandits on the way? We took the high-speed train. It was very safe. The one who spoke was not the dashing Lingyun but another extraordinary woman standing behind her, nearly 2 meters tall, with a waist as thick as a millstone, and arms as strong as a bear, resembling a small mountain. She wore an oversized casual sweatshirt and carried a small, delicate suitcase. Chen Shiliang had just stepped out of the large classroom and looked up to see this remarkably beautiful girl, whose appearance and demeanor were quite familiar. In the courtyard, the three protectors were receiving the two girls who had come from afar, and it seemed they had already exchanged some pleasantries. Yu Lingyun spotted an old Taoist priest in a worn Taoist robe with a warm expression not far away and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, long time no see. You are A Yun?" The woman nodded, taking out a letter from her bosom, pinching it between two fingers, and smiled, "Master Uncle, my father often mentions you when he drinks. This is his letter for you." Chen Shiliang staggered back a few steps, plopping down onto the old vine chair on the steps, instinctively reaching to touch his beard, his eternally calm expression revealing a rare sense of helplessness. Guiwu stood beside his master, one empty sleeve swaying in the wind, occasionally brushing against Chen Lado's face. Chen Shiliang forced a smile. "My dear niece, it's been over a decade, and you've grown so much." Yu Lingyun tilted her head, grinning mischievously. "I came this time to participate in the Wulin Phone, and I heard you were holding classes here, so I brought you our homemade hot pot base and spicy chicken." Chen Shiliang whispered, "Hua Yun, go to the peach orchard in the east and call Jiamu over." Ma Huayun asked, "Master, she calls you Master Uncle, so her father must also be a transcendent figure?" Chen Shiliang silently complained, "Transcendent figure my foot, that brat Yu Fuxing still owes me a mountain of gambling debts." Yu Lingyun's father is named Yu Fuxing, floating life like a dream, half in the world and half out. How to put it, he is younger than Chen Shiliang, a child abandoned at the mountain gate, raised as a Taoist on Wudang Mountain. In the Taoist community, seniority is determined by when one enters the sect, not by age, so Chen Shiliang has to call Yu Fuxing senior brother. At that time, Yu Fuxing was only 7 or 8 years old, an age even dogs would disdain, sharing a room with the nearly 30-year-old Chen Shiliang, and the two became close friends despite their age difference. Back then on Wudang Mountain, they weathered storms together for decades, and the younger brother had reached the age of budding romance. Unexpectedly, this exceptionally talented younger brother ran off with a female incense guest. The past is like smoke. Chen Shiliang still remembers that the day before the younger brother's wedding, he had asked him to press the bed, but ended up so drunk that he wet the new bed. With no time to change the mattress, Yu Fuxing stiffly told the bride it was his own doing. Later, when Chen Shiliang traveled the world at 56, he passed through Sichuan and stayed at his younger brother's home for a month. At that time, Yu Lingyun was still a little girl about the same age as the wedding cakes. She was already mischievous enough to dare pull Master Uncle's beard. Chen Jiamu stood at the entrance of the courtyard and indeed saw a big and a small one, but the big one was a bit too. "Jiamu, come, let me introduce you." Chen Shiliang waved with a smile. "This is Yu Lingyun, my, niece. My dear niece, this is Chen Jiamu. I believe you've heard of him." Yu Lingyun smiled slightly and extended her hand. "I'm Yu Lingyun. I've seen Brother Chen on Douyin." Chen Jiamu shook her hand politely, slightly frowning. Her hand was as white as jade, with no abnormalities, but he could clearly feel some calluses at the base of her palm. This was the result of 10 years of hard work. Chen Shiliang's gaze turned to the other gentlewoman who was as sturdy as an iron tower. "Oh, who is this?" A heavy voice sounded. "Hello, Taoist Chen. I'm Yuan Chuanxi, Lingyun's senior sister. You can call me De Chun." The tall, muscular woman, De Chun, extended her strong arm, mimicking her junior sister to shake hands with Chen Jiamu. Even someone as skilled as Chen Jiamu was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively reached out and grasped her bear-like paw. Sanhua's eyes revealed a proud, anthropomorphic expression. Chen Jiamu withdrew his hand, and Sanhua rubbed its furry head against Chen Jiamu's pant leg. "What's its name?" Yu Lingyun asked. "Sanhua. Meow, so cute. I haven't eaten yet, Master Uncle." "Gue Wu, start the fire." "Cook." Gue Wu responded with an "oh," turning to leave, and Ma Huanun followed, jogging along. He whispered in her ear, "Gue Wu, What are we having for breakfast? Steamed dumplings, made yesterday. Oh, in that case, steam 2 more baskets, no, 3 baskets, Manhwa said, glancing sideways at the soft, beautiful figure like a small mountain. In the kitchen, Manhwa was stoking the fire while Guewu scrubbed the pot with one hand. Not enough. Guewu spat out 2 words and added 2 more baskets. Breakfast was very calm. Dachuan didn't eat as much as everyone thought she would. She was quite reserved, only eating 4 baskets of steamed dumplings, 3 salted duck eggs, and 4 bowls of porridge. The 3 kids, Shibing and the others, were stunned. Chen Jiamu and the cat sat at one table, eating steamed dumplings by themselves. The 3 brothers from Peach Garden, along with Guewu and their master, sat at another table with Yu Lingyun. During the meal, the 3 brothers chatted animatedly, occasionally shouting words like awesome, great, and let's do it. That rang in everyone's ears. Drinking porridge felt like drinking alcohol. The 3 foreigners sat at a separate table, chattering away in some foreign language. After the meal, in the courtyard, the 3 brothers clamored to see Yu Lingyun's bagua poem. Before they could start, a shout from Zhang Matzi rang out at the entrance. Old Daoist Chen, the village chief is calling for you. Something's happened in the village. They said to find you, a professional, to take a look. Zhang Matzi jogged in, chattering away. The gist was, there's a resort tourism homestay project going on at the 10-mile slope on the west side of the village. The construction site is all fenced off, and last week the excavators moved in. They dug something up last night, and work stopped this morning. The developer's representative also came, saying they found an ancient tomb, and there might be cultural relics inside. No one dared to touch it, and they reported it to the Cultural Relics Bureau overnight. A few experts arrived and are currently investigating, but they haven't reached a conclusion yet and are inviting provincial experts over. The back-and-forth procedures could delay the developers for 10 days to half a month, which they can't afford. Hearing that old Taoist Chun understands geomancy, they thought to ask him to take a look and see if he could help. When Chen Shiliang heard this, he realized that his academy's land was still from the village, and since the village chief had spoken, he was also curious about what they had dug up that was giving the city's Cultural Relics Bureau a headache. The tomb was quite ominous, and for safety reasons, Chen Shiliang brought Chen Jiamu, while Yu Lingyun and several disciples insisted on going along. So, everyone hopped onto Zhang Matzi's tractor and chugged along. On the tractor, Chen Jiamu had his hands tucked in his sleeves, a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, leaning against the wall of the vehicle, with a calico cat in his arms already fast asleep, making soft gurgling sounds. He tilted his head to look at the rice fields on both sides of the path, his expression serene, lost in thought. Yu Lingyun glanced over and saw the little Taoist he often came across on Douyin, looking even better than in the videos. His eyes were clear, and he wore a lazy, indifferent expression, giving off an air of inscrutable nonchalance. Yu Lingyun couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a bit eager to compete with him in the arena. Old Taoist Chen, you finally made it. Come take a look. What on earth did they dig up? Not far away, the village chief waved his hand vigorously from outside the construction site fence. What did they dig up? Chen Shiliang jumped down from the tractor. Oh dear, old Taoist Chen, it's a big deal. The developers are as anxious as grasshoppers in a hot pot, making a fuss. The village chief hurried over. Did you not bring your tools? Zhang Matzi. Hey, didn't you tell old Taoist Chen to bring his stuff? The village chief shot a glare at Zhang Matzi, who was scratching his head on the tractor, protesting, Village chief, don't wrong me. I have shovels, hoes, and several sickles on my tractor. You silly bird, don't you know they dug up a tomb? Forget it, old Taoist Chen, you're the expert, you go take a look first. If it doesn't work, I'll have his uncle ride a motorcycle to your house to get some tools. The village chief explained while leading the way. Originally, when building houses, a grave pit was dug out. There have been similar cases before, but this time it's different. Last night, the excavator driver went mad early in the morning, claiming he saw his great-grandmother. He hid in the worker's shed, covering his head with a quilt, ready to fight anyone who approached. His family came, and in desperation, they had to call the people from the city's 6th mental hospital to take him away, all tied up. They dug out a big black stone, something like a mythical creature. I heard them say it's called a show or something. Alright, enough of this nonsense. We need to believe in science. I'll take a look first, said Shinjamu, dressed in a Taoist robe, alongside Yu Lingyun and Hanfu, the nearly 2-meter-tall senior sister Dachuan, and Ma Huayun, who all jumped down from the tractor. And these few behind you. The village chief glanced over. Together with us, Chin the old Taoist replied, putting his hands behind his back and striding towards the construction site. On the outskirts of the construction site, a signboard was erected by the roadside, displaying a rendering of a resort's homestay. Several yellow excavators stood quietly inside. Some elderly villagers and children were craning their necks to watch the commotion. A temporary warning line was drawn at the entrance, where several workers in white lab coats from the County and City Cultural Relics Bureau gathered around a table under a large open shed, cluttered with stacks of paper, seemingly debating something. How much area has the metal detector scanned? About a third. We're synchronizing with AI calculations. Team leader, the geological radar is on the way. There's a dirt road in this village, and the big truck's tires got stuck in a ditch, so it might be delayed. All 3, let the brothers use the Luoyang shovel to dig slowly and do a soil analysis. We'll send it to the city lab for testing right away. On the other side, several contractors were also discussing strategies, chiming in. Old Gao, what do you think? Let's blow it up. Who knows, it might all be cultural relics down there. When we dug mountains before and encountered big stones, we always used explosives. My 4th uncle works in the construction bureau, and he can get the paperwork approved, but it will cost money. My construction team has been working for 3 days, and now they want to stop because of the big stone. If we don't use explosives, how are you going to pay their wages? Sure, old Gao, us brothers will treat your 4th uncle to a meal. If you can really get the explosives, I'll talk to the project manager. Brother Gao, digging mountains and graves is different. We need to settle the wages for these days first. We can go back to harvesting wheat afterward. The village chief led Chen Shiliang and the others, marching towards the gate of the enclosure. So many people? 2 guards stood at the entrance to prevent any troublemakers from causing a scene. They're all professionals, the village chief casually replied. Once inside, there were 1 or 2 large pits, with a third of the foundation laid beside one pit, while the other pit was half dug and then halted. In the soil, blue stone bricks were exposed, and several workers in protective suits were carefully brushing off the dust with small brushes. A black stone sculpture resembling a mythical beast lay there, estimated to be at least a person tall, with half of its head cracked open, debris scattered everywhere. Next to it, the shovel of an excavator quietly held the other half of the shattered beast's skull. This is a tomb guardian beast from the feudal era. After preliminary identification, it was found to be carved from black jade, also known as Hangshan ink jade. The pure black is the most valuable, and this quality is as pure as oil paint, fine as mutton fat, making it a top-grade black jade. What a pity! The speaker was Shang Yuliang, the local head of the exploration team, director and secretary of the office of the city's Cultural Relics Bureau, who looked to be in his 50s, wearing black-framed glasses, with graying hair and an air of an old leader that he couldn't suppress. The village chief introduced them as the 2 connected. Secretary Yu Liang, this is our village's elder Chen, who came down from Wudang Mountain, with a lineage as high as 3 stories. Even the headmaster of Wudang has to call him Shu when he sees him. Based on our preliminary judgment, this should be a large tomb from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. These blue stone slabs are tombstones. If one is not careful, triggering a mechanism could cause a collapse. With such a grand scale, the tomb owner must at least be a noble. Right now, the comrades are discussing where to excavate, the orientation of the entrance, but there's no conclusion yet. We are waiting for the experts from the province to arrive. Chen Shiliang squinted slightly, observing the surrounding environment. He had learned geomancy for a few years on the mountain with his master, belonging to the theoretical school. Without any practical experience, the old Taoist had no hobby of throwing people into graves. However, now, in order to study historical artifacts, seeing an ancient tomb, how could there be a rule against it? Unless one is afraid to dig, or unable to dig. Chen Jiamu, also dressed in a Taoist robe, curiously stretched his head to examine the large pit below, with no one around to stop him. Ding! Detecting host approaching secret realm. Damn! Chen Jiamu took a step back, the sound disappeared, and when he moved forward a bit, the system's voice sounded again. He inquired in his heart. System, here, does this secret realm belong to a side quest? What rewards are there? To allow the system to detect better, Chen Jiamu jumped into the large pit and walked closer to the center of the tomb. Danger! Danger! There are demonic cultivators guarding the secret realm. It is recommended that the host open their cultivation before attempting this secret realm trial. Danger! 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 Please consider carefully, host. Chen Jiamu's lips curled slightly. Danger, my foot. In that world, it might be dangerous, but don't forget, we are in the real world. Which task is difficult? Aside from becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, which requires time and the final competition, aren't all other tasks completed in a flash? He turned to look up, only to see Yu Lingyun jump down as well, taking off the bagua plate from her waist and looking for the direction on the ground. Yu Lingyun surveyed the surrounding mountains, squinting her eyes, slowly turning her body, the pointer stopping at the Wu representing true south on the Ziwu Maoyu. The Qian Kuan Zhensun represents the four diagonal directions of northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast. In front of the mountains was an open area, the Ming Hall, sitting north and facing south. It is generally believed that a tomb sitting north and facing south is an ideal orientation, in line with the principle of holding yin and embracing yang. Yu Lingyun covered her eyebrows with one hand, gazing into the distance. In front of the Ming Hall was an altar, round and low. She continued to follow the bagua plate, walking and stopping, and accidentally bumped into a young man in a Taoist robe. "Brother Chen, do you understand geomancy?" Yu Lingyun looked up, brushing her hair away from her forehead. "I don't understand," Chen Jiamu replied with a bright smile. "Then how do you know the entrance to the life gate is here?" Yu Lingyun glanced at the bagua plate, confirming again. Chen Jiamu quickly took a few steps back. "Coincidence?" Yu Lingyun called out, "Hey, over here." Secretary Yu Liang glanced at Chen Shiliang, as if seeking the old Taoist's opinion. Chen Shiliang stroked his beard, pretending not to see the inquiring gaze, smiling lightly. Who knows what he was thinking? At this moment, not far away, the sound of staff calling out was heard. "We have a discovery! We have a discovery!" Among the archaeological personnel cleaning the site, someone exclaimed. People gathered around. "It's an entrance! It's a thief's hole, team leader, this tomb has been dug before." In the opposite position of where Yu Lingyun had located, several archaeologists discovered traces of excavation. After sweeping away the dust on the blue stone slabs, a soil entrance about 1 meter in diameter was revealed. Secretary Yu Liang, Secretary Yu Liang. A young man in a white lab coat rushed over, reporting his achievement. The young man was panting, wiping his sweat. Secretary Yu Liang, our team. Huff, look, so anxious. Shang Yuliang adjusted his glasses and handed a bottle of Baishui Mountain from the nearby table to the young man. The young man took the water, steadied his breath, and said, "There's a hole, no need to waste effort looking for the entrance." Shang Yuliang smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. "Good job, Xiaowei. You led the team well, I'll give you credit for this. That hole is a dead end, we can't go in," came the voice of Yu Lingyun from not far away. Shang Yuliang was taken aback and turned his gaze back to old Taoist Chen. Chen Shilian was still stroking his beard, gazing at the sky, calm and unhurried. Old Taoist, Secretary Yu Liang called softly. "Ah, this humble one is here. Your disciple mentioned a dead end? It's your expertise." Chen Shiliang smiled. "Lingyun, come over here." Yu Lingyun stood in the big pit and looked up. "What's wrong, Shu? Did that geomancy technique come from that little brat Fuxing? Let me tell you, one shouldn't speak carelessly, this is no joke. A few years ago, during the real estate boom, many big developers asked my dad to check the feng shui. My dad used this to build a big villa in our town, and now it's completely idle." Yu Lingyun tilted her head. Chen Shiliang coughed lightly and said seriously, "Secretary Yu Liang, I believe we should wait for the experts and equipment from the province to arrive before making a decision. After all, archaeology requires a scientific spirit. However, regarding this theft hole, I also agree with my dear niece's suggestion, we shouldn't go down. If you really can't wait, just follow the ancient method and use a live chicken to test the air first." Shang Yulian was a person who dismissed all the supernatural and defended against the spirits that were not allowed to take form after the founding of the country. However, there were indeed principles to the feng shui of ancient burials, and he had work experience. He smiled. "Thank you. Since the young lady pointed out a safe place, let's dig and see." Yu Lingyun drew a large circle with her toes, marking the center. "Let's try digging from here." Goodness, several professionals began to dig, scraping away the surface soil, and sure enough, a large stone door appeared. Everyone was excited and started to carefully excavate. Yu Lingyun's eyes actually revealed an expression of anticipation, one that couldn't be suppressed. She took out her phone, turned her back, squatted down, opened WeChat, and entered the family group, a loving family. Her eyes sparkled with endless achievement. "Within 6 feet, I am invincible. At Dad, guess what I'm doing? Ding dong, shoes are the moving castle. Found your master uncle. Did you send the hot pot base and spicy chicken?" Yu Lingyun discreetly recorded a short video of the scene and clicked send. "Shoes are the moving castle, are you digging a grave? Within 6 feet, I am invincible, seeking dragons, countless look at the tangled mountains. 1 layer of entanglement is 1 layer of barrier. If the door has 1,000 locks, surely a king or noble resides here. Shoes are the moving castle. Nonsense, you haven't learned it well, don't just give orders there, listen to the on-site experts. Where's your master uncle? Open a video, I'll talk to him. he should manage the younger generation. Yu Lingyun secretly filmed a scene of Chen Shiliang enthusiastically chatting with the leaders above the big pit and sent it. Within 6 feet, I am invincible, Dad, I'm so excited. I just pretended to be really cool, and they all looked at me with admiration. How should I face them now? I'm so nervous. Shoes are the moving castle, don't be smug, you have an ID. How embarrassing. Within 6 feet, I am invincible, anyway, no one knows. Dad, let me tell you, there's a little Taoist here, super handsome. Shoes are the moving castle, who? Within 6 feet, I am invincible? A man's voice sounded from behind. Phew, Yu Lingyun immediately covered her phone screen and jumped away. Chen Jiamu looked at the startled doe with a strange expression. How long have you been standing behind me? About 5 minutes, Chen Jiamu said. A brief silence. Yu Lingyun, did you see everything? Chen Jiamu, no. Yu Lingyun, then why are you laughing? Silly boy, and yet you say you didn't see anything. Chen Jiamu, am I laughing? Senior sister is calling me. Yu Lingyun dropped this line and quickly left, managing her expressions as she walked. Senior sister, you called me. I didn't call you. De-chan, as tall as a tower, looked sincere. Young lady, so young yet so capable. Is this what they call finding the dragon and locating the hole? Secretary Yu Liang beside them gave a thumbs up, impressed. Yu Lingyun glanced at the serene young man still standing in the big pit, pouted, and found herself momentarily speechless. She nodded and smiled. This is my niece, Yu Lingyun, from the Sichuanchongqing area, an intangible cultural heritage, a practitioner of Baghuizhang, Chen Shiliang said with a smile, stroking his beard. Oh, Secretary Shang Yu Liang appreciated her even more, seeing that this remarkable young girl was just keeping her head down and silent. Phew, still a humble good child. Rare, not proud, truly rare, Secretary Shang Yu Liang praised again. Yu Lingyun tilted her head, wanting to run, just in time to see Chen Jiamu with a mischievous smile, her face instantly turning red to the roots of her neck. Damn, you still say you didn't see anything. I'm going to die socially. The few clerical staff below, seeing Secretary Yu Liang had spoken, exchanged glances and gathered around, each giving a thumbs up. They followed the leader's lead. Miss Yu is both talented and beautiful, she has helped us a lot. Oh, I thought she looked familiar, turns out she's Yu Lingyun, the champion of the recent Wulin phone group competition, truly extraordinary. A group of people entrenched in the system, seeing their colleagues so eager in front of the leader, could not fall behind. If the leader praises someone, they must amplify it tenfold. This is how to show their stance, to affirm the leader's vision. Miss Yu, with the courage of a sword and the heart of a zither, brings glory to the country. Not just for the country, she is simply a walking cultural confidence, a model for us all. Director Zhang, what are you waiting for? This promotional material is ready-made, just write about Miss Yu. I've already thought of the title, the living fossil of the combination of traditional culture and scientific practice, Yu Lingyun. Oh, Director Li made a good reminder. TSK, it has flavor, wonderful. Look at what you said, isn't this all thanks to Secretary Yu Liang's discerning eye? If it weren't for Secretary Yu Liang's foresight, how could we recognize such a treasure? Yes, Secretary Yu Liang dares to innovate, dares to use young people, fully responding to the call. In the end, Yu Lingyun jumped back into the big pit to help the staff on site dig. Secretary Yu Liang, we've dug out the tomb entrance. What is this? There are words on it. Hey, why is this big door oozing blood, gurgling, what is it? There are zongzi. Shouts from several staff members came from not far away. The next day, in the urban area of Qingyu City, Wealth Building, open-air parking lot, dark clouds loomed over the city. A thunderstorm was imminent. In a moment big raindrops fell with a patter, hitting the vehicles in the open-air parking lot, the car roofs producing a dense drumming sound. A completely black Audi S6 slowly came to a stop. A resolute man dressed in a black administrative jacket jumped out of the passenger seat, jogging to open the back door. A shiny leather shoe stepped out of the car door. Almost simultaneously, a black umbrella was opened. The man who got out of the back seat took off his sunglasses and looked up at the 5A office building ahead. Is this the place? Yes, Section Chief Lin, on the 12th floor of Building B. Camel Media, the person in charge is He Wei, Chen Jiamu's agent, the man holding the umbrella replied in a deep voice. The driver was a woman, also dressed in a black executive jacket, her uniform buttoned meticulously, her expression stern, holding a black briefcase. In the office of the general manager of Camel Media, He Wei was organizing plans in front of his computer when he heard a slightly hurried knock from the secretary. Come in, Mr. Someone is looking for you. Before Lu Meili could finish, He Wei had already seen the 2 men and 1 woman at the door. Manager there's something we need to verify with you. The man seemed to carry an inherent sense of pressure, his voice calm. He Wei put his pen back in its cap and stood up. Meili, it's not your business, you can go out. Lu Meili nodded and left, closing the office door behind her. The three stood in the office, expressionless. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Weidong. You may not have heard of our unit, the 749 Bureau. This is my work ID. He Wei thought to himself, I've seen this movie, I heard it flopped, with a Dubon rating of 4.1. Please sit. He Wei appeared calm, but inside he was in a panic. From the moment he witnessed Chen Jiamu smash the arena floor, he realized he had underestimated the situation from the start. Initially, to organize this competition, he had gone all in, betting his house and all his savings, renting cars, strategizing with the leaders, negotiating with insurance companies, courting various sponsors. One could say he was under immense pressure, treading carefully. Fight for it, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. It evolved into fight for it, just wanting to jump into the Yellow River. Lin Weidong sat on the sofa opposite the desk, with two companions standing silently behind him, like statues. He Wei got up to make tea. Lin Weidong took a tablet out of his suitcase, swiped a few times, flipped the screen, and placed it on the coffee table. Manager please take a look at this. He Wei set down the tea canister, leaned forward, his eyes trembling. The video was a piece of surveillance footage, very blurry, switching between several angles, showing a man in floral shorts falling from the rooftop, followed by another man jumping down after him. Then the shot showed a large pit on the concrete road. Amidst the dust, one person carrying another, jumping out of the pit, disappearing into an alley after a few ups and downs. Lin Weidong continued to swipe his finger without changing expression. Another video appeared, much clearer, showing a young man in a robe, wearing an Ultraman Taro mask, running on top of a car, jumping from one vehicle to another. No need to show you those videos online. Lin Weidong swiped again, revealing several candid photos of Chen Jiamu, some taken in the city, others in the fields of a Taoist training class. Chen Jiamu, male, 20 years old, from Shirhe District, Xincheng. His mother, Liang Meiwan, 46 years old, employed at the Xincheng Electric Power Bureau, position, clerk. His father, Chen Jiangwo, currently residing in Los Angeles. His sister, Chen Jiji, 8 years old, studying in Class 4, Grade 3, at Victory Road Primary School, homeroom teacher. His manager, He Wei, male, 36 years old, legal representative of Camel Media, registered capital of 5 million, that's enough. He Wei's face turned slightly red. He set down the tea canister and looked up to ask, have we broken the law? Is damaging the road considered a crime? Well, these small matters are trivial, it doesn't matter, Mr. There are some things you may not understand the importance of. You don't know what you're facing, what you're doing. Lin Weidong leaned back, snapping his fingers. The woman in black behind him took out another tablet, opened it, and rotated it before placing it on the coffee table. On the screen, there were some confidential documents. On January 3, 1959, in the northern Ural Mountains, several skiing enthusiasts went missing after leaving their group. 14 hours later, they were spotted about 370 kilometers away, their bodies stiff and in a kneeling position, showing no signs of life. On July 23, 1986, 9 experienced climbers mysteriously died in the Soviet Ural Mountains. When their bodies were found, the condition was bizarre. Some had their tongues cut out, and their bodies were fractured, yet no external signs of attack were found. The Soviet authorities claimed it was an act of God, but the true cause remains unclear to this day. On April 7, 1993, a woman named Katris in New Hampshire, USA, died mysteriously in her sleep. An autopsy revealed extensive burn marks on her internal organs, indicating that flames had burned within her body. In 2003, on May 9, in our country, in the town of Shasamli Bridge, at night, someone was heard crying from a dry well at the village entrance. Until one day, 3 brave villagers decided to investigate. They swore they saw a woman covered with a red veil in the well. The next day, several villagers completely disappeared and have been missing ever since. Lin Weidong turned off the screen and said slowly, yesterday, in Zhou Village, east of the Yuan Hung Dao training class, at Shirley Slope, the Dahua Resort's homestay project unearthed an ancient tomb from the late Ming dynasty. Fresh blood was seeping from the tomb entrance, and the site has now been taken over. Experts provided a reasonable explanation, stating that the substance seeping from the tomb was not blood, but rather minerals and organic materials carried by groundwater that permeated into the tomb. Under specific conditions within the tomb, these substances underwent a chemical reaction, forming a red liquid resembling blood. He paused, a very reasonable explanation. Right, Mr. He Wei's face turned pale as he asked, how would I know? Lin Weidong rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table and said meaningfully, all these so-called supernatural events have very reasonable scientific explanations. However, that Taoist named Chen Jiamu jumped off the rooftop, which truly perplexed some experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Mr. Could you help us explain this? He Wei's eyelids twitched, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The intense internal struggle made him sweat through his clothes. You'd have to ask the Taoist himself. What do you want to do? Lin Weidong raised an eyebrow. Hee, Taoist, an interesting title. We haven't disturbed him, nor have we detained him. Through our observations over this period, we've come to a comprehensive judgment that he belongs to the moderate faction. The higher-ups value him greatly, and we need a bridge to communicate with him, or rather, a buffer. And you, Mr. He, are that bridge. We hope you can convey our goodwill, our olive branch. He Wei remained silent, lowering his head as he weighed something in his mind repeatedly. Lin Weidong continued, someone like him shouldn't be farming in the countryside, raising cattle, or even keeping cats, let alone participating in that ridiculous competition. Don't you think this is an extreme waste of resources for Chen Jiamu? But I promised the Taoist to do well in this program and to help him win the championship. Although, I also don't understand why someone with such extraordinary abilities as the Taoist would want to compete for a trophy in an entertainment program. But if I stop the competition, I'll have to face exorbitant breach of contract penalties. Those sponsors would sue me into oblivion. Brother, I've gone all in. Do you know? All in. Coughing, Lin Weidong cleared his throat. A staff member behind him stood straight, the corners of his mouth twitching as he struggled to maintain a serious expression. Going all in is a form of wisdom. TCH, the person in the administrative jacket standing behind could no longer hold back and finally spoke up. Lin Weidong frowned and turned back. The man immediately replaced his serious expression. He's Xian. Hiss, pants, hiss. An inappropriate, painful laugh echoed again. So, I'll go to Zhou Village and convey your thoughts to the little Taoist, but I have one condition. Please, go ahead. The competition cannot be terminated, that's my bottom line. He Wei stiffened his head and said decisively, all in, indeed a form of wisdom, Mr. He, I admire you. Lin Weidong stood up, gently patted He Wei's shoulder, and walked out the door. After the three left their contact information and departed, He Wei's office fell into silence. He sat on the sofa, rubbing his face, feeling dejected, with a sense of disgust akin to finishing a health checkup. He took out his phone, dialed Chen Jiamu's number, and then immediately hung up. Stepping out of the office, he called over a staff member at the water cooler. Xiaohe, can I use your phone to make a call? Sure, Mr. He, please wait a moment. Xiaohe, who was filling a cup with water, was taken aback, quickly took out his phone, unlocked it, changed to a system default wallpaper, and handed it to He Wei. He Wei used the employee's phone to dial Chen Jiamu's number from his own phone screen, one by one. He turned and walked back into the office, slamming the door shut. Xiaohe held the water cup, his face showing an embarrassed expression, hoping Mr. He wouldn't check my chat history or album after the call. In the office, He Wei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, heavy rain poured down, and a black Audi A6 broke through the curtain of rain and drove away. Beep, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Taoist, it's me, He Wei. Oh, what's up? Just now, 3 guys in jackets came to talk to me. I saw things I shouldn't have at my level, I'm so scared. Where are you? Oh, I'm in the Taoist training class. Wait a moment, senior brother, help me get a bottle of shampoo. The sound of a cat meowing and splashing water came through the phone, and faintly, Ma Huayan's voice could be heard saying, there's no shampoo left, will soap do? Little Taoist, what are you doing? I'm giving the cat a bath, go on. Did you guys dig up some big tomb over there? Forget it, it's hard to explain over the phone. I'm driving over to find you, wait for me, Taoist. Okay, meow. Beep, He Wei hung up the phone. What time is it? Still giving the cat a bath. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up, and He Wei instinctively clicked on it. A message from a group called Number Resource Exchange Group appeared, displaying vivid images of plants thriving after a long drought, accompanied by a long link below. The mosaic followed the camera's movement. He Wei frantically pressed the volume down, suddenly remembering this wasn't his phone. He quietly finished watching, locked the screen, and opened the door. At the door, the staff member Xiaohe held a thermos cup, smiling awkwardly. Mr. He, are you done with the call? He Wei handed the phone back to Xiaohe. Then I'll get back to work. The representative from the Red Bull Central China Market Department is coming over soon. I need to coordinate the sponsorship for the event. He Wei nodded. Xiaohe turned around, feeling relieved. He, in the company, focus more on work in the future. Some trivial videos, better watch them at home. Xiaohe's back trembled, his body froze. The thunderstorm came quickly and left just as fast. After the rain, Zhou Village smelled of earth. By the fish pond, He Wei looked anxious. Little Taoist, I need to tell you. Wait a moment. Chen Jiamu frowned slightly, reached into He Wei's shirt collar, and unbuttoned a small button. With a snap, he crushed it, releasing a burnt smell, and casually tossed the button into the fish pond. A listening device? When did those three old guys do this? Wei was sweating profusely, just moments ago feeling pleased with his cleverness in using the employee's phone. He recounted Lin Weidong's situation without missing a single detail, trying to restore every word the other had said, without embellishment, speaking entirely the truth. Chen Jiamu listened quietly and said. Chen Jiamu squinted slightly, reconfirming the main task given by the system in his mind. The progress stuck at the final level, proving that the judgment system's logic was correct. As long as he could win the championship, he could complete the task, unlock the shackles of martial arts, and step into the realm of immortality. Wei was slightly confused. He didn't understand, but it seemed he had no choice now. Daoist, they won't interfere with our program, that's my bottom line. By the way, how should I respond to them now? Wei asked. Just play Tai Chi. Ha? Chen Jiamu's eyes flashed with cunning. Dodge, deal with it, be vague, neither agree nor refuse, drag it out until the competition is over. I understand. Wei picked up a stone and threw it forcefully into the fish pond. You and I should head back first, prepare for the upcoming arrangements, speed up the process. Originally planned for 4 groups and 16 matches a day, let's increase to 8 groups and 64 matches. This way, we should be able to start the finals in about 2 days. You're the expert in this area, just arrange it reasonably. After Chen Jiamu finished speaking, he clasped his hands in his sleeves. Do you want to stay for lunch? The tomatoes we grew ourselves taste really good. No, I'm heading back to the office right away. Daoist, feel free to call me anytime. I'm on standby 24 hours a day and can drive over at any moment. Wei gritted his teeth, painfully thinking that speeding up the process would mean he would earn much less money. Those involved in entertainment seasons and programs know that the longer the timeline, the more dividends they can reap. He was a man who understood contentment. So far, he was almost breaking even, with major sponsorships, advertising fees, upcoming merchandise, official account promotions, and revenue sharing from the station, as well as authorization fees from several bloggers on Bilibili and Douyin. The on-site ticket prices had also skyrocketed from the initial group purchase price of 49 yuan to 300 yuan, with prime locations even reaching over 1,000 yuan. After watching the Volkswagen Magotan drive away, Chen Jiamu called home, asking about some family matters. Liang Meiwan asked if he needed money, and Chen Jiamu said no, but later still received a 2,000 yuan WeChat transfer from his mother. He glanced at the dozens of people who had previously clamored to sign up for the land reclamation. From the initial 40-some, only 7 remained now. A brief interlude, Ma Huayan's diary during the lunch break. A long sigh from a man echoed in the large warehouse, stopping the buzzing sound. Ma Huayun sighed and dejectedly left the cluttered storage room of the Dao cultivation class. He was carrying a black cloth bundle, heaven knows what was inside. He went to the large cafeteria to wash his hands, casually tossing the crumpled paper from his pocket into the drain. Arriving at the Baopu room, a space meant for calming the mind and heart, the room had rows of bookshelves, a table, a chair, and a corner piled with several cushions, with no electronic devices. On the wall hung a piece of calligraphy written by Chen Xiliang. To reach the utmost emptiness, to maintain quietude. Ma Huayun sat at the table, sincerely confessing. He took out his diary and flipped through it casually. August 24th, sunny, 3rd day of quitting masturbation, feeling okay. I also need to quit smoking. Alright, starting today, I'll quit smoking. August 25th, sunny, not quitting smoking anymore. I broke my vow yesterday. It's all Tai Long's fault. He smoked in front of me and even offered me a cigarette. How infuriating. A stumbling block. August 27th, sunny, 5th day of quitting masturbation, keep it up. Today, a girl named Ju Lingyun came to the Dao cultivation class. She is very beautiful and is the master's niece, coming from Sichuan and Chongqing. She's quite impressive, not only skilled in Baguazhang but also knowledgeable in geomancy and feng shui. I feel like she might have a bit of a crush on me. After all, in the Dao cultivation class, I'm the most handsome one, unlike Brother Chen, who wears his Taoist robe all day and looks rather scruffy. Tai Long and the other two seem to have gone crazy, sneaking into the kitchen at night to steal bowls. I didn't tell the master. I'm not the type to report on others. August 28th, sunny, it's the 6th day of my vow of abstinence, and it's so hard. I shaved my beard. I can't practice the 8 parts of the Vajra anymore. I turned to the latest page and began recording my thoughts for today. Everything is silent, only the sound of the pen scratching against the paper. August 30th, thunderstorm. I broke my vow again. Haha, why do I say again? I feel really bad inside. Yesterday, Amei sent me a WeChat message, asking if I had gone to sleep. I replied that I had. And then, I couldn't sleep. The master used to say that for cultivators, actions govern nature, and for the enlightened, nature governs actions. At this moment, I seem to understand that before reaching a certain level of cultivation, one must restrain their actions, which is what is called a vow. One must uphold the vow. Only after understanding and realizing can one act freely and naturally without making mistakes. I think playing with toys is much better than destroying someone else's family. At least, I have achieved the principle of actions govern nature. I'm going to play with toys. Phew, it seems I've realized something. Ma Huayun, from today on, no one can control your toys. He suddenly got up, grabbed the black cloth bag in his hand, ran outside, and filled it with a few stones, sinking them into the fish pond. He ran back in one breath, hurriedly grabbed his diary, stuffed it into his chest, looked around anxiously, and finally sighed in relief. Brother Ma, how have you been lately? Brother Chen sent us to deliver a message. We need to discuss important matters in the conference hall. A bold voice came from outside the door. Tai Long, can I borrow your motorcycle for a bit? Understood, master. My ride has a manual transmission and great off-road capability, so please drive carefully. Tai Long handed over the keys to his motorcycle. Chen Shiliang chuckled, lifted the hem of his Taoist robe, mounted the bike, took off the full-face helmet hanging from the handlebars, and turned to look. For the next few days, no wandering around, especially not to the archaeological team to watch the fun. Wait for my return to notify you. With a click, the helmet shield was secured. Jiamu, get on the bike. Hey, does this bike have a clutch? Chen Jiamu lightly jumped onto the back seat, grabbing the corner of Chen Shiliang's waist. Master, how about I run behind? What? Do you look down on my driving skills? Chen Jiamu took out a golden pill he had just refined last night and handed it to Chen Shiliang. How about you take a pill? No need, your pill is fine with other metal materials, but this one requires a tael of gold each time, equivalent to 5 grams, and only produces 3 pills. It's too expensive. I borrowed the money from He Wei. Debts must be repaid, Jiamu, remember to pay him back when the time comes. Okay. I told him that we would deduct it from our Dao class's dividends. Alright, let's go. Chen Shiliang turned the key, engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and accelerated. The front of the bike suddenly lifted, and a thrilling roar of the engine erupted as they sped down the dirt road. Oh no, this bike needs some oil. Chen Shiliang rode the motorcycle, carrying Chen Jiamu all the way to the ticket booth at Wudang Mountain Scenic Area, parking the bike in the lot. He led Chen Jiamu inside. Comrade, the ticket office is on the left. You haven't bought a ticket yet. The two were already wearing Taoist robes, and with Chen Shiliang sporting a goat beard, they looked quite ethereal, but since the scenic area is contracted out, they weren't taken seriously. Chen Shiliang had not been to the mountain for several years, living at the foot of the mountain in a Taoist training class. The staff at the gate had long been replaced with newcomers who did not recognize him. Do I have to buy a ticket to go home? Chen Shiliang glared with his cow-like eyes, suddenly feeling embarrassed in front of his disciple, almost damaging his Taoist heart. Taoist, are you from the temple above? Please show your identification. Chen Shiliang ignored him, took out his phone, and quickly made a call. Soon, the staff's intercom crackled to life. Received. 2 Taoists, sorry for the inconvenience. I verified, please come in. The staff swiped a magnetic card at the entrance, and the two entered smoothly. Along the way, they encountered many tourists who took photos with them. Wow, the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Master. He looks just like the old Celestial Master from One Below the Heaven. It's true. And Taoist Wang Yi, he really looks like him. Look at that lazy gaze. So handsome. What are people from Longhu Mountain doing in Wudang? The Celestial Master is thin. I just saw this old Taoist riding a motorcycle. When have you seen a Celestial Master of his age still riding a motorcycle? I even doubt he can get a driver's license. Bro, you seem a bit aggressive. Be careful, the Taoist calls down the Thunder Ancestor to strike you. Yeah, I heard the Taoist doesn't hold grudges overnight. Along the way, tourists chattered incessantly. Despite his age, Chen Shiliang moved swiftly, while many young people needed to rest frequently. Chen Shiliang maintained a steady pace, visibly outpacing many panting young climbers. After a while, he led Chen Jiamu onto a shortcut where tourists were not allowed, arriving at the secluded area for quiet cultivation on the back mountain. Before them stood a temple along the mountain path, with a few Taoists practicing standing meditation at the entrance, the gate surrounded by purple mist. This place is usually not open to tourists unless a high-ranking leader comes for quiet cultivation. It is where the Wudang master cultivates, Chen Shiliang explained. Chen Jiamu nodded, curiously looking around. He had been here before, that night when he stole the alchemical furnace from the Zisho Palace. Oh, Master Uncle, blessings abound. A middle-aged Taoist greeted with a Taoist salute. Where is the master? Chen Shiliang asked. Waiting for you at Qingwei Palace, the middle-aged Taoist replied, looking at the young man behind him, asking, who is this young Taoist? Oh, my disciple, here with me. The middle-aged man immediately showed respect. So it's Master Uncle. My apologies. The Taoist sect is strict about accepting disciples, while Chen Shiliang ran a training class. In name, everyone was a student, but only Guiwu, Ma Huayun, and Chen Jiamu were true disciples. Of course, everyone usually called Chen Shiliang master, but the meaning was different. Master uncle. At the palace gate, an old Taoist with white hair and beard strode over. He was the current leader of Wudang Mountain. Yujing, you look quite spirited. Yu Jingzi performed a Taoist salute and led the two to Zishou Palace. Next time you come, you can call me in advance, and I'll have a bus come to pick you up. No need, I rode my motorcycle here, it's just right to take a walk on the mountain roads. The three entered Zishou Palace, where a Taoist had prepared tea. The offering table was empty, originally meant for the alchemical furnace left by Zhang Sanfeng. Not long ago, a thief broke into the temple, and the alchemical furnace was stolen. We reported it to the police, but couldn't find it anywhere in the mountains. I divined, Master Uncle. Can you guess what the divination said? Chen Shiliang maintained his tea-drinking posture, his arms slightly stiffening, but he remained composed as Chen Jiamu stood up to pour tea for the old master. Yu Jingzi took out a crumpled note from his pocket, unfolded it, and read, the 36th hexagram, fire on the earth. The changing line is at the top 6, unclear and dim, first ascending to heaven, then entering the earth. Chen Shiliang carefully pondered the meaning of the hexagram, slowly nodding, secretly admiring how accurate it was. What a pity, in the end, a leaf obscures the eye. Yu Jingzi said in confusion, the earth fire is bright and clear, the fire rises from the ground, indicating that the thief came from below, yet it is still bright and clear. The ancestor said, what is seen is not seen is called clear. But if we talk about the Taoist sect below, what is not seen is also your Tao cultivation class, Uncle Master. Ascending to the heavens, this indicates that the thief came from above. Could it be that they flew? Entering the earth, after stealing, they hide beneath the mountain, not taking it away? How audacious! Uncle Master, I suspect there is an insider at the mountain gate. Moreover, this incense burner is not light. One person cannot possibly move it. It must be a gang operation. There are quite a few Taoist temples nearby, and I now suspect that old Yang from Qingfeng Temple has been eyeing our elixir furnace for quite some time. We should send someone to test him another day. Which old Yang? Chen Shiliang asked. When we were kids, we went fishing by Lushi, and that little pest Fu Shen was there too. Old Yang from Qingfeng Temple insisted on refining elixirs, and later blew up the furnace, almost setting the straw piles in the village on fire. If it weren't for you, Uncle Master, putting out the fire in time, old Yang would probably still be in jail now. Back in 83, during the crackdown, Yu Jingzi recalled. This is all ancient history, Chen Zamatzi. Let's not talk about that. Alright, Yu Jing, you are at least a master. How can you act like a little wife? Your divination is quite accurate. It was indeed someone from the Taoist sect who stole it. They are under the protection of the ancestor. It's no big deal, no big deal. I've already had someone contact Allianz for surveillance. They are on the case and plan to install a few cameras soon. Please have some tea. Chen Jiamu changed the subject. This is the little junior brother. Truly a person of integrity. The old master of Wudang stroked his beard, smiling as he admired the upright little junior brother. Alright, let's get to the point. What is going on with the tomb below? Chen Shiliang asked seriously. The old master Yu Jingzi sat upright and called out, Shudi, close the door. The little Taoist boy holding a whisk bowed and closed the door of Zishou Palace, slowly retreating. Yu Jingzi said in a deep voice, originally, we old folks were cultivating in seclusion on the mountain. Yesterday, President Liu from the Taoist Association and the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau both came. I changed into my purple robe and went down with them. The tomb door is made with stone carvings and mortise and tenon joints, surrounded by mercury. When the tomb door was unearthed and exposed to light, the sealed tomb blood overflowed from the cracks. Chen Shiliang said, we were on site at the time. The overall commander, Secretary Yu Liang, saw this situation and didn't dare to dig anymore, so he sealed off the site, and we went back to eat. Who knew that area would be under martial law that day? After all, it's near our home. If we don't clarify it, my Tao heart will be unsettled. So, we left. And you arrived right after? Did Uncle Master take a divination? Yu Jingzi smiled slyly. Koan hexagram. Initial 6, stepping on frost, solid ice is near. This hexagram describes a person's shoes stepping on frost, indicating that they are not far from cold ice. There are signs of a situation turning dangerous. Yu Jingzi chuckled and said, after the people from the province arrived, they were all uncertain. I was also unsure, so I suggested that we let old Zhang from Longhu Mountain send a representative to take a look. The exploration team hired a bunch of people, more professional than we were back in the day, with black donkey hooves, big roosters, glutinous rice, and even someone brought 2 black dogs. They insisted on digging. You know, these people don't listen to advice? They couldn't wait for back and forth, and in the end, they used a jackhammer to break through, and blood plasma sprayed out. At that moment, several young men were so scared they were dumbfounded. That scene, with the chickens and dogs barking wildly, luckily they were all wearing isolation suits. If that blood had touched even a little skin, Uncle Master, you know the consequences. Later, when they went in, they did discover some cultural relics, but the main tomb couldn't be opened. If it moved, it would collapse. There was something holding it down, and they didn't dare to touch it. Yu Jingzi took out a tablet, swiped a few times, squinting at some photos taken inside, which had some inscriptions on them. While watching, he spoke in Baiwan. The ancestor of the tomb owner was a prince from the late Ming dynasty, named Zhu Changrun, who was granted the title of Huai Wang in the 29th year of Wanli. In the 7th year of Tianqi, after Emperor Chongzhen ascended the throne, Zhu Changrun was appointed to the Jingzhou prefecture. Later, when Li Zicheng attacked Jingmen, Zhu Changrun fled to Xiangtan. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xinzhong's Dashi army captured Changsha, and Zhu Changrun fled again, escaping to Hangzhou, which was soon breached as well, leading him to flee to Yangzhou and then into Guangxi. Ultimately, Zhu Changrun voluntarily submitted to the Qing army, explaining that he had not concerned himself with worldly affairs since childhood and wished to devote himself to Buddhism, hoping the Qing army would spare his life. In the 3rd year of Xuanji, Zhu Changrun and 11 other Ming royal family members were collectively beheaded near Kaishiku. Yu Jingzi pressed down a cup of tea and said, "Master Uncle, do you know what this prince hid?" Chen Shiliang retorted, "Just say it, stop keeping us in suspense." According to the inscription here, this Zhu Changrun, after settling his descendants, voluntarily went to his death. He obtained a treasure, which is the tomb's treasure furnace. The inscription states it was the imperial furnace used during the Jiajing era. Zhu Changrun firmly believed that the furnace could refine elixirs that would allow one to ascend to immortality, and he instructed his descendants to protect the treasure left by their ancestors after he went to the capital to die. What kind of furnace? Chen Shiliang asked. The Jiji furnace. Anyway, it's an old artifact, and it has the aura of the dragon. Didn't you see how greedy old Yang was back then? He almost wanted to move the furnace to his home. What did they say in the end? Yu Jingzi smiled. A bunch of people are studying it over there. Anyway, that furnace can't be moved. If it is, the entire tomb chamber will collapse. As for what else is in the main tomb, we can't go in until this is resolved. Just wait for the news in the next few days. I estimate it will be soon. What era is it now? Robots are coming out for everything. There will definitely be a way. After some small talk, Chen Shiliang led Chen Jiamu to stroll around the back mountain before riding down on a motorcycle. Passing by Shalipo, they deliberately turned to take a look, where guards were stationed, and a long warning line was drawn. Just as they approached the entrance of the warning line, Chen Jiamu heard the system's prompt in his mind. Secret realm detected as open, demonic cultivator has been sealed. The host can go to the secret realm to seek treasure. Chen Jiamu sighed inwardly, technology is impressive. He asked in his heart, system, what treasures are in the secret realm? Demonic cultivator has been sealed. The host can go to the secret realm to seek treasure, alright? The system seems a bit confused. It was supposed to be dangerous, suggesting to cultivate before battling the old demon, but now it's directly in the martial arts realm, and the old demon is sealed. Is this half done? I wonder if the system has any psychological activity. This host seems to be the easiest one yet. Master, shall we go check out the big tomb? Chen Jiamu asked. Don't go meddling. Once I understand clearly, my heart will be at ease. By the way, when are you going to compete? That girl Lingyun went to the semi-finals again this morning. Oh, I'll just go for the finals. The process in between is already overlooked. It's not interesting. Chen Shiliang said nothing, suddenly twisting the throttle, and the motorcycle roared away, kicking up dust. In the Taoist class, He Wei looked hurried and unusually anxious. When will the little Taoist return? Soon, just sent a message, on the way. What's up, Wei Guo? Ma Huayun stood on the playground, wearing practice clothes, doing Tai Chi while asking, Yun Guo, what did you just call me? He Wei's face was excited. Ha, what? You just called me Wei Guo? He Wei confirmed. Yes, Wei Guo, is there a problem? You're older than me. Brother, I acknowledge you as my brother from now on. He Wei said seriously. Ma Huayun looked over in confusion, wondering what was going on. He Wei's phone rang, and he walked aside, answering the call with a serious expression. Is there something? His voice unconsciously became firm. On the phone, Lin Weidong's deep voice came through. Mr. He, have there been any results in the past couple of days? He Wei replied coldly, Director Lin, my brother said that everything will wait until he finishes his competition and wins the championship. He will take the initiative to meet with you. Just now, Ma Huayun called him brother. Ma Huayun is the senior disciple of the little Taoist master, and a senior is also a brother. In other words, Chen Jiamu is my He Wei's younger brother. which is very reasonable and logical. Your brother? The voice on the phone rose a few pitches. Ah, what's wrong? My brother, He said confidently. There was silence on the line for a few seconds before the voice said, all right, thank you for your hard work. If there are any difficulties during the competition, feel free to contact me. Our unit has quite a bit of influence. The other party's attitude and tone were noticeably much gentler. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal another day. I have a meeting, let's talk later. Oh, by the way, please send my regards to your brother. The conditions here are very good. I'll convey your message later. For now, my brother and I still need to go fishing, so I won't keep you. Goodbye. Beep. He hung up the phone and suddenly felt that the entire atmosphere had sweetened a bit. Chen Jiamu did not go back. He wanted to check out the ancient tomb. After getting off the car midway, he stood at the door, watching his master ride away on a motorcycle. At the entrance of the Shirley Slope Resort's homestay project, security personnel had noticeably increased. The advertisement board that had originally stood by the roadside showing the completed effect of the homestay had been torn down, leaving only a lonely square tube frame standing. Shang Yuliang sat at the entrance of a makeshift police booth, took off his black-framed glasses, and rubbed his tired eye sockets. The sleepless secretary Yuliang had received many leaders yesterday. Coming from a teaching background, he later passed the civil service exam and became the on-site person in charge, well aware of the importance of hospitality. However, at this moment, he looked somewhat troubled. Teacher, I feel that, asked Xiao Wei, who had made outstanding contributions during the excavation work. How many times have I told you to use titles while working? Xiao Wei swallowed and changed the subject. Secretary Yuliang, fortunately, thanks to that girl's reminder last time, the fourth group used the exploration robot to go down from the theft hole, and there really were mechanisms inside. Otherwise, we would have been responsible for even more. Shang Yuliang sighed. He was the flag bearer of this excavation project, and all the pressure rested on his shoulders. After several terrain analyses and scans, the main burial chamber was found to be pressing down under the alchemical furnace, and any movement of the furnace could trigger a collapse. Although several hundred years had passed, some mechanisms might have decayed and become ineffective, but Shang Yuliang did not dare to take risks. In the morning meeting, the temporary plan was to slowly excavate from the surrounding bottom. What are you hiding in your waist? Shang Yuliang frowned and asked. Xiao Wei took out a furry, dried black donkey hoof from his waist pouch and smiled wryly. I'm on night duty tonight. It's better to be prepared. Shang Yuliang shook his head, wanting to scold him but hesitating. He said softly, Director Liu hasn't left yet. Keep it well hidden. Don't let people see these strange things. How will you lead the team in the future? Do you still want to make progress? Oh, the latter quickly stuffed the black donkey hoof into his briefcase and zipped it up. Here. Shang Yuliang turned sideways, took out a pitch-black wooden block from his pocket, the back engraved with talismans, covered it with his clothes, and handed it over. What is this? Xiao Wei carefully took it and observed it in his hand. Quick, put it away. Shang Yuliang whispered quickly, speaking mysteriously, put it in your pocket during the night shift, and return it to me tomorrow. What is this, teacher? Thunderstrike wood. Shang Yuliang finished speaking in a low voice and turned to see a young Taoist in a robe strolling over. Oh, Chen Xiaodao, what brings you here? Shang Yuliang stood up to greet him. I came to take a look, is that okay? Chen Jiamu asked gently. Shang Yuliang was taken aback for a moment, then said, of course, it's fine. Let's go, I happen to want to see the site too. After he finished speaking, his gaze turned to the pile of bottled water at the edge of the table. Xiao Wei immediately ran over, grabbed a bottle for Xiao Dao and another for his teacher, who waved his hand dismissively. The two walked past the outer construction sheds and entered the excavation site through a makeshift wooden staircase. The excavation site had clearly made progress since before. The perimeter was mostly cleared, and a large stone tomb door had been chiseled open to create a small hole just big enough for a person to enter. Inside, lights had been set up to illuminate the dark stone walls. The staff on duty at the entrance handed the two safety helmets, and they passed through the corridor to the anteroom. Ah, this is the anteroom of the main tomb. On the left and right are two smaller chambers, which hold some burial items, Shang Yuliang explained as they walked. Chen Jiamu's gaze was fixed on the alchemical furnace in the center of the hall, which, due to its age, was entirely black with mottled copper colors, somewhat resembling the old furnace from Journey to the West, though much smaller, about 2 meters tall. Shang Yuliang continued, after preliminary testing, the furnace is made of fine copper, its shape is harmonious and regular, standing on 3 legs, the body of the furnace is tall, and ancient inscriptions are carved on the walls. It is definitely a first-class cultural relic. Chen Jiamu approached and indeed saw 3 rows of lengthy inscriptions on it. This is the furnace of Emperor Jiajing. there are records in the literature that Jiajing conferred 3 Dao titles upon himself. Lingxiao Shangqing Ton Lei Yuan Yang Maui Fei Xuan Jinjuan. Jiutian Hongjiu Pujishengling Zhang Yinyang Gongwa de Dao Siren Ziji Xin Wang Yang Jinring Yuanshu Xiani and Kaihua Fumo Zhengxiu Dijuan. Taishang de Luo Tiansan Ziji Changsheng Xingji Zhaling Tong San Yuan Zhengying Yushu Zongguan Wulei Dazan Rin Xuandu Jing Wancho Dijuan. Shan Yuliang squinted, reading the small characters on the furnace line by line. Because the ancients wrote without punctuation, he read it all in one breath and felt a bit oxygen deprived. An emperor, doing all this? Chen Jiamu asked. Doesn't Chen Xiaodao know? The Jiajing emperor of the Ming dynasty didn't attend court for 20 years, dedicating himself entirely to alchemy and cultivating immortality. What a pity, he only lived to 60, among emperors, that's considered a long life. Chen Jiamu said nothing, slowly moving forward, gently stroking the alchemical furnace. Ding, detected that the host has defeated the ancestor of the demon sect, gaining a treasure. The host, with the blood and flesh of a martial artist, has crossed realms and defeated the demon cultivator, issuing excess rewards. Ding, system loading. Bug self-checking. 10%, 20%, 70%, 100% self-check complete. No bug. Confirming task completion. The host is extraordinarily talented, unprecedented in history. Reward upgrade, opening the path to immortality. Please confirm. Does the host wish to break through the shackles of martial arts and begin cultivating immortality? Chen Jiamu was stunned. What is going on? I haven't even competed yet, and I'm already being awarded a trophy. He asked in his mind system. Here, no need to compete? No need for the martial arts alliance leader, just directly cultivate immortality? Task resetting. Reset complete. Reminder, the martial arts conference is all about the mundane physical body. The host should consider their actions to avoid unnecessary suffering for living beings. The martial arts alliance leader task remains valid. Reward adjusted to aura of spiritual energy. The host can participate in the martial arts conference to claim victory and receive the aura of spiritual energy, helping the host gather the 3 flowers at the crown. 3 flowers? Gathering at the crown? Is that a realm? System? Are you confused? Please confirm. Does the host wish to break through the shackles of martial arts and begin cultivating immortality? Please confirm. Does the host wish to break through the shackles of martial arts and begin cultivating immortality? Xiao Chen Daoist, Xiao Chen Daoist, Shan Yuliang called from the side. Chen Jiamu came back to his senses, turning his head to see the other person looking at him kindly. Did you not rest well? A few days ago, the old master from Wudang Mountain also came. When he saw this antique, he was also stunned for quite a while. Do you outsiders all like these cultural relics? And there's an old Taoist named Yangzi, whose eyes are almost popping out from looking at the alchemy furnace. Shan Yuliang chuckled. Chen Jiamu took a deep breath and smiled brightly. You're busy, I'll head back first. Alright, I'll walk with you. I still need to write a report for the province later. Right now, it's tricky with this alchemy furnace, can't look but can't move it. Chen Xiaodao left, decisively and straightforwardly. After leaving Shilipo, Chen Jiamu confirmed with the system again on the small path through the fields. No problems, he could start cultivating immortality at any time. The proactive kind. Skill points were all prepared for him. He held back at the time, planning to start cultivating in a safe place. After all, there was no reference experience for this. He had seen movies, but what if he accidentally confirmed it directly in the tomb? What if there were some heavenly phenomena or he started glowing? He didn't want to scare the old secretary into a heart attack. Refreshing. The competition still had to be fought. The reward for the 3 flowers gathering at the top was too tempting, likely some kind of realm or technique. It never mattered who the opponent was. It used to be a little rabbit against Tyson, now it was a little rabbit against Taro. With a swoosh, Chen Jiamu used the cloud ladder technique, walking on the tips of the grass along the small path, flying over the fish pond, lightly touching the water, autumn as he glided, jumping a few times to the opposite bank. He casually plucked a dogtail grass, held it in his mouth, and mumbled, "The great rock rises with the wind," soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. 100 meters away, on a tree, a special agent responsible for monitoring Zhou village dropped his binoculars to the ground. On the roof of the Yuanheng Dao cultivation class, the great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. A man in ancient blue attire, wearing a bamboo hat, arms crossed, with a long sword slanted behind him, stood in the wind. One can stand atop the highest peak and see all the mountains as small. A few meters away, another man in ancient attire stood on the roof, wearing a black iron mask, one sleeve empty, fluttering in the wind, clearly showing that one shoulder was broader by the thickness of an arm. He leaned on a giant sword, thrust into the cracked tiles, standing proudly. Do not worry about having no friends on the road ahead. Who in the world does not recognize you? In the middle of the roof, a blue-clad man in white as snow stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a wig, with a ribbon casually tying his hair, a few strands of hair falling on his forehead. Elder brother, second brother. Elder brother, third brother. Second brother, third brother. Today, the 6 major sects are attacking my bright summit, and the sect leader is about to enter seclusion. All fellow disciples are heavily injured. What should we do? The Mad Sword of the North, Zhang Xian, requesting to battle. Duguchiobai, Shanjiji, requesting to battle. Shanjiji, you got the lines wrong. It's Duguchiobai. Record again. Evelyn, cut this segment later. I have a membership for editing. It can be seamlessly spliced. In the courtyard, the little white-skinned Evelyn set up a tripod with a phone on it, recording. Cut. Ka. Evelyn shouted. Junior sister, how's the filming? Did you turn on the beauty filter? The 3 men on the roof looked excited. 3 senior brothers, not bad, but why is you, Shanjiji, playing the one-armed role? Evelyn shouted from below, puzzled. Junior sister, you foreigners may not know. Have you ever heard of the name Duguchiobai? A swordsman must sever an arm to focus his mind and cultivate an unparalleled sword technique. Third brother, it's a compound surname Dugu, not the one you understand. Zhang Xiang corrected. Oh, there's such an explanation? Shanjiji was surprised. The man in white, Iron Dragon, took off the wig, steam immediately rising from his scalp. Xiang, where did you buy this wig? Remember to give it a bad review, it's too stuffy. Big brother, once our hair grows long, we won't need to wear fakes anymore. Anyway, I don't plan on cutting my hair. Get down here. Are you trying to fly? Chen Shiliang shouted to the sky with his hands behind his back. The 3 of them slowly climbed down the ladder. Go to the kitchen and help Gue Wu cook. You can play, but not on the roof. This old house, old tiles, if you step wrong, it could be dangerous. After saying this, Chen Shiliang turned to the 3 children with bright, eager eyes and said earnestly, Shibing, Ergu, and Shiwa, you 3 must not learn from them in the future. School is starting soon. Have you finished your summer homework? The 3 little heads shook in unison. Chen Shiliang smiled and didn't mind. These 3 left-behind children had parents who went out to work, saying they would come to him for summer classes every year. Master, I don't want to go to school anymore, Shibing said. Chen Shiliang squatted down and patted Shibing's little head. He then turned to the other 2 and asked, what about you 2? Shibing is our big brother. We listen to the big brother. Chen Shiliang's expression became serious. How can you not go to school? My graduation certificate here is self-printed. You won't find a job without it. But my brother Taiju has an outside graduation certificate and still can't find a job, Shibing innocently retorted. You still have to go. You can skip homework, but you can't skip school. Chen Shiliang's expression darkened slightly, becoming serious. Shibing remained unconvinced. What if I cultivate immortality with Brother Jamu? Master, you said that as you learn, you gain, and as you follow the path, you lose. Losing and losing until there is non-action, and with non-action, there is nothing you cannot do. Chen Shiliang was taken aback, staring at this 8 or 9-year-old boy who dared to debate with him, momentarily speechless. What era is this? In this time of great competition, no matter how one lives, at least one must first fill their stomach. Shibing, let me ask you, when you reach the top of a 100-foot pole, how do you go further? Shibing looked puzzled. What do you mean? If you climb a 100-foot-long bamboo pole and reach the top, now, to go further, how do you climb? Chen Shiliang asked. If I keep climbing, I'll fall. Master is saying, let us fly. Right, fly. Chen Shiliang initially found it amusing, but then, as if struck by lightning, he felt enlightened by the innocent and carefree words of the 3 children, as if water had been poured over his head. He cleared his throat and said, all right, I'll concede that you're right, but learning, acquiring knowledge, it's like climbing a bamboo pole. Only after you climb up can you be qualified to let go, or rather, only then can you put down the bamboo pole. Do you understand? As you learn, you gain. As you follow the path, you lose. Why did our ancestors place learning first? If you can't even do the first thing well, how can you talk about non-action? Go wash your hands, then pack your things. Your parents are coming to pick you up tomorrow to return to the city. Study well. The 3 children drooped their heads, shaking them. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go to school. Meow the calico cat swiftly climbed up a wooden post in the yard, leaping lightly to Chen Shiliang's feet, rubbing its furry head against his pant leg. Chen Shiliang looked down and smiled. Calico, the cat food I bought is almost here. This afternoon, let Huayun go to the city's express station to pick it up. Meow meow, and there's cat canned food, cat treats, imported. Very expensive. At that moment, a figure stepped over the large iron gate and landed on the ground. Jamu, why are you so excited today? Chen Jamu smiled slightly and said calmly, Master, you have read the Tao scriptures. Can you tell me about the legends and records of the great virtues of immortals from ancient times? What's this? Have you awakened your past life's wisdom? Sort of. Please confirm, host, whether to break through the shackles of martial arts and begin cultivating immortality? In the Taoist training class dormitory, Chen Jiamu casually closed the door. Chen Jiamu confirmed in his heart open. In the small dormitory, dressed in a faded Taoist robe, with uncut hair casually tied behind his head, Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged on the creaky old wooden bed, his back straight, hands forming seals, while his breath slowly circulated, visible strands of white light gathering around him. Chen Jiamu's body slowly floated into the air, his breath stirring the bed curtains, and then, the thermos on the table, several open books on metaphysics, and scattered papers also began to float, as if gently lifted by an invisible hand. The metallic shell of the thermos flickered with a faint light, reflecting the seemingly meditative youth in the Taoist robe. As if wrapped in starlight, the pages rustled, and the entire dormitory seemed to tremble slightly. In the courtyard, Chen Shiliang held a large white porcelain water tank, looking up at the sky above the dormitory building, his goat beard twitching. A three-colored cat sat on the ground, its paw suspended mid-lick, its pupils reflecting the colorful glow of the sunset. Three blue-clad figures in ancient attire looked up at the sky, devout, excited, and passionate. Evelyn, Ma Huayun, Gui Wu, and so on, all gazed at the sky, frozen in place. In the sky, beneath the vast heavens, the colorful glow of the sunset was dazzling, red like blazing fire, orange like the evening glow, yellow like brilliant gold, green like jade shining, blue like the mountains shrouded in mist, and purple like fragrant lavender. 7 colors of light intertwined and wrapped around each other, while white clouds transformed into dragons and phoenixes soaring. The colorful glow lingered over the village of Zhou, where in the rice fields, Zhang Matzi, who was cutting wheat, shielded his forehead with one hand and looked up. The sickle in his hand fell, nearly cutting his exposed toes. Not far from the Taoist training class, in the reclaimed fields, the last 3 people who had once vowed to prove their steadfast Taoist hearts put down their rakes, moved by their final stubbornness, tears welling in their eyes. On the rural road, a car was parked by the roadside. The driver got out, using his phone to capture this unprecedented strange sight. At the archaeological site on Shirley Slope, Secretary Yuliang took off his black-framed glasses, vigorously wiped the lenses with a cloth, put them back on, and raised his head again. At a temporary rest point for a special operations personnel in the village, an agent disguised as a farmer held a Bluetooth headset with one hand, his expression excited, his mouth moving as he reported the second explosive news. 30 kilometers away in the city, the crowd on the street looked up. The vendor frying rice noodles paused with his spatula. Busy white-collar workers in office buildings stretched their necks to look out the window, while cars honked on the road. Children screamed excitedly, pointing at the sky. Yu Lingyun, just finished with a match, stood by the window of the gym, holding a thermos, gazing dreamily at the beautiful sky. Strong as a small mountain, De Chun looked up, expressionless. By the fountain in the pedestrian street square, a man holding a rose knelt on one knee, confessing to his white lotus. With a backdrop of colorful clouds like entwined dragons and phoenixes, the woman covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming down her face. There was once a sincere love placed before me, but I did not cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it too late, the most. The man recited passionately. I promise you. The woman suddenly lunged at the man, whispering in his ear, my beloved will come to me on 7 colored clouds, and you did it. You did it. Whoa, I love you for 10,000 years. Lin Weidong, the head of the Special Operations Department, stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of a towering city building, staring at the phenomenon in the sky, his eyes trembling, while the report from his subordinate blared in his ear. I see it. You all keep a low profile and observe from a distance. With a snap, Lin Weidong hung up the phone, opened his contacts, and dialed another number. Old Zhai, what's going on with the 7 colored clouds in Zhou Village? Boss, I just asked, and the technical department said it's Rayleigh scattering or Mia scattering. When sunlight passes through the Earth's atmosphere, scattering occurs. They sounded quite professional, somewhat similar to the principle of a rainbow, which is a relatively rare astronomical beauty. Lin Weidong interrupted directly. Head, this answer is really logically coherent. So the dragons and phoenixes made of rosy clouds are just an extra surprise? These idiots are getting paid to translate what surprise means. Wait a moment, I'm at the meteorological station right now. A faint voice came from the phone in Old Tang. Stop playing with your phone, Lin's team wants you to translate what TM surprise means. The voice gradually faded. After a moment. Oh, boss, there's an explanation. Gestalt psychology has a saying called the law of similarity. In the visual process, people automatically group similar elements together, and the brain perceives them as a whole, imagining what they might form. Lin Weidong's face turned pale, his eyes fixed on the changes in the sky, muttering to himself, so now, let those idiots look at the sky. Damn! On the phone, the other party's confused voice came through. Is there a problem? Boss, I'm going to the window. Damn! In the sky, the colorful rosy clouds rippled apart, parting the cotton-like rolling sea of clouds, revealing a celestial gate slowly emerging. The celestial gate stood tall, reaching 100 feet, with white jade dragon columns carved around the doorbeam, and exotic flowers and plants competing in beauty. Pavilions and towers appeared in an orderly manner. Glazed tiles covered the roofs, with corners of the pavilions curving upwards, resembling cranes ready to take flight. The towers were surrounded by babbling spiritual springs, with water seeping from the jade stone crevices in the walls, gathering into streams that flowed down the edges of the towers, forming lively water curtains in midair, with fish darting through them. In the distance, the mountains were faintly visible in the sea of clouds, with a few small Taoist temples nestled in the hills, as if they had merged with the heavens and earth. The phenomenon lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually dissipating, and the sky returned to normal. Zhou Village, Yuandao Cultivation Class, Large Playground. Chen Jiamu floated in the air, slowly drifting out from the dormitory building. With a plop, the white porcelain jar in Chen Shiliang's hand fell, spilling tea. Chen Jiamu flicked his finger, and an invisible true energy wrapped around the white porcelain jar, returning the spilled tea back into the cup, as if the water had been collected again, and the cup flew back into Chen Shiliang's hand. Chen Jiamu slowly landed, took a deep breath, and exhaled calmly. Martial arts emphasize inner strength and true energy, originating from one's dantian, forging the body and refining the spirit. Cultivating immortality means being able to transform the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, absorbing it for one's own use, conforming to nature, mastering nature, driving spiritual energy, and cultivating both life and spirit. Heaven and earth view humans as ephemeral, and the Great Way views heaven and earth as mere illusions. Only the true essence of the primordial spirit transcends the mundane. First, refining qi. Second, gathering the 3 flowers at the crown. Third, the 5 energies returning to the origin. Transforming the conscious mind into the primordial spirit, returning light to the heavenly heart. What is the heavenly heart? Modern medicine explains it as the pineal gland, which cannot be clearly interpreted at present. Confucianism calls it the void, Buddhism calls it the spiritual platform, Taoism calls it the ancestral land, and it is also referred to as the yellow court, the mysterious pass, and the innate orifice. Finally, slay the 3 corpses and ascend to immortality. Chen Jiamu had already stepped into the threshold of refining qi. Master, I'm fine, just cultivating immortality, not yet an immortal. Chen Jiamu looked up at the sky. Blessings abound. Heavenly Sovereign Chen Shiliang slapped his forehead, and the large white porcelain cup in his hand fell again. Senior Brother Chen, invincible under heaven. Master Heavenly Sovereign, for generations, unifying the martial world. 3 bold voices echoed in the courtyard of the Yuandao Cultivation Class. Let's learn to meow like cats together. Meow 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 meow. Chen Jiamu picked up the phone. Hello, manager he. Brother, everything is arranged here. The finals are tomorrow. The address is in Hezhou Province, Zhenlong City District Gymnasium. After all, it's a national event. Our place is small, and I've sent the address to your phone. Okay. By the way, brother, I'm currently on the highway and can't take you. I need to go over there to coordinate work and meet with the heads of the other 4 competition zones. Should I have Meili drive you? No need, we'll take the high-speed train ourselves, it's more convenient. Alright, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. I'm available 24 hours. Beep, Chen Jiamu hung up the phone. After the competition, he could directly be promoted to the 3 flowers gathering at the top. Master, how about we all go tomorrow? The provincial capital is lively, and it would be nice to relax. My disciple is competing. As a master, how can I not be there to support? I must go. Guiwu, iron my new robe. In Zhou Village, there is a small hardware store with a front shop and a backyard. In the yard, there is an old blacksmith's forge, and some farming tools are propped against the wall, including iron sheets, square pipes, and angle iron. Wang Defa is an old blacksmith. His 2 sons have settled in the city and have stable jobs, leaving this ancestral blacksmithing craft without an heir. Recently, the old man took on a big job, commissioned by 3 young men from a nearby Dao repair class to create some crafts. They provided pictures, and today is the delivery day. 3 weapons are lined up near the counter: a double-edged sword, a green dragon crescent blade, an 8-foot snake spear. The roar of a large off-road motorcycle approaches, and 3 people get off the vehicle. Old man, have our brothers' weapons been forged? Wang Defa is squatting under the eaves at the door, smoking while using a straw hat as a fan. Oh, you're here. They were ready last night. The 3 men gaze at the 3 divine weapons in the room, their eyes shining. Good craftsmanship. Iron Dragon picks up a sword in one hand and makes slashing and stabbing motions in the air, very satisfied. Zhang Ziong holds the 8-foot snake spear. As soon as he grips it, he feels a sense of ruling the world. He laughs heartily, refreshing. He walks into the yard, places the spear around his neck, and spins it, catching it with his other hand. Mountain Chicken goes to grab the green dragon crescent blade, slightly frowning. It's so heavy. Pretending to be calm, he grits his teeth to lift it, dragging it outside, trying to mimic Zhang Ziong by placing it around his neck, but almost crushes his own foot, jumping away in a panic. Old man, how much does this green dragon crescent blade weigh? Let's weigh it, 42 pounds. The old man suppresses a laugh. The other party hasn't paid the final payment yet, so he can't mock the customer. Mountain Chicken stands with the blade, silent. Second brother, I advised you back then to use a wooden handle, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on forging it entirely from steel. Look at my 8-foot snake spear. It has a wooden handle, only the spearhead is steel, and it can still stab people. It's very handy, Zhang Ziong says while swinging the 8-foot snake spear with vigor. Wang Defa smacks his lips and taps his smoking pipe. Back in the day, Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade weighed 82 pounds. Young man, you still need to practice. Thank you, old man. How much is it? Iron Dragon takes out his phone. Oh, the double swords are 600, the spear is 300, and the big knife is 1600. Do you want to pay together or separately? We'll pay separately, Iron Dragon and Zhang Ziong say in unison. Do you have scabbards? No such thing. By the way, I can't sharpen these for you. I'm afraid the police will come looking for me, saying I'm selling weapons, the old man emphasizes. It's fine, our academy has whetstones, we'll sharpen them ourselves. The two quickly scan the payment code, and after Mountain Chicken stiffly heads out to make a phone call, he also pays. The three use prepared cloth strips to wrap the weapons securely and carry them on their backs, hurriedly returning to grab their suitcases and gathering with everyone at the village entrance. Mountain Chicken, why are you all sweaty? Ma Huayun asks. It's nothing, I was just a bit tired clearing things out. What are you carrying? Long? Just personal items. Everyone got on Zhang Mozi's tractor, took a bus to the outskirts of the city, and headed to the high-speed train station, traveling to the provincial capital of Haizhou province to participate in the highly anticipated national finals. Because Chen Shiliang required the three guardians to wear ordinary clothes and not to wear wigs, they dared not disobey the master's orders. However, the sect leader did not say they couldn't bring weapons. It would be a joke to let others look down on them when they were there to support their senior brother in the competition. At the high-speed train station in Qingyu City, located in the eastern district of the outskirts, it was bustling with the return of college students for the new semester. The old Taoist Chen Shiliang, dressed in a brand new Taoist robe and cloud-patterned cloth shoes, led the students through security with great spirit. Beep beep beep. The first security gate sounded an alarm. Gentlemen, could you please open this tubular item you have on your back? The security lady in uniform held the security device, looking shocked. The three looked at each other, having forgotten about the security check. What to do now? Find a place to dig a hole and bury it, mark it, and throw it out when they come back? Master, let's take the bus. The competition is tomorrow, and we can save on 3 hotel rooms tonight, Iron Dragon wisely suggested. Chen Shiliang puffed out his beard and glared, snorted, turned around, and strode towards the platform with his hands behind his back. Are you all together? The security lady asked, instinctively becoming a bit alert. We don't know them, Ma Huayun answered truthfully. Watching the 3 figures disappearing into the high-speed train station square, Chen Jiamu smiled and shook his head, amused by his 3 junior brothers. In the green belt next to the high-speed train station square, Iron Dragon opened his suitcase, revealing 3 ancient costumes neatly folded. Second brother, third brother, can you cover me? I'll change into my battle robe first. Please go ahead, big brother. The 3 took turns covering each other and changed into their retro outfits, but with so many people around, they dared not reveal their weapons, which were still wrapped in cloth strips. Comfortable. Master is the same. He wears a Taoist robe but doesn't let us wear battle robes. Big brother, it seems there's security at the bus station too. Who mentioned the bus station? With students returning, it's easy to get a ride. I just ordered a ride on my phone, and it should be here soon. Big brother is indeed a master strategist. A talent with many stars. Wrong reference, second brother. The wisdom star is a bandit from Green Forest Mountain. We are the sworn brothers of the Peach Garden, following the path of restoring the Han Dynasty. MHM. A stretched 7-seater business vehicle stopped by the roadside, and the driver was shocked as the window rolled down. Last 4 digits 8765? Iron Dragon took out his phone from his wide sleeve, opened the order interface, and shook it. That's right. Driver, please open the trunk. There were also 2 girls in the car, dressed as students, who immediately requested to switch to the front row. The three big men casually sat in the back, placing the long cloth bundle across their laps. Big brother, third brother, want to listen to music? Mountain Chicken took out a pair of modified headphones with 3 listening ports. He plugged them into the ears of his 3 brothers. They became immersed in the music. In the front, a girl with a ponytail quietly asked her classmate, "Shall we get off here? We can cancel the order." "No need, I have movies cached on my tablet. We can watch them until we arrive. It's just over 3 hours. The girl with bangs didn't care much, it was broad daylight, and besides, they were all born after 2000, so they were quite open-minded. There were many students at school who played cosplay, so it wasn't a big deal. The driver put on sunglasses and glanced at the 3 engrossed in music in the rearview mirror, then pressed the gas pedal. Who can compete with my ambition in the sky? With a sharp blade in hand, who can rely on the heavens alone? A loud singing voice erupted from the back seat. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, breaking into a cold sweat. "What's wrong, master? Could it be that there are mountain bandits or road thugs?" Wah-ya-ya-ya-ya. In the bustling waiting hall, Shin Jamu slightly closed his eyes, clearly feeling the surrounding spiritual energy was much thinner. The denser the material essence, the fainter the spiritual essence. Compared to the Zhou village Taoist training class, the cleansing of body and mind was like heaven and earth apart, but that didn't matter. Even though the spiritual energy in the urban environment was thin, it didn't hinder Qin Jiamu from absorbing and refining it. As a beginner in cultivating qi, even in this thin atmosphere, it was still a luxury for him. He couldn't use it all up, perhaps because there was no one competing with him at all. After breaking through the shackles of martial arts, the most obvious feeling for Qin Jiamu was that while meditating, he could merge with the surrounding nature, comprehend the universe, understand the dualities, and contemplate the 4 symbols, becoming a true cultivator. In his initial attempts, his body floated, and with a snap of his fingers, he could manipulate objects, which would consume a certain amount of energy depending on the extent of the exertion. It was also borrowing the imagery of the 5 elements interactions. On a microscopic level, it was more like consciousness transforming into energy. Dear passengers, please note that ticket checking for train G234 bound for Jianglong City, Hezhou Province has begun. Master, let's go to the platform. Ma Huayun carried a large bundle of luggage. Chen Shiliang nodded, took out his phone, and called Guiwu. "Hello, Guiwu, don't forget to collect my clothes. If there's anything at home, call us. You can also tell the head of Wudang Mountain. I'll send you my phone number on WeChat in a bit. By the way, don't forget to feed the cat. The cat food is in the 3rd drawer of my bedroom cabinet." "Oh, okay." On the other end of the line, Guiwu hung up, picked up a bowl of freshly squeezed sugarcane juice, and took small sips. That one-armed uncle sat on the steps at the entrance of the large classroom, eating lunch alone. As the only remaining member of the Taoist training class, Guiwu was not lonely, he was used to it. He didn't want to go out, didn't want to go to the big city, didn't want to see too many people. He liked cooking and pulling vegetables. In fact, he was a person who understood life. When he was young, with both hands intact, he enjoyed playing the guitar and singing Glorious Years. The Yuanheng Taoist training class, with its mottled playground walls like torn rags of time, had a rusty iron gate that was half closed, creaking in the wind. It was time for some oil. Guiwu moved a small table under the sycamore tree in the playground. Today he would make himself 2 hearty dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and pork ribs stewed with lotus root. Guiwu picked up a piece of rib with his chopsticks, ate the meat, and gently tossed the bone into a stainless steel bowl on the ground. The calico cat sniffed and meowed in dissatisfaction. "Flour, the bones are tasty too." Meow, the sound was short and high-pitched. Guiwu picked up another piece of meat, ate the lean part, and put the fatty part into the cat bowl. He didn't like eating fatty meat. The calico cat lowered its head to eat, its furry head bumping against the stainless steel bowl with a clanging sound. "So good, from now on, all the fat will be for you. Master is just lazy, he doesn't know what cat food is made of. Eating too much will make you stout. Flour, let's go fishing, we'll stew the fish tonight." After a moment, the round-bellied uncle, carrying a homemade fishing rod, along with 1 person and 1 cat, arrived at the fish pond near the Taoist training class. Guiwu dug up some earthworms on the spot, strung the fishing hook, and with a graceful flick, after a long while, "Hey, what is that? Something is hooked." "Flour, we might have caught an old soft-shelled turtle." Meow, the calico cat jumped down from Guiwu's lap, stretching its head to look into the water. Guiwu finished reeling in and discovered a cylindrical object wrapped in black cloth. "What is this? It's wrapped so tightly. Oh, there's even a zipper." It was a black canvas bag, and as Guiwu opened it, he found an item resembling a thermos. On the side of the cup, there was a row of flamboyant calligraphy printed with a laser, along with a string of Japanese below. "This prosperous world is as you wish." In small print, limited edition of 10 years. The moment he looked at the mouth of the cup, Guewu was petrified. I really don't know what kind of monsters and ghosts live in this village. Guewu casually threw the cup away, collected his fishing rod, and grabbed the fish basket. Hua, let's change ponds. This one is polluted. Meow dusk. In the Baopu room, Guewu was searching for books on the shelf, his gaze sweeping over the vast array of texts. In the corner of the shelf, beneath the latest books, he discovered a book with a corner sticking out. Guewu reached into the bottom compartment and pulled it out. It was a copy of Laozi's 5 kitchen classics. He picked it up, intending to return it to the shelf, and casually flipped it open. This seems like someone's diary, just wrapped in the cover of a scripture. Could it be the master's insights on cultivation? Guewu sat down at the desk, reverently opened it, and his eyelids began to twitch. He quickly flipped through the pages, reaching the last one. August 31st, Sunny, actually, I have some regrets. I want to go to the fish pond to fish, but I'm worried about being seen by my fellow disciples and have no suitable reason. Today, Brother Chen floated in the air, and strange sights appeared in the sky. The master was right, the junior brother is a reincarnated immortal. I no longer think of her as much. Why do I keep thinking about her? It's because I've never had her. It fits that saying, what cannot be obtained is always in turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless. Unresolved feelings are not necessarily a good thing. First love, once experienced with the mundane, changes its flavor. I wrote her name on smoke, inhaling it into my lungs, leaving her in the place closest to my heart. Scratch that, change it to, is the departure of the leaves the pursuit of the wind, or the tree's unwillingness to hold on? Tomorrow, I will go to the provincial capital with everyone to support the junior brother, and then I want to choose to formally become a monk. Second day of quitting, let's go. Ma Huayun. Guewu silently closed the scripture, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the old beams of the ceiling, as if his worldview had been reshaped. After a long time, Guewu got up, closed the scripture, and returned it to its original place, carefully restoring it to its previous state based on the marks on the ground. He jogged to the edge of the fish pond, where the splendid cup lay quietly in the grass. Guewu took a photo with his phone. This prosperous world is as you wish. Guewu opened the WeChat group, clicked on Yuan Hongdao Cultivation Class, Loving Family, and selected the recently taken photo. Send dong 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 dong. Dao Fa Z Ran, Master, what's wrong? Guewu, have we boarded the high-speed train? Dao Fa Z Ran, Master, plane. Message retracted. Dao Fa Z Ran, Master, Guewu, what did you send? I've never seen this before. Chen Jiamu, junior brother? At Ma Huayun senior brother, Evelyn, oh my gosh. Thank you. Tai Shui Dan Xin, Tai Long? Shu Mountain Sword Saint, Zhang Zian, wow, it's a limited edition. Message retracted. Shu Mountain Sword Saint, Zhang Zian? Guewu, what is this? Du Duan Wan Gu, Shanji, Guewu, have you discovered the sex treasure? At Ma Huayun junior brother, have you boarded the high-speed train? Yang Kueishui, Guewu, at Ma Huayun junior brother? Yang Kueishui, Guewu, Shu Mountain Sword Saint, Zhang Zian, at Ma Huayun senior brother, are you there? Iron Blood and Loyal Heart, Iron Dragon at Ma Huayun, we've gotten into the car, and we're about to hit the highway. By the way, senior brother, Guewuga is at INGU. Autocratic through the ages, Mountain Chicken at Ma Huayun senior brother, Guewuga is at INGU, please reply. Natural Law, Master at Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, I too have experienced the mundane world and know that holding it in can lead to problems. Natural Law, Master Huayun, don't mind what others think of you. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his heart. Who hasn't been young? It's just playing with a toy, don't let it ruin your path. Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, has left the group chat. Iron Blood and Loyal Heart, Iron Dragon Master, Ma Shixiang has left the group, I'll pull him back in. In the afternoon, as a group just exited the high-speed train station, Huey had arranged for several people to welcome them. With the competition starting tomorrow and the live broadcast, he was indeed too busy to spare a moment. The hotel arranged for their stay was of high standard, a 5-star establishment, and they had several suites, conveniently located near the Provincial Exhibition Center. This clearly showed how much Huey valued the group. He was a wise man. Having interacted with the old Taoist for some time, Huey changed his initial perception. The master of the little Taoist was not that kind of person. He felt ashamed of the previous public relations strategy. The club's young models were an insult to the old Taoist. The old Taoist was a man of integrity. He didn't even recognize those lowbrow things. After years of navigating the business world, Huey had gained insights into the ways of making money. To make money, one must first understand the big trends, which is called recognizing the situation, then recognizing people who can cooperate, who cannot, who can be used, and who needs to be served. He was clear on this. Thus, Wei informed the hotel staff early on not to let any irrelevant calls disturb the old Taoist's tranquility. At the hotel entrance, several people were registering at the front desk. Ma Huayun placed his suitcase at the door, handing it over to the security guard responsible for carrying luggage, feeling lonely and desolate. After leaving the group, he followed the others like a walking corpse. If you asked him to buy water, he would go. If you asked him to carry a bag, he would carry it. He remained silent, not uttering a word. If communication was needed, he would face the person and send a WeChat message, using text to communicate. Senior brother, senior brother. Ma Huayun came to his senses, realizing it was Chen Jiamu calling him at the front desk. Come over to register your ID, and you'll need to do facial recognition. Ma Huayun lowered his head, bitterly smiling at himself, sighed, and walked over slowly. Yesterday was history, tomorrow a mystery, and today a gift from heaven. He recalled the words of the old turtle to Pai in Kung Fu Panda. After completing the check-in in the elevator, Ma Huayun suddenly felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Why did Gue Wuga at me? Even if he went fishing in the river and accidentally found something, there's no evidence proving it's mine. I could completely deny it, leaving the group instead. Damn, that was hasty. In the elevator, Ma Huayun suddenly looked up. In the reflection of the metal door, he saw his own terrified eyes. My diary. Gue Wushi. Gue Wuga, you've misled me. The room was a suite. Originally, each person had their own room, but later Chen Shiliang thought it was a waste, so he cancelled 2 rooms and only kept 2, with the 3 of them sleeping in 1 room. Evelyn had a room to herself. Tamane Kuna had to return home a few days earlier due to family matters, agreeing to meet again after the new year. In the 5-star hotel, the room was quite grand, with a round large bed in the master bedroom and 2 ordinary large beds in the smaller bedrooms. On the table of the TV cabinet, various high-end contraceptive products were displayed. Chen Shiliang casually picked one up, looked at it, and then put it back. This egg, it's simply blinding to my eyes. Huayun, get rid of these filthy things. Ma Huayun silently got up, using his clothes to wrap a large pile of items and props, placing them in the wardrobe. After a moment's thought, he felt uneasy and covered them with the mat from the bedside. Out of sight, out of mind, Chen Shiliang said. Master, there's still water in the bathroom, Chen Jiamu said, barebacked and wearing baggy shorts, a towel draped over his shoulder. The 3 of them took turns showering and then sat cross-legged on the large round bed. We've been running around all morning, let's sit for a while and recover our energy, Chen Shiliang suggested. Chen Jiamu quickly entered a meditative state, feeling the strands of spiritual energy gathering from all directions, nourishing his spiritual platform. The Wangting Neijing Jing records, the spiritual platform is shrouded in mist, gazing at the yellow fields, 3 inches of different rooms have their ups and downs. The high and profound are received in the interstices, the purple extreme spiritual door of the bridal chamber. Here, the 3 inches refer to the 3 lower danshans, as some mysterious things cannot be spoken of or expressed in words. Thus, it is awkwardly compared to 3 rooms, and at this moment, Chen Jiamu was like laying the foundation for his own house, which is what people often refer to as 100 days of foundation building. He stepped into the practice of qi, able to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. First, he needed to draw the spiritual energy into his body, and after transformation, he could use it at will, at the cost of consuming spiritual energy. Currently, he had not cultivated any specific techniques, such as the palm thunder or the golden light spell, nor the Taoist methods of sitting in forgetfulness or guarding the one. Numerous methods, like thousands of roads. Now, being able to manipulate spiritual energy, float, emit waves, combined with the special effects of the 18 dragon subduing palms, was already astonishing enough. Chen Jiamu slowly opened his eyes, thinking to himself, wondering what the effect would be of using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to drive the 18 dragon subduing palms or the Tai Chi cloud hands. Unfortunately, this was a bustling city. Once he returned to the mountain gate, he would definitely have to try it out. During this time, Wei made a few phone calls, asking about their well-being, whether they were comfortable in their accommodations, and if they were satisfied with the food. He confirmed the competition schedule for Chen Jiamu for tomorrow, and Chen Jiamu skipped all the steps, directly appearing in the final act, demanding to defeat the strongest opponent. Wei overcame numerous difficulties and argued his case. Initially, the heads of the 4 major competition zones disagreed, saying it did not comply with the regulations. Later, Wei spread his hands, stating that their zone's best martial arts contestant, Yu Lingyun, had already been defeated by Chen Jiamu. Of course, he did not mention this to Yu Lingyun. The girl was probably still preparing for the next day's competition. Wei was not afraid of her getting upset. He was confident that once she saw Chen Jiamu in action, she would definitely thank him. After the group had lunch, they returned to their room, where Ma Huayun was watching television. Chen Shiliang pulled out a peachwood sword from his suitcase. "Master, is this peachwood sword very important? I see you brought it with you," Chen Jiamu asked. This is a sword I carved myself when I first started. It has accompanied me for decades, and I have feelings for it," Chen Shiliang said, playing with the small sword, about a meter long, which had developed a patina over the years. "Jiamu, this is for you," Chen Shiliang said, handing it over. Chen Jiamu received it with both hands and saw the 8 characters engraved on the sword: "Do good deeds, do not ask about the future." "Thank you, master." Chen Shiliang waved his hand, moving his mouth as if to say something but stopped. Chen Jiamu twirled his fingers, and the peachwood sword flew from his hand, circling around and hovering in front of him. "Good sword." Chen Shiliang's beard twitched, his expression complex. "How boring. I'm going to accompany Huayun to watch television." "Huayun, what are you watching?" Ma Huayun remained silent. "Is there a war movie? Or something about romance?" Chen Shiliang picked up the remote and selected a movie about tunnel warfare, watching it with great interest. Ma Huayun silently stood by the window, opened it, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the bustling traffic below. Heaven knows what he was thinking. Messages in the group indicated that Tai Long and the others had also arrived. Chen Jiamu sent them the address, informing them that there was still one room left. "I'll go for a stroll, brother, would you like to join me?" Chen Jiamu asked, playing with his peachwood sword. Ma Huayun turned back, blew a smoke ring, then another one that passed through the first, shaking his head. A business car stopped at the entrance of the convention center, and 3 tough-looking men got out, particularly eye-catching amidst the bustling crowd on the street. "The provincial capital is indeed extraordinary. The buildings are so tall. Big brother, third brother, can we swap weapons? I can't carry it. I'm not good at using a broadsword." The long street was filled with a continuous flow of people, men and women, bustling and lively. Taxis and ride-hailing cars came and went in a hurry, while at a nearby bus stop, a group of people eagerly awaited, the crowd surging as the bus slowly pulled in. A delivery guy, with a thermal box strapped to his back, glanced at his order information while listening to an audiobook, weaving through the crowd. Not far from the provincial central hospital, a plainly dressed old woman was holding onto an old man, with her other hand carrying a black cloth bag, as they exited the hospital gate, looking around in confusion. Behind them was a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap, who gradually quickened his pace and yanked the cloth bag from the old woman's hand. The old woman clutched the bag tightly, pulling back. "Ah!" The old woman opened her mouth, unable to make a sound, while the old man shouted, "Thief! Robbery! Robbery!" The surrounding crowd buzzed and turned to look, murmuring among themselves. A primary school student in uniform shouted, "The police are coming," pointing ahead and about to rush forward, only to be pulled back by his mother. The cloth bag tore, and the man glanced around, his eyes behind the mask scanning the area, glaring fiercely at the meddling child. He lowered his cap and suddenly turned to run. A few people took out their phones to call the police, while the security guard at the hospital entrance grabbed his baton and chased after him. "I told you to let Daba take us to see the doctor, but you insisted on hiding it from him. You had to hide it from him. This reimbursement of over 10,000 yuan, over 10,000 yuan. Damn it! God, I curse you." People were discussing, "Hey, the elderly can't use smartphones. That bastard must have been eyeing them from the start." "Yeah, people don't carry cash anymore. This is too arrogant. If he can't steal, he'll just rob." "Call the police. Help, call the police. There's surveillance." "Right, he can't escape, that heartless bastard." The security guard, adjusting his big round hat, clumsily ran. Suddenly, 2 people filming a period drama in Hengdian flashed by. "Little thief, how dare you, you scoundrel," in broad daylight. They chased after him. The security guard bent over, hands on his knees, panting, clearly lacking exercise. "Old man, please help me hold this." A man dressed in period costume from Hengdian, sweating profusely, took off a long item wrapped in a cloth from his back. Leaning against the bus stop sign, he swung his arms, leaned forward, picked up speed, and leaped sideways over a long bench. "Big brother, third brother, wait for me." The little boy who had bravely shouted earlier pushed his mother's hand away and turned to ask, "Mom, why did you cover my mouth just now?" Children don't understand anything. The adults haven't spoken yet. But those 3 uncles are adults. The child looked at his mother in confusion. The woman was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Watching the 3 heroes running away in the distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The thief, in a panic, ran without thinking, and at a nearby snack stall, he jumped directly onto a table, knocking over the skewers. 2 diners stared in shock, and the owner was frozen in place. A deep, resonant voice rang out, "Little thief, don't run." The owner looked up and saw 3 even fiercer figures rushing over, one of whom, dressed in a green robe, grabbed a spatula and powered after him. The thief ran while glancing back, the distance closing in, his heart racing like a stampede of wild horses. Damn it, they're skilled fighters. Back in the day, I was on the school team and could run fast. People on the street began to notice, and the thief gritted his teeth, darting into a narrow alley. The alley was long and deserted, the echo of footsteps thundering like drums. He looked back again and saw two of them taking off their backpacks and tearing off cloth strips. A gleaming spear shone coldly. Another one wielded twin swords, swinging them in a practiced manner. Damn, real weapons. Shit. There's even one with a spatula. Its damage may be minimal, but the humiliation is immense. Thief, come with us to the yamen. At the base of the alley wall, a disheveled homeless man was startled awake by the shout and looked over in confusion. After a long chase, both sides were out of breath. The man took off his cap, bent down to pick up a cane lying next to the homeless man, and gasped heavily. A robbery, at least 3 years of sewing machines to start, I'm all in. Suddenly, the homeless man's face turned pale with terror, as if he had seen something horrifying, pointing a trembling finger at the thief's back, his teeth chattering. The thief turned around, his face suddenly drained of color, revealing an expression of extreme bewilderment. In the deep, narrow back alley, there stood a young Taoist priest, standing on a flying sword, hovering above the heads of 3 burly men, quietly watching him. The next day, at the provincial sports stadium, the crowd surged, and every seat was filled. This venue had hosted numerous concerts and sports events, and today it was unusually popular. Some older martial arts enthusiasts still remembered a national traditional martial arts competition decades ago that had to be regrettably halted due to uncontrollable casualties. In fact, this event had faced several setbacks and nearly got called off. Wei made a call to a special department, informing them, if the program gets stopped, my brother will be unhappy, and thus, everything was smoothed over that day. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first, in martial arts, there is no second. The organizer, Huzhou Provincial Television, and the contractor, Camel Culture Media Company, Ltd., had spent half a year selecting traditional martial arts masters and modern combat athletes from various schools for a friendly exchange competition, which was about to kick off the finals. Hello everyone, I'm the host, Niu Meili. I'm the host, Bei Ning. The People's Grand Stage, if you have talent, come on up on the stage. The two hosts, filled with excitement, delivered their opening remarks to the audience both on-site and in front of the television. The applause thundered from the audience, and cameras were live-streaming across the internet. Due to extensive marketing and promotion beforehand, this program made headlines, prompting Wang Feng, who had planned to hold a concert on the same day, to decide to postpone his schedule upon hearing the news. Meili, which contestant do you think will perform best tonight? Bei Ning asked, turning to the side. Xiao Sa, personally, I'm quite optimistic about the Tai Chi representative, Mr. Chen Jiamu, from the traditional martial arts arena. Oh, the champions from the 4 major regions who have made it out are Muay Thai fighter Bu Qiuming, freestyle fighter George Pesai, MMA fighter Conor McGregor, and our country's traditional martial arts master, Tai Chi's Chen Jiamu. Among them, the freestyle and MMA fighters have declared forfeit. They only want to compete in their own lanes, and they have already won championships in previous competitions. As for the Muay Thai fighter, Bu Qiuming, he expressed great interest in Chinese traditional kung fu and wants to experience it firsthand. It seems he is determined to win the Hercules Cup this time. I've heard that many have been injured in the traditional martial arts arena, leading to multiple stoppages during the semifinals, and this Chen Jiamu seems to be a survivor. How do you maintain your confidence in Mr. Chen Jiamu? Can you share? The host, Niu Meili, smiled gracefully and said, Xiao Sa, speaking of this, we must mention an act of bravery that happened yesterday. Friends in the audience and those watching on TV, please take a look at the VCR. The large LED screen behind the stage lit up. On the screen, in Jianglong City, Jinshui District Police Station, 3 oddly dressed men were answering questions from reporters. The second venue reporter, Sun Lei, was connected live. Yesterday afternoon, on Hongda Road in Jinshui District, in front of the Provincial Central Hospital, a violent robbery occurred. At that time, 3 enthusiastic citizens crossed 3 streets in 5 kilometers, and later bravely fought against the criminals in Luchi Alley, helping the victim recover their lost property. At the second venue, Sun Lei held a microphone, also broadcasting live. Next, we connect with an eyewitness at the scene, the performance artist, Mr. Tony. A disheveled homeless man appeared on screen, his expression excited, even animated. Hello, Tony. As the only eyewitness at the scene, could you tell us how the 3 heroes fought bravely? Damn, flying, muddy, sword, ruthless, slot, a big flower, hook 8. The screen quickly switched. According to the Jinshui District Police, these 3 are students from the Wudang Mountain Yuan Hung Dao training class, and they are indeed the junior disciples of today's traditional martial arts competition champion, Chen Jiamu. The scene shifted to an elderly couple, tearfully holding their recovered belongings, thanking the three heroes. The old man, overly emotional, insisted on asking the hero holding the spatula for his real name, but the hero, having done a good deed, did not want to be named and even refused to face the camera. The reporter on site said, "They are Tai Long, Zhang Xiong, and one hero who wishes to remain anonymous. We only know his surname is Wei." The scene cut to the criminal, temporarily detained in a holding cell, handcuffed, shaking the bars frantically, his expression agitated, mouth moving without sound, as the broadcast chose not to air his voice due to potential impact. From his demeanor, it seemed he wanted to prove something, almost mad. At the competition venue, two contestants took the stage. Tai Chi, Chen Jiamu, Muay Thai, Bo Xiaoming. The big screen played videos of the two. First, the Thai fighter Bo Xiaoming, wearing a tight tank top, muscles bulging, was hitting a sandbag with a loud thud. Then the scene shifted to a young Taoist priest in a rural schoolyard, gracefully practicing Tai Chi. The two contestants appeared in turn, one in a bikini and the other in traditional Hanfu, each holding a sign that read "First Match" in both Chinese and English. Bo Xiaoming took it seriously. He was not one of those ordinary fighters who only knew how to shout. He respected every opponent, knowing that anyone who stood on this stage must have their own exceptional qualities. The young Taoist priest across from him remained calm, neither worried nor afraid. Duong, the sound of gongs and drums began. Both sides are testing each other. He, Defei, do you remember the last match? The Wing Chun versus Tai Chi one. It's still fresh in my memory. Many media said it was hype, but this time it's the finals, huh? Less than 20 seconds into the match, on the ring, Chen Jiamu directly lifted Bo Xiaoming and threw him down. There was no deliberate display of prowess, nor any intentional moves for show. It was simply close combat, neutralizing force, lifting, and throwing. Bo Xiaoming, unwilling to accept defeat, jumped up, looking at the young Taoist standing with his hands behind his back on the ring, grunted, and shook his head. This robust Muay Thai fighter staggered a few steps, adjusted his breathing, and charged again. Chen Jiamu stepped forward, executing a standard Tai Chi cloud hand, pushing, and Bo Xiaoming flew out like a cannonball. Just as his body was about to crash into the audience, it seemed the air created some resistance, slowing him down as he landed on his backside. In Bo Xiaoming's eyes, a look of confusion appeared, and he was lost in thought for a long time. Finally, standing at the foot of the stage, he pressed his palms together in front of his chest, bowed deeply, and recited a unique Buddhist chant from their hometown. "I admit defeat," Bo Xiaoming said in broken Mandarin, his face not showing the despair of a loser, but rather a sense of relief. A group of reporters and fans rushed out, but that lonely figure did not look back as he walked from the audience to the backstage. Bo Xiaoming had no desire, or perhaps no willingness, to explain. He picked up the Buddhist beads and amulet he always carried from his assistant, hung them around his neck, and silently recited scriptures. His devotion was almost shocking. The referee, having heard Wei mention earlier that he might not need to do anything, expected the match to end quickly, but he truly did not anticipate it would be this fast. There was a moment of silence in the arena, followed by an uproar of discussions, as the audience whispered to each other, confused. "Is that it? I spent $2,600 on the best seats, and I didn't even have time to post on social media, and the Muay Thai King just ran away after one round? No, that doesn't even count as a round." Someone in the audience was excited, raising a fist. "What the hell, refund?" At that moment, the host, Neil Maley, rushed on stage with a microphone, urgently implementing the second plan they had rehearsed. "What an exciting match," Neil Maley said with an unchanging expression, confidently announcing, "I declare that the champion of this people's grand arena is Chen Jiamu." The discontent in the audience grew louder. "Wait, what are you all doing? What just happened with that Muay Thai fighter? Damn it, you show me a monk bowing in the finals? What the hell, refund?" To the audience here and those watching at home, please welcome a mysterious guest to sing "Descending the Mountain" for everyone. Bang, the lights dimmed, and the spotlight instantly illuminated a high platform on one side of the stage, where a handsome young man stood, slowly rising, dressed in a sparkling sequined outfit, holding a microphone. This was Wei's plan. Based on previous experience, he had prepared 9 contingency plans, using a popular star to divert the audience's attention, followed by some artistic performances, singing, dancing, and a performance by the Shaolin Temple's martial monks showcasing the 18 bronze men formation. At the very least, it had to make people feel like their tickets were worth it. "It's Wang Jun Kai," someone shouted from the audience, with fans covering their mouths, visibly excited. "That's a Yankee Yanksy, you fake fan." On stage, the rising platform stopped, and the singer with the microphone softly said into the mic, "Hello everyone, I am Wang Yuan." Chen Jiamu, who had retreated to the backstage, held the Hercules trophy in his hand, and the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming the leader of the martial arts world. you can now activate the 3 flowers gathering at the top. Would you like to activate the 3 flowers gathering at the top now? Backstage, Chen Jiamu sat in the resting area, glancing at the already changed Muay Thai king, Bo Qiuming. The other party stood at a distance, and upon seeing Chen Jiamu looking at him, immediately pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. Beside him, Ma Huayun silently shook his head, imagining if he were Chen's junior brother, he would have to use all 36 styles of cloud hands one by one before finishing off his opponent. Such a great opportunity to show off, yet junior brother Chen wasted it like this. It was simply a waste of resources. A child from the staff ran over, looking enviously and asking, "Big brother, can I touch that trophy?" Chen Jiamu withdrew his gaze and casually handed over the trophy. "It's yours." "Really?" The boy's eyes lit up. Chen Jiamu turned to ask, "Master, what does the 3 flowers gathering at the top mean in Taoism?" Chen Shiliang, dressed in a brand new Taoist robe, felt a sense of emptiness after using a big move. He had even bought glow sticks, still unopened, and his disciple had resolved it in such a gentle way. Chen Shiliang pondered, the 3 flowers gathering at the top is the ultimate state of Taoist cultivation. The essence, energy, and spirit are the 3 treasures of the human body, yet ordinary people are often ignorant of them. First, refine the essence to transform it into energy, solidifying the essence within, allowing the breath to guide it, so that the energy flows through the meridians like a river, endlessly circulating. Next, refine the energy to transform it into spirit, concentrating the spirit in emptiness, guiding the energy with intention, merging energy with spirit, delving into the heart for inner observation, forgetting form and knowledge, embracing spirit and energy. Finally, refine the spirit to return to emptiness, the spirit returning to the void, silent and unmoving, sensing and thus connecting. At this time, the essence, energy, and spirit are a seamless whole, indistinguishable, gathered in the mud pill palace, like the 3 lights shining together, illuminating the crown. Therefore, the gathering of the 3 flowers at the crown is not merely for the cultivation of the body, but truly for the transcendence of the mind, the sublimation of spirit, and the wondrous realm of merging with the Tao. Chen Shiliang, following the Taoist scriptures and his master's oral teachings, spoke in a deep voice, pausing for a moment before adding, "By the way, my master once said that if one can cultivate to this point, with the 3 flowers gathered at the crown, the body enters the land of nothingness, and the heart connects with the mysterious realm." Chen Jiamu listened, half understanding, murmuring, "The body enters the land of nothingness, the heart connects with the mysterious realm." "Jiamu, why did you suddenly think to ask this? Throughout history, very few people have been able to reach such a state." Chen Jiamu stood up and walked to the window. He took out his phone and dialed his mother Liang Meijuan's number. "Hello, son. Mom, is everything okay at home? What's wrong? Do you need money? I'll transfer some to you via WeChat in a bit." "It's nothing. I just want to take my brothers back home tomorrow. We're out here for a team building event in Zhonglong." There was a brief hesitation on the line. "Alright, tomorrow is Sunday. I'll go buy some groceries and make your favorite sweet and sour ribs." A little girl's eager voice came through the phone. "Brother? Brother! It's awesome. I was just watching a live stream. Brother!" Chen Jiamu smiled faintly. "Mom, I want to stay at Wudang." Liang Meijuan's voice trembled. "Son, are you going to become a monk? You're my only son." "Mom, no, I didn't say I want to become a monk. I'm not going to be a monk. I'm at most a lay practitioner, a fire-residing Taoist. The kind that can get married. Alright, you should go to bed early." Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone and summoned the system in his mind. "Do you want to activate the gathering of the 3 flowers at the crown now? Activate." In an instant, the sky above the stadium changed with wind and thunder. The clear sky suddenly filled with rumbling thunder. Lightning, like a spider's web, tore through the clouds, striking down in succession, converging at the lightning rod atop the stadium. Boom, the stadium lights dimmed, and the power went out. A few seconds later, more lightning converged, forming a unique ancient phenomenon above the golden cauldron of Wudang Mountain. Thunder rolled over the golden cauldron. On the street, screams rose and fell, the sky darkened, and lightning coiled around the top of the stadium like a dragon, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic movie. Inside the venue, Chen Shiliang rushed to catch the slowly collapsing Chen Jiamu. "Disciple, what happened?" Ma Huayun and Evelyn also gathered around, along with more staff from backstage. The tranquil little Taoist had his eyes tightly closed, his eyelashes slightly trembling, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Gradually, he lost all vital signs. "Quick, call an ambulance." A staff member on site hurriedly dialed 120. "Master, the little junior brother isn't breathing. Ma Huayun, who hadn't spoken for 2 days, shouted hoarsely. He waved his arms, directing the ambulance to stop at the emergency entrance backstage. Ma Huayun, Evelyn, and several backstage staff helped lift Chen Jiamu onto a stretcher and followed him into the ambulance. In a rush, quickly closed the door. Mighty. Old Daoist, what happened? Wei asked anxiously, directly tearing off the headset he wore around his neck to listen to reports from various departments. Chen Shiliang also had a face full of questions, suddenly slapping his thigh. Hey, the poor Daoist hasn't even gotten in the car yet. Chen Shiliang hurriedly ran out, following the ambulance all the way. A taxi was parked by the roadside, the driver reclining the front seat, with his feet resting on the steering wheel, engrossed in playing QQ Racing on his phone, his expression animated and focused. The passenger door was violently yanked open, and the driver glanced sideways to see a flustered old Taoist priest. Hey, keep up with that ambulance in front. Hurry! The driver responded with a grunt, instantly adjusting his seat back to position, releasing the handbrake, pressing the clutch, and gently tapping the accelerator, all in one fluid motion. The engine roared to life, its buzzing sound deafening, with only one of the 4 exhaust pipes at the back puffing smoke. He placed his phone on the dashboard, switching to a live broadcast screen. On the phone's display was a live streaming room, simultaneously showing footage from the dashcam and the interior of the car. You just said to catch up with that ambulance? The driver tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement, his tone calm and low. Chen Shiliang instinctively reached for the seatbelt, clicking it into place with a snap. That's right, please hurry. Chen Shiliang pointed to the taillights of the ambulance that were about to disappear at the end of the long street. The driver let out a light breath, his expression quite carefree, as he took out a cup of water and placed it on the center console. Taoist, prepare for takeoff. With a roar, he pretended to launch the car. A Honda Civic, adorned with the logo of Fujiwara Tofu Shop, a manual version, sped away from the gym entrance. Following closely was an Audi S6 with a Kyoto license plate, along with several other cars that also took off after it. As the driver navigated, he glanced at the live stream's comments. Thanks to Big Brother B for the great sword. Big Brother B, may your fortune be as vast as the East Sea and your life as long as the South Mountain. Today, the host will take you on an exciting ride. In the lower left corner of the live stream, there was a friendly watermark stating, "Please drive safely, do not imitate." Chen Shiliang gripped the seatbelt tightly, his body swaying left and right with the car, his gaze vacant. Bro, double tap 666, please hit follow. Earlier on the big wheel, I was shifting and steering like a pro. The car sped along, and this young man driving the taxi was merely his side job. Outdoor live streaming was his main gig. Thanks to Big Brother B for the sports car. Big Brother B is mighty. Big Brother B is generous. On Jinshui Road, there are few people, and car enthusiasts often compare skills. The racetrack is still there, but the old drivers are nowhere to be seen. Soon, they arrived at the hospital entrance. The car skidded to a stop, the tires screeching against the pavement. A bowl of water placed on the console suddenly spilled, soaking Chen Shiliang's pants. The driver blushed, apologizing, "Sorry, it was a little accident. I promise it won't happen again next time." The old Taoist's chest heaved wildly as he trembled, asking, "How much?" "Forget it. I soaked your pants. I feel bad about it. Here's my business card. If you need a ride, you can book in advance. I also take long-distance jobs." Chen Shiliang suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, swallowing hard, and casually took the business card, tucking it into the inner pocket of his sleeve. He got out of the car and ran towards the emergency room without looking back. Chen Jiamu had already been placed on a stretcher, with Ma Huayun and Evelyn standing by, 2 medical staff in white coats frowning as they examined him. Huayun. The old Taoist anxiously pushed the door open. The 2 medical staff turned to look, their eyes fixating on Chen Shiliang's wet pants. "It wasn't me who peed." The medical staff pretended not to hear, lowering their heads to check, while a nurse hurriedly took Chen Jiamu's blood sample and rushed out. Chen Shiliang stepped forward quickly, starting to take Chen Jiamu's pulse. The bespectacled doctor looked puzzled and asked, "Are you a family member?" "Yes." Chen Shiliang patiently took the pulse, giving a brief reply. "Xiao Chang, go call Director Xing." The doctor paused for a moment and continued, "This young Taoist's condition is quite special and truly rare. His breathing is extremely faint, almost non-existent, and his pulse is very slow. Xiaoli, go to the pharmacy and get a dose of adrenaline." At that moment, several people in administrative jackets burst in, and the leader was Lin Weidong. "Taoist Chen Shiliang, I've long admired your name. I believe Mr. He has introduced me to you," Lin Weidong said in a deep voice. "Don't speak. I haven't heard of you," Chen Shiliang interrupted, raising his hand and switching to his other hand to continue taking the pulse. The pulse at the wrist corresponds to the 3 positions of Cun, Guan, and Qi, making a total of 6 positions. The Pulse Classic Records, from the ball of the thumb to the high bone, it measures 1 inch, called the Cun Ko. From Cun to Chi, it is called Chi Ze, hence the terms Cun and Chi. The position after Cun and before Chi is called Guan. Yang exits and Yin enters, with Guan as the boundary. For example, the left Cun corresponds to the heart, and the right Cun corresponds to the lungs. A total of 6 positions. Chen Shilian looked puzzled and finally went to feel the middle finger of Chen Jiamu. In the eyes of a Taoist doctor, there should be 9 positions for pulse taking, and the 3 joints of the middle finger correspond to family, ghost, and spirit, also known as the spirit ghost pulse. Chen Shilian lowered his head in silence, preparing to take the pulse of Chen Jiamu's other hand, but unfortunately, Chen Jiamu's right hand was tightly gripping his phone, unable to be pried open. "No, didn't Mr. he tell you about our unit?" Lin Weidong exclaimed in surprise. Bold! The 3 great protectors who had come in response appeared at the emergency room door, but they were unarmed, likely temporarily detained by the police station. "Master, how is senior brother Chen?" Tai Long's expression also turned serious, for the first time addressing the headmaster as master. Chen Shiliang gently placed his beloved disciple's hand under the blanket, looked up at the doctor, and slowly asked, "What do you plan to do for treatment?" The emergency doctor sighed and shook his head. "Well, we need to check first, but from my experience, it might be quite difficult. His breathing is almost 2 or 3 times a minute, and the brain will lack oxygen, which could impair his intelligence and pose a risk of being in a vegetative state." "Nonsense," Chen Shiliang said in complete disappointment, cursing under his breath. In Taoism, there is a concept of fasting and reducing breath, and in Chen Shiliang's eyes, Chen Jiamu was not an ordinary person. He had also heard some great masters speak about the cultivation methods of reducing breath in the Ta Ching Yuan Daojin Jing and had studied it himself, but had never succeeded, at least not to such an exaggerated extent. "Old Taoist, leave him to us. We have a professional team that can conduct a comprehensive examination for your disciple." Lin Weidong stepped forward, revealing a sincere smile. A doctor from the laboratory hurried over, holding the preliminary blood test report. "Director, it's unbelievable. All indicators are normal. This is simply a medical miracle." Several doctors immediately whispered to each other while looking at the test results. "Are you sure the sample wasn't mixed up?" Lin Weidong's ears perked up, and he tilted his head to signal a colleague beside him, who quickly left. "Old Taoist, how about it? Our car is outside, very convenient." Chen Shiliang said coldly, "My disciple, I will take care of myself. Huayun, carry your junior brother." The situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. He needed to go to Qingfeng Temple below Wudang Mountain to find Lao Yang, as he had a better method. When Lao Yang was young, he was obsessed with external alchemy and loved refining medicine, although he practiced in solitude. However, he had indeed collected various traditional Chinese medicinal materials. Ma Huayun did not hesitate and immediately carried Chen Jiamu, lifting him slightly with both hands under his buttocks. "Tai Long, Shanji, Xiong, go call for a car. We obey the headmaster's orders." The 3 shouted in unison, their voices deafening. "Make way, can you show some decency?" This left Lin Weidong and the medical staff with a puzzled expression. "Wait, never mind." Chen Shiliang took a business card from his sleeve and dialed the number on it. "Hey, you just said you can take long-distance calls, right?" "Absolutely. Can we take the highway? Where are you?" "I'll be there right away." The voice on the other end was quite excited. "The place where I just got off. Soon, very soon." A Honda Civic with the sign of Fujiwara Tofu Shop was flashing its lights, and a young man in motorcycle gear stood at the front, arms crossed, waiting in the wind. At the hospital entrance, Chen Shiliang and his group walked briskly. The driver smiled faintly, tilting his face with a crooked grin. "You're here? Get in, we're in a hurry." "Old Taoist, you're the only client who called me." "Alright, young man, let's go to Wudang Mountain. We're leaving now." "I like it." Wudang Mountain is about 300 kilometers away from here. "Forget about the money, that's not important. What matters is how far it is," and it's said that the winding mountain roads have 9 consecutive turns. Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. "Wait a moment, I'm going to buy a bottle of mineral water." "We have some." "Bro, why did you pour the water into a bowl? Isn't it fine to drink straight from the bottle?" The driver glanced sideways, a wicked smile on his face. "You don't understand. This is called art." Ma Huayun placed Chen Jiamu in the back seat and opened the passenger door for himself, but was stopped by Chen Shiliang. "Huayun, the 3 of us should sit in the back." "Why?" "Listen to the master, it's for the best." "Did you bring the bag I asked you to get?" "I did." Ma Huayun was confused. After the 3 got in the car, Chen Shiliang spoke to the three guardians outside the window. Tai Long, you're older, be a bit steadier. Now that your senior brother is unconscious, if you really get into trouble, no one will clean up after you. This car can't fit so many people. You'll have to find your own way back. Okay, master. Tai Long glanced at the unconscious Chen Jiamu in the car and asked, Master, Chen Shixiang should be fine, right? He was genuinely worried. He'll be fine. I have an old friend who specializes in treating this kind of problem. It's time for him to return a favor. Master, then we'll go check out of the hotel first. Young man, let's go. Go, go, go. A gust of wind lifted the long robes of the three guardians. Vroom, 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 whoosh, the car pretended to launch forward again. As it turned a corner, it drifted right through the drainage ditch. What the hell are you doing? Ma Huayun exclaimed in terror from the back seat. Thanks to my big brother B for the carnival, gotta drift, 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 weaving through the rain sounds. Thanks to my big sister B for the cloud-piercing arrow. One arrow pierces the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet. No, are you driving or live streaming? Ma Huayun gripped the front seat, his eyes bloodshot. An old hand rested on Ma Huayun's shoulder as Chen Shiliang tilted his head. Huayun, stay calm. His skills are very good. Right. My skills are very good. Once on the highway, the driver in motorcycle gear completely let loose, flooring the gas pedal. The car sped down the highway like an arrow released from a bow. The scenery outside seemed to be crazily pulled back by an invisible giant hand, rushing past fields, trees, hills vanished in an instant, with no time to see the details. Daoist, you promised we'd take the mountain road. You can't go back on your word. We can be a bit steadier, it's really not that urgent. I'm already very steady. Ma Huayun's head was almost in the bag, throwing up the whole way. Hey, I told you to moderate yourself, but you didn't listen. Look, you're an adult and still get carsick. Master, master, I'm very moderate. Head, what is this? Chen Shiliang took out his phone, opened the WeChat group, and pulled up a photo of Guewu. This is a mountain chicken. It has nothing to do with me, After the car arrived at Wudang Mountain, the sky had already darkened. Daoist, just ahead is the entrance to the scenic area. They aren't selling tickets at this hour, and the barrier for vehicles is blocking the way. It seems like no one is on duty. Chen Shiliang had already taken out his phone and started dialing. Hello, the number you have dialed is powered off. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Powered off? Old man, what are you doing? Master, look at the junior disciple. Chen Shiliang looked down and found his beloved disciple, who had his head resting on his thigh, suddenly grinning foolishly. The junior disciple is talking. What is he saying? Chen Shiliang was startled and leaned closer to Chen Jiamu's mouth. Chen Jiamu's eyes were tightly closed, his body began to twist, and his voice grew louder. So beautiful, so spectacular. Where is this? So much innate spiritual energy, so that's how it is. I think I understand. Chen Jiamu's right hand, gripping the phone, began to shake wildly. Oh no, could it be that he has planted a heart demon? Chen Shiliang suddenly looked up at the 3000 barrier and shouted sternly, crash through it. The driver was taken aback and turned back suddenly. What did you say? Crash through it. I take responsibility. The driver's puzzled expression gradually changed. I like it. Bang, crash through the guardrail, racing up the mountain along the winding road. Behind the guard booth, a security guard, hands on his pants, was shaking with fear, his back suddenly trembling. On the Zhenghuan Expressway, a black Audi S6 sped down the fast lane. Inside the car, Lin Weidong had a serious expression as he answered a call. Boss, according to the informant, they have gone up the mountain. They turned into the Qingfeng Temple on the west side. Lin Weidong frowned. Is the information reliable? They are all smart people. Are you sure there was no swap midway? There was an informant among the crowd that went to Zhou village to apprentice. That Niu Junjie, old Niu, the tall guy you met at last year's unit tea party. Boss, I tell you, he is really capable, clearing land, plowing fields, he can do the work of 3 people. He made dozens of people run away, and he used to endure hardships at the unit. This is not the time for you to take credit for your subordinates. I asked if the information is reliable. Lin Weidong complained. These people were always thinking about taking credit. Niu Junjie saw it with his own eyes. By the way, boss, there's one more thing. Speak. It seems there's been a problem with the big tomb at Shirley Slope in Zhou village. The village elders say the archaeological team has disturbed the feng shui or something. After the last heavy rain, there's a risk of landslides or mudslides in the east, and several experts are currently having a meeting on site. Lin Weidong said solemnly, this matter is not under our unit's jurisdiction. Does the exploration team have any plans? The special operations personnel on the phone paused and said, there aren't many residents in Zhou village, and the terrain is low. A team of geological experts has gone to the site, and the preliminary emergency plan is to evacuate the villagers first. After confirming that there won't be natural disasters like mudslides, they will organize the return to the village. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. Focus all your energy on Shinjamu. Are all the people in position? The 7th and 4th teams have already arrived on site, and the 3rd and 6th teams are lurking 3 kilometers outside the temple. I just coordinated the road blockade, and the armed helicopter should be arriving in about half an hour. Boss, let me say one thing. Our setup looks like we're going to have a shootout with drug lords. That Taoist is quite skilled, but he is already dead. Lin Weidong said solemnly, stay alert, I'm almost there. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Weidong looked out the window at the rapidly retreating blue guardrail, rubbing his temples. Some information is beyond the access of the frontline special operations comrades. They only know that the good-tempered little Taoist can leap over roofs and walls, with unmatched skills. Little do they know, there is someone even more formidable, his senior brother. He jumped from the 33rd floor, landing with a thud. And who would have thought it was still that man who took bullets during the shooting incident at the small restaurant? The pressure from above is immense. They cannot alarm the public, yet they must incorporate them reasonably. They must incorporate them reasonably while keeping everything within a controllable range. And within that range, they cannot let the target become suspicious. In fact, he is somewhat considering resigning or becoming a clerk. Linko, we've arrived at the temporary gathering point, the driver said, turning back. Gather Group 1 and 2, prepare to head up the mountain to Qingfeng Temple. At Qingfeng Temple, the abbot, Yang Yang, self-styled as Sanyang Danzi, had been a monk since childhood, obsessed with the study of external alchemy, and was particularly fond of the Zhou Cantong Qi. When he was younger, he enjoyed making black sesame balls through a process of 9 steaming and 9 sun-drying, using carefully selected ingredients and adhering to ancient methods. Chen Shiliang liked to go to the back mountain to gather herbs, often exchanging some traditional Chinese medicinal materials with Yang, and he had eaten many of the chef's elixirs. In Taoist philosophy, the process of 9 steaming and 9 sun-drying is one of harmonizing yin and yang. Steaming represents yin, while sun-drying represents yang. Through 9 cycles of steaming and sun-drying, the sesame absorbs the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth. Later, Yang secluded himself in Qingfeng Temple. Indifferent to worldly affairs, he did not engage in publicity, live broadcasts, or take disciples. The temple was quite simple, and over the years, he relied on Chen Shiliang to support his living. At first, the old man was quite stubborn, insisting that he was practicing fasting. He even took out the fasting pills he had concocted to show off to Chen Shiliang, who immediately asked him, if you've taken the fasting pills, does that still count as fasting? Old Yan was left speechless. In the center of the main hall of Qingfeng Temple, Chen Jiamu lay on the altar, completely silent. Ma Huayun knelt before the statue of the ancestral master, reciting scriptures for his junior brother. After Chen Shiliang arrived, he briefly explained the situation, especially emphasizing that just before fainting, Chen Jiamu had inexplicably asked him what the 3 flowers gathering at the crown was, then made a phone call and collapsed. After taking Chen Jiamu's pulse, Yang occasionally lifted his eyelids, listened to his chest, and examined his tongue. Old Yang, how is my disciple? Chen Shiliang asked softly. The disheveled Taoist in a tattered gray robe, Yang, furrowed his brow, alternating between relaxation and tension. Come on, speak, Chen Shiliang urged, growing anxious. I estimate he's going to die. Bullshit, Chen Shiliang exclaimed, his expression agitated as he sat cross-legged beside his disciple, slapping the ground in frustration. Bring him back to life. Old Yang, bring him back to life. Weren't you once known as the reincarnation of Huatua? You could even regrow a chicken leg onto a duck leg. How am I supposed to explain this to his mother? I can't face a mess. Liang, how can I explain this to her? Wu, her son, full of life, died here under my watch. Ancestor, why is this happening? He didn't kill or set fire to anything. Why? Originally, the Taoist training class was on the verge of collapse, and he had planned to return to the mountain for quiet cultivation. But after this young man, who had once hovered between depression and schizophrenia, arrived, the training class became much more lively. Even Gue Wu, who usually didn't speak much, began to actively send messages in the group, and his cooking skills improved. The more Chen Shiliang spoke, the more distressed he felt. He firmly believed that this young disciple was the reincarnation of an immortal. What a wonderful child he was. He was kind-hearted, possessed extraordinary skills, bore no murderous intent, was approachable, and had a unique understanding of some classics. Such a good child, yet he happened to choose me as his master and became my disciple. This child lost his father to foreign lands when he was young. We have no right to interfere in family matters. He treats me as a father. He has never experienced a father's love and envies those children who have their fathers backing them. When he was young, he had many questions, many thoughts, many doubts, 100,000 whys to ask his father, and he wanted a hero to admire. Chen Shilian's voice choked. Old Yang, he's still hanging on by a thread. If you really can't do anything, I'll have to take him to a big hospital to try. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The 70-year-old Taoist priest was crying in front of his fellow practitioners. Look at your little achievements, TSK. Can you let me finish my words? Yang shook his head, feeling a sense of satisfaction in turning the tide. After speaking, he handed over a dirty handkerchief. The ancestor said, "Those who kill do not die, and those who live do not live." Chen Shilian's expression gradually became dazed. He recognized this phrase from the great master Zhuangzi. If you want someone not to die, you must first let someone die. Do you understand? As soon as Yang said this, Ma Huayun, who was kneeling beside him reciting scriptures, turned his head, a head full of question marks. Chen Shiliang murmured, "Are you saying my disciple is going through a tribulation? Really fighting his inner demons? Fighting himself? The three flowers gathering at the top is an illusion, and the clouds beneath your feet are also not real. Whether this child's soul can return depends on his own nature." The scruffy Taoist stood up, hands behind his back, looking up at a hole in the roof of the dilapidated temple. The clouds faded, the morning sun rose, and a beam of sunlight shone on the young Taoist's face, which seemed so tranquil it was as if he were dead. "Master, little junior brother. His hand. Damn!" The two suddenly looked down. Chen Jiamu's right hand, which he refused to let go of even in death, was tightly gripping his phone, the base of his ring finger turning golden threads wrapping around to the tip of his middle finger, then to the entire palm, the skin turning golden, the phone's tempered glass screen cracking. Yang stared wide-eyed, turning to look at Chen Shiliang, who happened to cast the same puzzled gaze back. Their eyes met. "What are you looking at me for? I don't know what this means either. Is it supposed to turn stone into gold, to cultivate a golden finger? It's a golden palm," Ma Huayun corrected. At that moment, a small Taoist boy pushed open the half-closed wooden door, shouting in a panic, "Master, a lot of people are outside, dressed in black. They want to take this little senior brother away." "Did you tell them that the person is dead? We were planning to bury him after the 7th day. How did I teach you before?" Yang had already considered this point upon learning the situation. "Master, I told them, and they said they want to take the body." Ma Huayun ran to the door, peeking out to see a crowd gradually gathering in the courtyard, the sound of helicopter rotors roaring from the sky, 3 helicopters hovering above the temple. He took out 2 golden pills from his pocket, which his junior brother had left for him to defend himself. At this moment, Chen Jiamu's body slowly floated into the air, the incense candles on the offering table, the mats on the ground, and various wooden or clay idols all swayed slightly, and then the entire hall shook. The young Taoist with his eyes tightly closed had his eyelashes tremble. "Open your eyes." "Full of spirit, master, I'm back." In the temple hall, Chen Jiamu peeled off the cracked tempered glass from his phone, casually tossed it aside, and slowly pulled off the silicone phone case. He pulled out 3 pieces of yellow paper from inside, unfolded them into long strips. The yellow paper was inscribed with mysterious talismans written in cinnabar ink. "Taoist talismans. Sure enough, I can bring them back." A magical expression appeared on Chen Jiamu's face. "Jiamu, what is this?" Chen Shiliang squinted, instinctively feeling that these 3 talismans did not belong to this world, because they were neatly arranged in front of Chen Jiamu, suspended in mid-air, and faintly glowing. Why were they taken out from the phone case? Could it be that the phone also? "Master, I'll explain later, I need to go deal with some things first." Chen Jiamu tossed the phone to Ma Huayun. "Senior brother, when you have time, help me reapply a screen protector." Ma Huayun nodded slowly. Outside the hall, the sound of a loudspeaker echoed. "Master Chen, can we talk? We really mean no harm." Chen Jiamu asked sideways, "Master, what's going on outside?" "They're here to catch you. Take it easy for a bit. The helicopter has arrived." "Master, why are your eyes red?" "My eyes were itchy just now, so I wiped them with your Uncle Yang's handkerchief." "Old Yang, how long has it been since you washed your handkerchief? It smells bad." Yang was taken aback, thinking, "That's not a handkerchief, that's a foot cloth. We thought you were going to die." "It's Lin Weidong, the one who contacted you way before. He wants to take you away." Chen Jiamu responded with an "oh," looking around and roughly understanding that during the more than 10 hours he spent over there, it was his master and the others who had been taking care of him. That place was quite peculiar, and Chen Jiamu had recorded a video. He extended his right hand, which was gradually returning to a normal skin tone, and took a closer look. "My golden finger has arrived." "Here," the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Jiamu, "Master Chen, if you don't come out, we're coming in, okay?" "Master Chen?" Outside the courtyard, Lin Weidong shouted again with a loudspeaker. At the same time, He gestured forward with his left hand, and 2 rows of special police personnel crouched down, starting to surround from both sides. Lin Weidong turned around and whispered, "Where are the mobile team members?" A special police officer, holding an earpiece with one hand, paused and said, "Boss, the mobile team has been temporarily dispatched to the Shirley Slope area. It seems there might really be a landslide, and they are urgently helping to evacuate the villagers of Jotsuan." "Got it. Tell team leader Lin not to feel underappreciated. When we get back, those who deserve credit will still get it." After giving his orders, Lin Weidong raised the loudspeaker and continued shouting, "Master Chen, we plan to renovate your Taoist training class. We are currently designing the effect drawings." Bang! The already old and dilapidated wooden boards of Qingfeng Temple splintered into pieces, wooden fragments flying everywhere. A young Taoist priest floated out. Suspended on the steps at the entrance, the floating visual effect was different from likeness. It seemed calm but was actually more likely to provoke excitement. "Where are you taking me?" the Taoist asked, his voice not loud, yet everyone present heard it clearly. Lin Weidong was taken aback. Wasn't he a vegetable? Oh my. Who was it? Niu Junjia. Who got them to defect? Gave false information. "Little Taoist, I've long admired your name." Lin Weidong put down the loudspeaker, maintaining his composure. He noticed that the young Taoist didn't respond, awkwardly smiling. "Since you're fine, how about coming with us for a health check? Our unit has very advanced equipment." "Not going. You can leave now, and don't come back." "Well, we can't do that. We have a mission. How about you cooperate a bit?" Bumichin Jamu's clothes fluttered, and a visible wave of energy rippled out from his center, sending everyone on the ground tumbling. The steps beneath him instantly cracked, and with a bang, his body shot up into the air, turning into a small black dot in an instant. So fierce. Lin Weidong, covered in dirt, got up, took off his hat, and shook off the dust. Where did he go? He flew away. Ha! Many people looked up at the sky, where 3 armed helicopters began to sway uncontrollably, swaying, and drifting away. With a bang, Chen Jiamu returned, hovering above the Taoist temple. He took out a talisman from his sleeve, pinched it between 2 fingers, ignited the talisman with a twist of his wrist, and muttered incantations. A beam of golden light descended, drawing a circle from top to bottom, enclosing the Taoist temple. "Master, I'm going to handle some matters. You all stay inside for now. I'll be back soon." Chen Jiamu's voice floated down from the sky. The golden circle enclosing the Taoist temple gradually dimmed, occasionally emitting a layer of transparent circular shield, enveloping the entire temple. Chen Jiamu turned his body in midair, and with a bang, he suddenly accelerated, flying towards the direction of the 10-mile slope tomb. Lin Weidong stared blankly at the distant sky, his heart churning like a storm. "Boss, communication with the helicopter has just been restored." The pilot jumped out early. The strange aircraft didn't crash but was thrown into the blocked river. "Boss, should we use heavy weapons?" In this situation, the members of Team 9 and Team 10 are ambushed in the mountains, ready at any moment. They have rocket launchers. Lin Weidong slapped him across the face. "Are you an idiot? Follow my orders, everyone stay put, do not disturb him." "But, you know nothing. You should be grateful we are still alive. I will personally report this to Wei Lao." This kind of person can no longer be described with special abilities. He could even elevate a country to the pinnacle of the world. What is the strongest special ability in our unit? Spitting to make soybeans sprout quickly, a body that heals faster than normal, and the only one who turned an iron basin into a snake was eventually found to be a con artist. What else is there? Not even one who can perform likeness skills. Lin Weidong was completely numb. From the moment the so-called sky phenomenon appeared, he had already gone numb, only previously holding on to a sliver of hope that it was a mirage. Now, there was no doubt, such buildings could not be found in Hengdian. In the dojo, a man walked out, and with a swish, the injured special operations personnel instinctively raised their handguns, aiming. "Put down your guns. Who told you to raise your guns?" Lin Weidong shouted hoarsely. "Give me a gun." The man extended his hand, standing tall with an excited gaze. His name was Ma Huayun. He had just taken a golden pill, and then Chen Jiamu flew off to handle everything. Ma Huayun believed that the golden pill should not be wasted. He was a frugal person. "What do you want to do?" "Brother, we mean no harm. We'll treat you to a meal later, and I'll personally write a report for the leader." "I'm quitting." Lin Weidong squinted. "I don't eat beef." "I didn't say I would treat you to beef, big brother." Ma Huayun reached out, looking at the box cannon at Lin Weidong's waist. "My junior brother is invincible, you have no choice." Lin Weidong took a few steps forward, pulled out his gun, and placed it in Ma Huayun's hand. Ma Huayun held the gun, suddenly looking up and quietly asking, "Is the safety catch here?" Lin Weidong nodded. Ma Huayun stepped back a few paces, disengaged the safety, and everyone panicked, becoming alert. In the next moment, he pointed the gun at his own temple. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. What are you doing? Bang! The gun fired. Manhwa's fingers failed to hold the bullet, which struck his temple, the bullet head flying off, nearly causing collateral damage. The special operations personnel present were frozen in shock. Lin Weidong's eyelids twitched, his nose heaving with heavy breaths. In the end, he chose silence. Look at the sky, Ma Huayun pointed upwards. Above the sky, Chen Jiamu appeared like a deity, emerging from the clouds. System. Here. Is this the right place? Detecting. Confirmation accurate. Chen Jiamu, suspended in the high air, slowly exhaled. His control over spiritual energy had originally only allowed him to float and manipulate objects. Controlling 3 helicopters with spiritual energy, the body transformed into a missile that broke through the air. It was entirely reliant on equipment. Equipment from another world. Perhaps it was nothing over there, but on Earth, judging by the earlier effect, it could be described as explosive. He had brought back 3 talismans from that place, having used 2 already. The first ignited talisman was called Wind and Thunder Benefit, which briefly borrowed the forces of the earth and sky, resulting in such astonishing power. The second talisman was inscribed with the Golden Light Divine spell, which he used to protect his master and senior brother. I must complete the latest task before the Wind and Thunder Benefit dissipates. He looked down at the mudslide that had begun to erupt beneath his feet. From this angle, it would eventually engulf the entire village. The villagers were being urgently evacuated, carrying large and small bundles, standing in line. Special agents waved red flags to guide the villagers, while Secretary Yu Liang stood atop the construction shed at the Shirley Slope site, using binoculars to observe the slowly cascading mudslide in the distance. What a pity, all these cultural relics, they can't be moved, he said, his brow furrowed, feeling very distressed. Some experts had criticized him for poorly directing the excavation, digging too deep. The tomb hadn't collapsed, but the mountainside across was about to. Regardless, it was all his fault. Shang Yuliang knew this was nonsense, it was just his bad luck to be caught in this situation. It was completely unscientific. Teacher, let's hurry and evacuate, a student behind him shouted, holding the ladder. Teacher, the weather is changing, there won't be any cars soon. Light rain began to fall from the sky, and Shang Yuliang sighed. Just as he was about to turn and descend the ladder, he suddenly saw a black dot flying across the distant sky, growing larger and faster, vaguely resembling a human silhouette. He quickly grabbed the binoculars hanging around his neck, and the next moment, his mouth dropped open, emitting a trembling sound of ah. Teacher? What's wrong? Is there something in the sky? Shang Yuliang was completely focused on the scene through the binoculars. The little Taoist in a robe suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Xiao Wei, come up here, come up here. He handed the binoculars to Xiao Wei, pointing to the distant sky. Look over there. Xiao Wei took the binoculars, confused. There's nothing there, teacher. What's so interesting about an eagle? Holy crap, it looks like a person. Xiao Wei shouted hoarsely. Chen Jiamu soared through the air above the villagers' heads, vanishing in an instant. Everyone only felt a shadow flash by before it disappeared. The special agent holding the red cloth to guide the villagers suddenly realized that the prop in his hand was gone. Chen Jiamu hovered high in the sky, igniting the third talisman, the Earth-Water Master Talisman. Koan represents the earth, the soil, and water represents Kan. Among the 12 heavenly stems and earthly branches, red corresponds to Bing and Ding, representing Yang fire and Yin fire, respectively. Fire can generate earth, using the 2 fires as a guide, one can refine gold, and gold can produce water. Combined with the Earth-Water Master Talisman, it should be sufficient. The red cloth billowed in the wind, growing larger and larger, reaching 100 zhang, still expanding. On the ground, someone shouted loudly, "Look at the sky! What is it?" A streak of red cloud in the sky obscured the sun, being pulled by a small black dot resembling a human figure, flying towards Shirley Slope. Is it a red flag? Amitba, Guanyin Bodhisattva has come. It's the cloak of the great sage equal to heaven. The red cloth enveloped half the mountain range, sweeping up the mudslide, soaring into the sky again. Those with good eyesight could vaguely see a tiny figure in the distance, pulling one corner of the red cloth, stepping into the void. Among the crowd, someone fell to their knees in worship. On the western hillside, at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, 2 old Taoists stood side by side on the steps, gazing at the streak of red cloud in the distant sky, one of them with tears in his eyes. In the temple courtyard, Lin Weidong held binoculars, staring blankly. He saved the entire village, saved all the cultural relics of Shirley Slope. He is a hero. All the special agents either raised their hands to their foreheads or craned their necks, standing on tiptoe, their eyes fixed on the distant sky. In the world of martial arts, Nothing is unbreakable. For speed, Ma Huayun raised his pistol, aiming again at his temple, only to suddenly realize that no one was paying attention to him. What are they looking at? Following the crowd's gaze into the sky, the gun in his hand clattered to the ground, nearly discharging. That's my disciple, my disciple. Chen Shiliang wiped his tears and shouted loudly in Yang Yang's ear. Can you not be so loud? I'm not deaf. He's also my junior brother. Ma Huayun echoed lightly. Master, did you say that after a nap, the little junior brother became an immortal? I don't know. When he comes back, we'll ask him. In Kyoto, inside a special building, an elderly man with gray hair and beard sat in a wheelchair, surrounded by dozens of high-definition screens playing videos of Chenjiamu at various times. There were videos from the audition stage, late-night falls, breaking wooden blocks in the arena, riding a bike in a bustling city, and sword hovering in back alleys, and a ruthless person who shot himself in the temple for unknown reasons, along with several satellite images. The largest screen in the center displayed a red cloud lifting half a mountain. The old man stared blankly, almost falling into a state of isolation. On the table beside him were documents, some detailing the daily life of an ordinary female employee at the Xinjiang Electric Power Bureau, and a little girl with braids who liked to bob her head while walking. The top photo on the document was of a small shop at the entrance of Xingli Road Primary School, showing the little girl holding a phone, gritting her teeth while playing a game. A capable mother, a sister with a pathological cheerfulness, a father living abroad, a group of ordinary relatives, a superhuman Taoist? Buzzing, the phone rang. The old man took out his phone and answered it, while on the office side, a television showed a man in a black Zhongshan suit with a serious expression. Lin Weidong. Wei Lao, our operation failed. In the video, Lin Weidong was in a hotel room. I cancelled the original plan at the last minute. I'm taking an afternoon flight back to headquarters. I want to report this matter to you in person. The man referred to as Wei Lao smiled helplessly. Shaolin, I already know. You did the right thing. It deserves praise. Wei Lao. In a bit, you'll coordinate with the publicity team. You can discuss the specifics. Okay. By the way, Wei Lao, Chen Jiamu has a senior brother named Ma Huayun, who has an indestructible body. I even suspect he is hiding his strength and should not be underestimated. It can be concluded that the shooting incident at the small restaurant happened. Lin Weidong suddenly recalled the sound of the gunshot. I will report the situation truthfully. Also, for the comrades involved in the operation, you personally hold a meeting for them in the next couple of days. That day, the sunset in the sky over Zhou village was beautiful. That day, on the playground of the Yuan Hongdao training class, a middle-aged man with one arm held a three-colored cat in his arms, staring blankly at the red cloud in the sky. Why do I feel like that little black dot looks like a person? Meow. We don't have to leave anymore. That's great. Shifting public opinion is a common public relations tactic, but it depends on the situation. After all, the internet leaves traces. It can't be completely wiped clean, nor can it alter netizens' memories. Several hours later, the entertainment industry was restructured, exposing a certain young star's scandalous rumors, which surged to the trending topics in an attempt to divert attention. That day, many AI-generated special effect videos were wildly circulated, and a domestic tech company held an impromptu press conference, announcing that its AI model code was open source and available for free use by the public. Immediately after, various UFO incidents from both domestic and international sources resurfaced online, sparking discussions, leaving one to wonder if there were unseen hands manipulating events behind the scenes. The next day, several countries publicly announced plans for friendly visits to China. The strongest post-80s generation stood at Sun Plaza, declaring he was ready to pilot a warplane. On the same day, a synthesized video was uploaded online, trending with content about Kryptonians battling Sun Wukong. The Eisenhower Aircraft Carrier Group sailed away from the port, testing the latest Tomahawk tracking missiles, claiming they could decapitate Iron Man from 1,000 miles away. What kind of news is this? It's either the entertainment industry or these AI special effects. Even Tang Sang has started wielding a sniper rifle. Early in the morning, on the playground of the Yuan Hongdao training class, Ma Huayun squatted on the steps, scrolling through his phone with a look of disappointment. Is there really no martial arts in the world, only the second creation of speed that cannot be broken? Huayun, why does your towel smell like chestnut and fish? You should beat your towel a bit when you have time, or maybe just change it. Master, I've been sweating a lot lately. It's normal for a man's towel to have a bit of a smell. Don't let it hang with my towel in the future. Ma Huayun scoffed, and the calico cat squatting beside him perked up its ears and dashed out the door. Not long after, it came back in with Chen Jiamu. The immortal has returned. Junior brother, Where did you run off to all night? Chen Jiamu smiled, raised his hand to pretend to grab the calico cat, and looked around. Junior brother, while we were out, Guiwu definitely didn't feed your cat properly. Look how thin it is. He's just not a good person. Not far away, Guiwu turned his gaze and said lightly, on August 21st, he said he quit. On August 21st, he said he broke his vow. Ma Huayun. The three of them arrived at the large classroom, and Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged. Chen Shilian, pleased, stroked his beard, his eyes full of joy for this resurrected good disciple. Tell me what happened before. What about Tai Long and Evelyn? Oh, they took the high-speed train back today. The situation was urgent. The car of the King of Autumn Mountain couldn't fit everyone. Chen Jiamu said lightly, Master, you previously said, to enter the land of nothingness, to connect the heart with the realm of the obscure. Ha, what's wrong? I also heard this from my master. Chen Jiamu asked again, Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly. Did the butterfly dream of Zhuangzhou? Master, I think I understand the meaning of this phrase now. What is this about? Chen Jiamu slowly said, Before, I seem to have gone to another place. Those 3 talismans were also brought back from that place. At first, I thought I had an out-of-body experience, that I had crossed over, until I saw the phone in my right hand that I had been holding tightly. You really went to another world and came back? Chen Shiliang asked. Yes, Master, the situation over there was explosive. Chen Jiamu organized his thoughts, recalling the scene at that time. He concealed the system and began to recount his previous experiences. Chen Jiamu spoke calmly, narrating, After I finished a call with my mother, I suddenly felt dizzy, and the surrounding environment began to twist and change. The noisy backstage of the gymnasium rippled like water, transforming into a strange place. A place filled with celestial energy, called the Yuanheng Temple. Time rewinds to when Chen Jiamu activated the Calico Cat's gathering peak. When Chen Jiamu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a grand hall, with walls built from unpolished raw stones, candles hanging on the walls, a very high ceiling, and a wooden floor. The environment was neither hot nor cold, as if maintaining a subtle balance between heaven and earth. The door was tightly closed, and there were windows all around. He was sitting cross-legged on a mat, still wearing a Taoist robe, but in a more retro and simple style. Did I soul cross? System. Present. Where is this? Detected that the host is in a closed-off room for meditation. I'm not at the martial arts conference anymore. System self-checking. Scanning for viruses. Updating the latest antivirus software. Renewing antivirus software subscription. Beep. Annual membership activated. Detection complete. System normal. Virus scan complete. No viruses. What kind of system is this? Can I still go back? Program crash. Rebooting. Reboot complete. No anomalies. Host can safely meditate and cultivate. Chen Jiamu looked down and suddenly found that he was holding his phone in his right hand. He instinctively unlocked it with his fingerprint and found that it worked. The same body? The phone displayed the call log from just now with his mother. No WLAN, no 4G or 5G. What a pitfall. Chen Jiamu stood up, walked to the window, and peered outside. The sea of clouds rolled beneath him, with cranes dancing gracefully, approaching like a vision. A cluster of staggered pavilions connected by winding bridges spanned the cloud sea, with mist swirling beneath, resembling a fairyland. So beautiful, so magnificent. So much innate spiritual energy. Wow, where is this? So much innate spiritual energy. He recalled in his heart, this was what Master had described after the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, entering the land of nothingness, connecting with the realm of the profound. So that's it. I think I understand. Since there was no mirror in the room, he took out his phone, opened the front camera, and aimed it at himself. So handsome. In the lens was the face of a young Taoist, his skin so tender it seemed exaggerated, like a mannequin. Oh, it turned out the beauty filter was on. Chen Jiamu turned off the filter, and the image became more realistic. This was his original appearance, unmistakably identical to himself. Can't I just stay over there and slowly fix the bugs? Why do all this? A wave of sadness rose in his heart, a stark contrast to his previous mindset by the river, truly not wanting to traverse realms. He wondered how things were over there. His physical body should still be there, right? His mom was still waiting for him to bring his brothers back for dinner, and he had promised Gigi to play games together, and he wanted to sit on the ridge with Master and listen to stories. Chen Jiamu's gaze fell on the great hall, on the rows of bookshelves filled with an ocean of ancient books, some on rice paper, some on bamboo slips. On one side of the cabinet, a few familiar characters were carved. Chronicles of the Transformation Cloud True Person. Transformation Cloud True Person? Don't tell me it's Manhwa Yun. Chen Jiamu took one down and opened it, revealing traditional small script written with a brush on rice paper. The book emitted a strange light, and in the center of the hall, a mist coalesced, vivid scenes emerging with emotion, immersive, comparable to a VR movie. He saw a wild Taoist in coarse linen robes standing on the surface of a lake, his hair slightly disheveled, with a scruffy beard, high nose, deep-set eyes, arms crossed, a wine gourd hanging at his waist, rugged and unrestrained, with the lake boiling beneath his feet. This guy looks exactly like Manhwa Yun, only one was an ancient version, and the other a modern one. Hiss. Two worlds, the same group of people? Damn! In the mist, the Taoist seemed to be comprehending the Tao, and a narration began, echoing the text from Chronicles of the Transformation Cloud True Person. We, the later generations, now wet our brush to record, just before breaking the shackles of martial arts, recounting the past, detailing the life achievements of your ancestor Chen Jiamu. If you are fortunate enough to read this, be sure to treasure it, and do not take it lightly, lest you fail to honor my account today. Future disciples must work diligently and forge ahead on the immortal path, so as not to disappoint this lineage. In the year of the metal rat, during the awakening of insects, a remarkably talented junior brother came to the sect, surnamed Chen, named Jiamu, whom Master referred to as a reincarnated immortal. Chen Jiamu's heart surged with waves of shock as he hurriedly flipped through a few pages. Junior sister Fulin, born with an extraordinary phenomenon, golden hair and blue eyes, Master said, the Tao is formless, not to be confined to appearances. In the year of the metal rat, during the minor grain, junior brother comprehended the Tai Chi cloud hands, defeating the three great Vajras of Qingzhou. The next day, the three knelt at the mountain for several days, sincerely moving Master, who accepted him as a named disciple. In April of the same year, junior brother comprehended a set of palm techniques that could transform true energy into a dragon, shocking the sect, his power surpassing Master. In August, he defeated the Xingyi sect with one person and one sword, making a name for Yuanheng Temple. The outer disciples increased to over 1,000. Perhaps because I hadn't seen plum blossoms for too long, that spring, I traveled through Qingzhou with junior brother, passing by that person's hometown, where there were no plum blossoms at all. Plum blossoms were merely a woman's name. The ordinary wontons were delicious, and she gifted me cilantro. When you cannot possess something, the only thing you can do is not forget. Talisman, spiritual law seals this section, blocking others from peering in. As Chen Jiamu quickly flipped through the pages, the misty scenes in the Great Hall transformed into the recorded words. In the year of Xinqiu, the little junior brother, who had been in the sect for less than 2 years, had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, invincible under the immortals. At Shirley Slope, he fought alone against the ancestor of the demon sect, breaking through the shackles of martial arts, and opened the heavenly gate with his sword. On that day, the spiritual energy was abundant, and all martial artists could cultivate immortality. The reason we could break through the shackles of martial arts was all thanks to the little junior brother. The following year, in June, the brother Kueishui, who had once sought the way with a severed arm, was the first to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. Chen Jiamu gradually calmed down. While people could match up, the timeline did not align. Here, months and years passed, and finally, the entire sect broke through the shackles of martial arts. He still loves to write diaries so much. If what Master said is true, that one enters the land of nothingness and the heart connects to the realm of the profound, then after I enter meditation, wherever my thoughts go, I will surely be able to return. Chen Jiamu took out his phone and recorded a video of Master Manhwa Yun by the lake, drinking from a gourd while flying with his sword. He gradually noticed that his right hand, holding the phone, had turned golden. Is this my golden finger here? System. Here. What's wrong with my right hand? Detecting. The six harmonies grip, derived from outside the six harmonies, the sage exists but does not discuss. Within the six harmonies, the sage discusses but does not argue. Chen Jiamu studied for half a day. From an intuitive perspective, it seemed that this hand could hold things that could travel with him. He decided to give it a try. He began searching through other bookshelves and pulled out 3 talismans from an ancient text that recorded the uses of talismans. One was the Wind and Thunder Overflow Talisman. One was the Golden Light Divine Spell Talisman. One was the Earth and Water Master Talisman. The light from the classics projected onto the mist in the Great Hall, demonstrating the effects of the talismans in all directions. Chen Jiamu memorized the methods of activation and the incantations. To be safe, he neatly stacked the 3 talismans and placed them in the protective case of his phone, gripping the phone tightly in his right hand, and returned to the meditation cushion. Sitting cross-legged, if I can bring it here, I can bring it back. Chen Jiamu felt sweat on his forehead. After meditating for an unknown amount of time, he heard sounds around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found he was back. Then, he recounted everything that had happened at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. Chen Shilian listened with wide eyes, captivated. Junior brother, are you saying that I was called Huayun Jinren over there? I can fly with a sword? Ma Huayun leaned forward, filled with anticipation. Yes, it's quite similar to the wine sword immortal. I knew it. Ma Huayun exclaimed excitedly, then suddenly said, you said you recorded it, right? Chen Jiamu took out his phone, opened the album, narrowed his eyes, and nodded. Brother, the video is really there. Wow, send it to me on WeChat. Remember not to compress it. Jiamu, open the screen mirroring, let everyone see it first. Next time you go, we'll protect you. Don't go into seclusion, go see what Master is like over there, and remember to bring back more things. My heart is really itching. Master, I'm wondering if the myriad beings on Earth are living in that immortal world in another way. Junior brother, let's talk about that later. Come on, screen mirroring, hurry up. Ma Huayun hugged a laptop and placed it on the podium of the large classroom. That day, Ma Huayun was ecstatic when he saw the video of the carefree, somewhat handsome Taoist, especially since he looked exactly like himself. In the video, Huayun Jinren flew over the lake on his sword, the water around him exploding, thumping sounds echoing as he took down the gourd from his waist, raised it high, tilted it back, and drank deeply, half pouring into his mouth and half spilling out. He even recited a poem. Riding the wind with my sword, banishing demons between heaven and earth, with wine I enjoy carefree, without wine I am still tipsy. Ma Huayun stared blankly at the screen, completely immersed in the moment. Junior brother, am I that impressive over there? Damn, could it be that I've reached the pinnacle of my abilities and can go there to experience the Sword Immortal's inquiries about love? Chen Jiamu laughed. It should be possible, right? I don't have memories of that world. The me over there should be in seclusion practicing some kind of technique. All the information I have is from your diary, but you have so many diaries that I haven't finished reading them. Oh, I have a habit of keeping a diary? How come I didn't know? Do you keep a diary, master? Ma Huayun asked innocently. I don't keep a diary, Chen Shilian replied honestly. Do you keep a diary? Gu Wu. I don't keep a diary, Gu Wu said expressionlessly. Strange, I don't keep a diary either. Ma Huayun sent this video to the WeChat group of the Yuan Hongdao cultivation class, where everyone loved each other like a family. However, I like reading diaries. Gu Wu's expression was vivid. Chen Shilian slowly walked outside, saying lightly, Jiamu, come out for a moment. In the courtyard, the master and disciple strolled on the large playground. The early autumn morning was sunny and pleasant. Can you enter that state at any time? The wandering of the primordial spirit. Chen Shiliang handed the Taiji no Wazonji to Chen Jiamu. Chen Jiamu received it with respect, both hands holding it. I tried yesterday, but I can't guarantee that I can go there every time I meditate. Is that what Master just mentioned about the primordial spirit? Chen Shiliang chuckled, lifted the hem of his Taoist robe, sat beside the basketball hoop on the playground, and casually picked up a fallen leaf. Sit. Chen Jiamu sat beside him, quietly waiting for his master to impart teachings. He didn't understand the Taoist scriptures or much about cultivation, sitting in meditation, comprehending 100 days of foundation building, the 3 flowers gathering at the top. These were all completed naturally, or one could say, completed by exploiting bugs. However, Chen Jiamu loved listening to his master speak, never tiring of it. Every time his master finished speaking, he gained some insight, even triggering side quests, feeling a sense of wow, this works too. Jiamu, Lu Zhu said, heaven and earth regard humans as mere mayflies, and the great Tao regards heaven and earth as mere illusions. Only the true nature of the primordial spirit transcends and ascends. When mortals are reincarnated, the primordial spirit resides in the heart, while the consciousness resides in the lower mind. Chen Shiliang closed the book and began to speak in simple, understandable language. From the moment we are born, there are 2 things in our bodies, one called the primordial spirit and the other called the consciousness. These 2 are sworn enemies. They fight in our bodies every day. Chen Jiamu rested his chin on his hands, and the 3 flower cats scampered over, quietly sitting beside him, its pupils reflecting 2 Taoists, one old and one young. This consciousness, at night, or when we fall asleep, will run to the liver, and we will dream. The scriptures say, the soul resides in the eyes during the day, and at night it dwells in the liver. It resides in the eyes to see and dwells in the liver to dream. Dreams are the spirit wandering, traversing the 9 heavens and 9 earths in an instant. Master, are you saying that over there might be one of my dreams? Chen Jiamu asked. No, you brought back talismans and even filmed a video, so that's real. Chen Shiliang paused, then continued, the primordial spirit is aligned with the great Tao, while the consciousness forms our 7 emotions and 6 desires, influencing people's emotions. Look at Huayun, every time he sneaks off to do something embarrassing, he feels a strong sense of regret. No one forces him, he just feels uncomfortable inside, breaking the habit, then breaking it again. That toy of Huayun, I know it, I was young once too. Chen Jiamu was dumbfounded. This is the primordial spirit and consciousness fighting. Ah, life actually has no correct answers. When I traveled, I saw fathers and sons arguing, couples fighting, saying all sorts of harsh words, and the next day, both sides regretted it. After playing with Huayun, I regret it, there's no difference. Chen Jiamu lowered his head in silence, then paused and asked, did the master mean for me to transform my consciousness into the primordial spirit, so that I can wander freely with my primordial spirit? The primordial spirit and consciousness are originally two sides of the same coin. I believe in you, you can do it. This book, The Essentials of Tai Jinhua, you can read it on the train. Chen Jiamu rolled up the Taoist scripture and tucked it into his sleeve, bowing respectfully to his master. Master, next time I go over there, I'll bring you something back. Jiamu, when you return to Xincheng, you can stop by Lei Juntai in Louis. Okay. Chen Jiamu was going home for a visit. He had promised Liang Meiwan he would return. Originally, he planned to go back with his fellow disciples for a meal, but then his spirit journey took an unexpected turn. Chen Xiliang said it was fine, he could come to the Taoist retreat for a few days during the new year. In the afternoon, after lunch, Chen Jiamu flew to the city using spiritual energy, then took a taxi to the high-speed train station. Floating in the air consumed energy, the astonishing feat of moving mountains was entirely reliant on that talisman of wind and thunder. At Joko East Station, at the exit, a small Taoist priest without any luggage, hands tucked into his sleeves, leisurely boarded the bus to Lei Juntai. Lei Juntai in Louis is a well-known local attraction in Joko, bustling with visitors. A group of tourists happened to pass by, and the tour guide, a young man holding a small red flag, sunburned and holding a megaphone, was explaining enthusiastically, "Dear tourists, this is Lei Juntai. Look at these steps, there are a total of 33 levels. Come, look over here. Do you see the shell on that wall?" In 1938, the Japanese cavalry brigade led by Fujita charged from Boizhou and Anhui towards our Louis County. At that time, Louis was filled with low, flat houses, and Lei Juntai stood tall and prominent. The Japanese saw it from afar and thought, this must be our military stronghold, we need to take it out first. So, they set up artillery and fired a shell at Lei Juntai, hitting the left side of the Kueishing Tower and blowing it to pieces. A little girl sitting on her father's shoulders curiously asked, "What kind of shell?" "It seems to be a mortar. There will be an introduction in the glass cabinet of the exhibition below," the tour guide continued. And then they kept firing. Towards this side, the guide pointed behind him. "Hey, guess what?" The shells flew out with a whoosh, but not a single one exploded, like a mud cow entering the sea, not a sound at all. The Japanese gunners were dumbfounded. What was going on? They fired a total of 13 shells. Damn it, all were duds, not a single one exploded. The Japanese army was terrified. The guide led the tourists to count one by one, and upon looking, they found many shells embedded in the east wall of the main hall, the back wall of the east side hall, and the cypress trees, with 2 shells penetrating the mountain wall of the main hall, one lodged in a beam, one landing on the altar in front of the statue of Lao Jun, and another stuck in the fork of the cypress tree to the east of the hall. Why did all 13 shells fail to explode? It's still a mystery. Some say this is Laozi showing his spirit, protecting this place. I know, their shells got damp. Someone in the crowd shouted. The tour guide took out a QR code and smiled. In a moment, you can go pay your respects. Come, buy some incense. We have both 18 and 188 varieties. Scan here, that's right. After buying a batch of incense, the guide continued, "Who said the shells got damp?" In 2003, while burning incense at Lei Juntai, a Taoist named Li suddenly heard a loud boom, and a large hole collapsed in the southwest corner of Lei Juntai. When the staff were repairing it, they discovered a rusty shell, which was identified as one used by the Japanese to bomb Lei Juntai. In 1983, a Japanese man named Meichuan Taro came. He claimed to be the artilleryman who bombarded Lei Juntai back in the day. He even knelt down at Lei Juntai, bowing his head to the ancestors of China, confessing and seeking forgiveness. Meichuan Taro also erected a monument of apology, and I'll take you to see it shortly. Hey, Xiaoxiang, go grab a few packs of incense from the car. We're having an event today, buy one get one free. Little Taoist, should I buy 2 sticks of incense? Since you're an outsider, I'll give you a 50% discount, the tour guide said with a grin. Chen Jiamu smiled and asked, "The story you just told, you didn't make it up, did you?" The tour guide immediately got angry, his face full of displeasure. "Hey, you can't be a fake Taoist, not knowing this?" Chen Jiamu smiled without replying, pulling out his phone to scan the payment code. "Give me a stick, I'm going to pay my respects to Lao Jun." "Little Taoist, which temple are you from? I also have electric shock wood, yin-yang rings, and I assure you, no cheating." The tour guide glanced at the payment code on his phone, and when he looked up again, he found that the delicate and serene little Taoist had already vanished. Chen Jiamu held the incense stick, stepping up the stairs, counting silently in his heart. Indeed, it was exactly 33 steps, neither more nor less. Deng detected that the host has overcome all difficulties, won the grand competition at the Ancestral Master's Secret Realm, and reached the top of the 33 levels. Reward: Soul Wandering, unlocking side quest, sword control to slay the Flood Dragon. At Zhenglong High-Speed Railway Station, 3 heroes and a white girl sat in the waiting hall. Big brother, second brother, I feel uneasy since our weapons were confiscated by the authorities during this Central Plains competition. Third brother, we brothers have captured thieves and received rewards from the authorities, even appearing on television. We can be said to have brought glory to our ancestors. Big brother, are you thinking of surrendering? Why do you keep talking about the authorities? Oh, my god. Shit, what the hell? Evelyn looked at her phone, screaming in shock. Damn, Ma Huayun is making a movie. Shanji looked at the video in the group chat, surprised to the point that even his tone changed. Second brother, what's with the panic? The remaining person opened the Yuan Hung Dao Cultivation Class WeChat group. A small circle was loading. It was a video sent by Ma Huayun. The scene was ancient and fragrant, with the setting sun resembling blood, its afterglow cascading down, shimmering waves covering the vast lake. Ma Huayun wore a tattered yet stylish Taoist robe, the sleeves fluttering in the wind, and the wine gourd hanging at his waist clinked against his sword, producing a crisp sound. He lightly tapped the lake's surface with his toes, and a flying sword burst forth from the water. In an instant, the sword rose, and he soared like a streak of light toward the center of the lake. In his ancient costume, Ma Huayun halted midair, standing atop the flying sword, his robe billowing, resembling an immortal descending to the world. He laughed heartily, reached for the wine gourd at his waist, tilted his head back, and took a big swig, splashing wine everywhere, trickling down his unruly stubble. After a hearty sigh of relief, his collar was completely soaked with wine. A gentle breeze brushed past, tousling his hair, his gaze dreamy yet carefree, looking toward the sky ablaze with evening glow. The lake reflected his figure, merging with the sky's brilliance. The long sword in his hand moved freely, a gentle wave sending the sound of the sword ringing across the lakeside, creating ripples that spread out into the distance. Ma Huayun gradually walked away, until he disappeared at the edge of the glow. Yuan Hung Dao Cultivation Class, a loving family, video, Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, fellow Taoists, let us strive forward. Together we encourage each other. Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, at Shinjiamu, little junior brother, translate for them what surprise means. Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, perhaps it drifts with the wind. Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, why did I come to Wudang? So that one day, you will call me the Immortal Sword. Wine Sword Immortal, Ma Huayun, wine enters the heroic heart, the sword shatters illusions, the joys and sorrows of the mortal world are but a dream. Do you all not have your phones connected to the internet? At everyone. Zhou Jianxian, Ma Huayun, has been removed from the group chat. After exiting the east station of Xinqing High-Speed Railway, Chen Jiamu sent a private message to Ma Huayun. Brother, don't be discouraged. There's a talisman called the power of the Niuxiang over there. I'll bring it for you to try next time. It's even more powerful than the Jin Pandan. He silently locked his phone. The east station of Xinqing High-Speed Railway is quite remote, similar to most high-speed railway stations in Huagua, built in the outskirts where not even birds would defecate. After taking a taxi from the underground waiting hall of the high-speed railway station, he headed home. Where to, little Taoist? The driver said in a friendly local dialect. To the south gate. Chen Jiamu sat in the back seat and sent a message to his mother. From your accent, you're a local, right? Have you become a monk? Sort of. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, revealing an envious look. Actually, I quite like Taoism. It's carefree and free-spirited. Unlike us, who run around day and night, making a living. If it weren't for the kids, I'd really want to go live in the mountains. The driver was quite talkative and curiously asked, last time I went to Lingshan to burn incense, I drew a medium-low fortune. The old Taoist responsible for interpreting the fortune saw my worried face, took the fortune back, and let me draw again for free. Guess what? It was a low fortune. The old Taoist asked me what I was praying for, and I said my son was about to take the college entrance exam, hoping the gods could bless him to get into a good university. The old Taoist took the fortune stick, turned his back, fiddled for a while, and I saw him take out all the bad fortunes. Then he handed the stick back to me. Chen Jiamu laughed and said, so you drew a good fortune afterward? Yes. I asked the old Taoist if that was really okay. Would the ancestor not care? The old Taoist pulled out a QR code and said the good fortune cost 100 yuan. I was so anxious at that moment. So the old Taoist said the low fortune was free, handed me the low fortune I just drew, and told me to believe in science, saying it didn't matter if I scanned it or not. How much did you scan? 100. Chen Jiamu asked, did your son get into the university he wanted in the end? Yes, he got into Lanshan. The driver smiled brightly and said lightly, my cousin's child is the same age as my son, he's a repeat student. Last year he aimed for Tsinghua but missed by more than 20 points. Didn't get in. That score isn't low. Our area has notoriously high scores. The kid didn't perform well and jumped off a bridge. The driver's voice was very soft, and the car fell into a brief silence. My cousin and his wife are both professors. My nephew was always the kind of child everyone admired. It's pitiful, he studied for 3 years in high school. 2 years ago, during the new year, at a hotel gathering, I noticed something was off with him. My son was playing games with him, and he didn't even dare to play. At the traffic light, the driver lit a cigarette and slowly said, people, sigh, let's not talk about it. Now my cousin and his wife are divorced. A good family, broken apart. Little Taoist, what do you think my brother did wrong? Isn't this fate? Chen Jiamu turned his head to look out the window, remaining silent, suddenly thinking of his sister, Chen Jiji. He sent a message to Yue, and soon after, he received a transfer of 20,000 yuan on WeChat. We've arrived at the South Gate, Taoist, to the Hime shopping mall. Ah, all right. Half an hour later, Chen Jiamu walked into the community gate holding the latest top-spec Sony PS5 gaming console. His mother and sister had been waiting downstairs for a long time. In a moment, a little girl with braids hugged the gaming console, her head bobbing as she ran along the flower bed of the community. Brother, this gaming console is awesome. Son, tomorrow I'll notify the relatives. We'll treat them. Let's go to a big hotel to celebrate my eldest son's good health. At the entrance of the community, Liang Meiwan smiled brightly. Chen Jiamu's home is located in the old district of Xinqing, in a small residential area built over a decade ago. This complex consists of 6-story buildings without elevators. With around 140 square meters, it feels warm and spacious with his mother and younger sister. During this time away from home, Liang Meiwan would help clean her son's room every few days. Like most boys' bedrooms, it is equipped with a computer and a game console, and on the wall hangs a world map and a bamboo flute, a gift from Chen Jiamu's grandfather. His grandfather was an old musician, and when Chen Jiamu was a child visiting the countryside, his grandfather taught him some instruments, and he learned to play the flute well. In the room, his younger sister with braided hair is playing on the newly bought PS5, her body swaying along with the character on the screen. Chen Jiamu glanced over for a moment. It was a shooting game similar to CF, and Chen Jiji was using a character that was a bandit, shooting at others with an AK-47. Don't twist your body while playing the game. Ha, brother, I can't seem to control it. Liang Meiwan was holding a plate of apples, cutting them into pieces with a small knife, each piece stuck with a toothpick. Son, change your clothes. Chen Jiamu nodded, changed into casual wear, picked up another controller, and joined his sister's battle. Liang Meiwan took her son's robe and tossed it into the washing machine, revealing a complex expression. Dinner was lavish. Liang Meiwan prepared 4 dishes and a soup, all of which Chen Jiamu used to love. After eating, Chen Jiamu took the initiative to help his mother clear the table and even wash the dishes, a habit formed during his time in the Taoist training class. He shared some stories about life in the training class, his amiable master, the upright senior brother Ma Huayun, the diligent senior brother Guiwu, the chivalrous trio, and the little white-skinned Evelyn. He talked about planting vegetables together, herding cattle, practicing martial arts, writing with a brush, making dumplings, and team-building outings. There was also the big boss Yue who sponsored their participation in the Wulin Feng performance competition, which felt like a bug for Chen Jiamu. Fortunately, Liang Meiwan surprisingly did not dig deeper, leaving a hint of doubt in Chen Jiamu's eyes. Recently, he had become an internet celebrity, with various clips flying around, then quickly fading online. Videos of Tai Chi Chen Jiamu seemed to be intentionally obscured by an invisible hand behind the internet. Mom, has anyone been looking for you lately? Chen Jiamu turned the last bowl upside down on the rack and asked directly. No, who would look for me? All right, son, go to bed early tonight. Relatives are coming for dinner tomorrow. Liang Meiwan took off her apron and hurried out of the kitchen, followed by a sharp shout. Go right. Wait until I finish this boss. Finish this boss. This boss. Ah, Mom, why did you turn off my power? In the kitchen, Chen Jiamu glanced at his mother's slightly hurried figure leaving, his eyes narrowing. I'm going downstairs for a bit. Come back early, son. Brother, I'm going too. Chen Jiji, with her head stiff, charged at Chen Jiamu. They often played this game together when they were younger. Chen Jiji would be the bull, and Chen Jiamu would be the matador. Then he would catch his charging sister, spin her around, and set her down. Chen Jiamu lightly floated, using Tai Chi's cloud hands to stick to his sister's charge, tumbling in the air, then threw her back. Strangely, she did not fall but found herself back in her original spot. Brother, How did you do that? Chen Jiji was very excited. Chen Jiamu turned around, smiled faintly. Want to learn? I'll teach you. As he closed the door, in the hallway, he could vaguely hear Chen Jiji's pig-like wails and Liang Meijuan's sharp reprimands. The smile on Chen Jiamu's face gradually faded as he quickly went downstairs while dialing Hui's number. His mother had surprisingly shown little reaction to his earlier technique. Little Daoist. Hui's voice came through the phone. Did Lin Weidong contact you after the match? Of course he did. I know the Red Mirage in Jotsuin is your work. Their attitude is surprisingly good now. My side has also finished the competition, and I'm currently tallying the profits. I'll make sure you get every penny. Chen Jiamu interrupted. Send me Lin Weidong's phone number. Sure. What's up, Daoyi? Is there a problem? Just a small matter. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone and found himself by the riverbank, where the lights along the bank sparkled. Tea stalls, mahjong tables, various roadside liquor stands. The small city, known as the southern part of the northern country, was becoming a popular spot for social media check-ins. Hello, a deep male voice came from the phone. Chen Jiamu got straight to the point. Have you contacted my family? There was a hesitation on the line for a few seconds. Dao Yi, that was a previous misjudgment regarding your policy. But rest assured, I represent myself and my unit. We have no ill intentions towards you or your family. Your existence may change the course of human history. I know that. The voice on the phone grew more agitated. What did you say to my mother? Dao Yi, please don't misunderstand. Given the seriousness of the situation, we contacted the local martial arts association to inform your mother that you are a martial arts prodigy and that you are serving the country. We absolutely did not exaggerate any superpowers. I'll take the fastest flight to Xinqing to speak with you in person. Is that okay? They are taking you very seriously. Lin Weidong's tone was sincere. Xinqing? That was quick news. Dao Yi, some things. Lin Weidong's voice sounded quite helpless. If my family or my master encounters any bad situations, I will do something irrational. Also, from now on, abandon all surveillance on me and my family. That's the bottom line. I promise. I'll arrange it immediately. Call me when you arrive tomorrow. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone, resting his hands on the railing by the river, his gaze intense. System. Here. What is the task of controlling the sword to slay the flood dragon? The path of cultivation is not achieved overnight. Inner demons must be slain, and outer demons must also be vanquished. Please, host, sharpen your cultivation, endure the thunder tribulation, reach the state of 5 chi returning to origin, and you will be able to wield the sword to split mountains, slay dragons, eliminate evil, accumulate merit, and achieve Dao fruit. On the western coast of the Xuanwu continent, there is a malevolent dragon that is cultivated for over 200 years and has become a spirit. It bullies the surrounding small nations and has long been a scourge. 72 years ago, it fought fiercely with various cultivators on Dadon Island, and both sides were evenly matched. Recently, the evil dragon's malicious intent has resurfaced, wanting to stir up trouble again, wreaking havoc and causing panic among the people. Chen Jiamu focused on the map loading in his mind, looking westward, his throat tightening. This bug is a bit hard to deal with. On the other side of the ocean, the Eisenhower aircraft carrier group returned to port. The next day, at the head of the Shurha Bridge, at the Tuzhaoxiang private restaurant, direct relatives of the Chen and Liang families gathered together, setting up 4 large tables. The restaurant's ingredients were exquisite, and the prices were not low, making it a relatively high-end farmhouse restaurant in the city. The owner could burn wood in the city and use a clay stove, which would make the city management bow in respect. It was just past 10 in the morning, still early for lunch. Because it was a holiday, most relatives had arrived. With so many people, the private room couldn't accommodate everyone, and the lively atmosphere hit as soon as one entered the hall. Uncle San and Uncle Si chatted, reminiscing about the fruits they had stolen in their youth, discussing whether their pensions had increased, who had recently taken on a big project, and who had been promoted and given a raise. Aunties and uncles were raising their voices, talking about how the kids were doing in school, and which daughter-in-law had a spat with her mother-in-law. The children were like little beasts, running around the room, fighting over a small water gun until their faces turned red, and before the tears had dried, they were huddled together laughing foolishly. Wow, the big star has arrived. The speaker was Aunt San, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman. Meiwan, are you really planning to let Jiamu spend his whole life up in the mountains with that old Taoist? I'm telling you, his third uncle got promoted last month and is now a section chief. They're hiring grid workers in every community committee, and I think Jiamu would be quite suitable. Why not let him use his connections for you? That depends on the kid. How's the salary for the grid workers? Liang Meiwan asked. With 5 insurances in one fund, it's pretty good. So many people are queuing up for it and can't even get in. Internet celebrities are just a flash in the pan. Look at those prank videos Jiamu made before. they've all been taken down. He didn't make any money, and just like that, his fame is gone. Chen Jiamu symbolically greeted a few elders and then, feeling bored, ran to the back courtyard of the restaurant to find some peace. The courtyard was clearly designed, with flower beds, rockeries, and stone tables and chairs that exuded a high-end vibe. Chen Jiji moved a chair to the stone table, holding a broom and poking at a persimmon tree. "Aren't you playing video games?" Chen Jiamu asked, looking confused. Brother. Persimmons. The restaurant staff stood speechless, crouching under the table, arms outstretched in a protective manner, fearing that this oblivious little girl might fall. "Little sister, don't stand so high, it's dangerous. The fruit plate that was just brought up has ornamental persimmons." Ornamental persimmons? They must taste very special. Chen Jiji became even more excited. "Get down." Chen Jiamu scooped up his sister, tucking her under his arm, and dragged her out of the courtyard. The little girl, with her head tilted back towards the sky, slid her feet along the ground, bouncing as she looked longingly at the big yellow persimmons on the tree. Brother, my shoes. Chen Jiamu lifted his hand, and Chen Jiji, holding onto her brother's arm, flipped over and dashed into the hall. The courtyard was quite large, measuring at least 400 square meters. It was said that in the summer, it could be filled with people for outdoor barbecues at night. Buzzing, his phone rang. It was Lin Weidong calling. "Taoist, we're almost at Xincheng. Is it convenient for us to meet? I'd like to report the situation to you." The tone of the conversation was very polite. "I'm at the Tuzhou private restaurant by the Shirha Bridge." "Okay. Call me when you get to the door, don't disturb my family." "I'll hang up now." His attitude was commendable. Not long after, He Wei called. "Hello, little Taoist, Lin Weidong just called me and said he would visit you soon. He asked me to give you a heads up. He just spoke to me." "What's he planning?" Chen Jiamu asked. "Who knows what he's thinking? He's trying to show he values you and is trying to curry favor. I told him my brother doesn't like dealing with officials, he prefers a quiet life of cultivation. If there's something, come to me, I'll handle it as the older brother." "Alright, brother." Beep. On the other end of the line, He Wei gasped and slapped his own face. He jumped up in the office. "Oh no, I said it casually. Meili, no Meili," he shouted. "What's wrong, mister?" The meeting is ready. All department heads are here." Lu Meili entered, holding a stack of documents. "What meeting? Get in the car, hit the highway. Come with me to Xincheng. Now. Right now, immediately." He Wei rubbed his face, calming himself. "I need to stay calm. Ma Huayun calls me Wei Gu, and I call his junior brother D." It was Ma Huayun who said that, right? It has nothing to do with me. It was Ma Huayun who asked me to call him that, no problem. No, I'm too conspicuous alone. My brother is still young. Some things, as the older brother, I need to take the initiative to bear for him. He just said, "Alright, brother." Isn't there another layer of meaning? Even immortals have worldly matters, emperors have poor relatives back home doing something, and sometimes it's inconvenient to use superpowers. If there are people above, it's just a matter of greeting with a word. Indeed. He quickly dialed Lin Weidong's number. "Hey, Lao Lin, are you planning to meet my brother alone?" "What's wrong?" Lin Weidong asked on the other end of the line. "Shouldn't you arrange for some local dignitaries, people of stature, to accompany you? Is that necessary?" "I'm only telling you this once. I'm about to get on the highway and will arrive in 2 hours." "Okay, I'll contact the local municipal committee right away." On the other end of the line, Lin Weidong had just arrived at the entrance of Mingang Airport. He whispered a few words to a colleague beside him, who immediately looked serious and used his connections to call the Xincheng Municipal Committee office, identifying himself as part of the Special Operations Department from Kyoto. A few minutes later, his subordinate reported, "Boss, I've made contact. I told them Chen Jiamu is a first-level academician from our Special Operations Department and may need to use some local resources in the coming days. They expressed great importance and are holding an emergency conference call to select suitable people to meet us at the municipal committee before heading to the Tuzhou private restaurant." Let's go. Is the gift ready? The subordinate, carrying a black suitcase, said, "As per Wei Lao's instructions, I applied for the exquisite plate and snakeball unearthed from Hongshan Town, Wuxi, in 2005 from the National Museum. It's said to be a magical artifact of Fan Li from the Yu Kingdom. Boss, do you think he'll really like this? Are you questioning Wei Lao? Chen Jiamu is a superhuman Taoist. Do you think giving him money and beautiful women is meaningful? The current policy from above is to appease, and damn it, appease. Based on his previous behavior, this person, as long as you don't provoke him, won't cause trouble. Look at the people around him. They're all ordinary folks. Genuine hearts for genuine hearts, such character is rare. Besides, he can fly. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he held back a thought in his heart. not voicing it. Does this count as genuine? Boss, the temporary reception team in Xinjiang just asked if it's a public meeting or a secret one. Should it be more grand or a bit low-key? Lin Weidong twitched his eye. He wasn't sure either. Wait a moment, let me think. Buzz, Lin Weidong's phone rang. Manager what's wrong now? Did you understand what I just said? On the other end, Wei was worried, fearing Lin Weidong hadn't grasped his meaning. He felt it necessary to clarify again. What exactly do you mean? I've arranged everything here and communicated with the local municipal committee. Talking to smart people is indeed worry-free. Alright, Lao He, does your brother prefer a lively atmosphere or a quieter one? Even immortals are human. After being so plain in the Taoist temple for so long, coming home, of course, it should be lively. Okay, I got it. See you later. Bye. Today's theme is to celebrate Chen Jiamu's return. The mother knows that the child may have lacked paternal love since childhood. Dr. Wang said the reason he used to act out, psychologically speaking, was to attract others' attention or due to insecurity. Back in the hospital, he startled Liang Meiwan, who immediately looked at her daughter, who also lacked paternal love. Dr. Wang saw Liang Meijuan's concerns and decisively concluded, "Your daughter is fine, her antics are simply lively." After some time in the Taoist class for psychological adjustment, Liang Meiwan was very satisfied. The child clearly understood more and even helped wash the dishes. Moreover, previously those people came to find her, saying her son was quite special and hoped he could walk the right path, even asking her to sign a confidentiality agreement. Around 11 in the morning, relatives began to arrive one after another. In the hall, 2 tables of mahjong and 1 table of dodiju were set up, fiercely engaging in a half-hour pre-meal economic battle, with sunflower seed shells flying everywhere. Several relatives took turns advising Liang Meiwan, planning for Chen Jiamu's future. The young man can't just become a Taoist, he must strive to succeed. During the conversation, they talked about Uncle Chen Jiamu's daughter, Chen Tingting. The young girl is 3 years older than Chen Jiamu and is currently working part-time as a legal consultant at a listed foreign company while studying for her civil service exam. Truly a promising future. Tingting is indeed impressive, from the 3rd family. How did you raise her? Oh, we haven't really managed her much, she knows more than we do. This judicial exam is said to be the hardest to pass. I just think girls shouldn't push themselves so hard, they can just find a job and live a normal life. Ingchun is amazing. It's not easy to get into a good company these days. When are we going to celebrate Tingting's wedding? Does she have a partner? Oh, last time, Director Chui from the Tobacco Bureau wanted to introduce his son to our Tingting, but Jianya wasn't interested and turned it down. Matters of fate can't be decided by parents. Maybe Tingting likes him. Oh, Ingchun, do you know what Versailles means? In the corner, Chen Tingting, who was focused on her phone, perked up her ears and glanced over. Meiwan, Jiamu is back. Let him spend more time with Tingting and influence her positively. He's the only boy in our old Chen family. Yes, if he really goes up the mountain to become a Taoist priest, I'll come over with a shovel. Any news about Chen Jiangwo lately? Has the 6th one been in Los Angeles all these years and doesn't plan to come back? Liang Meijuan's expression darkened as she grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them nonchalantly. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I'm just speaking up for you. Everyone tacitly changed the subject. At the table, sitting in the middle was an old man who resembled Chen Jiamu quite a bit. He was Chen Jiamu's grandfather. A waiter brought over several fruit platters, and the old man quietly grabbed a few hawthorn balls covered in syrup and silently put them into his jacket pocket. Oh, Dad, what are you doing? Chen Jiamu's 3rd uncle quickly asked in a low voice. 3rd, keep your voice down, don't let the waiter see. After saying that, the old man took a few more and put them in his pocket, his hands sticky from the syrup. Uncle Chen-san helplessly splashed some tea on a paper towel and handed it to his father to wipe his hands. The old man, finding the noise inside bothersome, walked with his hands behind his back into the backyard on the side of the restaurant. He happened to bump into Chen Jiamu. Oh, Jiangwo, when did you come back? Where's my eldest grandson? The old man, with a head full of white hair, looked clean and was surprised to see Chen Jiamu. Grandpa, it's me, Chen Jiamu. Nonsense, my eldest grandson isn't this tall. I took him to the amusement park just yesterday. Chen Jiamu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, letting out a slight sigh without explaining. Ever since Grandma passed away, Grandpa's dementia had worsened. Chen Jiangwo is Chen Jiamu's father. Jiangwo, it's good that you're back. Look at Meiwan, raising 2 kids alone, and the youngest is still nursing. You should have come back to help her long ago. Is the moon abroad rounder than ours or what? Here. The old man took out a few syrup-covered hawthorn balls from his pocket, which were covered in lint. What is this? Hawthorn balls, my eldest grandson loves these the most. When you pick him up from school later, remember to give him some. the old man said seriously. Chen Jiamu felt a mix of emotions and instinctively reached out to take them when a little head with pigtails suddenly popped out and snatched them first. Grandpa, this fruit has fuzz on it. I'll peel it. Chen Jiji used her front teeth to gnaw off the fuzzy outer shell. After eating a few, she choked, rolling her eyes, reluctant to spit it out, and forced it down, letting out a long sigh. Brother, here. She stretched out the last hawthorn ball, which was all gnawed and uneven. You go give it to Ermao. I won't eat it. Okay. Ermao, come here. Ermao, don't run. Stop. Chenji bounced happily as she chased after her cousin. Old Master Chen was taken aback. Jangwo, why is the girl from the third branch making such a fuss? I said when the third branch named her Tingting, she never stops for a moment. I'll go steal a few for my grandson later. The grandfather and grandson walked outside the restaurant and strolled along the riverside path, casually finding a chair to sit down. Old Master Chen pulled a bamboo flute from his waistband. Jangwo, I've recently composed a new piece. Let me play it for you. On the stone bench by the river where tourists rested, Old Master Chen began to play the flute to himself. Chen Jiamu listened quietly. The flute's sound was melodious, like a tranquil valley, with streams flowing gently from the source, shimmering with clarity as they meandered forward. The stream wound around hills, gathering at the foot of the mountains, then tracing the contours of the hills, ultimately returning to the source. The seasons cycled, encircling the mountains, and the piece came to an end. Jangwo, how was it? Does this piece have a name? Chen Jiamu asked. Going home. The old man placed the flute in Chen Jiamu's hands and took out a crumpled little notebook from his pocket. This is the sheet music, give it to my eldest grandson. He can play it well, I taught him. Chen Jiamu carefully opened the sheet music, his fingers moving rhythmically along with the notes. Grandpa, let me play it too. Not far away, Chen Tingting, the daughter of the third uncle's family, walked over slowly and stood at a distance, watching this warm scene. Chen Tingting had a good impression of this cousin. They often played together when they were young. However, after she excelled in her studies and got into the Capital University of Political Science and Law, they had completely crossed social strata. Whether it was the connections with mentors or relationships with alumni and classmates, she could pursue a career in business or politics in the future. Since then, perhaps they had both grown up, and she had gradually distanced herself from her peers at home. After passing the first round of the judicial examination, her mother insisted she come back, and she managed to take a break from her busy schedule. Her mother said that wealth should not be forgotten in one's hometown, like wearing fine clothes in the night. Chen Tingting's mother scoffed at this theory. She had no intention of showing off in front of relatives, just reminiscing about the cousin she hadn't seen in a long time. She remembered in high school, when evening classes ended late, there were often boys smoking at the school gate. Several times, her cousin, who was still in middle school at the time, would wait for her at the small shop's entrance after school. Sometimes, Chen Tingting thought that if she made it big in the future, she could help this cousin out. After all, his education level was not high, and he had no professional skills. With competition so fierce now, a boy's pocket couldn't be cleaner than his face. He had to earn some money somehow. Chen Tingting tilted her head and smiled slightly, seeing her cousin Chen Jiamu pick up the bamboo flute, standing by the river, the breeze blowing through his long hair, his face serene, gazing at the open sheet music in his grandfather's hands. At that moment, not far from the riverbank, a square was crowded with people, and fire trucks and ambulances were arriving one after another. It seemed something had happened. Chen Tingting looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing on the rooftop, with several firefighters bending over, as if trying to persuade him. The middle-aged man was very agitated, standing at the edge of the building, ready to jump. Get away. If you come any closer, I'll jump. Brother, think it over. Think about your wife and kids. Think about your parents. Get lost. Get lost. The man became even more agitated. All right, I'm going. But tell us what difficulties you're facing. I want to blow up the school. Do you have any explosives? The middle-aged man roared. Brother, we can't help you like this. I printed papers for them. They owe me 3 years of printing fees. I've borrowed from loan sharks. If I die, the debt will be wiped clean. My wife, my son, at least they won't be in debt. They won't have to sell the house. Hey, brother, calm down. It seems there's shared responsibility. The uncle's face twisted in rage as he stomped on the lightning rods surrounding the rooftop. He looked down at the dense crowd below. At that moment, a melodious flute sound echoed from afar. It was Chen Jiamu's flute. Chen Jiamu felt the music score written by his grandfather deeply, and the spiritual energy within him involuntarily flowed into the bamboo flute, enhancing the penetrating power of the melody several times over. The sound not loud, as if it resonated in the ears of the people around. The piece composed by his grandfather was titled Going Home, and the essence of the music he played evoked the image of a stream winding through mountains, ultimately returning to its source. He was missing his son. Chen Jiamu, however, played with an uplifting style, as if images were emerging in the minds of the crowd, like a fledgling bird flapping its wings on a branch, its eyes bright, aiming for the sky. Yet, the fledgling was just learning to fly, struggling repeatedly, falling and rising, failing and fighting. Finally, it soared high. But alas, the heavens did not grant its wish. The bird was caged, having learned to fly, its wings growing strong, yet unable to spread them. The bird gazed longingly outside the cage, yearning to fly but unable, sighing in vain. Its heart unwilling, it repeatedly crashed against the cage walls, its feathers damaged, yet it would not stop. Trapped in the cage, its spirit unbroken, it fiercely struck the walls, the sound of its beak pecking resonant, feathers falling like rain. The cage broke, but the bird's body was already stained with blood. The melody suddenly soared, thus it flapped its wings high, breaking through the clouds, returning home to look. The female bird and the fledgling were in the nest, waiting for its return, chirping. Though the bird was hurt, its heart was at peace. The music ended, the uncle on the rooftop was already in tears, slowly lowering the flute, covering his face with his hands, making muffled sobbing sounds. Ailing, son, I'm so tired. In an instant, the rescue firefighters seized the moment, grabbing the uncle and bringing him down within the rooftop's walls. The crowd erupted in intense cheers and applause. Shen Tingting stood dazed in place, the melody lingering in her heart. She looked towards the successful rescue on the rooftop, and suddenly an unrealistic thought sprang to her mind. It was her cousin's flute that saved that uncle. She looked at this familiar yet strange cousin and shook her head vigorously. What am I thinking? Grandpa, Jiamu, uncle wants me to call you back. It's time to serve the dishes. The grandfather and grandson turned around, the old man still savoring the moment, exclaiming, Oh my, Jiangwo, I didn't expect. You have quite the musical talent. You're almost catching up to my eldest grandson. Grandpa, let's go inside. The dishes are ready. What did you call me? Silly. Jiangwo, have you had too much foreign influence? Can't even tell the generations apart? Go, fetch my eldest grandson. I've been missing him. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and headed towards the restaurant. Oh, is there a leader coming for an inspection? At that moment, the restaurant owner rushed out of the building in a flurry, putting on his shoes as he ran, while the hall manager followed behind holding a tie. Did I see that right? Secretary Liu really came? President Qin, Director Hao from the City Bureau, Minister Liu from the Publicity Department, Director Chang from the Judicial Bureau. Hurry. The tie, where's the mirror? Boss Qin was busy tidying up his appearance as he walked, turning his head to say, Tell those people in the hall having a gathering to be quiet. Oh my, I said our cooking with real ingredients can't be wrong. The entire municipal party committee is here for research. Boss Qin reached the door. Several official cars with license plates starting with 0 were parked by the roadside. A group of high-ranking leaders stood at the entrance, whispering to each other, not daring to enter, as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter rotor filled the air, and everyone looked up at the sky. A military helicopter slowly descended into the open parking lot of the Lion River Market, and several people in black uniforms set up a temporary security line. After the helicopter landed, Lin Weidong stepped out, followed by He Wei. Xinqing is really blocked. Old He, luckily Ninggang Airport is dual use for military and civilian. There are backup helicopters. Hey, what's wrong with you? He Wei leaned his hands on the parking lot railing and started to retch. I'll be fine in a moment. I've never been on this thing before. Feeling a bit dizzy. Let's go. The reception team is waiting at the entrance. At the restaurant's entrance, Chen Jiamu walked outside and saw the restaurant owner bowing and leading a group of people, his eyes narrowing. He Wei, sharp-eyed, immediately jogged over. Daoist, can't stop them. Old Lin is too enthusiastic, insisting on giving you a grand welcome. Today is our family dinner. Don't let them disturb our meal, Chen Jiamu said coldly. What are they here for? To shoot a short drama? Relatives at home mocking and ridiculing, then suddenly someone barges in, slapping him on the head, saying, Young master, the 3-year period has ended. Please let the Dragon King return. Little Dao. Brother Chen, this, mister. He means to introduce the leadership team of Xinqing to you, so if there's anything in the future, you can give them a heads up. They are the county officials. Convenient. Lin Weidong smiled and extended his hand. Chen Jiamu raised an eyebrow and said, You two are quite playful. I appreciate the kindness, but let's talk after we finish eating if there's something. With that, he turned and entered the restaurant. Lin Weidong was taken aback, turning to Yi Wei. What's going on? It's fine, let's go in and eat. We're not doing anything else. Boss, do you have a private room? Yi Wei was indifferent. He had never experienced the treatment of dining with a leadership team from a prefecture-level city. Yes, come in, please. Boss Chin couldn't figure out who Iwei was, but seeing him come down from a helicopter, he figured he might be a tough character from Kyoto. Better not to ask what shouldn't be asked. In fact, Boss Chin was already panicking. He was even a bit scared, fearing there might be some anti-terrorism operation later. A group of over 10 people followed through the hall to the private room on the second floor. After all, they were all top figures in Xinjiang, and their imposing presence was evident. With that kind of aura, it was hard not to attract attention. Several of the Chen family elders were playing cards, one of them shirtless, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Three of a kind. Old three, wasn't that Secretary Liu just now? Uncle Chen asked in confusion. Which Secretary Liu? Two of a kind. Old three, I played three of a kind. You directly second? What? No way. You don't want it, right? No? Plain. 678,910. Bomb. Pay up, pay up. Uncle Chen suddenly flipped the cards on the table, his face filled with anger. Didn't you hear what I just said? That was Secretary Liu, no doubt. And Director Chang from the City Bureau. We see him on TV all the time. Big brother, are you kidding? Secretary Liu would come to eat in a place like this? Pay up, pay up. You don't want to pay, do you? Time to eat, time to eat. This round doesn't count. A few people joined in, suddenly feeling that Big Brother's plan was quite clever. Not coming, wash your hands and eat. Who is it? Gigi, come over and bring us some tea. Wow, Big Brother, it really is Secretary Liu. Is he walking towards us? He's even holding a wine glass. Is he going to toast us? At this moment, Chen Laosan lost his balance and fell over with his chair. Lin Weidong opened a black briefcase, peeling away layers of protective cotton to reveal a small, all-metal password box. After fiddling with it for a while, the iron box opened, revealing a small hollow bead wrapped in cotton cloth, its material semi-transparent and resembling glass. Daoist, this is a small token of our appreciation. Historical records state that this item was crafted by Fan Li of the Yu Kingdom. A voice appeared in Chen Jiamu's mind. Ding, detected Jinzi bead, after the host obtains it, can comprehend the palm thunder technique. This bead was refined by the real person Fan Li before his ascension, inspired by the four tribulations of earth, fire, thunder, and wind, resulting in 4 pieces. Say Koan for earth, Say Li for fire, Say Jin for thunder, Say Sun for wind. If the host can gather 4 pieces, they can refine the creation of the 4 symbols, directly reaching the 5 qi returning to origin. The practitioner, law, land, wealth, and companions, all are methods of action. The Jin character pearl is the supreme treasure of the human emperor. Given the host's current cultivation, it is impossible to rival the human emperor. Seizing it, snatching it, taking it is harder than ascending to heaven. It is advised that the host focus on cultivation and not lose sight of the big picture for small gains, jeopardizing the path to immortality. What kind of ridiculous setup is this? A whole set of rules, not realizing this is the real world, and I'm the only one cultivating immortality. Do I still need to snatch? For me? Chen Jiamu asked. Of course, if you like it, feel free to take it. Chen Jiamu took the hollow pearl from the iron box, and immediately, visible blue-purple halos lit up, with crackling electric sounds emanating from his palm, quite exhilarating. Detected that the host is overcoming all difficulties, intimidating the human emperor. Logical error. Self-checking. Program error, 8 plus tel plus day, forced termination. Detected that the host is in the closed-door training room. Beep, beep. System rebooting. System self-checking. Reboot complete. Detected that the host has obtained the Jin character pearl, comprehending the thunder technique in the palm. A profound and obscure technique forcibly poured into Chen Jiamu's brain. This was the first immortal level skill he obtained after starting his cultivation, and it was T0 level. An illusion appeared before him, the mountain wind howled, and the ancient pine on the cliff rustled. The young Taoist stood at the edge of the cliff, his robes billowing in the wind. His gaze was focused, and his hands slowly raised, with electric light flickering in his palms. In an instant, thunder and lightning gathered from all directions, merging in his palms. He soared into the air, surrounded by thunder and lightning. His clothes rustled, and his hair flew wildly. The lightning in his hands roared like a thunder dragon, shooting out with immense force. The boulders below the cliff were struck by the lightning, producing a deafening roar. The surface of the boulders was instantly scorched by high temperatures, cracks spreading continuously. Under the impact of the lightning, the boulders crumbled, and fragments flew everywhere. The young Taoist descended on the thundercloud, surrounded by electric light, startling birds and beasts, while insects and ants fled, and the grass and trees trembled. Congratulations to the host, comprehending the thunder in the palm. Daoist, Lin Weidong's voice rang in his ears. Chen Jiamu came back to his senses, putting the pearl into his pocket and saying, "There should be 4 of these pearls. Do you know where the other 3 are?" Lin Weidong was taken aback, turned to his assistant beside him, who immediately made a phone call. After a moment, he respectfully said, "What the Taoist said is correct. Historical records indeed mention 4, one of which is currently at the Getty Center Museum in Los Angeles." Chen Jiamu frowned in silence, then understood that the 8-Nation Alliance had taken away many national treasures back in the day, so it was reasonable that rare antiques were scarce. Since collecting the earth, fire, thunder, and wind pearls could directly lead to the 5 Qi returning to origin, there was no need to sneak around. With no bugs in the system, it would be a waste of such a trustworthy system. The system had just prompted that he was in the closed-door training room. Probably the original owner over there was confused. Forget it. Thinking about this is useless. Taoist, this is a bit difficult. Within the 9 provinces, with your word, we can almost settle it, but for Los Angeles, well, this. Recently, get me a passport and arrange it. I'll take a trip to Los Angeles, Chen Jiamu said lightly. This. Is there going to be a fight? Lin Weidong's eyes widened. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Give me your boss's phone number. Chen Jiamu narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Weidong. The latter trembled and quickly nodded. Well, Wei Lao is older, and his heart isn't very good, Taoist. Please don't scare him, Lin Weidong said, trembling. Lin Gu, your Wei Lao is not simple, but it doesn't matter. Chen Jiamu's expression was complex as he unprecedentedly called out Lin Gu. Lin Weidong felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, both excited and scared. Immediately, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Why did Wei Lao give him this thing? Damn, thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Dao Yi, the team from Xinqing has arrived. Do you want to greet your relatives later? If there's anything they need. He Wei, Chen Jiamu said unhappily. Here. He Wei immediately came over. Don't let them be too ostentatious. Dao Yi, there's something I need to express my opinion on. He Wei said innocently. Chen Jiamu was puzzled. What? It seems Secretary Liu is chatting with your uncles about life. Our Xinqing City Committee Secretary is enthusiastic, mingling with the masses. Look how festive. He Wei added, casting a pleading glance at Lin Weidong. Chen Jiamu's face twitched, and he pushed open the door to the private room on the 2nd floor. Immediately, he saw several of his uncles, red-faced and thick-necked, at the dining table, calling a leader-like figure brother and brother-in-law. Among them, his 3rd uncle was bare-chested, with a dragon tattoo on his chest, shouting that he wouldn't stop drinking until he was drunk. The restaurant owner was personally serving tea and water. All the aunts and uncles surrounded Liang Meiwan like stars surrounding the moon, as if expressing years of sisterly friendship. Only a little girl with a high ponytail squatted on a chair, mindlessly playing on her phone, her body swaying back and forth. Next to her, an old man leaned forward, cheering for his granddaughter. Chen Jiamu turned back in surprise and shook his head helplessly. Can the helicopters still fly? Anytime, Dao Yi. In the afternoon, take me to Zhou Village, Dao's show class. Brother, do you really know martial arts? By the riverbank, Chen Tingting chased after him, having not even eaten her fill. She wasn't a fool. The city committee secretary personally toasted her father, who naively thought it was some connection of his daughter's mentor or classmate. Chen Tingting couldn't take it anymore. Before getting drunk, her father was a gentle and refined man. After getting drunk, the whole of Xinqing belonged to him. When she saw Chen Jiamu playing the flute by the river, she felt the essence of that piece of music, and scenes materialized in her mind, fantastical, dreamlike, indescribable images. In her grandfather's melody was her father's longing for his son, and in her brother's tune was the son's resentment towards his father. Going home, her grandfather said building the nation while holding the hawthorn balls he had stolen, giving them to his eldest grandson. What kind of emotion should this be? She remembered her 6th uncle, Chen Jiamu's father. The childhood memories still lingered. She was 6, and Chen Jiamu was 3. It was a sunny summer day, and her 6th uncle wore a black trench coat, giving her and her brother each a real knowledge stick and a big bubble wand, things to show off in that era. Then, suddenly, the sky darkened, and it started pouring rain as if it were a joke. She saw her brother crying and her 6th uncle walking out of the alley without looking back, getting into a van. Later, she heard her mother say that her 6th uncle came back once and then had Chen Jiji. Since then, her 6th uncle had no further contact with this family. Brother, the champion of Wulin Feng is an entertainment show. It's all hype, right? Chen Tingting took a few steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Jiamu by the river. I didn't even participate in the group matches. I went straight to the finals, and I know the program director, He Wei. You're right. Chen Jiamu tilted his head and smiled. I don't believe it. I was in high school, you were in middle school, you got out of school early, waiting at our school gate, and Yang Na got out late. I'm calling Yang Na now. how about we go watch a movie? The 749 Bureau, I've always wanted to see it. Chen Tingting stubbornly mentioned that girl's name. Chen Jiamu's eyelids twitched, suddenly feeling as if Ma Huayun had possessed him. Chen Tingting continued, why have you always been afraid to confess? Don't you know? Yang Na has never been in a relationship. Sister, I have a senior brother whose surname is Ma. When he was at his lowest and most desperate, he ran away, believing he was unworthy of a woman named Ame. By the time he came to understand himself and was invincible, that woman had already become someone else's wife. Do you believe it? In another world, there is also a sword immortal with the surname Ma. He loves to drink, and every time he gets drunk, he says that this world has no plum blossoms. Plum blossoms are just a woman's name. This sentence has appeared 987 times in his diary. I was once like my senior brother. I was a child without a father, a child who didn't study well, unable to find a job, with high aspirations but low abilities. Later, I even went mad and was sent to a mental hospital. Sister, sometimes it's quite funny. That day, I thought I was going to die. Brother, you understand now. The city party secretary is even trying to curry favor with you. What unresolved issues do you have? Go ahead and love boldly. Chen Jiamu smiled helplessly, his smile bitter and resigned. He extended his right hand, lightning dancing in his palm. The lightning shot from his palm like a thunderbolt towards the river surface, with a loud bang, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, countless fish floated lifelessly on the water's surface. Sister, look, am I suitable for pursuing girls now? Chen Tingting was dumbfounded, nodding stiffly. Chen Jiamu let out a long breath. Speaking of the ruthless nature of the Tao, for his current self, he truly lacked that realm. The word love is human nature, mother, sister, and fellow disciples. As for romance, let's put it aside for now. At the riverbank, many people gathered, pointing and discussing the strange phenomenon in the water. Who the hell is electrocuting fish in the river? Damn, this is definitely explosives, not electrocuting fish, it's blowing up fish. Call the police. Call the police. What if someone is swimming? Chen Jiamu took a pill from his pocket and handed it to his sister. Sister, this is called golden pill. Keep it safe. If you encounter danger in the future, take it, and you should be safe within 15 minutes. Chen Tingting took it without asking further or doubting. Brother, now I finally understand why the helicopter has come. After a hurried farewell to his mother, Chen Jiamu boarded the helicopter amidst the crowd of leaders, slowly flying away. Liang Meiwan covered her mouth, standing in the Shurha market, feeling as if she were still dreaming. A group of relatives were animated, with several recording videos to post on social media, titled My Nephew, My Niece, and so on. Only Chen Jiji was upside down in the grass, squatting to observe ants moving their home. Chen Jiamu sat in the helicopter, looking down at the beautiful mountains and rivers of Xinjiang, slowly closing his eyes, calling upon the system in his mind. Confirming reward, Soul Wandering X1. This was the reward for overcoming numerous difficulties at Leia Juntai, winning the grand competition at Xinjiang Mountain, and reaching the 33rd level. This means he could go to another world again. With the experience from last time, Chen Jiamu couldn't afford to waste it. He needed to fully understand the origins and developments of that world. Last time, he obtained 3 talismans there: Wind and Thunder Enhancement Talisman, Golden Light Divine Spell Talisman, and Earth and Water Master Talisman, whose effects were astonishing. Superhuman breaking through the void, raising fingers of golden light, red clouds moving mountains. He wanted to go to his master to ask questions. Although his master was an ordinary person, his understanding of the Tao scriptures was many times stronger than Chen Jiamu's. Especially when the 3 flowers gathered at the top, his master spoke of entering the land of nothingness and connecting the heart to the mysterious realm. Regarding this trip to Los Angeles to seek national treasures, searching for earth, water, fire, and wind, which was one of the tribulations, Chen Jiamu knew nothing about it. What was the 5 Qi Chao Yuan? After searching on Baidu for a long time, he found all sorts of answers, the most reliable being a skill from a game. Chen Jiamu fell into deep thought, not knowing how long it had been when he heard Lin Weidong's voice. Daoist, we've arrived at Zhou Village. We are currently looking for a suitable landing spot nearby. Chen Jiamu said, no need to trouble yourself. After saying this, he opened the airplane hatch and leaped out. What the hell? Daoist, the parachute, Lin Weidong instinctively shouted, suddenly remembering the Daoist's supernatural abilities, feeling like an idiot. In the Yuanheng Dao cultivation class, Chen Shilian was leading everyone in practicing the 8 parts of the Vajra. A sound of breaking air reached their ears, and everyone looked up to see a small black dot in the distance gradually enlarging, crashing down like a cannonball. Get down! Chen Shiliang shouted loudly. The cannonball slowed its descent and hovered in the air, as Chen Jiamu, dressed in casual clothes, called out, Master, don't be afraid, it's me. Chen Shiliang breathed a sigh of relief, and the calico cat in his arms suddenly jumped out, looking up and meowing. Chen Jiamu landed, and the calico cat scampered up his leg like climbing a tree. Chen Jiamu patted the cat's head, and the little cat pushed its fluffy head against his palm. Manhwa, how come you've lost weight again? Junior brother, I'm telling you, Guiwu has been forcing your cat to eat carrots. I even suspect he has a penchant for animal abuse, Ma Huayun said indignantly. Guiwu, who was practicing, paused and took out a diary wrapped in a Taoist scripture cover from his pocket, slowly flipping open a page. This world has no plum blossoms. Plum blossoms are merely a woman's name. Ma Huayun suddenly shuddered and rushed over like a madman. What the hell? Guiwu, you sneak. It's illegal to peek at someone else's diary. I'm going to report you. In the courtyard, a one-armed uncle twisted and turned, effortlessly dodging the pursuit of a man who was jumping around in rage. Master, look, palm thunder. I accidentally learned it while having dinner at home. Chen Jiamu extended his hand, and the lightning danced in his palm, flickering. Chen Shiliang's beard twitched as he turned his head away. Oh, my God. Senior brother, we won't have to pay for electricity anymore, Evelyn cheered excitedly. In the Dao cultivation class, in the dormitory, Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged on his senior brother's bed, holding his phone in his right hand, slowly closing his eyes, entering a meditative state. Do you want to activate? Spirit separation activate. The surrounding space twisted and changed like ripples in water. The peeling walls of the dormitory gradually faded away, revealing an ancient hall filled with ethereal energy. Sitting on a cushion in the center of the hall, Chen Jiamu, dressed in a Taoist robe, opened his eyes. Here we go again. The wonderful experience of the calico cat gathering at the top reappeared. It seemed that this version of himself was still in seclusion and cultivation. Chen Jiamu moved his limbs, feeling something slip from his sleeve. It was a piece of paper, to be precise, a letter. The rice paper unfolded, and the small characters written with a brush emitted a faint scent of ink. The paper suddenly radiated light, projecting an image made of mist in the air above the hall, reminiscent of a familiar VR movie experience. A small Taoist who looked exactly like him bowed and greeted. Like the diary of Ma Huayun from this world at that time, it should be a kind of visualized magical medium. Little Taoist Chen Jiamu entered seclusion and meditation several days ago. In a daze, there are symbols. In a haze, there are objects. It feels like entering a foreign land. I can't help but marvel at the wonders of the world, such a prosperous scene. The lights are as bright as day, like the Milky Way pouring down to the earth, colorful, iron cars without the need for oxen or horses, weaving through. Their sounds are strange and wonderful, and there are men and women dressed in unusual clothing. The Manhwa Jing states, to interact solely with the spirit of heaven and earth, without being entangled in all things, without condemning right and wrong, to coexist with the mundane. I feel the great virtue and high achievement entering my spirit platform, yet, I, the little Taoist, am dull, entering the realms of Yi, Shi, and Wei. Just as the Taoist scripture says, what cannot be seen is called Yi, what cannot be heard is called Shi, what cannot be grasped is called Wei. After exiting meditation, I wanted to share this experience with my master, but the time for leaving the retreat had not yet come, and the restrictions of the Baopu room had not dissipated. Therefore, I wrote it down. When I took up my pen, I happened to see that the restrictions on the Chronicles of the Cloud Transformation True Person had been lifted. I surmised that it must be due to my high cultivation and great virtue. My master once said that without my senior brother's permission, I should not casually browse through others' books, and the little path should not look. However, I noticed that the Cloud Codex of Talismans I created had also been disturbed. I was both surprised and delighted. I had recently closed myself off and realized two talismans, the Bull Elephant Thunder Talisman and the Coin Yuan Void Wall Talisman. If I could receive guidance on them, I would be immensely grateful. The misty illusions dissipated, and the rice paper slowly floated to the ground. Chen Jiamu inhaled a breath of spiritual energy and instantly understood. This version of myself had written a letter to myself, seemingly treating myself as a great deity. High cultivation and great virtue are titles for highly skilled immortals. TSK TSK TSK. Chen Jiamu moved his body and observed his surroundings. It was the same place as last time, and he had no idea how long this body would remain in retreat. The room seemed to have been subjected to some kind of restriction, and he could not sense the cultivation or techniques of this body. The key point was that there were no memories of this body at all. Forget it. It didn't matter. I should focus on the main task. Chen Jiamu rummaged through the bookshelf and took the last three remaining talismans, the Wind Thunder Benefit, the Golden Light Divine Spell, and the Earth Water Master Talisman from the cabinet of the Cloud Codex of Talismans. He picked up the Bull Elephant Thunder Talisman and the Coin Yuan Void Wall Talisman he had left for himself by the meditation cushion, along with a scroll that detailed the insights and drawing methods for creating these talismans. Chen Jiamu took them without hesitation. Just as he was about to enter meditation and leave, he suddenly remembered something. He shouldn't be too excessive with this version of himself. Having taken someone else's things, shouldn't he leave something in return? He went to the desk and selected the hardest brush, pondering. He couldn't write in traditional characters, nor could he use their technique of transforming words into misty images. He tried to write carefully, "Brother, hello," then crossed it out. He crumpled the failed paper into a ball and rewrote it. "Where sincerity reaches, gold and stone will open. With a steadfast heart, I will cultivate in peace. I will surely manifest it again. I will bring the talismans back to Baiyu Jing, and I will return one day, bringing gifts from Baiyu Jing." After finishing, Chen Jiamu blew on it and checked repeatedly for typos. He placed it in front of the meditation cushion, feeling that something was still missing. He turned back and added a line. "If you wish to read others' biographies, do so. Do not get entangled and block your heart's path." Then he found a few paperweights to hold down the corners and grasped the scroll detailing the insights on talisman drawing along with his phone. He sat back on the meditation cushion and adjusted his breathing. System. Here. Return. In the next moment, the surrounding space began to twist and change, the ancient hall transforming into an old dormitory room. Chen Jiamu opened his eyes and looked down at his right hand. "I brought it back." The people in Los Angeles were quite wild. Although I could now easily fight hundreds of Tysons barehanded, I had never tried to withstand a missile with my body. With technology so advanced now, what if there were laser cannons or something? Moreover, once I entered the country, I would definitely be monitored. However, obtaining 3 talismans that had been tested for effectiveness was already enough. This was a T0 level skill, and I carefully stored it away. With the golden pill, as long as I didn't act recklessly, I wouldn't die. Currently, if I wanted to use great powers like moving mountains and cutting rivers, I would still need to rely on equipment, but that didn't matter. After gathering the 4 pearls, I would advance to the 5 Qi Chaoyuan, and I estimated that my combat power would multiply several times without issue. After exiting meditation, Chen Jiamu curiously unfolded the other 2 talismans, the Bull Elephant Thunder Talisman and the Koan Yuan Void Wall Talisman. I seem to have seen some introduction to the power of the Bull Elephant before, which should be a draft that this version of myself researched regarding this talisman drawing. The name sounded quite prestigious. He opened the notebook recording the insights on the talismans and examined it carefully. It detailed the drawing methods, explaining where to start and where to turn in a straightforward manner. He noticed the most critical piece of information: the concept of talismans in the Taoist tradition is closely related to the practitioner's mindset. In other words, the same talisman can yield different effects depending on the individual's disposition. It's like a knife: a skilled chef can carve a cow, while an ordinary person can only make small cuts. The mindset determines the nature of the thing. For instance, when cooking, the food prepared by someone who was attentive differs greatly in taste from that made by someone who was careless. It's quite metaphysical. In the courtyard, "Master, where are our cinnabar brush and the yellow paper for drawing talismans?" Chen Jiamu stepped out of his dormitory and saw Chen Shilian leisurely reading on a rattan chair in the courtyard. "What made you think of drawing talismans out of the blue?" Chen Jiamu handed over his notes. Chen Shiliang took it and asked seriously, "What is this?" "I brought it from that world. Master, can you understand it? I've never seen this kind of talisman before." Chen Shilian carefully flipped through it, shaking his head as he read. "By the way, good disciple, did you see the diary of Master Huayun over there? Did he mention me? Was it recorded?" "No, but I gained quite a bit this time. The person over there should be in seclusion, contemplating some kind of technique." Chen Jiamu took out the cinnabar brush and yellow paper from the room and began to draw the new talisman step by step according to the notes. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy gathering at his fingertips and transferring to the paper. Moreover, the consumption was not small. Phew, it seems that those without spiritual energy can't draw it either. The Bull Elephant Thunder Talisman and the Koan Yuan Void Wall Talisman were completed. Let's find a place to test the effects. If it works, I should draw more recently and store some skills. It's always good to be prepared. "Senior brother, are you done with your shower? It's been almost an hour." "Ah, has it been that long?" "Oh, I'll be done soon." The echo of Ma Huayun came from the simple hot water room. Taking a shower, and the door has to be locked from the inside, really speechless. I'm done." A man wrapped in a towel emerged from the steam, his face showing a damned sense of helplessness. "Get dressed. I'll teach you how to use the talisman. I don't know any immortal techniques." "Wait, is it something an ordinary person can use?" "Yes." Chen Jiamu nodded heavily. "This talisman is called the Bull Elephant Thunder Talisman. The power varies with the practitioner's mindset. You are a person with a story, you should be quite powerful." "Senior brother, let me try too." Tai Long, Shanji, and Zhang Ziong were practicing with their staffs in the courtyard. Upon hearing that even ordinary people could use it, they couldn't wait. Sure, I just drew 2 for each of you. Big brother, third brother, let me go first. Shanji volunteered and took the bull elephant thunder talisman from Chen Jiamu. How do you use this, brother Chen? Pinch the talisman with 2 fingers, bend your fingers to ignite it, and silently recite the incantation, Bull Elephant Thunder, Wisdom Unveiled, 2 energies rapidly manifest, protect my body. Shanji looked confused, and after Qin Jiamu repeated it, he memorized it after several tries. He wasn't the best at learning. In the courtyard, Shanji stood still, pinching the talisman with his right index and middle fingers, shaking it, but nothing happened. Tai Long took out a lighter to help him ignite it. As the yellow paper talisman caught fire, Shanji quickly recited the incantation in his heart, but still, nothing happened. Senior brother, I recited it in my heart, but it didn't work. Second brother, say it out loud. Hurry, or it will burn out. Shanji shouted, Bull Elephant Thunder, Wisdom Unveiled, 2 energies rapidly manifest, protect my body. Ouch, damn, that's hot. In an instant, Shanji's clothes fluttered without wind, his muscles continuously expanded, and his clothes visibly shrank, making him seem larger. A loud trumpet of an elephant resonated from his chest. I feel so good. Shanji felt an overwhelming surge of power, a strength that transcended human limits. He walked over to the basketball hoop in the courtyard, lifted a long stone used to weigh down the hoop, which weighed at least several hundred pounds, and raised it above his head, alternating his hands as he spun it, the long stone creating a gust of wind. Awesome! Second brother. My second brother is possessed by the bull demon, invincible under heaven. Shanji was very excited, gently placing the large stone back in its original position. Elder brother, bring me my knife. Our weapons were confiscated by the police station, have you forgotten? Shanji felt a wave of disappointment, turning his head to look at a tree on the big playground, its trunk as thick as 3 bulls. He couldn't help it. He hugged the tree and forcibly pulled it up. Shanji, get out of here. Who told you to pull up the tree? Where will we find shade in the future? Chen Shiliang sprang up from his rattan chair, furious. Shanji replanted the tree. Master, I'm just loosening the soil for the big tree so it can grow taller. After a few more minutes of fussing, the power brought by the talisman gradually dissipated, and Shanji's inflated body returned to its original state. How is it? Do you feel like your energy has been drained? Except for feeling a bit tired, there's no problem at all. Shanji looked at the wriggling earthworms in the soil and was moved to tears. I knew it. Following Brother Chen, I can also be invincible under heaven. Chen Jiamu roughly estimated the time, about 10 minutes or so, not looking closely. When Ma Huayun uses it later, it's best to record the exact time. The power of the bull demon drawn from nature by the talisman won't affect the body. It seems the effect is quite good. Ma Huayun rubbed his hands, filled with anticipation. I'll give it a try too. The bull demon thunder talisman sounds very impressive. Shanji is just a brute, his temperament isn't good, he has the bull demon but doesn't see the thunder. His talent is still a bit lacking. What do you mean? Old Ma, do you look down on people? Junior brother just said that the power of the talisman depends on the practitioner's temperament, and the effects vary. If this were a world of cultivation, you 3 would probably be martial artists or something. Huayun, why don't you guys go out and play? Don't tear our house apart. Chen Shiliang felt an inexplicable worry rising in his heart. He sensed that something bad might happen. Master, you know me, I always act with caution. Ma Huayun pinched the talisman between 2 fingers, excitedly murmuring to himself, I am a man who has consumed the golden pill. The bull demon is just mundane power. The thunder is the core of this talisman's play. Shanji, you all should take a good look at Brother Ma's temperament. Come on, by the way, junior brother, how do you recite the incantation? Shanji repeated it once for Qinjiamu, and just that one time, Ma Huayun remembered it. From this, one could see that his talent was indeed much stronger than the 3 martial artists. Ma Huayun flicked his wrist, and the talisman spontaneously ignited without needing a lighter. Wow, Brother Ma is so impressive. Old Ma, how did you do that? Actually, I don't know either. Ma Huayun's heart surged with excitement. He released the lighter from his other hand and smiled confidently. A joke? Do I still need to physically ignite it? He pronounced clearly, Bull Demon Thunder, penetrate the wisdom, the 2 energies swiftly manifest, protect my body. In an instant, it seemed as if wind and thunder rolled in the sky, and blue light enveloped Ma Huayun's entire body. He slowly floated half a meter above the ground, arms outstretched, revealing a carefree smile. Indeed, I am truly extraordinary. Is this the power of the Bull Demon Thunder? Just this? Shanji, you only see the Bull Demon but do not hear the thunder. Ma Huayun smiled with satisfaction, glancing at the three guardians who were dumbfounded. The effect hadn't stopped. Ma Huayun could no longer smile, he even wanted to cry. The sound of a bull's roar echoed, and a towering elephant trunk tore through his jeans, emerging vividly, covered in scales, entwined with strands of lightning, swaying like a dragon or python in the courtyard. Ma Huayun stood tall, eyes wide, legs apart, allowing the giant elephant trunk to swing, as if he could not control it at all. Tai Long and the other three crouched down, dodging the elephant trunk's chaotic charge, each shouting for help while scattering in all directions. The basketball hoop toppled again, and the freshly planted sycamore tree was swept up by the elephant's trunk, uprooted once more. Ma Huayun covered his head with both hands, struggling to control his strength in a clumsy manner. Wo ko! I feel like I'm being controlled by it. Master, be careful. Master, run. Chen Shiliang jumped up from his chair, clutching his head and fleeing, as the elephant's trunk swept across, sending tables and chairs flying, nearly causing his master to meet his end. Oh, shit. Damn it. In the distance, within the safe zone, Evelyn covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers. Standing side by side, Guiwu had a blank expression, sighed, and shook his head. The calico cat squatted on the ground, its pupils following, swaying left and right, moving and becoming more pronounced. Hua, don't go after that thing. It's very troublesome. Chen Jiamu floated in the air, using a single hand to capture the culprit with a palm of thunder, drawing lightning with lightning, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body, and forcefully rising higher, taking Ma Huayun along with him, flying away. The scene was explosively dramatic, a person soaring in the air holding a long object, while a man sprawled out in midair howled in despair. This scene was just seen by He Wei, who was driving over to deliver a passport. He stomped his foot on the car, watching the immortal depart. Moments later, in the wild fish pond, the pond was in turmoil, water splashing everywhere. Daoist, the passport is ready, and the items you wanted are also prepared. You can set off at any time. He Wei's trembling voice came through the phone. 300 meters away, the special agent team was coordinating their work. These were requested by Qin Jiamu, who was concerned about the safety of his brothers after going abroad. Thus, Lin Weidong suggested arranging special personnel to disguise themselves for protection on the periphery, without disturbing the daily routine of the Taoist training class. Similarly, on the Xinqing side, Chen Jiamu's mother and sister would also have professionals secretly protecting them. Captain, it seems something happened over there just now. Ah Hua, don't call me captain, our current identity is fruit vendors, call me cousin. The special personnel disguised as fruit vendors wore large straw hats, sitting on small stools. Beside them was a small truck filled with oranges. The subordinate, also dressed as a vendor, peeled an orange while lowering his voice to say, cousin, it seems there was a suspected mutated creature over there, very scary. Don't talk nonsense, they are cultivating immortals over there. That's called an immortal aura, do you understand? The subordinate leaned close to his cousin's ear, vividly describing what he had seen. The cousin instinctively tightened, trembling as he listened. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? I recorded it, take a look. The cousin's face grew heavier as he watched half of the video. Send the video encrypted to Director Lin. Sigh, the work pressure is so great, I even want to apply for a peacekeeping mission in northern Myanmar. I'll write a report to Lingo. My intuition tells me we need reinforcements. The alloy underwear sent by the Bureau, notify all members to wear it 24 hours a day. The two sat beside the large truck, suddenly feeling that the truckload of oranges had lost all appeal. An ant passed by, picked up an orange, and asked, Boss, how much are these oranges per pound? 88 per pound. What? The ant was astonished. 188, take it or leave it. The ant threw down the orange and walked away cursing. 10 minutes later, by the fish pond, Ma Huayun, in despair, squatted on the ground, his hands buried in the soil, water droplets falling from his hair tips, his dejected face reflected in the pond. A breeze picked up, bringing a refreshing feeling, as if interpreting the reality of this world. Senior brother, actually, if you think about it from another angle, this technique combined with the golden panchon pill. Don't say any more. Senior brother, everyone will keep this matter under wraps. Really? Ma Huayun raised his head, regaining hope for life. There's also a talisman called Coin Yuan Su by Talisman. Do you want to give it a try and see? Chen Jiamu had no ill intentions, he simply wanted to understand the role of talismans in the lives of ordinary people. Drawing talismans required consuming one's own spiritual energy reserves, and at present, he was not capable of producing these talismans in bulk. Perhaps in the future, as his realm improved, his output would increase. The Coin Yuan Void Wall Talisman sounds more prestigious. What does it do? Chen Jiamu said, according to the Yun-Ji talismans, wherever the talisman points is all illusion. This talisman allows the user to drift through the void and penetrate solid objects. Simply put, it's similar to wall-passing techniques? That's right. The Jin Pandan increases defense, the Dashang increases attack, and this talisman should be for escaping. However, I'm not too keen on trying it. There's no one around, this is a rare opportunity. If you don't try, I'll let Iron Dragon and the others try it, Shinjamu said, turning to leave. Wait! Ma Huayun stood up, his head lowered, his eyes shining brightly. With only himself and his junior brother present, if something went wrong, it wouldn't be widely known. Ma Huayun extended his hand and said in a commanding tone, "Talisman, come." After igniting it, you still need to recite the incantation. Shinjamu repeated the incantation to his senior brother. Ma Huayun pinched the talisman between two fingers, focused his mind, flicked his wrist in a circular motion, and the talisman ignited spontaneously. He chanted, stepping on frost, solid as ice, the barrier leads to the ethereal, with a thought, I shall pass through. A cool breeze rippled through his body, and Ma Huayun asked, is that it? Chen Jiamu pointed to a large tree nearby and said, try to concentrate and crash into it. Are you sure it's safe? Honestly, I'm not too sure. I can't stand being provoked. No, I'm really not provoking you. If not, let's forget it. Ma Huayun concentrated his mind, accelerated, and charged toward a tree that was nearly 3 people wide. In an instant, his body bizarrely passed through the tree. I did it! I can do wall-passing techniques now. Chen Jiamu frowned as he looked at the clothes left under the tree, an open-crotch pair of underwear, open-crotch long johns, open-crotch jeans, a jacket, socks, shoes, a phone, a diary. All these belongings were isolated on the other side of the tree. Can only the physical body pass through barriers? This skill is too useless. Brother Ma, testing the waters, is enjoying the benefits. From behind the tree came Ma Huayun's boisterous bragging, junior brother. Haha, this time there are absolutely no side effects. I even feel that cool breeze is even stronger. Ha, why am I naked? Damn, oh, what did I just see? God, no way. Am I a fruit boy? Evelyn, who had come to call them back for dinner, stood frozen in place. Yay, is this what Master meant by a childlike heart? Cool, so cool. Junior sister, what's with the panic? Oh my god. Big brother, third brother, look, there's a guy exposing himself in broad daylight. Not far away, across the fish pond, a naked man stood in the wind. His skin was flawless, his muscles well proportioned, and he had even shaved. He stood quietly by the tranquil fish pond, completely unclothed, his skin exposed to the elements, as if he had merged with the surrounding nature. The pond water rippled gently in the breeze, and occasionally fish leaped out, making soft splashes, yet they did not disturb the man in the slightest. He faced the ordinary people pointing and whispering from across the pond, his expression calm and unperturbed, not even attempting to cover himself. As cultivators, when breaking through barriers, one should maintain a childlike heart. The man simply turned around, his body merging into the tree. After a long while, until the talisman's power dissipated, Ma Huayun was expelled from the tree. He said nothing, quietly picked up his clothes, carefully putting them on one by one, gathered his belongings, and left as if nothing had happened. Locking himself in his room, the world grew quiet. September 27th, clear to overcast. Sometimes I wonder, what is the meaning of life? Amei hasn't messaged me in a long time. Today, I liked her post on social media. Her son has grown chubby, just like his dad. I'm not jealous of that chef at all. He would never dream that there is a man so powerful he can pull trees without using his hands. Amei's restaurant is getting bigger and bigger, and the signature dish is still wontons. I remember that spring when she made me a bowl of wontons in the girls' dormitory using a rice cooker. I only ate half, and the rest I wrapped in plastic wrap, as if preserving my youth. The dormitory aunt said that not dating in college is like wasting 4 years, but I've always had a crush, too afraid to confess. Amei, sometimes I dream of you, of that campus where the grass grows and the orioles fly, of that little girl sitting behind me on my bike, giggling all the way. I feel like I've matured more than before, at least now, my mind is resilient, and it seems nothing can defeat me. My junior is about to go to Los Angeles with Evelyn. She knows the place well and can be his guide. I actually want to go with him, but the master won't allow it. He's worried I might embarrass our people out there. In fact, I have a strong talent, at least much stronger than Tai Long and the others. Alchemy and talismans not only strengthen my body, but they can even cure social anxiety, making me strong inside. Yes, strong inside is the perfect term. Junior Chin said I'm a wine-loving sword immortal over there. I love having my feet suspended over the lake. Experiencing the realm of the highest good is like water. I really want to see that immortal world my junior talks about. I hope he can quickly achieve the 5 chi returning to 1 and create a teleportation array or something, even if it's just for a day. My junior said there's a sword immortal named Amei over there who likes to use peach blossom branches as swords. Honestly, I'm quite touched. Go for it, Ma Huayun. Go for it, Ma Huayun of the immortal world. Don't leave yourself with regrets. In Guangzhou, at Baiyun Airport, in the waiting hall for flight CZ327 to Los Angeles, Lin Weidong personally escorted Chen Jiamu and Evelyn. Taoist, it's not as safe over there as it is in our country. Of course, I'm not questioning your abilities. Your deeds can't be hidden from satellite photography. After the incident in Zhou Village, our diplomatic work has become much tougher, but it has also made us the envy of others. It's fine, I know my limits. Chen Jiamu carried many refined golden pill dan, several talismans, and the most powerful 3T0 level talismans on him. If things got urgent, he wouldn't hesitate to use missiles to turn things to ashes. He would dare to throw the White House into the sea. The announcement in the waiting hall rang out, "Attention, passengers. Please note that boarding procedures for flight CZ327 to Los Angeles, California, are now underway. Please ensure you have your valid ID, ticket, and carry-on luggage, and proceed to Area C67 for check-in procedures. Thank you for your cooperation, and have a pleasant journey. Evelyn, do you have any luggage to check? Senior brother, I only have one bag. I've already called my grandfather. He's a fan of Shaolin Kung Fu and is looking forward to your arrival. He's planning your welcome party. Is your family quite wealthy over there? I suppose so. I'm not interested in the family business. By the way, Winston said he personally made Chinese dumplings and invited you for tea." Chen Jiamu immediately thought of that Los Angeles boy whose hairstyle he had changed with one move, a smile creeping onto his lips. The two waved goodbye to Lin Weidong and turned to walk towards the boarding gate. Lin Weidong watched the backs of the man and woman as they left. He picked up the phone. "Wei Lao, Chen Jiamu has boarded the plane. Should we notify the colleagues over there to coordinate?" A deep, wise voice came from the other end. "Shaolin, no need. You should take this opportunity to take a break." Wei Lao, putting that aside, the CIA must have been watching him for a long time. If Chen Jiamu causes a scene over there, it could strain relations between the two countries. After all, he is one of us from Huagua. Strained relations? Why would there be strained relations? Shaolin, you're still young. Some things need to be viewed from a long-term perspective. Alright, I have a meeting, so let's leave it at that. Beep, 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 the other party hung up. Lin Weidong sighed, feeling complicated. On the plane, the two were seated in first class, quite comfortable. "Senior brother, would you like something to drink?" Evelyn's fair fingers slid over a tablet at the side of her seat, which displayed various drinks and pastries. "Do you have Maojian tea?" "Oh, let me check. Yes, we do." Evelyn selected a cup of Maojian and a cup of coffee. Soon, a beautiful flight attendant approached, offering a sincere yet superficial smile to the esteemed first-class passengers. "Hey, young man, could you help me with this contract? What does this sentence mean? This word is so unfamiliar." The speaker was a young man who looked about the same age as Chen Jiamu, dressed in a suit, exuding the air of a business elite, holding an English document. "I don't know English, you can scan it with your phone," Chen Jiamu politely declined. "That won't do, brother. The nights in Los Angeles are beautiful but dangerous. If you don't understand English, I am his translator and guide." Since first class had single seats, creating a sense of small compartments, Evelyn perched her feet on the small sofa, sticking out her pert little backside, and leaned forward with a grin. The man turned around and saw a blonde girl with a lovely appearance and a radiant smile, who returned his gaze with a friendly smile. "I'm Song Xian, nice to meet you." Chen Jiamu extended his hand for a brief shake. "Chen Jiamu." "Evelyn." The lively little white girl chimed in immediately. Song Xian's expression gradually became more animated, slightly surprised. Hey, you're that person from the TV. Taiji Chen Jiamu, that's right." Evelyn smiled mischievously. Yes, that's the one. The Wuling Feng who defeated Bu Qiu. "Wow, you're even more handsome in person than on TV. Hey, brother, can you really fight? I heard that's an entertainment show, playing with props, and in the end, they turned a proper competition into a concert. Even Yi Yang Qianqi came. I don't know much about martial arts, just a couple of styles, mainly focusing on self-cultivation. Here, this is my business card. Let's add each other on WeChat later. I'm going to Los Angeles for business. What about you? Traveling? Or performing?" Chen Jiamu took the business card, glanced at it, and casually placed it on the table. "Just traveling, and looking for something as well." "Are there many Huagua people on this flight?" "A lot. Basically more than half are our people." "Are you watching a movie? My seat can fit 3 people." Chen Jiamu smiled and declined, closing his eyes to rest in his seat. The plane took off, accelerating and climbing higher. Outside the window, the tall buildings gradually shrank, the crisscrossing streets resembling the veins of the city, and the Pearl River flowed through the city like a winding ribbon, slowly obscured by the clouds. In that world, sword immortals rode their swords through the clouds. In this world, no matter how impressive a person was, they could only hide in a metal box, pretending to fly through a small window. In fact, flying on a sword was quite pleasant. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives to play with wingsuits? About 3 hours later, a jolt shook the plane, and an announcement came over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is currently passing through some turbulence, and you may experience slight bumps. Please do not worry, this is a normal phenomenon during flight. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened, and cabin service will be temporarily suspended. If you have any questions or need assistance, please feel free to contact us. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Then the announcement was repeated in English, 197 words omitted here, and will not be repeated. If needed, you can click the segment to watch the original English version of the announcement. To avoid being criticized by readers for padding the word count, I would like to clarify that the previous edition of English was mainly to depict the authenticity of the scene, providing readers with a better sense of immersion and reading experience. Chen Jiamu opened his eyes, sensing an unusual sense of crisis. His senses were sharper than ordinary people, and he instantly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the plane shook more violently, a feeling of descent hit him, and the engine seemed to have lost power. Many passengers screamed in terror, and chaos erupted. The announcement sounded again, "Attention passengers, this is an emergency notification. The plane has encountered severe turbulence. Please immediately assume the brace position, lower your head close to your knees and hold your head with both hands. Please ensure your seatbelt is fastened as tightly as possible." "Ah, Captain, what did you say? The engine is broken?" No. The voice behind the announcer was almost a desperate scream. Senior brother, Evelyn, like a frightened little deer, looked up with teary eyes, her body curled up next to Chen Jiamu. At this moment, Chen Jiamu felt very annoyed. This was quite the welcome gift. The boys from Los Angeles were really crazy. Did they want to force him to massacre a city? He could perhaps hold Evelyn and crash through the glass to escape safely, but there were over 200 passengers on the plane, half of whom were his fellow countrymen. He took out a talisman from his chest, his gaze resolute. "Junior sister, don't panic, I'm here." Evelyn looked up, gazing at her senior brother's handsome, determined, and charming profile from below, her little bottom unconsciously shifting forward. Below them was the vast Pacific Ocean. The plane was falling, and the survival rate was about 0.00037%. Inside the cabin, screams, wails, cries, manic laughter, prayers, and various desperate voices mixed together. Some were in English, some in Chinese. "It's the end of the world, how pitiful, I haven't even had my cake yet. Yamiiti, kawaii yamiiti, appa simaida. We're going to lose its sister-in-law, are we going to die? Woo fuck you. Selling insider info, fuck squid. Fuck you. Thunder ancestor, hear my command, urgent as the law commands. Too bad there's no lighter on the plane, I really want to light a cigarette. Mani padme hum." The spirited young man Song Xian, holding a cross, kept bouncing his other hand back and forth between his forehead and his chest. He muttered, "May the Lord bless us with light, protect us, and shine upon us. Amen." Song Xian prayed devoutly, and a whiff of smoke reached his nose. Glancing sideways, he saw Chen Jiamu, who had just flirted with him, pinching a yellow paper talisman between his fingers, already ignited. Crouching beside them, the blonde girl recited fluently in Chinese, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies, cultivating for countless eons, proving my divine powers." Song Xian looked out the window, getting closer to the surface of the sea. In the deep night, the vast and boundless Pacific Ocean stirred up black waves like a beast opening its mouth. Who said the Pacific is calm? The cabin suddenly tilted and bizarrely surged upward. Everyone experienced a roller coaster-like rush of rapid ascent after a drop. Two flight attendants who hadn't fastened their seatbelts clutched the armrests, their bodies shifting positions. The plane was continuously lifted higher and higher, as if being supported by an invisible giant hand. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot exchanged a shocked glance, frantically operating the controls. "We've pulled up. Oh my god, Captain, we did it. We saved everyone, the engines still have no power. This is impossible," the co-pilot screamed. What's going on?" An alarm sounded in the cockpit, and a blonde girl was banging on the isolation glass, her expression frantic. The co-pilot opened the cockpit door, revealing a handsome young man in his early 20s, dressed casually, with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Is the navigation still working?" the blonde girl asked urgently. The co-pilot quickly replied, "Yes, but the engines have no power right now. Don't interrupt me, zoom in on the navigation." The captain was taken aback. Evelyn quickly said, "Listen up, idiot, we're short on time, this isn't the moment for you to space out." The captain swiftly brought up the navigation interface. Evelyn, like a frenzied little beast, yanked the captain aside. Move. It was unexpected that the usually cheerful and lively junior sister would show such a decisive side in a crisis, which was commendable. "Hey, what are you doing?" You, the captain's words got stuck in his throat as he saw the young man's feet leave the ground, floating up, his head almost touching the top of the cabin. It looked exhausting, as if he were carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. Could it be him? My God, superpowers. The captain immediately vacated his seat, slapping the bewildered co-pilot on the head. What are you dawdling for? Make way. Give the Great One some space. Oh, the co-pilot quickly took off his noise-canceling headphones and got up. Chen Jiamu sat in the cockpit, using the power of wind and thunder to briefly borrow from heaven and earth. He should be able to fly the plane without power. Evelyn, switch the map to the Chinese version. Chen Jiamu's voice was low, even a bit weak. He needed to focus his energy on controlling the plane. Evelyn shouted sharply, you too. Switch it to the Chinese version for me. Look at how tired my senior brother is. It's over, there's no language patch, Captain, what do we do? The co-pilot said helplessly. What are you doing, day after day, forgetting which country you're from? Grade 1, if this hasn't updated the Chinese patch, can I translate for you? Forget it, Evelyn, you translate for me. Shinjiamu squinted at a small red dot on the navigation map on the screen. Evelyn was smart. She quickly understood the gist of it. Sky navigation is different from driving. There's no need to consider detours or traffic lights, just as long as the direction is right. Evelyn extended her delicate little hand, making a gesture. Senior brother, fly this way, right, a bit too far, come back a little, okay, just like that. The two captains exchanged glances. One of them worriedly said, what if we're off course? What if we collide with another plane? Look at us flying at low altitude. Which passenger plane would dare to fly this low? About 10 minutes later, the navigation signal suddenly cut off. What's going on? Captain, bring it up. The captain was puzzled. It shouldn't be happening. Just as he was hunched over fiddling with the interface, he heard the young man's very faint voice. Evelyn, it seems I won't be able to attend your grandfather's party tomorrow. What happened, senior brother? Chen Jiamu smiled calmly. Back then, he had used a red cloth as a lure, employing the Earth Watermaster talisman, which was a crude method of floating and dragging mudslides, not caring about what was inside the dragged object at all. But now, this method, relying on wind and thunder, especially with careful internal manipulation, was like climbing a mountain with a heavy load while holding a bowl of water he couldn't spill a drop. It was a completely different level of operation. He had to land safely before the talisman's power dissipated. In the vast ocean, there were isolated islands. Chen Jiamu exhausted his last bit of spiritual energy, forcefully bringing a fully loaded passenger plane down vertically, gently placing it on the beach. We made it, we are saved. The captain and co-pilot exchanged high-fives in perfect harmony. A Korean flight attendant on loan, with sultry eyes, licked her lips through the glass. Appa, the way he drinks water is so charming. It turns out this world really has superpowers. I want to sit there. She was envious of that blonde, fair-skinned girl to the point her legs felt weak. What a hassle. Chen Jiamu let out a long breath as a delicate white hand offered him a warm cup of green tea. Mao Jian, you must be thirsty now, Evelyn said proudly. Chen Jiamu took it and drank it all in one go. Just as he was about to ask for another cup, he felt a gentle massage on his shoulder from the small hand. Senior brother, you did it! You're amazing! Evelyn exclaimed joyfully, generously massaging his shoulders, her eyes filled with the innocence and joy of having survived a disaster. Ding, detected that the host has opened a secret realm, the trial of Shijiao Island. The island master is the ancient fierce beast, Xiang Lu. It is said that Xiang Lu has a peculiar appearance, with a serpentine body coiling, 9 heads towering, each with a human face, eyes bulging with ferocity, extremely vicious, and few escape when encountered by humans or livestock, delighting in the 9 heads sharing food. A 9-headed snake? The kind with human faces? Chen Jiamu wondered in his heart. The host can act according to their ability. This creature's cultivation level is far above the host's current level. It's fine now. The host must not be reckless and brave, lest they end their path to immortality. Just go on standby, be obedient, good. The system was worried. It was a good system. Due to the massive consumption of spiritual energy this time, he was nearly drained and needed to rest and recover. At this moment, the cabin door had already opened. Without a ladder, the passengers spontaneously tied their clothes together to form a rope and climbed out one by one. On the beach, many survivors knelt on the ground praying, thanking the gods for their protection. Great God, shall we go down for some fresh air? The captain and co-pilot sighed deeply. This was a deserted island, located in international waters, not belonging to any country's territory. The sky over the deserted island was as dark as if a large black cloth had been pulled over it, completely shrouding the wild island. There was not a sound of human activity around, only the waves relentlessly crashing against the shore, the sound monotonous and dull, particularly jarring in this dead silence. Not far away was a grove of trees. From the outside, the trees inside were tall and large, dark and intertwined, their leaves rustling. The stars in the sky were so numerous they couldn't be counted, each one close to the other, shining brightly, like a large black cloth studded with small diamonds. On an island where not a single shadow could be seen, the stars appeared exceptionally bright, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness. Perhaps due to the lack of pollution, the stars were dazzling, and the night sky was beautiful. On the beach of the deserted island, Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy flowing into his body. Evelyn stood guard beside him, checking her phone, only to find there was no signal. After nearly an hour of adaptation, the crowd had gathered in small groups. The passenger plane had limited capacity, and the supplies it carried amounted to just one meal, not to mention that everyone had been rescued, over 200 people in total. A few brave young people brought down the limited fresh water, and the bagged small breads and sandwiches, along with various drinks, were evenly distributed. Perhaps due to the environment, even those who weren't very hungry or thirsty quickly finished the food and water they received. Before boarding, items like lighters couldn't be taken on the plane, and a few who had watched survival videos online tried to make fire by friction like some bloggers, but after more than an hour of taking turns, they couldn't even get a spark. It wasn't that easy, perhaps because the island was humid. A few hours later, a dozen young people spontaneously ventured deep into the jungle to hunt, but ended up with nothing but a few snakes. On the deserted island, the most common sights were seabirds or monkeys, and as urban elites, they couldn't catch anything for a while. "Evelyn, what is your friend doing?" Song Xian, who had been sitting next to them, held 2 coconuts and curiously looked at Chen Jiamu, who was meditating. "My senior brother is recovering his energy." "Song, where did you get the coconuts?" Evelyn asked. "I just picked them up over there. I was really lucky. Can you hold this for me? I'll crack it open with a stone, and we can drink together." "Damn it, this is a deserted island, and there's no signal for phones. I wonder if any boats will pass by." Evelyn glanced at the distant beach, where the captain and co-pilot were organizing everyone to use their feet to form a huge SOS on the sand, hoping that passing planes would see it. Song Xian struck the coconut with a stone several times and finally cracked it open, revealing some juice. He gentlemanly handed the coconut to Evelyn. "Ladies first." Evelyn glanced at her still meditating senior brother, set the other coconut aside, and steadied it. "Come on, let's crack it open and drink together." Song Xian gathered his strength and continued to hit the other one. The coconut trees were very tall, and Song Xian was just lucky to find 2 that had fallen. "Little beauty, your coconut looks delicious," said a tall white man, his eyes fixed greedily on the coconut as he licked his lips. "I picked it up first." Evelyn instinctively hugged the coconut tighter, but then thought that with her senior brother around, there was no need to be nervous. "Let's share it," the man said, stepping forward to grab it. Song Xian stepped in front and responded in English. "What are you doing? We haven't even had a drink yet." "Damn monkey, this is the Pacific, not a zoo." The 2 began to argue, the white man clearly more robust and even seemed ready to fight. Chen Jiamu suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong, Evelyn?" "Senior brother, he wants to steal our coconut." Song picked it up first, Evelyn said in Chinese. Chen Jiamu waved his hand casually, and the European man charging to grab the coconut was sent flying, his head burying into the sand, sliding several meters. Song Xian was dumbfounded, sitting down on the ground. Magic? At that moment, not far away, the captain and co-pilot came running with bags of small bread. "Grade 1, there are still some breads left, the others have been distributed." Chen Jiamu nodded and said, "Thank you." Evelyn held out the cracked coconut with a split to Chen Jiamu. He flicked it with his finger, and the coconut split in 2. He then cracked open another one, nodding to Song Xian to help himself. Strangely, when the coconut shell split, not a drop of juice spilled. Evelyn gulped down. "Senior brother, you should try it. It's very fresh." "What island is this?" Chen Jiamu asked. "I don't know, it should be a deserted island. I used to watch survival videos often, but I never thought it would happen to me this time," the captain complained. At that moment, a loud noise came from afar, and an exceptionally large brown bear roared as it charged out of the forest. On the beach, the crowd scattered in all directions, with some clever ones crawling up the rope made from stitched clothes towards the plane. Song Xian was startled and instinctively tightened her grip on the stone in her hand. In the next moment, a brown bear was inexplicably flung backward, its body arcing through the air before crashing back into the forest, its fate unknown. Chen Jiamu said, "It's not a big problem. Just tell them not to run around. I'll go check inside the island." "Senior brother." Evelyn showed a fearful expression, worried that Chen Jiamu would leave her alone here. Chen Jiamu frowned slightly, then understood. Using his finger like a knife, he sliced through a coconut tree, crafting a giant wooden sword and stepping onto its blade. "Junior sister, get on." Evelyn jumped onto the giant wooden sword, and Chen Jiamu channeled his spiritual energy, causing the sword to rise into the air, flying towards the center of the island. Evelyn's face was filled with excitement as she clutched Shinjamu's clothing tightly. Oh my god, coconut shreds! Cool, so cool! Just as Song Xian steadied herself, she fell again, kneeling on the ground, banging her head towards the direction where Shinjamu had flown away. Yahweh, no, the Buddha has manifested. Further down the beach, a group of people watched the man and woman flying away on the sword, screaming in shock, their voices mingling in various languages, echoing in the sea breeze of this deserted island. Some even took out their phones to record. The man who had been flung away by Shinjamu pulled his head out of the sand, following everyone's gaze, looking up in silence. At this moment, the forest was filled with rustling sounds, sharp cries rising and falling, countless green eyes flickering in the trees at the edge of the island. Senior brother, how do we leave here? Evelyn asked. Don't worry. Previously, with the aid of talismans, Shinjamu had carefully controlled the plane, but his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. He sat on the beach to recover a bit, and under the night sky of the deserted island, a man and a woman floated low in the air on the coconut wooden sword. Shinjamu's eyes narrowed as he noticed signs of human habitation on the other side of the island, wooden houses separated by barbed wire, with a few guard-like figures gathered around a campfire for a barbecue. On the other side, there were stone fortifications, and not far from the coast, a port with several large ships. One of the ships flew a black skull flag, quite intimidating. This was no cosplay. It seems this is not a deserted island. Shinjamu recalled news he had seen before, about some pirates disguising themselves as ordinary fishermen or merchant ships, launching attacks under the cover of night or when ships were unguarded, quickly fleeing after plundering goods and valuables, posing a threat to passing vessels. Organized crime groups engaged in maritime piracy operated in remote areas of the Pacific or regions with weak oversight, engaging in similar piratical activities, which could also involve smuggling, drug trafficking, and other criminal activities. They had carefully considered which countries' ships could be robbed and which could not. This gray industry chain had never been severed from ancient times to the present. A group of people was making their way along a path in the forest. Branches were occasionally pushed aside, the night wind rustling the leaves as they spoke in hushed tones. The person at the front swept the beam of a flashlight across the path ahead, the light flickering in the darkness. Hold on tight. After Shinjamu finished speaking, he turned and returned at low altitude. On the beach, many young adults were using branches and clothes to drive away swarms of bats. Some people climbed the previously assembled rope ladder, while the co-pilot directed everyone to set up an emergency ladder to return to the cabin, where the captain was making simple torches. Bro, these are island fox bats, not vampire bats. They just have a strong territorial instinct and like to eat fruits and plants. Wow, such a large group of fox bats is truly unforgettable. Those shining eyes in the forest just now were these little cuties. Quick, organize everyone to return to the cabin. Wait until tomorrow morning to come out. What you said is too thin. Just now, a woman's ear was bitten. Bats do have teeth, brother. Among them were a few older black men, their spirits high, wrapping several plump bats in their clothes. Amora, my dopamine is starting to boil. Do you remember that bonfire party in Zambia? Of course I remember, Senegal. Just thinking about that night's charcoal grilled bats with mango sauce makes my mouth water. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's breakfast. Come on, help me open the backpack. Don't let these little treasures fly away. If my cousin Akuna were here, he would definitely be screaming with excitement. Hey, what are you guys doing? The co-pilot stood on the emergency ladder, holding a torch and waving his arms. Respected captain, you may not understand, but this ingredient can rival the Huagua beggar's chicken. The older black men were catching bats, stuffing each one into the backpack as they caught them. The co-pilot shook his head with a smile, feeling quite helpless. Great God, you're back? Shinjamu floated directly at the cabin entrance with Evelyn, nodding. This isn't a deserted island, let everyone stay put. After saying that, he turned to Evelyn with a meaningful look. She nodded. Just now, her senior had given her a few golden pills and 2 talismans, and the method to activate the talismans had been explained in detail on the way here. Shinjamu and Evelyn landed on the emergency ladder, and the coconut wood sword lost its spiritual control, falling freely into the sand. At that moment, a beam of light lit up at the edge of the distant jungle, and 7 or 8 people in uniform quickened their pace, arguing with the older black men. A few seconds later, one of the older black men was struck on the head with a gunstock, collapsing to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The co-pilot was taken aback and blurted out, "They aren't pirate mercenaries or something, are they?" Among the 7 or 8 people, 2 were holding rifles, and one of them shouted a few sentences in English. The co-pilot responded in English as well. He whispered to Shinjamu, "Great God, they want all of us to come out." Before Shinjamu could speak, bang, a gunshot rang out, and an older black man was shot in the head. The other older black men crouched on the ground, hugging their heads, trembling. The gun was swung to aim at another older black man's head. The windows in the cabin were filled with heads, discussing in a panic. Chen Jiamu's figure darted down swiftly. With one foot, he stepped on the head of the armed thug, perhaps too eager to save someone. This kick directly crushed the man's head into his chest. With a swift motion, he sent another armed thug flying with a slap, his fingers clawing in the air, the rifle drawn into his hand. In the blink of an eye, the other thugs were stunned, quickly drawing their weapons, babbling in a language that was hard to understand. They surrounded him, but Chen Jiamu infused his body with true energy. There was no need to waste spiritual energy on these ordinary people. His peak martial arts skills were enough. To be honest, it was a bit thrilling to kill for the first time. Regarding killing and releasing life, whether it would affect one's Dao heart, Chen Jiamu had asked his master, Chen Shiliang, who told him a story from the Taoist tradition. In 1941, during the mid-period of the anti-Japanese war, the Japanese invaders invaded Wolfang Mountain. A man with the surname Li, known as Taoist Yuan Tong, led his disciples to stand up. The surrounding villagers only knew that Taoist Li was skilled in medicine, not expecting that in the face of a shattered country, he would lead his disciples down the mountain with swords and spears. Only a young disciple remained to guard the mountain gate, and as they were leaving, the young disciple asked Taoist Li when he would return. Taoist Li replied, "I will return in a time of prosperity." We, as cultivators, descend to save people in times of chaos and close ourselves off to cultivate in times of peace. In the end, that young disciple who guarded the mountain gate waited until his old age but never sought his master or senior brother's return. Killing the Japanese devils is like releasing life for the Chinese. Eating more plants is like releasing life for the animals. To eat more animals is to give plants a chance to live. Chen Shiliang summarized at that time. The Buddhist teachings speak of gradual and sudden enlightenment, achieving Buddhahood on the spot, cultivating compassion, cutting flesh to feed eagles, sacrificing oneself, as the physical body is merely a stinking skin bag. The Taoist teachings are not so great, advocating for the dual cultivation of body and mind, life and spirit. The body is the vessel of the Tao heart. If one abandons the body, life is lost, and one can only follow the arrangements of the king of hell, even changing one's fate to start over. Chen Jiamu turned his head to look at the two old black corpses on the ground, one with its brain splattered everywhere, clutching the backpack strapped tightly, as if there were living things inside. "They just caught a few bats, and you blew their heads off? That's too much. If I don't kill you, my Dao heart won't be clear." Chen Jiamu unleashed a half-step punch of Xingyi, striking without reservation. The person at the front flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the rocks, almost shattering into pieces. Retracting his fist, he transformed his hand into a claw, gripping another person's throat and lifting him up, tilting his head to ask, "Who are you? What do you want?" The person being lifted swung his legs back and forth, his face turning red from the strain. A few thugs suddenly froze, mumbling in English, "What the hell? You guys are ruining our silver deal? Fuck, I can't understand. Let him go." The thugs suddenly charged forward. Chen Jiamu frowned slightly, casually throwing the person in his hand aside. The surrounding true chi rippled, and he spread his hands in a circular motion, bringing them together above his head. With a sudden forceful separation of his hands, palms facing backward, a dragon's roar erupted from his chest, and he thrust out a palm. The 18 palms of the dragon, seeing the dragon in the field, a golden dragon spiraled around his arm and flew out, exploding the upper body of the person in front, body parts flying everywhere. The golden dragon's momentum did not diminish, piercing through another person behind, crashing into the forest, shaking the shadows of the trees, and flocks of seabirds took flight. The remaining 4 or 5 people stood frozen, staring at their two companions who had lost their upper bodies, staggering a few steps before collapsing onto the beach. Chen Jiamu soared into the air, hovering at a height of 7 or 8 meters, one hand palm down, the golden dragon coiling from his ankle to his arm, executing the 18 palms of the dragon, flying dragon in the sky. He had never had the chance to test it on a living person before, so this time he decided to unleash all his special effects and test it thoroughly. The dragon's roar echoed from the sky, and the thug holding a hook knife looked up to see a hand palm growing larger above him. At this moment, a team of people gathered in the distance, the roar of off-road motorcycles on the beach echoed, and at the edge of the forest, there were densely packed over 100 people, dressed differently, wielding weapons and shouting. After landing, Chen Jiamu swallowed a golden pill. In the distance, Evelyn also took a golden pill. She summoned the bull elephant thunder talisman and rushed over with a rustling sound. "Senior brother, I'm here to help you." Chen Jiamu turned back to see his little junior sister with golden hair and blue eyes. With each step she took, 2 shadowy figures resembling a bull and an elephant appeared behind her, towering 2 zhang high, with a pair of thick, curved bull horns on her head, exuding a chilling aura, her whole body crackling with lightning as she moved. Chen Jiamu was dumbfounded, exclaiming that this talisman truly had 1,000 faces. Evelyn was simple-minded. Her temperament was different from that of the Iron Dragon brothers, who were obsessed with martial arts and the entangled love of Ma Huayun. She was also different from the one-armed Gui Wu, who was hardworking and taciturn. The little girl traveled thousands of miles to seek the Tao, believing whatever her master said. As the only female in the Tao cultivation class, she was open and unpretentious, treating her senior brothers like family. This girl, who had never lacked money or love since childhood, perhaps only worried about a pimple on her face, seemed to always hold a beautiful hope for the world. She believed in light, in ideals, was optimistic and cheerful, could be a bit showy, had a touch of vanity, and most importantly, had never been heard complaining about the world. In the Tao cultivation class, she found the work interesting. After the weather turned cool, she even spent her own money to buy new bedding for everyone online. Following the expensive 5 school, she learned several recipes for delicious dishes, laughing as she said she wanted to whet her grandfather's appetite. "Senior brother, your talismans are so good. Be careful, they have guns." "It's fine," Brother Ma said. "The golden pill can deflect bullets." The sound of bullets whizzing by, along with the clanging of metal, made Chen Jiamu and Evelyn spark with energy. Evelyn excitedly rushed forward, leaping into the air, with the illusion of the bull demon following suit, leaving a deep footprint on the ground as sand and stones flew. "Pants! Oh yeah!" Evelyn began to practice the Tai Chi that Chen Shiliang taught her, the bull demon illusion mimicking her movements. With a sweeping motion, she executed a move like a war god. "Senior brother, did you bring your phone? Quickly help me record this and send it to Brother Ma." Bull and elephant thunder. Truly fitting. I love elephants and water buffaloes. A sweeping kick that looked like a joke, but the overwhelming power of the bull demon illusion behind her directly overturned the motorcycle in front of her. Coconut silk. Evelyn became more skilled, imitating the actors from martial arts films, wildly gesturing as she practiced. The great Pang spreads its wings. Oh, the monkey steals the peach. Hey, that move doesn't count. Guanyin sits on a lotus. Invincible wind firewheel, old man pushes cart. Evelyn, who taught you these moves? Chen Jiamu frowned and asked. I saw it in cartoons. Evelyn charged towards the area with the most people, a loud trumpet of an elephant accompanied by rolling thunder, shaking the ears of the thugs. The battlefield quickly turned into a one-sided beating, 2 people against over 100 armed thugs, like wolves among sheep, with people continuously falling. A few brave souls hiding in the cabin peeked out. Some even began to kneel in reverence. Song Xian tore off the cross from her neck, kissed it, and threw it onto the beach. That's the 18 dragon subduing palms in Tai Chi. I recognize it, so awesome. No, it's magic. The captain squinted, incredulously saying, no, it's cultivation. A passenger's eyes sparkled with fervor. In less than 10 minutes, amidst the clamor, the remaining dozen or so people dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, some waving white underwear back and forth. More people emerged from the cabin, and at that moment, a hint of dawn appeared in the sky, the sun slowly rising. On the coastline, the waves sparkled. Among the crowd of thugs, one person resembling a leader, dressed in a general's uniform from an unknown country, had several medals hanging on his chest. We surrender, are you from Huagua? The general-like Westerner tossed aside his cane, raising both hands above his head, limping forward. What are you doing? Hello, I am General Gvass. Oh my god, I originally thought it was the Marine Corps coming to wipe us out. General? The regular army kind? Evelyn asked. No, you jest. We might be called pirates in the eyes of the world, those damned American politicians, those bastards in the Senate who fooled us. A loud explosion sounded in the distance, thick smoke rising. Oh, shit, didn't they say they were coming next Saturday? This treacherous vampire, old dragon. Vass angrily turned back, genuinely puzzled as to why his 100 or so men needed to be bombarded. Chen Jiamu slowly floated into the air, peering through the island's forest, seeing 2 warships approaching, without flags, shells thudding down, blowing the wooden houses, fortifications, and watchtowers to pieces. An airplane accident, then a military exercise? This was aimed at him, and these so-called pirates are hardly worth mentioning. They are nothing more than cannon fodder. Well, they really are willing to spend money to eliminate this uncontrollable unknown threat in such a place, while also avoiding public scrutiny. Chen Jiamu landed and whispered to Evelyn, the gentlemen in Washington really know how to seize opportunities. Unfortunately, my spiritual power is insufficient right now. Senior brother, we haven't done anything. Why is this happening? Evelyn sensed Chen Jiamu's meaning. She wasn't foolish. This was the military secretly planning to encircle her senior brother, even at the cost of sacrificing all the passengers on the commercial flight. Senior brother, what can I do to help you? Chen Jiamu replied calmly, I still have 2 major talismans, the Golden Light Divine Spell, which can set up an indestructible defensive formation. I currently have enough spiritual energy to activate it, and I have an Earth Water Master talisman, which can borrow the power of the heavens and earth, but it consumes a lot. Restoring spiritual energy takes time, damn it, they haven't even reached Los Angeles, and the equipment is almost used up. No, I need to find an opportunity to go over there and take a look. Chen Jiamu smirked, no worries, just 2 broken ships. In the distance, a round shell came crashing down from the sky. Evelyn screamed, Senior brother, be careful. A shell, accompanied by a sharp whistle, came hurtling down. Chen Jiamu leaped up, suspended in midair, channeling the little spiritual energy he had into his palms, performing the cloud hands technique to intercept it. With one palm raised, he caught the shell, redirecting its trajectory, his body spinning in the air, the Tai Chi silk reeling technique following suit, keeping the shell in rotation as it followed Chen Jiamu's movements. Chen Jiamu switched from his left hand to his right, using the primordial unity technique, transforming. The clockwise rotation changed to counterclockwise. Chen Jiamu thrust out a palm, releasing. He employed the explosive force of the Xingyi cannon fist. Lightning surged from his palm, striking the shell like a whip, reversing its spin. This move, he had seen in an online video where a netizen edited a prank video, originating from the primordial Tai Chi Xingyi school, created by Master Ma Bagua. The technique was humorously dubbed by netizens as rat tail juice. Master Ma, despite his age, was unyielding. Fearing the strength of youth, he took 3 punches from a young man and, after collapsing, withdrew from the martial world without even calling the police or extorting anyone. A true man. Chen Jiamu, however, grasped the core technique of these 3 moves. The shell reversed and flew back. At this moment, the sky was filled with colorful explosions. More shells and missiles came raining down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Chen Jiamu bent low and flew, wrapping his arms around Evelyn. Evelyn clamped her legs around Chen Jiamu's waist, her arms tightly hugging his chest. Senior brother, don't speak. Chen Jiamu summoned the Coin Yuan Void Wall Talisman. Frost on the ground, ice solidifies, barriers connect to the ethereal, a thought reaches, assist me in traversing. His figure blurred, the surrounding space tore open gaps, and he flashed to dozens of feet away, reappearing multiple times until he reached the other side of the island. Chen Jiamu set Evelyn down, raised his finger to grasp the Golden Light Divine Spell Talisman, igniting it and tossing it upward, a golden light shield enveloping the 2. Evelyn, I need to meditate to restore my spiritual energy. You must not leave the range of the golden light. Evelyn nodded heavily, raising her gaze to the distant sky, where dozens of planes cut through the clouds, circling around the beach. Senior brother, more planes are coming. I don't know if they are friend or foe. Chen Jiamu focused his mind, ignoring it, as dust swirled outside the protective shield of the talisman. Kyoto, Special Operations Command Center. In a spacious yet oppressive office, a traditional ink painting hung on the wall, and beside a massive solid wood desk, an ancient go table stood out prominently. Old Wei sat on one side of the board, his white hair neatly combed back. Opposite him, his subordinate Li Guofu, dressed in a sharp suit, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze darting back and forth across the board. Knock, knock, knock came the urgent sound of knocking. After the door opened, a man in a Zhongshan suit rushed in, looking anxious. Old Wei, they've made a move over there. Warships and fighter jets have been deployed. We need to take action. Wei Lao waved his hand, and Li Guofu took away the chessboard, presenting a cup of hot tea. Lin, sit down. Wei Lao took a sip of tea. Lin Weidong, with a mischievous mood, leaned forward with both hands on the table. Wei Lao, that's a superhero from our country. They are heading towards annihilation. Look, you're getting anxious again. Wei Lao smiled and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Weidong. Lin Weidong directly took out his phone, fiddled with it for a while, dialed a video call, and handed it to Wei Lao. Wei Lao took it with confusion. On the screen was an old Taoist priest with a goatee, wearing a tattered Taoist robe, with a background resembling an old-school classroom. Wei Dongchen, I curse your mother, the old Taoist directly swore in the video. Wei Lao, who was usually unflappable, had his eyelids twitch, glancing at Lin Weidong beside him, who covered his ears and closed his eyes. Old Taoist Chen, have you gone mad? In the video, Chen Shiliang, with a furious expression, questioned, Wei Dongchen, what do you know? Why is my disciple going to Los Angeles to mess with antiques? What are you hiding from us, you bastard? You let him go without caring if he lives or dies. Just let the foreigners bomb us? Can you be a bit more composed? Wei Lao said helplessly. Compose yourself, you old hag. Wei Dongchen, can't you make decisions? If you can't, connect me to the Minister of War. I'll talk to him myself. Wei Lao paused, sighed. Alright, old Liang, what do you think I am? Aren't we here to eliminate pirates? Who said we wouldn't go? They can conduct military exercises, but we can't? The J-15 squadron has already gone. Here's the plan, I'll have Shaolin bring you to Kyoto, and let your brother and sister-in-law cook a few dishes for you. Stop trying to get close to me, I don't care about others, but if anything happens to my 2 disciples, I'll burn your house down. Beep beep beep, the call was disconnected. Wei Dongchen threw the phone away helplessly, reaching for the teacup, and got burned, almost crying out. Wei Lao, who exactly is this Chen Shiliang? Lin Weidong quickly straightened the teacup and poured another cup of tea for his leader. Wei Dongchen smiled helplessly, a capable, stubborn, and hard-headed old Taoist. Lin Weidong swallowed and said, Wei Lao, could this provoke a war between the 2 countries? Shaolin, on a smaller scale, we're all conducting military exercises, on a larger scale, we're all here to fight pirates. Some things, when not weighed, seem light, but once weighed, they can't be stopped even with 1,000 pounds. Lin Weidong pondered for a moment, then understood, still slightly worried, he said, if Chen Jiamu escapes and goes to Los Angeles, wouldn't that be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Have you lost your mind? Los Angeles is their second largest city. Are they going to launch missiles to bomb their own city? Would Congress make such a self-destructive decision? Don't forget, that's a very democratic country. Sheep entering a tiger's den? Who's the sheep? The methods of Zhou Village moving mountains and throwing themselves into rivers would make even aliens think twice. What is that? That's a superhero. I've prepared a great gift for Chen Jiamu, the treasure of the Hubei Provincial Museum. On a deserted island, General Guavas was hiding in a pit, while several of his comrades were covering their leader's retreat. General, that superhero has flown away. What should we do now? General, a squadron of fighter jets is coming from the east, bombing those damned American warships. We're saved, General. One subordinate, holding a telescope, looked excited, but soon his expression began to stiffen. Oh my God, justice will prevail. Which country's fighter jets are those? General, those fighter jets seem to be starting to bomb us. It's chaotic, completely chaotic. Oh, we are being attacked by 2 forces. General, everyone is attacking us indiscriminately. It seems we have been abandoned by the world. Damn it! This is a conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. Major, I command you to organize a counterattack. Bang, a shell landed in the pit, and the world fell silent. Almost an hour later, with half of his spiritual energy restored, Chen Jiamu opened his eyes and said angrily, Evelyn, my senior brother is going to deal with some flies. A figure cut through the sky, hovering above the coastline, and he flicked his fingers to summon a talisman. The Earth-Water Master Talisman burned out. A fierce wind ravaged the sea surface, and the sky darkened like ink, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Chen Jiamu stood atop the waves, his eyes tightly closed, murmuring incantations, his hands quickly forming seals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. In an instant, the already turbulent sea seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. The seawater boiled and rolled, and a thick water column shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds as if to poke a hole in the heavens. Immediately, centered around the water column, massive waves surged like awakening ancient beasts, roaring as they swept outward. The waves rose high, forming towering walls of water, each one dozens of meters high, blocking out the sun. The waves crashed down on the warship with overwhelming force, the tremendous impact instantly throwing the ship high into the air before it came crashing down. Accompanied by the sound of the ship's deck breaking and the terrified cries of the crew, the warship fell apart. In the distant sky, Chinese fighter jets circled above Chen Jiamu, seemingly declaring sovereignty. In the distance, dozens of unknown warplanes dove down. Chen Jiamu floated in the air, holding lightning in his hands, electric light surging all over his body. Detected a timeless treasure, the pure June sword. Chen Jiamu was taken aback and looked up at a warplane's cargo bay opening, from which an ancient bronze sword fell. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor's immortal artifact. This sword was small, about 60 centimeters long, and it had another name, the Sword of King Gojian. The sword tip curled outward into a circular hoop shape. The blade was black with diamond-shaped patterns, both edges sharp, the front cast with a beast face pattern inlaid with blue glass, and the back cast with cloud patterns inlaid with turquoise, the hilt wrapped in silk rope and engraved with 4 rings. As soon as Chen Jiamu grasped the sword, he felt a sense of ruling over the world. The natural weight of history condensed upon the sword, seeming to possess a spirit, as if 1,000 years of repression was finally being released. The Jinzi pearl of Fan Li and Chen Jiamu's arms seemed to sense something, trembling softly. It flew out and embedded itself in the groove on the sword's hilt. Chen Jiamu, using the power of the Earth-Water Master Talisman, held the sword in one hand and commanded the lightning with the other. With a bang that seemed to shatter the air, he charged towards a group of black warplanes. The Chinese fighter jets that had been circling above seemed to receive orders and quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. With every swing of his sword, a warplane disintegrated and exploded. His figure flickered in the air, dodging left and right amidst the hail of bullets from the American warplanes, a single person with a sword, shooting down 16 warplanes, annihilating the enemy. The next day, the international news was in turmoil, with a shocking headline that stunned the world. The beautiful country declared that, in the noble mission of maintaining world peace, it had launched a large-scale crackdown on the pirates of the Crix Islands. In this fierce confrontation, an unexpected incident occurred, and 5-star General Guavas unfortunately lost his life. According to a detailed report from battlefield journalist Robin, General Guavas' fate was lamentable. When the battle situation reached a deadlock, he chose to shoot himself. In his final moments, Guavas, filled with regret, confessed to his past crimes, unexpectedly attributing the cause of such tragic consequences entirely to the so-called Mexican octopuses that should go to hell, a statement that instantly caused an uproar. On the same day, the Senate of the beautiful country quickly convened an emergency meeting, during which a highly controversial major decision was made. They planned to construct a grand isolation wall between the two countries, stretching from San Diego in California to Brownsville in Texas, with a total length of 3,141 kilometers. Even more outrageous was the beautiful country's insistence that the Mexican government bear all construction costs. Meanwhile, in the distant east, a different scene unfolded on major self-media platforms in Huagua. A popular science video about humans and the ocean unexpectedly went viral, capturing widespread attention. The video provided an extremely detailed report on the seagulls and lobsters near the Crix Islands, explaining their ecological habits and unique positions within the marine ecosystem in an accessible manner. Far away on Crix Island, a giant cargo ship docked at a dilapidated port, where survivors of the plane crash and war were escorted aboard, looking disheveled and covered in dust. A red flag fluttered from the mast, but no one noticed that there were many soldiers in civilian clothes on the cargo ship, equipped with the most advanced rocket launchers. In the cabin, Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged, with Evelyn never leaving his side. Dao Yi, Director Lin's call, a woman in military uniform said softly, handing over a mobile phone. Chen Jiamu slowly opened his eyes. Dao Yi, is that what Lin Weidong taught you to call me? The military woman nodded earnestly and left respectfully. Chen Jiamu picked up the phone and said, hello. Dao Yi, impressive. I've heard about your deeds on the island, the voice on the other end exclaimed. Chen Jiamu raised an eyebrow. You knew it would turn out this way from the start? Almost 2/3 of the passengers on the plane died. I swear, I really didn't know. Wei Lao applied for first-level combat readiness for the fighter jet maneuver group just 10 minutes after the plane incident. It doesn't matter, it was bound to happen sooner or later. What about that bronze sword? Chen Jiamu asked. That was Wei Lao's idea. I'm not sure. He said you might be interested in some historically significant artifacts. Alright, once I finish my business, I'll visit him when I return to the country. Are you still going to Los Angeles? Lin Weidong raised his voice. You don't understand. That's their territory. If something happens, our fighter jet group can't cross the line. I need those things? Alright, be careful. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone. He calculated in his mind that the other side was a city, and if they truly disregarded the consequences, then he cared even less. Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged, the horizontal sword resting on his knees, the Jinzi pearl perfectly embedded in the sword body, with 3 grooves. It seemed that the pearls from Los Angeles were a must-have. Ding, the trial mission on Shijiao Island is complete, detecting that the secret realm has been destroyed by an unknown force. Congratulations, host, your qi is deep, and your spirit platform is high. Chen Jiamu closed his eyes and felt a sudden qualitative leap in his spiritual energy reserves, seemingly expanding several times over. Evelyn, have you ensured your grandfather's safety? Chen Jiamu asked. Of course, senior brother, I'm a bit worried, she replied. Don't be afraid. You can notify your cousin to make dumplings now. Honestly, I really want to eat dumplings. On the vacation cruise heading to Los Angeles, in the VIP Super Black Gold Luxury Room, Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged. Evelyn took off her pure cotton white socks, tiredly rubbing her feet. The door was locked, and the curtains were drawn tightly. The fair-skinned, golden-haired girl had several holes in her jeans from fighting on the island, and her sweatshirt had a tear at the chest, revealing a tight-fitting bra with a Mickey Mouse pattern. The naturally firm and upright physique of Westerners was exposed to the air, and Evelyn was not the type of hot woman who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. She is a foreign girl with principles. She knelt barefoot at the edge of the bed, carefully helping her senior brother wipe the sweat from his forehead while he was in a meditative state. Chen Jiamu was similarly ragged. Wow, senior brother's eyelashes are so long. Evelyn, don't get your face so close to me, it's very itchy. Chen Jiamu rubbed his nose. Okay, senior brother. Wow, senior brother's Adam's apple is so sexy, so firm. Chen Jiamu opened his eyes and flicked out 2 golden pills, eating one himself. Are we going to fight here, senior brother? Evelyn asked, looking puzzled. I need to let my primordial spirit wander for a bit. I will briefly enter a state of false death. Although this ship is guarded by agents from Huagua, it is not absolutely safe. Senior brother, I will protect you. Evelyn patted her back pocket of her jeans, confidently pouting. I still have 2 talismans. Chen Jiamu, feeling uneasy, handed Evelyn another golden pill. Thank you, junior sister. Chen Jiamu closed his eyes, his right hand holding a few illustrated books he had taken from the merchant ship's dining area. The surrounding space began to twist and change, and the small bed in the room gradually faded away amidst the swaying of the waves. When Chen Jiamu opened his eyes again, he was in another body. The Chen Jiamu from that immortal world. The environment had not changed much. His self here was still in seclusion and cultivation, and the note left on the ground was now placed on the table. Chen Jiamu picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of white paper, I bring a return gift from Baiyu Jing. When cultivation is dull, it can be viewed for amusement. Next time I come, please prepare a few more talismans. He placed the comic book he brought, the complete collection of Calabash Brothers, published by the Shanghai Animation Film Studio, beside him. It was richly illustrated, in 2 volumes, and still a collector's edition. He got up and rummaged around the room, hoping to find other treasures. Besides a large number of books, there was really nothing left to scavenge in the Baopu room. Chen Jiamu unconsciously opened records of the transformation cloud real person, pondering that through previous observations, it seemed that both worlds were repeating the same experiences, except for the differences in expression and timeline. He quickly flipped through, trying to find records about the pirate attack and the subsequent trip to Los Angeles, at least for reference. That day, I asked my junior brother, what is love? No, Chen Jiamu quickly flipped. Perhaps because it has been too long since. Flipped past. The sea of sins is vast, the root of evil is nothing but lust, the mundane world is chaotic, and the only temptation is lewdness. I, the transformation cloud real person, vow today that in this life, I will not step into the seductive den even half a step, and I will be enemies with the colors of demons. I have heard that the Qiming Demonist sect has produced a mesmerizing female fox, born with a fragrant charm, her tail dense. Today, I represent the righteous people of the world to go and subdue her. If one is confused by the desires of women, then the mind will scatter, losing its true essence, making it difficult to achieve introspection and self-reflection. Today, in my leisure, I observed the battle between the cow demon and the elephant demon on the Kangmang Mountain. The principles I understood led me to create a talisman that night. When the talisman was completed, thunder roared from the 9 heavens, hence it was named Cow Elephant Thunder Talisman. This talisman has the power of thunder infused into the cow and elephant, greatly enhancing the combat power of those who are new to my sect. Talismans are ultimately external objects. If we cultivators become accustomed to relying on external objects for support and neglect our own cultivation, it is not a wise move. Therefore, I will apply a small technique. The effectiveness of the talisman depends on the nature of the talisman and the character of the one who casts it. Very wonderful. Chen Jiamu frowned, then understood, marveling that this senior brother Ma was still a little genius. I will give this talisman to Chen Shidi, and later include it in our sect's Yunji talismans. There were indeed too many records and records of the Huayun real person, and many were written as thoughts came to him, most of which were insights. Chen Shidi has returned home for several months, and I miss him very much. Today, the sect's tabby tiger captured a 100-year-old giant python by the Weishui River. Brother Kueishui roasted it with the 9-yang fire, but the meat was a bit overcooked, so I didn't eat it. The master was setting up a formation, saying that after junior brother Chen's 5 energies converged, the inner disciples would have the fortune to break through time and space and travel to other realms. Chen Jiamu's eyes narrowed as he lingered on this page for a long time. He continued to flip through. Today, I got drunk and asked the master what love is. The master punished me to face the wall in reflection for 100 days. I thought, perhaps the master is also a person with a story. What kind of nonsense is all this? In the year of EC, junior brother Chen and junior sister Fu Lin took a flying boat to the foreign lands, but the boat crashed, and they encountered danger on the western Jiao Demon Island. Found it. The next page, the immortal mansion sent a message across thousands of miles, and the master personally led us to rescue. Then, it ended. Damn, are the events synchronized? Could it be that in the real world, the master and the others are also coming to Los Angeles? Chen Jiamu walked towards the hall's entrance, trying to go out, but ultimately felt powerless. This place was a closed-off retreat, forbidden to use magic, like being in prison. At the entrance of the hall, a huge hourglass floated, seemingly a timer for the retreat period. Chen Jiamu returned to the table and added a line on the white paper. Regarding the talisman matter, be sure to prepare. I will come for it soon. After writing, he pressed the brush down a few times, sat back on the mat, and entered meditation. His thoughts concentrated, the surrounding environment rippled like water waves. Chen Jiamu opened his eyes, and his consciousness returned to the room on the ship. "Senior brother, you're back?" Evelyn was sitting cross-legged opposite Chen Jiamu. "Where are we now?" Chen Jiamu stood up, his spiritual energy mostly restored. Evelyn picked up a neatly ironed new outfit from the bed and used a hairdryer to warm it up. "I don't know. I'll ask the captain in a bit. The phone already has a signal. I've reported our safety to the master and the others." Chen Jiamu picked up the clothes, hesitating for a moment. "Let's go take a shower. I brought a disposable toiletries pack, and the restaurant will be serving food soon." Evelyn smiled mischievously, leaving the small room and closing the door behind her. Chen Jiamu took the clothes and the disposable toiletries pack and walked into the VIP bathroom on the cruise ship. In the bathroom, hot water washed over his well-proportioned and healthy body, feeling very refreshing. Evelyn was really thoughtful. She even found the person in charge on the ship to prepare brand new underwear and socks for Chen Jiamu. In the ship's restaurant, more than half of the guests were undercover personnel from Huagua's special operations. Even the pianist had been replaced with one of their own. Evelyn had them bring a pair of chopsticks. Faced with a table full of Western dishes, Chen Jiamu smiled helplessly. A few days later, the ship docked at the port. Seagulls circled in the sky. At the port of San Pedro Bay in Los Angeles, containers were stacked like mountains on the dock, arranged in an orderly fashion. The orange-red gantry crane precisely lifted containers, moving them steadily through the air before gently placing them in designated spots. Forklifts buzzed around, emitting a low humming sound. On the streets by the port, vehicles were constantly coming and going, with transport trucks in a steady flow. The air was filled with the clamorous voices of dock workers and the conversations of sailors, mingling together. The salty smell of seawater mixed with the scent of fuel hung in the air. "Senior brother, the family has already contacted us. They will come to pick us up soon." Evelyn returned to her hometown, her face beaming with joy. A long black sedan stopped at the roadside not far away, with a golden-haired man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sitting in the front seat. "Winston, over here." Evelyn waved to her cousin. The crew-cut man, Winston, covered his nose with a white handkerchief. "Oh my God, Evelyn, why didn't you fly back? This damn fuel smell at the dock makes me want to leave immediately." "Welcome to Los Angeles, dear Chen." Winston opened his arms, making a gesture of an air hug. "I welcome you on behalf of the family. Please get in the car." Winston personally opened the car door for Chen Jiamu. This time, he was alone, without a driver or bodyguard. The architectural styles on the streets of Los Angeles vary greatly, with modern skyscrapers standing side by side with vintage European buildings, creating a unique aesthetic. Huge electronic billboards display women in bikinis blowing kisses to the camera. On the sidewalks, people of different skin colors and clothing styles jostle against each other. At the street corner, a few travelers sit at an outdoor cafe, leisurely savoring their coffee and enjoying a moment of pleasant relaxation. Chen Jiamu's gaze returned from the window. The interior of the car was exceptionally spacious, with a delicate little table holding a bottle of red wine. "Chen, would you like something to drink? Red wine, cola, green tea, or champagne?" Evelyn took out 2 bottles of cola from the embedded refrigerator on one side of the car and handed one to Chen Jiamu. "Where's the corkscrew, Winston?" "It's in the storage compartment, isn't it?" "Damn, old Frail didn't check the items in the car. He lost my corkscrew. You know, it's pure gold. I really want to kick his ass with my boot." With a flick of his thumb, Chen Jiamu popped the cap off the cola. "Winston, when will your young master's temper change?" Winston smiled nonchalantly, one hand on the steering wheel, the other hanging at the bottom of the car window, lost in thought. "Chen, there's something I need your help with. I think I should confirm the answer with you in advance." While waiting for the traffic light, Winston turned back with a look of eagerness. "Go ahead." Chen Jiamu shrugged. "Well, I went to Huagui to persuade Evelyn to come back, and we had a duel on Wudang Mountain, with no clear winner." "Do you remember this?" Winston spoke fluently. "I remember it vividly." Chen Jiamu smiled. "Chen, I love you." Evelyn kindly reminded, "Winston, do your 2 bodyguards also have the same vivid impression?" "They will keep their mouths shut, my little lamb. Tonight's party will have the dumplings from Huagua that I personally made. Are you looking forward to it?" Evelyn stuck out her tongue and ignored him. "Senior brother, the thing we are looking for, that pearl, I have already informed my grandfather, and he confirmed it is in the Getty Center Museum." Chen Jiamu nodded and smiled, patting the Yuang Chenjun sword wrapped in a golf club cover resting on his lap. At that time, Lin Weidong had delivered it, and Fan Li's Xinzi pearl had been collected. The system prompted that gathering 4 would allow the refinement of the 4 symbols creation, reaching the 5 Qi Chaoyuan. The one in his hand was Leisian, he wondered if the one in the museum was Kuan-di, Lihua, or Sunfeng. The Getty Center Museum houses many cultural treasures from various countries, and buying them back is definitely not an option. Chen Jiamu had no intention of buying. He had previously considered stealing. No, taking. Now his thoughts were clearer. If it really came to it, he would just take it directly. However, for safety's sake, he planned to find time to return to the fairy realm to see if his other self had prepared more powerful equipment. In Kyoto, at the Special Operations Department building, Lin Weidong had a headache. Behind him followed an old Taoist priest who insisted on seeing Wei Lao. The two must have known each other for a long time, but for some reason, the old Taoist chose not to serve the country and instead opened a class on the mountain, living as an ordinary practitioner. Lin Weidong admired this unkempt old Taoist. Just the fact that the old Taoist dared to directly curse Wei Lao over the phone, and Wei Lao didn't dare to retort, was enough to leave Lin Weidong dumbfounded. "Oh dear, old immortal, you really came." Wei Dongchen smiled, his wheelchair moving forward automatically. "Old Wei, I was a bit too excited during our last phone call. Please don't take offense." Chen Xiliang extended his hand, shaking with an old friend he hadn't seen in years. "Alright, I still don't know your bad temper. We agreed to go to our place tonight. Your brother-in-law has been busy all morning. That guy, little Lin, you should come along tonight." "Ah, alright." Lin Weidong looked around and slowly nodded. Not for any other reason, but because of the way Chen Jiamu casually called him Brother Lin, he, Lin Weidong, deserved to be promoted 3 levels. Chen Xiliang took a package off his back and handed it over. "This is a little token from me, homemade Huangjing wine, to help you strengthen your kidneys." Wei Dongchen received it with both hands and then hung it on the hook of his wheelchair. The wheelchair turned automatically, moving at a very slow speed. "Come on, let me show you our office. Old Wei, you know what I'm going to do." Chen Xiliang stopped in his tracks, looking seriously at the disabled man who had turned his back. He had questions. What did these people really know? Why did they give his disciple Fan Li a pearl? And why did his disciple need to go to Los Angeles to find other pearls because of it? At that time, the disciple said that as long as he collected the remaining 3, he might be able to elevate his realm. This secret he had never told anyone, so why did the man surnamed Wei seem to know it all? "Of course I know. Can we talk about it when we get home tonight?" "Old immortal, these matters involve the happiness of the world's people." Chen Xiliang remained silent, stiffly looking to the side. "Did you come alone?" Wei Dongchen changed the subject. "My disciple is already here. Comrade Lin has arranged accommodation for him." "Old Wei, aren't you just asking for the sake of asking?" This statement was simple. Which car the poor Taoist took, or he changed cars, what he had for breakfast, didn't you, Old Wei, have your eyes and ears everywhere? Wei Dongchen suddenly realized, laughing heartily, "I'm used to it. Ha ha." Then, his expression turned serious. "Your disciple, Chen Jiamu, on Creek's Island, single-handedly took down enemy planes with just 1 sword, 13 in total." Chen Xiliang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Will it cause a war?" As Winston's car passed the Getty Center Museum, Evelyn casually introduced the history of the museum when Chen Jiamu suddenly called for a stop, insisting on going in to take a look. Winston dismissed it, saying, "Chen, there's nothing worth seeing here. Most of the audience are just pretentious fakes, very few truly understand art. Just poor souls toyed with by capital." Because it was the weekend, there were lines of students entering the exhibition hall, and Winston slowed down, chatting away. "The most valuable piece in sight is Van Gogh's irises, which once sold for $53.9 million at a Sotheby's auction. My God, that was back in 1987. It's said that Van Gogh created it while in a mental hospital in Saint Remy, France. Can you believe it? He was already insane at that time. A madman's work. Ironically, Van Gogh painted his whole life, and it wasn't until over 50 years after his death that his works became famous. Then each piece was revered as a treasure. Chen, all of this is a game played by capitalists. Rarity makes things valuable, and the dead won't produce new works. Winston, first of all, his paintings are indeed beautiful. Evelyn didn't deny her cousin's theory but couldn't help but retort. "My dear sister, those beautiful paintings, to me, are just relay batons of piles of cash. I still prefer the thighs of those thong-clad girls at the Laney's bar." "Chen, if you're interested, how about I take you to experience Los Angeles nightlife tonight?" Chen Jiamu tapped the central armrest of the front seat. "Stop, Winston. I want to go in and take a look." "Oh, God. Those nude art oil paintings aren't that great." Winston turned the steering wheel and parked the car in the outdoor lot next to the museum, and the 3 of them got out one after another. At the entrance of the museum, a couple sitting on a bench, deeply engrossed in their romantic moment. The woman's eyes narrowed suddenly, and she turned to straddle the man's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, glancing sideways at the 3 entering the museum. The woman pressed the man's head against her chest, pretending to be affectionate, whispering in his ear, while the man lay sideways, using a wearable headset to make a phone call. They were CIA agents disguised to monitor a superhuman from Huagua. Almost simultaneously, a wandering singer with a deep, slightly off-key voice nervously pressed a hidden red button on his guitar. Inside the museum, several tourists maintained a nonchalant pose as they admired the artworks, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Not far away, in a warehouse, an elite task force armed to the teeth entered a state of high alert. At a military base, a conference room was engulfed in chaos, smoke swirling, cigarette butts carelessly strewn on the floor, and documents scattered everywhere. Officers in various military uniforms wore serious expressions, a map of Los Angeles hanging on the wall, with someone pointing at the markings, gesturing loudly about something. What is he doing at the Getty Center Museum? Don't tell me he's really there for tourism? A conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy involved. I can smell gunpowder through the screen. Several commander-like figures stared at the images on the large screen, seemingly arguing over some unreliable decision. One bald, one-eyed man in a black suit took a deep puff of his cigar and glanced at his watch. George, play the footage from before the fighter jet crashed again. An agent in the hall typed rapidly on the keyboard, one side of the screen displaying footage from multiple angles on Crick's Island. The young man from Huagua stood suspended above the sea, every sword strike causing a fighter jet to explode. The bald, one-eyed man was transfixed, lighting another cigar. Perhaps we were wrong from the start. Dear director, the plan to set Los Angeles on fire was merely a figment of those rusty-brained tycoons. There's a saying in Huagua, playing with fire will lead to self-immolation, and it fits perfectly here. They want to kick off the S3 season. Perhaps we should offer him a prestigious identity, money, beautiful women, even a green card. As far as I know, every year a large number of Huagua people want to join our nationality. Enough, buddy, you've eaten too many hot dogs. Put away your self-righteous pride. For someone like him, even if you offered the entire federal government, he might not be swayed. Any new directives from the president? The senators are still debating. The representatives of the hawks and conservatives from yesterday's parliamentary battle have already started throwing shoes at each other. Does the Huagua government have any new statements on this matter? No, they recently re-released Wolf Warrior in their country. North Korea released a special effects video bombarding New York yesterday. I really don't understand. What does that have to do with him? That fat man, who seems to thrive on chaos, looks like he wants to stir things up. God bless America. God will protect his people. Director, several insurance companies have simultaneously increased temporary clauses. 4 hours ago, they announced on their official accounts that if a wildfire occurs in Los Angeles, they won't pay a dime. Those damned vampires should go to hell. A young man from the East, who just wanted to visit the beautiful museum in this city, sent many big shots, adrenaline soaring. The Getty Center Museum in Los Angeles is a public exhibition museum that does not require an entrance fee, divided into several areas, featuring paintings, sculptures, and ancient and modern artworks, including Van Gogh's irises and Monet's impression, Sunrise. It also showcases various artifacts from the Great Eastern Nation, including colored sculptures and Buddha statues from the Mogeo caves in Dunhuang, scriptures, and some relics plundered from the Qing dynasty. In the center of the Eastern Artifacts exhibition hall, under a glass dome, lay a delicate glazed ball, hollow and spherical, with an English introduction on one side. Chen Jiamu walked straight to the side, observing closely. The bead in his hand, the Fan Legion character bead, was almost identical, except that the one under the glass dome was a mottled red. It should be of the fire attribute. A ZZ bead. Did he just smash the glass dome and grab it? Robbery and murder in broad daylight do not align with the conduct of practitioners like us. It's against the rules. They've come in fighter jets to silence people, yet still talk about these rules? Senior brother, let's go. Evelyn's voice came from not far away. Chen Jiamu came to his senses, secretly relieved. He was not the kind of bloodthirsty demon or cold-blooded animal. His character was clearly not like that. His Dao heart must not be disturbed. There were many children around, and this would surely implicate his junior sister's family. Those who delight in killing cannot achieve their ambitions in the world. Many years later, according to the memoirs of the sword immortal Huayun Jinren in The Stories My Junior Brother and I Had to Tell, it was recorded, Volume 39, Los Angeles Chronicles, Chin Shitty is actually a kind person at heart. As long as you don't provoke him, he's easy to talk to. But later, those eagle-wielding folks insisted on pulling the tiger's teeth, seeking thrills, which is also a part of human nature. Then, in the history of Los Angeles, there was that bloody night. Chen Jiamu stood there with a firm gaze, having made a decision in his heart. He decided to leverage Evelyn's family connections to confront the local curator directly, coming with goodwill first before resorting to force. Just say whether they would give it or not. If they truly wouldn't, then he would have to take it. Because this was originally our country's item. No one could obstruct his path to the 5 Chi Chaoyuan. In battles between soldiers, Chen Jiamu would not show mercy or hold back, but if it would directly implicate many ordinary citizens, he truly could not do it. This was not the realm of cultivation, not a fantasy world. It was the real world, with families, friends, and a homeland. The Evelyn family's mansion was grand in scale, far beyond the scope of an ordinary villa. It resembled a castle from a fairy tale, standing on the lawn. This building was located in the world-renowned Beverly Hills, the most famous gathering place for the wealthy in Los Angeles. Here, every inch of land shone with the brilliance of wealth and prestige, and the Evelyn family's castle was undoubtedly a landmark in this area. People often regarded it as a symbol of wealth and fame. That beautiful, dreamy, retro big house would not evoke the illusion of Snow White's kindness and bravery in the eyes of adults, for it was built from countless stacks of cash, carrying the beauty of capital exploitation. Many Hollywood stars and various wealthy individuals lived here, with architectural styles ranging from European classical to modern minimalist. Evelyn happily ran off to prepare for the evening's welcoming party with her grandfather, while Chen Jiamu was called away by Winston, who insisted on being a good host. The two strolled along the commercial streets of Beverly Hills. Though it was a commercial street, it was different from others. It was less crowded and not bustling. Each shop, with its uniquely designed form, shared a common feature: the doors were large and tall enough. "Chen, these things aren't worth our time. I'll take you to drink the best red wine in the world and ride the fairest women." Winston led the way, encountering many gentlemen along the road who greeted him. "Winston, can your family help me get that bead from the Getty Center Museum? It's an artifact from our country," Chen Jiamu asked tentatively. Winston was taken aback and asked, "What bead? Are you talking about the one we just saw? That might be a bit difficult, but I can have my father talk to the governor and see." "Chen, why do you want that thing? Does it have any special significance?" Chen Jiamu smiled and casually changed the topic. "What business does your family do?" "Too many, almost everything except arms dealing is included." "Chen, are there others in your country with superpowers like yours?" Winston was very curious. He was the only man who had experienced the dragon subduing 18 palms. He would never have dreamed of the explosive scene his cousin Evelyn created after using talismans. "There are," Chen Jiamu replied frankly. "Oh, tell me more." Winston became interested, even a bit eager to try. "I have a senior brother who can turn his body into titanium alloy. He also has a trick to transform into an elephant. It's quite impressive." "That sounds wonderful. Learning these requires, the so-called talent, right?" "Yes, I really wish I were talented too. Now I finally understand why Evelyn was willing to stay there for so long." "Chen, I can see that my dear little lamb cousin is much happier than before." Chen Jiamu smiled silently. Winston declared loudly, "Now, I officially announce that the nightlife in Los Angeles has begun early." He took Chen Jiamu into a private entertainment club that smelled like perfume, similar to a bar. In Huagua, at the capital airport, Chen Xiliang, accompanied by a group of special agents, checked in for his flight. After a long night of conversation with Wei Dongchen in the VIP lounge, Chen Xiliang became heavy-hearted. At his strong insistence, Wei Dongchen reluctantly agreed to the old Taoist's request to go abroad, a stubbornness that could not be pulled back even by 10 oxen. Indeed, the scent of money is pleasant. In the VIP lounge, the light seemed brighter than outside. The floor was made of marble that reflected shadows, and the ceiling was adorned with crystal chandeliers, resembling a hotel. Along one side of the hall were several sofas and coffee tables, occupied by many elegantly behaving business people, some quietly chatting together. In the center of the hall was a large electronic display screen, constantly updating flight information. The staff, dressed in uniform, hurried to assist anyone in need, always wearing smiles. This time, all the disciples of the Taoist class were mobilized. Even Guiwu, who hadn't left the village for years, was dragged out. "Master, what if they don't allow cats on the plane?" Guiwu opened his tattered suitcase, and a cat's head poked out. "No problem, we have connections." Chen Xiliang waved his hand, turning his back while continuing to fiddle with his phone. "It's still early, I'm going to the restroom." Ma Huayun stood up, stretched his arms, took out some toilet paper from his bag, and wandered off. As he passed by the Iron Dragon brothers, he smiled and nodded kindly. Shanji looked at Brother Ma's back and whispered, "Big brother, I told you not to eat too many pancakes at the airport." "Look, Brother Ma, he went to the bathroom twice this morning." "Is he really going to the bathroom?" Iron Dragon was studying an online translation software. "Damn, do I have to pay for a membership?" "Big brother is joking. We big men need paper to pee?" Zhang Xiang scoffed, saying disdainfully, "Second brother, we are all brothers. How could you not know what Brother Ma is up to? No need to pretend to be innocent." "What do you mean by that, third brother?" Zhang Xiang replied lightly, "It means nothing. That's not very nice." "It means exactly that." Shanji nodded repeatedly. An outsider nearby looked confused, completely unable to understand. About an hour later, a special agent came to inform Chen Shiliang that it was time to board. Where's Huayun? Did he fall into the toilet? Iron Dragon, go call your brother Ma. Okay, master. The three brothers went together. Chen Shiliang touched the black wooden box he had been carrying closely, letting out a long sigh. My disciple, you have no idea how many lives your every move affects. Liquid nitrogen is the liquid form of nitrogen gas, at -196 degrees Celsius under standard atmospheric pressure, appearing as a transparent liquid that can flow like water. However, due to its extremely low temperature, any material that comes into contact with it will have its heat instantly absorbed. In the medical field, it is used moderately. It can preserve biological samples such as sperm, eggs, and embryos. Of course, there have been experiments with cryonics in the past. It is said that in 1967, American physicist James Bedford voluntarily chose to be frozen after being diagnosed with stomach cancer, becoming the first person in the world to be cryogenically preserved, and he has yet to be thawed. This afternoon, at 2:38 p.m., a private club in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, experienced a notorious liquid nitrogen explosion, the first of its kind in history, with the cause still unknown. All guests who had consumed that day, including the club's owner and staff, were invited back to the CIA. At that moment, dozens of agents in black suits and sunglasses surrounded the booth, while helicopters circled overhead, and fully armed special forces lay in ambush in the surrounding mountains, even setting up rocket launchers. Click, a metal lighter sparked, igniting a cigar with a hissing sound. A one-eyed, bald man in a black trench coat, cigar clenched in his mouth, stomped on the granite floor with his combat boots. Expressionless agents in black parted to make way. The hall was filled with many scientists directing workers to install equipment on site. The entire booth resembled a giant ice sculpture, with several makeshift devices spraying a misty substance onto the large ice block. Dr. Kachi, are you sure this is it? Did we win so easily? The one-eyed man asked. Lord Nick, we succeeded. We succeeded. That paranoid pain is simply a biochemical genius. The newly developed HW8 liquid nitrogen weapon would be sprayed from the ceiling, walls, and floor, instantly turning everything in the room into a liquid nitrogen ice sculpture. But the opponent is the dismantler of the Superman. Can we detect vital signs? Nick asked uneasily, glancing at the monitoring screen displaying various complex data he couldn't understand. The doctor, referred to as Kachi, looked very excited. As long as we have enough of this liquid nitrogen weapon, theoretically, it can instantly freeze a T-Rex. Don't worry, we will later add a special permeable cyanide that can gradually corrode his central nervous system. Your Excellency, the manager of this establishment and two waiters, as well as young Winston from the old Nickel family, are also frozen. A subordinate named George began to report the situation. Tell old Nickel that we thank his grandson Winston for his sacrifice for the country. His Highness the President will award him the Congressional Gold Medal and may even nominate him for the next Nobel Peace Prize. Poor Winston, who would die without ever knowing that his dear friend, who had invited him and his Eastern superhero friend for afternoon tea, had already transformed the entire booth. And his friend, whom he had known for less than 3 months, was now leading a hefty bounty to enjoy the beaches and beauties of Hawaii. Through special laser scanning technology, the display screen vaguely showed several people stiffly sitting on the sofa, forever frozen in time, among them a young man from China named Chen Jiamu, whose body still maintained a jumping posture. 5 hours later, in a first-class cabin on a flight to Los Angeles, Lin Weidong looked serious. Ordinary people cannot communicate on the plane, but big shots can. Old Dao, something happened on the little Dao side. Chen Shilian paused with the scripture in his hand. What happened? Lin Weidong said in a deep voice, our informant over there just provided news that a bar was attacked by a terrorist organization, and several staff and guests were frozen by the terrorist organization's newly developed liquid nitrogen weapon. What? Slow down. Chen Shilian leaned slightly forward. The little Taoist has been schemed against. It must be a tailor-made assassination plan. Damn it! Those damned eagle sauce. Still so unseemly. Lin Weidong explained to Chen Shiliang in the most straightforward language possible. Your disciple was dining outside, and it turned out to be a trap designed by someone, because his previous performance was too explosive, and the enemy used a weapon that could instantly turn the air into ice. Chen Shilian listened patiently without interrupting, his eyes lowered as if he were contemplating something. How long until we reach Los Angeles? Taoist, for everyone's safety, we decided to return immediately after reaching the airport. This matter needs to be discussed in a meeting above. Besides, it would be meaningless for us to go. Are you planning to poke the CIA with your peachwood sword? I have a way. Lin Weidong, no matter what I do or say later, do not be afraid, and do not worry. After saying this, Chen Shiliang sat cross-legged on the small sofa, took out the black wooden box he had been carrying, lifted a corner, and retrieved a pill. He reverently picked up the pill and looked around. This was given to him by Old Yang from Qingfeng Temple, the old buddy who refined fasting pills. Old Yang himself was uncertain whether the effect of this Manhwa pill would be the gathering of the 3 flowers at the top. He had repeatedly warned Chen Shiliang that this thing should not be taken too much, as it could be addictive and might lead to schizophrenia. When Old Yang was young, he had obtained an ancient and unique pill recipe and had refined it over a dozen times, but each time it had exploded. Just last time, after Qin Jiamu awakened in his temple, he unexpectedly succeeded in refining it. Old Yang was very excited. He took one, went over there, and almost didn't come back. Chen Shiliang popped the pill into his mouth and formed the Sanqing seal with both hands. Disciples, protect your master. Ma Huayun and the Iron Dragon brothers were puzzled. Master, what are you going to do? Only Gui Wu sat silently beside his master. He unzipped his bag, and the head of a 3-flower cat peeked out. Chen Shiliang smiled, a bitter yet determined smile. Is it only allowed for him, Chen Jiamu, to be a hero and a great man? Is it not permissible for this old man to also achieve the gathering of the 3 flowers at the top? In the cabin, many passengers were dumbfounded. Wow, a cat. The cat is on the plane too. That's an old Taoist. Is he going to perform some magic on the plane? He seems to be meditating. It is well known that those who can sit in first class are all people with identification, most of whom can be considered middle class, and their quality is somewhat decent, at least not vulgar. What the heck? That cat jumped on the old Taoist's head? It's still just a 3-flower cat. Chen Shiliang showed excitement, as if he had seen something incredible, his eyes sparkling. Entering the land of nothingness, the heart connects to the realm of the profound. So that's it, I understand. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from the top of his head, and he laughed loudly, unabashedly. 3 flowers at the top. I, the Taoist, have succeeded. Ha! Chen Shiliang felt the surrounding space begin to twist and change, a world filled with celestial energy slowly unfolding. Wudang Mountain, Qingshu Palace. The palace gate opened by itself, and an old Taoist with an ethereal demeanor, dressed in a simple Taoist robe, flew out with his hands behind his back, leaving behind a residual shadow. Outside Qingshu Palace, the clouds and mist danced like light gauze, the mountains surrounded in a hazy embrace, rolling and undulating, appearing and disappearing. The old Taoist's figure was like the wind, swiftly reaching the mountain stream, where the spiritual spring flowed gurglingly, clear and winding down. He lightly tapped the spiritual spring and suddenly elevated his body. Along the way, celestial cranes circled and called out, while spiritual beasts lay flat on the ground. He landed in the square of the immortal gate, standing in the void, looking down. In a moment, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the distance. 3,000 outer disciples stood neatly on the platform, all bowing to a streak of light in the distant sky. 3 individuals stood atop a high platform in the square, observing the disciples' training. Suddenly, all 3 rose, gazing into the distance, sending off a streak of light into the horizon. In unison, they shouted, "We pay our respects to the Master of the Heavenly Gate. Elder brother, third brother. The Master of the Heavenly Gate has emerged from seclusion. Second brother, the Master of the Heavenly Gate has flown away. Second brother, third brother, why is the Master in such a hurry? Could it be that the demon sect is attacking?" Looking at the direction, it seems to be heading towards the heart-questioning lake. That streak of light moved like a falcon, piercing through the forest and mist, entering the bamboo sea, where the green bamboos swayed like waves, and the bamboo leaves fluttered as if dancing for it. 10 minutes earlier, Chen Shiliang's head was numb, his spirit was frayed, and his heart was racing. At first, he thought this was his own inner demon, but later he reconciled with it. A great practitioner, with a firm heart, where the heart leads, the primordial spirit wanders. In fact, that pill from Old Yang was of no real use. At most, it was a placebo that could stimulate dopamine secretion and create hallucinations. For ordinary people, taking it might indeed lead to addiction. Old Yang firmly believed that it could provide a brief experience of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the wandering of the primordial spirit, akin to an extremely vivid dream. But Chen Shiliang was different. He knew this was not an illusion but a real experience, and he had integrated the memories of this body from the immortal world, which was completely different from Chen Jiamu, who relied on a system. Jiamu's deduction was correct. Among the countless beings on earth, they indeed live in this immortal world in another way. In an instant, Chen Shiliang had crossed the bamboo sea and was heading straight for the lake's surface. His form slowed, his clothes fluttering, gently landing on the lake's surface, which was as smooth as a mirror, not even rippling, standing proudly on the water. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion?" On the opposite side stood a Taoist in coarse linen, without jade at his waist, carrying a wine gourd, arms crossed over his chest, also floating on the lake's surface, the water boiling beneath his feet. Chen Shiliang exhaled, marveling inwardly. Ma Huayun truly resembled the wine sword immortal. "Huayun, Jiamu has encountered his inner demon during seclusion. I will enter his inner landscape to help your junior brother break through. The expression of Master Huayun slightly froze. Such a dire situation? Master, when do we depart? Chen Shiliang silently praised him. Based on his understanding and memories, entering the inner landscape was perilous. Practitioners knew that within the inner landscape, one's inner demons would be magnified, and if not careful, it could destroy one's Dao heart. Huayun was so resolute, full of emotion and loyalty. The teleportation array perceives the void. It is not something I can accomplish alone. You go gather the other inner disciples. I will go to the Qingfeng temple to find your uncle Yang and buy some time. After saying this, Chen Shiliang transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Ma Huayun untied the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head, and gulped down a few mouthfuls before tossing the gourd onto the lake's surface. His long hair flowed, his beard unkempt, his gaze deep and despondent. He had been comprehending the state of the highest good is like water here for 3 years, with no breakthroughs. Grasping at the void, a plum blossom branch flew from dozens of feet away. He pinched it in his hand, sniffed it, and sighed. Every year when the plum blossoms bloom, I think of someone. She once liked me very much. The water around the lake exploded as Ma Huayun soared away on his sword. 900 feet away, in the Emerald Forest Mountain, there was a grove of sugarcane. A middle-aged one-armed Taoist used his finger as a sword, condensing sword energy at his fingertip to peel the fibers from the sugarcane, completely extracting the juice, which, guided by spiritual energy, flowed into a bamboo tube. To one side, a spirit beast, 3 times larger than an ordinary tiger, with a tricolor coat of black, white, and yellow, lay lazily atop a patch of sugarcane, dozing. The seemingly sleeping tricolor spirit beast perked up its ears, opened its cute eyes, and gazed at a gradually enlarging black dot in the distant sky. The spirit beast suddenly pounced, nearly toppling the bamboo tube on the ground. The one-armed Taoist was startled. Disregarding his posture, he leaped forward and slid to protect it, letting out a steady breath of relief. What are you panicking about? This is not ordinary sugarcane juice. Each piece is carefully selected from over 100 years of spiritual sugarcane, quite rare. He planted the bamboo tube into the ground, took a few steps, and with a flick of his fingers, pulled up another one, patiently using sword energy to separate the fibers. A Taoist in coarse hemp clothing, flying in on a sword, made a nimble turn and slapped the spirit beast away with a backhand, sending it flying 100 yards, crushing countless trees along the way. Brother Yang, is something wrong? Ma Huayun picked up the bamboo tube, sniffed it, and without a second thought, gulped it down, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face. The one-armed Taoist suddenly turned back, his face filled with terror, golden light erupting from his body, and in an instant, he crashed into Ma Huayun, snatching the bamboo tube away, only to find it completely drained, not even a drop left. Bang! The sugarcane forest within a 3-mile radius was flattened by the shockwave, and an ancient sword flew from 100 yards away, landing in the one-armed Taoist's hand. The sky rumbled, drawing into the sword. Ma Huayun, who had been knocked away, shouted angrily, Yang Kuei water. Is it necessary to use the divine sword to strike me just for a few sips of sugarcane juice? The one-armed Taoist said nothing, lightning coursing into the sword, his whole body crackling with electric light, and he swung the sword down. Ma Huayun dodged in midair, but felt a weight on his back, and as he bent down, a giant claw swatted him away. The enormous spirit beast, having returned at some point, stood amidst the clouds, its round eyes gradually turning vertical. At this moment, a sound of breaking air echoed from afar, and 3 burly men wielding divine weapons floated in. A fair-skinned, golden-haired, blue-eyed woman from the western regions arrived above the 3, her bare feet beneath her skirt, stepping through the air like a lotus flower. Dear fifth brother, Brother Ma, stop playing. Uncle Yang has also arrived. Master has summoned us to the Baopu room to assist Brother Chen in breaking through. The door to the Baopu room on Wudang Mountain was pushed open. A handsome young Taoist sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion in the main hall, already in a meditative state. Cold air wafted from his body, and the temperature in the room was very low, with the ground cracked like a spider web of ice. Chen Shiliang, with an air of celestial elegance, stroked his beard, frowning in silence. Accompanying him was a disheveled Taoist, the old Yang of this world, the master of Qingfeng Temple, followed by a large monk in coarse robes. Old Yang looked around, then raised his head to ask, Is your disciple trapped by a heart demon? I reckon he's about to become an immortal. Amitba, he is about to become a Buddha, said a large monk beside him, clasping his hands together. This is Master Puhue from the Buddhist sect of the western regions, quite insightful regarding heart demons. He happened to pass by my temple, old Yang introduced. The poor monk observes that Chen Shizu is connected with Buddha nature, showing signs of nirvana, which is a cause for celebration, the monk said. Chen Shiliang was dismissive of the old monk's observation. He knew a thing or two, and for the cultivators of this world, they had no understanding of what technology meant. Great monk, How did you see that my disciple is about to become a Buddha? Amitabha, this child is exceptionally gifted, possessing considerable Buddha nature. If the Taoist does not abandon him, the poor monk is willing to take him back to the western regions, into our Buddhist sect, to assist him in breaking through with emptiness. Enough, Master, my disciple has no such interest. Master Puhue sighed. Before ordinary people attain enlightenment, they are all confused by the many illusions of the world. The heart, Buddha, and sentient beings are all empty. The essence of phenomena is emptiness, neither sacred nor mundane, neither giving nor receiving, neither good nor evil, all is empty. Chen Shiliang's whisk suddenly tightened, thunder rolling, and he flicked it onto the monk's bald head, with a loud crack, the lightning rippling out. The monk's feet sank into the ground like nails, looking aggrieved. Why did you hit the poor monk? Does it hurt? Chen Shiliang asked. It hurts. The monk touched the bloodstain on his head, and golden light washed over him, gradually healing the wound. Chen Shiliang said irritably, didn't you say everything is empty? Then why does it hurt? The monk was momentarily speechless, lost in thought. Lao Yang tried to mediate. Alright, let's not talk about useless things. Chen Laodao, what do you plan to do? You protect me, and I will take the disciples of the Yuanheng inner sect into Chen Jiamu's inner landscape to help him cut down his heart demon. Are you crazy? It's rumored that a cultivator's inner landscape is another world. You don't understand that side. If you're not careful, your primordial spirit could get trapped inside. Lao Yang said anxiously. The Chi body source flow records that a cultivator's primordial spirit, based on this, is unmoving and indestructible. Only the consciousness wanders through the vast waves. Throughout history, whether Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist, there has been this saying, just with different terms. The Tao says, ancestral land, the Buddha says, spiritual platform, the Confucians say, emptiness, but they all mean the same thing. All beings are two sides of the same coin, usually not interfering with each other. When one's cultivation reaches great heights and one sees one's true nature, one can break through the shackles of heavenly law, and the primordial spirit and consciousness merge into one. When a cultivator enters the inner landscape, it opens a passage between two worlds. Lightly, it leads to madness. Heavily, it results in death and the dissolution of the Tao, with very few able to come and go freely. Chen Shiliang, having integrated memories from both realms, had a comprehension that surpassed everyone present. In this world, he practiced techniques and laws, while on the other side, they practiced virtue and the Tao. With wisdom manifesting, he was confident he could lead his disciples to go and return safely. At that moment, several people entered from outside. We pay our respects to the master. 3 bold voices rang out simultaneously. At the peak of martial arts, the 3 major disciples who had just stepped into the realm of cultivation were Han Yuan Qinlong, Tai Long, Tuanhuan Shenjin, Wei Shenjin, Xiao Wuliashu, Zhang Ziong. Master, we have arrived. How is Qin Shidi? Then came 3 others who had already entered the path of cultivation, the wine sword immortal Ma Huayun, the solitary sword immortal Yang Kueishui, and the foreign immortal fairy Fu Lin. Along with them was a large spiritual beast resembling a cat and a tiger. Chen Shiliang nodded cautiously, introducing the stakes and precautions to the disciples, and the 7 of them formed a formation around Chen Jiamu. Lao Yang, it will take at least 3 to 5 days, or at most 7 to 8 days. Thank you for your trouble. Dao friend Lao Yang bowed, reciting a phrase of blessings, and with a flick of his finger, a sandglass made of light and shadow floated to one side. Chen Laodao, don't worry. After Lao Yang finished speaking, he turned to the astonished monk and paused before saying, Master Puhue, do you have any insights? Master Puhue respectfully joined his hands and sat down slowly, saying, I have just received a wake-up call from Taoist Chen and seem to have gained some understanding, feeling both surprised and delighted. I wish to join you in protecting the law. Good, a monk with great ambition. If the Brahmins come over next time, just let me know. I can't promise anything else, but I have plenty of elixirs. Amit Ba. Good. In the hall, Chen Shiliang flicked his dust whisk, sat cross-legged, and formed hand seals, with all the disciples moving in perfect unison. Nurture chi, forget words, guard the heart, and act or not act. Know the origin of movement and stillness, who else to seek when there is nothing. True permanence must respond to things, and responding to things must not be confused. Not being confused, nature resides in itself, and nature residing returns to chi. Open. The 7 opened their crown gates, each releasing a stream of clear chi, their primordial spirits exiting their bodies. The colorful streams swiftly entered the body of Chen Jiamu, who was sitting in the center. Los Angeles Airport, Exit Hall. Lin Weidong was contacting domestic return tickets, estimating that the old Taoist was nearing the end. After meditating, he couldn't be awakened at all. After the plane landed, Gui Wu carried Chen Shiliang on his back, and everyone crowded around, helping the old Taoist to a chair in the airport hall. During the security check, There was a brief dispute because there was a cat in Guewu's suitcase. Why can't I bring my cat? Guewu, with one hand carrying his master and a suitcase hanging from his neck, argued stiffly with several foreigners. Go to the mud silver pigeon. You, AIT, go to the silver pigeon. Language barrier. Manhwa put on his headphones, focusing intently on debugging the downloaded bilingual voice translation software. Tai Long and the others were helping senior brother Guewu stand his ground, chest out and head held high, confronting several foreign security guards at the airport. This place was different from the domestic scene. No one was buying Lin Weidong's story. Not far away, Lin Weidong was in contact with an informant hidden in Los Angeles, discussing the return trip. Hearing the argument, he cursed under his breath, hung up the phone, and hurried over. He patiently negotiated with the airport staff in English. At that moment, Chen Shiliang, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes, golden light bursting forth from them, special effects fully activated. Guewu felt a lightness in his back and turned around in confusion, only to see his master floating in the airport hall, his robe billowing. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them as people from all over the world at Los Angeles airport were quickly drawn in, staring in disbelief. Chen Shiliang floated higher and higher, eventually hovering about 5 or 6 meters above the ground, his eyes shining with blinding gold, his body slowly rotating. The natural way is nameless, it is but one nature, one spirit. Life cannot be entrusted to the heavenly light. The heavenly light cannot be seen, entrusted to the two eyes. Guewu murmured to himself. Then, his body stiffened, and he too began to float. Soon, not far away, Manhwa, Tai Long, and the three brothers. All the members of the Dao cultivation class took off from the ground, their eyes shining brightly. Lin Weidong's phone fell to the ground with a thud, his mouth agape in shock. Various discussions filled the air, a mix of many languages, as the crowd at the airport grew larger, completely blocking the security checkpoint, creating chaos. Alarms blared, and surrounding patrol officers, guns drawn, gathered. The leading officer looked up, eyes wide, and began to pray to God. With a loud bang, a suitcase burst apart, scattering clothes, thermoses, sneakers, and other personal items everywhere. A calico cat suddenly grew in size, toppling nearby chairs, its form instantly resembling a threefold larger, vibrant tiger, its three colors shining brilliantly as it let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, at a castle in Beverly Hills, a strange phenomenon was occurring in the room of the little Princess Evelyn of the Nick Kirk family, with servants screaming in terror. Today, agents surrounded the villa, and Nick Kirk, as the family head, was informed that his grandson Winston had been attacked by a terrorist organization and was now frozen in fear, with the federal government trying to rescue him. His granddaughter Evelyn was accused of crimes against humanity, and federal investigators had arrived at their door. Old Nick Kirk was dazed, as armed federal agents in the hall presented an arrest warrant, hoping this imperial tycoon would hand over the culprit. Evelyn is still a child, just a child. What ability does she have to commit crimes against humanity? Old Nick Kirk's cane struck the ground with a thud. Dear Mr. Nick Kirk, I completely understand your feelings at this moment, but this arrest warrant bears the seal of Congress. The people of the world will remember your contributions for the peace of all humanity. Federal investigator George waved his hand, and dozens of agents in black split into two rows, hastily heading upstairs. You robbers! Don't dirty my stairs. Oh God, I will sue you for trespassing. George sneered, unfazed. He elegantly sat on the sofa, glanced at his watch, and asked, The Empire does not allow the world to have supernatural beings. Even if they exist, they must serve the interests of the Empire. Dear Mr. Nick Kirk, you have 10 minutes to state your position. Oh dear, 9 minutes and 52 seconds have already passed. It seems you are determined to shield the criminal. I now represent Congress to declare your crimes. George snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard behind him presented the prepared documents with both hands. Oh my God, my heart. Hunched over, Nick Kirk trembled as he took out a bottle of medicine and swallowed it. George, uninterested, waved his hand dismissively. The agent pulled out handcuffs and expressionlessly cuffed the completely unresponsive old Nick Kirk. Squinting, he looked up at the luxurious staircases on either side of the hall, calculating in his mind. According to previous reports, this little girl was very likely to know the secrets of the superhumans from Huagua. If they could pry open her little mouth, the Empire might grasp some kind of superpower technology. With a whoosh, a dozen black-clad bodyguards flew down from the second floor, crashing to the ground with a thud. George suddenly stood up. What's going on? In the corridor on the second floor, a little girl with fair skin, golden hair, and blue eyes approached, her eyes shining with golden light. With each step she took, a lotus flower appeared in the air, her aura filling the entire villa, causing the furniture, kettle, and large grandfather clock to sway rhythmically with her movements. A few minutes earlier, Evelyn had heard Chen Shiliang's comforting voice in her ear. Don't be afraid, your master and senior brothers are here. Learn to control your power. The voice was gentle and warm. Evelyn was wearing cartoon-patterned pajamas, her feet in pink slippers embroidered with Mickey Mouse. She had just been changing clothes when suddenly a force from deep within her soul awakened her, presenting various cultivation techniques in her mind, yet there were no memories of the immortal realm. "Evelyn, gather at Los Angeles airport." A voice echoed from the sky, a sound only Evelyn could hear. It was Chen Shilian's voice. "Okay, master." Evelyn's golden light in her eyes retracted, returning to normal. She furrowed her brows, raised her hand, and two vines shot out from her fingertips, wrapping around the two agents beside her grandfather. The vines shook, and the agents crashed through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, falling onto the lawn outside. "What the hell?" George instinctively reached for his sidearm, but 2 seconds later, reason overcame sentiment. He gave up resisting and dashed towards the door, choosing to escape and regroup with the main force. Through the shattered window, Evelyn saw many military vehicles parked haphazardly at her doorstep, special forces teams in masks gathering outside her home, just like in the movies. The federal investigator who had rushed out earlier was now animatedly negotiating with the military commander, looking very agitated. "Evelyn, are you in trouble? Or do you not know the way to the airport? Send your location via your phone, and I'll have Iron Dragon and the others come to pick you up." The voice of Chen Shiliang echoed in the sky. Evelyn didn't know how to respond. Recalling the techniques required some memory, and she wasn't quite adept at long-distance communication yet. Earlier, in her haste to save her grandfather, she had instinctively used an offensive method. "Grandpa, it's okay." Evelyn landed, helped her grandfather up, and placed him on the sofa. The old man, overwhelmed with emotion, could hardly speak, just making incoherent sounds, nearly breaking down. "Damn it, these bad guys scared my grandpa." Evelyn puffed her cheeks and pouted, glancing at the encircling military outside. Evelyn opened her phone and sent her current location in the WeChat group titled Yuan Hongdao Cultivation Class, Loving Family. "Evelyn, current location, Evelyn Master, I'm surrounded by bad guys. Thud Thud Iron Blood and Loyal Heart Junior Sister, will be there soon. Decisive and eternal be confident, Junior Sister, it's clearly you who surrounded them. Drunken Sword Immortal, I have a sword that can move mountains, cut rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, tame spirits, pluck stars, destroy cities, and open the heavens." Evelyn locked her phone and put it in the pocket of her pajamas. After a moment's thought, she realized that what her junior brother Sean Ji said seemed quite reasonable. It appeared that everyone, like her, had awakened some kind of cultivation. Her master was truly impressive. She felt sorry for Tom and Akuna, who had returned home midway and missed their chance at immortality. Evelyn was slowly digesting the techniques in her mind, still not quite familiar with them. As a young girl who had just come of age, she had never killed anyone, and it was driving her crazy. "Evelyn, trust the Federation, trust the Empire, surrender, and your family will gain supreme honor." A loudspeaker blared from outside. "Citizen of America, Evelyn, for the happiness of all humanity, suppress your special abilities. Just imagine, if a missile were to explode in Los Angeles, how many innocent lives would be affected? Those are countless sacred and wonderful citizens of the Empire, and by surrendering, you will save countless families. Respected Mr. Nick Kirk, can you hear me? Advise your superhuman granddaughter to be a law-abiding citizen. She is already 18, she can drink whiskey in legally dated bars, the Empire can grant her freedom." With a loud bang, the villa's front door shattered, and Evelyn floated in, her entire being radiating an ethereal aura, her golden hair standing on end, anger etched on her face. The Special Forces team hiding behind cover in the courtyard tensed up collectively, whispering among themselves. "They said they came to catch a little girl, but they didn't mention she was Wonder Woman? Oh my god, the Avengers have entered the real world? That's not Wonder Woman, it's Doctor Strange, damn it. I want to give up on this siege, I really want to eat my grandma's pizza." In the distance, a deep male voice spoke in Chinese. "You little rascals, dare to kidnap my junior sister? Have you asked me, the Cloud Sword Immortal?" Everyone turned to look, and above in the sky, a Chinese man was flying on a sword, holding a half bottle of Remy Martin, already slightly tipsy. Before he arrived, his voice had already reached them. "Riding the wind on my sword, banishing demons between heaven and earth, with wine I revel in leisure, without wine I am still carefree." Los Angeles Airport, being in the city center, the authorities dared not take hard measures for fear of harming many civilians. All flights were grounded, crowds were organized to evacuate, and the area around the airport was under martial law, taken over by the military, with no one allowed to enter, creating a feeling of an alien invasion of Earth. "Master, we haven't found Brother Chen's whereabouts. Investigate further and report back." "Yes." Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures broke through the air, directly crashing through the steel structure of the airport ceiling. Chen Shiliang sat upright in the airport hall, with Gue Wu and Sanhua Ling Beast on either side of him. He had just held a small meeting, the content of which was concise. The disciples had returned to their original spirits and gained magical powers from the cultivation world. Currently, the duration of their powers was still ample, and they needed to rescue Chenjamu before their spirits departed and returned safely to their homeland. In other words, everyone was still the same as before, except for Chen Shiliang, who had merged memories from two worlds. The others were still modern people with magical powers. As cultivators, we must repay kindness and cannot endure enmity. No need to wait overnight. Daoist, can you tell me what exactly is going on? Lin Weidong was stunned. He truly did not expect things to become so crazy. Shaolin, it's hard to explain in a short time. Just think of it as an immortal descending to the mortal realm. We might be surrounded by the military. Can we withstand missiles and such? Lin Weidong said tremulously. Chen Shiliang frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, I haven't started a massacre, and we haven't even negotiated yet. Why would they launch missiles? Besides, this is the city center. Before he could finish, two figures appeared in the sky, soaring towards them, Ma Huayun and Evelyn. Ma Huayun was holding a disheveled-looking official in a suit, whom he casually threw to the ground. Master, this guy seems to be a high-ranking official. He knows the whereabouts of Brother Chen. I am a senator of the Empire's Congress and also the deputy governor of California. Gruss. I demand equal treatment according to my status. The man propped himself up, trying to maintain a calm demeanor while straightening his suit. Master, he peed himself. Gue Wu pointed at Gruss's soaked pants. Chen Shiliang coughed. Evelyn, translate. No need. I can speak Chinese, Gruss repeated in Chinese, then said, the superhuman boy from Huagui you were looking for has been accused of crimes against humanity and has now been taken away by the imperial military to a safe location. Do you all know what you are facing? You are facing the most powerful army on this planet, equipped with the most advanced technology, the think tank of humanity's highest intelligence. Just because you can fly doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Humanity will prevail. America will prevail. Gruss shook off the dust from his clothes and declared passionately, also, I must emphasize, this one on gentleman, first of all, this is not my pee. It was this gentleman's drink that spilled. Damn it, don't put this coward's shame hat on me. After saying this, Gruss glanced sideways at the man who had drunk a bottle of Remy Martin. The latter's eyes glazed over, completely indifferent. Huayun, you can use magic to force the alcohol out. If you get into a fight like this, what kind of situation will it be? Chen Shiliang said helplessly. Ma Huayun shrugged, I've endured my whole life, can't I enjoy it a bit? I am the wine sword immortal, drinking can enhance my combat power. Ha ha ha, others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others. Oh, with a wave of his hand, Chen Shiliang unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending Ma Huayun flying, crashing through countless airport seats, smashing through 7 or 8 walls, and finally embedding himself in the rubble. Chen Shiliang sighed and looked at the terrified Gruss, saying lightly, all right, let's continue talking. Where have you hidden my disciple? Gruss stumbled and sat down on the ground, his pants completely soaked, the urine mixing with alcohol, steaming. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, can we still communicate? The three-colored cat, now resembling a threefold striped tiger, leaned its head closer, its breath blowing Gruss's hair, making a deafening rumbling sound. Gruss stretched his hands to the ground, continuously retreating until his back hit the wall. At the Karimak military base. God, keep that thing's mouth away from me. His voice trembled with fear. Buzzing, Gruss's phone rang. He looked up at Chen Shiliang, his eyes asking if he could answer. Chen Shiliang nodded humanely. He was a kind-hearted old Taoist who hadn't thought of scaring anyone with a pet. It was purely coincidental. Gruss shakily answered the phone, his face gradually turning pale. Gruss, don't be afraid, the Empire will protect you. Let that Huagua Satan take the call. He pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, esteemed Huagua Thunder God. I represent the Imperial Special Operations Bureau, you can call me Nick. We just witnessed your Thunder Gods hand through the airport surveillance, and you let us experience a real-life version of the Avengers. The other party's voice was relatively relaxed, speaking fluent Chinese with the feel of a professional negotiator. What do you want to say to me? I regret to inform you that your disciple cannot be returned to you for the time being. If you force your way in, we won't mind activating the base's self-destruct system. At that time, the superhuman boy named Chen Jiamu will be turned to dust in 4 seconds due to extreme heat. Chen Shiliang's beard twitched. He couldn't let the other party dictate the pace. The voice carried an expectation. Well, blow it up. There was hesitation on the line for a few seconds, and they didn't know what to say. Do you have anything else? If not, hang up. Chen Shiliang said lightly, then quickly added, all disciples of the Dao cultivation class, follow my lead. Let's storm the White House. Directly take Trump's head. Wait, we can talk. Nick's voice on the phone noticeably rose several decibels. Chen Shiliang snapped his fingers, shattering the phone. damn it, comparing temperament with me? Too naive. The other party was clever, holding tightly to the trump card that could take Qin Jiamu down with them, which indeed posed a threat to Chen Shiliang. However, the old master was not to be trifled with. He couldn't show even a hint of being coerced. If he charged directly into the Karimak military base to rescue someone, he feared they might act out of desperation. No, he needed to think of a more secure method. Chen Shiliang looked at the large hole in the steel-structured ceiling, calculating the time the celestial realm could maintain the separation of the primordial spirit, allowing the bullets to fly for a while longer. Bang! 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 3 figures landed, cracking the marble floor of the airport. Iron Dragon, Zhang Ziong, Mountain Chicken. Greetings, Master. We have located Brother Chen. He is at the Karimak military base, about 300 kilometers from here. Master, when shall we depart? Chen Shiliang nodded and asked, You 3, go to the White House now, find their president for tea, and discuss martial arts culture. At the right moment, you can kill a few foreign devils to make a statement. The 3 looked puzzled, and Iron Dragon asked, Tea? Master, aren't we in a hurry to rescue brother? Chen Shiliang was exasperated and secretly transmitted his voice with magic. Intimidate, scare, coerce, put pressure on their leader, be high profile, charge directly into the White House. They are using your brother's body as a gamble for a desperate situation. We can do the same. As long as we don't tear up the ticket, they won't dare to. Iron Dragon immediately understood, his face lighting up. I will obey the master's command. Second brother, third brother, follow me. Bang! Iron Dragon burst forth in golden light, smashing through the roof like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! Zhang Ziong and Mountain Chicken followed, transform into clouds. Chen Shiliang said solemnly, What is your command, master? In the ruins, a man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes stood. Chen Shiliang transmitted, Go out into the streets, fly recklessly, and even do some chivalrous deeds, with one purpose. Let more foreigners know of your extraordinary existence and put pressure on their public opinion. Aha, I love showing off. Ma Huayun flew out in a frenzy. Evelyn, go get some food. Master, I'm not hungry. It's strange, is it because I have magic power that I can go a day without eating or drinking? Little Lin is hungry. Chen Shiliang looked kindly at Lin Weidong, who, as a mortal, was indeed hungry but didn't dare to say so due to nervousness. Oh, all right, master. Evelyn conjured vines with both hands, sweeping away the airport ruins, and the 3-flower spirit beast lowered itself, allowing Evelyn to ride on it. She blinked and hopped on the giant brain axe, bouncing into the airport's large self-service supermarket. Gue Wu, how is your understanding of the technique? Oh master, I'm about 90% there. I just need the final divine sword thunder technique. Continue to comprehend. Over there, you and Huayun have the highest talent and the strongest combat power. I observe that Huayun has too heavy a heart demon, and his understanding of the technique is not even at the 3rd level. It's really annoying. Not even as good as a cat. Master, I was just thinking, are we here dreaming of ourselves over there? Or are we over there dreaming of ourselves here? Primordial spirit, consciousness, one body with 2 sides, do not cling to it. Gue Wu, the Buddha says, all sentient beings possess the wisdom and virtue of the Tathagata, yet due to delusions and attachments, they cannot attain realization. Oh, I don't understand Buddhist scriptures. What is the Tao? There is something that is formless, born before heaven and earth, silent and empty, independent and unchanging, circulating without danger. It can be called the mother of the world. I do not know its name. I forcefully call it Tao. War, stop thinking about these things. Don't be like Huayun, caught in a heart demon. Think of happy things, like cooking. Oh, master. All right. Chen Shiliang sighed softly. Indeed, old Yang's worries were not unfounded. The disciples had gained magical powers, and their obsessions had been magnified. Not good. I just let Huayun go out to stir things up. I hope he can truly control himself and doesn't do anything scandalous. California, abbreviated as Cal, is vast in area and is said to be famous for its beef. Over 100 kilometers away in Northern California, it was a sunny afternoon. In the news, various videos about aliens attacking the airport had been continuously sliced and posted online. The foreigners were crazier than those back home. Many believed it was real, with only a tiny fraction questioning the special effects. Here, the information was relatively transparent. Some radical elements even waved flags supporting aliens, wildly promoting their views online, and discussions about whether nuclear bombs would be used escalated. More wise individuals pointed out that these were not aliens but rather celestial beings from Huagua. The angels of the empire had been defeated by Huagua's immortals in a higher dimensional world. There were all sorts of claims. A wandering Chinese singer from a foreign land strummed his guitar and sang on the street, surrounded by many foreigners. Back to the original starting point, your youthful face in my memory. We have finally arrived at this day, the old photos under the table mat, countless memories connected. Today the boy is going to the girl's final appointment. This was an old song expressing unfulfilled emotions, seemingly called Those Years. The singer sang with deep emotion, lost in the music. Some foreigners tossed coins into the singer's iron bowl. At that moment, a figure flashed across the sky, stopping abruptly and floating down. The crowd erupted in gasps. Superman had arrived. Ma Huayun stood beside the singer, staring blankly at him. This song reminded him of a girl named Ame. His figure flickered, almost brushing against the singer's nose, creating a gust of wind that changed the latter's hairstyle. You sang very well just now, Ma Huayun said, his expression forlorn, pulling a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and stuffing it into the singer's jacket pocket. The singer trembled, completely bewildered. No need to be nervous, Chinese people don't harm their own. You continue singing. The singer, terrified, stammered, Immortal, what do you want to hear? Sing what you want to sing at this moment, I will listen. The song from earlier seemed to take Ma Huayun back to that year in school, back to that heavy rain, in the cafeteria, where he quietly placed his umbrella behind Ame's seat. Out of insecurity, he didn't dare to hold the umbrella for her, fearing ridicule. He silently watched that girl in her school uniform, whose every smile and frown tugged at his soul. He longed to return to those years, back to the classroom, to intentionally seek your gentle scolding. The combinations on the blackboard, could you bear to unravel them? Ma Huayun took another swig of alcohol and smashed the bottle. Ame, I miss you so much. I miss the times we studied together. Do you remember that boy who secretly loved you for 6 years? Do you remember the graduation party? Our group photo. I stood behind you, inhaling your hair's fragrance. Bang! The guitar strummed. That year at 18, the school dance, you stood like a clown. Suddenly, a wave of energy rolled through Ma Huayun, rippling outward. Aside from the singer, people within dozens of meters were thrown into chaos, countless cars blaring alarms. Change the song. The immortal's anger was palpable, almost spilling blood. What do you want to hear? The singer was terrified. Ma Huayun smiled faintly, his smile sad and forlorn. The obsession of his inner demons intensified his unfulfilled emotions, and he could hardly control himself. I will take you to a place, you will sing to her. Ha! Ma Huayun's fingers curled like claws, and a motorcycle helmet flew in from afar. Put it on. The singer complied obediently. Ma Huayun wrapped an arm around the wandering singer and suddenly took off, speeding toward the eastern sky. On that day, the news from Los Angeles topped global trending charts. On that day, Trump learned the tea ceremony, and the White House guards and royal bodyguards all squatted on the ground singing the national anthem. On that day, a middle-aged man named Yang Kueishui was at the ruins of the airport, contemplating the true art of the divine sword of thunder. On that day, the foreign ministry of a certain eastern superpower boldly rejected all unequal treaties. On that day, the military gathered, and a great battle was imminent. On that day, at a military base in the empire, a frozen boy regained a faint heartbeat. On the same day, in the sky above the Ame restaurant, plum blossom rain began to fall. A wandering singer, thousands of miles away, sang those years passionately at the entrance of the restaurant. There was a man, floating in the night sky of the South Gate Snack Street, stepping through the plum blossom rain. He simply gazed from afar at the small window of the restaurant, where the light was on. Not too far, not too close. There was a fat man, stretching his head out to look at the sky. Wife, come out and see the immortals. In the world of cultivation, on Wudang Mountain, Lao Yang and Master Puhui suddenly opened their eyes, seeing terror in each other's gaze. In the center of the main hall, Chen Jiamu's body slowly floated in the air, emanating a scarlet glow. Even with his eyes downcast, he could not suppress the overwhelming aura of killing intent. Chen Shiliang and others from the cultivation world also began to float. Old monk, you know a lot. What is happening? Lao Yan looked up at the hourglass that had already run out halfway. Amatba, Chen Xiaodao, it seems he has fallen into demonic ways. What should we do? Can old Daoist Chen hold on over there? This monk does not know. You keep watch. I will go to the mountain gate to summon the master. After Lao Yang finished speaking, his body transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the hall. Several helicopters landed on the outskirts of the Karimak military base, located in a 300-kilometer no-man's land. Above the base was a 3-layer fortress, with the core located 70 meters underground. Representatives from several major financial families of the empire successively disembarked from the helicopters. They were the ones who truly held the lifeblood of the empire. As for those orators who changed every 2 terms or 1 term, They were merely puppets pushed out by behind-the-scenes figures to inspire the public, their mission to stabilize the empire's faith and honor for over 200 years. A 5-star general led the way, opening various gates and alloy doors, taking a special elevator. In the narrow, dim tunnel, the flickering yellow lights distorted the shadows of the 7 financial magnates. They stopped in a temporary conference room on the outskirts of the laboratory. "This plan is too risky. I suggest we slice the body and store it separately." A tall, robust old man, his face flushed, slammed his hand on the table, causing the documents on it to shake. A slightly lean man with sharp eyes like an eagle retorted without backing down, "Locke, this plan could change human civilization. Don't you want immortality, my old friend?" Rothschild stroked his exquisite beard, his voice deep. "We must consider the impact of the political situation. How should we respond to Huagua? Let Trump raise tariffs. Start a trade war. If that doesn't work, send troops to the South Island." The representative of the DuPont family sneered. "What about my family's business in China? You all can't just think of yourselves." "Tony, I don't care how you old folks negotiate, but our family must have an arm." "Franco, that superhuman from Huagua belongs to the entire alliance. You have no right to do this." "Everyone, the latest news, the White House has fallen," an older gentleman kindly reminded. "They are forcing Trump to recite the peace declaration, forcing him to livestream a talk show. These madmen are indirectly telling the world the truth." "Shit, what is the Secret Service doing? Where's Nick?" "He died, sir, just 15 minutes ago. He tried to crash an F-22 fighter jet into Los Angeles airport, and a lightning bolt appeared in the sky." "That's right, sir, lightning. Can you believe it? A one-armed fat man, using homemade wires, summoned lightning to split the fighter into billions of particles. Nick doesn't even need to be cremated. That's called the divine sword thunder control technique, you idiot." A scientist like man, holding a cultivation novel, recited word by word, 9 heavens mystical altar, transformed into divine thunder, magnificent heavenly might, guided by the sword. The caster communicates with heaven and earth, borrowing the power of thunder from above, drawing it into the sword, absorbing the might of 10,000 thunders for their own use, unparalleled in power. "Everyone, this world has gone mad. Science is the only standard for testing truth. They must have mastered some kind of genetic evolution technology. This is the conspiracy of the monkeys from Huagua. Immediately, right now, dissect the Superman in the ice block for me. Are you crazy? Franco, this corpse is our only trump card." "Bullshit. Haven't you and your family had enough? Immediately send a carrier group to Huagua's southern island. Let Goryeo send troops to the north. The 7th and 6th fleets head to Fusan Island. It's time to truly return to the Asia Pacific." "Oh my god, are we really going to do this?" "I oppose." Of the 7 representatives of the financial magnates present, 6 raised their hands in agreement, while the one opposing gritted his teeth and had to compromise. "Now, start dissecting the corpse. Cut him into 8 pieces, extract the genes, and study the secrets of the mutated genes. Remember, I want a complete skull." The frozen laboratory, built with 200mm steel plates, had a single window through which one could see the profile of the sleeping boy in the ice block. The 7 individuals, each with their own agendas, simultaneously gazed at that small window as if admiring a piece of art. "Sir, it seems we've detected signs of life revival," a female scientist screamed at the computer screen. "What?" The ice block cracked inch by inch, and alarms blared from the display screens outside the laboratory. A few seconds later, a naked young man shot up into the sky from the Karimak base, radiating blinding light that was impossible to look at. At the same time, in the peaceful Shanghai garden community, Liang Meiwan was watching a soap opera, while Xu Huan was on the train, and Yiping was crying like rain. Liang Meiwan was also in tears. A Taoist robe floated out of the wardrobe, flew out the window, and disappeared into the western horizon. "Mom! Mom! Mom! The clothes! The clothes!" Chen Jiji frantically shook her mother, only to be slapped by Liang Meiwan, and Chen Jiji cried too. At the foot of Wudang Mountain, in the Yuan Hongdao training class, in the dormitory building, an inconspicuous peachwood sword shot through the roof and flew into the sky. At the Southgate Snack Street, Ma Huayun sat atop the Christian church opposite the Yame restaurant, surrounded by many empty bottles. Next to the massive steel-welded cross squatted the Chinese singer he had abducted from thousands of miles away. "Master, how long do you think we should keep drinking? The police are surrounding us down below." "Yuanchen, did you see that just now?" The wandering singer, called Yuanchen, shook his head in confusion and filled a disposable plastic cup with liquor. She smiled. Ma Huayun leaned against the giant cross, drinking all night. "Who? Do you want to hear a story?" Ma Huayun asked. "I want to hear." In truth, I didn't want to hear. I wanted to go home. Singing was just my part-time job. I had a job in America, my wife was beautiful and gentle, my son was already in elementary school, and there was no need for homework tutoring over there. The little plum blossom of the story has been drifting since the year it was born. I remember running under the sunset at 17, that was my lost youth. Buzz buzz buzz, Ma Huayun's phone rang, interrupting his immersion. Hello, Huayun, where are you? Hurry back to your master. I am trying to reclaim my lost youth. Your junior brother has gone mad. He's going to start a massacre. Ma Huayun's eyes narrowed, and with a bang, he shot into the air. The singer Yuan Shen stood on the rooftop, looking helpless as he shouted, Hey, great master, how do I get back? The heavens were filled with murderous intent, stars shifting and lodging. The earth was filled with murderous intent, dragons and snakes rising from the land. Humanity was filled with murderous intent, the heavens and earth turning upside down. The heavens and humans united in their murderous intent. A myriad of changes set the foundation. Detected that the host is about to go mad. Warning, warning, please, host, strengthen your resolve and do not fall into the path of madness. Activating paid antivirus software. Unable to eliminate the host's inner demons, ding. Detected that the host has already gone mad, ding. System blue screen. Resetting. Killing one is a crime. Slaughtering thousands is for the strong. Slaughtering 30 million is for the strongest of the strong. Ding. Congratulations to the host for entering the path of madness. Reward, Xiantian 9 transformations. On the Gobi Desert, the young man in a Taoist robe stood still in the sky, still with his eyes downcast, one hand holding a sword, the other forming a seal. The newly refreshed Shinjamu seemed to be engaged in a struggle between heaven and man. For tracked rocket launchers slowly emerged from the bunker, quickly dispersing, their turrets tilting upwards. Blow that Superman up for me, Franco shouted hoarsely into the walkie-talkie. Whoosh, 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 4 missiles with tail fins shot into the sky. Chen Jiamu opened his eyes, the crimson light contained, his pupils completely dyed red. How can one know true good and evil today? How can the world discern the muddled? Evil comes as good, and good comes as evil. When the real becomes false, the false also becomes real. With a swing of his sword, a red crescent sword aura spread around him, shattering the 4 missiles. The sky erupted in brilliant fireworks. The sword aura vanished without return, severing the steel fortress exposed above ground. The cut smooth as it tilted and fell like a block of tofu. Chen Jiamu slowly looked at the remnants and broken walls beneath him, gazing at the edge of the Gobi, his eyes piercing through the mountains and forests, enveloping the distant bustling city, his murderous intent blooming. A voice from the sky called out, Disciple, do not lose your resolve. Chen Jiamu calmly replied, Master, I have something to say, and I must express it. Speak freely. What is right and wrong? Break it, kill it. All entangled contradictions arise from a lowly perspective. This world has no inherent good or evil, right or wrong, fairness or justice. All of this is determined by one's own thoughts and actions. We have been taught since childhood that bees are beneficial insects to be protected, while locusts are harmful insects to be exterminated. We can obtain honey from bees, which benefits us, hence we see bees as good. Locusts devour crops, harming our interests, thus we see them as evil. This is merely our judgment from our own perspective. If we were to stand in the position of bees, locusts, nature, or other insects and animals, who can definitively say which is beneficial and which is harmful? Is there any absolute good or evil? I, Chen Jiamu, since cultivating immortality, have treated others with kindness and have never killed indiscriminately. Master, whether it is right or wrong, I will decide for myself. In the distance, Chen Shilian's voice wavered. Wait a moment, let me think about how to respond to you. What you said has some substance. Don't enter the city yet, let me study this, I'll get back to you soon. Detected that righteous cultivators are attempting to interfere with the host's demonic heart, the host may swiftly eliminate them. Chen Jiamu was taken aback, closed the system, shook his head vigorously. Damn system, what are you trying to stir up? Isn't there enough trouble already? Chen Jiamu then smiled and pointed his sword at the sky, gathering strength at the same time. He transmitted his voice over 1,000 miles. Alright, master, I hope you can convince me. I really feel so frustrated right now. He continued to gather strength, the first transformation of Xiantian 9 transformations. Drawing on the surrounding murderous aura, countless semi-transparent killing energies emerged from the military base, converging onto Chen Jiamu's sword. The Xiantian 9 transformations were inspired by an ancient TV series, Journey to the East, where there was a pangolin that seemed to become a demon king in the end, directly attacking the southern heavenly gate, causing a group of big shots to flee in panic. The rewards from the old thief of the system are great. It seems that the people down there have a strong killing intent. Hee, this is interesting. In the distant mountains and forests, the murderous aura of various wild beasts was also drawn in. Chen Jiamu finished gathering his strength and struck down with a sword. The sword energy, wrapped in a fierce wind, seemed to split the heavens and the earth apart. Wherever it passed, everything fell apart, the military base was sliced in half, and various explosions echoed. The sword mark continued to spread, cutting towards a small mountain 100 feet away, which was split in two as the sword's momentum gradually faded. On the ground, a sword mark appeared, stretching 100 feet long, 1 foot wide, and 7 or 8 feet deep. So comfortable, the magic cultivator feels great. Chen Jiamu was also surprised by his own move. His gaze turned to the far-off New York and Washington, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Junior brother. A drunken man is flying over from the sky, staggering on the sword, holding 2 bottles of Maotai. Ma Huayan looked down at the rolling smoke and dust below, almost exclaiming in admiration, "Well done." He pouted and quickly calmed himself down. "I came to bring my junior brother home." "Senior brother, you can use immortal techniques too?" Chen Jiamu asked. "Oh, this is a long story. We have a hero experience card, but it's time limited. Come, have a drink." Ma Huayun tossed a bottle of liquor. Chen Jiamu smirked, not asking further, and caught the bottle. They landed on the surface of a lake 100 miles away, startling a flock of endangered wild birds. Chen Jiamu stood above the water, flicking the cap open. "Did the master send you?" "Yeah, he's still brewing something." Ma Huayun flew over and stood opposite Chen Jiamu. He cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and said, "I saw Ame." Slap. Ma Huayun slapped himself, changing the subject. "Junior brother, the master said that we cultivators should know when to stop and not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Just a little thrill is enough." "Kill the innocent indiscriminately?" "Senior brother, let me ask you, what is innocent? Is the ant you stepped on innocent?" Chen Jiamu became interested. These past few days, he had been contemplating the concepts of good and evil while in the ice block. Let me think, right, justice. Yes, I must uphold justice." Chen Jiamu laughed heartily, took a few swigs of liquor, and said solemnly, "Back in school, there was a rascal in our class, very bad, often teaming up with a few thugs to bully the most honest student in class. Is he a bad person? Well, if 7 or 8 of them beat one, that's bullying, that's bad." "Senior brother, if 1,000,000 people beat one person, should we call that behavior justice?" Ma Huayun was dumbfounded, a bit unable to digest the meaning, scratching his head. Chen Jiamu continued, "When I was in middle school learning history, I remember there was a piece about Copernicus, who said the earth is round. He proposed the theory of celestial motion, but was accused by the church of spreading heresy and was subjected to a just trial, and it seems he was burned alive. At that time, all the people supported the church. How ridiculous. Then, over 100 years later, his theory was proven right. Senior brother, let me ask you, what is justice?" The light in Ma Huayun's eyes gradually dimmed. "I don't know. Justice is like a little girl afraid of ghosts. It only appears when there are many people." Ma Huayun's palms grew warm, his chest heaving, his heart pounding, as if a new world had opened up in his mind. He tilted his head back and downed an entire bottle of Maotai, wiped his mouth, and said decisively, "Junior brother, you say. What should we do?" "I'll accompany you." Chen Jiamu looked into the distance. "Destroy the city." On Wudang Mountain, in the Baopu chamber, after Lao Yang left to fetch reinforcements, the only protector, Monk Puwei, showed a troubled expression. In the formation, the scruffy, drunken Taoist's eyes began to glow red, as if he was calling for someone named Ma Huayun. "Amatba, the heart demon of Chen Ziyashizu is indeed so fierce. It has begun to pollute other fellow practitioners. No, the old monk must do something." Master Puhuei began to chant sutras, his whole body radiating golden light, as if celestial hymns were echoing in the great hall. "Practitioners, regardless of whether they follow Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism, must encounter demonic obstacles. This is all due to ignorance, which gives rise to the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance. Streams of golden light, materialized from the Buddha's name, enveloped the great formation, attempting to cleanse the malice of the crowd and bestow them with protective shields. The scene changed abruptly, as the Buddha's light instantly converged at the center of the formation, absorbed by Chen Jiamu alone, dyeing him a faint golden color. Master Puhuei, seeing the sweat on his forehead, felt both relieved and proud. The Dharma is boundless, turning back is the shore. "Amatba, Chen Ziyashizu, you truly have a connection with the Buddha. After being cleansed by my Vajra Prajna, it is only a matter of time before you rid yourself of the heart demon." Chen Jiamu, within the formation, suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his whole body turned from gold to red, his gaze reined in. "Old monk, what are you talking about?" The meditating young Taoist suddenly spoke. Seeing this sudden change, the old monk's holy Buddha light turned into a scarlet bloodlight. Even he, who usually had peak meditation skills, turned pale at this moment, nearly breaking his composure. "Amatba, Chen Xiaodao, do not be controlled by the heart demon. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. You should view them as such." Chen Jiamu replied calmly, "Speak in plain language. What you need to conquer is yourself. I will give you a piece of advice. In this world, there are those who slander you, deceive you, insult you, mock you, belittle you, scorn you, malign you, and cheat you. You only need to endure them, let them be, avoid them, tolerate them, respect them, and ignore them. Entering through this door, you can escape the demonic path. Chen Xiaodao, do you understand? Master Puhui wiped the sweat from his forehead with his large sleeve. Chen Jiamu showed a contemplative expression. He did not rush to refute. After a moment, he smiled in understanding. The reverse is the movement of the Tao. I can also counter him, hammer him, chop him, slay him. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Buzz, Chen Jiamu's killing intent surged. It expanded several times compared to before. At this moment, within the formation, not only Ma Huayun had fallen into demonic influence, but also the one-armed Taoist, the golden-haired foreigner, 3 brutes, and even the meditating 3-flower spirit beast, all began to exude scarlet killing intent from their eyes. The red-eyed demonic nature seemed to be contagious. Only Chen Xiliang remained steadfast. Given this momentum, it seemed he too was in grave danger. If they collectively fell into the demonic path, saying that it would lead to the suffering of all living beings would not be an exaggeration. The great monk was terrified, his heart trembling, and his body instantly retreated 10 zhang, sliding out of the great hall. Buddha, save me! 4 figures flashed by, taking advantage of the old monk's panic, swiftly flying into the great hall, accompanied by a sinister call. Ghost boy, the once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity has come. I smell the aura of the Demon Lord's resurrection. The Demon Lord has shattered the void, connecting the 2 realms. We are going to assist. The monk glanced sideways and saw 4 primordial spirits break into the formation, disappearing from sight. In the sky, 3 streams of light descended. One was Lao Yang, one was the master with a Taoist aura, and the last was a woman in red, a descendant of the Shanyue clan from Sichuan and Chongqing, the gun fairy Lingyun. Old bald donkey, why did you come out instead of guarding? Did you see the 4 demonic cultivators just now? The great monk's face was filled with fear, his voice trembling. It's over, all over. They seem to have entered the formation. Nyo Bizi, you should go take a look. The Karimak military base had been completely leveled, with smoke rising from the ruins. Looking far into the distance, countless modern armed forces were gathering densely. On the horizon, various armored vehicles and tanks stood ready, a steel torrent imposing and magnificent, the metallic sheen glinting coldly in the sunlight. At the same time, the sky was filled with groups of fighter jets, like giant blackbirds blocking out the sun, howling as they sliced through the air, the roar of the engines deafening, as if they were about to tear the sky apart. By the lake, Shen Jiamu and Ma Huayun had finished their drinks, and at that moment, both felt an indescribable exhilaration. Junior brother, after the battle, should we take Master along to the brothel to listen to some music? Fulfill Master's long-held wish, Ma Huayun said, his thoughts clear, smiling happily. Shen Jiamu replied, I think it's you who wants to go. I, Ma Huayun, have always been upright in this life. When I went to Qingshui Bay for foot massages, I never went to the 3rd floor. Chen Jiamu shook his head helplessly. Senior brother, we must not be controlled by desire, making us seem like evil beings. Ma Huayun said, I'll go shoot a plane first. In the sky, the overwhelming swarm of planes descended like a dark cloud, opening fire, the lake surface boiling with splashes, countless carp bodies rolling, and all the surrounding birds were shot to pieces. Junior brother, today, can I be the protagonist just once? Senior brother, please. Chen Jiamu retreated 100 feet, sitting cross-legged on a hill, as if watching an apocalyptic blockbuster. Ma Huayun raised his hand, transforming water into swords, hundreds of water swords rising from the lake. Amidst the gunfire, Ma Huayun delivered his proud and somewhat juvenile lines. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. When 13 emotions intertwine in the heart, I comprehend the sword intent that belongs solely to me. This sword is called the Plum Blossom 13 Swords. From the first day of middle school, in the bustling classroom, I saw her sitting by the window. The sunlight spilled on her hair, and with a smile, she unexpectedly invaded my heart. At first sight, the plum blossom's heart is like water. In this life, I will not exchange her smile. First sword, first encounter. The water sword suddenly accelerated, forming a plum blossom formation, shooting out, and the first dozen planes exploded. In the days that followed, I often pretended to glance sideways, paying attention to her every move. As far as the eye could see, it was all Plum Blossom's second sword, hidden fragrance. Ma Huayun stood in the air, the grass and trees rustling beneath him. A dogtail grass flew towards him, and he reached out to grab it, slicing downwards. A tank was split in two. The driver, sitting on the side, suddenly saw the co-driver shift sideways, and they exchanged a glance, one of them directly pulling out a gun to commit suicide. Ah, so refreshing. One sword, cold light across 19 states, the moon like a silver hook, never ending. Third sword, 100 slashes to set the prairie ablaze. Ma Huayun, like an eagle, dove down, half-charged with the 100 slashes to set the prairie ablaze, suddenly furrowing his brow, as if someone was trying to steal his thunder. At that moment, 3 figures in the distance descended from the sky: Tai Long, Zhang Xiang, and Shan Ji, their eyes glowing with bloodlust, barehanded, entering the battlefield as if it were uninhabited. Tai Long lifted an armored vehicle, tearing it apart with his bare hands, and threw it to Zhang Xiang, who kicked it mid-air, sending half the armored vehicle flying into the sky, crashing into a plane. Brother Ma, we brothers are here to help you defeat the enemy. Shan Ji, holding a tank cannon like a spinning top, left a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. Ma Huayun smiled indifferently, feeling disdain in his heart. These 3 brutes only knew how to use brute force. Just wait and see my plum blossom 13 swords. You 3 are not bad, learn well. The 3 suddenly stopped, collectively looking up at the sky, where a one-armed middle-aged man stood, his eyes blood-red, maintaining a sword-wielding posture, surrounded by flickering lightning, a web of lightning coiling around the sword. Brother Gue Wu is amazing, simply stunning, the Tai Long brothers shouted in unison. This is the divine sword's true art of controlling thunder. A group damage skill, so enviable. Damn, this skill probably costs half a tube of spiritual energy, right? Ma Huayun felt somewhat displeased. Hey, you 3, what are you talking about? Enough already, he can't hear you. On the hill, Chen Jiamu, sitting cross-legged, stretched and stood up. Jiamu, what are you doing? A stern voice came from behind. Chen Jiamu turned around and saw his serious master riding a giant cat, along with Evelyn, whose eyes alternated between red and blue. Master, look how happy the brothers are, Chen Jiamu said with a bright smile. Chen Shiliang jumped down from the cat mountain, sighed, and patiently said, but I always feel that our methods might be a bit extreme, don't you think? Chen Jiamu smiled slightly and suddenly asked, Master, do you eat beef? I heard that Taoists avoid 4 types of meat: beef, dog meat, black fish, and wild goose. If a person is about to starve to death and only has these 4 options, should we, as cultivators, eat or not eat? If he doesn't eat, he'll lose his life. How can he cultivate? How can he comprehend the Tao? Haven't we always advocated for the dual cultivation of body and mind? Eat. My master is not an old-fashioned person. Chen Shiliang spoke from the heart. He wasn't the type to be rigid and nitpick. He just respected the rules of the Taoist sect in his choices. In that case, I'll have Gue Wu learn to make steak, and we'll go back now to fry some steak. Chen Jiamu changed the subject and said solemnly, wipe out their army and eliminate all remnants that resist us. They occupy the wealth and resources of this world, building their happiness on the suffering of other countries. Shouldn't they be exterminated? The way of heaven is to reduce the excess and supplement the insufficient. This is what you often say. Chen Shiliang scratched his head, still feeling something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Killing the Japanese devils is to give the Chinese a chance at life, and eating some plants is to give animals a chance at life. This is also what you said, right? No, I was just giving an example, afraid you might be brainwashed by those cultivators who don't eat meat. Chen Jiamu smiled brightly, not bothering to argue, raised his hand to summon his peachwood sword, and the spiritual energy rippled beneath his feet. Buzzing, Chen Shilian's phone rang. He noticed it was a long message from home, with the caller ID showing the name Wei Dongchen. Wait a moment, master needs to take a call. Hello, old Wei, what's up? Wei Dongchen's voice trembled on the other end. Old Taoist Chen, 3 things, I'll keep it brief, you handle it yourself. First, the Eisenhower Aircraft Carrier Group is about to enter our territorial waters. This time it's not a deterrent, they're coming to fight. Second, I know you guys are staging a real-life investiture of the gods in Los Angeles, but I need to remind you, they plan to use nuclear bombs. Third, I told you not to hit me, we intercepted your phone. The initial purpose was mainly for your safety. I just heard what your disciple said, and now I'm a fan of his. Oh, and fourth, 39 years ago, the oil on your underwear was applied by old Yang. Chen Shilian crushed his phone with his bare hands, his Taoist robe billowing without wind, his hairpin shattered, and his gray hair danced wildly, like an old demon breaking free. When he heard the word nuclear bomb, his eyes suddenly turned red. Good, good, good. With 3 exclamations, Chen Shilian's body was enveloped in a black-red killing aura, decades of pent-up resentment exploding at that moment. Good disciple, today I'll go crazy with you young people. What the hell? Heaven has mercy on the living. In this world, no one can judge us, not even the heavens. My life is determined by me, not by heaven. Whether I'm a demon or an immortal, it's up to us to decide. With a rumble, Chen Shilian unleashed his full power, his body rising over 100 meters, a giant leaping into the battlefield. Law of heaven and earth. Taoist, I want to unleash a massacre. Throwing atomic bombs, huh? Taoist will first stomp the White House flat. Faced with his master's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Jiamu was left speechless. This time it was his turn to scratch his head. No, I mean, master, isn't this a bit extreme? You brat, you are my master. In terms of PUA, if you call yourself second, no one dares to claim first. Giant Chen Shiliang joined the battlefield with the most primitive fighting style. A sweeping kick sent a wave of armored soldiers flying. Damn, master is invincible. Iron Dragon jumped aside, nearly getting swept away by his master's kick. What the hell, is master's big move this fierce? 200 kilometers away, at a base, a temporary command group was watching the live broadcast of the battlefield. Their faces were ashen. All were 5-star generals, several of whom had participated in the Gulf War, the Syrian War, and the Middle Eastern conflicts, seasoned commanders honed in real combat. The big screen displayed explosive scenes that washed over their minds. 3 minutes ago, one had suffered a heart attack and died on the spot. What do we do now? General Kessler has suffered a myocardial infarction and has no pulse. What's the opinion from Congress? Those old geezers are already packing up, starting to flee. Currently, battlefield information is still under lockdown. The public is unaware. At this momentum, it can't be contained. They will soon breach the city. Several old generals scratched their heads, filled with regret. Who came up with the island decapitation plan back then? He should be sentenced to hanging. Reporting to the commander, it was drafted by General Kessler. Fuck the squid. The operations command center was in chaos. No one could propose a reasonable response plan. An hour ago, representatives of the 7 major financial families had all turned to dust. The presidential office had long since fallen. Why don't we just surrender? Being defeated by the gods is an honor for the Federation. The army has already scattered. Do you think no one raised a white flag just now? Most of them were turned into sandwiches by a single kick. They want to destroy the empire. Fear and anxiety spread throughout the room. Prepare to use nuclear weapons. Agreed. An elderly general opposed. What about the people of Los Angeles? They won't have time to evacuate. Someone, drag this heretic out. Grape wine in a luminous cup. Wishing to hear the plum blossoms urge on the horse, drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. How many return from ancient wars? Ma Huayun smashed a fighter jet's propeller with a punch and turned to look at Gue Wu, who was several meters away. Gue Wu, let's compare and see who shoots down more planes. Show me your pathetic details. Gue Wu scoffed, ignoring him, sidestepping a missile that flew back. The one-armed uncle didn't even look. With a flick of his sword, the sword energy shattered the missile, causing it to explode. It could no longer be compared to a few professional players blowing up fish in a novice area. It was like professional players at max level using hacks to fight a group of newbies who didn't even know how to allocate their skills. At that moment, a change occurred. Above the sky, the clouds rolled, a magnificent heavenly might, and lightning gradually gathered. Is it the Divine Sword's thunder control technique from senior brother Gue Wu? Giant Chen Shilian furrowed his brow, cautiously shaking his head. This lightning was different. It wasn't the web-like kind, but thick, disc-shaped lightning swirling and intertwining, purple and blue. Chen Shiliang suddenly exclaimed, "It's a heavenly tribulation! Heavenly thunder tribulation!" Chen Jiamu raised his gaze. Since starting his cultivation, it was the first time he felt pressure in this world. Ding, detecting that the host is about to undergo a thunder tribulation. Ding, there are 4 tribulations, targeting 4 individuals. Ding, unprecedented in history. The 4 will jointly experience the thunder tribulation. Chen Shiliang shouted in alarm, "Not good. The thunder tribulation is coming for the 4 of us, Jiamu, Huayun, Gue Wu. It seems both worlds are bound by heavenly laws. We've drawn too much power, and the heavenly law does not permit it. What to do? What to do? You can't withstand it at all." Merging the memories of both worlds, Chen Shiliang knew the power of this thunder tribulation. He had endured a heavenly thunder tribulation in that world and nearly met his end. The lightning split into 4 paths, the thickest one exceeding 3 meters in diameter, exceptionally massive, flying towards Chen Shiliang. The other 3 were about 1 meter thick, smashing through the clouds and locking onto the most formidable among them. "Damn it! Why should I have to endure the fiercest one?" Chen Shiliang complained. If the power of a machine gun is like an 8-year-old boy spitting at you, nearly annoying, and a missile is like throwing stones, then this heavenly tribulation felt like dozens of gangsters swinging machetes, chasing you all the way from the southern heavenly gate to Penglai East Road. The other 3 immediately became cautious. The pressure brought by the heavenly tribulation made it hard for them to breathe. If we succeed in transcending the tribulation, we will achieve great mastery. If we fail, we will be buried under the national flag. Disciples, let's fight. Chen Shiliang encouraged everyone. After a pause, he swallowed and changed his tone. Run. Let's go to the city to transcend the tribulation. Heaven has mercy. There are many innocent citizens in the city. Perhaps the heavenly way will show leniency. Chen Shiliang's body shrank again. realizing that the lightning tribulation had not diminished, making him want to curse even more. To the city. What Master said is very true. There are lightning rods in the city. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four of them instantly entered supersonic speed, flying towards downtown Los Angeles, with the 4 bolts of lightning relentlessly pursuing them. Because they were flying at low altitude, everything in their path, tanks, troops, armored vehicles, modern mechanized soldiers, was crushed by the aftermath of the lightning tribulation. Master, didn't you say that heaven has mercy? I see the lightning tribulation shows no hesitation in killing these soldiers at all. What time is it, and you're still fooling us? Ma Huayun said while glancing back at the lightning behind them. Let's fly higher, Chen Shiliang guessed. This idea had no reference material before. Up ahead is downtown Los Angeles. Accelerate, we'll know if it works. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zing, 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 zing. Los Angeles is a beautiful city, like a dazzling pearl embedded on the western coast of the empire, exuding a unique charm, with the air filled with romance and freedom. The streets were bustling, various luxury cars weaving through, and the commercial area was teeming with people, many pedestrians starting to look up. In the sky, 4 purple-blue lightning serpents spiraled through the air, with 4 small black dots ahead. At that moment, 2 missiles flew in from the sides, and the surroundings suddenly accelerated. The missiles collided with the lightning tribulation, fragments burning and falling below, some landing on a nearby mountain, which could potentially ignite a large fire if not extinguished in time. What to do? This is completely ineffective. Master, flying like this consumes a lot, Ma Huayun asked anxiously. Suddenly feeling a lightness all over, his speed increased several times. He turned his head in surprise to look at Chen Jiamu and Gui Wu, discovering that everyone had inexplicably accelerated, instantly creating distance from the heavenly tribulation. Chen Shiliang's facial skin began to crack, continuously overdrawing his own spiritual energy, guiding everyone to land on a rooftop terrace. The 4 were able to catch their breath, looking at the heavenly thunder tribulation slowly approaching in the distance, with the bustling city below them. For some reason, Chen Shiliang began to speak nonsensically. Huayun, what's past is past, there are plenty of good girls out there. Chen Shiliang's voice was very soft. Gui Wu, you are the most down-to-earth. If you want to cultivate in the future, then do it. If you don't want to, just come down the mountain. If you like singing, then sing, and let Wei set up a program for you. Master, what are you doing? Chen Jiamu felt an ominous premonition, his voice trembling. Chen Shiliang smiled bitterly, casually saying, your master has a plan. What is the heavenly tribulation to me? You 3, in the future, when you encounter problems, discuss more. Chen Shiliang placed his hands on Ma Huayun and Gui Wu's heads, forcibly extracting their primordial spirits. Without the magic power from that side, you become ordinary people, and you won't have to endure the heavenly lightning tribulation. Chen Shiliang stepped forward, releasing his spiritual energy without reservation, far stronger than in the previous battlefield. Master, Chen Jiamu realized that this old man wanted to bear it all alone. Chen Shiliang glanced back, pressing down with one palm, and Chen Jiamu's knees buckled. In that brief moment of hesitation, Chen Shiliang had already dashed forward. Master, 4 bolts of heavenly tribulation, 2 of which seemed to lose their target, slid upward at a 90-degree angle, intertwining like hemp ropes, descending from above towards Chen Shiliang. 1 more struck horizontally at Chen Jiamu. Chen Shiliang intercepted it head-on, the thunderbolt striking his chest, yet he advanced instead of retreating, taking a step forward. Then, a thicker bolt came crashing down, hitting his chest as well, while 2 bolts of lightning fell from above. The sky over Los Angeles resembled a sun exploding, blindingly bright, and it took several seconds for everyone to see clearly that there was an old Taoist from Huagua being baptized in the thunder pool. Oh, it's the thunder god. Why can he summon lightning without a hammer? Chen Jiamu was fully activated, his eyes moist and reddened, surrounded by swirling black energy. With a roar, it felt as if half the city was shaking. Master, this old man was actually quite nice. Back when Chen Jiamu had just arrived, the old man had coaxed him into farming. Regardless of whether he did well or not, Chen Shiliang always smiled and said he did well. Every time they ate, the old man would always add a few more pieces of meat to his bowl. In the thunder pool, Chen Shiliang's mind raced, as if his entire life was fast-forwarding. So what the ancestors said was all true. In my life, there's not much to say, just that I took in a few good disciples and saved a few people, especially my little disciple Chen Jiamu. He is the reincarnation of an immortal, allowing this old Taoist to also experience being an immortal. It was worth it. Young people have a lot of pressure, they need more encouragement. This kid Jiamu, in the past, was just too concerned about his image. The more he tried, the more powerless he felt, leading to self-doubt. This isn't his fault, it's the fault of this era. People, when they become overly self-doubting, can easily get stuck in a dead end. Either they stop talking and communicating, or they excessively seek to show off, becoming a source of amusement for others. He's not crazy, he's just a young man who wants to do things well but doesn't know how. This disciple of mine is doing well, but he can't even find a lantern. The loving voice carried a satisfied smile. Jamu, master will protect you from over there too. Then, Chen Shiliang turned to dust, the thunder tribulation dissipated, the wind light and the clouds thin. Ding, detected that the ancestor from the back mountain helped the host escape the demonic path, willingly sacrificing himself. Ding, hidden mission completed, once a teacher, always a father. Sealing the host's demonic heart, sealing the host's demonic power, Xiantian 9 transformations. Reward upgrade, the host can advance to 5 Qi Chao Yuan. According to the latest news from this station, a Chinese American has sought help from the local police in Xinjiang, claiming to have been abducted by an immortal on the streets of Los Angeles and forcibly sent back to his home country. Next, please watch the footage coming in live. At the entrance of the Ame restaurant on the Southgate Snack Street in Xinjiang, a man wearing a motorcycle helmet is trying to explain his bizarre encounter to the camera. According to Pengpai News, a major fire broke out in Los Angeles, with the California Fire Department reporting that the fire has burned 165 square kilometers of land, destroying or rendering at least 12,000 buildings uninhabitable, displacing nearly 100,000 residents. Preliminary estimates suggest that the economic losses from this fire could reach as high as $250 billion. From Russia's First Channel, an explosion occurred at a military base in the northern part of Los Angeles, with signs of post-battle damage. The U.S. side is still counting the soldiers killed, and countless fighter jets have fallen. The U.S. stock market has plummeted, potentially leading to a third global financial tsunami. Currently, no forces have claimed responsibility for this incident. Foreign media reports supernatural phenomena have appeared in the Karimak Gobi, with a Huagua immortal descending to strike the Imperial Army. Next, we turn to an international news report. The Eagle Sauce country's aircraft carrier group attempts to invade our territorial waters, and the nation is on high alert. Economic Channel, gold prices soar. Kyoto, Special Operations Headquarters Office. A teacup shatters on the floor, and Wei Dongshan's eyes are moist. His already aged face seems to have aged another 10 years. Not long ago, he received the news that Chen Shiliang had been struck to pieces by lightning. At first, he couldn't believe it, then he was shocked, and finally, he felt deep sorrow. The news came from Lin Weidong, who had been hidden away by a man who provided him with food and shelter. Regarding the war in Los Angeles, it ended abruptly despite heavy losses on the enemy's side. The aircraft carrier group has been lingering at the edge of our territorial waters, neither retreating nor advancing, showcasing the Eagle Sauce's usual intimidation tactics. Have you contacted Chen Jiamu and the others? Wei Dongshan asked. He had a premonition that that divine person should be recuperating somewhere. Wei Lao, we contacted him once, but he was unwilling to accept our help. The family of Chen Jiamu must be protected well. Send more personnel. If it really doesn't work, bring them to Kyoto. Understood, Wei Lao. Xinjiang, Xianghe Garden Community. Liang Meiwan felt that there were many unfamiliar neighbors in the community, and she had a feeling of being watched, though she couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. Early in the morning, Liang Meiwan rode her electric bike to take Shinjiji to school. As they passed a traffic light, a car rushed through the yellow light and hit the two of them. The driver reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes, and mother and daughter were mostly unharmed, though the electric bike and the car had a little kiss. A BMW 7 Series had a slight scratch on the front. It was originally not a big deal, but the driver was a bit arrogant, saying that Liang Meiwan, with a child, should have yielded to the car, speaking a bit harshly. Liang Meiwan was unwilling to back down, positioning her electric bike to demand an apology from the driver. Who are you calling blind? Clean up your mouth. Liang Meiwan was never one to suffer in silence. Without a man at home, if she didn't stand her ground, she would eventually be bullied. Am I wrong? Don't you know that turning should yield to straight traffic? I just had my car repainted yesterday. Forget it. I won't make you pay. I won't argue with a small-town citizen like you. In fact, both were in a hurry to drop their kids off at school. Inside the BMW, a little boy was leaning against the car window, curiously watching his dad argue with a stranger. At some point, Shinjiji slipped to the car window and tapped on the glass with her small hand. Hey, kid. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a boy who looked a couple of years younger than Shinjiji, standing on the back seat and sticking his head out. What? The boy, dressed in a small suit, had the air of a wealthy young master. Want some pistachios? Shinjiji spread her hands, holding a handful of pistachios, cracking one open and breaking it in half. The little boy took it, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Call me sister. Sister, is it good? It's okay. Come on, get in, I have chocolate. Oh, okay. Shinjiji climbed into the car without hesitation, the interior was exceptionally luxurious. The little boy generously took out a Godiva chocolate, which reportedly cost dozens of dollars each. Chen Jiji had never eaten such expensive chocolate. Her usual treat was a 5 yuan pack of M&Ms. "This is really delicious," she said, munching away. "Your pistachios are pretty good too. Have they been sitting for a while and gotten a bit dry? Is that your dad?" Chen Jiji suddenly asked. "Ah, yes. Is that your mom?" Outside the car window, the two adults were stubbornly arguing over something trivial. It might have been that they touched each other's sore spots, and neither was willing to back down. Liang Meiwan just wanted an apology or at least a better attitude, but the man refused to apologize, thinking the woman was being unreasonable. The crowd watching the commotion was growing larger. The man was about to call the police, feeling that being stuck at the intersection was not quite right. Just as he took out his phone and hadn't dialed yet, he saw a group of police officers rushing over in a flurry. The one leading them was likely the captain of the local traffic police team. He had seen him before. Behind him seemed to be the criminal investigation team. A bunch of people, bustling about, making it look like they were responding to a counter-terrorism situation. Among them, a few capable-looking plainclothes officers quietly surrounded Liang Meiwan, instinctively separating her from the crowd. Before the man could say anything, two officers directly pulled out handcuffs, as if they would cuff him at the slightest hint of resistance. "Officer, hey, wait, can I just call Director Hao?" The man was at a loss for words, glancing at the expressionless female bodhisattva beside him. "Where's my daughter?" Chen Jiji. Liang Meiwan, confused, suddenly realized her daughter was missing. Not far away, a small head popped out of a car window, bobbing up and down. Mom, I'm here. Little brother, come out and say hello to Auntie." With a giggle, another head popped out. "Hello, Auntie." Liang Meiwan sighed in relief and took out her phone to call her son. She didn't know how that kid, Chen Jiamu, was doing on Wudang Mountain. It had been so many days, and he hadn't called home. "Hello, son." Somewhere in the mountains of Los Angeles, Chen Jiamu had hidden his fellow disciples and was preparing to comprehend the essence of the 5 Qi returning to origin. He would never give up. The phone rang. "Mom, I'm here." On that day, 2 hollow beads, one red and one blue, overlooked the empire. One was Chen Jiamu's fan Li Zhenzi bead, and the other was the museum's Li Zizhu bead. The 2 beads of thunder and fire spiraled into the torch of the Statue of Liberty. This was the work of Chen Shiliang before his fall. Above New York, flames entwined with lightning revealed a line of Chinese characters, visible to all. "All the elements are in harmony, may my path prosper." 6 planes formed a horn formation, attempting to investigate the situation. Inside the torch of the Statue of Liberty, the Li and Jin beads unleashed their power, causing the planes to explode. The sky once again displayed text. To put it bluntly, those who don't listen will be devoured. The skies over New York fell silent. In a dark, cramped, old warehouse somewhere in Los Angeles. Yesterday, a few people and a cat who had separated from the spiritual realm returned to normal. After Chen Shiliang fell due to the heavenly thunder tribulation, the brief madness of this world was paused. However, there are always exceptions, like Chen Jiamu. His existence had always been a bug in this world. He remained an extraordinary being, currently the only one, truly unique. This world lacked spiritual energy, but it lacked people who could absorb it. Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged all night, and in the morning, he slowly opened his eyes, spreading his palms. A white mist-like illusion gradually took shape, coalescing into Chen Shiliang's figure. "Wow, Master has become a soul," exclaimed Ma Huayun, who was eating bread beside him, excitedly. Gue Wu, the Iron Dragon brothers, Evelyn, and Lin Weidong all gathered around. Chen Jiamu wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Finally succeeded. Dozens of hours ago, he had exchanged the dispersal of the 5 Qi returning to origin for Chen Shiliang's soul to remain undying in this world. To put it simply, Chen Jiamu was still at the peak of Qi refining, capable of levitation, manipulating objects, and mastering martial arts, but his capacity to store spiritual energy was now more than 100 times higher than before. After entering meditation, his primordial spirit went to the spiritual realm to discuss the Tao with Chen Shiliang. Chen Shiliang's stance was rather simple and blunt. He was too disappointed with this reality and didn't want to return. Especially after hearing Chen Jiamu's theories, he felt that the real world was hopeless and would eventually be destroyed by humanity itself. Chen Jiamu, on the other hand, had family, had brothers, and had a smart, emotionally intelligent sister. He was not alone. He wasn't that carefree. The master was worried about his safety and urged him to return to the country to accept the title. "Lin Gu, did you manage to get what you needed?" Chen Jiamu asked. Lin Weidong took out a box of incense, an incense burner, and a black and white photo of Chen Shiliang, on which a large character 4 offering was written. Chen Jiamu smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "We don't need this photo, the incense and candles are enough. Come, let's offer incense to the master. The few of them were puzzled but still followed Chen Jiamu's request, taking a pinch of incense and kneeling in worship. The smoke gathered in the air and merged with the tangible form of Chen Shiliang, slowly bringing the smoky figure of the old Taoist to life, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity as he surveyed his surroundings with a critical gaze. The group began to get excited. Their master had come back to life. Well, in a spiritual form. Wow, master, is this for real? Ma Huayun looked up, a mix of shock and joy on his face. Of course it's real. You guys can't even let the master rest in peace. You little brats really know how to give me a headache, the smoky Chen Shiliang retorted. Everyone was both surprised and delighted, bombarding him with questions, ultimately asking when he could possess a body again and perform celestial magic. Lin Weidong was already used to such things. At this moment, he even changed his beliefs. Little Taoist, we've already contacted the consulate. We can return to the country at any time. Due to the deterrence over New York, the empire has compromised. Trump has personally requested to escort you back. You handle it, Chen Jiamu said without any issues. Now, with a new mission, he would return to establish his own Taoist temple, allowing the master to receive offerings and maintain his existence in this world. Lin Weidong cupped his hands in respect and stepped outside, arriving at a corner where a resolute man's silhouette stood in the shadow of the wall. The man heard the footsteps, turned around, and his face bore a striking resemblance to Chen Jiamu, as if he had been waiting for a long time. It was this man who had secretly saved Lin Weidong and helped him settle down, establishing contact with the homeland. Aren't you going to go in and take a look, old Chen? Lin Weidong asked seriously. The man shook his head and tossed a set of keys for an off-road vehicle to Lin Weidong. Don't reveal my identity, he said before turning to leave. That day, the embassy in the U.S. sent someone to take care of everything. The latest news from the central bank. The State Council Information Office publicly announced that Chinese Taoism is a carrier of traditional culture. It also stated that Taoist spells and powers are not superstitions, nor are they witchcraft. We must view them scientifically. The image above can be searched online. 3 days later, at Kyoto Airport, Chen Jiamu and a few others disembarked from the plane. The reception scene was not one of loud drums and fluttering red flags. The group was solemn and serious, yet highly respectful. Several ministers personally welcomed them and held a state banquet. The next day, with the approval of the National Religious Affairs Administration and the China Taoist Association, plans were made to establish the Xinqing Taoist Academy on a vacant lot on New 6th Street, North Lake. The academy is a higher education institution for cultivating Taoist talents, integrating education, training, research, and exchange. It is planned to cover an area of over 30 acres, with a construction of 20,000 square meters of Song-style teaching facilities, including teaching buildings, office buildings, libraries, dormitories, research buildings, exchange centers, dining halls, and Taoist-style fitness facilities, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people for teaching and lodging once completed. Tuition, 1,800 yuan per year, including food and accommodation. Courses offered, for main categories, political theory, cultural foundation, Taoist specialty courses, and cultural and artistic courses. Dean, Chen Jiamu. Vice Dean and Director of the Publicity Department, Ma Huayun. Vice Dean and Director of the Logistics Department, Yang Kueishui. Teachers, Tai Long, Zheng Zion, Mr. Wei. Enrollment brochure, faith and character, love for the motherland, good conduct, and adherence to the Academy's rules and regulations during the school period. Age and education, age must be over 16 years, with a high school education or above, can be adjusted as appropriate. Physical and mental condition, healthy in body and mind, with no bad habits. Registration hotline, 135************************************************************************************************************************************************่Contact person, Director Ma. College purpose, may everyone have the opportunity for cultivation, whether they believe or not. January 19, 2025. Junior brother, opening the academy and accepting disciples. Can it really bring Master back to life? Offering incense can at least maintain Master's spirit in this world. Xinqing, by the North Lake, the best feng shui location, excavators working day and night. This area was originally planned as a commercial center and school, but has been stalled for nearly 10 years, primarily to sell surrounding houses. Now that the houses are sold out, neither the school nor the commercial center has been built, and surrounding homeowners have repeatedly called the mayor's hotline, receiving enthusiastic yet unproductive responses, day after day, year after year, with no results. Pfft. A puff of smoke emerged from Chen Jiamu's pocket, and by the lake, an old Taoist appeared in a misty form. Jiamu, I just returned from a divine journey in the immortal realm. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The good news. I confirmed with the headmaster that the Great Hall of the Baopu Chamber has become the only bridge between the two worlds, all because of your uniqueness, connecting two realms that should not have influenced each other. What's the bad news? Previously, for demonic cultivators, primordial spirits mixed into the real world at the moment you fell into demonic cultivation. Chen Jiamu frowned and asked, "Are they powerful?" "I don't know. By the way, I brought what you wanted." Chen Jiamu took out a roll of white paper, and then Chen Shiliang exhaled, causing scorch marks to appear on the paper, gradually forming dense text. One sheet of white paper after another, the smoke Chen Shiliang exhaled acted like a human printer, continuously presenting text on the paper, and after a long while, everything was replicated. Ma Huayun curiously asked, "What is this?" "The Huangting Jing, but it's the version from the immortal realm, different from ours," Chen Shiliang added. "Master, can we cultivate here too?" Ma Huayun's face lit up with joy. "This world is rich in spiritual energy. This scripture is divided into the Huangting Neijing Yujing and Huangting Weijing Yujing. Besides the 36 chapters of the main text, there are also the 10 great caves, 36 small caves, 12 methods of resolving fetal ties, and the Ta Qing Zhong Huangjingjing. In theory, ordinary people can cultivate. I've copied it all down, you can study it slowly." Ma Huayun said, "Junior brother, call me when you practice, let's practice together." Chen Jiamu tilted his head and said, "I don't need these, after you go back, you and Gue Wu can study it. The academy lacks teachers, and when school starts, you'll need to show off a bit in front of the students." MHM. Ma Huayun nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "We're establishing the school mainly to gather the strength of many cultivators to help Master reshape his physical body. I thought about it, teaching true things must first consider character," Chen Jiamu emphasized. Not far away, by the roadside, a luxurious car with an imposing presence slowly came to a stop. He Wei, full of spring light, got out and jogged over. "Little Taoist, I just finished a meeting with several heads of the construction team. If we work hard for 2 months, we can finish the project." He Wei looked at the smoky Chen Shiliang and bowed with cupped hands. "Old Taoist, may you last for eternity." Chen Shiliang snorted, puffed, and returned to Chen Jiamu's pocket. "Old he, you've worked hard, but it's not that urgent. You don't understand, mainly because our money is in place, all cash, one section gets settled, and we even paid a deposit. Where can they find such a project? Many construction sites are now halted and still owe money. You wouldn't know if you don't do business," He Wei said proudly. "By the way, here's this card for you." He Wei took out a black card from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. "What is this?" "Our camel media has gone public, Little Taoist, it's all thanks to you. Now several business giants in the country are taking turns inviting me for tea. Oh my, you have no idea, I can't even decline." He Wei spoke frankly, his tone filled with gratitude. Back when they were running the martial arts wind event, betting everything on Chen Jiamu truly lived up to the saying that rare goods can command a high price. "I don't need the card, the back and forth binding is too troublesome. Just transfer some money to my card. I need to go home for a bit to reassure my mom and sister." Chen Jiamu waved his hand and left the construction site. Initially, Chen Jiamu had considered building a school at the original site of the Yuan Hongdao training class, but Chen Shiliang disagreed, saying that large-scale construction there would ruin the feng shui of Zhou village, and the location was too remote for the students. During the state banquet, Chen Jiamu mentioned wanting to acquire a piece of land in Xinqing to build a school. At that time, the Minister of War, the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Revenue, and other big shots were present, and they immediately called the Provincial Party Committee of Hangzhou to coordinate the matter. Chen Jiamu's return to the country was treated as an internal reception. The public was unaware of his achievements in Los Angeles, but the big shots were well informed and bestowed him with high honors, which Chen Jiamu politely declined. Such fame and fortune held little significance for him. After receiving a notification from his superiors, the provincial committee was alarmed, thinking they were going to build a military base or something. That very night, the leadership team of Xinqing held a meeting and arrested the developers who had occupied the land for 10 years without any construction. They worked overnight to prepare the bidding documents, and the next day, the bidding was held, with He Wei's Camel Media winning the contract. The project for the Xinqing Taoist Academy was immediately established, and the plaque was already made. That day, He Wei was late due to a stomach issue and hadn't even gone to quote when he received the call that his company had won the bid, suddenly feeling that business was too easy. The budget funds were directly transferred to Camel Media's corporate account, and the construction process was given the green light, with all departments cooperating fully. Seeing that the little Taoist wasn't taking a car, He Wei didn't join in the fun and drove himself along the lakeside road, enjoying the breeze while checking on the construction progress. In Xinqing, at the Shanghai Garden community, as soon as Chen Jiamu reached the entrance, his phone rang. He glanced at the balance, 2 million. There was also a text from He Wei, "Little Taoist, if the transfer limit from public to private isn't enough, just let me know." Chen Jiamu locked his phone, bought a bunch of carnations at the flower shop at the entrance, and also got 3 pounds of candied chestnuts before entering the community. In the community garden, a little girl was playing bullfighting with a few boys, while others held a red cloth, and the girl charged forward. With 2 horned braids, she was quite fierce, her head weaving through the red cloth with a momentum that seemed ready to break through a wall. Suddenly, she turned her head and accelerated. Brother! Shinjiji, you're running the wrong way, called out a friend behind her. The little girl ignored the shout and rushed towards Chen Jiamu. He opened his arms, and Chen Jiji leaped into the air, wrapping her legs around her brother's waist, her head bobbing side to side. Mom said you were coming back today. I've been waiting for you downstairs since early morning. Chen Jiamu wanted to set Chen Jiji down but found his little sister clinging to him like an octopus. Have you eaten? I did. Oh no, I haven't eaten. Here. Whoosh, Chen Jiji slid down, tore open the packaging of the candied chestnuts, and sat by the flower bed, using her hard front teeth to peel them. Brother, how long are you staying this time? I'm not leaving. Chen Jiamu smiled warmly, stroking his sister's head. Chen Jiamu asked, at school, is anyone bullying you? Chen Jiji replied, I never bully others. Jiji, do you want to fly? What? Brother will teach you to fly. Do you want to learn? Chapter 110, warming up for a new chapter, 2 more chapters tonight. Hey, have you heard? Our great Xinqing is going to open a Taoist academy. The renderings are out online. Could it be a branch of the Zhujiang Taoist Academy? It shouldn't be, right? Did you see the news? It's led by a Taoist priest named Chen. My 6th uncle works in the Cultural Tourism Bureau. I hope this isn't just another gimmick by the government to boost the tourism economy. It's absolutely true. They will start enrolling students after the new year, and this afternoon they will begin counting interested applicants at Times Square. Let's go take a look. During the winter break, in a super internet cafe in the city, a few students who could only hope to get into a third-tier university gathered to discuss. Most of the people who can go to internet cafes now are there for the nostalgia and the atmosphere. Lin Junbao is a regular at this cafe. He attends a low-tier boarding high school while his parents work in the south, living with his grandparents who can't really control him. For him, the classroom desk is just a place to lay down and sleep. After 3 years of high school, he managed to scrape by, and barring any surprises, he would likely end up at some low-tier university and then probably work in a factory tightening screws. Lin Junbao isn't a natural slacker. He just fell behind after the courses were interrupted and simply gave up. It's not that he didn't want to learn, but he genuinely couldn't keep up anymore. At this age, not going down the wrong path is already quite good. He heard someone next to him discussing it, casually opened a web page, and searched on Baidu. There really is such a Taoist academy. Wow, 1,800 a year, meals and accommodation included. Lin Junbao rubbed his eyes, thinking it was some new type of pyramid scheme, but then he saw that it had official certifications from the Education and Religious Affairs Bureaus, and it even made it onto the local news. The credibility was through the roof. Nowadays, any low-tier university charges tens of thousands a year in tuition and fees. What's the difference? This place only takes in students. It's not like they are becoming monks or Taoist priests, so it could be a no-brainer decision. Lin Junbao used his phone to call the admissions office number listed on the website. Hello, this is the admissions office of Xinqing Taoist Academy. Hello, is this Director Ma? Director Ma is busy. I'm Nyo Meili from the admissions office. You can call me Teacher Nyo. Teacher Nyo, I wanted to ask, what do we study at our academy? You can check the course offerings on the website. By the way, there will be an admissions fair at the Sports Lottery Square this afternoon. If you have time, you can go see it in person. Okay, thank you. Lin Junbao hung up the phone, feeling quite reassured. The school didn't seem to be profit-driven. It should be funded by the government for educational purposes and to promote cultural confidence. In the afternoon, at the Xinqing Sports Lottery Square, there were many people gathered. In the center of the square, a temporary screen was set up, playing the Academy's promotional video, showcasing some 3D renderings and introductions to classrooms and dormitories. The environment looked fantastic. It had a new Chinese design style. Interspersed were videos of Chen Jiamu practicing Tai Chi and performing the 18 Dragon Subdu. At the bottom of the display screen, Ma Huayun, dressed in a Taoist robe, put down the microphone and performed a Taoist salute. I am the humble Taoist Ma Huayun, bowing in respect. Fellow Taoists, this is not something I wrote randomly. The subsequent writing style remains light and cheerful, saving those who are unhappy. The outline is being refined. To be honest, there were several times I wanted to give up. Writing an invincible story is truly difficult. If you have any ideas on what you want to see, feel free to leave a message here. Catching drifting thoughts? Feng Shui? Universal cultivation? Female lead? A powerful figure from the immortal realm crossing into the real world? And so on. New character recruitment for students. Please leave a message here with your name, personality, gender. If adopted, the author will privately send a red envelope as thanks. Mr. He, may I ask why you bid 10 times the price for the land in Behu Wilderness? The land in Behu is for us to develop the most environmentally friendly and luxurious project, so it cannot be measured by money. Okay, thank you. Over the past 6 months, Hiwei's business has been booming. He dares to take on projects that others cannot, he tackles ventures that others shy away from, and he dives into areas that others do not dare to touch. It can be said that he is riding high. In the independent villa of a certain garden in Behu, Xinjiang, the property staff were directing several workers to place 2 stone lions at the entrance of the He residence. Hiwei, wearing a black silk robe and sporting a small mustache, stood in the hall of his new home, looking full of spring breeze. The decoration could only be described as magnificent. The background music played a classic Cantonese song from a Hong Kong film. In this world, is this mountain the highest? Tonight's dinner is very special. During the day, he bid 10 times the price to acquire a piece of land in Behu Wilderness. What era is this? Still engaging in real estate? Isn't that just a sign of a muddled mind? In this small third-tier city, several business tycoons from outside have arrived tonight. A red sports car came to a halt, with a voluptuous and sexy female entrepreneur as the driver. Following that was a top-of-the-line Hongqi sedan, from which emerged a sprightly man with graying hair. From the sky descended a fierce-looking figure dressed in leopard print and equipped with a flying device. Fourth Master, Roland. Wow, Mr. Zheng, you're so punctual today? Hiwei opened his arms for an air hug and shook hands with the newcomers. I heard you bought Behu Wilderness and are planning to develop the 90-year-old Romani Conti. I had to be on time for this. I am very sorry. When I see something good, I act decisively. Wow, look at how great Behu Wilderness is, such a large piece of land. Is Behu really a good place? I really doubt you're in real estate. Can you even do the math? I can't, but Fourth Master and Roland can. No matter how much they offer, I will follow suit, and it will always be a fixed price. A fixed price. What is the ultimate move of the Sword Saint? Duguchobai. No move. Background music. How lonely is invincibility, how empty is invincibility. Roland and Fourth Master buying Behu Wilderness is a loss. They are just trying to raise the surrounding property prices. What do you have around you? Not a single thing, and you talk about Duguchobai, you should seek help. Mr. Zheng, Mr. He is treating us to Romani Conti tonight. If you keep talking like this, he might not invite us anymore. Roland, speaking like that is adding insult to injury. Little he, this project, I see, will at least lose 300 million, yet we inexplicably made 600 million. Little he, you are a great person. If Behu can be filled, then it would be a huge profit. Behu is a national-level reservoir, involving the drinking water issue for the people of Xinjiang. Even the King of Heaven can't fill it. After filling it, we can divert water from the Shanshan Reservoir to Yangshan, connecting to Nanhuan Lake in the south, managing the 4 waters together. This will not only fundamentally solve the problem of yellow tap water caused by pipeline blockage in the old city but also improve north-south transportation. This project has already been approved by the provincial government, with direct funding allocated, with a budget of at least 10 billion. What the heck? The serious-looking general manager Zhang in leopard print suddenly became stern and snatched a piece of paper. What is this? The approval for filling the lake. I'm not playing anymore. What do you plan to do after filling the lake? Our company is currently planning an ecological resort project. Grow vegetables. What? Yes, grow vegetables. Dean Shen has a requirement that the students of the Xinjiang Taoist Academy must eat organic vegetables, and the meat must come from fresh livestock raised by local farmers. They are all children, still growing. Hiwei searched for suppliers but couldn't find any that provided purely natural, organically grown vegetables. The main issue was the quantity he needed. Nowadays, everything is industrialized, pure natural produce, aside from some farmers growing a little for themselves. If they were to sell, without fertilizers or pesticides, the yield would be too low, growing slowly, and half of it would be eaten by pests. Xinjiang is a place with suitable soil and water, distinct seasons, and is known as a permanently livable city in the country, where rice, wheat, and various vegetables can thrive. Considering the timeliness, Hiwei set up the vegetable garden next to the school so that students could eat fresh vegetables pulled from the ground every day, saving them the need for a refrigerator. Livestock couldn't be neglected either. First, the animals needed to be free-range, with some open space set aside, and professionals hired to clean up the manure. Although they were filling the lake, not all of it would be filled. Of course, a portion of the water area would be left for the animals to frolic and bathe freely. This way, the meat would be delicious and nutritious. Ducks, free-range chickens, and large geese also had to be arranged, along with cows, sheep, etc. focusing on a variety of types so that the chefs could better ensure the daily menu was different. Hiwei knew that today's eggs are all produced industrially, with chickens kept in small cages, a light bulb shining on them 24 hours a day, laying eggs continuously, and some hens have never even seen a rooster in their lives. However, with tuition at $1,800 a year, it was a bit of a bargain. He didn't know how much the academy would lose in a year. Never mind, Hiwei just considered it charity, a mere school, he could afford it. Ah, I really envy the kids studying there. Sometimes Hiwei thought about experiencing it himself, reminiscing about the fleeting years of student life. The hardware requirements for the dormitory building were extremely high. The Taoist priest said that cultivating in the mountains was due to lack of money, but studying and cultivating in the city didn't need to make the students suffer. Students are still children, learning and training are already hard enough, so living conditions should certainly be a bit better. A couple of days ago, Hiwei had the fortune to participate in the curriculum design, mainly because the academy's renovation was handled by Hiwei's company, which needed to design classrooms with different styles based on various courses. The curriculum was extremely rich. Required courses included geomancy, feng shui, the study of changes, talismans, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy, etc., while outdoor courses included tai chi, national martial arts, and various traditional kung fu as electives, ensuring there was outdoor training once a week, organizing barbecues, camping, and experiencing nature, etc. Currently, they had invited a few teachers from the Zhejiang Taoist Academy to train Tai Long and the others. Artistic courses like guqin, dizi, traditional tea art, ink painting, root carving, and ancient seal carving were also being sourced from masters of traditional folk arts. The Taoist priest running the school was wholeheartedly dedicated and meticulous. Whether he could cultivate a few immortals, Hiwei didn't know, but he could definitely cultivate wise and open-minded masters of Chinese studies. After finishing a party in his courtyard and settling agreements with a few business partners, Hiwei stood on the top floor of the villa, gazing at the picturesque scenery of the community. All of this is given by the Taoist priest. My Hiwei can have today because of the Taoist priest. Life is like a dream, also like an illusion. This damned sense of success. Hiwei took a sip of the expensive red wine, resting his hands on the railing, feeling immensely grateful that when Lin Weidong found him, he resolutely stood on the side of the Taoist priest, saying whatever needed to be said, never hiding anything from the Taoist priest. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The phone rang, and it was Lin Weidong calling. Hello, Lin, where are you? I'm in Kyoto, Lao He. How's the progress on the project at the academy? Will we be able to start the semester smoothly after the new year? No problem. It will be ready for use right after the spring festival. We used all solid wood for the renovations, and the materials are top-notch. I'm also very concerned about the formaldehyde levels. After all, they are all children. Hiwei spoke confidently. On the phone, Lin Weidong's voice was somewhat hesitant as he tentatively asked, "Do you know about Lulin Village? What's up? I'm flying to Xinqing tonight. I'm afraid this matter will require the involvement of the little Taoist." Lingshan, winding mountain roads, at the summit is the famous Jinding Taoist temple in Xinqing, which has a long history. In recent years, with the boom in cultural tourism, someone invested in a camping site on a platform beneath the Jinding. The scenery is beautiful, and on good weather days, many young people gather here to wait for the sunrise the next day. The Lingshan Jinding Taoist temple in Xinyang, the material is sourced from the internet, and there is no entrance fee. In fact, many scenes in the book, including the daily life of the Taoist training class, are adapted from my memories. This camping platform should charge a fee, but I'm not sure about the specifics. This was taken by a fellow Taoist who helped me. I was so happy back then. It's been almost 3 years. A young man in a Taoist robe flew through the night sky. Master, who is that old Taoist at the top of the mountain to you? Chen Jiamu asked while flying, inquiring about Chen Shiliang, who had curled up into a cloud of smoke and poked his head out of the incense burner. He's my junior brother, a very powerful person. Master, it's windy up here. Be careful not to get blown away. It's fine, even if I get blown away, it doesn't matter. As a teacher, I am essentially an energy body here, invincible in the world. Chen Jiamu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the notion of being invincible and recalled what happened during the day. During the day, in the bedroom, Chen Jiamu said he was going to perform a magic trick for Chen Jiji. The master floated out of the incense burner, swaying, and made a face at Chen Jiji. The little girl was not scared at all. She was very excited, and that excitement was somewhat extreme. While Chen Jiamu turned to pour water, he returned to the room and found the master was gone. Chen Jiji had a large balloon in her hand, tightly sealed, and he could vaguely see a distorted human face inside the balloon. God knows how that little girl tricked the old man into it. Jiji, what are you doing? Chen Jiamu asked in surprise, nearly dropping his teacup. Brother, I used to collect my own farts, but I always failed. Shenjiji proudly lifted the balloon and shook it. You didn't? Shenjiji nodded. I sucked him in through my mouth, into my intestines, and then, what the hell? Shenjamu snapped back to reality, choosing not to mention the embarrassing incident from earlier, and changed the subject. Shenjamu laughed. Master, my sister's Taoist education still needs your attention. No, I can't take on that responsibility. I think Huayun would be a good fit as your sister's teacher. That works too. Shenjamu landed, looked up, and saw an ancient Taoist temple illuminated by the moonlight at the summit. Master, we've arrived. The recruitment promotion during the day was quite effective. Perhaps it was due to the low tuition fees, as more people signed up than expected. Since the plan was to start the semester after the new year and the first batch of spots was limited, Ma Huayun and Gue Wui discussed and decided to hold a selection event. It was similar to the entrance examination in the cultivation world, but of course, this is the real world, and there's no testing of spiritual roots. Several teachers were still exploring cultivation techniques, and Shen Shiliang had brought back the Huangting Jing. In the project office next to the school construction site, the filing cabinet was stuffed full, with layers of documents reaching the top of the cabinet, and dozens of blueprints scattered across the desk. The few people gathered there were definitely not there to check on work. They were discussing how to cultivate. Brother Gue, isn't this method of storing thoughts and spirit contradictory to the principle of maintaining emptiness and stillness? Tai Long asked, looking at the scriptures with only a partial understanding. I don't quite get it either. Let's ask junior brother Chen tomorrow. For now, let's start with the breathing technique. The difficult stuff can wait for later. The breathing technique has a clear methodology, following the steps bit by bit, according to the book. As long as one can achieve the state where internal energy does not escape and external energy does not enter, one can draw spiritual energy into the body. The hardest part is calming the mind. When one sits down, all sorts of distracting thoughts come rushing out, impossible to suppress. The group fiddled for about 2 hours, and just as they were about to rest and sleep, Tai Long suddenly tugged at Zhang Ziang, who was pretending to meditate seriously. Second brother, third brother, look. At the large conference table of the project department, Gue Wu and Ma Huayun seemed to have entered a meditative state, wisps of white smoke beginning to rise from their heads. Wow, it really works. Let's practice too. The three brothers, filled with excitement, began to work hard, only to find their thoughts becoming even more chaotic, unable to calm down at all. Eldest brother, as soon as I sit still, my mind is filled with all sorts of random thoughts, completely uncontrollable. Second brother, I feel the same way. Sai, let's ask senior brother Chen tomorrow if he has any methods to directly channel spiritual energy to us. Right, like how Wu Yazi infused internal energy into Su Zhu. I heard senior brother Chen say during the day that he was going to meet an old acquaintance with Master, somewhere near Ling Mountain's Golden Cauldron. As night fell, the Ling Mountain Golden Cauldron Taoist temple was quiet, the ancestral hall illuminated by warm yellow lights. The mottled shadows of trees danced on the hall's walls, the wind whispered softly, occasionally brushing against the copper bell under the eaves, producing a faint ding-dong sound, which only accentuated the surrounding tranquility, comparable to two different worlds from the myriad lights of the city below. People at the foot of the mountain wanted to ascend, but once they reached the top, they would long to descend again. Human nature is like this, day after day, devoid of novelty. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open by the wind, and Koan Dao, who was engrossed in writing, looked up to find a young Taoist standing at the entrance, with a serene smile on his face. Noticing the unfamiliar face, Koan Dao wondered what this little Taoist was doing, sneaking around at such a late hour without making a sound. Little Taoist, what brings you here at this late hour? Koan Dao set down his pen. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, wearing a crown, appearing to be in her 50s or 60s, with a hint of heroism in her brows. She was the head of this temple, Chen Shiliang's former junior sister, with the secular name Luyu and the Taoist name Huiren. Chen Jiamu bowed and said, Little Master Hui, my master is Chen Shiliang. Master Hui stood up, her face lighting up with joy. My master's disciple? He has come to Xincheng? Chen Jiamu took out a small square wooden box from his pocket and placed it on the table. Master Hui looked puzzled, then quickly calculated with her fingers. She used the little 6 rens method, with the moon rising and the sun rising, corresponding to the 12 hours, calculating the 6 spirits. The little 6 rens is generally used for inquiries and searching for objects. It is a very simple and easy method to learn. Once one understands the principle, an ordinary person can easily learn it in just a few minutes. To her surprise, 3 empty hexagrams were drawn. Master Hui vaguely guessed something. She staggered forward a few steps, placing her hands on the table, her eyes fixed on the small wooden box. Master, when did this happen? Master Hui's tone was low, her expression very sad. My master actually. Don't say it. I already know. Master Hui raised her hand to interrupt, her eyes reddening. Chen Jiamu closed the door of the ancestral hall and opened the small wooden box on the table, revealing an incense burner inside. A wobbly, smoke-like figure of Chen Shiliang floated out from the incense burner, materializing in the air. Master Hui's expression gradually became dazed. Little junior sister, you only calculated half right. Chen Shiliang spun 360 degrees in the air, doing a somersault. How could this be? After half a lifetime of cultivating the Tao, Master Huiren finally saw the living Piao today, although he looked very familiar. Chen Shiliang spread his hands and began to recount some past events at the mountain gate. After all, this situation was too shocking, and his junior sister needed time to adjust. Master Hui knelt before the statue of the ancestral master, respectfully bowed, and after a while, managed to calm his emotions. Is it really you, senior brother? Have you become an immortal? Junior sister, hey, do you still remember the serious illness you had before? Later, you were diagnosed with schizophrenia. Master Hui nodded slowly. She certainly wouldn't forget that peculiar period. Before entering the Tao, she often had strange dreams, dreaming of herself in a world of immortality, where there were people and events corresponding to reality. Later, these dreams became more frequent, and sometimes she couldn't even distinguish between dreams and reality. For nearly half a year, she developed a tendency towards nihilism and was finally diagnosed with schizophrenia. After a period of treatment, she gradually stopped having chaotic dreams and later entered the Tao, having discussed this experience with her fellow disciples. Your previous experiences were not hallucinations. There is indeed a world of immortality. In the ancestral hall, the two of them, along with a wisp of smoke, talked late into the night. Chen Shiliang detailed his own experiences to Master Hui. Afterward, Chen Jiamu took out a thin copy of the Tuqing Yuan Daojin Jing from his sleeve, hoping that Master Hui could try cultivating. Master Hui examined it, her brows occasionally relaxing and then furrowing in confusion as she asked, Yin and Yang copulate. The first month is the embryo, the second month is the womb, the third month is the fetus, the form is divided, the 3 souls descend, in the 4th month the 4 spirits guard, in the 5th month the 5 organs are settled, in the 6th month the 6 laws are named the 6 roots. In the 7th month the 7 spirits are born. In the 8th month, the 8 scenes appear, the 8 true spirits. The 8 scenes refer to the 5 organs and 3 dantians. In the 9th month the 9 palaces are settled, giving birth to the 9 true ones. The 9 palaces are around the Naiwan. In the 10th month the form is completed, the 10 heavenly spirits descend, the original Tao Chi is complete, and only then can one be born. Senior brother, so cultivating the Tao is like the formation of an infant. This truly opens my eyes. Master Hui continued reading. Thus, there are many paths in the law. Some control carp to ascend to heaven, some ride dragons to ascend to the Han, some perform rituals to pay homage to the origin. Master Hui, having cultivated for many years, quickly saw the practical methodologies below. She immediately sat down and began to breathe and visualize according to the methods written on the paper. Chen Jiamu also sat down, accompanying his senior uncle in meditation. Chen Shiliang circled around the statue of the ancestral master, looking here and there. Perhaps due to the good magnetic field at the mountaintop, or Master Hui's high talent, the next morning, she opened her eyes from meditation. I seem to be able to feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Jiamu asked, Senior uncle, try to control the spiritual energy. Master Hui nodded, concentrating her thoughts, looking quite strained. A wave of energy, faint yet palpable, appeared in her palm. With a push of her hand, the large wooden door of the ancestral hall creaked open, pushed by the palm wind. Not bad. Master Hui breathed heavily, one hand on her chest, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Just this one time, it feels like all my energy has been instantly drained. A basic attack and no mana left? Chen Shiliang shook his head, smacking his lips. Junior sister, that's impressive. Senior uncle, come help us at the Tao Academy next year. We really need teachers. Chen Jiamu extended his hand, earnestly inviting her. Okay. The two of them exchanged a glance, tacitly confirming that ordinary people can cultivate, indeed depending on talent and disposition. Previously, Tao cultivation class students Ma Huayun and Gui Wuneng were gradually improving, while the Iron Dragon brothers struggled to make any progress. Yet this junior sister, Master Hui, could unleash a gust of wind with a single strike overnight, proving that her disposition was much stronger than that of ordinary people. However, everyone faced a common problem. The speed was very slow, and it was easy to be interrupted, causing all progress to be lost. Chen Jiamu's phone rang. It was Lin Weidong calling. His voice was urgent, as if he had encountered something incredible. Lulin village is about 30 kilometers from the urban area of Xinqing, and the tofu here is quite famous. Lin Weidong arrived at the village entrance with several special police officers and immediately saw many police officers at the scene. with several wild boar carcasses lying on the ground. The death was brutal, with many bite marks on the skin, the wounds pale, and the blood almost drained. Officer, a few days ago, my sixth uncle said he saw a zombie, just like in the movies. At first, no one believed him, but now look, these wild boars can't have been killed by a tiger, right? Besides, there aren't even any wolves in our village, let alone tigers or leopards. The leading police officer squatted down to examine the wild boar carcasses, while two experts nearby whispered to each other. Could it be a prank? Officer Wudang, it looks like it was bitten by a beast, said a forensic-looking person wearing white gloves, examining the wounds. Where's your sixth uncle? Officer Wudang asked. The villager pointed with his hand. On an old rattan chair at the door, an elderly man was sitting in the yard basking in the sun, fanning himself with a palm fan in the middle of winter. You saw a zombie before? The officer asked. Ah, not a zombie, a corpse, sixth uncle corrected. Where did you see it? By the pond, 2 of them, and they could swim. At first, I thought they were water monkeys, but when I shone my flashlight, good heavens, it was a person, no, a corpse. When I shone my light, they jumped into the water. You saw them at night? Yeah, I saw it very clearly. Officer Wudang stared into the old man's murky eyes and leaned in to ask quietly, your sixth uncle's eyesight is fine, right? No problem at all, I had cataracts before, but I'm fine now. Sir, how many fingers is this? Officer Wudang held up 2 fingers and shook them. Officer, I'm not blind. Don't say nonsense. If you don't believe me, go check by the pond. Skeptical, the group went to the pond, where a sign for fishing fees was set up nearby. This was an artificial fish pond developed by a local agritourism owner. In winter, the agritourism business was slow, and the plump owner hurried over when he saw the police, looking mysterious. Are you the person in charge of this fish pond? Officer Wudang asked. Oh my, officer, let me tell you, there really is something in this pond. At first, a customer finished eating here and, with nothing to do at noon, came to fish. I didn't think much of it. Guess what? This guy had electric fishing equipment in his trunk. I didn't know what was going on at the time, but not long after, that customer drove off in a panic, scared out of his wits. He didn't even settle the bill. The plump owner lifted a cover, revealing a set of relatively professional electric fishing gear by the pond. I thought, whatever, maybe he had something urgent. Not long after, I saw a head sticking out of the pond. I thought someone had fallen in. I had a bit to drink at noon and was a little dazed. The head floated over, spinning around, and when I saw its face clearly, the shock sobered me up. That was definitely not a human face. I don't know what it was. It must have been stunned by the electric shock. I immediately ran back to get people, but by the time we came back with our gear, that monster was gone. The more Officer Wudang listened, the more absurd it sounded. Just as he was at a loss, a deep voice came from behind him. Is this Officer Wudang Wenlong from the Xiqing station? Officer Wudang turned around to find a man in a black suit, whose accent didn't sound northern. Who are you? Lin Weidong showed his credentials and said, I need your officers to cooperate with me. Officer Wudang stood at attention, sensing the other person's demeanor, which felt very much like a character from a spy movie. However, Officer Wudang remained skeptical until he received a call from his superior, instructing him to unconditionally cooperate with a special operations officer named Lin at the scene. Officer Wudang gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. It was no joke. When the criminal investigation team arrives, they'll start pumping water. Not far away, several dump trucks were hauling water pumps, driving along the rural road. Before Lin Weidong arrived, he had already received some information. He was someone who had seen a lot in life. Now, whether it was about water monkeys or zombies, you could even mention Godzilla to him, and he might just believe it. The fish pond wasn't large, but with 7 or 8 pumps all set up, they began their cheerful water extraction work. The criminal investigation team was baffled, gathered around the pond, while many villagers were kept at a distance, some climbing trees or squatting on rooftops to watch the commotion. After about 2 hours of pumping, a third of the water in the pond had drained. Lin Weidong took out his pistol from his waist, disengaged the safety, and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a creature that resembled both human and monkey leaped out of the water, dog paddling but moving at incredible speed, swiftly jumping onto the shore. The crowd parted in shock, everyone was stunned. Was it really a water monkey? Uncle Lou stood on tiptoe, cursing, that's right, it's this thing. I saw it with my own eyes, it bit a wild boar to death. The creature had fur, a distinctly monkey-like face, and its upper jaw revealed 2 long, sharp fangs. Startling like a cat, it let out a huff. It lunged at the nearest person, and due to its speed, the person couldn't dodge in time, getting bitten on the shoulder. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, the bullet pierced the creature's forehead, and it fell down, while the attacked villager clutched his shoulder, crying out in pain. Only then did the crowd react, starting to scream. At that moment, from the water, buzzing sounds emerged as 7 or 8 similar monstrous heads shot up, glaring fiercely at the gun in Lin Weidong's hand. The 2 special police officers behind him instantly drew their guns, and the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Because of China's strict gun control, the criminal investigation team had not brought firearms, but they instinctively looked for suitable farming tools to use as weapons for self-defense. Lin Weidong decisively chose to call Qin Jiamu for help. "Xiaodao, are you awake? Do you have time? There's something over here in Lulin village, and I was hoping you could give me some guidance." The scene was chaotic. The water monkey that had jumped ashore was shot in the head and convulsed a few times before dying. The creature in the water resembled both human and monkey, standing over a meter tall, with a large head that looked like an adult's head on a child's body, covered in fur. The fur didn't get wet, it was very smooth, perfect material for a scarf. The injured villager was a woman. After a simple bandaging, a few young men carried her to the road at the village entrance, waiting for an ambulance. Uncle Lu, leaning on his cane, trembled as he pointed at the creature in the water, shouting, "Young man, this thing is much more powerful in the water than on land. This is the water monkey, no doubt about it." Lin Weidong had seen a case in the archives at his workplace before. Back in the 1950s, in a village in Jiangxi, it seemed that water buffaloes went into a pond to lie down, and before long, they went mad and ran to the shore. 1 or 2 buffaloes doing this could be a coincidence, but every buffalo that went into the pond would flee in panic within 10 minutes, which was eerie. At that time, there were water ghosts in the pond. Any tales of monsters or spirits would spread like wildfire, and 4 days later, a commander-level figure would arrive, leading a group of soldiers. Machine guns were set up. Back then, there were no pumps, so they organized the soldiers to carry buckets of water one by one. According to the records in the archives, during an interview with the village party secretary, the commander boldly declared that if there were really water ghosts in the pond, he would send them to meet Stalin with grenades. It perfectly matched the temperament of tough guys from that era. No matter what kind of monsters or demons, if grenades wouldn't do, then it was machine guns. If 1 gun wasn't enough, then 10 guns. The soldiers were also excited, saying that people in the army had high spirits, everyone shouted slogans, and their enthusiasm was palpable. They used buckets, basins, and ladles to drain the entire pond. In the end, the water monster was nowhere to be seen, but in the muddy water, there was a huge black fish, scientifically known as the black fish. Generally, a black fish weighs about 5 to 6 pounds, but this one weighed a full 27 pounds on the scale, lively and jumping around. Because this type of fish is carnivorous, it was probably invincible in the pond, having eaten all the other fish and shrimp. When a water buffalo lay in the water, it would bite its rear. When Lin Weidong saw this record, he thought it was just a joke, pondering that this big black fish would most likely end up braised in soy sauce. Good fortune had come his way. The fish sister was stuffed, and damn, had a monster really emerged from the waters of Lulin village? The water pump was still tirelessly drawing water, and the creatures in the water dared not come ashore for a while, whispering to each other, making sounds like woo-woo, as if discussing strategies. Lin Weidong turned his gaze to 2 scientists in white lab coats on one side. Which expert just said that water monkeys likely refer to otters? They are semi-aquatic mammals that prefer a hidden burrowing lifestyle, easily mistaken for water monkeys? One of the scientists adjusted his glasses and leaned forward to peer intently into the pond. Rare sight, look at that fur, so shiny. With pollution so severe now, who knows if it has mutated? The thing in the water emitted a sound similar to a monkey's call. "Boss, what do we do now? Should we shoot?" a subordinate asked, holding a gun and tilting his head. "We only have 3 guns. I just saw how fast that thing was. There are a total of 8 down there. Wait for my command. Officer Huang, keep the villagers at a distance, and your criminal investigation team should focus on protecting the public." "Yes, I've applied for armed support from the brigade and am coordinating with the mobile unit of the armed police over at Xianshan." Officer Huang remained calm under pressure, maintaining a defensive posture while signaling his men to evacuate the villagers. They were just a big-headed police officer from the precinct, and encountering a robbery was considered a major case. Whether he could be promoted to deputy chief depended on today. The criminal investigation team had major tasks and was equipped with guns, but the village reported a suspected wild animal attack on villagers, and such matters could not easily get approval for carrying firearms. No leader wanted to take responsibility. If it really was a tiger or a brown bear, one careless shot could lead to trouble, especially if animal rights activists showed up waving signs and making a fuss. The pressure on the leaders would be immense. "Boss, be careful." 2 water monkeys suddenly accelerated and charged towards Lin Weidong. Bang! Bang! Lin Weidong focused intently, decisively firing 2 shots in quick succession, both hitting their targets. The years of training with the special operations team were not in vain, and the bullets were not wasted. To the left, Bang! A special operations member fired, hitting one in the cheek. The monkey didn't die and was about to escape back into the water. Bang 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 bang. The special operations member fired 4 more shots, and that creature was completely still. The remaining 5 water monsters crouched, their expressions filled with a sense of cursing, and submerged into the water. Boss, I feel like we don't need to call for reinforcements. These things don't seem that powerful, a special operations member said, standing by the shore with a relaxed expression. Everyone be careful, let's wait until the water is drained. Suddenly, a team member let out a cry and fell, being tightly grabbed by a bony claw. Lin Weidong quickly pulled him back. Several police officers rushed over to help. Be careful, these things seem very strong in the water. Bang bang bang, bullets shot into the water, bubbling up blood. A water monkey's corpse floated to the surface. The special operations member, who had narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, his pants torn, with 5 bloody claw marks on his leg. Everyone step back, don't get too close to the shore. Lin Weidong changed the magazine with one hand, the sound crisp and clear. Officer Huan was momentarily stunned, filled with envy. Another one down, only 4 left. In a bit, find a way to catch a live one. Academician Lu from the Academy of Sciences will probably be thrilled. Hello, Brother Lin. A boisterous male voice came from a distance. Lin Weidong turned his head and his face lit up. Old Ma, a gue. Did Xiao Daoyi send you here? Ma Huayun rode in on a large motorcycle, carrying Gue Wu, speeding from the city to Lulin village. Don't call me a gue. Gue Wu jumped off the motorcycle and leaned over to take a look at the things in the lake. They had indeed received a notification from Chen Jiamu to come and take a look first because the two of them had Jin Pandan and the Niuxiang Benlei talisman. If it was a personal challenge, saying they were invincible wouldn't be an exaggeration. My junior brother isn't in the city. He called us to come and see what's in this water? Ma Huayun parked the motorcycle and stood side by side with Gue Wu, peering down. They weren't scared at all, after all. They were once men who had gone wild. I don't know, the old folks in the village say it's a water monkey. Lin Weidong pointed with his chin at the corpse of a water monkey on the shore. Ma Huayun scoffed, can't even take a bullet, not impressive at all. Do we really need to come for this? Old Lin, I feel like you guys are a bit too anxious. Lin Weidong's eyelid twitched, not responding. Gue Wu whispered, Junior brother, I heard from Master before that 4 demon cultivators' souls came our way. Do you think it has something to do with the demon cultivators? Or, how about this, I'll go catch a live one. When the time comes, you take over. Gue Wu took out a talisman from his pocket. How about using the talisman? It's more efficient. Niuxiang Benlei talisman? Yeah. Ma Huayun decisively refused. Or, you seem honest, but that's a terrible idea, very repressed. Why does junior brother say that about me? It's a great opportunity to show off. Gue Wu put on a naive and innocent expression. Ma Huayun ignored him, took out a Jin Pandan, quietly popped it into his mouth. He set a 14-minute alarm on his phone. I, Ma Huayun, have always been upright. When have I ever cared about showing off? Gue Wu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, you really have no awareness. Ma Huayun jumped into the water with a splash. Shaolin, let me catch a live one for you. Little monkeys, come, bite me. The water grew increasingly quiet. The pool water reached Ma Huayun's waist as he stood in the pond, observing all around. Little monkeys, come out. His ankles sank into the muddy bottom, and Ma Huayun began to regret it, calculating the time for the Jin Pandan in his mind. Suddenly, he was pulled into the water with a splash, only a tuft of hair on his forehead bobbing on the surface. Uncle Lu rushed over with the electric fishing equipment. Get out of the way. I'll electrocute them. Uncle, no, there's someone in the water. Ma Huayun surfaced, sputtering, electrocute. Give it all you've got. I have an indestructible body, not afraid of electricity. This thing has a lot of power. Ouch. Sputter sputter uncle, turn off the switch. Gue Wu spoke up. No one had more authority than him at the scene. Alright, little brother. With a creak, the switch was flipped, and the homemade electric fishing device that fell into the water crackled with blue light, causing everyone to instinctively step back a few paces. This homemade electric fishing device didn't meet national standards, and Uncle Lu wasn't very skilled with it. The power was turned up to the max, and within a minute, something slowly began to float up. Quick, the cage! Lin Weidong shouted. What cage? Boss, where's Ma Ge? Lin Weidong realized something was wrong, not seeing Ma Huayun. Only a few water monkey corpses floated on the lake, unsure if they were still alive. Cut the power! Cut the power! Lin Weidong kicked the switch off and jumped in first. Officer Huang somehow got a large plate of iron wire, the thickest kind. While these things are still dazed, let's bind them with iron wire. Come on, pliers, brothers, lend a hand. Soon, the police present and the remaining special officer worked together to securely tie up the 3 water monkeys. Something's not right. Lin Weidong stood in the water, gun in hand, becoming serious. There were clearly 4 just now. Why are there only 3 now? A figure flashed across the sky, hovering over the lake. It was Chen Jiamu, who had rushed back from Ling Mountain. He was wearing a Taoist robe, sleeves lifted, manipulating the remaining pond water to part as if it were being raised by invisible transparent bags. The bottom of the pond was clear. In the mud, a water monkey with red eyes was gnawing at Ma Huayun's head, its fangs making a sound that grated on the teeth. Ma Huayun seemed to be lacking oxygen and had turned away. "You wretched creature! Still not surrendering? Ha!" The water monkey let out a fierce sound, discarding the man it couldn't bite. "You are quite special," it actually spoke. "The demon of temptation says this world is full of delicious blood food and there are no cultivators." It seems she understands nothing. Chen Jiamu didn't waste a word and raised his hand to unleash the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The palms, infused with spiritual energy, were even more dazzling than in martial arts tales. The dragon he struck out was vivid and lifelike, the realism at its peak. The water monkey's body went limp, and a puddle formed beneath it, quickly flowing away. With one palm, Chen Jiamu smashed the water monkey into pieces, scattering it. The water silently spread along the mud to the shore, swiftly heading towards Uncle Lu. On the shore, Uncle Lu, wide-eyed and shocked, had his fan suspended in his hand, his expression suddenly stiffening, then breaking into a charming smile. His pupils turned red, and a few seconds later, they returned to their murky state. Chen Jiamu raised his hand to summon Ma Huayun, gently patting his back, and Ma Huayun coughed up a few mouthfuls of water. "Junior brother, I'm fine." With a wave of his hand, Chen Jiamu sent Ma Huayun to the shore. "Lin, evacuate the villagers. I can sense they haven't been completely eliminated." "Jiamu, I saw what happened just now. I will go check it out." Chen Shiliang's voice came from the incense burner in his pocket. "Okay, master. What about that old man who was electrocuting fish?" "We should thank him properly," Officer Huang asked. "It seems he has left, Captain. What a good person who does good deeds without seeking recognition." Hundreds of meters away, Uncle Lu's pupils turned red as he muttered to himself, "This body is too old. What is this? In this old man's head, this old man." In the next moment, the demon cultivator completely erased Uncle Lu's consciousness, meaning his existence in this world had come to an end. "I am very angry today." Uncle Lu walked to the roadside and flagged down a bus. He had been in this world for a few days. For demon cultivators' souls, 2 had obtained bodies here through seizing, while the other 2 belonged to local Earth people, similar to directly awakening memories from another world. Then the souls fused. The methods of demon cultivation are numerous, but they all share a common feature: the evil and crooked techniques take shape quickly. For example, this original body named Zhou Longyi was not a particularly powerful figure over there. He just happened to hunt down righteous loose cultivators with companions that day, or perhaps he had a chance encounter, and his soul accidentally left his body, following the great formation connecting the 2 worlds, arriving here. Hundreds of years ago, on the Xuanwu continent, an immortal once revealed that everyone has another side, and those with great opportunities can traverse between the 2 realms. However, this legend had never been verified on the Xuanwu continent until a year ago when it was rumored that the Wudang immortal mountain had opened a passage between the 2 worlds. That day happened to be the time when Chen Jiamu activated the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Zhou Longyi practiced the blood refining great method, nourishing his cultivation with the blood of others. Those water monkeys were actually the magical creatures formed from the people he had consumed. In the past few days, he had quietly eaten 7 people, gaining fragmented memories of the consumed, and slowly, Zhou Longyi had come to understand the rules of this world, realizing the existence of fierce weapons like guns and cannons. He kept a low profile, not being overly reckless, but the magical creatures he had refined also needed to feed, so he encouraged them to hunt beasts. Zhou Longyi decided to survive quietly, slowly cultivating in this world, and then carry out a domination that seemed much easier than in the other world. The bus came to a stop, and Zhou Longyi boarded. "Yo, Grandpa Wu, going to the city to see your grandson today?" The driver was a young guy, looking quite decent. Zhou Longyi responded with an found a window seat, and sat down. The bus was calm, with only a few scattered passengers. There were adults, children, women. This was good. And this one wasn't lazy, and there were women. Never mind, too old. "Old Wu, I want to ask you something. A few people have gone missing in the village recently. I just saw a lot of police cars passing by. Could it be that my true identity has been exposed? Then I'm sorry, but I want this bus full of people." Zhou Longyi's eyes narrowed as he bit down on the neck of a questioning uncle. In an office at the Xinqing Wulidian Detention Center, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. The pale light weakly illuminated the desk, and the surrounding walls seemed to be etched with the marks of time. Chen Shiliang hovered above the desk, a thin mist surrounding him, his expression stern as he described. Zhou Longyi was originally an inner disciple of Qin Xian Mountain. According to the memories of his fellow disciples at the time, he often wrote letters to his family but never received a reply. Later, he was mocked by the elder's closed-door disciple for having an unstable heart, and after a private duel, he severely injured his fellow disciple and was expelled from the sect, thus entering the demonic path. He paused, as if recalling the past or pondering something. I estimate that he must have suffered some great shock at that time, leading him to extremes. Later, this kid rapidly advanced in cultivation using the blood-refining soul-capturing method. He was skilled at refining living people into water corpses, which are what people refer to as water monkeys. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Shiliang's eyes. He has been lurking at the foot of the mountain, seeking revenge. In the end, he killed the elder's closed-door disciple, submitted his token of allegiance to the demonic sect, and completely fell into depravity. This thing is very cunning. When it can't win, it uses water escape to flee and can change bodies at will, making it quite difficult to catch. In the office, there were only Qin Jiamu, Ma Huayun, and Gue Wu. In the dark corner, an unknown shadow seemed to be quietly stirring, adding to the tense atmosphere. Master, is this information reliable? Chen Jiamu's voice broke the silence, his eyes filled with doubt and concern. There isn't much recorded in the Qingshan Mountain archives, but judging by his methods, it should be accurate, Chen Shiliang replied confidently. Ma Huayun frowned and suggested, we should let old Lin apply for support from above, send more people. Are they coming to deliver heads? Gue Wu coldly responded, his voice laced with sarcasm, causing the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. The electric water corpse was temporarily locked up in the detention center. The 8-year veteran guard had already turned pale with fear when signing the confidentiality agreement, his body trembling slightly, the scent of terror spreading in the air. The Special Operations Department of the Hezhou Provincial Branch had already dispatched experts and equipment currently rushing to Xinqing overnight. This mysterious water corpse was to be taken back for research. Chen Shiliang added, the method is simple, just lure him into a waterproof place. Just then, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Little Daoist, come in. Lin Weidong pushed the door open, his expression frantic, beads of sweat covering his forehead, and his steps a bit unsteady, as if he had run all the way here. Half an hour ago, a bus in Lulin village had an accident, 3 passengers died, one of whom was old Wu from the village, and the driver is missing. According to the surveillance footage sent back from the station, there were at least 7 or 8 people on the bus at the time. Chen Jiamu furrowed his brow and turned to look at his master, his eyes filled with anxiety. Those few people are probably turned into new water corpses by Zhou Longyi. That dog, how arrogant! Chen Shiliang's tone was filled with anger, and the thin mist around him seemed to surge with this fury. Were there any women among the dead at the scene? The smoky Chen Shiliang floated over, his voice sounding particularly ethereal in the tense atmosphere. Even though Lin Weidong had seen Chen Shiliang before and was somewhat prepared, he still instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling as he said, there was one woman, probably in her 50s, who died after being struck in the back of the head with a blunt object. I have a general idea of the situation. This guy doesn't just suck anyone's essence, he is picky, Chen Shiliang said thoughtfully. There was a young man who was drained dry. Wait a moment, my phone just received photos from the scene. Lin Weidong hurriedly opened the photos on his phone to show everyone. The scene in the photos was extremely gruesome, the bus filled with blood like ketchup, shocking to behold, and there was a passenger with an arm twisted off. The bloody image would definitely need to be pixelated if posted on Douyin. Chen Jiamu asked, Master, is there any technique that can locate him? No, by the way, Jiamu, this world is different from that one. Previously, when we rampaged in Los Angeles, we directly attracted heavenly retribution. Normally, such small disturbances wouldn't trigger the heavenly laws. Chen Shiliang said slowly, however, I have a method that can draw him out. But the means are a bit. Chen Shiliang sighed, his expression serious. Lin Weidong asked eagerly, Old Taoist, don't keep us in suspense. Lives are at stake. Chen Shiliang said firmly, all right, little Lin, find a secluded house, make the roof, walls, and floor all waterproof with rainbow. Use the best materials, and make sure it looks inconspicuous. I have a plan that will ensure Zhou Longyi walks right into the trap. On the outdoor screen of Xinqing Times Square, a touching and tear-jerking animated film was playing. The night enveloped the entire square, and pedestrians hurried by, yet all were captivated by the images on the big screen. The voice of the voice actor was filled with deep emotion, echoing throughout the square. Not only the few outdoor screens in the bustling area but also all advertising displays in vehicles, short videos, shopping malls, supermarkets, and elevators were playing in sync. The video featured an ancient ink wash style, with simple lines yet full of spirit, clearly designed by professional artists. In a quaint village surrounded by green mountains, a small mud brick courtyard was covered in years of moss. In the yard, an elderly woman sat on the threshold. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun casting light upon her, her gaze fixed on the winding path in the distance, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Beside her, a few old hens strolled leisurely, occasionally clucking, but their sounds could not break the thick atmosphere of longing that permeated the tranquility. The scene shifted indoors. The dim yellow light flickered unsteadily. An old man sat at a weathered wooden table, spreading out a piece of yellowed stationery. His hand trembled slightly as he dipped a brush in ink, but as soon as he wrote the words "my son," tears streamed down his face, falling onto the paper and blurring the ink marks. A passionate and resonant voiceover began, "My son Long-yi, since you were selected for the immortal sect, our family and relatives have all come to congratulate you. I am proud of you, my son. It has been 3 years since you left home. I wonder how you are doing on Qingshan Mountain? Everything at home is well. I hope you complete your studies and return soon. Remember to eat well and dress warmly. Father, Zhou Yuanxiao." The scene began to fast forward, time passing swiftly, and the middle-aged man visibly aged a few years. The second letter, "My son Long-yi, it has been 6 years since we last met. I wonder if you have received the family letter. At the beginning of last month, Jing Cheng became a successful candidate. Your third uncle invited your mother and me to a banquet, praising you for your promising future. A cultivator is incomparable to mundane fame and fortune. Everything at home is well, do not worry. Father, Zhou Yuanxiao." The third letter, "My son Long-yi, it has been 12 years since you left home to learn your craft. Every 3 years, outer disciples come to Qingshan Mountain, saying that you are doing well at the mountain gate, which brings me great comfort. Your cousin Zhou Jingcheng has married and has a son, a boy weighing 6 pounds and 3 ounces. Everything at home is well, do not worry. Father, Zhou Yuanxiao." The fourth letter, "Son, I have learned to write, though it may not be very neat. Please don't mind. I miss you so much, thinking of you as a child, clinging to my knee. That little shadow has grown up. Your father fell from the roof last year and broke a leg. Son, if you have time, please come back to visit. Is the immortal sect really that strict, not allowing you to come home for a visit? Everything at home is just fine. Your grandfather has passed away, peacefully. Your father wouldn't let me tell you, saying it would affect your resolve, but I didn't listen. It's a pity that the messenger from the immortal sect only comes once every 3 years. In the blink of an eye, it has been 18 years. We are all well indeed. Mother, Zhou." The scene shifted to the village entrance, where a cold wind howled. An impoverished old woman, as thin as a stick, dressed in a tattered cotton coat full of patches, sat on a rickety chair. Her eyes were cloudy, stubbornly gazing into the distance, the direction her son had left. For over 20 years, she came every day without fail. The wind tousled her sparse white hair, and she remained oblivious. Her lips were cracked and peeling, yet she still murmured her son's name. As the sky darkened, her eyes finally filled with tears, which fell onto the cold ground. The fifth letter, "Son, your father has passed away. Everything at home is well. In the animated scene, a group of armed men in black surrounded a farmer's courtyard, cackling with sinister laughter. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically to a live video recording. In a dark, cramped room, the camera revealed Lin Weidong, who had removed the devil mask from his face. He smiled ominously, mockingly, holding a letter and shaking it. "Zhou Long-yi, those letters you wrote home were never sent. They are with me." "Your family's letters?" "Sorry, I used them to wipe my backside. Daring to offend the disciple of my great elder, this is the consequence. Zhou Long-yi, do you want to see the next few letters? Ha! Come to the chemical factory in the northern suburbs and challenge me. If you win, I'll tell you what happens next. I'm the only one here. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't dare to come, I'll notify my little brothers over there to start slaughtering your whole family." In a small restaurant in the city, with a loud bang, a television hanging on the wall was smashed by a punch. A man wearing a miner's helmet rushed madly towards the northern suburbs. Zhou Long-yi, wearing that old miner's helmet, charged down the road like a frenzied beast. Under the cover of night, the city was ablaze with lights, but this bustling scene appeared as an illusion to him. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with rage, each step filled with endless hatred and determination. The streets were bustling with traffic, car horns blaring, but Zhou Long-yi was deaf to it all. It was as if he were driven by an invisible force, his footsteps never pausing. A sedan was driving normally when suddenly a madman appeared ahead. The driver widened his eyes in terror and desperately honked the horn, but Zhou Long-yi charged straight towards the car. The driver slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching violently against the pavement, stopping just half a meter away from Zhou Long-yi. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" the driver shouted angrily, rolling down the window to yell at Zhou Long-yi. But Zhou Long-yi merely shot him a cold glance, the chill in his eyes making the driver shiver involuntarily. He circled around the car and continued to sprint forward. Passers-by on the roadside turned to look, frightened by his crazed appearance and quickly stepping aside. A few timid girls screamed in terror and hurried to the side. Images of his parents from cartoons flooded Joe Loney's mind, those heartfelt letters, and Lin Weidong's arrogant, mocking face. At that moment, he had completely lost his sanity, the flames of revenge consuming him entirely. He ran through street after street, and as he passed a shopping mall, a massive billboard was still playing the video that shattered his heart and fueled his anger. He roared in fury, leaped up, and smashed the billboard to pieces. The crowd around him gasped in shock, and security guards rushed towards him, but he vanished into the crowd like a ghost with a few swift movements. The night in Xinjiang was cold and biting, the wind whipping against Joe Loney. Lin Weidong and the special operations team members gathered in a temporary command center at an abandoned factory in the northern suburbs. The walls were lined with surveillance screens, constantly flashing video feeds from various angles. When the footage of Joe Loney rampaging on the road appeared on the screen, the reactions of the crowd varied. Lin Weidong's eyes widened in an instant, filled with tension and vigilance. He unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes, murmuring, "This guy really took the bait, but we can't let anything go wrong." Young Special Operations Team member Shali was visibly shocked, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly unable to believe that this madman was the target they were after. He leaned forward slightly, fixated on the screen, as if trying to find a flaw in Joe Loney's every move. His gaze quickly switched between the various surveillance feeds, calmly analyzing Joe Loney's route and possible methods of attack. "This kid is too crazy. Everyone get ready. As soon as he enters the encirclement, act immediately." On the screen, Joe Loney disregarded the vehicles in his path, madly heading towards the chemical plant in the northern suburbs. "Boss, is this thing even human?" Lin Weidong's expression darkened further. He knew the danger Joe Loney posed. At that moment, he was worried about Joe Loney causing innocent casualties along the way and feared the plan might go awry. "Notify everyone to strictly follow the plan, let the police symbolically intervene, but don't engage in a deadly fight," Lin Weidong commanded loudly into the walkie-talkie. "Evacuate the 3 routes to the northern suburbs, initiate martial law, and publicly announce a counter-terrorism drill. Captain, there's been a car accident, the road ahead seems blocked." At that moment, someone shouted, "Boss, he's glowing all over, he's smashing cars. Oh no, he's starting to kill people." At the intersection of Dongfeng Road in Xinjiang, the streets were noisy and chaotic, a sharp honking sound cutting through the long street. A man wearing a miner's helmet was rampaging down the road, completely ignoring the passing vehicles. Joe Loney was like a cheetah unleashed, frantic and wild. A taxi coming towards him swerved into the greenery to avoid the madman, its front end scratched and battered. The black sedan behind urgently turned the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the ground, and the car slammed into the sideways taxi with a loud bang, causing a rear-end collision, fully at fault. The driver got out and yelled angrily, "Are you trying to die?" Joe Loney leaped over the driver, one foot raised on the top of the car, the metal dented. Without even glancing at the astonished driver, he ran north without looking back. If it had been his previous temper, he would have smashed the driver's skull. "This madman is reckless." A nearby ant carrying a vegetable basket screamed in terror. The young man beside her widened his eyes, gripping the ant's arm tightly, his voice trembling. "Get out of the way, this person is not right. Your order is about to time out. Your order is about to time out." At the corner of the intersection, a delivery rider wearing a yellow helmet with a kangaroo logo turned without slowing down, his modified electric bike roaring to life. "Huh, what's going on? What are these cars dodging?" The delivery guy wondered, planning to use the drainage ditch to make the turn, squeezing through the gap between the cars ahead, a basic skill for every delivery worker. As the god donkey of the delivery scene in the East Road area, this month's sales champion was already a done deal. The guy pressed down his helmet shield, released the brake, and twisted the throttle. Knees together, merging with the bike, he calculated the gap between the cars, saying it was like threading a needle was no exaggeration. Amidst the haphazardly parked cars, a man charged out, creating an illusion of a brave encounter on a narrow road. "Bro, you?" As Joe Loney ran, he formed seals with both hands, visible blood mist gathering in his palms, lifting the obstructive delivery bike in front of him and tossing it aside. A scream echoed as the delivery guy, bike and all, arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the sidewalk several meters away, food spilling everywhere, soup splattering all over. The guy lay on the ground, his helmet shattered, groaning in pain. He got up, kneeling in front of the thermal box, despairing to the point of forgetting the pain of his body. "Your order is about to time out. Your order is about to time out." The broken screen on the ground stubbornly continued to play the platform's voice notification. Bloodied fingers slid across the spiderweb-like screen. "Hey, brother Huang, help me out. Explain to the customer that I..." A mouthful of blood spurted out. The guy lay on the ground, his bright yellow clothes soaked with blood, either dead or severely injured. Ahead, traffic police quickly jumped out of their patrol cars, wielding batons, shouting loudly, "Stop! Don't move!" Joe Longy, however, seemed not to hear, showing no intention of stopping, even revealing a hint of a mad smile. "Those who block me will die." The red blood mist that had gathered in his hands instantly enveloped his entire body, his face contorted. Lifting an Audi and smashing it forward, the police shouted in shock, immediately scattering. Joe Longy halted, suddenly turned around, and punched the windshield of the pursuing police car behind him, the driver's head exploding. With his other hand, he pressed down on the police car's hood, the front of the car instantly caving in. Continuing his mad dash, he arrived at an intersection. In an instant, police cars surged from all directions, surrounding him tightly. The officers got out of their cars, guns drawn, aiming at him. Bang! 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 No polite warnings like in the movies, no casual greetings like "Can you put your hands on your head?" The gunfire was crisp and decisive, as if they wanted to turn this madman into a beehive. A bullet exploded a hole in Joe Longy's left shoulder, and almost simultaneously, his body began to melt like wax, flowing and deforming, his clothes falling away, turning into a puddle of water that slowly writhed on the ground. With a sudden rush, it flowed into a sewer grate. What is this thing?" A young police officer turned pale with fear, his voice trembling. The older officer beside him swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. "Damn it, no becoming a spirit after the founding of the country. Don't panic, stay alert." The captain on duty received a call from superiors, immediately evacuating the crowd and ensuring a clear path from the city center to the northern suburbs. All officers stood by, as the opponent was not someone ordinary who could be dealt with. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, 10 minutes later, a manhole cover about a kilometer away began bubbling up with water. The water spread upwards along the sole of a Sunny Boy's shoe, an unexpected turn of events for a couple idly strolling by the roadside. The Sunny Boy's eyes suddenly became hollow and vacant, his body trembling slightly. In the next moment, his expression darkened, and he violently shook off the arm the woman had linked with his, twisting his neck from side to side, producing cracking sounds from his joints. His face was like that of a corpse. "Sushuetsi, why are you reacting so strongly? Is 188,000 in betrothal gifts too much? Too much? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? You should be grateful I don't have a brother. Sushuetsi, are we getting married or not?" At that moment, Sushuetsi was overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices ringing in his ears, which was quite annoying. Having just taken over this body, his senses had not fully adapted yet. Sushuetsi turned his head to look. The woman in front of him was flapping her mouth, saliva flying everywhere. He needed a few minutes to master the new body and replenish the energy spent during the earlier street battle. The house is secondhand. Your parents are too stingy to spend on renovations. No full house customization. Fine, I can tolerate that. The car is domestic. I can tolerate that too. Changing the 8 gold to 3 gold, I still tolerated it. Sushuetsi, now you even want to haggle over the betrothal gifts. Have you ever thought about me? As a man, do you have no sense of responsibility at all? Always listening to your parents, then go live with them for the rest of your life. I'm teaching you independence, otherwise, you'll end up like your parents, living a pathetic life. Why are you staring at me? I say a few words to you, and you still don't accept it. With a snap, Sushuetsi grabbed the woman's neck and slowly lifted her up. I intended to drain you in one go, but now, I plan to torture you to death. Joe Longy heard Sushuetsi's plea to spare his fiancée echoing in his mind. That was his last struggle. The woman was thrown to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing violently. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. Sushuetsi, you bastard. I've been so good to you. Why are you treating me like this? You spend his money. Treating him well is only natural. If he stops making money now, will you still treat him well? Don't make yourself out to be so wronged and noble. Damn it, this annoying memory is polluting me. Look at him, conflicted, wanting to torture her, wanting to prove himself, wanting this woman to recognize him, hypocritical. The woman's face turned pale, her hands supporting herself on the ground as she continuously backed away, facing her suddenly deranged boyfriend, crying out in grievance. A crowd gradually gathered by the street, starting to point and discuss. This man is hitting a woman. Pfft, he's really not worth anything. Speak quietly, you haven't experienced others suffering, so don't advise others to be good. Anyway, hitting a woman is wrong. He's not a real man, what a disgrace. At that moment, a tall man across the street, wearing an administrative jacket, rushed over. He helped the woman up, his face filled with anger. Xiaosu, what's wrong with you? Rongrong is such a good girl, how could you hit her? Rongrong, where are you hurt? Let me see. The woman stood up, tearfully and gently said, Wei Gu, I'm fine. He might be feeling uncomfortable inside. The man called Wei Gu spat softly. Rongrong, don't put yourself in a difficult position. You're still young, some things you need to think clearly about. Wei Gu, don't say anything, you know. Zhou Longyi shook his head vigorously, looking very pained, as two thoughts exploded in his mind. The original owner's obsession is so strong. These flies are so annoying. The ghost-faced girl was right. The people in this world are even more black and white. Zhou Longyi slapped his face, threw his head back, and laughed wildly. His mind was a chaotic mess of memories. He had recently switched bodies 3 times, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. What are you laughing at? Does pretending to be crazy help? He trembled, striking his head with his fists, 3 punches, 4 punches. It was only on the 9th punch that he completely erased Su Xuezi's consciousness and fully took control of the body. Xiao Su, what are you doing? Is self-harm useful? Stop it, stop. Think of your parents, think of the burden on your shoulders. Is this how you repay Rongrong? Wei Gu turned his head and said coldly, Xiao Su, do you know why you have such a bad reputation at work? It's not because you're poor, but because your character is flawed. If you have no ability, don't take it out on women. A woman in a white down jacket chimed in with a sharp voice. Finally, someone is speaking sense. This man looks like a lunatic, clearly not a good person. Brother, well said. Waking him up is a good deed. Zhou Longyi raised his gaze again, his eyes now clear. He waved a hand, and the woman in the white down jacket was pulled toward him by an unseen force. With a swift chop of his hand, he severed her head. The bare neck gushed blood, and Zhou Longyi eagerly drank from it. Finally, he lifted the entire headless corpse as if he were chugging from a bottle, shaking it at the end before tossing it aside. The essence of blood nourished his demonic powers, and the skin on his forehead, which had split open, healed at a visible speed. I'm not so tired anymore. The onlookers, 5 or 6 of them, fainted on the spot, and more than half of the crowd vomited. The scene was too explosive. Wei Ji's mouth hung open, unable to speak, his brain in a state of shutdown. Rongrong's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, trembling in fear, unable to comprehend why her small act of unreasonable trouble had turned her boyfriend into this. Zhou Longyi didn't even glance at the people nearby, focusing instead on nourishing his body with the essence he had just consumed, breathing in and out. After a few seconds, his eyes shone brightly as he looked northward. The chemical plant in the northern suburbs is ahead, right? No one answered him. Zhou Longyi frowned, and with a lightning-fast move, he slapped Wei Ji's head into his chest. It seemed everyone reacted at once, scattering in a panic, leaving Rongrong kneeling on the ground, her face showing despair. The chemical plant in the northern suburbs is ahead, right? Ha! The woman let out a piercing scream. Ah! Zhou Longyi dug in his ears and stopped asking, finally understanding why the original owner wanted to torture this woman. In the fragments of the original owner's memories, there was a deeply etched memory. He knew this woman was sighing while also flirting with 3 other men. He still brainwashed himself every day, telling himself it wasn't Rongrong's fault, but the fault of those lecherous men. Such courage was both commendable and lamentable. When I was at the mountain gate, the senior brother said, the world knows the goodness of immortals, but only the beloved wife cannot forget. You speak of kindness every day, but when you die, you go with others. That day, when I crushed the senior brother's head, I told him that there was no need to wait for death. Those who betray you don't care whether you are alive or dead. Your name is Xiong Rongrong, right? What an ugly name. I have a fierce battle coming up. Let's see how I, as the true self, take responsibility like a man. Ah ha 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 ha. The heavens are unfair, so I will walk my own path. Zhou Longyi, drenched in blood, clutched the woman, who was terrified and in extreme pain, under his arm and sprinted towards the chemical factory in the northern suburbs, racing like the wind. Wherever he passed, there was no obstruction. The entire block had its doors and windows tightly shut, cars yielding and haphazardly parked by the roadside. Su Xuezi, I'm just throwing a little tantrum, and you have to treat me like this. Tears streamed from the corners of the woman's eyes, forming a line that danced in the wind like a string of beads. The northern suburb chemical factory, built in the 1970s, was a time when state-owned factories were prevalent. Even ordinary workers who could get a job there would unconsciously walk with their backs straight on the street. In that era, everyone was poor, workers held a high status, and there was no excessive comparison. The real competition was about who could work harder. Later, with the wave of layoffs, the factory was sold to a private owner and gradually fell into decline. Because the land was polluted and located in the suburbs, it remained idle. After years of erosion from the elements, it had completely turned into an abandoned factory. The factory buildings were overgrown with weeds, and at this moment, the main gate was wide open. Lin Weidong sat on a large iron barrel in the workshop, a cigar clamped between his teeth. To play the villain and act tough, one must be thorough. This was his understanding of the plot. The old Taoist was right, this demon cultivator was extreme, and the provocation tactic worked well. The most careless part of this plan was not being able to notify the police in time to avoid confrontation and disperse the crowd. but there was nothing to be done. Who knew he would burst out of the city, killing anyone in his path like a madman? Outside the factory, a chilling wind rose, casting a long shadow from the entrance onto the ground. Lin Weidong drew his gun and jumped down from the barrel, every hair on his body standing on end. He turned his head to look at Chen Jiamu, who was hiding in the darkness, concealing his presence, and steadied himself. As long as he could lure him in, shut the door. This waterproof S-grade room would be his burial place. Zhou Longyi. The echo drifted through the empty factory. Come in for a one-on-one. Do you think I'm an idiot? Outside the factory yard, Zhou Longyi set the woman down from under his arm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Not coming out? Good. The show is about to begin. In an instant, Zhou Longyi snapped the little leg of Xiong Rongrong, the spiritual energy turning to ice, freezing the bleeding wound. The woman was in excruciating pain, trying several times to bite her tongue but couldn't bring herself to do it. Zhou Longyi frowned and smashed her teeth with a slap. Be good, it will be over soon. You said we would be each other's angels. Lin Weidong's scalp tingled as he raised his gun and shouted sternly, Demon! Demon! Zhou Longyi tugged at the woman's hair, forcing her to look up at the man with the gun in the room. Rongrong, look at how hypocritical this is. He could shoot to stop me, but he's afraid of startling me into escaping with my water shield. TSK little one, who is the real demon here? Ha! Speak! Lin Weidong staggered back a step, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat, breathing heavily. Lin Weidong's scalp tingled as he fired wildly, bullets piercing through Zhou Longyi's body, which bizarrely transformed into water, and in no time, the water reformed into a human shape. You pervert! You don't have the right to speak to me, Lin Weidong. Wohohu, getting anxious, Zhou Longyi mocked with a sneering laugh. Lin Weidong, you are a talent. Why not do something great with me, living freely, instead of being a hound for the court? How about I grant you the blood-refining technique? Outside the factory, Zhou Longyi's bloodied fingers traced the woman's cheek, lifting her chin, only to find she had completely fainted. Zhou Longyi's fingertips surged with spiritual energy, stimulating the woman's temples to wake her up again. Woman, money, fame, honor, compared to killing with a snap of the fingers and achieving immortality, which is more attractive? The woman who woke up emitted a weak whimpering sound, as if she could die at any moment. Strangely, however, there seemed to be a peculiar energy sustaining the flickering remnants of her life. This feeling is truly wonderful. Would you be willing to be my servant in this world? Oh no, I should say partner. Lin Weidong was filled with rage, his knuckles cracking ominously. Shaolin, steady yourself. Let me handle this. Just as Lin Weidong was about to rush out of the factory door, he suddenly heard Chen Shilian's voice in his mind. Relax, open your heart, I am going to possess you. Lin Weidong felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and then another consciousness appeared in his mind. As Lin Weidong was possessed by Chen Shilian, his expression gradually turned frenzied. Zhou Longyi, you were right. Why serve the court as a hound? The child can be taught. What about that Taoist? He is our greatest threat. Eliminate him, and I will teach you the blood-refining technique. Lin Weidong turned around, dragging out Chen Jiamu, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, and pressed the gun against his forehead. With a bang, his brains splattered everywhere. Brother, he has long lost his spiritual energy, he's just a useless person. Feeling insufficient, he fired a few more shots, turning Chen Jiamu's face into a pulp. This is my letter of allegiance. Zhou Longyi was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling that victory had come too easily. Wait, I haven't even shown my full strength yet. Lin Weidong tossed aside the gun, pulled out several letters from his pocket, and threw them on the ground. Demon brother, these letters were meant to deceive you, all the plans were to capture you. It was all this Taoist's idea. Zhou Longyi understood perfectly, he was a psychopathic killer, not a fool. He had known from the beginning that these things were fake, a ploy by the enemy to provoke him. As for how they knew his background, there was only one possibility, they also came from that world. But to die like this? That was too childish. Lin Weidong let out a long breath, a look of relief washing over his face. From today on, I will be myself. What morals, what laws? They are all nonsense. Lin Weidong squatted down and pulled out an ancient book from Chen Jiamu's corpse. Demon brother, I can't understand this Ta Cheng Yuan Dao Jing or whatever. Zhou Longyi's eyes lit up, and in a flash, he flew in and snatched the book away. Just as he entered the factory, the door suddenly slammed shut, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and Chen Jiamu's body on the ground vanished in a flash of light. Lin Weidong felt as if a giant hand had grabbed him, pulling him backward. Bang! Bang! The lights in the room flickered on. Standing on a barrel was Chen Jiamu, with a smoky figure of Chen Shilian hovering above him, both master and disciple expressionless. Was that just an illusion? I was careless. Damn it! A counter-scheme. Chen Shiliang said lightly, you little brat, when it comes to schemes, you're still too green. Chen Jiamu gathered lightning in both hands. Without a word, he struck forward. The lightning flickered in Zhou Longyi's wide-open eyes as he crossed his arms in front of him. With a bang, he was blasted away by the lightning, his sleeves torn apart, his arms charred black. Palm lightning is the method of the yang, turning to overcome evil. Chen Jiamu spread his hands again, forming a supportive posture, as the palm lightning ball continued to gather, now twice the size of before. Zhou Longyi's body suddenly turned to water, splashing chaotically around the room, crashing into walls, floors, and even filling the gaps in doors and windows with waterproof sealant. Chen Jiamu sneered, throwing the lightning ball, which accurately exploded in the water that was frantically escaping. With a loud bang, Zhou Longyi revealed his true form, his body charred and smoking, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He activated his demonic powers, charging towards the wall, intending to break through with sheer brute force. Chen Jiamu was already prepared, pushing out a palm. 9 dragons of various colors rapidly formed and shot out. Zhou Longyi ultimately couldn't withstand the immortal version of the 18 dragon subduing palms, beaten to the point of having no strength to resist, lying on the ground convulsing. Jiamu, cripple his energy. See. Chen Jiamu nodded, his claw piercing into Zhou Longyi's lower abdomen, extracting a dark red, round object resembling a golden elixir, and crushed it with a crunch. Alright, he can't cultivate anymore. He won't escape. Zhou Longyi let out a desperate roar, his fingers clawing at the ground, his nails shattering. Shaolin, wrap it up, Chen Xiliang said, tilting his head. Lin Weidong, squatting in the corner with a gun in hand, had not yet recovered from the shock. Shaolin. Ah, okay. Lin Weidong lowered his head and spoke into the mini-pager on his collar. Team 1 and Team 2, come in. 1 minute later, the factory door was pushed open from the outside, and a group of fully armed special operations personnel entered, maintaining a high level of vigilance. In the center, Lin Weidong stood with his hands behind his back, with a battered and struggling demon cultivator at his feet. Boss, is it done? A subordinate asked in surprise. Yeah, let's handle the scene. The subordinate showed an expression of immense admiration, signaling, and immediately 4 people lifted a large tempered glass box, throwing Zhou Longyi inside and sealing it with adhesive. No need for adhesive, he can't turn into water and escape anymore. Everyone, go out. Send him back to the Academy of Sciences overnight. Yes. The subordinate saluted with a standard military gesture, turned, raised his arm, and led the team out at a jog. The factory returned to silence, and Lin Weidong sighed, turning to bow to Chen Jiamu, who was sitting cross-legged on an oil drum. Daoist, when does your Immortal Cultivation University start? Given my age, can I learn? Immortal Cultivation University? Chen Jiamu laughed. Xincheng Dao Academy, what Immortal Cultivation University? It's not scientific at all. No, Daoist, I can't believe in science right now. You must believe in science. No, Daoist, they are paying more and more attention to you, especially with these so-called extraterrestrial demons popping up now. I estimate the world is about to fall into chaos. It won't fall into chaos. Whoosh, Chen Xiliang floated out from Chen Jiamu's pocket. Shaolin, have you ever heard a saying? What wisdom do you have, old Daoist? Lin Weidong asked respectfully. All the heavens are vast, my Dao flourishes. Chen Jiamu teased, Master, you used to say we should believe in science. Back then, how could I say otherwise? How would I live stream online? Let's learn to meow like cats together. Meow 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 meow. Chen Jiamu shrugged and answered a phone call. On the other end, Ma Huayun was burping. Hello, junior brother, are we still holding the new student selection the day after tomorrow? Yes. The main structure of Xincheng Dao Academy has been completed, and the exterior walls are currently being painted. Considering the special nature of enrollment, not just anyone can be admitted. To avoid affecting the normal start of the school year after the new year, several members of the education committee held meetings to discuss it multiple times. Finally, the logistics director, Gue Wu, proposed to conduct the new student selection activity in advance, similar to an assessment. Later, a vote was taken. Martial arts teachers Tai Long, Zhang Ziyan, and teacher Wei were in favor. The admissions office director and discipline director, Ma Huayun, raised his hand in opposition, arguing that he wouldn't be able to formulate an assessment plan. Assess what? Look at spiritual roots? Who here can do that? Alright, physical fitness test? Endurance test? The types of cultivation are vast. It's not just about physical fitness. So, what about liberal arts, language, math, and foreign languages? Isn't that just nonsense? Can we even do that ourselves? Reciting Taoist classics? Even less likely, how many people would casually recite those dry classical texts? Making them recite game skills and hero counters would be more appropriate. Wake up, teachers, everyone is here for the allure of 1,800 meals and accommodation a year. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some Taoist enthusiasts genuinely come to cultivate immortality. The promotional video on the big screen in the square will soon remind people of half a year ago when Chen Jiamu fought in the arena, the video of him using lightness skills to walk on the car roof, as well as the mirage in Zhou village at that time, and how many people swore they saw a superhero flying with a red cloth to move mountains. The internet has a memory, even if it is blocked or deleted, the memories in people's minds will not disappear. Perhaps some adults do not believe it, but children are undoubtedly convinced. In the project department office, Ma Huayun hung up the phone, looking troubled. Junior brother Chen said to do recruitment selection. Everyone, let's come up with a plan together. What did junior sister Evelyn say? Tai Long asked. She's coming by plane in a few days. A girl, and a foreigner at that. She can only be a vase, handling some reception and such, Ma Huayun said, resting his chin on one hand, boredly twirling a pen. He flicked the ballpoint pen up with his thumb, at least a meter high, and it spun down, perfectly landing in the gap between his thumb and index finger, repeating the process. Damn, old Ma, how do you do that? Shan Ji was surprised. Ha, Ma Huayun noticed and was startled by his own little trick. Ma Huayun was shocked. He focused on feeling and controlling the object with his mind, discovering he could only control objects similar to the ballpoint pen. Wow, this is spiritual energy manipulation. I will be invincible. Ha! Not far away, a disdainful laugh came from Gui Wu. Who is Gui Wu scoffing at? Gui Wu flicked his empty sleeve, and a kitchen knife spun out, slicing over Ma Huayun's head, and with a thud, it chopped into the office filing cabinet, almost half of the blade embedded. Is this controlled by thought? Tai Long exclaimed, filled with envy. Brother, isn't that obvious? Brother Gui Wu threw it out with a pomelo. Gui Wu said, I told you to sit and comprehend the spiritual energy properly, but you three are either feeling pain or itching. Tai Long picked up a utility knife from the edge of the table and stabbed it into the table with force, saying, second brother, third brother, tonight, you supervise me while I meditate. If I can't enter a trance and sit for a whole night, you can cut off my second brother. Shanji suddenly said, big brother, if you can't enter a trance, what does it have to do with me? Zhang Ziong corrected, second brother. Big brother is talking about cutting off his second brother. Why are you panicking? What does the third brother mean? Big brother, didn't we agree to be brothers for life? Have you recognized someone else as your second brother? Big brother, answer me. Am I still your second brother? Tai Long's expression suddenly became serious. He looked affectionately at Zhang Ziong and then at Shanji. Brothers, we now have the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Are we just going to let ourselves go? Slacking off? Look at senior brother Ma, brother Gui Wu. Everyone started from the same point. They can all manipulate objects now. What about us? We're still showing off our brute strength. Shanji and Zhang Zion lowered their heads in shame, speechless. Big brother was right. They had walked with Master and senior brother Chen through storms and rain, especially when Master gave them the skin experience card. Feeling invincible, that sensation was like becoming a character in a game. That feeling of tearing through the world and ripping tanks apart. That feeling of soaring through the air and sweeping across the world. As long as they practiced diligently, there was hope to become their permanent skin. Shanji and Zhang Ziong exchanged a knowing glance and looked at Tai Long. The three brothers held hands, their eyes revealing a determined expression. As the eldest brother, Tai Long had to take the lead in speaking. Shanji, I hope that one day, I can proudly tell others, my second brother, invincible in the world. Shanji was greatly encouraged, moved to silence. Then he continued, Zhang Ziong, I hope that one day, you can proudly tell others, my big brother, invincible in the world. Zhang Ziong pondered the meaning behind the words and asked, feeling wronged, what about me? Ma Huayun said, Ziong, he's just talking about himself all along. Didn't you understand? My second brother is invincible in the world. My second brother is invincible in the world. The mountain chicken murmured, suddenly shaking off Iron Dragon's hand, angrily saying, Big brother, so you've always considered me your second brother? You are my second brother. That's second brother. Iron Cage suddenly understood and, unable to contain his anger, said, Master Ma, what are you thinking all day? I, Ma Huayun, am upright and honest in this life, thinking only of the righteous path of humanity. Upright and honest, yet you play with a cup. Iron Dragon retorted. A joke. Simply a huge joke. Do you have any evidence? Ma Huayun became animated. He had already turned over a new leaf. You only hear the sound of the cow but do not see the thunder. Elephant, elephant, why is your nose so long? Iron Dragon changed the subject. Ma Huayun's expression darkened, and he turned his head in silence. Elder brother Gue, read the diary, said the mountain chicken. Ma Huayun slammed the table, reminding them, everyone quiet down, think about the new student selection plan for the day after tomorrow. As the director of the admissions office, I am under a lot of pressure. It's simple, the big ones get in. Ma Huayun was going crazy, we are a reputable sect, not a brothel. You play with cups. With a slap, Ma Huayun hit his forehead and fell into complete silence. Actually, the master has already prepared the selection assessment plan. Elder brother Gue took out a printed sheet from his robe and spread it on the table. Ma Huayun grabbed the plan on the table, reading it rapidly, his expression growing stranger. Wait, what does the master think? Is this really feasible? Elder brother Gue said, are you questioning the master's wisdom? The sect leader accepted us, and which one of us is not a prodigy? I unconditionally trust the master, Iron Dragon said confidently without even looking. Ma Huayun pushed the plan away, handing it to Iron Dragon. You take a look first. Iron Dragon picked up a cup beside him, sipping tea while reading the plan, when suddenly, he spat tea all over the paper. Damn! The 7th Middle School of Xinqing City was requisitioned by the Dao Academy as a temporary examination venue. Early in the morning, many eager students gathered at the school gate, and considering the issues of the minor protection law, those under 18 were not eligible. The first batch of students were all adults, ranging in age from 18 to 60, and even a few retired old cadres wanted to experience the feeling of an elderly university. This was something the admissions office had not anticipated. Everyone was too enthusiastic, and it was estimated that a large portion came just to pass the time. With a tuition fee of $1,800 a year, including food and accommodation, to put it bluntly, renting a place outside would cost more than that. Regarding this new student selection activity at the Dao Academy, the Municipal Party Committee and the Education Committee attached great importance to it, with major leaders personally standing on the platform, and reporters from the television station following the event closely. This shocked those who initially thought the students were involved in fraud. 3 days ago, preliminary statistics showed that 1,688 people had filled out the registration form, which was several times more than expected, but after the first round of screening, more than half had already been eliminated. Those with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, infectious diseases, and other issues, including those with excessive foreskin, were all disqualified. Nowadays, people's sub-health conditions are too severe. Practicing Dao and maintaining health can indeed improve the body. The Dao Academy will later launch health classes specifically targeting those in sub-health conditions for training. The main issue is that this recruitment is the first phase, and there is no time to slowly adjust the student's health. Some people tried to use connections to bypass the assessment, but it turned out to be useless. Even if you were the mayor's relative, Director Ma of the admissions office would not buy it, even threatening that not even the provincial governor could help. Some praised Director Ma for his integrity, while others criticized him as arrogant, infinitely arrogant. In the end, over 300 aspiring youths successfully made it through the first round and entered this morning's assessment. Director Ma, it's almost time, said Miss Nyo Meili, who had been temporarily assigned to help, holding a laptop and speaking urgently. In the office, Ma Huayun put down his bowl of hot dry noodles and took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Are all the kids here? They've been here for a while. The students have been waiting for over an hour. Ma Huayun flicked a disposable chopstick with his fingers, and it flew with precision into a recycling bin nearly 50 meters away. Notify everyone, gather on the playground, and clear out all unrelated personnel. Nyo Meili was taken aback. Most of the students were young, with only a few older ones lining up to enter the school gate. Some former teachers had been called in for unpaid overtime to direct the scene. As the last batch of students entered, the large electric iron gate of Xinqing No. 7 Middle School slowly closed. A line of police stood neatly at the entrance, and many parents became inexplicably nervous, whispering mysteriously, "It's almost New Year, nothing bad is going to happen, right? Old Zhang, why are there still police? Isn't this the Dao Academy? It's fine, didn't you see Secretary Kai just came? Many leaders from the municipal government are here. Yeah, I heard that Dean Chun from the school has quite a background. People from Kyoto have come. I'm telling you, this Dao Academy trains superpowered individuals. Once your child gets in here, they won't have to worry about food and clothing for life." Is that true? I saw in the enrollment brochure that they guarantee job placement after graduation. They won't really go after ghosts or something, will they? On the school playground, 300 students stood beneath the podium, where 5 people in Taoist robes stood above them. Ma Huayun held the microphone, cleared his throat, and said, "Dear students, being able to stand here is our mutual fate. Ahem, after passing the assessment, you can officially enroll in Xinqing Dao Academy. The assessment is divided into 3 steps. Before the formal assessment, I would like to communicate with you. If you have any questions, you can ask now. A young man, full of spirit, raised his hand and shouted, Director Ma, I know the first step is to test the spiritual roots, right? Ma Huayun glanced sideways at Guiwu, who remained unmoved like a mountain. Haven't you read the enrollment brochure? What does the first sentence say? Believe in science. I know, Director Ma, that's just for show for those muggles outside. We all understand. The young man in denim overalls chimed in. A classmate next to him laughed. Bro, you're not brainwashed by the school's promotional video, are you? This is the real world, not a game or a movie. We're here mainly to learn traditional culture. If we could really cultivate immortality, it wouldn't be our turn. There are plenty of big shots ahead of us in line. With AI so powerful online now, and all those modified videos on Douyin, Gao Yuliang is in mecha armor, Liu Bei can send waves, and Tang San uses a rocket launcher against the Buddha. There are countless such videos, emerging one after another, not just in male genres but also in female ones, wherein empresses in the palace, a disagreement leads to Qin Jianbin being shot with an AK. Among the 300 registered students, both male and female, at least half were rational, not easily swayed by a few videos or special effects promotional clips. Some were students who couldn't get into college, some were enthusiasts of traditional culture, and some just wanted to escape the rat race and lie flat. However, a portion of the students firmly believed in the existence of the supernatural. Among the students, one named Zhang Junbao said, I have a feeling as if I've experienced all of this before, but I can't remember. Stop talking nonsense, soon you'll be able to predict the future, someone retorted. Junbao, I believe you. I've had similar experiences where a certain event or scene feels inexplicably familiar, as if it happened before. I used to have the same dream, dreaming that I became the leader of a demonic cult, and it was in ancient times. I went back to the countryside to visit my grandfather's grave 2 years ago and saw ghost fire, green in color. My dad said it might be my great-grandmother. Many classmates began to embellish their extraordinary experiences, gradually starting to boast to each other. If I could cultivate immortality, I might join the Hahuan sect. I choose sword cultivation. I've had a strong affection for swords since I was young. Ma Huayun observed the discussions among the students below, and he didn't interrupt. These kids were really interesting. Below the podium, there was a man in his early 30s who scoffed disdainfully. We're here to learn knowledge, and you few are chatting about these nonsensical things. Is it interesting? A few people were unconvinced, and someone stiffly asked, Are you interesting? Why are you here to sign up? Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Qiang. Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao extended his hand with a smile. A few people nearby commented, Never heard of him. Don't know him. Usually, when introducing others, one would say I am so-and-so, rather than I am so-and-so. Using the latter indicates that this person's character is exceptionally flamboyant and confident, with a strong desire to perform. Lin from Lin Zexu, Qi from Wan Xiaoqi, Yang from Wang Yangming, Lin Qiang. Now you know me. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Lin Qiang paused and continued. That person who just said they saw ghost fire, do you know what phosphine is? In nature, during the decomposition of organic matter like animal corpses and plant remains, complex chemical reactions occur. Phosphine has a very low ignition point. It can spontaneously ignite when it comes into contact with air at room temperature, producing green flames. In marshy wetlands or old burial grounds, there are large amounts of decaying plants and animal remains, so the truth is clear, the ghost fire you saw is not your great-grandmother. As for classmate Junbao, you feel like you've experienced the same event repeatedly. This phenomenon is called déjà vu, also known as the hippocampal effect. The principle is quite complex, involving neurology and brainstem information transmission issues. I'll tell you more about it when I have the chance. Someone said, Are you a college student? Do you know so much? I graduated from Caledonian, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Impressive. Didn't expect you to be a sea turtle. With such knowledge, why not work at a Fortune 500 company? Why come to the Tao Academy? Lin Qiang looked at the podium and said lightly, I am very interested in Taoist philosophy, especially feng shui and divination. I came here to uncover the logic behind them and explain everything with scientific methods. Also, I am not called impressive. Zhang Junbao respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Qiang frowned and looked at the exaggeratedly acting youth. Brother, I am only 25 this year, don't call me uncle. Oh, if you hadn't said, I would have thought you were 52. Ha, just kidding. Lin Qiang held his hand and said earnestly, From now on, I will look out for you. Remember, Junbao, science is the only standard for testing truth. There are many essences in traditional culture, but there are also dross. Hey, what just flew by? Damn. At that moment, a young Taoist flew over the heads of the crowd on a sword amid the eager gazes of everyone. Chen Jiamu, dressed in a flowing Taoist robe, with his garments fluttering in the wind and long hair dancing in the breeze, stood on a shimmering flying sword, gracefully hovering above the podium like an immortal descending to the world. With a flick of his fingers, the sword hummed and trembled, then shot up into the sky, tracing a brilliant arc before vanishing into the horizon. In an instant, the originally noisy and bustling playground seemed to have been muted, falling into a dead silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, their eyes tightly following the disappearing sword light. Lin Qiang's arm, which had been waving in the air, was now frozen mid-motion, his playful expression instantly solidified, and his eyes widened like copper bells, filled with disbelief and shock. Below the stage, there was a brief silence, followed by a surge of gasps and screams. Many people moved to tears. Witnessing the Taoist flying with a sword was a shock beyond imagination, as if a light had suddenly illuminated everyone's longing for the unknown world. Who just said to believe in science? Someone murmured in the crowd, their voice filled with astonishment and confusion. Everyone, please be quiet. This is our dean, Chen Jiamu, Ma Huayan said, holding the microphone, his tone unconsciously tinged with a hint of envy, as he admired the dean's spectacular entrance. Lin Qiang held his head in both hands, his eyes wide open, too shocked to speak, his mind blank, as if he were still trying to digest the miraculous scene he had just witnessed. In Zhang Juanbao's eyes, a fiery longing sparkled, shining brightly, as if he could already see himself flying with a sword in the future. Among the students, a few infatuated girls could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper excitedly. "Wow, Dean Chen is so handsome," one girl said, clasping her hands in front of her chest, looking enchanted. "Yeah, a young man from the Dao department, so young, my legs feel weak," another girl chimed in, her face flushing. "Ting Ting, do you think the dean has a girlfriend?" one girl asked curiously. "What are you all talking about?" "We're here to study, not to chase after men," a more rational girl tried to calm everyone down, but her eyes also betrayed her admiration for the dean. At that moment, a woman in her 30s licked her lips, gazing dreamily at the podium, murmuring, "He's not a man, he's a pure virgin." "How do you know?" someone nearby asked in surprise. "I can smell it," the woman replied confidently. The students' commotion lasted several minutes, showing no signs of stopping. On the podium, Chen Jiamu raised his hand to signal, and the playground instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for his next words. "Students, as Teacher Ma mentioned earlier, to enter the academy, you must pass 3 assessments. The assessments carry certain risks and are entirely voluntary. Those who do not wish to participate may withdraw." Chen Jiamu's voice was deep and powerful, echoing across the playground. "The first test is about courage. The second test is about wisdom. The third test is about character." He paused, scanning the students below, and continued, "Those who enter the Dao can train their courage, cultivate their wisdom, but only character must be comprehended." After finishing, Chen Jiamu quietly observed the students' reactions, and to his surprise, not a single person withdrew. Very good, all brave little ones." A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on Chen Jiamu's lips. "Since no one is withdrawing, I announce that the first assessment begins." As soon as he finished speaking, mysterious magical arrays lit up around the playground, shimmering with light, and the runes flowed, as if opening a door to another world. All students fell into a mirage belonging to their own deep memories. The first assessment officially began. Lin Qiang rubbed his sleepy eyes, slowly opening them, lazily stretching. Why am I rowing a boat?" Lin Qiang looked puzzled, realizing he was sitting in a giant yellow duck pedal boat in the park, instinctively pedaling with his feet, the sound of the spiral paddle turning beneath him. The gentle river breeze felt like a pair of tender hands, softly caressing his face, causing him to unknowingly drift back to sleep. Lin Qiang struggled to remember and finally recalled that he had arranged to meet Zhang Wanning at Shurha Park to go boating today. However, after waiting for over 4 hours, she still hadn't shown up. The boat tickets couldn't be refunded, and not going would be a waste. With no other choice, he started rowing by himself, only to unexpectedly fall asleep on the gently swaying river and have a bizarre dream. In the dream, he participated in the entrance assessment of the Dao Academy and witnessed an immortal flying on a sword. So it was just a dream. Scared me to death. My worldview almost got reshaped. Lin Qiang let out a long sigh, patting his chest as if to shake off the shock from the dream. As a top student who dual majored in machining and hairdressing at Blue Sky MIT, Lin Qiang had a keen interest in all sorts of strange knowledge. He was extremely curious, well-read, and filled with a desire to explore everything in the world. It's still a Valentine's Day spent alone. Lin Qiang sighed helplessly, took out his phone, and opened WeChat. He felt a mix of grievance and anger, wanting to question Zhang Wanning about why she stood him up. Clicking on the familiar yet somewhat infuriating woman's profile picture, his finger unconsciously tapped on the transfer option, entering 520. Transfer message, Happy Valentine's Day. At that moment, perhaps a trace of expectation for love still lingered in his heart. Even after being stood up, he couldn't help but want to express his feelings. Just then, another large yellow duck boat slowly passed by, and he could faintly hear a conversation between a man and a woman from inside the cabin. "Man, did your husband send you 1314 today for Valentine's Day?" The voice carried a hint of teasing. "Woman, yeah, and he also sent 520. The woman's voice was soft and delicate. "Man, then you pay for the hotel tonight." The man's tone was frivolous. "Woman, you rascal, how do you know my husband is working late tonight?" Lin Qiang suddenly looked up, his finger hovering over the last digit of the password, his expression freezing in an instant, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Humans need a purification. Lin Qiang locked his phone and turned to look at a pair of mandarin ducks leisurely swimming in the artificial lake, his anger growing stronger. "If I had superpowers, I would definitely wipe out all the adulterers and real estate developers in the world." Just as he was filled with indignation, he inexplicably picked up an axe from the cabin. Looking at the suddenly appearing axe, a series of question marks popped up in his mind. Why is there an axe on this boat? Before he could finish his thought, his hand slipped suddenly, and with a plop, the axe fell into the water. It felt as if an irresistible force compelled him to throw away the axe. As the axe sank, bubbles began to rise from the bottom of the lake, and soon, a smoky old Taoist floated up from the water. "Young man, did you drop this golden axe? Or this silver axe? Or this iron axe?" The old Taoist's voice was ethereal, as if it came from another world. "Damn!" Lin Qiang was startled, nearly falling off the boat, his heart racing. "Is that the river god?" "Young man, answer my question." The river god's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. Lin Qiang struggled to calm himself, quickly recalling the animated story he had watched as a child. The little match girl kissed a toad, which turned into a princess wearing crystal shoes, and they danced joyfully in the woods until they met a woodcutter. The woodcutter's axe fell into the river, and because of his honesty, he moved the river god, who granted him the title of priest and officiated his wedding with the princess. "I'm encountering a supernatural event, I must stay calm." Lin Qiang took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. "It's the iron axe, river god." He tried to keep his voice steady and answered truthfully. "What an honest child. This iron axe belongs to you." With a wave of his hand, the smoky river god sent the iron axe flying into Lin Qiang's hands. "Wait, isn't the plot a bit off?" Lin Qiang examined the seemingly ordinary axe, filled with doubt. "An honest child should certainly be rewarded, provided he is brave." The river god's voice gradually faded, and his figure disappeared from the surface of the lake. In the next moment, a piranha leaped out of the water like an arrow, its blade-like teeth glinting in the sunlight, slicing through the air and heading straight for Lin Qiang's face. Instinctively, Lin Qiang raised the axe and swung it down hard. With a crack, he cleaved the piranha back into the water, splitting its belly almost in half, leaving only a small connection of flesh. The fish slowly floated on the surface, blood rapidly spreading in the water. "Is that all?" Lin Qiang panted, forcing himself to appear calm, shaking his head in an attempt to wake from this nightmare. He pinched himself hard, wincing in pain. "No, it's not a dream, it's all real." Lin Qiang's face turned pale, a wave of intense fear and unease surging within him. "No, I must have crossed over to a parallel world." He began to think wildly, trying to find a reasonable explanation for everything before him. "Am I about to awaken my golden finger? System? Daddy system?" He shouted in his mind, desperate for a response, but the surroundings were silent, and no system appeared. "Hiss!" Lin Qiang gasped as he saw, dozens of meters away, the giant yellow duck boat that had just passed by, now violently rocking as if caught in a terrible storm. Lin Qiang's eyes narrowed, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a dark mass beneath the boat, seemingly crashing into the small vessel. "Not good," Lin Qiang thought to himself, and before he could react, the boat capsized. A couple wearing bright orange life jackets struggled desperately in the water. Countless piranhas swarmed towards them like hungry wolves, and in an instant, the man and woman in the water were reduced to bloody corpses, devoured completely, leaving only a pool of blood and a few torn pieces of clothing on the surface. Immediately, Lin Qiang felt his own boat begin to rock violently. He looked down to see a mass of piranhas, thousands of them, crashing against his boat like a surging black tide. Lin Qiang frantically pedaled, using all his strength to try to row the boat to the shore, but there were simply too many piranhas. The boat felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Occasionally, a few piranhas would leap onto the boat, and he could only swing the axe, killing them one by one. What the hell is this chaotic start? Just with this axe? Lin Qiang was burning with anxiety, sweat soaking his back, but he knew he had to stay calm. "Calm down, I need to stay calm. There must be a way." He kept encouraging himself in his mind. He looked around but found that there were no tourists by the park lake. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if the entire world consisted only of him and the terrifying piranhas. No, I've crossed over, I must have a way. Lin Qiang gritted his teeth, and with a plop, a hole broke in the bottom of the boat, and water began to bubble up into the vessel. The sky was overcast, leaden gray clouds pressing heavily down, as if they would collapse at any moment. Lin Qiang stood on the canopy of the boat. The vessel was about to sink. The wind howled past his ears, as if urging him to meet the king of hell. Lin Qiang quickly stripped off his clothes, using the sharp axe to slice through them, the fabric tearing with a hiss as he rapidly ripped it into strips. Then, he took off his jeans and his long underwear. The brain was racing, and his hands skillfully tied a knot together, the movements so fast they were almost indistinguishable. Soon, a simple rope was ready. Lin Qiang tied the other end of the rope to the axe, squinting his eyes, intently watching a small mound of earth about 10 meters square in the center of the lake not far away. He swung the rope in circles, making a whooshing sound. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly swung it towards the small mound. The axe traced an arc in the air, accurately hooking onto a branch of a crooked tree on the mound. Got it! Lin Qiang stood on top of the boat, gripping the rope and swinging hard, as if he were Tarzan. A piranha leaped out of the water and bit his butt. He endured the pain and successfully landed on the small mound. He pulled the piranha off his backside with his bare hands and stomped it into fish row with the heel of his shoe. He gasped for breath, his heart racing wildly in his chest. Looking up, the lake was teeming with piranhas, and the small boat had completely sunk to the bottom, leaving only the top of the observation shed stubbornly floating on the water. Piranhas surfaced, their eyes emitting a strange light, sharp teeth glinting coldly, and occasionally a few fish leaped out of the water, stirring up circles of murky splashes. What on earth is going on? Lin Qiang leaned against the tree on the small mound, warily watching the surrounding waters. Night gradually fell, darkness surged like a tide, completely enveloping him. He endured thirst and hunger, desperately waiting for rescue on this lonely little mound. The cold wind blew, carrying the dampness of the lake, making him shiver uncontrollably. His throat was hoarse from shouting, his voice echoing across the empty lake surface, but there was no response, and his phone had no signal, as if he had truly been abandoned by the world. Occasionally, piranhas jumped out of the water, which Lin Qiang chopped to death with the axe. Once, in frustration, he kicked one, and its teeth nearly pierced through his leather shoe. His clothes and pants had been torn into strips, leaving him in only his underwear, the night wind cutting against his skin like a knife. He wrapped the strips of cloth around himself, squatting in the middle of the small mound, desperately waiting for a miracle to happen. Finally, a streak of dawn appeared in the sky. Lin Qiang had endured the night, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial. What do you mean? Just as Lin Qiang questioned, the surrounding environment began to twist and change, and he found himself back on the school playground. The playground was in disarray, many classmates were lying on the ground, crying out for their parents. A tense and chaotic atmosphere filled the air, as if they had just experienced a brutal battle. Among the crowd of 300, only a few dozen stood there, looking as bewildered as Lin Qiang. Damn, so that was just an illusion. It was so realistic. At that moment, a dozen ambulances blared their sirens, rushing into the school. Medical staff hurriedly carried stretchers, and many students fainted from shock, being urgently lifted onto the ambulances. It turned out they had all gone through an experience similar to Lin Qiang's, with over 210 people eliminated in the first round, leaving only about 90 who passed the first trial. Lin Qiang found a wooden plaque in his hand, inscribed with his information and a score of 62 for the first round. Brother Lin, you passed too? Zhang Junbao waved his wooden plaque excitedly as he ran over to ask. Yeah. Lin Qiang nodded proudly. Zhang Junbao asked again, what score did you get? 62. I think that's just passing. How about you? 89. Mainly because the couple I had to save was too stupid, almost got me killed. Lin Qiang was shocked. You saved 2 people. How did you do that? Did you save anyone? You didn't save anyone? Oh, no wonder you only got 62. Hey, how did you do that? Tell me quickly. Not far away, a tall and beautiful girl was examining the scorecard in her hand, murmuring, 98 points, it doesn't seem that hard. What? Senior, you got 98 points? Lin Qiang and Zhang Junbao asked in unison. Is it because I'm not good at grilling fish? The girl asked, puzzled. What? You grilled fish? Zhang Junbao said incredulously. The girl innocently replied, well, there was nothing on that little hill. What else could I eat if I didn't grill fish? Didn't you guys grill fish? Besides, with 2 helpers going to catch piranhas, someone had to handle the logistics and food, right? The 2 were stunned, momentarily speechless. My name is Louis Fang, but you can call me Xiaofang. The girl was very tall, at least 170 centimeters, tilting her head slightly with a radiant smile, her high ponytail swaying behind her. Lin Qiang, Zhang Junbao. The 2 introduced themselves, both curious about what miraculous technique this girl had used during the assessment. About half an hour later, all the eliminated participants were escorted out by security, and 93 students stood on the playground. Ma Huayun on the podium began to announce, "Congratulations, everyone, for passing the first round of assessments. I believe you have seen your results. For the second round, you will form groups of 3, still in a similar instance-like illusion. With the experience from earlier, I trust you will perform even better. Out of the 93 people, in groups of 3, there will be a total of 31 groups. We will draw lots to match teammates shortly." Lin Qiang raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, Teacher Ma, can we discuss our teams among ourselves?" "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to buzz with excitement, chatting animatedly. Ma Huayun noticed the students were in good spirits and nodded in satisfaction. "You have half an hour for free activities, use the restroom, drink some water, and so on. Gather back on the playground in half an hour to prepare for the second round." After Ma Huayun finished speaking, he turned and walked to the teacher's office next to the podium. Inside the office, Chen Xiliang and Gui Wu were working together, with Gui Wu sitting cross-legged on the table, one hand forming seals as he operated the illusion array for the second round. Strange lights flickered around the array, with runes appearing and disappearing. Ma Huayun picked up a bottle of Waha mineral water from the table and gulped it down, saying, "Junior brother, I can hardly bear to watch the next assessment. Many of them are still from 05 and 06. Chen Jiamu replied, "Master, this illusion array is incredible. Last time we caught that demon cultivator, you demonstrated it once, and it really was hard to tell what was real. Just a clever trick. The main issue was that the demon cultivator was too foolish. Junior brother, this thing is only effective against ordinary people, and usually, by the second time, they won't fall for it again. We all have to participate in the second round. I really don't know what Master was thinking, making me play the role of the leader of the Halwan sect. I can't believe he thought of that." Ma Huayun complained. Chen Jiamu smiled and said, "It's very suitable for you, senior brother. You can completely play it as yourself. I mainly don't want to leave the students with the impression of being a lecher. After all, I also serve as the discipline director of our school. No, I need to ask Master later if I can change my appearance in the illusion." Gui Wu opened his eyes and spoke in Chen Xiliang's voice, "Huayun, stop complaining. Have the Iron Dragon brothers ever complained? Letting you interact with the students in the illusion is a good thing. For you, isn't it also a trial?" Ma Huayun stiffened his neck, remained silent, and lowered his head to scroll through his phone. Half an hour later, Niu Meili knocked and entered. "Teacher Ma, the students are all ready." Ma Huayun locked his phone, revealing a charming smile. "Lu Meili, have you memorized your lines? When we enter the illusion, Brother Ma will take you flying." On the spacious playground of the school, the warm sunlight spilled over the grass, and Zhang Junbao and Lin Qiang stood on either side, persistently coaxing Luifang, like two clingy little followers. "Xiaofeng, just agree to team up with us. With the 3 of us together, we'll definitely dominate the assessment." Zhang Junbao's face was full of anticipation, his eyes sparkling, almost pulling Luifang's hand to shake it. Lin Qiang chimed in from the side, Yeah, you're a genius with a score of 98. With you leading us, this assessment will be a piece of cake." Finally, under their relentless persuasion, Luifang's lips curled into a slight smile, a mix of helplessness and amusement, as she nodded, all right, I really can't stand you too." Thus, the 3 successfully formed a team. Lin Qiang sat cross-legged on the grass, recounting his thrilling experiences and coping strategies in the illusion. "All right, I've finished. Now it's your turn. Xiaofeng, quickly tell us how you did it in the illusion." After sharing his own experience, Lin Qiang was eager to know Luifang's secret to passing. As he spoke, he pulled out 3 cans of Red Bull from his backpack, a habit he had developed over the years during exams, always feeling that a little drink could refresh his mind at crucial moments. "I'll treat you to Red Bull." He smiled as he handed the cans over. "Cheers." The 3 raised their Red Bull cans, gently clinking them together, producing a crisp sound. "Junbao, how did you do it? You go first." Luifang took a sip of Red Bull and turned to Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao scratched his head and laughed. "Lingu, using long johns as a rope, I can't believe you thought of that." Then, he fell into recollection, slowly saying, "When the river god appeared, I guessed it was an illusion. After all, 1 second we were on the playground, and the next, how could we be in the river? At first, I thought this challenge must be testing character, to see if a person is honest, but then I thought, isn't that too cliché? I remembered a saying often mentioned in Taoism." "What saying?" Lin Qiang and Luifang asked in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Confucianism says, take it up. It means we should strive hard. Buddhism says, let it go. Clearly, that means just lie flat. And Taoism says, take it down." Zhang Junbao deliberately paused for effect before continuing. What does take it down mean? It means I want it all. He wore a proud expression, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. From this, we can deduce that all 3 axes must belong to me. Zhang Junbao slapped his thigh, confidently declaring, "That makes sense." Lin Qiang's eyes widened in admiration, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Wow, Junbao, I'm impressed by your thought process." However, Lui Feng frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, "You mean all 3 axes fell to you? Isn't that cheating?" "Pfft, if that were cheating, I'd definitely be eliminated." Zhang Junbao, with a blade of grass in his mouth, wore a mysterious smile and began to vividly recount his coping method. In the lake, bubbles began to rise, breaking the surface's tranquility. Before long, a smoky old Taoist floated out of the water, his voice ethereal and distant. "Young man, did you drop this golden axe? Or this silver axe? Or this iron axe?" Zhang Junbao was taken aback for a moment, his mind racing, and suddenly retorted, "You don't even recognize your own axe?" This question left the river god momentarily stunned, and he instinctively replied, "This poor Taoist forgot. If I say I dropped the golden axe, don't suddenly regain your memory later." Zhang Junbao pressed on. The river god cleared his throat and repeated the question, "Young man, did you drop this golden axe? Or this silver axe? Or this iron axe? Answer me, and be honest. Show me the axe." Zhang Junbao remained calm and collected, not at all flustered. The river god, feeling helpless, had no choice but to present 3 axes before Zhang Junbao. As soon as he held them, he felt that the golden axe and the silver axe were not ordinary items. They were engraved with mysterious runes and felt heavy in his hands, giving him a sense of the Pangu opening the heavens. He secretly rejoiced. Indeed, there was a mystery. Without saying a word, Zhang Junbao threw all 3 axes into the river, then calmly said, "I dropped 3 axes." Upon hearing this, the river god was instantly at a loss for words, opening his mouth but unable to respond. After a long while, he finally managed to say, "What an honest child." Thus, all 3 axes belonged to Zhang Junbao. In the next scene, Zhang Junbao held the golden axe in one hand and the silver axe in the other, as if awakening superpowers, walking on water and engaging in a fierce battle with the densely packed piranhas below. During this time, he also conveniently saved a panicked couple on a nearby boat. In the end, while battling a ferocious great white shark, Zhang Junbao was injured but still passed the test with a strong will, achieving a score of 89. After the story was told, Lin Qiang listened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "Wow, there was a great white shark. Didn't you encounter it?" Zhang Junbao looked at the two with confusion. Lin Qiang and Lui Feng shook their heads in unison, and Lin Qiang couldn't help but speculate, "Could the great white shark have been conjured by the river god to make things difficult for you?" "I think that might be the case," Zhang Junbao nodded, deep in thought. "Xiaofeng, how did you manage to get a score of 98? Zhang Junbao turned to Lui Feng, his eyes full of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lui Feng's expression suddenly became a bit strange, even slightly blushing, appearing somewhat shy. Can I not say?" "No way. We're a team now, we have to share." Zhang Junbao and Lin Qiang exchanged glances and said in unison, "All right, but you mustn't tell anyone else." "I swear." In the office, Chen Shiliang and Gui Wu combined their powers to control the large illusion array for the second round. "Hua Yun, there's a girl named Lui Feng, keep a close eye on her for me," Chen Shiliang said, puffing his cheeks and glaring. "Oh, is she special? I've played with eagles my whole life, and almost got my eyes pecked out." Chen Jiamu raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "Master, how did she pass when you were playing the river god?" Chen Shiliang's eyes flickered with a hint of unease as he changed the subject. "It's about time, prepare to start the second round of the test." Half an hour later, those who passed the first round were grouped into teams of 3, some assigned randomly by drawing lots, while others formed their own teams, totaling 31 groups sitting neatly on the playground. Since everyone knew they were about to face an illusion, similar to playing a VR game, no one was particularly anxious. Many faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Zhang Junbao, Lin Qiang, and Lui Feng held hands, exchanging glances. Lin Qiang suggested, "Shall we grab a can of Red Bull to recharge?" "No need, I just heard the teacher say that the illusion is like our consciousness being transported to a special place while our bodies remain in place. What if we drink too much and need to pee? That would be so embarrassing." What Brother Junbao said makes a lot of sense. With Ma Huayun's announcement, the array on the playground lit up. Lin Qiang felt the surrounding space twist and change, and the next moment, he found himself standing at the entrance of Shurha Park. Many people gradually appeared at the entrance, all students from the playground earlier, looking somewhat bewildered. Someone was reading a notice board at the park entrance. "This test, wisdom, enter through the park's front gate and exit through the back gate, with a time limit of 3 hours. Many students began to discuss, is it really that simple? I used to come here to play as a child, I'm very familiar with it. Yeah, the park isn't big, you could walk back and forth 10 times in 3 hours. Brothers, this isn't an ordinary park. Remember last time we were rowing boats in the park, battling piranhas? Right, that makes sense, and this time we're entering as a team, so there are probably monsters inside. A group of people gathered at the park entrance, where the turnstile allowed only one person to pass at a time, guarded by 2 burly men in ancient costumes. One held a double-edged sword, while the other wielded an 8-foot-long spear. The 2 exuded an imposing presence, their eyes radiating authority, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. Admission ticket, a sycamore leaf, per person? Someone spotted the sign detailing the entry rules and couldn't help but complain. At the entrance stood a massive sycamore tree, large enough for 7 or 8 people to hug, with scattered yellow leaves swaying in the wind, occasionally dropping to the ground. A clever little kid quickly picked one up and handed it to the 3 burly guards. The turnstile opened, and he proudly walked inside. Just as he entered, he suddenly remembered his teammates outside, standing at the large iron gate, looking out. "Amao, Huazai, hurry and pick up leaves. I'll wait for you inside." Everyone reacted and gathered under the tree, looking up, waiting for leaves to fall. One leaf fluttered down with the wind. Another lucky kid snatched it first and proudly passed through the gate. The group continued to wait, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. Then a scramble ensued, leaves were torn apart. About 5 minutes later, another leaf fell, averaging 1 every few minutes. Time ticked away, with a limit of 3 hours, and the more than 90 people present simply couldn't get enough. Lin Qiang took 3 shovels from the nearby hardware store, happily distributing them to Zhang Junbao and Lui Feng. Zhang Junbao asked, "What do we need shovels for? I suspect we're going to have a fight soon." Lui Feng pointed to the park entrance, where several groups were already brawling over the leaves, the scene quite explosive. Since it was an illusion, everyone believed their real bodies wouldn't be harmed. Ketchup and tofu pudding even appeared on the scene, along with shattered tea eggs. The first group to enter was the worst off, having lost a teammate and now surrounded and beaten, barely hanging on. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. Brothers, charge! Don't snatch, I got it first. Don't you know what the highest good is like water means? Everyone line up and mind your manners. Ouch, my head. Don't use bricks, brother, I'll give you this leaf. No. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Meanwhile, the 2 burly guards watched the students brawl with indifference, expressionless, showing no intention of intervening. Even though it was an illusion, the sensory experiences were very real. It would still hurt. Various cries of pain echoed. The boy who had previously obtained a sycamore leaf wanted to come out to help his teammates and started arguing with the 3 burly men. In the next moment, the double-edged sword swept across, and a head flew off, blood splattering against the wall. Those who enter without a ticket will be killed without mercy. Those who exit the park will be killed without mercy. The Iron Dragon's twin swords crossed over his chest, exuding a heroic demeanor. This scene truly stunned the kids who were fighting with their fists, each blinking in disbelief. Is this really the academy? Why does it feel a bit off? Is this a test of wisdom? Do these NPCs really kill? How come it feels like we didn't join a righteous sect? Isn't the sect assessment in cultivation novels supposed to be different? Thud. Someone was impaled, a hole pierced through their chest. Zhang Ziong shouted sternly, "Those who speak disrespectfully will be killed without mercy. I'm not playing anymore. Give me my money back." Thud. A head rolled to the ground. Those who wish to exit the instance, come forward to die. At the entrance, the bodies of the few who had been slain transformed into faint specks of light and vanished. Eliminated, they awakened on the playground. The students gradually understood and began to propose ideas. "Everyone, this round tests our wisdom, not our strength. We can't defeat these 2 NPCs. Stop fighting, let's all think of a way to climb the tree. We need to cooperate." Right, let's find a ladder. There must be a ladder. This tree is too thick and so high, we can't climb it at all. How about we stack up like a tower? The students chattered, and some began searching the nearby shops for tools. Lui Feng frowned, something's not right. What's wrong? There aren't enough leaves, I counted roughly just now, and there are only 60 leaves, but there are over 90 of us here. Lui Feng observed the shops around the entrance: Xinlan Jewelry, Joe Black Duck, How's I Lie Barbecue, Riffing Pipe Hardware Store, Sinopec Gas Station. Why is there a gas station here? In her memory, this was a bustling street where a gas station could never be established. This round tests our wisdom. There might be tools in these shops to get leaves, but there aren't enough leaves. Human nature is the most difficult to test. Going against human nature is a foolish act. Zhang Junbao seemed to see the cunning in the girl's eyes and smiled. Xiao Fang is right. Everyone isn't blind, they can see it. There are over 90 of us here. No matter how we cooperate, someone will be eliminated, and there's only one tree. During the climbing process, there will inevitably be competition. At that moment, a scream echoed from a distance. Someone pushed another person off the tree, and they fell hard to the ground, rolling in pain. Louis Fang turned back and said, "If I'm guessing correctly, this should be a rule-based challenge. Wisdom isn't about fighting and killing. Wisdom is about using the rules." "No, what are you all talking about?" Lin Qiang found a large pile of ropes, planning to use the same trick to climb the tree. Zhang Junbao and Louis Fang said simultaneously, "The ticket is a smokescreen. It's an impossible task. We can climb over the wall." The two looked at a low wall nearby. A leaf obstructs the view. It clearly tells us there aren't enough leaves. It's a game of open strategy, so we will use open strategy too. Lin Qiang's eyes lit up, and he tossed aside the rope, nodding emphatically, "Climb over the wall. It doesn't say we have to enter through the front gate." Thus, the three collaborated. Lin Qiang squatted down, allowing Zhang Junbao to step on his shoulders. Then Zhang Junbao climbed up and sat on the wall. Louis Fang then climbed onto Lin Qiang's neck, and Zhang Junbao pulled her up, sitting on the wall. The two bent down and helped Lin Qiang up. They successfully entered the park. Not far from the entrance, Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched, and he whispered, "Big brother, should I go kill these three rule breakers?" "Third brother, don't rush. Wait until we get to the small bamboo forest inside. The second brother's challenge is no joke. This is too much. Cheating openly in front of our examiners." "Third brother, actually, the rules didn't say we couldn't climb over the wall." "Master really guessed right. This group isn't playing by the rules." Tai Lon squinted, revealing a look of approval. "Alright, our ticket-checking task is complete. The students have all climbed over the wall. There's no point in staying here. Let's go eat at Joe Black Duck. I haven't eaten anything in the illusion. Maybe it can satisfy my cravings and help me lose weight. The rest will be left to the second brother and senior brother Ma. Let's go to Joe Black Duck." Tai Long and Zhang Xiang strolled away. More students ran towards the park's surrounding wall. People can sometimes be easily blinded by a leaf. Rules are often made for honest people. As long as one adheres to the bottom line and is flexible, they deserve to step into the threshold of doing as they please, and it's merely a threshold. Many students reacted upon seeing three people openly climbing over the wall without a care, and began to imitate them. A few groups who had managed to grab some phoenix leaves were panting, bruised, and battered. "Damn, I didn't expect we could climb the wall. It feels like hitting 2,000 points in a peak match due to a matchmaking glitch." After the three climbed over the wall, they saw a notice board at the entrance with arrows drawn on it. Many students rushed towards the small bamboo grove, some sticking together in groups of 3, while others, having lost their teammates, scattered like lone warriors. Passing through the small bamboo grove, playing on the elephant slide, feeding the northeast tiger in the zoo, walking across the corridor bridge, and safely leaving through the back door is considered passing the assessment. Zhang Junbao said, Exactly the same, just like our park here. The small bamboo grove is my place of sorrow." Lin Qiang sighed. "Let's go." "Wait." Louis Fang's eyes narrowed. Ahead, 100 meters away, at the entrance of the small bamboo grove, the students who had rushed in were now fleeing in panic, clutching their heads. Cries for help echoed. At the entrance of the bamboo grove stood a tall man in a green robe, with a fake beard 2 feet long, lips painted, with phoenix eyes and worm eyebrow, clearly crafted by a makeup artist. He held a spring and autumn sword in one hand and a Qinglong Yenhua knife in the other, slashing at anyone who came near, with several corpses lying at his feet, disappearing into points of light. The man in the green robe looked over here with deep meaning, raising an eyebrow. His expression seemed to say, "You three little spirits, my big knife is already thirsty for action." Louis Fang was dumbfounded. Was this the assessment of wisdom? Regarding Iron Dragon, Mountain Chicken, and Zhang Xiang as NPCs in the assessment dungeon, maintaining their original forms and appearing in such a terrifying manner. This was Chen Shiliang's core strategy. What is wisdom? Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing oneself is enlightenment. Overcoming others is strength. Overcoming oneself is power. The three initially opposed this, believing that true heroes act for the country and the people. It did not align with their chivalrous nature. Chen Shiliang bluntly stated that those who cultivate must face demonic obstacles, and this demon does not refer to real monsters, but to various reasons that hinder your steadfastness. Buddhism teaches that the prerequisite for a bodhisattva's compassion is the presence of a fierce guardian. A teacher must have authority, making students understand that we must face our fears in our cultivation. Taoism also speaks of eliminating demons and safeguarding the way. In life, how can one expect everything to go smoothly? Once you enter the mystical gate, can you rest easy? There was once a Taoist priest who came down the mountain to do good deeds, and upon returning from his travels, found that the mountain gate had turned into a tourist attraction, and he had to buy a ticket to return home. The priest was instantly disheartened and even thought of asking the Thunder Ancestor to come out and sweep away capitalism. These kids would rather hit first than be beaten by others when they enter society. By fighting fiercely, they earn the right to cultivate and comprehend the way. Only then can they discuss picking up, putting down, and ultimately achieving their goals. Thus, the Iron Dragon brothers completely let themselves go. They revised their plan. Believing that mere whipping wasn't enough, they needed to see some blood. They would deal with a few disobedient ones. Lin Qiang and the others stood at the edge of the bamboo grove, looking at each other. Zhang Junbao asked, "What should we do? Let's go around through another route. I just tried that. This isn't a real park. Many paths are blocked by invisible barriers. How about uniting with other students to break through? They only have one person. Besides, Guan Yu is good at control, his AoE damage isn't strong." At this moment, the man in the green robe at the entrance of the bamboo grove leaped 2 meters high, and after landing, spun his Qinglong Yenyuan knife, drawing a large circle. Like a spinning top, wherever he passed, the bamboo grove was neatly severed, and several students holding sticks and shovels were so frightened that they kept retreating. Guan Yu can even use Lu Bu's ultimate move now. What kind of modified skill is this? Lin Qiang complained. We definitely can't win by brute force. Lu Yifang stared at the notice board at the entrance, repeating the words written on it. Pass through the small bamboo forest, play on the elephant slide, feed the northeast tiger in the zoo, walk across the corridor bridge, and safely leave through the back door will be considered as passing the assessment. She observed the ranger's movements for a while and realized there was a problem. I have a solution. However, the three of us don't have enough strength. Classmates. Lu Yifang stood on a large rock at the entrance of the bamboo forest and shouted loudly. Many people turned around, stunned. Lu Yifang said confidently, "This gatekeeper NPC can't leave the bamboo forest, have you noticed?" Some classmates woke up and began to observe. Indeed, the ranger could not leave the entrance of the bamboo forest, seemingly restricted by some rule. Even if he can't leave the bamboo forest, how do we get through? This is the only path. Yeah, he's too fierce. He doesn't even need a second strike to take someone down, it's all one-hit kills. Our captain was just cut in half, his intestines were spilling out. Quiet down. Listen to me, Lu Yifang said while looking at the pale-faced fake Guan Yu at the entrance of the bamboo forest. The wind is blowing towards the bamboo forest. There's a gas station at the park entrance. Next, everyone knows what to do. She stood on the large rock, looking down, and even boldly raised an eyebrow at Guan Yu, her high ponytail swaying slightly in the sunlight. Lu Yifang took off her hair tie, her long hair cascading down, her delicate hand holding the hair tie, as the wind blew. The scene fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into cheers. Set it on fire. Burn Guan Er Yi. Senior sister is a genius. A female Zhuge Liang. Fire attack. Just thinking about it is thrilling. This level tests wisdom. Now that's what I call wisdom. Right, anyway, this is an illusion. Setting fire isn't a crime. Yes, burn this fool. I think I just discussed with him, and he glared at me. Anyway, he's restricted by the rules and can't run away. Hurry, time is limited. Everyone go get gasoline. In the bamboo forest, the mountain chicken was stunned, his hand gripping the knife turning white. The mountain chicken turned his back and walked deep into the bamboo forest. He couldn't show weakness in front of the students. He tried to charge against the bamboo forest barrier but found he couldn't break through at all. The bamboo forest wasn't large, about 20 meters in diameter. If there was gasoline, the fire would spread quickly. The mountain chicken looked around, sweat on his forehead. Although he wouldn't really be burned to death in the illusion, the pain of being burned by fire was a real experience. He tried to call out softly to the open space in the bamboo forest. Master? Was the voice too small? Master? Can you hear me? Can you open the barrier? These students want to burn me. Master. The mountain chicken was very angry. Wasn't it said that the good students would use various tools from the shops outside and work together to pass the level? In the hardware store, they even prepared blueprints for building a ladder and various tools. In the Xinlan jewelry store, there were electric saws, self-tapping screws, and hand drills hidden under the counter. Behind the gas station, there was even a fire truck with a ladder. Chen Xiliang said that human potential is limitless. They might not use the plans we provided but could create new ideas using the current environment and tools. Everyone found various containers from the nearby deserted shops, and soon buckets and basins of gasoline were brought in. Lu Yifang directed everyone to pour gasoline around the perimeter of the bamboo forest, and someone took out a lighter. Look, that person seems to be panicking. A green figure in the bamboo forest was darting around, the bamboo rustling. Lu Yifang said quickly, "Hurry and light it. He's using a big move to chop the bamboo. He's getting desperate." With a whoosh, the fire ignited instantly, and thick smoke billowed forward with the wind. When the green-robed ranger had chopped halfway through the bamboo, he was choked by the thick smoke and lost consciousness, dying from lack of oxygen, thus avoiding the pain of being burned. Water, put out the fire. That's enough. we have limited time. Everyone, step back. The sound of a car horn echoed at the entrance, as a massive fire truck crashed through the gates and drove into the park. A few students were fiddling around, with 3 of them working together to carry a thick water hose, starting to put out the fire. Xiaofang, it seems your idea was right. Look, the fire truck is all set, Zhang Junbao said. I wonder if it would have worked if we had just driven through the gate from the start? Lin Qiang replied. Maybe we would have been shot by the guards at the entrance. Let's go. Next stop, the elephant slide. The elephant slide at Xinqing Shurha Park was built in 1982, reportedly with the help of the local waterworks, and over the decades, it has witnessed many people grow from children into adults. The Xinqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau has a saying, if you come to Xinqing and don't ride the elephant slide, it's as if you never came at all. The slide tower's high, made entirely of poured concrete, shaped like an elephant. Visitors enter through the elephant's rear and climb all the way up to its head, where the trunk forms the slide. Because the entrance is quite small, it is not very friendly to someone weighing 200 pounds. After the previous 2 incidents where people had died and been eliminated, the remaining lucky few gathered in front of the elephant slide, too scared to go up. Who knows what kind of trouble might happen? The task card says we just need to ride the elephant slide once. Is it really that simple? It can't be that easy. There must be some trick to it. In the past, my classmates had wild adventures in the elephant slide at night. No way, bro, is that for real? Let's just slide down and find out. Alright, you go slide. We'll wait for you, someone teased. The boy who had just suggested trying it suddenly hesitated. He was just saying it, secretly hoping others would go first. Let's listen to Senior Xiaofang. Everyone suddenly turned to look at the prodigy, Luifeng. What are you looking at me for? I don't know what's up with this level either. Luifeng was no longer anxious, sitting on a bench next to the elephant slide. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and not a single person was willing to be the first to take the plunge. I'll give it a try. Zhang Junbao stood up and glanced back at the 2. What did you see? Luifeng asked. Zhang Junbao smiled lightly. I once read in the Tao Te Ching that a person with deep virtue is like a newborn. What does that mean? Are you saying we should have a childlike heart? Reclaim our innocence? Lin Qiang asked. The Tao Te Ching says, a person with deep virtue is like a newborn. Wasps and snakes do not sting, fierce beasts do not attack, and birds do not swoop down. It means that a newborn baby, untouched by the pollution of this world, has a heart protected by heaven. Mosquitoes don't bite, wild beasts won't eat them, they are treated like children. Haven't you heard of wolf children or tiger children before? Lin Qiang scoffed. Stop talking nonsense. That's just because the beasts aren't hungry. Zhang Junbao laughed fearlessly. I don't mind if you laugh at me. My parents worked in another city since I was little. They weren't wrong, sending a lot of money home every month. I grew up with my grandparents, and no matter what I wanted to do as a child, my grandma would always prepare it for me in advance. Whatever I wanted, my grandma would satisfy me. Do you know about white rabbit candy? I used to eat it by the pound when I was little. Once, I skipped school to play 3 Kingdoms, Battle Chronicles at the arcade, and when my grandma caught me, unlike other parents, I didn't get punished. My grandma bought me a game console and set it up at home to play with me. Luifeng said, you're a typical rich second generation. It's a miracle you weren't spoiled. Lin Qiang pouted, bro, it's understandable that your grades aren't good. My parents lock me up in various tutoring classes and hire private tutors every day. Zhang Junbao laughed. So that's why you got into a foreign university. By the way, which country is Caltech in? Lin Qiang shook his head and fell silent. Luifeng chuckled, just staying at home. Junbao, do you really not know or are you pretending to be confused? Zhang Junbao pondered in confusion, then suddenly exclaimed, so it's that kind of staying at home. No wonder your parents gave you such an impressive name. Do you know? The Taoist Zhang Sanfeng was originally named Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao smiled lightly. If a person loses their innocence after experiencing life and death hardships, then what is the point of cultivating Tao? Only the pure-hearted, with weak bones and soft muscles yet firm grip, unaware of the union of male and female, yet refined to the utmost, crying all day without hoarseness, harmonious to the utmost. Knowing harmony is called constant, knowing constant is called bright, benefiting life is called auspicious, the heart directing the energy is called strong. When things grow strong, they age, which is called undao, and undao has long been. Xiao Chao from the 3 Kingdoms once said, everyone was once a child, though only a few remember. Brother, that wasn't said by Xiao Chao, it was made up by the game planners. It wasn't made up by the game planners, it's a line from a classic foreign movie. Zhang Junbao chuckled, not bothering to argue. He didn't care who the original creator was, as long as it sounded good, that was enough. He boldly turned into the elephant's backside, and before long, he stood atop the elephant's head, waving to the crowd below. Classmates, let me show you how it's done. Zhang Junbao sat on the elephant's trunk, took a deep breath, and throughout, his heart was calm, with no anomalies in the surrounding environment. It was just so plain and simple, like the feeling of playing on a slide as a child. When he was 5, his parents returned from Guangzhou, bringing him a big Wang Wang gift pack, and spent the whole day with him at Shurha Park. I haven't played like this in many years. Zhang Junbao shifted his weight down and whooshed down the slide. The next moment, the elephant trunk slide transformed into a rainbow, and Zhang Junbao soared into the sky, flying directly over the park, over the zoo, over the corridor bridge, as if he had cleared the level ahead of time. In the sky, white clouds formed a line of text. The virtue of being thick, akin to a pure-hearted child, student Zhang Junbao, directly promoted. What the hell? What the hell happened? He just ascended. This is enlightenment. Zhang Sanfeng truly lives up to being Zhang Junbao. We can do it too. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go, go, go. Everyone rushed towards the elephant slide entrance, lining up one by one to slide down. Unfortunately, miracles only happen once. Louis Fan looked towards the horizon where Zhang Junbao had disappeared, revealing a look of satisfaction. Xiaofang, let's try sliding down too. Lin Qiang extended his hand. Louis Fang sat on the bench, placing her delicate hand in Lin Qiang's palm. He pulled hard, and Louis Fang stood up. The two played on the elephant slide once, but no rainbow appeared. Most people were disappointed, some complained, saying they should have been the first to slide. On the playground, Zhang Junbao opened his eyes and found that his two teammates were still sitting quietly with their eyes closed. He stood up and saw not far away, Director Chen, dressed in a Taoist robe, smiling at him. Congratulations, Zhang Junbao, Chen Jiamu said with a serene smile. Director Chen, me? I passed the assessment. Well, to be precise, you passed early. We saw clearly in the misty illusion. Zhang Junbao turned to look, and beside Director Chen stood 3 big men, just changed clothes. 2 were the gatekeepers from earlier, and 1 was Guan Yu, whom he had set on fire in the bamboo forest. Chen Jiamu stepped aside. Let me introduce, Teacher Tai Lon, Teacher Zhang Zian, Wei. Teacher Wei. The 3 clasped their hands in a Taoist salute, remaining silent, looking up at the sky. Zhang Junbao followed their gaze, and in the sky, amidst the mist, the scene from the illusion was displayed. He saw Louis Fang and Lin Qiang's group standing at the entrance of the zoo, each face as pale as death. In the midst of a dead silence, a charming zoo gate adorned with cartoon patterns came into view, wide open, with iron bars standing quietly. Inside the bars, 3 vibrant tigers paced back and forth, exuding a chilling wildness. The iron bars glimmered with a faint blue light, inscribed with runes. The bars were just over a meter high, and with the tigers' agile bodies, they could easily leap out. However, perhaps due to the runes on the bars, they were confined in this seemingly fragile cage, poised as if ready to spring. It felt somewhat unusual. On one side, a task notice board clearly displayed the words, "Feed the Northeast tigers in the zoo," which stood out starkly in this oppressive environment. When a group of students appeared at the entrance, the tigers instantly became alert, arching their bodies and emitting low growls, their sounds fierce and wild, filled with aggression and intimidation. If it weren't for the special nature of these iron bars, these students would have likely become the tigers' prey. This is simple, just feed the tigers. The bars are glowing, they must have some special property, they can't get out, so what's there to be afraid of? A tall, slender boy said nonchalantly, a hint of disdain on his face. As he spoke, he pulled a sausage from his pocket and casually tossed it into the enclosure with a thud. Dude, where did you get that sausage? Someone asked curiously. I grabbed it from the Xinlan jewelry store while getting gas earlier, the boy said proudly, lifting his chin. Did you guys not bring any food? The tigers caught the scent of the food and lunged forward, biting the sausage and swallowing it whole, including the red plastic wrapper. At that moment, a visible progress bar slowly appeared at the top of the bars. Completion 0.00000000001%. Everyone suddenly realized that as long as they found enough food to feed the tigers, they could pass this level. Brothers, getting to this point isn't easy. From now on, we are all classmates. Let's work together and split up to find food. Look at this progress bar. We just need to reach 100%. This level tests our unity. A seemingly more composed boy stepped forward, raising his arm to rally everyone's spirits. That's right, unity. There were many shops outside just now, let's go get food. Everyone responded enthusiastically, filled with hope, ready to split up. Yes, there's a barbecue place, and Johaya, there might even be a supermarket. Let's go, we have more than an hour. That should be enough time. Everyone, let's do our best. Amidst the noisy discussions, they began to turn back. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. They found that the way back was blocked by an invisible wall of air, which seemed like a transparent barrier, unseen, untouchable, yet unbreakable. They were undeterred and tried several directions, but the mysterious air wall surrounded them completely. They were trapped in an open space of about 50 meters, with grass, trees, and some ornamental stones, and the only exit was the iron bars containing the tigers. "It's over, we should have brought the food with us," someone lamented, slapping their thigh in regret. "Damn it, what do we do now?" They looked at each other, collectively falling into despair, momentarily at a loss. "Let's use stones to kill these beasts." Someone began to gather stones. The tigers roared in response to the stones being thrown, thoroughly enraged, howling wildly, ready to break free and wreak havoc. "What are you doing?" When felines get provoked, they stop eating. Besides, if you scare the tiger away, are you going to go in and feed it? Right, makes sense, and it won't crush us. Someone started to pull grass from the ground and throw it into the cage, trying to satisfy the tiger's appetite. However, the tiger merely sniffed disdainfully and let out an angry roar, as if protesting this perfunctory act of feeding. "Why do I feel like the tiger wants to eat a person?" A trembling voice broke the silence, and everyone instantly became alert, exchanging wary glances. Seeds of suspicion quickly sprouted among the crowd, and everyone began to be cautious of those around them. Feeding the tiger with your teammates, your classmates, isn't that something a righteous person would do? There must be other ways. "Hey, why are you stepping on my foot? Are you blind? It's clearly your foot that's in the wrong place." At this moment, two isolated individuals, having previously quarreled over the tree leaves, began to argue again. Neither would back down, their words growing increasingly heated, and soon they were grappling with each other. People around rushed to break it up. "Bro, it's wrong to hit someone, how can you kick him in the groin? That's not right." "Yeah, you're not being honorable." The two wrestled, rolling on the ground, unknowingly getting closer to the iron bars. Just as someone was about to warn them, a teammate covered their mouth, their eyes darting around, revealing a knowing smile, and they let out a meaningful "oh." The tigers seemed to sense the opportunity, cunningly lowering their breaths, pretending to be docile, but their eyes were fixed on the two approaching individuals, poised to strike. Just as the two realized the danger and tried to separate, a tiger paw shot out from below the iron bars, smack. It accurately hooked one person's ankle, yanking him in violently. 3 tigers instantly surrounded him, and the person was so frightened that he forgot this was an illusion. The tigers first greedily sniffed him, then licked his scalp with their barbed tongues, as if savoring the impending feast. "Bro, don't be afraid, this is an illusion, you won't really die. Your sacrifice is glorious. You just threw stones, tigers have excellent memories." "It's fine, tigers generally don't torture, they bite the necks of their prey." The people outside shouted, but there was little comfort in their voices. The man desperately gave the people outside the finger, then stretched his neck and shouted, "Tiger bro, make it quick." Immediately, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the silent air as the tigers began to tear at his hands and feet. The sound of bones being crushed made the people outside feel their scalps tingle, and everyone involuntarily trembled. Damn, these tigers are clearly out for revenge. So humanized. Soon, only a blood-stained piece of clothing remained on the ground. 10% done. That means we only need to sacrifice 10 people, and that's enough. A cold voice rang out. No, now we only need 9 people. Another voice coldly corrected. The crowd's gazes began to turn fierce and greedy, sizing each other up as if assessing who would be the next suitable sacrifice. Lin Qiang quietly took a wrench from his pocket and handed it to Luifeng, while tightly gripping another wrench, his palms sweaty. Luifeng whispered in his ear, "Where did you get this?" "I found it while looking for rope earlier. I swiped it from the hardware store, thinking it would be useful for climbing trees." Lin Qiang replied softly, "I suspect they will kill the isolated ones. We only have 2 people now, we need to be careful." Luifeng said anxiously, "Yeah, what you said makes a lot of sense." Lin Qiang nodded slightly, his eyes revealing vigilance and unease. In the crowd, everyone tacitly formed groups of 3, standing back to back, adopting a defensive posture. There were 3 pairs of 2, and one person completely alone, standing off to the side, looking particularly pitiful. "How about we play a game?" the lonely person suggested, his voice feigning calm. "Rock, paper, scissors? The loser sacrifices. I think it's very fair." However, no one paid him any mind, and the only response was a dead silence. "Hey, if you all gang up on me, winning isn't honorable." He tried to persuade the crowd, but still, no one listened. "How about guessing high or low?" He was undeterred, pulling out a pair of dice from his pocket, his voice already tinged with a sob. Yet still, no one responded, as if he had become a person forgotten by the world. "Damn it, guys, can you stop staring at me? What the hell, nothing works, why are you all looking at me?" He shouted in panic, his face filled with fear and despair. "Time's almost up," someone kindly reminded. This sentence struck like a thunderclap, echoing in everyone's ears. They suddenly looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the zoo entrance. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment, each second feeling unbearably long. There were still 20 minutes left. What a difficult choice. Each person's heart was struggling. In the face of this cruel test, the ugliness of human nature was magnified infinitely. Did the test have to be designed this way? What does this have to do with wisdom? At this moment, the blue light on the fence began to flicker, gradually dimming. The sound of metal grinding echoed, resembling a countdown to death. The fence slowly opened, and 3 tigers stepped out with graceful yet deadly strides. Their eyes sparkled with hunger and mockery, inching closer to the group of trapped students. Roar! 3 tiger roars sent chills down their spines. As the barrier lifted, the tigers elegantly emerged. A line of text appeared in the sky above the zoo, place in a desperate situation to be reborn. The 3 striped tigers pressed their bodies down, their steps light, the beautiful golden fur of the closest one stained with bright red blood. With a buzz, the crowd huddled together, everyone backing up against each other, united in tacit understanding. Brothers, this is an illusion, we won't really die. Who the prey is still uncertain. A tall boy in a black sweater brandished a wooden stick, rallying everyone. We have 70 or 80 people. What's there to fear? Charge! Yeah, back in the day, Wudang could take on a tiger alone. With so many of us, we're not pushovers. Go! Charge! The crowd was inspired by him. They knew this was an illusion, just a dream, a game, and they wouldn't really die. At most, they would be eliminated, and if they couldn't sign up this year, they could try again next year. The man who could boast about having fought a tiger could brag for an entire hour at family gatherings during the new year. The boy in the black sweater let out a furious roar. If you're a brother, come fight the tiger with me. Go! Buzzing, 7 or 8 boys with wooden sticks and stones charged forward. Could they really be bullied by NPCs in a game? Besides, these weren't real tigers. Roar! 3 tiger roars sounded simultaneously, and the boy in the black sweater halted, watching helplessly as his companions rushed forward to their deaths. One person in the front was swept by a tiger's paw, not even having time to dodge, for bloody wounds appearing horrifically on his chest. The tiger leaped on him, pressing its paw against his chest, and with a swift bite, pierced the prey's neck. Instant kill. Everyone began to retreat, their weapons trembling in their hands. The leading tiger heavily stomped its front paw on the ground, its body slightly crouching, like a beastly machine poised to spring. Then, with a sudden burst of power, its back arched high, and its strong limbs alternately pushed off the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone scrambled in panic. This was not a fight of the same dimension at all. Some dropped their weapons and turned to flee, startling another tiger, which leaped high and, upon landing, swiped its front paw, knocking a running student to the ground, then pinned him down with its powerful claws, shaking its head from side to side, continuously biting. It was just like a cat shaking a mouse. The students were completely engulfed in fear, screams rising and falling as they stumbled and ran wildly, blindly crashing into park benches, falling and rolling before scrambling back to their feet to continue their desperate flight, until they slammed into an invisible wall of air, faces filled with despair. Some were so frightened that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, hands instinctively clutching their heads. The air was filled with cries and howls, echoing with the tiger's satisfied growls, sending chills down spines. Splash! Splash! 2 more were knocked down, the tiger swiftly biting through their necks. What the hell? How are we supposed to fight? The tiger is too fast. I finally understand why cats can catch mice. We're just big mice, brothers. The more the crowd scattered, the more the tiger chased, growing excited. The most despairing part was that these tigers only killed their prey, not eating them at all. The progress bar hovering above the zoo remained stuck at 10%, with no progress. Lin Qiang held a wrench in his hand, recalling what the old man had said about wolves having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. In other words, the tiger's weakness might also be in its waist. He looked at the tiny wrench, then at the massive tiger, feeling it was of no use. This thing could only hit a person's head. Hitting a tiger would probably be completely useless. What do? We're going to be wiped out. I really don't want this. Don't move. Louis Fong pondered. What's wrong? Have you noticed, the more we run, the more the tiger gets into it. Not running is just waiting to die. Before he finished speaking, a terrified student sitting on the ground was pounced on by a tiger, which batted him around with its paws. The person rolled on the ground, and the tiger jumped around. Seeing that the person was no longer moving, it played with him for a while. See, not running might get you played to death. Louis Fong whispered quickly, look again. Stand still, follow my rhythm. Lin Qiang's heart raced as he observed his surroundings. Indeed, the tiger seemed to enjoy the thrill of chasing its prey. The task says to feed the northeast tiger in the zoo. It didn't say we had to fight. None of you are reading the question properly. She looked up at the line of text floating in the sky, place in a desperate situation to survive. It seemed to be pondering some flavor. Qiang, are you scared? Louis Fong asked. Of course I'm scared. Isn't this an illusion? Why be afraid? I don't know. maybe it's an instinctive reaction. Take a deep breath, calm your mind, the assessment is just a game. Lui Fang tossed the wrench in her hand, spread her arms, and stepped steadily toward the zoo entrance. Xiaofang, what are you doing? Shoo! Lui Fang suddenly turned back, her slender finger placed on her red lips. Follow me, don't speak, don't be afraid. She stepped lightly, as if carefully walking on a tightrope, while 3 tigers turned their heads, abandoning their pursuit of the prey and surrounding her. Lui Fang closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she continued to step forward. The tigers began to sniff the soft body within reach, and Lui Fang could even feel the bloody wind lifting her hair. She walked step by step into the entrance of the zoo. Damn, this actually works? Lin Qiang's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. The others looked over, expressing their astonishment. Brothers, there's a way to break the deadlock. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. This challenge tests your ability to face fear. 3 tigers followed the girl as they walked through the entrance of the zoo. Lve Fang entered the completely dark cave, and at that moment, dozens of eyes lit up in the darkness. Gradually, more tigers appeared. Damn, how can there be so many? Lve Fang had now fully entered the zoo, standing proudly among the tiger pack. She paused, glancing back at the square outside, and smiled with relief. Xiang, I know how to get through this level. To be placed in a life and death situation and then be reborn, that is. The next moment, she was pounced on by several tigers and devoured. Everyone gasped in shock. Damn, she was still eaten. It was completely useless. It seemed that more tigers were coming out from inside, a full dozen. The progress bar above their heads remained at 10%, unchanged. Damn, the senior sister was sacrificed. Wait, the progress bar didn't increase. What's the setting? Is it destined for a total wipeout? Is there a bug? We can't fight them, and sacrificing teammates doesn't help. What is going on? Wait, look up. The senior sister is in the sky. Above, the unharmed Lve Fang stood on a flying sword, with a handsome, somewhat disheveled sword immortal beside her. In the illusion, Ma Huayun, dressed in a coarse hemp robe, with long hair flowing and a wine gourd at his waist, looked down and smiled faintly. Damn, Director Ma has become a sword immortal. Director Ma, what kind of task is this? It defies common sense. She was taken away by Director Ma. Standing on the flying sword, Lve Fang cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted down, Lin Qiang, you all passed the level. The next stop at the corridor bridge is up to you. I cleared it in advance. Her voice faded into the wind as the flying sword turned into a streak of light and flew away. Lin Qiang felt warmth in his palm, his breath quickening, as if he had an epiphany. The progress bar at the top of the zoo instantly changed to 100%, and all the surrounding tigers vanished, along with the corpses and severed limbs of fallen teammates. Everyone suddenly realized that the senior sister willingly sacrificed herself for her companions, clearing the level directly. This was simply outrageous. In fact, the rules were clearly stated: feed the tigers, be placed in a life and death situation, this is an illusion, and one wouldn't really die. Yet, human nature, with its selfish desires, still found it hard to make the selfless choice. The sausage was merely a facade. Even if someone had prepared food in advance, the progress bar would likely increase slowly, and eating one person would increase it by 10% to disrupt everyone's thinking. The tigers would only multiply. Shifting blame and sacrificing teammates would only lead to total annihilation. The tigers chose to torture rather than eat, proving the underlying logic. Practitioners speak of sudden enlightenment and gradual understanding. This is true in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism alike. If Zhang Junbao is pure-hearted and close to the path, then Lve Fang is a gifted cultivator. She relied on her insight. The zoo's entrance transformed into specks of light and powder, and before everyone, a small lake came into view. The water was crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight, with pure white lotus flowers blooming on the surface, their petals delicate and glistening, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a refreshing fragrance. A mist hung over the lake, like a thin veil, enveloping the entire small lake in a dreamlike haze. A corridor bridge spanned the water from north to south, with intricately carved railings, exuding an ancient charm, leading to the park's back exit. Crossing the corridor bridge, the assessment ends. Everyone stopped at the end of the corridor bridge, peering at each other, no one daring to take the first step. This seemingly dreamlike fairyland, who knows what surprises await? This entrance examination was designed far from the norm. Everyone step aside, I'm coming. At this moment, from the back of the crowd, Lin Qiang straightened his collar and resolutely walked to the front. Hey, why should you be the first to go? Someone protested. Yeah, what if it's like the elephant slide again, and the first one to slide just clears the level? Lin Qiang raised an eyebrow, stepped aside with a smile, and said, sure, you go first. I have no objections. He made a gesture of invitation, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The person suddenly hesitated, pouting and saying, "You're so agreeable, did you discover something? I'm not going to be the cannon fodder." Lin Qiang's expression darkened, his eyes filled with disdain as he said coldly, "What are you scared of? Step aside." In the next moment, he stepped onto the corridor bridge, nothing unusual happened, and then took 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, everything was normal. On both sides of the corridor bridge, the view opened up to vast lotus ponds. The lotus leaves layered like green silk, spreading out freely, and as the breeze blew, the green silk gently swayed, creating ripples. The lotus flowers, like shy maidens, were half hidden among the leaves. The petals were either as white as snow or tinged with soft pink, the pond water merging with the clouds at the horizon. A thin mist curled around the surface of the pond like a light veil, making everything appear hazy. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting fragmented shadows, and standing on the corridor bridge felt like being in an ethereal paradise. "I really want to stay in this illusion forever, it feels so comfortable." Lin Qiang turned around and found that all his classmates had disappeared, leaving him alone in this realm. He turned his face, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and continued forward. A paper umbrella appeared in front of him, and then a young woman walked towards him gracefully. She was stunningly beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a fairyland, wearing a moonwhite long dress that fluttered with the wind, her skirt billowing, her skin fairer than snow, radiating a faint glow. Her clear eyes sparkled with lively light, accompanied by a subtle smile that felt like a spring breeze. "So enchanting. Are you well, young master?" The woman smiled slightly. Lin Qiang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head vigorously, instantly understanding. "A beauty trap, huh? How could I, Lin Qiang, be so infatuated with a woman that I lose my path to immortality?" He completely ignored the woman, firm in his resolve, and strode past her. As their bodies brushed against each other, he turned his head and said lightly, "Just a little trick." The corner of Lin Qiang's mouth twisted into a smirk, relieved that he wasn't distracted by lust, while secretly complaining that she wasn't really his type. He preferred someone a bit more flirtatious. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed. A huge soft bed appeared on the corridor bridge, blocking his way. A woman with enchanting eyes lay sideways on the bed, draped in thin gauze, her alluring skin barely concealed, one snow-white thigh half hidden, her smooth, jade-like feet slightly curled. One of her delicate hands pressed against her soft chest, her cheeks flushed, and her tongue lightly licked her succulent red lips. Her voice was both sweet and teasing. "Daji isn't full yet, young master, come here." Lin Qiang swallowed hard, his face lighting up, instinctively chuckling a few times. "Beauty, I'm coming. Hee, hurry to my bed." Daji sat up gracefully, the gauze slipping from her shoulders, and she let out a soft gasp, immediately pressing her hand down, taking the cosplay to the extreme. "This is intolerable. This is outrageous, any man would be unable to resist." Beauty, Lin Qiang's eyes widened. At that moment, his primal instincts overcame his rationality. What the hell with becoming an immortal? Once this village is gone, there's no more shop. Slap. Lin Qiang suddenly slapped himself. Slap. Slap. He slapped himself a few more times and stopped in his tracks. That was close. So close. Hee. Come on, there's more of me. Sister, I want it too. Me too. From behind the bed, one by one, women of various poses climbed up, each more alluring than the last. Finally, even black stockings and high heels appeared. "Brother, if you crawl over our bodies, you'll find the exit. Do I have to crawl over the bed? This is part of the assessment, right?" Yes, you're right, brother, this is part of the assessment. You mustn't touch me while I crawl. You're so bad, brother. A mature woman wearing black-rimmed glasses took off her high heels and tossed them to the ground, stretching her foot in black stockings forward. Lin Qiang's eyes widened in shock, and the firm resolve he had just built crumbled in an instant. He turned around, his right hand slipping into his pocket, scratching an itch through his clothes, hunching over, his gaze fixed intently on these temptresses, gritting his teeth, his face showing determination. On the playground, Zhang Junbao and Louis Fan looked up, focused on the scenes in the misty illusion. "Xiaofang, do you think Qiang can pass the final test?" Zhang Junbao asked. "It's hard to say. I'm curious about who designed this illusion. They really understand art. Look, everyone's trial on the corridor bridge is different. Some face money, some face fame, some face power, and it seems the final trial is about confronting the shackles of one's inner desires." Zhang Junbao turned his head to look at the sky above the playground, where screens made of mist were formed. Indeed, each student faced something different. Some became kings, commanding their knights to slaughter cities. Some girls became queens with power over the world, poisoning concubines one by one. Some became high officials, arrogantly berating relatives who once looked down on them at family gatherings. But the trial of female allure occupied the vast majority. "We're really lucky, Xiaofang." Louis Fan nodded, but she was a bit curious about what scene she would face if she encountered the corridor bridge trial. She frowned and suddenly asked, what was the significance of Lin Qiang putting his hand in his pocket and twisting his body just now? Zhang Junbao thought for a moment, put his hand in his pocket, and tried to touch the middle, nodding as he thought his brother should be about the same size. Zhang Junbao remained calm. It should be an itch on his thigh, scratching it. Luifang shot him a sidelong glance and said, oh, but if it's just scratching an itch, why bend over? It looks like he's in pain. Everyone has their own special talent. Perhaps this is his way of relieving tension. So amazing. When he comes out, I want to ask him. Zhang Junbao. In the office, several teachers were also admiring Lin Qiang in the misty illusion. Tai Long said, Brother Ma, I think this kid is very suitable to be your direct disciple. Ma Huayun raised his voice, Old Tai, what do you mean by that? Shan Ji echoed, Big brother is right. Brother Ma has a successor. Zhang Ziong, I second that. What do you three mean? Are you all in the same boat? I, Ma Huayun, am upright and above board. How could I be swayed by a mere woman? Chen Jiamu lightly patted Ma Huayun's shoulder. Brother, some things, we all understand. You don't understand at all. You don't understand. I can explain all your doubts, and the logic is self-consistent. Ma Huayun was almost on the verge of breaking down, screaming, Tai Long, an explanation is just a cover-up. A cover-up is the beginning of deception. Gue Wu said lightly, Today, I've broken my vow again. Why say again? Gue Wu, stop talking nonsense. November 21st, sunny, fart is the soul of shit. Chen Shiliang shouted angrily, Gue Wu, say less, focus on maintaining the formation. Hey, why is that kid in the illusion starting to take off his clothes? Ma Huayun looked at the illusion, his eyes suddenly narrowing. At that moment, he decided to pass on all he had learned to this child. This child would surely achieve great things. In the illusion, Lin Qiang began to take off his clothes, carefully removing them one by one and folding them neatly. De Ji, lying on the bed, watched with sultry eyes. Then he took off his shoes, socks, and unbuckled his belt with a flourish, pulling down his long underwear. Wearing only his shorts, he deliberately straightened his posture and declared, just a bunch of superficial beauties. I, Lin Qiang, am not even fazed. He shouted at the alluring woman a few steps away. I, Lin Qiang, live my life with integrity. How could I be muddled by mere female charm? Even if this is an illusion, in the real world, I would still smile in the face of danger and never falter. With a splash, Lin Qiang jumped into the pool, the icy water enveloping him and quickly calming his mind. He surfaced, spitting water out of his mouth and onto his face. Refreshing, refreshing. The beauty of a young woman is like tender pastry, with a sword at her waist to slay foolish men. Though no heads may roll, secretly I teach you to wither away. He swam vigorously while reciting the poetry from deep within his heart. With a sword piercing the peach blossom's heart, a few drops of dew between the petals. Riding the sword, riding the wind. Splashing wildly, he swam forward. He headed towards the exit of the corridor bridge, using the most standard frog swimming style to get there. Lin Qiang, cleared. In the next moment, Lin Qiang suddenly opened his eyes wide, immediately checking his pants and finding his clothes intact. It was all an illusion. He sat on the playground, looking up at Zhang Junbao and Luifang standing beside him. The three exchanged smiles. Congratulations, you got third place. Director Ma just said that the top three have special rewards. Lin Qiang stood up, patted his backside, and looked around. Some students were still trapped in the illusion, showing disappointed expressions, their heads hanging low with sighs. At that moment, Ma Huayun's voice echoed from afar, You three, come to the office. The first freshman assessment at Xinqingdao Academy had concluded. Nearly 2,000 students had registered, but after the first round of political reviews, physical examinations, and subsequent illusion assessments, only 26 qualified. The top three were Luifang, Zhang Junbao, and Lin Qiang. Among the 26, each would pay 1,800 a year, totaling just over 40,000 yuan, which, to put it bluntly, was hardly enough for food expenses. However, the academy's original intention was not to profit from tuition fees but to cultivate talent. Chen Jiamu did not comment on the results. In the first session, everyone lacked teaching experience, and having fewer students made it easier to manage. Based on various selections, these 26 individuals, even if placed in society to work in other industries or not particularly outstanding, had a clear advantage in martial arts training. They combined luck, courage, character, and intelligence. Chen Shiliang's principle was to cultivate both literary and martial skills. In the first year, all training focused on martial arts, such as Tai Chi and Bagua, while the cultural aspect included various traditional classics. Electives included I Ching, Feng Shui, Shimenduanjia, De Lu Rin, Ziwei Do Shu, and simpler games like Xiao Lu Rin and Meiwaishu were considered extracurricular self-study. Weekly activities included tea ceremonies, guqin lessons, and studying texts like Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, Lizi, and Biopuzi. Aside from mandatory morning and evening classes, other courses were entirely at the student's discretion. The morning and evening classes followed the rhythm of the Yuan Hongdao training class, with most of the time focused on play. There was a discussion led by Director Ma on whether the academy should establish an esports room, and during the first general meeting of all faculty and students at Xinqingdao Academy, a majority vote agreed to develop an esports room. Director Ma's reasoning was to keep up with the times. Playing games reasonably could benefit mental and physical health. There was another reason. At that time, Ma Huayun said at the meeting, if we don't let the students go online to play games, they'll just go to internet cafes. What if someone learns martial arts and gets into a fight at the internet cafe? Will the local police handle it or not? The meeting included all the teachers from the school, other externally hired teachers from the Taoist temple, and recruited art teachers. There were 26 students who participated, selected through assessments. The school did not have organizations like a student council. They referred to each other as senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters, based on seniority rather than age, determined by the time of passing the assessment. An important decision made at this meeting was that externally, they could be addressed as director or teacher, while within the academy, they would strictly follow the ancient method of addressing by surname plus master. After the meeting, Ma Huayun dispersed the crowd, leaving 3 people behind. Lu Yifang said, "Our new academy will be completed after the new year. I saw the renderings, and it's so much better than the 7th middle school." Lin Qiang replied, "Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I was still conflicted about whether to go to a factory if I didn't get into university." Zheng Junbao added, "It doesn't matter if you get in, you'll still end up in a factory." Ma Huayun walked in from outside, carrying a bag of yogurt. "You 3 performed well. Director Chen and Master Tianzuan have decided to give you 3 special treatment." Ma Huayun distributed the yogurt to a few people and took a box for himself. The 3 suppressed their excitement, waiting for Director Ma's next instructions. Lin Qiang asked, "Master Yun, does special treatment mean learning other things?" "What did you just say? Does special treatment mean learning other things?" "No, the previous sentence." "Master Yun." Ma Huayun nodded and said calmly, "I really like this title. Qiang, pass this title down." Lin Qiang nodded. "Why aren't you drinking? I specially bought this yogurt for you." The 3 smiled awkwardly. "Master Yun, do you have straws?" Ma Huayun snapped his fingers, and 3 straws flew over from a nearby desk. They hovered in front of the 3, while Ma Huayun kept one hand behind his back, his palm sweaty and even trembling slightly. Controlling objects with spiritual energy was still somewhat strenuous for him at this moment. He maintained a calm expression and smiled lightly. "Take the straws." The 3 immediately took the straws, admiring Master Yun's impressive display of skill. "Don't be so formal. This isn't an ordinary school." "Pooh, pooh, pooh pooh, pooh." The 3 inserted the straws into the yogurt and drank heartily. Zhang Junbao politely asked, "Master Yun, Director Chen can control a sword. Can our teachers do that too?" Ma Huayun chuckled. Flying with a sword is basic operation. Didn't you notice that the wine sword immortal in the illusion was me in disguise?" Right. Master Yun seems to fly even faster." "By the way, Master Yun, the Master Tianzuan you mentioned, who is he?" "His name is Chen Shiliang. He is the master of both me and Director Chen, and he has already ascended to immortality." "Who?" The 3 showed expressions of disbelief. "Alright, it's nothing extraordinary. Xiaofang, later you create a group and pull all the classmates in. As the senior sister, your responsibilities will be heavier in the future." Lu Yifang clasped her hands in salute. "Okay, Master Yun." You're learning quite well." Ma Huayun chatted with the 3 for a while longer before letting them go back. In the office, he was left alone. Ma Huayun got up to draw the curtains, stepping on a long bench, trying to use spiritual energy to lift himself up with the chair. He found it extremely strenuous and gave up after a few attempts. I need to meditate well and absorb and refine spiritual energy. I must avoid arrogance and impatience. Once the new year is over and school officially starts, controlling a sword should be basic practice. He took out his phone, deleted some classic videos he had treasured for many years, and saved a few inspirational songs. He casually dialed He Wei's number. "Hello, Mr. He." Master Ma, your instructions. We just had a meeting. The academy wants to add an esports room, and the computers should be of higher configuration. Esports room? Isn't that your school? What's wrong? Is there a funding issue? There was a hesitation on the phone for a few seconds, then He Wei chuckled and said, "No problem. I'll notify the procurement team this afternoon to prepare the purchase bid for the computers." Make it a bit luxurious. We have 26 students in the first batch. You handle it, no need to confirm the renderings. "Sure, By the way, Master Ma, this weekend, a boss from the engineering department is coming over from Hong Kong, and I heard he's bringing a dance troupe. Since you're the project leader, do you want to relax together in the evening? No need, I'd rather not participate in those lowbrow activities anymore. Beep, Ma Huayun hung up the phone and placed his mobile on the table. I need to cultivate. At that moment, there was a knock on the door accompanied by a shout. Senior brother Ma, do you have a moment? Ma Huayun got up to open the door. Junior brother, what's the matter? Standing outside was Chen Jiamu, dressed in casual clothes, looking clean and tidy, with his long hair tied up. Chen Jiamu said, I want to introduce you to a new student. Ma Huayun asked, who is it? My sister. Your sister? Ma Huayun raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused about the situation. Isn't your sister in elementary school? You want to bring her to our academy? Chen Jiamu nodded. Junior brother, we don't have any cultural class teachers. No, she's attending her classes normally. She's just coming over after school to experience life. I promised her I would teach her to fly. She's just a little kid. Does she think she can absorb spiritual energy? It's not that easy. Chen Jiamu smiled without speaking, too lazy to explain the impact of talent and temperament on cultivation. Master Qin Shiliang had once commented that in the realm of immortality, aside from himself, Ma Huayun and Gue Wu had the highest comprehension. This also explained why the Iron Dragon trio had been fumbling for so long yet remained stuck at the martial stage, unable to grasp spiritual energy. However, an unstable temperament is an obstacle to condensing spiritual energy. If senior brother Ma could remain calm, his progress should actually be quite fast. Ma Huayun followed Chen Jiamu out of the office and onto the playground, where all the students had already gone home. On the playground, there was a little girl with a high ponytail, looking up at a bird's nest in the tree. Ma Huayun smiled slightly. From a distance, the girl's features did resemble those of junior brother Chen, and she looked like a very obedient and honest child. Her personality should be as serene as her brother's. Although this student was a bit young, his intuition told him that this little girl was likely the kind of child who listened well. Junior brother, your sister looks quite obedient. At that moment, the little girl suddenly turned her head, leaned forward, swung her arms, paused for about 3 seconds, then began to bounce and run, kicking up dust beneath her feet. She ran faster and faster, lowering her head and striking a collision pose. Brother, help me out. Ma Huayun turned to look at Chen Jiamu, noticing that his expression was normal. Chen Jiamu took a few steps forward, facing Chen Jiji, and kicked out. He used a clever technique, flicking the soccer ball into the air. Chen Jiji soared into the air, kicked up by the foot, arcing toward the top of the tree, flying higher and higher. The little girl showed an excited expression in the air, estimating she was at least 10 meters high. She flew over the treetops, glanced at the bird's nest, and revealed a disappointed expression upon finding it empty. The next moment, she began to free fall, and then Chen Jiamu kicked again, sending Chen Jiji soaring once more. From dozens of meters away, Chen Jiamu shouted, Senior brother, catch my sister. Ma Huayun looked up at the person coming down and instinctively extended his hands, trying hard to use spiritual energy to reduce the impact. Chen Jiji landed on Ma Huayun, sliding down. The little girl tilted her head back and stretched out a chubby little hand. Hello, my name is Chen Jiji. Ma Huayun extended his hand and solemnly shook her small hand. Classmate Chen Jiji, welcome to the Dao Academy. In the outskirts of Xinxing, there lies a very special prison for cadres. This place has always been little known, surrounded by desolate weeds and sparse trees, quiet to the point of being oppressive. Due to its special nature, it is heavily guarded on ordinary days, with only the occasional passing birds breaking the silence. Recently, all the prisoners in the prison were transferred. In the original prison area, a strange building appeared. It was surrounded by steel plates, each 100 millimeters thick, meticulously cast together, with every plate polished smooth, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. To ensure absolute security, a large amount of waterproof material was applied to the surface of the steel plates, as if to completely seal any possible gaps. Moreover, the steel plates were densely engraved with ancient and mysterious symbols. At intervals, yellow paper talismans were affixed, gently swaying in the breeze, making a rustling sound. The heavy iron door slowly creaked open, echoing a dull creak in the empty prison area. Lin Weidong, dressed in a crisp uniform, with a stern expression, walked in with steady steps, followed closely by 2 subordinates, their footsteps synchronized and powerful. In the center of the room, there was a small cell. Inside the cell, a man was tightly bound by thick iron chains. He was Zhou Longyi. The chains passed through the major acupoints of his body, faintly shimmering, as if constantly drawing his strength. Zhou Longyi heard the noise and slowly raised his previously drooping head, his disheveled hair obscuring his eyes. Through the gaps in his hair, one could see the flickering resentment in his gaze. Lin Weidong stood firm, his gaze piercing, staring directly at Zhou Longyi. and said in a deep voice, "Zhou Longi, are you sure you have nothing to say?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhou Longi let out a mad laugh, the sound echoing in the confined space, sending chills down one's spine. After a long while, he spat out 2 words, "Ants." His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Weidong's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of barely perceptible anger flashed in his eyes as he pressed a button on the controller in his hand. In an instant, electric current surged through the chains to Zhou Longi's entire body. His body instantly tensed, convulsing violently, muscles shaking uncontrollably, his facial features twisted in pain, yet even so, he gritted his teeth and did not utter a single sound of plea. "According to our understanding, 4 demon cultivators have smuggled over from your so-called immortal world. You are sheltering them, aren't you?" Lin Weidong raised his voice, enunciating each word. "Ants. Once I recover my cultivation, I will definitely turn you into a water corpse and then slowly torture you," Zhou Longi roared hoarsely, the killing intent in his eyes nearly bursting forth. Lin Weidong cursed inwardly, feeling a wave of helplessness rise within him. Facing such a mad and stubborn person, verbal communication seemed to have lost its meaning. Just then, a subordinate stepped forward quickly and whispered a few words in Lin Weidong's ear. Lin Weidong's previously furrowed brows slightly lifted, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes, and then he said, "Let them in." Before long, several scientists in white lab coats walked in from outside. They held a thick stack of documents, looking hurried as they approached Lin Weidong and began to report in low voices, occasionally pointing at the documents with their fingers. Based on the hints given by Chen Xiliang, it could be confirmed through the analysis of Zhou Longi's physiological samples that he came from another world, not through physical crossing, but rather a soul transfer. Current theory can confirm that the real world corresponds to a mirrored world. Simply put, every living being exists simultaneously in 2 different worlds. One is the familiar real world, and the other is a more splendid world of immortals and heroes. For example, a person has 2 different identities that usually do not interfere with each other, yet, in the depths of fate, there are many similarities, just with different modes of existence. The 2 worlds operate under their own rules, but now, it seems to be in chaos. Some mortals appear to have awakened the primordial spirit of the immortal world, suddenly transforming into another person. According to Chen Xiliang, there are even great powers who can inherit memories from both sides, merging them into one person. Chen Xiliang himself is one of them. Everything originated from Chun Jiamu. Lin Weidong initially thought he was listening to a myth, but now, with scientific validation, he even felt excited. Perhaps a small beggar here is a sword cultivator over there, and a high official here might just be an ordinary person over there. For instance, Gue Wu is merely a simple, introverted chef in the Dao cultivation class, but in the immortal world, he is a powerful cultivator. Chen Jiji is an ordinary little girl, but over there, who knows? Never mind. Zhou Longi was originally a migrant worker, and on that night, while drinking beer with his foreman at a roadside stall, the primordial spirit of a demon cultivator from another world took over this body. Zhou Longi was very fortunate because the version of him over there had gambled his physical body to come here, and he merged the memories of both realms. That night, upon arriving in the real world, he was very excited, and with a swift motion, he killed 3 project managers, scaring his co-workers. At this moment, several special agents were preparing to insert various probes into Zhou Longi's forehead, connected to a large device nearby. Team leader Lin, everything is ready. Are you sure you want to try it yourself? A scientific staff member confirmed. Lin Weidong nodded as he connected to the device on his forehead. This experiment was designed to allow Lin Weidong to read Zhou Longi's memories through brainwave interaction. Lin Weidong took a deep breath, lay back in the restraining chair, and said, "Let's go." Start. The staff exchanged glances and then pressed the confirmation button. In the next moment, Lin Weidong's body convulsed, the scene before him shattered like a mirror, and his consciousness traversed through the air. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transformed into Zhou Longi, surrounded by an environment resembling a city gate from the Warring States period. "Is this that world?" Lin Weidong murmured. "Ants, get out of my head," Zhou Longi's voice echoed in Lin Weidong's mind. "Zhou Longi, what are you afraid of?" "Afraid? I don't know what method you used to make my memories resurface, but are you sure you want to see what comes next?" As dawn broke, the ancient city gates slowly opened, the creaking sound awakening the sleeping town. Lin Wei looked up. The city wall bore the name Shangfan City. Through the city gate, he saw that the area in front was already bustling with merchants and travelers. An old man selling pancakes carried a shoulder pole, the steaming aroma of pancakes wafting through the air, attracting children who gathered around, eagerly watching. A caravan selling cloth drove away donkey carts, with colorful silks shimmering in the sunlight. Women paused to select fabrics, their fingers stroking the material as they haggled with the vendors. Not far away, street performers were showcasing their skills, with flashes of blades and swords, cheers rising and falling. The performers, dressed in tattered clothes, displayed agile movements. A flip and a slash drew applause from the crowd. The guards at the city gate wore heavy armor and held long spears, their vigilant eyes scanning the crowd, yet unable to hide a hint of amusement at the lively scene. The clamor of carts and horses, the din of voices, and the sounds of shouting and laughter intertwined, adding vibrant life to the ancient city gate. I never expected there to be such an amazing world. He found himself in a phantom state, his body passing through the crowd as if in a dream. At that moment, a figure flew across the sky, standing atop the city lord's mansion, causing the guards to stir. The citizens of the city looked up, pointing and murmuring, some shouting about the immortal cultivator. The young Taoist was slender, with a persistent look in his eyes, dressed in a plain, faded Taoist robe. Lin Weidong's spirit lifted. He recognized him. This was Chen Jiamu. Was he the little Taoist of this world? Ants, back in the day, the demon path bloodied Shangfan. It was a rare spectacle. Today, to relive those profound memories, ha ha ha, what a delight. Who is the demon path? Lin Weidong wondered, looking up at Chen Jiamu on the city tower. In the sky, countless cultivators rode flying swords or other magical tools, filling the air, numbering over 100. Demon path Chen Jiamu. Surrender now. Demon path. Hand over the Chaos Pearl, and we will spare your life. Our Taiping Immortal sect is here today to eliminate demons and protect the way. You madman, do you think you can be safe just because you arrived in Shangfan? The sky was filled with cultivators surrounding Chen Jiamu, swords drawn and tensions high. The citizens within the city were stunned by this sudden appearance of immortals. Is this really an immortal descending to the mortal realm? Children by the street dropped their rattles with a thud, looking up with shock on their little faces, some even pointing at the sky, excitedly shouting, "Mother, look! Immortal!" The candy hawker, with his shoulder pole slanted, wore an expression of disbelief. The citizens whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. Standing atop the high tower in the city, Chen Jiamu surveyed the righteous cultivators surrounding him, a mad smile spreading across his face. You hypocrites, always calling me a demon. You've chased me for half a month. Today, let's settle this. His voice was hoarse and filled with rage, carried away by the wind. Chen Jiamu, hand over the Chaos Pearl, and we will spare your life. Another cultivator shouted loudly. If you want the Chaos Pearl, come and take it. Chen Jiamu quickly formed seals with his hands, a surge of evil energy erupting from within him, black mist swirling around, with faint cries of ghosts and wolves echoing from the mist. The righteous cultivators unleashed their spells, and in an instant, the sky was filled with flickering lights, the brilliance of various spells intertwining. Chen Jiamu wielded his wooden sword, his swordplay strange and varied, each move infused with powerful evil energy, making it hard to defend against. Under his assault, many righteous cultivators were injured and fell to the ground. Everyone, attack together, don't let him escape. The cultivators closed in on Chen Jiamu again. He found himself in a dire situation, his strength gradually waning, and he bore several wounds, blood staining his Taoist robe. Demon path, die, kill him, avenge the innocent. Cries for blood echoed from the crowd, urging him toward death. Chen Jiamu's mental defenses began to crumble under the relentless shouts, his eyes filled with pain and despair. You all deserve to die. Chen Jiamu suddenly let out a furious roar, his voice filled with madness and despair. Black sword energy shot out like lightning in all directions, destroying everything in its path, whether houses or cultivators, mercilessly obliterated. The once bustling street was instantly reduced to chaos, buildings collapsed, flames soared, and the screams of the people filled the air. In the midst of this turmoil, Chen Jiamu's figure appeared particularly ferocious. He had completely lost his sanity, with only endless hatred and anger left in his heart. Just as Chen Jiamu was about to exhaust his strength, a figure streaked across the sky like lightning, appearing before him in an instant. As everyone focused, they saw it was an old Taoist, dressed in a gray robe, with white hair and beard, yet his eyes held profound wisdom. Master! Chen Jiamu saw the old Taoist and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was soon replaced by pain. Master, they are forcing me, they all want me dead. Jiamu, do not be afraid, your master has come to save you. The old Taoist said, quickly forming hand seals. A powerful righteous energy surged from his body, contrasting sharply with the evil force surrounding Chen Jiamu. Chen Shiliang, you dare to shelter this demon, today you shall not escape. Zhao Lingfeng, you claim to be eliminating demons and safeguarding the way, but in truth, you seek the Chaos Pearl. Though I, Chen Shiliang, am not talented, I cannot stand by and watch you hypocrites harm my disciple. Chen Shiliang responded fearlessly. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Zhao Lingfeng once again led the group of cultivators to attack Chen Shiliang and Chen Jiamu. Chen Shiliang's figure flickered, appearing in front of Chen Jiamu, his hands moving rapidly as he cast a set of exquisite spells. A brilliant light radiated from his body, and golden runes flew from his hands like sharp blades, shooting towards the righteous cultivators. Those cultivators quickly cast spells to defend themselves, but many were still struck by the runes, injuring them and forcing them to retreat. Chen Jiamu gritted his teeth against the pain and swung his wooden sword, fighting alongside Chen Shiliang. The master and disciple worked in perfect harmony, making it difficult for the righteous cultivators to approach. How can Chen Shiliang and Chen Jiamu be so powerful? One cultivator said in terror. Regardless, we must obtain the Chaos Pearl. Everyone, put in more effort. Zhao Lingfeng gritted his teeth. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, Chen Shiliang suddenly pulled out an ancient talisman from his bosom. The talisman emitted a mysterious glow, covered in ancient runes. Chen Shiliang tossed the talisman into the air, chanting incantations. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a massive golden beam of light descended, striking directly at the camp of the righteous cultivators. The powerful force sent those cultivators tumbling, many fainting on the spot. Now's our chance, go! Chen Shiliang grabbed Chen Jiamu's arm and used a teleportation technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. Lin Weidong was left dumbfounded, unsure how to express himself. This master and disciple were so reckless? Could the little Taoist really be a demon? A splitting headache coursed through him, and Lin Weidong suddenly opened his eyes, realizing his consciousness had returned to his original body. He lay in a binding chair, his body nearly soaked in sweat. After adjusting for a full half hour, he finally recovered from the shock. Boss, just now Dean Shin called, inviting you to the Dao Academy's opening ceremony after the new year, a subordinate reported softly. On the rooftop platform of Hiwei's private villa, it was unlike an ordinary homestay terrace, where merely planting some flowers would suffice. The entire platform was about 260 square meters, surrounded by wooden railings, creating a tranquil space. There were fish ponds, rockeries, and small landscapes, clearly designed by a master. A renovation boss once jokingly remarked that just the waterproofing was beyond what anyone could imagine. Hiwei had become wealthy and somewhat arrogant. In a corner, several tall bamboo stalks swayed in the gentle breeze, rustling softly. In the center stood an ancient small table paired with several cushions, on which a delicate tea set was placed. Chen Jiamu sat cross-legged on a cushion, his expression serene. Beside him, Chen Jiji squatted on a grandmaster chair, fiercely playing a game on her phone, her body swaying back and forth. Opposite them sat Ma Huayun, brewing tea. Senior brother, in these past few days, I've recalled many things. Ma Huayun paused fiddling with the charcoal fire, looking up in confusion, realizing that Chen Jiamu had an unusually serious expression. Chen Jiamu gazed towards the large floor-to-ceiling window at the edge of the rooftop, his eyes penetrating through the glass, through the steel forest, through mountains and rivers, seemingly directed towards a place far beyond. Over there, I was also called Chen Jiamu. At first, they called me the Little Taoist, then they called me the Great Demon Taoist, and later they referred to me as the true immortal of Xuanwu. Ma Huayun was taken aback and unconsciously sat up straight. He had previously watched the videos that junior brother Chen brought back from the immortal cultivation world and had seen that other self who was so handsome it moved him. Chen Jiamu smiled faintly. To be precise, it was in the year 763 that I cultivated immortality there, asked about immortals, sought immortals, and had a good master and 6 good senior brothers. I was born in Xinjiang village, Hezhou. My mother was an ordinary fisherman. Later, my father returned from the border once and hurriedly left again. The following year, I had a younger sister. She was very cute. The 3 of us fished, sold fish, and stewed fish together. Although life was not affluent, it was very warm. As Ma Huayun listened, images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A quiet farmer's courtyard, drying fishing nets. On the shallow beach beside the courtyard, the little junior brother rolled up his pants and used a trident to spear fish, while on the shore, a 5 or 6-year-old girl splashed in the water with bare feet. At 15, I went to the provincial examination and won first place, being regarded as a prodigy by the villagers. The next year, I went to the imperial examination and, even more so, outshone my peers, winning the top honor. At that time, my mother was overjoyed, selling our family's savings. The neighbors had high hopes for me and spontaneously raised money for me to go to the capital for the exam. Who would have thought that the winds would change suddenly, and the world would be engulfed in war? The once peaceful and prosperous era vanished like a dream, replaced by the clang of weapons and the smoke of gunpowder. Disasters surged like a tidal wave, ravaging everywhere, leaving the common people homeless and suffering. Overnight, my originally peaceful and harmonious home was swept into the torrent of the times, becoming refugees, struggling to survive in the chaos. Chen Jiamu paused here, turning his head to look at Chen Jiji, who was seriously playing a game nearby, frowning slightly. Chen Jiji shook her head, bobbing her head, chattering away as she directed her teammates through voice chat. Ma Huayun, intrigued, poured a cup of hot tea for his junior brother. Did you meet your master later? No, Chen Jiamu changed the subject. Later, on the road of fleeing from disaster, there were several times I almost starved to death. 2 years later, the war ended, and we managed to survive. Then we met Yaoer, the daughter of a wealthy family, who took us in. So, we lived in her house, and my father-in-law appreciated me at that time. Eventually, we became a family. Pfft, Ma Huayun spat out a mouthful of old tea. Wow, junior brother, you became a son-in-law? Chen Jiamu smiled lightly. Wrong. I was legally married. I was a poor boy back then, and my sister had not yet started her education, nor did we have money for school. My father-in-law seemed to see through my worries and bought us a 3-entry house in the inner city, allowing Yaoer and me to be self-reliant. Later, I found out that the embroidery work Yaoer did and the pottery I sold were bought out by many customers every day. Later, whether it was the wine brewed by my mother or the calligraphy written by my sister, they would sell at the market. I wasn't a fool. My sister's handwriting was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, and no one wanted it even if it was free. I naturally saw that this was my father-in-law's good intentions. That year, Yaoer and I earned 300 taels of silver through our own efforts. With money to hold a wedding, I could marry Yaoer in a grand manner. Upon hearing this, Ma Huayun's eyelids twitched. Junior brother, why do I feel like I'm listening to a sci-fi movie? You seem to encounter all the good things. I miss Ame. Chen Jiji suddenly looked up, a confused expression on her face. Brother, am I studying well over there? Chen Jiamu chuckled silently. His sister, who was focused on her phone, had been multitasking all along. The teacher who enlightened you changed 16 times in a year. Chen Jiji nodded proudly, giving a heavy And then? Ma Huayun asked. A month before the wedding, several cultivators passed by our home. They took you all away, thus beginning the path to immortality? Ma Huayun clapped his hands, asking excitedly. Chen Jiamu's expression was complex. No, he only took one person. Ma Huayun was taken aback. You gave up your family and ran off with an immortal? I respected Yaoer's choice. Yaoer told me that when she returned from her cultivation, she would come back to find me. Later, I waited for a full 47 years, until I inherited the position of family head. My sister got married, and after burying my mother and my in-laws, she never returned. I later read countless scriptures and traveled through famous mountains and rivers, all in search of the immortal, seeking Yaoer's whereabouts. When I saw Yaoer again, I was already an old man, on the verge of death. That day, I passed by the Shurha River at Ishi Mountain, the sky filled with brilliant stars, the moon like a hook. There were many fireflies along the river bank. In a daze, I saw several figures sweep past overhead. They were a few young immortals, flying low on swords, both male and female. Among them, a fairy in a yellow robe looked very much like Yaoer. After a long while, her figure gradually faded away. After a stick of incense burned, a gentle breeze brushed by. I sat, forgetting this life, the distinction between immortals and mortals, like an ant shaking a great tree. The shimmering Shurha River reflected the splendid lights of the Lantern Festival. It was time to say goodbye to this world. I stood by the river, feeling an unprecedented exhilaration. At that moment, I really wanted to jump in. Ma Huayun's eyes widened in shock as he pressed on. What happened next? You didn't really jump in, did you? His voice carried a hint of disbelief and urgency. Chen Jiamu slightly raised his head, a faint smile appearing on his face as he softly said, before an ordinary person comprehends the matters of love and the great path, it is difficult to discern the depth of emotions. It is like the light of lanterns in the water, clearly shimmering, appearing to be within reach, as if one could touch it with a hand, yet in reality, it is so illusory and ethereal, making it hard to grasp. He paused, his gaze shifting to the nearby terrace fish pond, the water crystal clear, with fish swimming freely. Then, Chen Jiamu continued slowly, the light reflected by the lanterns in the water is akin to the emotions between men and women. When two people meet, that emotion is as dazzling as fireworks, yet when it comes time to part, it sways like a candle flickering in the wind. However, even if the lanterns eventually extinguish, the feelings that once existed will still take root and sprout deeply in the heart. At this point, Chen Jiamu's eyes grew increasingly profound, as if he could penetrate time and see his past self. He gently sighed, reflecting, in this cycle of gathering and parting, I finally realized that the emotions between men and women and the great path of the world are actually interconnected. The entanglement of feelings is a kind of fate, and severing emotional attachments is also a kind of fate. This cycle continues endlessly, and this is what I have come to understand about the reincarnation of love and the causality of the Tao. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, stirring the corners of Chen Jiamu's clothes. He stood there quietly, his gaze calmly fixed on the fish pond on the terrace, recounting the waves and struggles that arose from emotions in the past. And now, everything had transformed into a sense of tranquility and transcendence deep within his heart. Chen Jiamu smiled lightly and said, "Then, the river water was like a mirror, reflecting without a ripple. My primordial spirit stirred, and I suddenly comprehended the path of endless life, my white hair turning back to black. When I met Yaoer again, it was already 300 years later. By then, I had become a disciple on Wudang Mountain." Ma Huayun was left speechless, unable to ask further. 5 days later, in the bustling and noisy Xinxiang, with towering buildings and a constant flow of traffic, it was a sunny afternoon, and the streets of Xinxiang were as lively as ever. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept across the sky, followed by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the entire city. People looked up in terror, only to see a malevolent figure shrouded in black mist hovering in the air, its eyes flickering with an eerie red light, and its grotesque face sending chills down their spines. Just as the crowd was thrown into a panic, a white figure shot through the sky like lightning. It was a woman, her garments billowing, wielding a jade sword that glimmered with a cold light. With a swing of her sword, the air rippled with sword energy. "Yun Yao, sword immortal, we have no quarrel. Why force me to reveal myself?" A man in a black suit erupted with black mist. It was Yang Chuang, the chairman of the local Carrefour chain. Once a wealthy old man, he now floated in the air, his demeanor transformed. Yang Chuang spat out a jet of black flame, colliding with the sword energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion of light. Dressed in a moonwhite ancient outfit, Yun Yao was breathtakingly beautiful, with a few strands of hair falling beside her cheeks, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes resembling a cold, deep pool, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed untouched by the mundane world. This sudden battle instantly captured the attention of the entire city. People stopped what they were doing, staring in horror at the scene unfolding in the sky. The streets descended into chaos, with vehicles colliding and pedestrians fleeing in all directions, screams and shouts echoing everywhere. Lin Weidong was in his office handling official business when he suddenly heard a tremendous noise outside. Startled, he rushed out of his office. Upon seeing the battle between the sword immortal and the malevolent figure, his eyes widened in shock. What is happening?" Lin Weidong murmured to himself. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and issued an order. "All team members, pay attention. Immediately evacuate the crowd and set up a quarantine zone to ensure the safety of the citizens." Meanwhile, the battle between Yun Yao and the malevolent figure intensified. Yun Yao's swordplay flowed like water, unpredictable and fluid. Yang Chuang was tightly wrapped in his black mist. "Now that I have revealed myself, I will hold nothing back." Yang Chuang let out a sinister laugh, then suddenly spread his arms wide, causing the black mist to expand rapidly, enveloping the entire city above. Within the mist, countless distorted faces appeared, emitting agonizing wails that sent shivers down spines. Yun Yao furrowed her brow, fully aware of the malevolent figure's power. Taking a deep breath, she quickly circulated her spiritual energy, and the sword in her hand shone brightly. Slash! Yun Yao shouted, her figure flashing like a white meteor as she charged toward the malevolent figure. Lin Weidong also led the special operations team to the scene. They were filled with fear upon witnessing the terrifying sight in the sky, yet they did not retreat, steadfastly holding their positions and working to evacuate the crowd. "Everyone, stay calm and follow the plan," Lin Weidong shouted. His voice was firm and powerful, providing a measure of comfort to his team and the citizens. The air was filled with sword energy, and black flames raged. The entire city was engulfed in the flames of battle, buildings were destroyed, streets were ravaged, and ruins were scattered everywhere. "Captain, we can't do anything," a team member anxiously asked. Lin Weidong hesitated for a moment and replied, "Our strength is too insignificant in the face of this battle. Intervening recklessly would only lead to needless deaths. I'll call for help." Just then, the female sword immortal unleashed countless streams of sword energy that danced like snowflakes, sweeping toward the malevolent figure. Sensing the immense threat, the malevolent figure struggled desperately, trying to fend off the fatal blow. "No, it can't be. I won't die," it roared in despair. In the face of Yun Yao's powerful sword energy, its resistance seemed utterly futile. The entire city watched in stunned silence, as if they could hardly believe what was happening before their eyes. Lin Weidong had just dialed Chen Jiamu's number. "Hello, little Taoist. What's the matter?" "Nothing." "Oh." Yun Yao looked at the crowd below and appeared next to Lin Weidong in the next moment. Lin Weidong saw a streak of light descending from the sky. Standing 5 meters in front of him was the beautiful fairy who had just been flying around. "Yun Yao, do you know where my husband is?" Lin Weidong was taken aback by this sudden question, his face full of confusion, and he instinctively replied, "Fairy, your husband? Who is he?" Yun Yao frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. "Chen Jiamu." Lin Weidong swallowed hard, took out his phone, and tremblingly dialed a number. "Hello, little Taoist, is it convenient to take a call? What's the matter?" Lin Weidong lowered his voice. "Little Taoist, there's an incredibly powerful female sword fairy looking for you all over the world. Then he handed the phone to Yun Yao. A puzzled voice came from the phone. Hello. Hi. Are you Chen Jiamu? Yes. Who are you? Husband, it really is you. Beep beep beep. Hello, the number you dialed cannot be reached temporarily. Chen Jiamu's face stiffened, he hung up the phone and turned it off. A bitter smile, helpless, indescribable. No, although he was gradually recalling memories from another world, he should at least have a buffer period. How could she really come? Moreover, she called him husband right away, completely unadaptable. Chen Shiliang flew out. Chen Shiliang, disciple, this is a good thing. Chen Jiamu complained. What good thing? Our academy is in need of people, and now a big sister from the cultivation world has come, and she's free labor. Why not take advantage of it? In the luxurious living room of He Wei's house, Shen Jiji was competing with a vacuum cleaner and a sweeping robot to clean the room. Shen Jiamu shouted, Shen Jiji, master wants to play a game with you. Brother, I'm coming. The little girl, holding a vacuum cleaner, rushed over at full speed. Chen Shiliang swooshed back into the incense burner. Xinshengdao Academy had finished its renovations, with classrooms and dormitories all open for ventilation to release formaldehyde. In the dean's office, designed in pure national style, there was a table and a chair, both meticulously chosen. Unusually, the entire academy was shrouded in an invisible formation to shield the energy flow. The formation was laid out by Chen Shiliang, and Chen Jiamu was very satisfied. Soon after, Douyin had a new ancient costume female blogger. Her works were very simple, just writing her autobiography with a brush. With synchronized voiceovers, such slow-paced videos usually had little traffic, but for some reason, every work by this blogger named Yun Yao had an overwhelming amount of views. Ma Huayun was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly sat up straight from the sofa. In the video, there was a quaint little courtyard, with red plums blooming in the corner, their fragrance wafting through the air. A woman sat quietly at a stone table, her posture graceful, her brows and eyes like a painting. She delicately held a brush, dipping it in ink, starting to write, and finishing with elegant small characters, the strokes flowing. At the same time, a pleasant female voice played in sync. The first meeting with my husband was at the porridge distribution site in Yulan City. On that day, the disaster victims were numerous, and the crowd surged. My husband queued for a long time to get porridge, but instead of eating it first, he offered it to his mother and sister. At that time, although he was in ragged clothes, his demeanor showed warmth, his posture was upright, and he exuded heroism. My heart raced, and I was secretly tied by the threads of love, making it hard to forget from then on. Later, my father needed help, and I found my husband, who was said to have great potential, so he stayed in the house. Only then did I know that his surname was Chen, and his name was Jiamu. At that time, I often pretended to seek knowledge, thus asking my husband many questions. Each time I asked, he would answer earnestly, his words sincere, showing no signs of annoyance. At first, we could only meet once every 7 or 8 days, but soon we could see each other every 3 to 5 days. Later, if I didn't see him for a day, my heart would feel desolate, and my longing would grow like rampant vines, impossible to sever. Ma Huayun's phone fell onto the sofa with a thud. He hurriedly picked it up and immediately opened the blogger's homepage, discovering several works, each depicting the same scene, writing his own autobiography. The sense of a female-focused novel flashed before his eyes. The comments below were varied and colorful. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, junior brother's wife. Ma Huayun recalled what Chen Jiamu had mentioned before, about encountering Yaoer during a time of hardship. This blogger was named Yun Yao. It matched perfectly. He quickly downloaded the video and sent the link to the old Taoist class WeChat group. Then, without further ado, he directly watched the latest chapter. 1 month before the wedding date, my master passed through this place and said that I possessed a spiritual root for cultivation, with extraordinary talent, and that I would surely achieve something in cultivation. Upon hearing this, my heart raced. However, as the wedding date approached, the grand ceremony with my husband was imminent. My master then said, if you miss this opportunity, your chance for immortality will be hard to come by again. With your talent, within a year, you can have spiritual energy enter your body, and at that time, you can reconnect with your fiancé and enter the sect together for dual cultivation and seeking the Tao. On that day, I bid farewell to my husband. He did not try to stop me, his expression forlorn. My master took me on a sword ride, and as I looked back, I saw my husband sitting alone on the rooftop, empty wine jars lined beside him, his solitary state breaking my heart. Tears streamed down my face, emotions hard to contain. As I left for cultivation, I vowed to return soon, but how could I easily sever my feelings for my husband? Ma Huayun couldn't wait and clicked on the second video, remembering what his junior brother had said. After his wife left with the immortal, he waited for a full 47 years, finally attaining enlightenment before he died, ultimately achieving immortality. My master is a gentle and kind female cultivator, known by the Tao name, Heartless. She primarily practices the Heartless Sword technique of the Supreme Profound. Since entering the sect for half a year, my cultivation has advanced rapidly, far surpassing my peers. My master praised me as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, saying that on the path of cultivation, I would surely shine brightly. The following year, during the sect's grand competition, I relied on what I had learned to defeat all challengers and won first place, receiving a cleansing elixir. This elixir is precious and can help one open their spiritual veins and undergo a transformation. Thinking of my husband at home, though separated by 1,000 miles, our bond was hard to sever, so I sent a message via a celestial crane, delivering the cleansing elixir to my husband, hoping he would take it to open his spiritual veins and join me in our cultivation promise. Upon seeing this, Ma Huayun immediately called Chen Jiamu. Beep, 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 the phone rang. Hello, little junior brother, this is your problem now. Your sister-in-law didn't forget you at that time, she was still thinking of bringing you along to cultivate. Chen Jiamu's lazy voice came through the phone. What are you talking about? Ma Huayun smiled slyly, feeling he had a hold over Chen Jiamu. What are you doing over there, still engaging in the primordial spirit movement, comprehending the eternal cycle of life? Brother, isn't it your wife's cleansing elixir that allows you to cultivate? Chen Jiamu raised his voice. Are you talking about that video? Ma Huayun smirked. Could it be false? Your wife even chased you from another world. Do you plan to keep shutting yourself off from her? You don't know anything. Beep. Chen Jiamu hung up the phone. Ma Huayun shrugged and casually clicked on the next video to continue watching. Not long after, I received a letter from my father, saying that my husband had married the daughter of the city lord and instructed me not to communicate with him again, stating that our bond was severed. Upon hearing this news, it felt as if thunder had struck me, my insides burning, my heart like dead ashes. For the next 47 years, I remained unwilling to give up, nearly every month writing letters to my husband and father, yet not a single reply came. My master often advised me that since I had entered the immortal gate, I should cut off mundane emotional ties, but I found it hard to let go, always thinking of my husband. One day, my senior sister Mei Wanrong secretly informed me that the celestial cranes that had been delivering messages were all intercepted by my master, and even the cleansing elixir had never been sent out. At first, I found it hard to believe, until one time, I secretly followed the messenger crane and flew 100 miles away, only to truly see my master intercept the crane. Upon witnessing this, I was filled with uncontrollable anger and rushed to my master, demanding answers in a stern voice. My master remained calm, fully admitting everything, even stating that my father's reply was all forged by her. She claimed that all she did was to help me comprehend the emotionless sword intent of the supreme mystery, and it was truly for my own cultivation. Hearing this, my heart ached as if it were being twisted. Disregarding my master's obstruction, I resolutely flew down the mountain on my sword, determined to find my husband. Upon returning to my hometown, the house was no longer as it used to be, it had completely vanished, and my husband was nowhere to be found. In a daze, I realized that 47 years had passed, the world had changed beyond recognition, and everything was different. One day, I flew over the Shur River on my sword, coinciding with the Lantern Festival. The riverside was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. Yet, my heart felt lonely. In a moment of confusion, I seemed to feel my husband still by my side, our past love as if it were just yesterday. But when I looked back, all that remained was emptiness, leaving me with a heart full of sorrow. In a corner of the Tao Academy's playground, Chen Jiamu finished watching this video, silently locked his phone, and gazed at the sky, his emotions incredibly complex. He then clicked on the next video. 400 years later, I killed my master to comprehend the emotionless sword intent of the supreme mystery. In a quiet corner of the South Bay Lake in Xinjiang, a tranquil guesthouse was gently wrapped in the warm glow of the setting sun. Yunya gently set down her brush, concluding today's video recording, and then unconsciously sighed softly, her sigh filled with unspeakable melancholy and loneliness. Beside her, Lin Weidong noticed and hurriedly stepped forward, offering a steaming towel with both hands, his expression respectful yet tinged with concern, carefully saying, "Sword Immortal, please wipe your hands." Yin Yao waved her hand slightly. A layer of unshakable sorrow enveloped her stunningly beautiful face. Her cherry lips parted as she softly murmured, "Shaolinzi, do you think my husband would be willing to see me?" Her voice was gentle, yet it carried endless anxiety and anticipation. Lin Weidong was no ordinary commoner. As a well-informed individual, he was fully aware of the unusual events occurring globally during this time. He understood that the world was heading in an unpredictable direction, becoming increasingly elusive. With the reincarnation of powerful cultivators in Huagua, it was highly likely that other countries would experience similar situations. Just last month, he heard that in a quiet little town in England, overnight, all the townspeople turned into mummified corpses, a scene so bizarre it was chilling. Now, the world situation was fraught with undercurrents. Every country's officials were frantically searching for potential awakened powers among the populace, offering exorbitant and enticing conditions. They sought little, only hoping that during these turbulent times, these powers would stand by their country. Yunyao's previously displayed swordsmanship was assessed to be top-tier SSS level, and naturally, the country provided her with extremely generous treatment, with all kinds of resources and privileges at her disposal. Initially, Wei Dongchen from the Special Operations Department was excited to hear that this female sword immortal was searching for her husband, and he immediately issued an urgent task to conduct a global search for suitable men, which even included Lin Weidong in the selection process. In simple terms, as long as Yunyao nodded, Lin Weidong's future children would have to take her surname Yun, and he would unconditionally become the husband of the sword immortal. For an ordinary person, this was both an opportunity and a challenge. Then, everyone realized they had overthought it. Who would have thought that Yunyao's longed-for husband was actually Chen Jiamu, and that there seemed to be numerous misunderstandings between them, leading to a quarrel? Upon learning of this, Wei Dongchen was taken aback, thinking, this is not good. If the sword immortal and the little Taoist continue to misunderstand each other, it would not only affect them but could also have adverse effects on the country and even the world situation. Thus, he convened a meeting overnight, gathering various experts and advisors to engage in in-depth discussions on how to resolve the misunderstandings between the sword immortal and the little Taoist. Everyone expressed their opinions and debated endlessly. In the end, the meeting decided to leverage the power of public opinion and disclose the truth to the world through social media platforms. The sword immortal was not heartless and unresponsive, but rather had been manipulated by her master, who made her mistakenly believe that her husband had married someone else. Not only that, but the master also obstructed her at every turn, even sealing her on the mountain until Qin Jiamu passed away, before finally revealing the truth to her. Since the Taoist priest refused to meet, let the whole world know and expose it. Although they were not married, there was still a betrothal. Could it be that the Taoist priest would directly annul the engagement? This war of public opinion was about to begin, and it was uncertain what would happen to Yunyao and Chen Jiamu once the truth was revealed. As Yunyao's video went viral, a brand new explosive video burst into the public eye in a striking manner. This time, there were no artistic brushstrokes paired with recorded narration, but rather a simple and direct approach that caught people's attention. The protagonist of the video was a woman dressed in ancient red attire named Yu Lingyun. She had a spirited demeanor, carrying a long spear on her back, and her appearance was charming, typical of a spicy girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. Not long ago, she had awakened memories from another world. After that, she uploaded videos daily from a hotpot restaurant in Sichuan and Chongqing, diving straight into stories from the immortal world without any preamble. Each video lasted about 10 minutes, with content that was thrilling and rapidly garnered countless likes and positive reviews. Her storytelling was concise and powerful, with each tale astonishing. In my 77th year, I descended the mountain to train, slaying the southern barbarian dog demons to protect a region's peace. In my 82nd year, the Central Plains held a martial arts conference, where a young Taoist named Chen Jiamu from Wudang Mountain stood out and won the championship. He transformed his poem Wind into a dragon, which was truly fascinating. In my 88th year, I traveled to Qianlong Beach and unexpectedly encountered Chen Jiamu again. We traveled together for half a day and had a delightful conversation. In my 104th year, we met for the third time at a mundane wine shop, and from then on, we became Tao partners. That time, we even tasted the ordinary braised noodles, a flavor I still remember vividly. In my 111th year, Chen Jiamu and I discussed the Tao on Jiushuan Mountain, and during our leisure time, we also played with the three-flower spirit beasts, which was incredibly enjoyable. These titles were small stories told in rapid succession by the fiery girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. Each segment had a strong visual impact, feeling very real, as if the stories narrated by the host had truly happened. In no time, she gained a massive following. Within a few days, Yu Lingyun received a call from a special department of the state, informing her that spreading rumors was a serious crime. The next day, Yu Lingyun uploaded a video on her Douyin. At the peak of the misty green mountains, a red-clad female spear immortal stood proudly. Her posture was upright, resembling a red plum in the snow, and the long spear in her hand gleamed with a cold light, contrasting with her red attire. In an instant, that beauty, as if from a two-dimensional world, suddenly exerted her strength and began to dance with the spear. The spear's shadows flickered like lightning, creating a whistling wind, and the boulders shattered under her fierce spear technique, with fragments flying and producing a dull sound. Then, she leaped forward, charging towards the majestic 100-meter waterfall. The long spear in her hand pierced through like a dragon emerging from the sea. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the waterfall was cleaved apart, with water rushing to both sides. Mist filled the air, and under the refraction of sunlight, a brilliant rainbow formed. She stood in the middle of the waterfall, like a spear immortal walking out of a myth, her red attire making everything around her lose its color. After the video aired, several helicopters from Kyoto flew in, bringing gifts, goodwill, and endless surprises. That day, Shin Jiamu's name once again exploded across the internet. The next day, 2 women fought at the entrance of the Dao Academy, creating a tremendous uproar. At the Xinxiang Dao Academy, all members surrounded Dean Chen, asking him who he would choose. Dean Chen, holding a 3-flower cat, flew overnight to Wudang Mountain, planning to enter seclusion.